Lin Bei has traversed into a world rife with monstrous beasts, where every individual has the potential to tame these creatures and become a beast master. Furthermore, he has been endowed with a Dragon Clan editor system from the outset, granting him a young dragon and other rewards free of charge each week. He possesses the ability to fuse various materials with dragons, thereby creating even more formidable draconic beings. Eastern Young Dragon Angel Wings Flame Core Crimson Flame Angel Dragon. Western Giant Dragon Demon Slaying Sword Saints Demon Exterminating Holy Giant Dragon. Bone Dragon Demonic Bones Celestial Bones Ultimate Tai Chi Bone Dragon. Chapter 1 Awakening of Talent. System Activation. In the junior class of Nanshan 3rd Academy, Chun Song, who had lost half of his hair, addressed the 30 students below him. The awakening officially commences. Students whose names are called, please proceed to the podium. Instantly, the 29 students erupted with excitement, unable to contain their enthusiasm. At last, the long-awaited day has arrived. As long as we succeed in our awakening, we will officially become beast masters. I hope to awaken a particularly exceptional talent. I pray it is not an affinity for serpents. I abhor such cold-blooded creatures. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, seated in a corner of the classroom, appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what was transpiring. Just a moment ago, he had been in his own home, yet now he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar realm. Not only were the surroundings and individuals alien to him, but even the words spoken by those around him felt foreign. Although the language was the same, the combination rendered it somewhat incomprehensible. Have I truly traversed dimensions? In the next instant, a torrent of memories surged from the depths of Lin Bei's mind, rapidly merging with his own recollections. Simultaneously, Chun Song at the podium began to call names. Li Kai. The student named Li Kai stepped forward to the podium and, under Chun Song's guidance, consumed a pill the size of a peanut. Approximately 3 seconds later, a faint glow emanated from her body, and an image of a purple insect materialized above her head. After gazing at the purple image for a few seconds, Chun Song's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, Li Kai. Your awakened ability is Insect Affinity. Please do not provoke Li Kai in the future. As his words concluded, a wave of murmurs erupted from the crowd below. Insect Affinity? That sounds terrifying. It seems to be quite a remarkable talent, capable of easily taming poisonous insects as pets. Crimson Poison Scorpion, 100-legged Demon Spider, Bomb Ant. These are all exceptionally powerful companions. The discussions soon subsided as the awakening ceremony continued. Congratulations, Zhao Lei. Your awakened ability is Crab Affinity. Congratulations, classmate Sichuan. Your awakened ability is Affinity with small avian creatures. Congratulations, classmate Zhangyu. Your awakened ability is Affinity with ants. As the awakening ceremony proceeded repeatedly, Lin Bei absorbed a fragment of memory, comprehending his own circumstances. Indeed, he had traversed dimensions. Furthermore, he had arrived in a realm belonging to beastmasters. In this world, every individual is born with a certain affinity towards animals. However, this ability only manifests upon reaching the age of 18. The affinities are diverse, yet they can generally be categorized into 3 types. Singular pet affinities, such as Zhangyu's affinity for ants, are talents that permit the taming of only ants. Beyond singular affinities, there also exist multiple affinities. For instance, Li Kai possesses a toxin insect affinity, enabling her to tame all venomous insects, including poisonous ants. This evidently represents a more advanced talent. Moreover, above such affinities as toxin insects, there exists the insect kin affinity. This grants the ability to tame all insects, whether ants or venomous scorpions, whether harmful or beneficial. Insect kin affinity, toxin insect affinity, and affinity. This is the general hierarchy. However, variations exist among different species, and ultimately, one must navigate according to the actual circumstances. The talents awakened and the pets tamed are of paramount importance. The greater the awakened talent and the stronger the tamed pet, the higher an individual's power and status will be. Conversely, the weaker the talent and pet, the lower their standing. In essence, this is a world where strength speaks volumes. The powerful reign supreme, while the weak languish at the bottom. As one after another of his classmates were called to the stage, returning to their seats with varied expressions, it finally came time for Lin Bei, who had just come to terms with everything. Classmate Lin Bei, please come to the stage. Step, step. Lin Bei rose from his seat and swiftly made his way to the podium, extending his hand to receive the elixir presented by Chun Song. The elixir, known as the Awakening Pill, is crafted from a unique plant specifically designed to activate latent abilities. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the pill in one swift motion. Years of experimentation and research have unequivocally proven that the Awakening Pill is entirely harmless. In the next moment, a dazzling spectrum of colors erupted from Lin Bei, radiant as the sun's descent, illuminating the entire classroom in an instant. His classmates, along with Chun Song, instinctively closed their eyes. My eyes hurt so much. What affinity has Lin Bei awakened? How can he emit such a brilliant light? I don't know, but it must be incredibly powerful. After a span of 10 seconds, the vibrant hues gradually dissipated, allowing them to slowly open their eyes. Upon the instant they reopened their eyes, they immediately gazed at Lin Bei, eagerly anticipating the revelation of what talent he had awakened that caused such a commotion. It is worth noting that all the previous classmates who awakened displayed only faint glimmers. As the teacher, Chun Song was the first to glance at the manifestation above Lin Bei's head, and he stood frozen in place. For at that moment, a multitude of dragons soared above Lin Bei. Eastern dragons, Yinglong, Western dragons, and demonic dragons, an array of dragons. Dragon Kin Affinity. His talent actually, truly is the legendary Dragon Kin Affinity. Not only was Chun Song in a state of shock, but the other classmates were equally astonished, all instinctively exclaiming, "My heavens! The so-called most powerful Dragon Kin Affinity. This talent can tame dragons. The most formidable talent. How impressive!" However, not everyone shared this enthusiasm. Some discerning classmates understood the secret behind Dragon Kin Affinity. They regarded Lin Bei with peculiar expressions. Sympathy, ridicule, astonishment, an amalgamation of gazes. I truly do not know whether to say he is fortunate or unfortunate. While the Dragon Kin Affinity is exceptionally strong, it is specifically tailored for dragons. To tame a dragon as a pet, it is infinitely more challenging than winning the lottery with closed eyes. For dragons not only possess powers that surpass other beings, but their numbers are also pitifully scarce. To encounter one in a lifetime can be considered a stroke of luck. If one hails from a wealthy and influential family, they may be able to spend exorbitant sums to acquire a dragon. But for an ordinary person, it is best to forget it. Throughout the annals of time, countless individuals have possessed the Dragon Kin Affinity. Yet, those who could successfully tame a dragon are exceedingly rare. The previously boisterous classroom fell into an abrupt silence, and the gazes of the classmates towards Lin Bei had shifted significantly. Regardless of how formidable the talent may be, the ability to tame a pet is the ultimate truth. Otherwise, it is merely a talent devoid of utility. Despite the atmosphere becoming somewhat unsettling, Lin Bei remained unperturbed, for a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Ding! Basic conditions have been met. Dragon Kin Editor System officially activated. Ding! Activation gift package has been distributed. Chapter 2. Claiming Rewards. Eastern Young Dragon. Chun Song observed Lin Bei, whose demeanor was evidently off, and instinctively offered a word of comfort. Do not despair, Lin Bei. Although taming the Dragon Kin presents a formidable challenge, perseverance may yet yield success. Furthermore, should you find it impossible to tame dragons, you might consider attempting to bond with other pets. As he uttered these words, he couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, those who have awakened their talents can tame pets beyond their innate abilities, yet the efficacy of such companions pales in comparison to those aligned with their talents. The difficulty of taming is magnified manifold. The synergy achieved post-taming is similarly diminished. Moreover, the risk of betrayal looms large. Only pets that resonate with one's inherent talents can ensure loyalty and unlock their full potential. Before long, Lin Bei regained his composure, opting not to engage with the system for the moment, as the surroundings were too bustling and noisy for meaningful discourse. It's all right, teacher. I merely wish for a moment of solitude. With that, he returned to his seat, gazing out of the window, lost in contemplation. The other students, acutely aware of Lin Bei's unusual state, refrained from disturbing him. Time sped by, and soon the awakening ceremony concluded. Chun Song exhaled deeply, then continued. That will be all for today. Students are free to return home or to their dormitories to familiarize themselves with their awakened talents. You may also attempt to tame some pets. Tomorrow, at 9 o'clock, all must return to school. The institution will provide every new student with an opportunity to tame a pet, offering a measure of security. As he spoke, His gaze instinctively drifted towards Lin Bei, who remained fixated on the view outside, pondering the multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Sighing, Chen Song chose not to say anything further. A few minutes later, he exited the classroom, leaving the space to the exuberant youth. Instantly, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Haha, I'm off to tame a pet right away. My family has already prepared one for me. Initially, I was dissatisfied upon discovering my affinity for ants, deeming it too weak. But now, I am quite content. At least it's superior to the useless dragon affinity. Imagine an ordinary student attempting to tame a dragon. What a delusion. This isn't personal. But it truly is exceedingly difficult. After all, we're talking about dragons, the apex of all beasts. As Lin Bei listened to the raucous banter, he furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of discontent, not due to the unintentional jibes, but rather because he preferred a quieter environment. In the next moment, he rose and left the classroom, intending to return home for a more focused interaction with the system. All eyes turned towards him, with some classmates having already excluded him from their social circles, others expressing sympathy, and a few reveling in his misfortune. Had someone of noble status awakened a dragon affinity, the chances of their success would be significantly heightened, garnering them admiration from many. After all, ample wealth can drive individuals to take risks. Yet, for an ordinary person to aspire for a dragon as a pet, the odds are insurmountably slim. One might even say they approach the realm of impossibility. Following the guidance of his memory, Lin Bei spent an hour returning to his residence, a modest 3-bedroom apartment of over 100 square meters, situated in a rather secluded area of Nanshan City, seldom visited by others. The inhabitants of this dilapidated complex were primarily elderly individuals and ordinary families with limited financial means, unable to relocate elsewhere. Due to the low population density, the residents were generally acquainted with one another. Unlocking the door and stepping inside, Lin Bei quickly settled onto the sofa and initiated a mental dialogue with the system. System, are you there? Can you inform me of your functionalities? In response, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. This system is known as the Dragon Tribe Editor System, and its functions are naturally related to the dragon kin. This system will issue one young dragon to the host each week. The host can gather materials for fusion with the dragon kin. Fusion can occur with the young dragon provided by this system or with any dragons tamed by the host. Any materials can be fused with the dragon kin. However, the characteristics and grades of the fusion materials will ultimately determine the nature of the resulting dragon. The host may also exchange points for rewards in the system shop. Points can be acquired through various channels, which the host will understand in due course. The above outlines the basic functions of this system. With that, the system fell silent, leaving Lin Bei enlightened regarding its capabilities. He felt a profound satisfaction with the system. The Dragon Tribe Editor System? How aptly it aligns with my talent. Moreover, receiving a young dragon weekly alleviates my predicament of lacking a dragon companion. Truly splendid. His satisfaction was palpable. The system was not only powerful, but also offered a plethora of rewards. A young dragon each week? Such a revelation would surely astonish many. After a heartfelt moment of reflection, Lin Bei recalled something and quickly spoke again. It seems there's an activation gift package. Let us open it. He was exceedingly curious about its contents. Given its nature as an activation gift, it surely would not disappoint, would it? Ding. Activation gift package successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received startup capital of 1 million. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 Eastern Young Dragon. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 physique enhancement pill. Congratulations, host. You have received a rare material, Fiery Lion's Claw. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a rare material, Earth Rock Turtle Shell. Congratulations, host. You have 1 opportunity for ability extraction. The rewards were abundant, totaling 6 items, which could genuinely be deemed generous. Not only did it provide Lin Bei with a substantial sum of startup capital, but it also included a variety of other items. As the system's prompt concluded, all rewards materialized before him. A small dragon, approximately 1 meter in length and cloaked in verdant scales, appeared on the floor. Its eyes tightly shut, it seemed to be in slumber. 2 long dragon whiskers dangled on the ground, occasionally twitching. Beside it lay a vial containing a black pill. A massive, fiery red claw, still ablaze, and a hefty turtle shell, roughly 1 meter in diameter, dark in color and adorned with earthy yellow patterns, completed the tableau. The startup capital has been automatically deposited into your account. The extraction opportunity may be utilized at any time. Chapter 3. The First Synthesis. Lin Air arrives. Huff. Lin Bei's breath quickened uncontrollably, his eyes brimming with anticipation and joy. Upon awakening his affinity for the draconic lineage, he initially presumed that his talent would be squandered, for within the vast expanse of his memories, he had come to understand the rarity and might of the dragons. However, The emergence of the system elegantly resolved this dilemma. Although he could only acquire a comparatively weaker young dragon, he possessed the remarkable ability to synthesize it. With the assistance of the synthesized young dragon, he could tame other wild dragons. Everything was destined to improve, suppressing the overwhelming joy swelling within him. Lin Bei scrutinized the items before him. The 4 objects were meticulously arranged, and he examined them one by one. The first item to catch his eye was a black pill known as the Body Improvement Pill, and he curiously inquired of the system, "What purpose does this pill serve?" "Body improvement?" The system swiftly responded, "Indeed. Upon consuming the Body Improvement Pill, all impurities within your body will be expelled, allowing your physique to attain a state of clarity and purity. Such a state is highly favored by pets. Moreover, after the expulsion of impurities, the host growth rate will also accelerate significantly." The introduction was succinct, clearly elucidating the effects of the Body Improvement Pill. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Bei ingested the pill and then resumed his position on the sofa, awaiting its effects. It was prudent to consume such a precious item promptly, otherwise, any accidental exposure would inevitably provoke contention. Mere seconds later, his body flushed crimson like flames, and his blood surged with frenzied vigor. Yet, remarkably, Lin Bei felt no pain whatsoever. Instead, he experienced an unprecedented sensation of comfort, akin to indulging in a luxurious massage, prompting him to instinctively close his eyes. This state persisted for a full 5 minutes. When Lin Bei finally reopened his eyes, his mental state was unparalleled. However, his clothing had been thoroughly stained black and emitted a foul odor. It appeared that there were quite a few impurities within him. After changing into a clean outfit, Lin Bei returned to the living room. At that moment, the previously slumbering Eastern young dragon had awakened, crawling around on the floor, its large eyes brimming with curiosity as it surveyed its surroundings. The instant it spotted Lin Bei emerging, it immediately twisted its body, floated into the air, and dove into Lin Bei's embrace, clutching his clothing tightly with its 4 claws. "Ow! Ow!" The infantile cries shattered the silence of the room. Lin Bei gazed at the young dragon in surprise, reaching out to stroke its petite head, noting the hard, yet slightly cool texture. After caressing its little head, he proceeded to touch its back scales, followed by its claws, belly, and horns. The young dragon, meanwhile, closed its eyes in bliss, thoroughly enjoying its master's affectionate touch. From the moment of its appearance, it had known that Lin Bei was its master. After all, the young dragon's existence was a result of the system. Although it was indeed a living being, it had already formed a bond with Lin Bei. After a considerable while, Lin Bei ceased his petting and turned his gaze to the 2 materials lying on the ground, aware that it was time to attend to business. Thus, he slowly lowered his head and spoke to the young dragon in his arms. "I am about to utilize the synthesis function. Are you prepared?" The young dragon vigorously nodded its small head, expressing no objections. It understood what it was about to undergo and bore no resistance within its heart. After all, the synthesis would only alter its abilities and appearance, while its soul and consciousness would remain unchanged. In the next moment, Lin Bei entered a secondary bedroom and commanded the system, activate the synthesis function." At last, he was about to embark on the utilization of the system's most formidable feature. From the mere names of the Dragon Lineage Editor, one could discern that its most significant function was editing. The system's prompt echoed swiftly, "Please select synthesis materials. Merely state their names. A minimum of 3 materials is required." Having resolved to employ the synthesis function, Lin Bei had already contemplated everything. Eastern young dragon, fiery fleece frenzied lion claw, earth rock elephant shell. He intended to synthesize using these 3 materials. Whoosh! All 3 materials were enveloped in a golden radiance, transforming into 3 small orbs of light. In but a second, the 3 orbs coalesced into a larger orb of light, which then floated in midair, remaining utterly still. Ding! Synthesis in progress. Host, please be patient. Thud, thud. Taking a seat on the sofa, Lin Bei could not help but imagine what the synthesized Eastern young dragon would become. What extraordinary abilities would it possess? How formidable would its strength be? What form would it take? Only upon witnessing the synthesized Eastern young dragon would he be able to finalize his subsequent plans. Just then, the system's prompt resonated once more. "Rest assured, host. Regardless of the type of dragon, synthesis will enhance its power, and it will be a comprehensive enhancement." With the system's reassurance, Lin Bei's anticipation grew even more fervent. Time ticked by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed. The triad of light had dimmed considerably, appearing as though it could shatter at any moment. Lin Bei, seated on the sofa, remained fixated on the secondary bedroom. The instant he perceived any sign of the light dispersing, he would rush over at the utmost speed. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Alongside the knocking came a familiar voice. "Brother Bei, open the door." It's me, Xiaoling. Lin Bei's attention was instantly captured, his brow furrowing slightly. Through the memories he had absorbed, he recognized who Xiaolinger was. Originally named Wang Yuling, she was his neighbor and had known the former occupant since childhood. They were, in essence, childhood sweethearts. Their relationship was exceptionally close, akin to confidants. In fact, the former occupant had even entrusted her with a key. This girl, her timing is truly unfortunate. Thud, thud, sprinting at full speed to the door of the secondary bedroom. Lin Bei swiftly closed the slightly ajar door before making his way to the front door and opening it. He had no choice but to open the door. Wang Yuling possessed a spare key and could easily enter uninvited. Moreover, many had witnessed Lin Bei's return. Not opening the door would only arouse suspicion. As he opened the door, a petite figure dashed in, enveloping him in a tight embrace. The occurrence was so swift that Lin Bei barely had time to react, leaving him with no option but to accept the embrace. Wang Yuling's voice then gently chimed, "Brother Bei, I heard about the events of today. I know you awakened your talent for dragon affinity. I am aware of your worries. Rest assured, dear Sister Linger is here to support you." Chapter 4. The frightened neighboring girl. Wang Yuling and Lin Bei are classmates in the same grade but different classes, and today they both awakened their innate talents. Upon leaving school, she heard the news regarding Lin Bei's awakening. Initially, when she learned that Lin Bei had awakened a dragon affinity, her heart soared with joy. As the legendary dragon race is known for its extraordinary strength, such a prodigious talent could only be regarded as a blessing. However, her elation swiftly dissipated upon hearing about the rarity of dragon affinity, leaving her engulfed in deep concern. Therefore, as soon as she returned home, she hurriedly knocked on Lin Bei's door, filled with anxiety for him. She feared he might become despondent, worried he might not be able to cope. Lin Bei silently absorbed her words without attempting to escape. Though he had only heard snippets, he grasped the essence of the situation. Having assimilated a vast array of memories, he felt a peculiar familiarity towards Wang Yuling, which made him receptive to their interaction. He listened intently as she spoke. "Brother Bei, my awakened talent is also formidable. I possess an affinity for herbivorous creatures. Once I grow stronger, I shall assist you in capturing a dragon. As long as we can catch one, your dragon affinity will not go to waste. Fear not, Brother Bei, I am absolutely capable of achieving this. Until then, all you need to do is live well." Her words were imbued with sincerity, tinged with a slight quiver of tears, indicating she had been crying for a while. What she expressed came straight from her heart. She genuinely wished to help Lin Bei capture a dragon, enabling him to harness the power of his dragon affinity. To Wang Yuling, it was evident that Lin Bei must be heartbroken. After all, he had only recently awakened an immensely powerful talent, yet due to various constraints, it could not be realized. No one could accept such a fate. Hearing her heartfelt declarations, Lin Bei felt a stirring within him. It was his first experience of a girl caring for him so deeply, making a decision of such complexity. "Thank you." In truth, Lin Bei didn't require assistance. However, he did not wish to extinguish the flame of hope within Wang Yuling, so he simply replied with the most straightforward 2 words. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, Wang Yuling finally released her embrace and looked up at Lin Bei, who was also gazing back at her. It was at this moment that he truly beheld her beauty. Her skin was fair and delicate, clearly unblemished by hardship. Her lips were rosy and lustrous, and her features were exquisitely symmetrical, particularly her pair of clear, bright eyes, reminiscent of a serene spring that invites one to gaze deeper. Undoubtedly, her beauty was striking. Feeling her gentle yet firm grip, Lin Bei couldn't help but chuckle. "What is this? Do you intend to continue holding on? Is it that comfortable to embrace me?" Although he found comfort in her embrace, there were more pressing matters at hand. Upon hearing his words, Wang Yuling's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly released him and stepped back. Yet, within her heart, a flicker of confusion arose. She found it perplexing that Lin Bei did not exhibit any signs of distress, appearing as if nothing troubled him at all. It was as though the one who possessed the dragon affinity was not Lin Bei, and he had not endured any of the preceding events. "Brother Bei, are you all right? You seem to be in good spirits." Initially, Wang Yuling had believed Lin Bei would struggle to accept all this, but now it appeared the situation was quite different. Awakening a seemingly useless talent, shouldn't that evoke sorrow and despair? Just as Lin Bei was about to speak, a sudden commotion erupted from the bedroom behind him. Bang! A dull thud reverberated from the bedroom, as if something had exploded. The once closed door was smashed to bits, rendered utterly unusable. Even the floor, tightly fitted to the ground, splintered into pieces, riddled with terrifying cracks. The clamor was overwhelming, prompting both Lin Bei and Wang Yuling to glance toward the secondary bedroom, where they beheld the astonishing sight before them. What they saw was the result of a fusion between an eastern young dragon, the claws of a fiery lion, and the shell of a rock tortoise, a young dragon, approximately 2 meters in length. Its body was adorned with earthen-colored scales, interlaced with fiery red patterns. It possessed 4 claws ablaze with intense flames, and its horns displayed both crimson and ochre hues. Its whiskers remained white, and its eyes had not changed either. This was a stark contrast to the previous incarnation of the Eastern Young Dragon. Ding! Congratulations, host, synthesis successful. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the first synthesis. A beginner's gift pack has been awarded. The host may open this gift pack at any time. Wang Yuling was utterly stunned, completely bewildered. Her bright, clear eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at the newly transformed Eastern Young Dragon. Instinctively, she raised a hand to cover her mouth. Her breathing, already heavy, became even more labored, her skin's pores expanding in response. A dragon, a dragon, a dragon. Brother Bei, you have a dragon in your room. Am I seeing things? At that moment, Wang Yuling stammered, her usual vivacious demeanor replaced by disbelief. She could hardly fathom what lay before her eyes. In a house worth less than $1 million, there existed a dragon? And it appeared to be a rather extraordinary one at that. Now, Wang Yuling began to understand why Lin Bei showed no signs of worry. With such a dragon by his side, what could he possibly fret about? Moreover, she recalled the words of their peers at school and couldn't help but exclaim, a bunch of fools. They said Brother Bei's talent was useless? This is a hidden dragon in a golden house. How could it possibly be a worthless talent? But it wasn't just Wang Yuling who was astonished. Lin Bei was equally taken aback. The unfolding events had exceeded his expectations. While success in synthesis was to be celebrated, did it really need to cause such an uproar? The secondary bedroom had been reduced to ruins, reminiscent of a scene following an earthquake. What on earth was the system doing? Why was there such chaos after the synthesis? Why hadn't it forewarned him? Had he been informed in advance, Lin Bei would have chosen a remote and spacious location for the synthesis, rather than foolishly attempting it in his home. In the next moment, the system's prompt sounded, tinged with a hint of grievance. The host did not inquire beforehand. Chapter 5. Another young dragon. The system's response left Lin Bei speechless, struggling to find a retort. Ultimately, he could only helplessly sigh within his heart. If I am to engage in synthesis in the future, it must never be done at home. It would be best to find a spacious and uninhabited location. After this initial synthesis incident, Lin Bei had gained a clearer understanding of what he should do next. Now, he had to deal with Wang Yuling. After all, it was only a little over an hour since she had just awakened her talent. And now a synthesized dragon had appeared. It was indeed quite astonishing. Lin Bei took a deep breath, turning to glance at the still-standing Wang Yuling behind him. He gently scratched his head, preparing to say something. Xiaolinger. However, he had barely uttered a name when Wang Yuling raised a hand to cover his mouth. Then, deliberately adopting a mature demeanor, she spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. Brother Bei, don't say anything. I understand. You have grown up. Grown men have their secrets. It's perfectly normal. Hidden treasures are fine, as long as they aren't hidden beauties. In truth, she was extremely curious to know what was going on. Yet she forcibly suppressed her eagerness. Wang Yuling knew very well that some matters were best left unknown, especially those that were bound to be significant secrets concerning someone she cared about. Moreover, the most important point was that she did not want to put Lin Bei in a difficult position. Lin Bei felt a warmth in his heart. Instantly comprehending why Wang Yuling was acting this way, he instinctively reached out to pat her head, speaking in a relaxed tone. What are you pretending for? It doesn't suit you at all. Rest assured, when the time is ripe, you will know everything. At this moment, Lin Bei was certain that Wang Yuling was someone worthy of trust. Her initial concern and subsequent feigned indifference clearly indicated this. In the next instant, Wang Yuling suddenly recalled something, her entire demeanor shifting to one of despondency as she looked at Lin Bei with a somewhat pitiful expression. Pouting as she said, then if Brother Bei has a dragon, doesn't that mean I won't be needed anymore? I was so full of motivation at the beginning. I really don't know whether to be happy or sad. She felt joy because Lin Bei had acquired a dragon, but sadness because she felt she had nothing to contribute. Overall, her emotions were quite complex. Lin Bei did not want Wang Yuling to feel too disheartened. It was a rare opportunity to meet someone with whom he could truly connect. Thus, he quickly devised a good plan. Why wouldn't you be needed? Although I have a dragon now, I wouldn't mind having a few more. Pets are like money. Naturally, the more, the better. So you should strive to become stronger and join me in capturing dragons in the future. Of course, I will assist you. Regardless of whether it was due to their good relationship or Wang Yuling's talent, this was indeed very necessary. Although it could not compare to the affinity of dragonkin, the affinity with herbivores was equally formidable. All animals require sustenance, differing only in whether they are herbivores, carnivores, or omnivores. In this world, herbivorous animals are not merely those that consume grass. They are primarily those that derive most of their nourishment from herbaceous plants. Generally, they eat grass, with the occasional small portion of meat also qualifying them as herbivores. The range of herbivores is exceedingly broad. Giraffes, elephants, horses, cows, sheep, and even kangaroos. Perhaps even among dragons, there are herbivorous varieties. This is precisely why Lin Bei chose to do so. Having an assistant is indeed advantageous. In an instant, all traces of disappointment vanished from Wang Yuling's face, replaced by excitement and joy. She nodded vigorously, speaking with delight. "Brother Bei, don't worry. I will work hard." After saying this, Wang Yuling fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "I won't disturb you any longer. You must have many things to do. I'll go check some information to see what pets are suitable for my talent. By the way, if the school allows teaming up tomorrow, then let us team up." As soon as her words fell, she left Lin Bei's home, swiftly opened her own door, and dashed into her bedroom to begin her research. Meanwhile, Lin Bei closed the door behind him and then approached the newly synthesized Eastern Young Dragon. The dragon, now in its transformed state, floated in the air, wide-eyed as it gazed at its approaching master, its tail, as thick as a human thigh, swaying excitedly. "Owl! Owl!" The excited cries echoed once more, expressing its joy. Having reached the young dragon's side, Lin Bei instinctively reached out to touch its body. In the next moment, a message entered his mind, providing information about the young dragon before him. Name, unnamed. Race, dragon. Status, weakest juvenile stage. Loyalty, unwaveringly loyal, never betraying. Abilities. In addition to the basic abilities of the Eastern Young Dragon, it can also control flames and earth for attacks, possessing high destructive power and defense. Description. Created by the fusion of the Eastern Dragon, the claws of the fiery feline lion, and the shell of the earth turtle. Lin Bei couldn't help but nod, satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. "Very good. I shall name you as the first dragon he possessed. It deserved such a name." The young dragon seemed pleased with its name, letting out a satisfied cry. After spending a few minutes with Lin Bei sat back down on the sofa while curiously roamed around, surveying the modest space of the home. Lin Bei was acutely aware that upon successfully synthesizing he had also received a new gift package. System, open the newly acquired gift package. After all, gift packages are meant to be opened, and there was no need to hold on to them. In the next moment, the system's notification sound chimed. Ding! Beginner's gift package successfully opened. Congratulations, host, for receiving a startup fund of 200,000. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a guide map of the Evil Dragon Valley. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Young Dragon Feed. Congratulations, host, for receiving the Thunderbird Wings. Congratulations, host, for acquiring one Western Young Dragon, a Black Dragon. The startup funds have been automatically deposited into your account. The remaining rewards have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Additionally, you have one ability extraction opportunity. The rewards from the gift package were still remarkably bountiful, rivaling that of the first. Lin Bei hastily opened the system space, looking at the rewards stored within. The first thing he noticed was the Western Young Dragon. The Western Young Dragon bore a distinctly obvious difference from the Eastern Young Dragon. Its back was covered in black scales, sporting 2 wings larger than its body, and 4 stout dragon legs. If the Eastern Dragon resembled a serpent, then the Western Dragon was akin to a tiger-like creature. Aside from the differences in appearance, the other distinction lay in their strength. Chapter 6, Ability Extraction. The Pet Market. Gazing at the Western Dragon sleeping within the system space, Lin Bei felt a twinge of surprise within his heart. A second dragon? Incredibly, I have acquired 2 young dragons in a single day. One is an Eastern Dragon, while the other is a Western Dragon. Such occurrences are truly astonishing. It is hard to fathom that such events could transpire, had I not experienced them firsthand. These are dragons, beings that an ordinary person might never encounter in their lifetime. Not mere cats or dogs found on the roadside. The system is remarkable. Lin Bei gradually reined in his scattered thoughts, addressing the system within his mind. System, release the Western Dragon. In the next moment, the slumbering Western Dragon materialized within the room, its size dwarfing that of the Eastern Dragon. Sprawled across the floor like a small truck. Without waking the Western Dragon, Lin Bei continued to explore the system space. Currently, it contained merely a map and a pair of azure wings. He retrieved the map and directed his gaze upon it. Engraved upon the surface was a pitch-black valley, marked with 5 crimson circles. Overall, it was a rather rudimentary map, offering little clarity. What could this map signify? Just as the question formed in his mind, the system's notification chimed. The Valley of Evil Dragons is a domain where dragons exist. The specific type of dragon, its strength, and the number present remain unknown. The circles denote dragon lairs, which could belong to the same dragon or multiple dragons. With this map, the host can effortlessly locate the Valley of Evil Dragons. You may indeed tame the wild dragons within the valley. However, it is advised that the host refrain from venturing there without formidable strength. For this system cannot guarantee your safety. Immediately, Lin Bei returned the map to the system space, dispelling any thoughts of exploration. After all, the ominous name of the valley suggested it was a perilous place. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait for a while before considering a visit. As for the pair of blue wings, he chose not to inquire further, recognizing them as apparent materials for synthesis. Each synthesis requires a minimum of 3 materials. A single material holds little value. Even if he wished to attempt another synthesis, Lin Bei would need to gather one more material. Is one more material needed? Perhaps I shall visit the pet market shortly, for time is still on my side. This is an era where beast taming is prevalent, and pet markets abound. Moreover, it is a vast industry. Within, various living pets and materials are available for sale. Many individuals purchase materials to forge their weapons or create formidable equipment. Once a person has tamed a pet, they receive certain benefits. For instance, taming a cow enhances one's strength, while taming a monkey increases agility. The more pets one tames, the stronger the tamer becomes. There exists a formidable individual known as the Monkey King, who has tamed a staggering 10,000 monkeys. His strength rivaling that of a monster, capable of lifting a mountain with his bare hands. Thus, the fervor for taming pets stems from the desire to enhance one's own prowess. With great strength, what worries could one possibly have? The Eastern Dragon flitted freely around the room, while the Western Dragon remained in deep slumber. Lin Bei gazed at these two vastly different dragons, a smile gracing his face. Upon acquiring these dragons, he could feel a transformation within his own physique. Both his strength and speed had seen improvements. However, as both dragons were still in their juvenile stages, the enhancements were not overtly significant. Yet, as they matured, Lin Bei's own attributes would similarly evolve. Savoring the subtle changes in his body, he recalled the opportunity to extract a power from the gift he had just opened. As the term suggests, it allows for the extraction of a singular ability. System, activate the ability extraction opportunity. In an instant, the system's notification chimed. Please select one dragon pet. Lin Bei made his choice without hesitation. The Eastern Dragon. Compared to the Western Dragon, the Eastern Dragon was presently stronger. Ding. Ability extraction in progress. Progress 10. Progress 30. Progress 70. Progress 100. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the dragon's pressure ability. When utilizing the dragon's pressure ability, the host will possess the aura of a dragon, capable of intimidating all races weaker than dragons, including humans. The strength of the ability correlates with the host's own power. The ability extracted exceeded Lin Bei's expectations. He had anticipated acquiring a fire-breathing or earth-shaping ability. Dragon's pressure? This must be a natural skill of every dragon. To think such an ability could be extracted is truly remarkable. Not wishing to disturb the wandering Eastern Dragon or the slumbering Western Dragon, Lin Bei departed from his home, securely locking the door behind him. With a clear objective, he made his way towards the nearest pet market. In every city, there exists more than one pet market. The larger the market, the greater the variety of goods, and the higher the quality, though the prices tend to be steep as well. Since Lin Bei merely intended to browse, there was no need to visit the most prestigious market. Half an hour later, he arrived at a moderately sized pet market. Even on a weekday, the market bustled with activity, with at least several thousand people present. With a calm demeanor, Lin Bei entered, curiously observing the myriad of stalls. The variety of goods was astonishing. Spotting a colorful ant, approximately 1 centimeter in size, he inquired of the vendor, "How much for this?" The vendor glanced at Lin Bei with a hint of indifference, responding nonchalantly, "Juvenile rainbow ant, priced at 250,000. No deception here." Upon hearing such a steep price, Lin Bei stood up and departed, taken aback. A tiny ant, scarcely an inch long, commanded a price of 250,000? What might the cost of other magical beasts be? Surely, they would easily reach into the millions. It is no wonder that many deem my talent to be worthless. Reflecting on it now, it does make sense. If an ant can fetch 250,000, how exorbitant would the price of a dragon be? Surely, it would start at a small fortune. Indeed, as Lin Bei suspected, even the weakest juvenile dragon is priced in the millions. And even then, that is merely a price. There are no actual dragons for sale. Once a dragon becomes available, its price will soar to astronomical heights. After all, there is not just one affinity for dragons in this world. Chapter 7. Buy. As Lin Bei meandered through the bustling pet market, he scrutinized the various stalls peddling an array of wares. Along his journey, he overheard snippets of conversation from the throngs around him. Tomorrow, the schools will be taking the freshmen for their trials, won't they? One person remarked. Indeed, that is what my daughter mentioned, another replied. Then we must hurry and purchase some gear for the children, so they can tame their pets by tomorrow. Do you really need to say that? I came here precisely to buy equipment. Not only that, we should also acquire some items for capturing magical beasts. Even if she can't tame a pet tomorrow, she can still bring one home to train gradually. Such is the nature of the pet market. It serves as a hub for commerce and information exchange. With a stroke of luck, one could glean valuable insights merely by wandering about. Observing two men engaged in conversation nearby, Lin Bei's mind raced with thoughts, prompting him to tentatively inquire, "Gentlemen, do you happen to know what the schools will be taking us to do tomorrow? I, too, awaken my talent today and am quite curious about what is to transpire." He candidly revealed his status as a student, hoping to ease their wariness. As he had anticipated, upon learning that Lin Bei was a newly awakened student and assessing his youthful demeanor and attire, the two men relaxed their guard and enthusiastically responded to his inquiry. Every year, after the new students awaken, the various academies take them to their respective designated forest safety zones. In these specific safe areas, students can interact with magical beasts, but whether they can tame them depends entirely on their own efforts. One explained, "Of course, you need not worry. The safety zones are primarily inhabited by juvenile magical beasts, with high-level ones being exceedingly rare, making it quite safe. Moreover, there will be teachers patrolling the area to further ensure the students' safety." Lin Bei listened intently, committing their words to memory. Although it appeared to be mere general information, it held considerable value for him. At the very least, he now understood what awaited him the next day and could prepare accordingly. In the span of mere moments, Lin Bei devised a plan. He thanked the two men and resumed his leisurely stroll along the street. After half an hour, Lin Bei had nearly exhausted the stalls. Yet he had not found any materials that met his expectations. He had already formulated a clear idea of the type of materials he wished to use in conjunction with the Western Dragon. Alas, finding suitable wing materials is quite the challenge. "I shall head to the largest shop," he resolved. Indeed, Lin Bei intended to seek another pair of wings as his materials. After all, the Western Dragon inherently possessed a pair of wings, and the materials from the package also included a pair. If combined, he would have 2 pairs, 4 wings in total. Thus, it would be prudent to procure yet another pair, enabling him to synthesize a Western Dragon with 6 wings. Or perhaps one that was particularly formidable. Who could resist the allure of a 6-winged black dragon? With his decision made, he strode purposefully toward the central store, known as the Beast Treasure Pavilion, the largest establishment within the pet market, boasting the most extensive selection of goods. The receptionist, impeccably polite and friendly, greeted him warmly. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" Lin Bei candidly expressed his desire. "Do you have any magical beast wings?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuai paused briefly in contemplation before responding with a smile. "You arrived at just the right time. We acquired a pair of magical beast wings this morning." As he spoke, he opened a sealed box and revealed a striking pair of green wings. These are the wings of the Gale Bull. Equipment crafted from them boasts exceptional maneuverability, given that they are wings from a bovine magical beast. Furthermore, if you know an engraver, you can infuse them with wind patterns. An engraver is a specialized profession dedicated to the creation of equipment capable of imbuing items with powerful patterns. Wind patterns allow one to ride the winds. Fire patterns unleash flames, and water patterns manipulate water flow. Generally, a single piece of equipment can only possess one pattern, and it must align with the equipment's characteristics. For instance, the Gale Bull can only be inscribed with wind patterns, and each inscribed pattern can only serve a singular purpose. Gazing at the immense, dark green wings, Lin Bei felt a surge of satisfaction. Not only did these wings possess attributes, but the Gale Bull was also considered a formidable magical beast. After his initial synthesis, he had learned that if the synthesis materials held attributes, the dragon had a significant chance of inheriting those attributes. Otherwise, he would not have acquired the powers of fire and earth. "Excellent. How much do these wings cost?" he inquired eagerly. 1,200,000. Zhao Shuai replied promptly. In an instant, Lin Bei fell silent. The price far exceeded his expectations. His entire wealth amounted to a mere 300,000. A staggering gap of 900,000 loomed before him. 900,000 was no trifling sum. Noticing Lin Bei's sudden change in demeanor, Zhao Shuai surmised what had transpired. Letting out a resigned sigh, accustomed to such occurrences, it was not uncommon for customers to peruse items they could not afford, and similar scenarios arose frequently. Just as Zhao Shuai prepared to return the Gale Bull's wings to their place and attend to another customer, Lin Bei's voice interrupted. "I would like to propose a deal." Zhao Shuai raised an eyebrow in intrigue, regarding Lin Bei with renewed interest. "What sort of proposal?" he inquired slowly. Lin Bei retrieved his account card and casually tossed it onto the table. "I will use 100,000 as collateral, and I request that you hold the wings for me for 7 days. If I do not return to purchase them within that time frame, you may keep the 100,000. Upon hearing Lin Bei's proposition, Zhao Shuai moved a short distance away to consult with an older gentleman. After a considerable interval, he returned to Lin Bei's side. 200,000. I can hold them for 5 days. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei nodded in agreement. Agreed. Convert the remaining 100,000 into magical beast containment bags. Zhao Shuai was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Lin Bei's request. However, given that it was the customer's desire, he saw no reason to obstruct it. Swiftly, Zhao Shuai returned to the counter, busily attending to the transaction. Clearing Lin Bei's account of the entire 300,000, he presented Lin Bei with a black shopping bag filled with the purchased items, saying politely, "Your account had a total of 300,000. 200,000 has been used as collateral, while the remaining 100,000 was used to acquire magical beast containment bags. The price for each bag is 10,000, totaling 100 bags. Please check." Receiving the 100 magical beast containment bags and the now empty account card, Lin Bei prepared to depart from the store. With no money left on hand, there was little point in lingering. It would be more prudent to return and strategize for the next day's endeavors. Should his plans unfold smoothly, he would be able to secure those wings. No, not only could one procure that exquisite wing, but also acquire various materials from other magical beasts. However, before Lin Bei could step out of the shop's entrance, Li Kai, who had awakened her affinity for venomous insects, entered. Upon catching sight of Lin Bei, she momentarily froze, clearly taken aback by this unexpected encounter. Yet, her astonishment swiftly dissipated, replaced by a look of disdain. "Oh, isn't this Lin Bei? The one who has awakened the most formidable talent? What brings you to a shop like this? They don't sell dragons here." To her, Lin Bei was nothing more than a useless individual, an impoverished person merely endowed with extraordinary talent. Although there was no prior animosity between them, today all attention was diverted to Lin Bei, leaving Li Kai, who had awakened her insect affinity, feeling overlooked. Her vanity had thus suffered a considerable blow. For someone like Li Kai, vanity was of paramount importance, far surpassing the significance of relationships with classmates. While her insect affinity might not rival the might of a dragon affinity, it was still a potent talent in its own right. Venomous insects, being associated with poison, should not be underestimated. Those of considerable strength could even poison an entire city. Listening to the derisive remarks, Lin Bei's steps gradually halted, and his brow furrowed. Feeling a wave of discomfort from the sudden mockery, he gazed coldly at Li Kai and, in an icy tone, spoke. "Li Kai, is it? Are you looking for trouble? I don't recall provoking you." Even upon hearing this, Li Kai's demeanor remained unchanged. "Oh, what are you saying? How could I dare to provoke someone who has awakened the dragon affinity? That is the most powerful affinity of all." She deliberately repeated the phrase dragon affinity twice, successfully drawing the attention of others in the shop. All eyes turned to Lin Bei, including that of the attendant, Zhao Shuai, who had just served him. The expressions in those gazes were quite complex, reminiscent of the looks exchanged among classmates earlier in the classroom. Dragon affinity? That talent is impressive. Alas, it is rather useless. Out of 100 individuals who awakened the dragon affinity, finding even one with a suitable pet could be considered a stroke of luck. It is the strongest talent, yet also the most impractical. Seeing the situation unfold as anticipated, Li Kai quickly continued, "Exactly. How could someone with a dragon affinity, like you, possibly be provoked by someone like me, who has awakened an insect affinity?" Her intention was to feed her own vanity. Indeed, as the surrounding crowd heard her words, they shifted their discussions to Li Kai. "Wow, this girl is quite remarkable. She has awakened the insect affinity. It is indeed a formidable talent, and her future achievements are bound to be extraordinary." Absolutely. The number of venomous insects is astonishing, far more practical than taming dragons. If given the choice, I would certainly select the insect affinity. How enviable this young lady is. In an instant, Li Kai's vanity was greatly appeased, as she reveled in the admiration and envy of those around her. She had believed that upon awakening her insect affinity, she would become the focal point among her peers. Unfortunately, the emergence of the dragon affinity had stolen all attention. Though the discussions were less than flattering, they ignited her anger. After all, that attention was rightfully hers. Simultaneously, Lin Bei comprehended the nature of this encounter. His expression grew increasingly frigid as he mentally designated Li Kai as an adversary. Regardless of gender, Lin Bei would show no mercy to his foes. "So, this is your strategy? To elevate your own standing by trampling on me? Very well, but remember, you shall pay for your actions today." As his words hung in the air, he stepped out of the shop, disregarding everyone around him. Meanwhile, Li Kai dismissed Lin Bei's remarks, striding proudly toward Zhao Shuai, who had recently attended to Lin Bei. "Hey, was that guy here to buy a dragon?" Zhao Shuai, having just regained his composure, shook his head gently and replied, "No, not at all. He merely purchased 100 magical beast containment bags and put down a 2 million deposit for us to reserve a material for him. However, It seems that 2 million is now ours. He no longer believed Lin Bei could amass 10 million within a mere 5 days. After all, he was just an ordinary student who had recently awakened a dragon affinity. How could he possibly achieve such an unrealistic feat? Even the most formidable individuals would require substantial effort to gather 10 million. Li Kai shared Zhao Shuai's sentiments, her disdain deepening. Not only is his awakened ability questionable, but his judgment seems to be lacking as well. Purchasing 100 magical beast containment bags? How absurd. Indeed, my actions have proven to be the right choice. Such a person is unworthy of association. The friction between Lin Bei and Li Kai was merely a minor episode, and the pet market swiftly returned to normalcy. Before long, Lin Bei found himself back at home. The Western dragon had awoken, darting about, and the two little creatures seemed to coexist harmoniously without incident. Lin Bei sat on the sofa, contemplating the usage of the magical beast containment bags. These bags are common tools that can encapsulate magical beasts. One bag corresponds to one beast. The specific creatures that can be contained depend on the quality of the bags. The bags priced at 10,000 each could only hold relatively weaker magical beasts. They could only be used to contain beasts that did not resist. Subsequently, Lin Bei stored all the containment bags in the system space. After playing with EE and the Western Dragon for a while, he drifted off to sleep. Before long, the dawn of the next day arrived. Rising early, Lin Bei, accompanied by the two dragons nestled in the system space, ambled leisurely toward school. Upon his arrival, he found the school already teeming with students, a quick estimate revealing over 300 individuals present. Each face was adorned with excitement, clearly anticipating the events of the day. Chapter 9. Apologies, I accidentally stepped on a bug. Lin Bei stood at the school gate, scanning the crowd, and soon spotted two familiar faces, Wang Yuling and Li Kai. Both were surrounded by a throng of admirers, evidently possessing considerable popularity. Even though they were all newly awakened students, their striking beauty and remarkable talents had enabled them to garner significant attention in a short span. In addition to these two, several other students with high popularity were present. As for Lin Bei, he held no fame whatsoever. Although he was quite handsome, his talent was unimpressive. The students' adulation of these individuals stemmed solely from their desire to align with the prominent, hoping for a smoother journey ahead. Clinging to the thigh of a Dragon Clan affinity talent bearer offers no tangible benefits whatsoever. However, Lin Bei found solace in his leisurely state of mind. His forthcoming endeavors were inherently ill-suited for a large entourage. At most, he considered bringing along Wang Yuling, allowing her to reap a share of the spoils. Among the myriad students already present at the school, there were certainly some from affluent backgrounds. Following the awakening of their talents yesterday, they devoted all their energies to the taming of pets. After relentless attempts, some of these students had successfully acquired their first pets. Brimming with exhilaration as they flaunted their achievements to their peers, Li Kai, a classmate of Lin Bei, was among them. She had splurged on a fire sting bee and, under expert guidance, managed to tame it successfully. Presently, Li Kai held the fire sting bee in her palm, her face radiating pride as she proclaimed to those around her, "Behold, this is my fire sting bee. Anyone stung by it will be afflicted with fire poison. With this creature by my side, I shall tame even more pets today, far superior to that so-called Dragon Clan affinity talent." Her tone dripped with boastfulness, as if she had accomplished a remarkable feat. And her discontent with Lin Bei's earlier remarks prompted her to throw in a veiled jab. The onlookers eagerly supported her, their eyes filled with envy as they gazed at Li Kai. "Sister Kai speaks the truth. Your affinity for poisonous insects is undoubtedly stronger than the Dragon Clan affinity. Let us embark on our adventure together." Indeed, accompanying Sister Kai surely guarantees success in taming a magical beast as a pet. Sister Kai, lead us to glory. Sister Kai is amazing. They speculated that by aligning themselves with Li Kai, they could bask in her brilliance, oblivious to the potential consequences of their words. Despite being merely in their 20s, these students had already begun contemplating their futures, willing to sacrifice camaraderie for the sake of maximizing their own interests. Lin Bei absorbed their chatter, yet he harbored no intention of intervening, instead committing their appearances to memory. A mere 10 individuals were easily memorable. It appeared this world was far more pragmatic than he had anticipated. One should not regard these individuals too favorably. At that moment, Li Kai noticed Lin Bei, who appeared somewhat solitary amidst the crowd. An idea struck her, and she maneuvered through the throng to stand beside him, haughtily addressing him. "Would you care to join us? Perhaps we might encounter a dragon. We could lend you our assistance." Li Kai's intentions were far from altruistic. She sought to draw attention to herself and showcase her perceived superiority over Lin Bei. She recalled his words from the previous day with clarity. Those who chose to team up with Li Kai erupted into laughter. "Yes, that makes sense. What if we actually encounter a dragon today?" "Haha, alone. You could never tame a dragon. They understood that demonstrating goodwill now could yield Li Kai's support later. A single tamed insect could prove immensely beneficial, far better than attempting to capture one barehanded. For now, all that was required was a bit of verbal persuasion. Lin Bei, however, regarded Li Kai with disdain, as though she were a harbinger of misfortune, and promptly shook his head vehemently. You? Forget it. Your strength is woefully inadequate. You would only hinder my progress. Having spoken, he deliberately distanced himself, his expression of disdain unmistakable. The insult was not damaging in itself, yet it carried a potent sting. In an instant, Li Kai's demeanor shifted, her anger boiling over as she felt deeply humiliated. How dare someone with an inconsequential talent treat a tamer with such disdain? Such audacity was tantamount to courting disaster. Taking a deep breath, Li Kai internally commanded her fire sting bee. Go, sting him. Let him experience the potency of fire poison. As for the dosage, just ensure it doesn't kill him. The next moment, the fire sting bee, resting in her palm, rapidly flapped its wings and darted towards Lin Bei. Its stinger glowing a fiery red, infused with a substantial amount of fire poison. Fire poison is a fundamental toxin. Once afflicted, the victim feels as though flames are raging within their body. Alongside fire poison, there exist other base toxins such as earth poison, thunder poison, wind poison, and water poison. Observing the swiftly approaching insect, Lin Bei maintained an air of indifference, even allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips. This was a perfect opportunity for experimentation. He had no intention of evading. Instead, he prepared to retaliate. Dragon Clan pressure. An overwhelming aura, akin to a mountain's grandeur, enveloped the surroundings, swiftly ensnaring the fire sting bee within its grasp. In an instant, the world of the fire sting bee fell into silence. Its wings ceased to flutter, and it remained suspended in midair. The venomous stinger retracted, and the carefully cultivated fire poison dissipated spontaneously. It even began to tremble. The next moment, the fire sting bee plummeted to the ground, motionless, devoid of any will to move. It was utterly terrified to the core. For the fire sting bee sensed an overwhelming, terrifying presence emanating from Lin Bei, an aura that crushed it utterly on a primal level. How could such a diminutive insect ever compare to a Dragon Clan member? It was destined to be annihilated without a trace. Observing the state of the fire sting bee, Li Kai was left bewildered. Because of her successful taming, she could sense the fire sting bee's current fear, realizing it was indeed frightened. Gulping audibly, she muttered in disbelief. What is happening? Why is it so afraid? The person in front is merely an ordinary human. She genuinely could not comprehend why this was occurring. It all seemed utterly irrational. As Lin Bei began to stride forward, he approached the fire sting bee step by step. Finally, he stomped down forcefully upon the fire sting bee, halting his advance, and feigned a look of regret as he remarked, "My apologies. I accidentally stepped on a bug." Subsequently, Lin Bei lifted his foot and took a step back. All that remained visible was the flattened fire sting bee. Chapter 10, Arrival at the Forest. A small commercial circle. The fire sting bee, by nature, relied on its speed and venom to engage in combat, possessing neither remarkable physical attributes nor vitality. Moreover, this particular specimen was in its juvenile stage, and thus its physical capabilities were even weaker. Yet Lin Bei, he was a young man in robust health, and with the presence of two dragons, one from the east and one from the west, his strength and speed had been further augmented. To crush a juvenile fire sting bee beneath his foot was a perfectly ordinary occurrence. Simultaneously, the connection between Li Kai and the fire sting bee was severed. Such an occurrence typically indicated one of two possibilities. Either the fire sting bee was sealed away, unable to maintain its bond with its master, or the fire sting bee had perished. The demise is undeniable, rendering the connection impossible to sustain. Clearly, the current scenario aligns with the latter situation. It cannot be true. How could my fire sting bee possibly perish? Li Kai, in a frenzied state, dashed towards the fallen fire sting bee, her eyes veined with crimson. This was a predicament she had never anticipated, utterly divergent from her plans. Upon witnessing the lifeless form of the fire sting bee on the ground, Li Kai barely came to terms with this grievous reality. Immediately thereafter, she glared at Lin Bei with eyes filled with loathing, her fists tightly clenched, and seethed. You did this on purpose. You absolutely intended for this to happen. Why would you do such a thing? In contrast to Li Kai's fury, Lin Bei appeared remarkably composed. He spread his arms wide in a gesture of helplessness and replied, "How can you blame me? If you must assign blame, you can only fault it for being blind." This statement bore a double meaning, referencing both the fire sting bee and Li Kai herself. However, Li Kai failed to grasp this nuance and, fueled by Lin Bei's demeanor, became even more enraged, preparing to confront him physically. Just as she raised her hand, a voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Everyone, cease your current activities." regardless of any grievances amongst you. Now is not the time to settle them. Upon hearing this command, Lin Bei inhaled deeply and lowered her hand, yet still directed her ire at Lin Bei, declaring, "Just wait. This is far from over between us." Lin Bei nodded in agreement with a light chuckle, affirming, "Indeed, this is merely the beginning." For him, it was just the onset of a much larger scheme. Lin Bei's incessant provocations had begun to wear on Lin Bei's patience. He was neither a villain nor a saint. If no one sought trouble, then all would remain tranquil. However, should someone deliberately instigate conflict, Lin Bei would show no mercy. He was not a benevolent figure who would spare someone simply for their weakness, nor would he overlook a challenge simply because it came from a woman. Moreover, through experimentation with the fire sting bee, Lin Bei had successfully validated the feasibility of his plan, a scheme that would inevitably involve many. A plan that could procure him $1 million for the purchase of wings. Soon enough, tranquility enveloped the school once more, as everyone awaited the next announcement. The voice resonated again. "Shortly, I will activate the teleportation array, and students will be transported to the entrance of the monster forest." The periphery of the monster forest is designated as a safe zone, with each school occupying a segment of this area for the purpose of initial trials. Within the safe zone, numerous low-level monsters reside, allowing students to tame them within their designated school area. Capturing these monsters is also permitted. However, heed this warning, do not overstep the boundaries. Crossing out of the safe zone may lead to encounters with dangerous monsters, posing a grave threat to your safety. Venturing into another school's territory could easily incite conflict. Every student listened intently, diligently noting the crucial points. The significance of the matter left no room for negligence. Even Lin Bei, who had a clear plan in mind, took care to memorize the instructions, understanding what actions were permissible and what were not. That is all I have to say. I wish you all success in taming your pets. At the conclusion of the announcement, a blue light enveloped all the newcomers, an extraordinary force enveloping their beings. In the next moment, the blue glow dissipated and the newcomers vanished. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a vast clearing. Before them lay an endless forest, densely populated with trees. They could even spot various monsters traversing the monster forest, winged avian monsters flitting between branches, primate monsters leaping about, and terrestrial beasts scurrying across the ground, along with countless insect monsters hidden from view due to their diminutive size. Undoubtedly, the safe zone of the monster forest was akin to paradise for those recently awakened to their powers. Behind the students stood a multitude of merchants, some selling equipment, others offering materials and sundries, and still others providing potions and food. There were even merchants eager to purchase monsters and materials. A miniature marketplace had formed. This time of year presented a lucrative opportunity for merchants. Additionally, students from other schools occupied distinct areas, each separated by at least 100 meters, clearly demarcated by different colored markers extending from the outskirts to the depths of the monster forest. Once they grasped the environment, the students erupted in cheers. "Look, that's a four-armed ape. I must tame one. There are so many monsters. This place is incredible. What an opportunity. This is a tremendous chance. If we manage to tame a few monsters, we'll be off to a flying start." Amidst the crowd, Lin Bei glared at Lin Bei, her eyes brimming with animosity. She loathed him intensely at this moment. The fire sting bee she had painstakingly tamed had been so casually crushed. It was a pet she had spent hundreds of thousands to acquire. "Just you wait. I will have my revenge." Lin Bei did not perceive herself as being in the wrong. She believed she was merely acting as she ought, whether it was scorn born of jealousy or an attack fueled by rage. Meanwhile, Lin Bei surveyed the myriad monsters within the monster forest, feeling an irresistible urge to plunge into the fray. To others, these monsters were to be tamed as pets. To him, however, they represented golden opportunities. Before long, Chun Song approached the newcomers, his expression grave as he addressed them. "You will soon enter the monster forest. I hope you can assist one another to ensure that every student successfully tames a monster, rather than resorting to underhanded tactics." As the homeroom teacher, Chun Song was undoubtedly aware of the conflict between Lin Bei and Lin Bei, which prompted him to make such a statement. However, he also understood that his words would likely bear little impact. The newly awakened youth were all brimming with pride, and such admonitions often fell on deaf ears. The students present responded casually, "We got it. We got it. Let us get started already. We will definitely help one another. Don't worry, teacher." Almost all the students echoed this sentiment, their minds consumed solely with the impending task of taming pets. As for aiding strangers, that was unlikely. Except for those who had formed alliances beforehand or had established connections, cooperation among them was hardly expected. Although Lin Bei's fire sting bee had been crushed, there remained a few individuals surrounding her, just 2 fewer than before. The reason was quite simple: Lin Bei's exceptional talent. In comparison to some of her peers, her abilities could be deemed remarkable. This group of onlookers cast glances at Lin Bei in the distance, their faces etched with disdain. Initially, with the fire sting bee at her side, they believed that by aligning with Li Kai, they would significantly enhance their chances of taming pets. However, with the sudden demise of the fire sting bee, the prospect of successfully taming creatures had become considerably more daunting, and thus, their discontent towards Lin Bei grew. After all, their interests had been adversely affected. One individual stepped forward to console Li Kai, saying, "Sister Kai, do not be too disheartened. With your talent, you will undoubtedly tame more pets soon." Although the safe zone is not particularly vast, the number of magical beasts is substantial, and there will surely be plenty of venomous creatures. Another chimed in, "Indeed, that guy Lin Bei cannot compare to you. Once we enter, let us focus on finding venomous creatures first. After you have tamed one, we can seek out other magical beasts." The rationale behind allowing Li Kai to tame pets first was her superior talent and experience, making her the optimal choice. It was certainly more efficient than assisting someone lacking both experience and aptitude. As Li Kai listened to these somewhat flattering remarks, she finally diverted her gaze from Lin Bei. "All right, regardless, that fellow's talent is of no consequence. There will be ample opportunity to deal with him later." The incident with the fire sting bee was her miscalculation. It must have been due to her recent taming, as she had yet to fully master the control techniques. While they engaged in discussion, others began to form their own teams, each displaying a myriad of expressions as they mingled. Some sought companions with whom they shared a bond. Others searched for the more accomplished, and some lingered near their admired individuals. Yet, no one approached Lin Bei to form a team. In fact, they even circled around him. Even though they were all aware of Lin Bei's formidable dragon lineage, 5 minutes passed without a single person approaching him. Meanwhile, Lin Bei stood immobile, gazing intently at the distant safe zone. Within that brief span, he had thoroughly devised a plan and understood his course of action. However, before entering the safe zone, Lin Bei had one more task to accomplish. In the next moment, he turned to scan the crowd, searching for a particular figure. Unfortunately, there were too many people, making it nearly impossible to locate her. Ultimately, Lin Bei took a deep breath and called out, "Xiaolinger, I'm over here." This was a common practice. Some individuals, unable to find their companions, resorted to calling out. Before long, Wang Yuling managed to weave through the crowd and arrived at Lin Bei's side. Wiping the sweat from her brow, her voice brimmed with excitement as she exclaimed, "Brother Bei, there are just so many people. It took me ages to find you." She too felt a thrill of anticipation for the events that were about to unfold. Having one or more pets was a dream cherished by every awakened individual. The value of pets manifested in numerous ways: combat, support, and daily life. Yet, Lin Bei remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of excitement. He regarded Wang Yuling with calmness and stated, "I promised you yesterday that we would team up today, which is why I called you over." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling nodded enthusiastically, her hands clenching in excitement. "Haha, it is truly a stroke of luck to team up with Brother Bei." She was genuinely delighted at the prospect of partnering with Lin Bei, for among all present, only Wang Yuling was privy to his dragon lineage. Even if Lin Bei had not possessed a dragon, she would have unhesitatingly chosen to team up with him. After all, some things transcended the ordinary. Wang Yuling's decision to align with Lin Bei soon caught the attention of a few discerning individuals, who quickly approached them, bewildered. "Yuling, what is this? You are actually teaming up with Lin Bei? His talent may sound impressive, but it is utterly impractical. You should kick him out and join our team instead. Together, we could achieve far greater results." These individuals were all eager to partner with Wang Yuling. With her exceptional talent and striking appearance, she ranked among the most popular students. However, no matter how they extended their invitations, Wang Yuling firmly rejected them. What surprised them even more was her choice to team up with Lin Bei. After a day of rumors circulating, the entire school was aware of who Lin Bei was, a person endowed with a formidable talent, yet destined for mediocrity. A dragon was a creature that an ordinary person might never encounter in their lifetime. Faced with these veiled invitations to team up, Wang Yuling's expression darkened. She could not tolerate the insults hurled at Lin Bei. Immediately, she prepared to speak up, but before she could utter a word, Lin Bei's voice interjected, "Linger, it's about time we set off." Wang Yuling snapped back to reality, nodding in slight confusion. "But Brother Lin, her sentence trailed off as she suddenly grasped the situation. She then disregarded the surrounding individuals, standing resolutely by Lin Bei's side, awaiting their entry into the safe zone. Those who had approached her felt utterly helpless. And after a brief discussion, one of them spoke up again, "Fine, if you refuse to dismiss Lin Bei, then let us join as well. With our addition, you will undoubtedly achieve twice the result with half the effort." Another added, "Otherwise, carrying a burden alone, no matter how talented you are, will only lead to wasted potential." Upon hearing Lin Bei referred to as a burden, Wang Yuling's fists clenched tightly, her eyes flashing with fury as she struggled to endure this humiliation. Yet, she was unsure how to respond. Just then, Lin Bei's voice rang out, "Apologies, but I am the captain. I can assure you that my team does not permit burdens to join." With that, he turned and walked away. Chapter 12. Entering the Depths. The plan begins. In that instant, Wang Yuling was left in a state of shock. Those who had come to invite her were equally taken aback, not having anticipated Lin Bei's response. However, Wang Yuling quickly regained her composure and smiled brightly as she said, "Brother Bei is right. We do not need any other burdens. Having me as a burden in the team is sufficient." Following this, she hurried after Lin Bei, leaving the throng of people behind. The others, still grappling with confusion, were further astonished by Wang Yuling's words, feeling as though they had been dealt two resounding slaps. Only when Lin Bei and Wang Yuling reached the edge did they come to their senses. Staring at each other in bewilderment, their voices were laced with incredulity. "What? Did I just hear that right? That Lin Bei fellow is actually the team leader? And he dares to call us a burden? What qualifications does he have to be a captain? He is undoubtedly the most significant burden among us. Indeed, while my affinity for mosquito-type creatures may not be exceptional, it certainly surpasses his affinity for dragons. After all, mosquito-like magical beasts are frequently encountered, whereas encountering a dragon is virtually impossible." And what has gotten into Wang Yuling? Is she out of her mind? So compliant? Declaring herself a burden? Who on earth would believe that? A herbivore affinity is a burden? Only a madman would say such a thing. What on earth is going on with them? Could it be that Lin Bei is merely a pretty boy? Humph. Once we enter, I must confront them and show them who the true burden is. After all, his dragon affinity is nothing more than a useless ability. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Bei genuinely believed that they were a hindrance, a burden that would only drag the team down. As they moved farther away, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling remained oblivious to the speculations and discussions surrounding them. They were patiently awaiting the moment they could step into the safe zone. Glancing at Wang Yuling beside him, Lin Bei chuckled softly and said, "Xiaoling, you were mistaken earlier. They are the burdens. You are not." His words were not intended as mere consolation, but rather an honest expression of his thoughts. Wang Yuling was indeed not a burden. In fact, she could potentially be a valuable ally. Lin Bei had already resolved to support Wang Yuling, which was precisely why he had chosen to team up with her this time. Although his tone was casual, Wang Yuling interpreted it quite differently. She believed Lin Bei was comforting her. She felt increasingly touched by his thoughtfulness and gentleness. "Thank you, Brother Bei." Time slipped by, and before they knew it, the once chaotic atmosphere fell silent. The voices of the various school leaders echoed simultaneously. "Attention, all students. In 1 minute, you may commence your actions. Please remember, do not step beyond the boundaries of the safe zone. Otherwise, you risk losing your life. Given your current strength, you can only survive within the safe area." In the blink of an eye, a minute had passed. The students present sprang into action, each brimming with excitement as they surged toward the magical beast forest. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling were among them, but they advanced at a measured pace, moving steadily forward. The various vendors behind them observed the frenzied influx of students into the forest, unable to contain their discussions. "I hope business is better than last year. I need more students to buy the equipment I'm selling. I just want to acquire more pets. The more, the better." Recently, the Huang family has been aggressively purchasing pets. It seems they're up to something. Selling to them could be quite profitable. I heard that too. The Huang family bought a staggering 20 pets from my friend, without even negotiating a price. Shoo, don't say too much. The Huang family has sent people this year too. It seems they're here to collect pets. In less than a minute, the fastest group had already entered the magical beast forest, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they scanned the surroundings for suitable magical beasts. The magical beasts, in turn, eyed the intruders with wariness. Although they were unaware of what lay ahead, they certainly would not submit easily to taming. Before long, students equipped with various gear clashed with the weaker, novice magical beasts. The outcome was evident. In one-on-one encounters, the students were no match for the magical beasts. So the most effective strategy was to have a group of students confront a single magical beast. This was one of the benefits of teamwork. Besides defeating magical beasts for taming, there were alternative methods as well, such as mutual attraction, albeit this was relatively rare. As time progressed, more and more students entered the magical beast forest, including Li Kai and her group, who were eager to recruit Wang Yuling. They all rushed into the forest, quickly seeking their targets. Their strategy was to collaborate and help one person tame a pet first, then, after enhancing their overall strength, proceed to tame additional pets. Essentially, it was a strategy of gradual accumulation, developing in the most secure manner. Virtually all students, upon entering the magical beast forest, quickly locked onto their targets. Except for Lin Bei and Wang Yuling. The two continued on, having distanced themselves from the others by several hundred meters. As Wang Yuling followed closely behind Lin Bei, she constantly surveyed her surroundings. Along the way, she spotted several herbivorous magical beasts that met her taming criteria and were not overly aggressive. The chances of successfully taming them would be quite high. Nonetheless, Wang Yuling did not linger but remained focused on keeping pace with Lin Bei. After walking for an undetermined distance, they found themselves completely alone, with no traces of others remaining, save for the occasional appearance of magical beasts. At this moment, Lin Bei came to a halt. After scrutinizing their surroundings, he turned to Wang Yuling and said, "Xiao Linger, I will now reveal our main objectives." Wang Yuling's attention sharpened instantly, her pure, bright eyes wide with focus as she fixed her gaze on Lin Bei. She understood that what she was about to hear was of utmost importance. All right. In the next moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out once more. This time, our objectives are primarily twofold. First, we aim to assist you in taming as many pets as possible. All herbivorous magical beasts will be yours to tame. Just prepare yourself. Second, capture as many magical beasts as we can. The preliminary goal is to capture 100. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, Wang Yuling was still taken aback upon hearing Lin Bei's words. Chapter 13. Movements of the Huang family. The capture begins. Since witnessing Lin Bei this morning, Wang Yuling had been plagued by deep confusion. She could not understand why Lin Bei, who already possessed a dragon, would venture into a magical beast forest inhabited by ordinary creatures. There was no necessity for such a trip. Dragons could not possibly be found here. It was only at this moment that she began to grasp part of the truth. Brother Bei, you intend to capture magical beasts? Why is that? Are you planning to sell them? Have you heard about the Huang family? The only possibility Wang Yuling could conceive was this one. Lin Bei, showing no intention to conceal anything, lightly nodded with an indifferent expression. Indeed, the reason for capturing pets is to sell them. However, I am not yet certain to whom they will be sold. As he spoke, he paused momentarily before continuing. What is the matter with the Huang family? Why do you bring them up? The Huang family, one of the 3 prominent clans in Nanshan City, is well remembered by Lin Bei. With an immense financial backing, they wield considerable influence over the entire food market of Nanshan City, making them a colossal entity in their own right. The members of the Huang family are notoriously haughty, looking down upon others with disdain. Thus, upon hearing the mention of the Huang family, Lin Bei felt compelled to inquire further. Despite the growing curiosity within Wang Yuling, she unhesitatingly shared the recent information she had come across with Lin Bei. The Huang family is currently engaged in a massive acquisition of magical beasts. With no restrictions on their rank or species, any magical beast will suffice. They are not only purchasing from merchants, but have even extended their reach to students. Just yesterday, as I awakened my abilities, a member of the Huang family approached me, urging me to capture as many magical beasts as possible today, offering a handsome price for them. They have also sought out others from your class, such as Li Kai. The reasons behind their actions remain a mystery. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei furrowed his brow, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. A major family suddenly embarking on a widespread acquisition of magical beasts must have an underlying motive. There is undoubtedly a reason behind their actions. Although he was not privy to the specifics, the situation warranted serious attention. He committed this matter to memory, planning to deliberate on how to manage the magical beasts once he had wrapped up his current affairs. The beasts he captured would inevitably be sold. But to whom remained a question. After meticulously scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was present, Lin Bei summoned the magical beast he had stored in the system space. With a deep, resonant dragon's roar, the uniquely shaped creature floated into view, twisting its dragon head to observe its surroundings. This marked its first venture into the forest, and it was brimming with curiosity. However, it quickly redirected its attention, circling around Lin Bei. It knew that its moment to shine was imminent. Wang Yuling gazed at the dragon in awe. Despite having seen it the previous day, its presence still struck her as astonishing. A dragon, the mythical creature, rarer than diamonds. The bearer of draconic affinity, often regarded as a burden due to the scarcity of dragons. Other affinities, such as those of the Qilin and Phoenix, are similarly powerful, yet deemed useless in the absence of a matching companion. History has shown that 99% of those who awaken formidable talents ultimately meet a dismal fate. Brother Bei, why have you summoned the little dragon? You'll expose yourself. Many will set their sights on you, especially the Huang family. Wang Yuling was acutely aware of the dangers that come with possessing something valuable. If Lin Bei were exceptionally powerful, her worries might have been alleviated. However, he was merely a novice who had just awakened his abilities. How could she not be concerned? Unbeknownst to her, Lin Bei had already contemplated the very concern she voiced. Little Ling, let me pose a question. If you had not witnessed everything firsthand, would you associate the dragon with me? Would you assume it belongs to me? Wang Yuling paused, taken aback, but quickly replied, no, that would be illogical. Lin Bei nodded gently, not surprised by her response. Precisely. Even you, who are closest to me, wouldn't connect the dragon to me. What of others, then? Our task is to exploit the subjective perceptions of others. Learn this approach. Mastering the art of utilizing one's circumstances is one of the fundamental keys to survival. In truth, he was taking a gamble, albeit one with a favorable probability. There was no other choice. Lin Bei must proceed this way. To achieve his initial goals, he required the cooperation of the little dragon. Otherwise, he might not meet his expectations. He believed it was worth the risk. After all, it was merely a matter of taking some chances. With sufficient time and resources, all challenges would be surmountable. Wang Yuling, grasping the essence of his words, nodded thoughtfully. So, Brother Bei, what shall we do now? Lin Bei's voice rang out. It's quite simple. We shall wait here. The little dragon will continuously drive magical beasts toward us. You will be responsible for taming the herbivorous beasts, while I will capture the others. Without allowing Wang Yuling a moment to respond, he turned to the little dragon and commanded, Little dragon, bring forth the magical beasts within 100 meters. Do not venture too far. Even if we must reveal ourselves, it should not be at this moment. The dragon nodded vigorously, then slipped into the woods, targeting the nearby magical beasts. As it approached them, it emanated a draconic aura. After all, it was a dragon. The feeble magical beasts in the safe zone dared not resist. Some, out of sheer timidity, remained utterly still. Within less than 3 minutes, 3 small magical beasts hurriedly approached, 1 herbivore and 2 others. As the 3 beasts drew near, Lin Bei unleashed his draconic pressure. Although his draconic aura was relatively weak, it proved sufficient in this context. However, against stronger magical beasts, its effectiveness would wane. The draconic pressure surged forth, engulfing the 3 creatures. In an instant, they stood frozen, their minds seemingly turned upside down, paralyzed with indecision. With measured steps, Lin Bei retrieved a beast containment pouch from the system space and approached one of the magical beasts. Addressing Wang Yuling, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and tame that herbivorous beast while it remains disoriented. As he spoke, he successfully secured 1 magical beast within the pouch. Chapter 14. It is as simple as that. The process of capturing the magical beast into the pouch was effortless, akin to placing a head of cabbage into a shopping bag. Only then did Wang Yuling begin to process the situation, gazing at the 2 remaining magical beasts, her mind reeling with disbelief. What is happening? Is capturing magical beasts truly this simple? So easy that it requires no combat whatsoever? This is entirely contrary to what I have learned in textbooks, what has been depicted on television, and what people have spoken of. Others struggle and toil to capture or tame magical beasts, often facing significant challenges. She had witnessed many individuals endure hardships in their attempts to capture magical beasts, with some even injured by irritable creatures. Yet now, all it took was a simple approach and a gentle motion of the pouch to effortlessly capture a magical beast. It feels as though she is lost in a dream. Wang Yuling finds it difficult to accept the astonishing sight before her, completely beyond her expectations. At that moment, Lin Bei sets aside a containment bag filled with magical beasts. He then retrieves another containment bag and opens it to capture yet another magical creature. The containment bags, though modest in size, can easily fit within a backpack. Even when filled with a magical beast, their dimensions remain relatively unchanged, making them exceptionally portable. To avoid inciting any unnecessary speculation, Lin Bei deliberately slings a messenger bag over his shoulder, using it to store the containment bags. Whoosh! With a gentle breeze, the second magical beast is ensnared within the bag, leaving only a lone herbivorous creature standing in place. Casting aside the second containment bag, Lin Bei turns to Wang Yuling. Noticing her frozen posture, he furrows his brow slightly and urges her once more, shouting, "We must hurry. Otherwise, the magical beasts will revert to their normal state." Finally, prodded by his urgency, Wang Yuling shakes off her stupor, taking a deep breath while glancing at the 2 containment bags cast aside. She speaks with a tone laden with complexity. "Brother Bei, you've startled me once again." Indeed, she is taken aback, despite the fact that they both awakened their talents just yesterday. Lin Bei not only possesses a dragon as a pet, but has also captured 2 magical beasts with the ease of plucking vegetables from a garden. He has utterly surpassed everyone else. Why is it that while others have only just departed from the starting line of the beginner's path, he has already reached its conclusion? Yet, her feelings are merely those of surprise and astonishment, devoid of any jealousy or dissatisfaction. For the one achieving such incredible feats is Lin Bei, the person Wang Yuling trusts and knows best outside of her parents. Lin Bei smiles faintly, pointing at the solitary magical beast. "Go tame it. Do not forget our plan." Wang Yuling nods vigorously, summoning her courage to approach the herbivorous magical beast. For her, this is her first time encountering a magical beast up close, and her heart races with anxiety, fearing her initial attempt at taming might fail. Gulp, gulp, feeling somewhat nervous. She swallows hard and extends her hand to touch the creature, which bears a resemblance to a goat. The moment she makes contact, she channels her talent with all her might. Little lamb, be good. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to. To her astonishment, Wang Yuling discovers that she has succeeded. The entire process lasts less than 3 seconds. The iron-hoofed sheep offers no resistance, behaving as if it were a mere puppet. She exclaims, how can this be? Taming a magical beast? Is this simple? Stunned, Wang Yuling is once again bewildered, questioning her understanding of the past years. She had scarcely begun to activate her talent, yet she has already achieved success. It feels as though every impossibility has transformed into possibility. However, Wang Yuling does not attribute this miraculous occurrence to herself. She is not naive. Quickly, she turns her gaze toward Lin Bei and asserts, Brother Bei, it must be because of you, right? Otherwise, I could not have tamed it so effortlessly. Without needing a response, she is already certain of this fact. Lin Bei, having nothing else to occupy his time, explains indeed. The magical beasts within the safe zone are relatively weak, incapable of withstanding the aura emanating from the dragon, and instead, they experience an overwhelming fear from the depths of their souls. In such a state of extreme terror and panic, their reactions may include failing to resist and losing rational thought. These are all entirely normal responses. A dragon, an existence of supreme authority. Even the weakest dragon possesses a bloodline that transcends all other magical beasts. Now enlightened, Wang Yuling comprehends the situation fully. Moreover, having successfully tamed the iron-hoofed sheep, she establishes a remarkable connection with it, enabling her to distinctly sense its current state. Naturally, she perceives the profound fear residing within the creature's heart and soul, a fear far greater than a shrimp facing an orca. It is as if it transcends countless species. Even she feels an overwhelming sense of weakness. Her legs grow unsteady. Only when the oppressive aura of the dragon dissipates do Wang Yuling and the iron-hoofed sheep return to a semblance of normalcy. Phew! She greedily inhales the fresh air, noticing beads of sweat glistening on her fair forehead. She wipes her brow and brushes aside some of her hair. A dragon. Is this truly what a dragon is like? Its strength is truly formidable. The pressure emanating from even the weakest dragon is astonishingly powerful. If it were to grow stronger, to what heights might it ascend? With such a dragon companion at his side, Brother Bei is destined to stand above countless others in the future. This realization fills Wang Yuling's heart with unwavering certainty. However, she remains oblivious to the fact that Lin Bei currently possesses 2 dragons, 2 entirely different dragons, no less. Had she known this, she would undoubtedly be astounded for an entire year. At that moment, a new group of magical beasts is driven forth, 5 in total, including 2 herbivorous ones. A flicker of joy passes through Lin Bei's eyes as he addresses the dazed Wang Yuling. Don't dawdle. Prepare yourself. We must act swiftly. Chapter 15. In less than an hour, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling find themselves once again engulfed in busyness. While it may be termed as busy work, it is by no means difficult. They accomplish their tasks with remarkable ease. Whether 5 magical beasts or 10 arrive, they manage to handle them swiftly. Those that need to be captured are placed into the containment bags, and those that require taming are tamed by Wang Yuling. As time progresses, their harvest grows increasingly bountiful. The 100 magical beast containment bags Lin Bei brought have now been filled to 1/3 capacity, successfully capturing 33 low-level magical beasts. Even if each beast is worth a mere 100,000, they have already amassed over 3 million. The gap toward acquiring the required wings is narrowing. Once they obtain the wings, they can proceed to merge them with the Western Dragon. Moreover, judging by the Huang family's current capabilities, a single magical beast is certainly worth more than 100,000. Indeed, the plan is progressing smoothly. They will first fill all 100 containment bags, then seek out merchants outside for trade. Since there are ready merchants outside for trading, what reason is there to miss out? Only by engaging in reasonable transactions can one maximize their own interests. However, Lin Bei would not foolishly trade all his magical beasts. The premise of trading is to ensure one's own safety. Otherwise, everything is meaningless. At this moment, the number of magical beasts tamed by Wang Yuling has already reached double digits. This was a situation she had never anticipated. As she gazed at the herbivorous beasts moving slowly around her, Wang Yuling felt as though she were living in a dream. 10 already? This is far too easy. It is completely different from what I had imagined. Initially, she had set a goal for herself, to tame at least 1 magical beast, no matter what. Yet now, less than an hour after entering the magical beast forest, she has already exceeded her target. It feels like divine assistance. Who would believe me if I said this? Gently stroking the head of an iron-hoofed sheep, Wang Yuling exclaimed with great astonishment. Those fools said Brother Bei is a burden, it truly makes one laugh out loud. If someone capable of achieving such feats is considered a burden, then what does that make everyone else? Less than a burden. Humph. A few minutes later, another wave of magical beasts arrived, and the two naturally sprang into action once more. Meanwhile, the others were exerting themselves as well. After a period of intense combat, Lin Bei and her companions, laden with various equipment, finally defeated a decayed wood-poison spider. Despite their victory, they paid a heavy price for it. At least 2 students were wounded and poisoned, with the affected areas appearing withered, resembling decaying wood. The venom continued to spread at a slow pace. When the poison coursed through their entire bodies, the afflicted would meet their demise. The 2 poisoned students sat on the ground, their expressions filled with pain, urgently urging Lin Bei, who cradled the decayed wood-poison spider in her hands. "Sister Kai, you must tame it quickly, otherwise, we are finished. If you succeed in taming this poison spider, you'll know how to counteract the poison, and we will be saved. It hurts. It truly hurts. It feels as though countless spiders are crawling within me." The others, luckier and not poisoned, felt a complex mix of emotions, fear, dread, and panic coexisting within them. How terrifying. Magical beasts are indeed frightening. Even the weakest of magical beasts are beyond our capabilities to contend with. Yes, at least until we tame a magical beast. We lack the strength to challenge one in a one-on-one duel. Defeating a magical beast and taming it is an exceedingly arduous task without our numbers. We would never have been able to defeat this spider. Thankfully, we are many. Before experiencing the terror of magical beasts, they were eager to tame them. Now, their thoughts have transformed. Surviving takes precedence over taming magical beasts. Even Lin Bei, the most gifted among them, wore an equally grim expression. This was her first battle against a magical beast. Taming a beast purchased from a merchant is an entirely different concept. After considerable effort, Lin Bei finally managed to regain her composure. She quickly reassured everyone. "Everyone, please remain calm. I will begin taming this poison spider. Once I succeed, everything will become much smoother. The current difficulty is because we are still ordinary people." In the next moment, Lin Bei attempted to tame the decayed wood-poison spider in her hands, which had been defeated and no longer resisted. Having previously tamed a magical beast, she knew what to do. In an instant, Lin Bei summoned her innate power to its utmost, guiding an abundance of energy towards the decayed wood-poison spider, striving to establish a connection between them. To tame a magical beast as a pet, a bond must be forged between both parties. Only after establishing this connection can communication commence. 3 minutes swiftly passed, yet she still had not forged a connection with the decayed wood-poison spider. The energies seemed to sink into the depths of the ocean, receiving no response whatsoever. Lin Bei felt a pang of anxiety creeping in, her heart gradually becoming fraught with tension. "Hurry, respond to me. Why won't you respond? I previously tamed a stinger fire bee." In her incessant murmurs. Another 10 minutes slipped by. Finally, after a protracted 13 minutes of stalemate, the connection between Lin Bei and the decayed wood-poison spider was successfully established. She could now sense the spider's state. Yet, this was merely the establishment of a connection. The subsequent taming was the most crucial part. Ignoring the sweat pouring down her brow, Lin Bei continued to channel her power, attempting to compel the decayed wood-poison spider to submit. Generally, taming a magical beast as a pet involves 3 stages. The first stage requires physically subduing the beast, capturing or defeating it, ensuring it poses no resistance. The second stage is establishing a connection. Only once this is achieved can taming commence. Typically, magical beasts resist this, making it challenging, and one's affinity talent plays a significant role here. The third stage is the act of taming itself, employing various methods such as coercion or negotiation. Phew. After roughly another 20 minutes, Lin Bei finally exhaled a long breath. She then excitedly declared to those around her, "I did it. I successfully tamed the decayed wood-poison spider. It only took me less than an hour this time. Everything went remarkably smoothly." Chapter 16. Lin Bei's inflated ego. For someone who has just awakened their talent, spending less than an hour from establishing a connection to taming a magical beast is indeed an impressive feat. Taming a magical beast into a pet has historically never been an easy task. However, exceptions exist for those with extraordinary talents or in special circumstances. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, those around her expressed their envy. "Sister Kai is incredible. To tame a magical beast so quickly, truly remarkable, far faster than anyone else. No wonder Sister Kai is superior to the rest of us. She is probably the strongest in our class. Sister Kai is awesome. Sister Kai is mighty. Sister Kai is magnificent. That Lin Bei is truly something else, daring to offend Sister Kai? He is practically courting death. What if his talent is impressive? The ability to tame magical beasts is what truly matters. Indeed, I sense there is something off about him. Daring to trample on Sister Kai's pet? He is asking for trouble. and no one can save him. Listening to these praises, Lin Bei's vanity was greatly satisfied. She was that kind of person, overflowing with vanity. Otherwise, she wouldn't hold a grudge against Lin Bei, deriving amusement from mocking him. Vanity can be more perilous than poison, capable of driving a normal person to take risks and commit a series of horrifying acts. First, let us administer the antidote to the two of them, and then we shall continue our search for suitable magical beasts. Now that I have the assistance of a pet, vanquishing other magical creatures will become a trivial endeavor. I am determined to ensure that everyone tames a pet, so they can feast alongside me. Naturally, the others have no objections. For the reason they follow Lin Bei and allow her to tame the magical beasts first is to reap corresponding benefits. Moreover, Lin Bei's speed in taming has not disappointed them. Within less than an hour, she succeeded, earning her the title of exceptional. 10 minutes later, Lin Bei and her companions took action once more. As she wandered within the safe zone, she surveyed her surroundings, yet she did not see the person she sought. Humph. That useless Lin Bei is not around. It seems I cannot exact my revenge on the wasps for now. Very well, I shall spare him for the time being. After all, I will encounter him sooner or later, and he is unlikely to tame a pet. I might as well take this opportunity to familiarize myself with the decayed wood poison spider to prevent any unforeseen incidents later on. Lin Bei does not intend to overlook Lin Bei. Even though she perceives him as a worthless individual, her vanity and hatred compel her to pursue him relentlessly. Meanwhile, Lin Bei has filled all 100 magical beast containment bags to the brim. This signifies that he has captured precisely 100 low-level magical beasts. He can undoubtedly acquire the desired wings. Wang Yuling has also seen considerable success, having tamed an impressive 30 pets. While 30 may not seem like a vast number, compared to others, it is a staggering figure. It is essential to understand that taming a single magical beast requires tremendous effort from others. Yet for her, it merely necessitates the exertion of her power and a simple establishment of connection. One could say it is tenfold or even 100-fold easier. At this moment, Wang Yuling has become somewhat numb, no longer surprised by her multitude of magical beasts. To her, it feels mechanical, as she merely repeats the same action over and over. Goodness, if this continues, how many magical beasts will I tame today? It is entirely possible to surpass 100. Taming 100 magical beasts on the second day after awakening is an unprecedented feat. Even individuals with formidable talents and backgrounds cannot accomplish such a thing in a single day. The Dragon Clan's oppressive aura is an exceptionally unique ability, capable of intimidating all magical creatures. Even if someone were to tame a dragon, obtaining the ability of the Dragon Clan's pressure would be exceedingly rare. Furthermore, those who can tame dragons would never stoop to taming these lowly magical beasts. In truth, Wang Yuling's smooth success is attributable not only to Lin Bei and Yi's Dragon Clan pressure, but also to her own remarkable talent. The power of her herbivorous affinity talent is indisputable. The sheer number of magical beasts she can establish a connection with is overwhelming, which is why she has managed to tame as many as 30 beasts. If another affinity talent had been employed, the efficiency would have plummeted significantly. Observing the filled containment bags, Lin Bei decided it was time to take action. Halt for a moment. We cannot continue capturing magical beasts now. He instructed her to stop since the number of magical creatures nearby had dwindled, and continuing would reduce efficiency significantly. Originally prepared to continue driving away the magical beasts, complied with a nod, her round dragon eyes gazing at her master, still eager for more. As a young dragon, playfulness is part of her nature. Driving away weaker magical beasts is an entertaining game for EE. Not only is it enjoyable, but it also allows her to contribute to her master, which is why she relishes it so. Lin Bei surveyed his surroundings. Despite over an hour passing, no one had ventured deeper into the forest. However, this situation would not persist indefinitely. Other students would eventually arrive. It is merely a matter of time. Therefore, he must seize the last moments available. Once the other students arrive, their actions would undoubtedly be hampered. Soon, he devised a strategy and spoke again. I must leave for a while and will return shortly. Continue driving away the magical beasts and choose your own range. Just ensure you remain undetected. Drive as many magical beasts as possible to the edge of the safe zone, and remember to use the Dragon Clan pressure to intimidate them. Xiaolinger, make the most of your time and select magical beasts to tame. Do not overthink it, simply tame them. Now, hurry and leave this place. Wang Yuling and exchanged no further words and hesitated not, swiftly delving deeper into the forest. Only when they were out of sight did Lin Bei make his next move. He stored all the magical beast containment bags into the system space. Then, he strode directly toward the entrance of the magical beast forest. Lin Bei advanced with remarkable speed, soon reaching the forest's front half, where he encountered several students battling magical beasts. He did not linger and continued onward. Within 5 minutes, he arrived at the entrance to the safe zone. Though he encountered many students along the way, none were familiar faces, allowing for a smooth passage. As Lin Bei stepped out of the safe zone, the merchants outside instantly turned their gazes toward him. Chapter 17. The Stunned Merchants. From the moment the students entered the forest, Lin Bei was the first to return. Therefore, the merchants collectively focused their attention on him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Simultaneously, they speculated about Lin Bei's intentions, uncertain of his purpose. 3 merchants, who shared a closer rapport, even placed bets on it. This fellow seems somewhat unfamiliar. He is not within my investigative scope, so his talent should be mediocre. I do have a vague recollection. He appears to be the one who teamed up with that girl who awakened the herbivorous affinity talent. Perhaps he was kicked out of her team? So now he has come back. I remember now. He is the student who awakened the Dragon Clan affinity talent. Oh, so it is him. Shall we place bets for some amusement? I wager a beast spirit pill that he has come to purchase equipment. I also wager a beast spirit pill, betting he is here to buy pets. How am I supposed to place a bet now? Should I wager that he is here to sell magical beasts? That would only force me to incur losses. The Dragon Clan affinity talent, merely a useless talent. I shall wager a beast spirit pill, betting he has chosen to give up. The merchants present, having conducted some investigation, had a preliminary understanding of the awakened talents among the students, recognizing those with outstanding talents, such as Wang Yuling and Li Kai. They were also aware that Lin Bei possessed a remarkably strong talent, yet it was deemed ineffective. No one held any optimism for Lin Bei. Unfazed by the merchants' discussions, Lin Bei continued to advance with an expression of calm indifference. Half a minute later, he arrived right in front of the merchants who had just opened their stalls. After a brief moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What is the price of magical beasts here?" In the next instant, the 3 merchants exchanged glances, and the plumper one among them wore a smug expression as he responded with a hint of boastfulness. "It seems I have triumphed. You too remember to hand over the beast spirit pills to me." The other 2 merchants displayed expressions of disappointment and resignation, feeling a sense of loss at having to part with a beast spirit pill. Although the value of the beast spirit pill was not exceedingly high, it was certainly not a trifling item. The lowest quality ones were priced above 30,000, enough to sustain a family of 3 for a month in comfort. The 2 merchants shook their heads and retrieved the pills from their spatial rings, handing them over before hastily responding to Lin Bei's question. Typically, the price of pets starts at over 200,000. As for the exact price, it depends on the pet itself. However, even the most inferior ones will not be less than 200,000. Young man, are you looking to purchase a pet? Lin Bei first nodded gently, then slowly shook his head. He then spoke, "The price is acceptable, within my range. However, I am not here to buy a pet. Rather, I am here to sell one." In an instant, the 3 merchants were left dumbfounded, instinctively exchanging glances once more, each seeing astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. They found it hard to believe, given their awareness of Lin Bei's talents, as it was unlikely that others would dare to make such a claim. Zhao Qi, having received 2 beast spirit pills, blurted out in disbelief, "What? You inquired about the price of magical beasts to sell a pet? Not to buy one." He sought confirmation once more, fearing it was merely a jest. In truth, Zhao Qi was particularly hopeful that Lin Bei had misspoken. That way, he could both obtain the 2 beast spirit pills and also secure a decent profit. Yet, the moment his words fell, Lin Bei's voice followed closely. "Indeed. I am here to sell pets. Will you accept them or not? If not, I shall seek out other merchants." Lin Bei approached these merchants due to their proximity. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to inquire individually about prices. Furthermore, since they all conducted business in the same area, the price differences would likely be minimal. Sensing a hint of impatience in Lin Bei's tone, Zhao Qi took a deep breath and stated, "I will buy whatever you have. I shall take. However, the price will certainly be lower than what we sell for. Generally, I would offer 20% less. For a pet priced at 200,000, I would purchase it for 160,000. How does that sound? If agreeable, we can commence the transaction." Lin Bei casually calculated in his mind and decided to proceed with the deal on the spot. After all, he was not aiming to sell all 100 pets. Rather, he deemed a slight loss in exchange for greater future benefits worthwhile. All right, a 20% reduction it is. Upon finishing his words, he reached into his backpack, feigning to rummage through its contents. In reality, he opened the system space and retrieved 20 magical beast containment bags. This act was merely a ruse to mislead the onlookers. "I have 20 pets for sale. As for the specific price, I trust you have an idea in mind." Lin Bei handed the 20 magical beast containment bags to Zhao Qi, gesturing for him to open them and see the beasts contained within. Although Zhao Qi's face was filled with shock and confusion, he instinctively opened the magical beast containment bag, peering inside with curiosity. However, Upon seeing the first magical beast within the bag, he could not contain his exclamation. Bloodthirsty wolf? It's actually a bloodthirsty wolf. How on earth did you catch it? Bloodthirsty wolves are renowned for their speed and ferocity. The other two merchants also leaned in, unable to believe their eyes as they gazed into the magical beast containment bag. In the next moment, two astonished voices erupted. No way, it's really a bloodthirsty wolf. Incredible. I can't believe he managed to catch a bloodthirsty wolf. Even some intermediate beast tamers struggle to capture them. How did he achieve this? The price of a bloodthirsty wolf starts at a minimum of 400,000, and even the acquisition price would be 32,000. They were all utterly taken aback. Having participated in this trade for nearly a decade, they had never witnessed anyone capturing or taming a bloodthirsty wolf. Moreover, many students had been injured by bloodthirsty wolves, ultimately forced to retreat for recuperation. The creature's attack power might not be the strongest, but its tenacious nature ranked among the most formidable within the safety zone. This was a universally acknowledged fact among the merchants present. Yet, at this moment, it felt as if some law had been shattered. Gulp. Zhao Qi and the others swallowed hard and hurriedly opened the second magical beast containment bag. Unsurprisingly, it also contained a magical beast. Chapter 18. I invest in the person behind him. Zhao Qi gasped once more, Night-Eye King Snake. While not as formidable as the bloodthirsty wolf, it is still quite powerful. Newly awakened students should find it quite challenging to deal with. The breathing of the other two merchants grew heavy, and they lowered their voices, urging, quick, let us see the other magical beast containment bags. Could it be that all 20 of them contain magical beasts? No, that is impossible. It's only been less than 2 hours since we started. Suppressing the astonishment within, Zhao Qi opened the third magical beast containment bag. To no one's surprise, it too contained a magical beast. Then came the fourth, fifth, and sixth. 1 minute later, all 20 magical beast containment bags had been opened. Without exception, each bag contained a magical beast. Some were exceedingly troublesome, while others were relatively easy to handle. Astonishingly, there were indeed 20 magical beasts within the 20 bags. Inconceivable. Truly inconceivable. This had never been seen before. If it weren't for experiencing it firsthand, Zhao Qi and the others would have never believed such a phenomenon. The sheer magnitude of it was too overwhelming. Even these seasoned merchants found it difficult to accept. If it had taken a day to catch 20 magical beasts, that might have been somewhat plausible. However, it had only taken a maximum of 2 hours. Discounting the time spent traveling back and forth, it was only a little over an hour. To have captured 20 magical beasts in just over an hour, Zhao Qi and the others could scarcely bear to contemplate further. Yet, only a few were privy to this knowledge. Only Zhao Qi and the other two, who had experienced everything, were aware. They were not foolish enough to disclose this information, not out of concern for Lin Bei, but rather out of self-interest. After all, every magical beast they acquired would yield a 20% profit, even if each beast were to be processed at the price of 200,000. A profit of 40,000 could still be reaped for each one. 20 would amount to 800,000. 800,000. This is certainly not a trifling sum. Moreover, with over 10 hours remaining, the possibility of earning even more is entirely feasible. What is more, the profits cannot be limited to merely 800,000. A merchant always seeks profit. With a broad smile, Zhao Qi confidently declared, rest assured, young brother, I shall provide you with the most suitable price. You will not suffer any loss. As he spoke, he was also calculating the figures within his mind. Meanwhile, Lin Bei stood quietly to the side, patiently awaiting Zhao Qi's final price assessment. He had a rough estimate, knowing that these 20 magical beasts could undoubtedly fetch several million. Approximately a minute later, Zhao Qi's voice resonated once more. The combined price for these 20 entirely distinct magical beasts is approximately 4,119,000. The cost for 20 magical beast containment bags will be calculated at my cost price of 5,000 each, totaling exactly 100,000. Hence, the final price is 4,290,000. What do you think? This is undoubtedly a fair price. Seeking other buyers would yield even lower offers. The price of 4,290,000 was within Lin Bei's acceptable range. However, he had no intention of taking the money. After all, the very reason for initially deciding to sell a wave of magical beasts was to acquire greater benefits. Very well, 4,290,000 it is. But I wish to use this amount to engage in another transaction with you. Zhao Qi, intrigued, promptly inquired, what kind of transaction? Speak. In the next moment, Lin Bei pointed towards the magical beast containment bags, his tone remaining remarkably calm. I would like to exchange a portion for a low-tier spatial ring. The remaining funds should all be converted into magical beast containment bags. Is this transaction acceptable? Instantly, Zhao Qi and the two other merchants were taken aback. They had encountered peculiar business dealings before, but nothing quite like this. To spend 4 million at once on magical beast containment bags? Goodness. Is this person here to stock up? The three exchanged bewildered glances and quietly deliberated. After a considerable while, they finally reached a decision. Accepted. I shall forego any profit from you. For 1,290,000, correct? I will provide you with 858 magical beast containment bags. Fortunately, my business specializes in producing these bags. Otherwise, I could not possibly supply such a quantity. Even if others could, they would not sell them to you at such a low price. As for the spatial ring, consider it a personal gift from me. Additionally, I will also gift you 2 beast spirit pills. I only hope we can continue our business dealings in the future. At that moment, Zhao Qi swiftly packed the 858 magical beast containment bags into a spatial ring and tossed it towards Lin Bei, along with the 2 beast spirit pills he had just acquired. Lin Bei extended his hand to receive the spatial ring and the 2 pills, regarding Zhao Qi with a gaze that was markedly different from before. Such generosity, clearly at a loss, was indeed beyond his expectations. After a profound glance at Zhao Qi, Lin Bei gently nodded, "Rest assured, I shall remember." With that, he donned the ring and turned to depart. It was only when Lin Bei's figure was no longer visible that the other 2 merchants, filled with curiosity, questioned Zhao Qi, "You truly suffered a significant loss. Not only did you sell over 800 magical beast containment bags at cost price, but you also gave away a spatial ring and 2 beast spirit pills for free. When totaled, the loss must be at least 300,000. Was it worth it?" As Zhao Qi collected the 20 magical beast containment bags, a smile gradually emerged on his face. "Indeed it is worth it. Why wouldn't it be? And how can this be termed a loss? It should be regarded as an investment. As long as he is satisfied with my service, there is a high probability he will return for future transactions. The profits to be gained then would be far greater. A person capable of selling 20 pets now is bound to sell even more in the future." The 2 merchants suddenly realized, comprehending Zhao Qi's intentions. They sighed in regret, lamenting their missed opportunity. It was perplexing. How had he managed to capture so many magical beasts? Given his talent, it seemed utterly unrealistic. Zhao Qi then spoke again. "I wonder if you noticed that among the pets he sold earlier, none were herbivorous. The girl he partnered with earlier must be a genius who awakened the herbivore affinity talent. When pieced together, the truth becomes crystal clear, doesn't it?" Though he did not articulate it fully, the 2 quickly grasped the implication. So it was her. The pets were captured by that talented girl. He was merely her errand boy. Chapter 19. Attracting the attention of the Huang family. The reason for such a misunderstanding is quite simple. The information obtained by Zhao Qi and the 2 merchants regarding Lin Bei was particularly sparse. It merely noted that he was an awakened individual with dragon affinity talent, of a less affluent background, and that his usual performance and strength were rather average. Considering these points, there seemed to be no possibility of him taming dragons. Moreover, for over a century, there had been no news related to dragons in Nanshan City or its surrounding areas. Hence, they arrived at such conclusions. In truth, they were not entirely mistaken. Without the system, Lin Bei would indeed be incapable of taming dragons. As Zhao Qi pondered this, he continued conversing with the 2 merchants. Although this young man's talent may be somewhat lacking, as long as he maintains a good relationship with that girl, his future achievements may not necessarily be inferior to others. Furthermore, their bond seems to extend beyond mere classmates. Otherwise, this situation would not have arisen. It is precisely for this reason that I chose to gift him the spatial ring and the beast spirit pills. On the surface, it appears to be a gift to him, but the true intent is to extend a gift to that girl who awakened the herbivore affinity talent. At present, he is quite pleased with himself, believing he has made a very wise decision, a choice that could yield profits in the millions, even billions. The other 2 merchants, as they listened, grew increasingly convinced, their feelings of envy and jealousy intensifying. Brother Zhao is truly astute, and his boldness is remarkable. To invest hundreds of thousands in pursuit of boundless profits. We are truly in awe. We hope Brother Zhao will take care of us in the future. Initially, the 2 were somewhat perplexed by Zhao Qi's actions, but after understanding the deeper reasons behind them, their perspectives underwent a significant transformation. They could only lament their sluggish actions, regretting not seizing the opportunity. Zhao Qi was fully aware of their thoughts. He raised his hand and patted the shoulders of the 2 individuals, laughing heartily as he spoke. "There is no need for you both to feel disheartened. I, Zhao Qi, am not a selfish man, and naturally, I will consider your interests as well. Among the items I received earlier, those 2 beast spirit pills belong to you." At that moment, as Zhao Qi's words hung in the air, the despondency that had clouded the faces of the 2 merchants vanished instantaneously, replaced by a palpable excitement. Were there not so many people present, they might have even danced with joy. In other words, the awakener with an affinity for herbivores might also attend to our business. Ahaha, thank you. Brother Zhao Qi, it is indeed a tremendous blessing to befriend someone as powerful as you. Clearly, the trio had concluded that it was Wang Yuling who had captured those 20 pets. Just then, as the three reveled in their fortune, a group of individuals swiftly approached. They were members of the Huang family, tasked with acquiring magical beasts in this area. Leading the group, Huang Feilong scrutinized Zhao Qi for a considerable time before furrowing his brow and inquiring, "What did that student sell to you? Speak honestly." "I am a member of the Huang family. Ever since he had arrived, he had been waiting for students to sell magical beasts. The Huang family was in urgent need of them and was willing to pay a hefty price. Yet, he had seen no one. After finally spotting a student emerging, the student had turned and conducted a transaction with someone else, seemingly involving magical beasts, which left Huang Feilong feeling quite displeased. Hadn't the Huang family deliberately leaked news of their acquisition of magical beasts? How could an ignorant student dare to disregard the Huang family's demands and conduct business with others? Was this not a blatant disregard for the Huang family? Although Zhao Qi was relatively affluent, he lacked the means to confront the Huang family and promptly replied, "He sold us magical beasts." Huang Feilong was not particularly surprised by this and continued to ask, "Indeed, how many? Would you consider selling them all to the Huang family?" In the next instant, Zhao Qi answered truthfully, "The quantity is 20. Instantly, Huang Feilong was taken aback. His breath hitched and his eyes widened uncontrollably. "What? 20? Are you jesting with me?" Zhao Qi, with resignation, retrieved the 20 magical beast containment bags and reluctantly opened one. "Why would I dare jest with the Huang family? It is indeed true. He really sold me 20 magical beasts." Gulp, gulp. After inspecting the magical beast containment bags thoroughly, Huang Feilong could not help but swallow hard several times. Yet, even after swallowing twice, the dryness and heat in his throat remained unabated, as if flames had been ignited within. "You three, come with me. I need you to recount the details of this matter." Huang Feilong could hardly fathom the situation. One student had actually sold a full 20 pets? This left him incredulous, yet it also sparked some rather peculiar thoughts. Such a talent, if brought into the Huang family, would undoubtedly bolster their strength. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling were unaware that their single transaction had attracted the attention of the Huang family. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was hastening through the magical beast forest, oblivious to the events unfolding outside its borders. His sole focus was to delve deeper into the safe zone and tame as many magical beasts as possible within the remaining time. Yet, fate often intervenes unexpectedly. Just as Lin Bei had traversed half the journey, he spotted several familiar silhouettes ahead. It was none other than Li Kai and her group. Besides Li Kai's entourage, there were many others present. Not only was the area he occupied bustling with people, but the adjacent safe zones were also teeming with individuals. His brow furrowed slightly, not due to the sight of Li Kai's group, but rather because of the overwhelming number of people surrounding him. This was the epicenter of the safe zone. The distance between the entrance and the endpoint was quite short, with so many individuals already gathered. It would not be long before they reached the depths of the safe zone, jeopardizing Lin Bei's plans. No, this situation must be averted. Reality seldom unfolds as planned. Given the multitude of uncertainties involved, after standing in contemplation for half a minute, Lin Bei devised a particularly audacious plan. If executed, the magical beast forest would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Chapter 20. A Dragon. There's a dragon. Lin Bei took a deep breath, his expression solidifying with determination. Instinctively clenching his fists, he whispered in a voice audible only to himself, "Let us take a chance. Otherwise, we shall incur great losses. Fortune favors the bold." If these individuals reached the depths of the safe zone, the endeavor of driving away the magical beasts would surely be exposed. At that point, capturing and taming magical beasts would be impossible. Efficiency would plummet significantly. Thus, Lin Bei resolved to employ the method he had conceived, fully aware of the potential repercussions. In the next moment, he asked the system, "Can the Western Dragon be summoned to appear in another location?" The system responded promptly, "Affirmative, but only within a radius of 1,000 meters. No exceeding the limit." Upon receiving the system's confirmation, Lin Bei exhaled a sigh of relief. That is excellent. Indeed, he planned to unleash the Western Dragon to divert the attention of others. Only by drawing the focus of those in the magical beast forest elsewhere could he ensure that his actions in the depths of the safe zone went unnoticed. Given that circumstances had changed, so too must the plan. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei fixed his gaze upon an unoccupied area. It had to be devoid of people. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of a dragon would be utterly nonsensical. The instant he selected the area, he instructed the system, "There, over there." The moment his words fell, the Western Dragon vanished from the system's space, reappearing high above the designated area, shrouded by the dense canopy of trees, rendering it invisible from afar. Whoosh, whoosh. The Western Dragon flapped its wings, soaring through the air, its eyes fixed intently on its master. Upon being summoned, it understood its mission. At that very moment, a male student who had chosen to follow Li Kai inadvertently glanced back and spotted Lin Bei. Observing Lin Bei once again taking steps forward, a smirk of schadenfreude crept across his face. Color sister, look behind you, it's Lin Bei. We've finally found him. Upon hearing this, Li Kai immediately turned around. Her gaze filled with resentment as she directed it towards Lin Bei, almost as if she wished to devour him whole. The others shared her sentiment. Each of them fixated on Lin Bei, their expressions a tapestry of scorn, amusement, and pity. With a resolute stride, Li Kai stepped out from the crowd, raising a finger to point at Lin Bei, exclaiming, seeing us in front, you still dare to follow us? Lin Bei, you possess quite the audacity. Now, I shall teach you a lesson and avenge my fire bee. Despite being under the scrutiny of many, Lin Bei remained unfazed, neither anxious nor fearful. However, he couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation and helplessness. Want to teach me a lesson? Go ahead, feel free to try. Though the situation was somewhat urgent, he still had time to deal with minor matters. His slightly arrogant demeanor further incited Li Kai's wrath. In the next moment, she placed the decayed wood poison spider in her palm and, with a malevolent tone, commanded, ensnare him with your web. Inject him with poison to make him experience pain. But do not kill him. Despite their considerable enmity, she hesitated to deliver a fatal blow, not out of compassion, but simply from fear. After all, with so many witnesses around, a lethal act would only invite retribution. Due to the absence of the dragon's oppressive presence, the decayed wood poison spider was unafraid of Lin Bei, immediately spewing out a web laced with venom towards him. If ensnared, he would lose the ability to move. Yet, Lin Bei was not one to remain passive. He swiftly sidestepped a few steps, evading the web's reach. Thankfully, having tamed 2 dragons the previous day, he was able to dodge effectively. The decayed wood poison spider was taken aback, not anticipating that Lin Bei would manage to evade its attack. However, it quickly resumed its assault, launching a barrage of webs. In a mere 3 seconds, it had unleashed 3 webs, each approximately 2 meters in size and interconnected, making evasion considerably challenging. As it leaped from Li Kai's hand, it approached Lin Bei while continuing to spray webs, each coated with a hint of venom. Faced with the onslaught of webs, Lin Bei had no choice but to evade. Each time he dodged, his expression grew colder. Not a shred of mercy, is there? Then neither shall I show any. Lin Bei considered himself neither a saint nor a villain. He wouldn't harm others without reason, yet he would not hold back against enemies. The situation was abundantly clear. Li Kai was undoubtedly an adversary. Therefore, he would act without restraint, doing what needed to be done. Watching Lin Bei's frantic dodging, Li Kai was elated. She stood proudly at a distance, her voice dripping with mockery as she called out, I truly wonder where you draw your confidence from to be so arrogant. You clearly possess no means of retaliation. The previous encounter with the fire bee was merely due to my inexperience. But now it's different. I have gained practical experience with the decayed wood poison spider, and controlling it is effortless. As Lin Bei narrowly avoided another web, he positioned himself in a relatively safe area and cast his gaze towards the direction of the western dragon. With a voice laced with coldness and fury, he whispered, move. In an instant, the western dragon, fueled by rage, unfurled its massive wings and took flight, weaving through the trees with astonishing speed. The gusts generated by its wings uprooted countless leaves, sending them cascading through the forest. Onlookers were drawn to the commotion, instinctively turning their heads. What they beheld was the western dragon, exerting itself to the fullest as it flapped its wings. Within mere moments, those who witnessed the dragon recognized its identity. A dragon. Is it really a dragon? I can't believe my eyes. Though these individuals had never seen a dragon before, they knew of their existence. For legends of dragons permeated the world. As the uncontrolled gasps echoed, more and more people caught sight of the western dragon, soaring swiftly through the magical beast forest. They could not suppress their astonishment, their nostrils flaring, their eyes widening in shock, even showing veins of red from sheer terror. They were overwhelmed, unable to accept the reality before them. Some students, burdened by an overwhelming sense of pressure, instinctively exclaimed, a dragon. The legendary dragon. I can't believe I'm seeing a dragon. Oh my heavens. To witness a dragon with my own eyes, I must have exhausted my luck for the year. Indeed, dragons were as awe-inspiring and mysterious as the tales described. Just a glimpse was enough to render them breathless, an overwhelming fear engulfing them. Their hearts were a maelstrom of emotions, fear mingled with admiration, relief intertwined with the desire to flee. Dragons, by their very nature, were wondrous beings. To the average person, dragons existed only in legend, a phenomenon one might never encounter in a lifetime. Descriptions and records of dragons abound, detailing their races, behaviors, and characteristics. Eastern dragons, Western dragons, skeletal dragons, and more, passed down through the ages. Throughout history, dragons have appeared, and a select few have even managed to tame them. Thus, humanity possesses at least a modicum of understanding regarding these magnificent creatures. Not only were the humans entranced, but the magical beasts around them were equally affected. Compared to humans, the beasts felt the terror more acutely. They could sense the formidable aura emanating from the Western Dragon, a power that transcended mere lineage. Consequently, the lower-tier magical beasts within the safe zone trembled in place, lacking the courage even to raise their heads and glimpse the Western Dragon. The once boisterous magical beast forest fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The Western Dragon continued to flap its majestic wings, advancing steadily within the confines of the safe zone. As it moved forward, its gaze remained fixed upon the decaying wood spider. Just as the Eastern Dragon exudes an aura of sovereignty, so too does the Western Dragon possess its own formidable presence. The once menacing decaying wood spider now bore the brunt of the dragon's dominion, rendered utterly immobile, as if its control over its own body had been irrevocably stripped away. An overwhelming sense of inescapable dread permeated its very being, from the surface of its exoskeleton to the depths of its soul. It had forgotten entirely what it was meant to do. At that moment, Lin Bei and her companions were also transfixed by the sight of the Western Dragon. Momentarily forgetting their own intentions, the animosity they harbored towards Lin Bei paled in comparison to the significance of the Western Dragon's presence. Yet, Lin Bei remained unaffected, exuding an air of calm and composure. With purposeful strides, he approached the decaying wood spider, seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity without hesitation. The unfolding events were precisely as he had anticipated. After all, it was his presence that had precipitated this situation. In just a few steps, Lin Bei found himself beside the decaying wood spider, unflinchingly raising his right foot. In the next instant, he brought it down with tremendous force, landing squarely upon the arachnid. This was no ordinary stomp. It was a culmination of the immense power he had harnessed from the two dragons, executed with unparalleled precision. Moreover, he infused his action with the dragon's oppressive aura, subjecting the decaying wood spider to an even greater strain, leaving it no room for evasion. Should it attempt to retaliate, he would show no mercy. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bei's foot collided with the decaying wood spider. The sound echoed with a sickening crack. The spider, no larger than a fist and primarily adept at ensnaring prey with webs and venom, possessed a frail exoskeleton that could hardly withstand Lin Bei's unreserved assault. Ultimately, it was reduced to a grotesque puddle of flesh, oozing and disintegrating upon the ground in a most repugnant display. Simultaneously, Lin Bei regained her senses, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at the obliterated decaying wood spider. She stood frozen, unable to reconcile the gruesome reality before her. What on earth? It was crushed again. She vividly recalled the incident with the fire bee, and now this scene felt like a cruel rerun. It was laced with a sense of mockery and irony. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out, "Lin Bei, please ensure your poisonous creatures are well managed in the future. Otherwise, they will only continue to meet their demise at my feet." It was both a threat and a warning, devoid of any intention for reconciliation. As his words faded, he lifted his gaze towards the Western Dragon, which happened to be soaring overhead. With feigned exuberance, Lin Bei exclaimed, "Fantastic! With a dragon present, if I can capture it, my talents will surely flourish." He spoke thus to avoid arousing suspicion, striving to distance himself from any connection to the Western Dragon, and thus mustered an appearance of elated fervor. The Western Dragon, understanding its role, promptly flapped its wings and veered towards the forest on the left. Meanwhile, Lin Bei sprinted along the ground, seemingly in pursuit of the dragon. Other students nearby, witnessing the unfolding spectacle, resumed their composure and hurriedly set off after the Western Dragon, eager to seize the opportunity it presented. It was only natural. Even without the ability to tame a dragon, capturing one could fetch a handsome price, granting them a lifetime of luxury. Lin Bei, reeling from the successive blows to her pride, could only watch as Lin Bei ventured further away, lost in her own turmoil. She was at a loss for what to do, paralyzed by despair as her hard-won poisonous creatures lay vanquished beneath Lin Bei's feet. The optimism that once resided within her heart had been entirely supplanted by negativity. Am I trapped in a nightmare? Not only did I witness the legendary dragon, but I was also bullied to this extent. Yes, I must still be dreaming. Such absurdities could never occur in reality. Yet, the stench emanating from the decaying wood spider's remains and the clamor of voices around her served as stark reminders that this was all too real. Chapter 22. Fishing in Troubled Waters. Continuing the pursuit. Even in her unwillingness to confront the harsh truth, Lin Bei was compelled to accept the terrifying reality. Everything had transpired as it was. With her legs devoid of strength, she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Damn it, why must I be so unfortunate? The incident with the fire bee was one thing. I was inexperienced then, allowing Lin Bei to prevail. But I cannot bear the thought of the decaying wood spider meeting the same fate. I was so close to success, yet that infernal dragon appeared out of nowhere. It was that dragon's sudden arrival that frightened the decaying wood spider, leading to this catastrophe. Is even fate conspiring against me? Why is it so difficult to deal with Lin Bei? Is he some sort of chosen one? Damn that dragon. Damn Lin Bei. Due to Lin Bei's deliberate misdirection, Lin Bei did not dwell on the situation too deeply. She instinctively believed her misfortune stemmed from encountering the Western dragon at an inopportune moment. Despite the absurdity of it all, nevertheless, she felt a profound sense of resentment. Had the Western dragon not appeared, the decaying wood spider would have continued its assault and ensnared Lin Bei, ensuring her plan's success and granting her a chance to vent her frustrations. Those who had chosen to follow Lin Bei, sensing her disheartened state, fell silent, refraining from voicing their thoughts. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension, each person burdened by their own thoughts. After a minute of silence, one person tentatively spoke up. Kaijia, what should we do now? Should we continue taming magical beasts? Or should we involve ourselves in the dragoness affairs? As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Bei's venomous retort followed. We shall pursue the dragon. Even if I cannot possess it, I will not allow Lin Bei to claim it either. And if fortune smiles upon us and we capture that dragon, we could procure as many magical beasts as we desire. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Yes, we should give it a try. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Magical Beast Forest Safe Zone is accessible only to us students, so our competition consists solely of fellow students. Everyone has an equal chance of capturing that dragon. It's worth the gamble, even if it means wasting a few hours. Though the students had initially entered with the intent to tame magical beasts, they were unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. A dragon? No. Even acquiring materials from a dragon would constitute an immense fortune. At the very least, it is far more precious than taming a lowly pet. When the lure of profit is substantial enough, people are willing to undertake almost any endeavor. Soon, a consensus emerged among the crowd, and they began hastening toward the direction where the Western dragon had taken flight. Even the heartbroken Lin Bei momentarily suppressed her sorrow, fixated solely on preventing Lin Bei from succeeding. Her animosity towards Lin Bei had not waned. Rather, it intensified to the point of wishing for his swift demise. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, who had previously followed the Western dragon into the woods, now stealthily made his way deeper into the safe zone, unnoticed by anyone. He advanced with remarkable speed, devoid of any presence around him. The Western dragon continued to flap its wings in the sky, heading in a completely different direction from Lin Bei, serving the purpose of diverting the attention of those nearby. In essence, it was merely a bait, a ruse to mislead. The Western dragon had no qualms about this. On the contrary, it was quite pleased. After all, being a rather frail dragon, it found great satisfaction in being able to contribute to its master's endeavors. Thud, thud, thud. A veritable throng of over 100 students raced across the ground, closely following the flight path of the Western dragon, eagerly anticipating the chance to capture it. Each face wore an expression of excitement and exhilaration. However, not all were so enthusiastic. Some students of particular standing were hastening toward the entrance. They needed to report this news to their families. The mere appearance of a dragon was enough to incite frenzy among certain clans. As time passed, an increasing number of students caught sight of the Western dragon. Some were from the same school as Lin Bei, while others hailed from different institutions. Look at the sky. That's a dragon. My goodness, I can't believe I'm seeing a dragon. It must be a hoax. What are we waiting for? Let us chase after the dragon. Forget about the Academy's regulations. If we capture the dragon, the Academy will surely reward us. With that, anyone who laid eyes on the Western dragon joined the throng, intent on capturing it. Before long, Lin Bei successfully reached the innermost part of the safe zone, where he found Yi, who was driving away magical beasts, and Wang Yuling, who was taming them. During his absence, Yi had already rounded up nearly 100 magical beasts, with 30 of them being herbivores alone. As Lin Bei arrived, he heard Wang Yuling's concerned inquiry. Brother Bei, you finally returned. Did you encounter any dangers? Her words were laden with worry and urgency, warming his heart. After all, there was still someone he could rely on for companionship. Wang Yuling had interrupted her taming process solely to voice her most pressing concern. The next moment, Lin Bei chuckled softly. No, everything went rather smoothly. We can continue. With that reassurance, Wang Yuling finally felt at ease. She took a few steps toward the herbivorous magical beasts and resumed her taming efforts. Meanwhile, Lin Bei retrieved some magical beast containment bags from his spatial ring and released his draconic aura. Soon, the immobilized magical beasts were captured within the containment bags. In just a few minutes, he had filled over 60 or 70 bags. This constituted a significant fortune. The number of magical beasts Lin Bei had captured now exceeded 100, and selling them would easily afford him the means to acquire that coveted wing. At that point, he could also synthesize the Western Dragon. Simultaneously, a number of students rushed to the outskirts of the magical beast forest, instantaneously attracting the attention of those outside. Among the onlookers were not only merchants, but also high-ranking officials from various academies and numerous family members, including members of powerful organizations. In short, they were not ordinary people. What is happening? Why are there so many people emerging all at once? It seems like representatives from every school are here, and their expressions are rather peculiar. Chapter 23, The Arrival of the Six Deans. Despite being unaware of the circumstances within the magical beast forest, those present could ascertain that something extraordinary had transpired. Otherwise, they wouldn't witness this scene of numerous students hastily exiting. If only a few had emerged and appeared normal, it would have been dismissed without further thought. However, the expressions of those emerging were all unmistakably unusual. They seemed to have been struck by a tremendous shock, yet they were also filled with excitement and exhilaration. In short, it was quite peculiar and decidedly out of the ordinary. The students emerging from the forest paid little heed to the gazes of others, heading directly toward their respective families or acquaintances. Before anyone could inquire, they eagerly exclaimed, "Second brother, quickly, let us go catch the dragon. There's a dragon. A dragon in the forest. It's a once-in-a-century sighting, and it's the legendary Western Dragon, just as described in the texts. We truly saw a dragon." The repeated mentions of the dragon underscored the magnitude of this revelation. News of the dragon spread like wildfire, akin to a bombshell. Anyone who heard this was instinctively taken aback, subsequently exclaiming, "What? A dragon appeared in the safe zone? You must be joking. Such a thing is impossible. This isn't a dragon's habitat. Moreover, it's a Western dragon. We're clearly in the eastern region. Are you all conspiring to play a prank on us?" Their skepticism was not unfounded. The situation was simply too surreal. The Western Dragon was so named precisely because it typically resided in the West, rarely venturing beyond that domain. Thus, it was understandable that they found it hard to believe. A Western Dragon had appeared in the magical beast forest adjacent to Nanshan City, and within the safe zone, no less. In the past year, there had been no occurrences related to dragons, and previous year's trials for new students had yielded no news pertaining to the Western Dragon. Truly, if these students had not witnessed the Western Dragon with their own eyes, they would never have dared to believe such an event could transpire. It's true. It's genuinely true. A Western Dragon has appeared within the safe zone. Many individuals have seen it. Although the reasons behind this phenomenon were unclear, they were speaking nothing but the truth. If you don't believe us, you can go take a look. The safe zone is in utter chaos. 80% of the people are chasing after the Western Dragon. Moreover, we have no reason to deceive you. Such an act would not only yield no benefit for us, but would also squander an immense amount of time. Upon uttering these words, the individuals lingering outside gradually began to believe in the truth of the students' claims. Indeed, the students had no necessity to fabricate lies, whether they were merchants, scions of noble families, or the esteemed leaders of the academy present. They exchanged instinctive glances with one another. Gulp, gulp. Many swallowed hard, their throats bobbing up and down as their breathing quickened, reminiscent of having just engaged in a vigorous exercise. Some clenched their fists tightly, veins protruding and even trembling slightly. This was a tremor born of excitement and joy. Surely, a Western Dragon had truly appeared. What should we do now? Can we venture in to capture the dragon? A dragon, after all, is a dragon. If we succeed in capturing it, our family will undoubtedly rise to greatness. We absolutely cannot let that dragon slip away. Even if taming it proves impossible, capturing it is still an option. At that moment, 99% of those present yearned to enter the monster forest and join the ranks of those attempting to seize the Western Dragon. However, they dared not rush in unceremoniously. For today belonged to the newly awakened students. Undoubtedly, it was a day of great significance. To intrude recklessly would surely disrupt the students and potentially result in a myriad of dire consequences. Additionally, there was another reason. The outer safety zone of the monster forest belonged to the various academies, essentially private territory. Trespassing upon private land is no trivial matter, should it be pursued. It could become quite troublesome. Thus, whether one could enter the monster forest ultimately hinged on the decision of each academy's head. Many academy officials had already retrieved their phones, attempting to contact their respective deans. This was not a matter they could decide on. After all, it was far too critical. In response to this astonishing news, the deans hastily convened emergency meetings to deliberate on how to address the situation. A resolution would soon be forthcoming. Meanwhile, the Western Dragon leisurely soared through the forest, its wings flapping vigorously. Below it was a throng of students, including Li Kai and others, all eager to capture the dragon. Although the students understood the dragon's formidable nature, they resolved to give it a shot. Judging by the dragon's current behavior, they were fairly certain that it was not particularly powerful. It appeared to be merely a juvenile dragon. While capturing a juvenile dragon posed some challenges, it was not beyond the realm of possibility with so many people striving together. The only uncertainty lay in who would ultimately succeed. Observing the students trailing closely beneath it, the dragon's eyes glimmered with disdain. In truth, it held these students in contempt. They were merely a group of individuals being led around, their attention entirely diverted. The disparity between them and its master, who orchestrated everything, was insurmountable. Yet the throng beneath the dragon remained blissfully unaware, still caught up in a fervor. If the Western dragon lands, we shall strike together. And no one should hold back. First, we must bring the dragon down. Then we can discuss ownership. Otherwise, it will all be for naught. Indeed, if all else fails, we can divide the spoils. Each person would still receive a considerable sum, enough to procure a cherished pet. They were oblivious to the fact that the Western dragon had no intention of engaging in combat. It simply wished to toy with them. Finally, as Lin Bei successfully captured the 285th magical beast, and Wang Yuling tamed 66 herbivores, the heads of several academies reached a final conclusion. They activated the teleportation array and personally arrived at the periphery of the monster forest. Gazing at the forest, which appeared unchanged from before, the principal of the first academy sighed deeply. I never expected such fortune to descend upon Nanshan City. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 24. The strong enter the forest. Indeed, even the distinguished deans of various academies were unwilling to miss such an extraordinary chance. After all, they had never truly encountered a dragon. It is worth noting that only those of substantial strength can attain the position of academy head. The moment the 6 deans appeared, they instantly captured the attention of those surrounding them. Those present understood all too well. As long as these 6 nodded in agreement, they could take their chances. Who knows? They might just become the lucky ones. The 6 deans hovered in the air, surveying the dense forest. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, the ability to fly becomes attainable. Although they could only see trees, they sensed the chaos within the forest. Approximately a minute passed before the principal of the first academy finally spoke. Shall we proceed according to our agreed-upon plan? No sooner had he finished speaking than the principal of the second academy chimed in. This is the best course of action. Let the outsiders depart from this place, and then we shall enter the forest. We must strive to capture that Western dragon. As for how to handle it after capture, we can deliberate on that afterward. We absolutely cannot allow these outsiders to remain. Otherwise, it will cause significant interference. The other deans expressed their agreement. This was indeed the best strategy they could conceive. Observing this, the principal of the first academy descended to the ground and coldly addressed the gathered individuals. Please return whence you came. The 6 academies have certain private matters to attend to, and your presence here is inappropriate. His words were firm, akin to issuing an order for guests to leave, devoid of any negotiation. The next moment, the other individuals became agitated. Each voiced their displeasure, retorting, "You wish to drive us away during such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do the 6 academies intend to monopolize the Western dragon before our very eyes? On what grounds? Everyone here deserves a share. We, too, wish to capture the dragon." The principal of the first academy furrowed his brow tightly, a chill evident in his gaze. Bang! He abruptly stomped his foot down, causing a large section of the ground to crack and collapse, a cloud of dust rising. Simultaneously, a colossal, pitch-black serpent, measuring a full 50 meters in length, emerged, coldly regarding the others. On what grounds? Simply because this is the territory of our 6 academies. Who dares to defy us? At that moment, the other deans also descended to the ground, their expressions unfriendly as they regarded the crowd. The Western dragon has appeared within our 6 academies' domain, and thus it rightfully falls to us to address it. Had it materialized outside the safety zone or elsewhere, we would naturally not resort to such measures. Should you insist on entering, be prepared for the consequences. We cannot guarantee your safety. Everyone act wisely. Entering here is tantamount to openly defying the 6 great academies. As soon as these words were uttered, silence enveloped the gathering. What if the Western dragon is exceedingly precious and rare? Is it worth offending the 6 great academies for the sake of a single dragon? Although this academy resides in the city of Nanshan, its strength is not to be underestimated. Offending one may be manageable, but to provoke all 6 at once, isn't that akin to courting death? The most severe consequence lies in the fact that their own descendants would face the awkward predicament of being unaccepted by any academy. Considering these myriad factors, a significant majority chose to retreat. Only those with genuine strength, who are not intimidated by the might of the 6 great academies, would opt to stand their ground. The Huang family exemplified this. Several members of the Huang family gathered together, casting cold glances at the heads of the 6 great academies. Prior to their arrival, they had already reported the situation to the head of the Huang family, receiving an unequivocal affirmation. At all costs, the Huang family leader lowered his voice and declared, "Once they enter, we shall follow suit." Rather than acquiring a multitude of ordinary magical beasts, it would be far better to capture a dragon. One wonders if utilizing this dragon as fodder might yield a qualitative transformation. The recent purchases of low-level magical beasts by the Huang family were, in truth, aimed at using them as sustenance for a certain powerful magical beast. The other members of the Huang family also whispered in hushed tones. Understood, it is indeed worth the gamble. A dragon would make splendid fodder. If we managed to capture a dragon, it would undoubtedly expedite our plans. Clearly, the Huang family was plotting something. The standoff lasted for roughly 10 minutes. After Zhao Qi and the others took the lead in departing, the remaining individuals no longer lingered. Approximately 5 minutes later, only members of the 4 great families remained: the Huang, Wang, Ji, and Zhan families. These 4 families and the 6 great academies constitute the primary pillars of Nanshan City. The 6 great academies are responsible for nurturing talent, while the 4 great families oversee economic control. Their relationship can be described as one of mutual respect, though it is far from amicable enough to avoid conflict. After a brief discussion, the head of the 6 great academies, with a hint of resignation, addressed the members of the 4 great families. It seems that the esteemed members of the 4 great families are not inclined to leave. Very well, you may enter. But I must reiterate, the consequences will be yours to bear. Their plan did not include expelling the 4 great families, as the likelihood of success was exceedingly slim. The term outsiders referred to individuals beyond the 6 great academies and the 4 great families. Although the 4 great families had not conferred with one another, they responded defiantly. Let strength speak for itself. How could one simply relinquish a dragon? Before long, the head of the 6 great academies, alongside their staff and members of the 4 great families, stepped into the magical beast forest. Meanwhile, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling remained deep within the safety zone, mechanically repeating their tasks. Lin Bei diligently placed each magical beast into containment bags, while Wang Yuling continued to tame them. However, the number of magical beasts approaching dwindled. After all, this was the safety zone, and particularly its deeper recesses. The quantity of magical beasts was inherently limited, and in the depths, their numbers were even scarcer. Stretching lazily, Lin Bei placed the last magical beast into the containment bag and turned to the resting Yi. Speaking with evident satisfaction, we have captured at least 300 magical beasts. What a bountiful harvest. Chapter 25, An Unexpected Encounter with the Academy Head. A total of 300 magical beasts. Based on a minimum price of 200,000 each, the final amount surpasses 50 million. Not only could we procure those wings, but also acquire many other materials. Lin Bei even considered purchasing materials immediately to see what the Western Dragon would transform into once synthesized. Yet, he understood that such matters could not be rushed. At that moment, high above in the sky, the Western Dragon was soaring through the air when it spotted the group entering the magical beast forest. The dragon's vision was unparalleled. Historically, dragons have been symbols of dominance in the skies. Their eyesight is naturally exceptional. Among them is a breed known as the Sky Dragon, which is undoubtedly the sovereign of the skies. Even with a multitude of trees obscuring the view, the Western Dragon could see the heads of the 6 great academies entering the forest. Although they were at a distance, an instinctual sense of danger surged within it, recognizing that the individuals who had entered were anything but ordinary. Consequently, the Western Dragon decided to retreat. With powerful beats of its wings, it flitted through the trees, hastening deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, the students trailing behind the Western Dragon were momentarily bewildered, unsure why it had suddenly taken flight. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. But now, when they regained their senses, the Western Dragon had already soared far ahead. Within less than 5 minutes, the fully flying Western Dragon had reached a distance of less than 1,000 meters from Lin Bei. 1,000 meters is neither too close nor too far. Due to the dense trees and sparse human presence, no one noticed the Western Dragon. In an instant, Lin Bei sensed the approach of the Western Dragon and understood that something was unfolding in the forest. The next moment, he commanded the system internally, "System, retrieve both the Western Dragon and E." As the words left his mind, E and the Western Dragon vanished, reappearing in the system space. During the interval from the Western Dragon's appearance to its return, Wang Yuling had not glimpsed the dragon and was unaware of its existence. Lin Bei placed 50 containment bags filled with magical beasts into the spatial ring he wore, while the remaining 250 were stored in the system space. One must not place all their eggs in one basket. As for the empty containment bags, he casually tossed them into the spatial ring. There was no harm in keeping the magical beast containment bags, as they could still be utilized in the future. Xiaolinger, it is nearly time for us to depart. Soon, others will arrive here, and we cannot remain any longer. With the Western Dragon now recalled, others will inevitably return empty-handed. However, it is likely that it will not be long before someone finds the depths of the safety zone. By the time they meet, it is certain to provoke some unnecessary trouble. The best course of action would be to seize the opportunity to depart. They can discuss matters further once the situation has settled down. Although her mind was somewhat muddled, Wang Yuling obediently nodded, expressing no dissent regarding Lin Bei's arrangements. Today felt surreal to her. The effort she expended was minimal, yet the rewards were astonishingly disproportionate. Before long, the two had distanced themselves from the area and merged into the densely wooded forest. Following closely behind them was a veritable throng of herbivorous magical beasts, all tamed by Wang Yuling. Typically, awakeners possess a pet space, but as someone who had only just awakened her talent, Wang Yuling had yet to develop hers. At present, she could only accommodate 3 pets within that space. Simultaneously, the academy head and others had successfully rendezvoused with the assembled students within the forest. Naturally, they learned of the Western Dragon's escape. Truly, the Western Dragon was remarkably vigilant. It had detected their presence the moment they entered the forest, proving itself as formidable as the rumors suggested. We must delve deeper. We cannot allow it to escape. Furthermore, let us first ensure the teachers and students vacate the area. Given the Western Dragon's heightened alertness, their presence would be superfluous, not to mention potentially alarming the creature. The members of the 4 great clans were equally deemed unnecessary. Those lacking sufficient strength should refrain from meddling. The tone was resolute and non-negotiable, excluding the heads of the 6 academies and the 4 great clans. The rest had no choice but to reluctantly withdraw from the magical beast forest. The students were disheartened, lamenting the inability to further tame magical beasts, thereby squandering an exceedingly rare opportunity. Observing this, the head of the first academy pondered for less than 3 seconds before speaking again. Students need not be dismayed. We will hold another event in due time. Upon hearing this, the students regained their composure and left the forest, somewhat satisfied. Meanwhile, faculty members from various academies began searching for other students within the woods. 10 minutes later, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling, moving at a rapid pace, had ventured far from the depths of the safety zone to a relatively secure area. During their journey, they received a message instructing all students to evacuate and refrain from lingering in the magical beast forest. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling had no intention of defying this directive and resolutely made their way toward the entrance. In another 10 minutes, 6 middle-aged men and women appeared directly ahead of them. It was, without a doubt, the 6 academy heads. As for the members of the 4 great clans, they had embarked on their own endeavors. All of them halted in their tracks, gazing at Lin Bei and Wang Yuling with a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment. Rather than fixating on Lin Bei and Wang Yuling, it seemed they were transfixed by the herd of herbivorous magical beasts trailing behind them, at least 60 or 70 in number. The head of the first academy stood with arms crossed, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. How intriguing. A male student and a female student, accompanied by dozens of herbivorous magical beasts. They appear to be progressing together in perfect harmony. What is the meaning of this? Since when could humans coexist peacefully with magical beasts? Even the well-versed head of the first academy found it difficult to grasp the situation within such a short span. He was not alone. The other academy heads were equally taken aback. What an absurd sight. A throng of magical beasts surrounding 2 students? Am I merely fatigued and imagining things? Perhaps we have fallen under an illusion to witness such a phenomenon? They were all perplexed, finding the circumstances far too abnormal. Meanwhile, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling, along with the multitude of magical beasts, halted in their tracks, locking gazes with the 6 academy heads. Chapter 26. The Extraordinary Talent of Wang Yuling. After approximately 10 seconds of silence, the head of the first academy smiled and inquired, "May I ask who you 2 are?" While the question was posed with a smile, its underlying implication was far from simple. Should they discover that Lin Bei and Wang Yuling were not students, they would act with utmost swiftness. The situation was too peculiar to ignore. It was best to address it promptly. If they were students from their own city, that would be one thing. However, if they were unidentified outsiders, a thorough inquiry would be imperative. In extreme circumstances, they might even resort to lethal measures. In the next moment, Lin Bei stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Wang Yuling, and spoke in a remarkably calm tone. "I am Lin Bei, a student from the first class of the 3rd academy, with my homeroom teacher being Chen Song. This is Wang Yuling, a student from the 3rd class of the 3rd academy, with her homeroom teacher being Zhang Xiaohua." He could now ascertain that the appearance of these individuals was likely the reason the Western Dragon had felt threatened. They had entered from beyond the magical beast forest, and their identities were evidently clear, most likely high-ranking officials from the academy. Thus, he answered truthfully. Otherwise, it could result in serious repercussions, at least until they possessed sufficient strength. It was prudent to prioritize caution. Lin Bei surmised the reason for their inquiry was undoubtedly related to the magical beasts trailing behind them. He understood this, for it was improbable that a horde of magical beasts would serenely follow two students without arousing suspicion or curiosity. Upon learning that the two were students from the third academy, the academy heads visibly breathed a sigh of relief. If they were capable of such extraordinary feats and were not students of the academy, then the implications could be dire. The head of the third academy, Bai, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a talent for white animal affinity, capable of taming magical beasts with white fur or shells, such as the Arctic overlord bear and blood-eyed white spirit lion, stepped forward a few paces and inquired with a smile. Lin, Wang, could you enlighten us about this assembly of magical beasts following you? As soon as the question left his lips, the attention of the other academy heads and the higher-ups of the four great clans was instantly captivated. They were equally curious about the situation. Why would a group of magical beasts so willingly accompany humans? Lin Bei turned to Wang Yuling, gently ruffled her hair, and spoke in a soothing tone. Shaoling, would you like to explain to them? Acknowledging his words, Wang Yuling nodded earnestly, knowing she must reveal the truth. However, she was also aware of what could and could not be disclosed. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she soon regained her composure and began to explain. The reason these magical beasts are following me and Brother Bei is that they are all my tamed pets. In the next moment, silence engulfed the gathering. Shock and astonishment were etched upon each face. Regardless of their thoughts, they never anticipated such an answer. Amidst the incessant speculations swirling in their minds, the group instinctively overlooked this possibility. The reason was quite simple. It was an utterly inconceivable matter. What? What did you say? You have tamed all these dozens of magical beasts. That is simply impossible. You entered the magical beast forest for no more than 3 hours, taming at least 60 magical beasts in 3 hours. Even the most gifted Su Tanxiang of recent years couldn't achieve that. Classmate, I must inform you, deceiving the dean is punishable. As they asserted, taming 60 magical beasts in 3 hours? That would require taming 20 beasts per hour. And that is without factoring in the time spent traveling. Truly, it is an impossible feat. One wouldn't even dare to dream of such an endeavor. Magical beasts are not mere puppets. One cannot simply tame them at will. Observing the reactions of these individuals, Wang Yuling felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She pondered that had she not experienced everything personally, she too would never have believed such a thing. At this moment, Lin Bei's voice broke through the air. Just because it has never happened before does not mean it cannot happen now. Humanity is always progressing. Though his words were not particularly loud, their impact was profound. Soon, the dean and others regained their composure. After overcoming their initial astonishment, they gradually accepted the reality. For it seemed that only in this manner could one explain the state of these magical beasts. At that juncture, Wang Yuling's actions unequivocally confirmed this fact. She commanded her pets behind her, stand in 2 lines. In the blink of an eye, dozens of pets sprang into action. Within mere seconds, they divided into 2 orderly teams, standing in neat formation, resembling students lining up. Thus, the 6 deans fully embraced this astonishing reality. Yet, acceptance notwithstanding, they still found it utterly remarkable. They also understood the implications of such an occurrence. The gazes of the 6 deans flitted between Wang Yuling and the magical beasts, each pair of eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. After a considerable pause, the dean of the first academy spoke. Congratulations, Lin Bei, for nurturing a genius in the third academy. This is a true prodigy, achieving such an unprecedented feat. Following suit, the other deans offered their congratulations. Congratulations, Lin Bei. With such a genius, your third academy is bound to soar. When the time comes for benefits, do remember to share with us. To tame so many magical beasts in such a short time is a feat far beyond our academy's talents. Bai responded to each of them in kind. He was elated, overjoyed to the utmost. To have such a genius emerge from his academy was a monumental blessing. Breathing heavily, he could hardly contain his laughter. Heaven truly favors me, Bai, to encounter such a genius in my lifetime. My luck is beyond compare. Rest assured, I will cultivate you diligently. Resources and rewards will be abundant. However, Wang Yuling, the one at the center of it all, felt somewhat at a loss, while others were oblivious. She knew the truth all too well. The reason she could tame so many magical beasts and receive such accolades was entirely due to Lin Bei. Brother Bei is the true genius, a veritable prodigy. Wang Yuling instinctively wished to voice her thoughts, to ensure Lin Bei received the recognition he deserved. Yet, before she could speak, Lin Bei leaned close and whispered in her ear. Do you remember what I told you yesterday? Chapter 27. Brother Bei, there's also a dragon. In an instant, Wang Yuling recalled Lin Bei's words from the previous day. She vividly remembered each sentence he had uttered, particularly the one in which he promised. I will help you. Remember that. Nodding slightly, Lin Bei continued in a hushed tone. I told you I would assist you. This is your opportunity. Do not let it slip due to my presence. If you receive the full support of the Academy, your growth will be rapid. Only by becoming strong can you truly assist me. At this point, he paused momentarily before adopting a different tone. Moreover, revealing what I said could only bring harm to me. That is the truth. Disclosing the reality at such a moment would undoubtedly lead to an unfavorable conclusion. A dragon. A special dragon that has been synthesized. This is not something that can be easily explained. But if it were Wang Yuling, the situation would become much more plausible. While taming numerous pets might seem unbelievable, possessing an affinity for herbivorous beasts is still a conceivable talent. At the very least, it could be explained. The moment Lin Bei's words settled in, Wang Yuling abruptly awoke to the realization, hastily covering her mouth with her small hand, her eyes widening involuntarily. Her earlier fervor for Lin Bei's sake had overshadowed some crucial matters. Brother Bei, I'm sorry. I almost. Yet, once again, Wang Yuling's words were interrupted by Lin Bei. There's no need to apologize. You were only considering my interests. The 6 deans observed Lin Bei and Wang Yuling, showing no intention of interrupting. They merely allowed the two to converse in hushed tones. Although they were curious about their exchange, they would never eavesdrop. Quickly regaining her composure, Wang Yuling turned to Dean Bai of the Third Academy and said, Thank you, Dean. I will certainly strive to do my best. Bai Zhou nodded in satisfaction, laughing as he asked, By the way, Wang, we still do not know what your talent is. Could you share it with us? Without hesitation, Wang Yuling responded, My talent is affinity for herbivorous beasts. As soon as her words fell, the Academy deans were astonished. It's actually that talent. This is a very promising talent. No wonder you could achieve such feats. Acceptable indeed. Truly a genius. As these deans remarked, the affinity for herbivorous beasts is indeed a formidable talent. It should never be underestimated. Listening to the sincere acknowledgement from the deans, a glimmer of illumination suddenly flickered in Wang Yuling's eyes, as if she had just conceived a splendid idea. She promptly spoke again. It is precisely due to this talent, along with the assistance of Brother Lin Bei, that I have been able to tame so many magical beasts. Brother Lin Bei has been immensely helpful. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou instinctively turned his gaze toward Lin Bei, contemplating for a few seconds before responding, Very well. Thank you, Lin. I assure you that your reward will not be lacking. After all, what could be more gratifying than bringing joy to a gifted student? Even if it entailed offering some rewards? The moment these words were uttered, before Lin Bei could express any reaction, Wang Yuling became visibly excited. Her eyes instinctively narrowed, gradually taking on a crescent shape, and her hands unconsciously clasped together. Thank you, Dean. Lin Bei's heart warmed once more, realizing how much Wang Yuling truly valued him. The 6 deans exchanged knowing glances, coming to understand Wang Yuling's Achilles heel. Clearly, to bring joy to Wang Yuling, one must engage with Lin Bei, for when she was rewarded, her excitement was rather subdued, but when Lin Bei received his reward, she radiated genuine happiness, even if the rewards were rather mundane. Having noted this observation internally, Bai Zhou's voice resounded once more. By the way, dear students, there is another matter we need to inquire about. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling nodded in unison. Please proceed. Bai Zhou continued. Have you seen a dragon come this way? At this utterance, Wang Yuling froze in place. The excitement that had adorned her face abruptly solidified, as if encased in ice. She never anticipated that Bai Zhou would pose a question regarding dragons. Her mind was a tumultuous whirlpool of confusion, and she felt a surge of panic. Why were they asking such a question? Could it be that Brother Bei's secret was at risk of exposure? What should she do? She couldn't allow them to take him away. Her breaths quickened, and her complexion flushed uncontrollably. With stiff movements, she turned to Lin Bei, hoping to gauge his reaction. However, Lin Bei remained as composed as ever, exhibiting the same calm demeanor he had before. She had initially expected him to be anxious. Brother Bei is so impressive. He remains so unflappable in the presence of 6 deans. Perhaps this is the true mark of a genius. At that moment, Lin Bei calmly inquired, What dragon? Dean, could you provide more details? Bai Zhou quickly responded, Perhaps you two have been preoccupied and didn't notice. We are indeed searching for a dragon. A Western dragon. It should be a juvenile Western dragon. Upon confirming that Lin Bei and Wang Yuling were students of his academy, and that one of them was a prodigious talent, he felt no need for caution and thus spoke candidly. At this revelation, Wang Yuling's mind spiraled further into chaos. The situation unfolded entirely contrary to her expectations. What? There was actually a Western dragon? This. For a moment, her ability to articulate faltered. She grasped Lin Bei's sleeve tightly with one hand, her speech stammering. "Brother Bei, did you hear that? There's a dragon. A dragon, and it's a Western dragon. How wonderful." The reason for her exuberance stemmed from her intense emotional turmoil. Just a moment ago, she had been anxious about the potential exposure of their secret, but now, she was swept away by exhilaration. If she could capture the Western dragon and have Lin Bei tame it, how marvelous that would be. Chapter 28, All is ready. Except for the wind. Lin Bei simply allowed Wang Yuling to cling to his sleeve, refraining from offering any unnecessary explanations. The only course of action available to him was to temporarily conceal the matter of the Western dragon. After all, it was best to keep the fact that he had awakened with 2 dragons on the first day a secret from others. It wasn't that he didn't trust Wang Yuling. It was simply unnecessary to disclose such information. While exposing 1 dragon might be manageable, exposing 2 would invite complications. Surely, more dragons would emerge in the future. Why intentionally seek trouble? As for the accident that had already exposed 1 dragon, there was no way to hide it any longer. Lin Bei's decision was made for his own good, as well as Wang Yuling's. At the very least, they could not afford to reveal their secret now. This realization further underscored the urgency of enhancing his strength. He must elevate his abilities to a level sufficient for self-preservation. Once he possessed formidable power, what would it matter if the existence of various special dragons became known? When the dragons moved in unison, who could stand against them? Meanwhile, Wang Yuling, suppressing her excitement, eagerly exclaimed to Lin Bei, Brother Bei, we must capture that dragon. Once we capture it, you can tame it." She seemed to have completely forgotten the presence of the 6 Deans, her mind solely fixated on securing the Western dragon for Lin Bei. This was a rare opportunity for her to contribute something meaningful to him, which fueled her enthusiasm. However, Lin Bei had no intention of pursuing such an endeavor. He raised his hand to gently pat Wang Yuling on the head, speaking in a soothing tone, "Let it go. The time is not right. Capture the Western dragon? What nonsense. The Western dragon is currently in the system space. No one else could possibly find it. Even if they sought it out, it would be a futile endeavor." Though Wang Yuling felt somewhat disheartened, she chose to heed Lin Bei's words, albeit with a noticeably subdued tone. "All right then. I will follow Brother Bei's plans." While Wang Yuling could not comprehend why Lin Bei, who clearly had the strength to capture the Western dragon, opted to forego it, she refrained from probing further, as her intuition suggested that he had his reasons. After all, there would be other opportunities in the future. Their brief exchange did not escape the notice of the 6 Deans, leading them to a definitive conclusion. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling had not encountered the Western dragon. After all, Wang Yuling's reaction was the most genuine. She genuinely had not seen the Western dragon, given that she had not encountered it. Her reactions could not have been feigned. Thus, the 6 Deans arrived at this conclusion. Meanwhile, they also faintly grasped another matter, leading Bai Zhou to direct his inquiry towards Lin Bei. "Esteemed classmate Lin, might I ask what your talent is?" Lin Bei promptly responded, in answer to the Dean. "My talent lies in dragon affinity." In the next instant, the several Deans exchanged knowing glances, their 12 eyes brimming with astonishment and disbelief. Dragon affinity, a talent far superior to that of herbivore affinity. However, the challenge of harnessing its potential is exceedingly high. To encounter 2 students with such formidable talents simultaneously left the 6 Deans utterly astonished. What extraordinary fortune has befallen the 3rd Academy? How could 2 such powerful talents emerge at once? Oh Bai, your 3rd Academy is truly destined to soar. Provided, of course, that we can capture that Western dragon. And you are willing to part with it. One with herbivore affinity and the other with dragon affinity. How enviable indeed. They far surpass the students of our academy. Ignoring the remarks of the other Deans, Bai Zhou remained fixated on Lin Bei and Wang Yuling. He had never anticipated such a turn of events among his students. To suddenly encounter 2 newcomers endowed with such terrifying talents? Even though dragon affinity is statistically likely to dwindle into uselessness in 999 of cases, its inherent power cannot be denied. Given the right opportunity, it could soar to unimaginable heights. Clearly, the rewards for these 2 must be substantial. Yet, one cannot overlook the good fortune of this lad. If the 2 can maintain their strong rapport, successfully taming a dragon in the future may not be an impossible feat. After all, judging by Wang Yuling's current performance, she is certain to grow immensely powerful, perhaps even surpassing me with ease. Once Wang Yuling matures, should they encounter a dragon, her dragon affinity can manifest its true potential, unlike others whose talents wither into ineffectiveness. In summary, as the Dean of the 3rd Academy, Bai Zhou has elevated his regard for Lin Bei and Wang Yuling to unprecedented heights. He is even prepared to invest wholeheartedly in their development. With ample resources at their disposal, his motives are pure. solely aimed at nurturing them into unique entities that thrive alongside the glory and misfortune of the Third Academy of Nanshan. After all, the 6 academies of Nanshan City require sustained growth. To prosper, they must possess formidable guardianship. Among the intermediate and advanced classes, Baizhou had not singled out any particular candidates. Having finally discovered the exceptional talent of Wang Yuling, how could he possibly overlook her? Frankly speaking, for Baizhou, Lin Bei is merely a supplementary asset, for dragon affinity represents a variable. A full minute passed before Baizhou addressed Lin Bei and Wang Yuling again. It appears that neither of you has encountered the dragon, so it is likely that it has ventured beyond the safety zone. For now, you should exit the forest and rejoin the main group. The academy will devise a suitable course of action. He was not inclined to allow Lin Bei and Wang Yuling to delve deeper into the forest. The areas beyond safety are fraught with peril, and even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences. Lin Bei harbored no objections. He had no intention of venturing further in. The objective of this expedition had been achieved, and the most pressing matter now was to procure those wings. After exchanging brief farewells, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling made their way towards the exit, moving at a measured pace. During their journey, Lin Bei could not help but imagine what the Western Dragon would become after merging the 2 types of wing materials. Chapter 29. The Huang family sends a trade request. The return journey of Lin Bei and Wang Yuling was remarkably smooth, encountering little trouble, and they soon exited the beast forest. Naturally, they found themselves amidst a throng of students congregating outside. At this moment, the students were still fervently discussing matters related to the Western Dragon. What an incredible stroke of luck to have witnessed a dragon firsthand. Though it ultimately eluded us, I am still content, for among 100,000, only one may behold a dragon. I do not aspire to tame one, merely to have the chance to touch it. Clearly, reverence and admiration for dragons ran deep among the populace. As Lin Bei and Wang Yuling progressed with calm expressions, a multitude of untamed beasts followed closely behind them. Prior to being tamed, magical beasts could be stored within magic containment bags. However, once they had been tamed into pets, they could no longer be housed in these bags. Thus, despite Lin Bei possessing several empty bags, they served little purpose at this moment. While most were engrossed in discussions about dragons, a few astute individuals took note of Lin Bei and Wang Yuling's presence. They could be categorized into 2 groups, one led by Li Kai and another comprised of the Huang family, who had been frantically purchasing recently. Each group had its own motives for observing the pair. In the blink of an eye, another minute slipped by. Aside from these 2 factions, an increasing number of onlookers became aware of Lin Bei and Wang Yuling. Yet, they had no special intentions, merely drawn by curiosity. The reason was simple: the dozens of magical beasts obediently following them. The scene was both surreal and harmonious, as if disparate elements had seamlessly merged. The visual impact of this tableau rivaled that of the Western Dragon's appearance, for both were equally astonishing. What in the world? What is going on with those 2? Are they followed by dozens of magical beasts? Am I seeing things? Is today some auspicious day? First, we see a dragon, and now this. That Wang Yuling, who has awakened herbivore affinity. Could it be they have tamed all those magical beasts? No, that cannot be possible. But that is the only explanation. Otherwise, why would those magical beasts be so obedient? I know Wang Yuling's family background, which can only be described as ordinary. I distinctly remember that before entering, she had not tamed a single pet. Yet now, look closely, those magical beasts are all herbivores. Goodness, what kind of extraordinary talent must one possess to achieve such a feat? Wang Yuling must be a prodigy of astonishing caliber. Simply remarkable. Having entered the crowd, Wang Yuling caught wind of these whispers. However, she did not feel compelled to offer any explanations. Instead, she instinctively turned to glance at Lin Bei. In her beautiful and enchanting eyes, admiration shone through unreservedly. Only Wang Yuling understood the truth behind the situation. Only she comprehended why she had tamed so many pets. It was all because of Lin Bei, who was underestimated by others. Otherwise, such a remarkable harvest would not have been possible. No, I must restrain myself. Even though Brother Bei is exceptional, I cannot speak of it. This is for Brother Bei's own good. Initially, Wang Yuling contemplated offering an explanation, but after considering these points, she suppressed her inner impulse. Observing the multitude of magical beasts surrounding Lin Bei and Wang Yuling, the remaining members of the Huang family exchanged instinctive glances, each reflecting a shared expression and thought. In the next moment, a few of them reached a consensus and hastily began to weave through the crowd. Simultaneously, Li Kai, who harbored deep resentment towards Lin Bei, hesitated for a brief moment before stepping forward towards Lin Bei's location with her companions. Before long, the Huang family members arrived first. They exhibited no hesitation or pretense, directly stating the purpose of their visit. Esteemed classmates, are the magical beasts surrounding you available for sale? The Huang family is willing to pay a handsome price. You shall not incur any loss. As Huang Xingyang inquired, he discreetly scrutinized the magical beasts nearby, his eyes gleaming with delight. If he could successfully acquire all these magical beasts, it would undoubtedly propel the family's prospects. Should the family's plan succeed, boundless benefits would ensue. Suddenly hearing this proposition, Wang Yuling was momentarily taken aback. Selling her tamed companions? This was something she had never considered. However, she did not rush to decline. Instead, she looked towards Lin Bei once more, believing that such matters should ultimately be decided by him. In truth, if Lin Bei opted to sell these tamed creatures, Wang Yuling would not hesitate to comply. Although she would feel a pang of reluctance within, she would still obey. Lin Bei, too, found himself somewhat surprised, instinctively raising an eyebrow. After contemplating for less than 5 seconds, he calmly inquired, "What constitutes a handsome price? How does it compare to market rates? Since you are here for business, why not proceed?" After all, his purpose in capturing so many magical beasts was to exchange them for sufficient funds, wasn't it? Upon hearing this, Huang Xingyang realized there might be a lucrative opportunity, quickly responding, "Of course, our offer will exceed market prices. Typically, we offer a 10% premium. You can rest assured of the Huang family's financial capability." His words rang true. The Huang family's current acquisition price for magical beasts indeed surpassed market rates by 10%. A magical beast valued at 200,000 would be purchased for 220,000. A beast worth 400,000 would fetch 440,000. In comparison to their intended dealings, an additional 10% was entirely worthwhile. Lin Bei could not help but nod slightly, finding the higher price agreeable. "All right, we can proceed with the transaction." At the sound of his voice, Huang Zhengyang finally exhaled, feeling relieved. The next moment, he began to enumerate the herbivorous magical beasts tamed by Wang Yuling. The fire-pattern giant-eared rabbit, typically priced at 250,000. I shall offer you 275,000. The armored cracking earth bull, valued at 440,000, correct? Realizing Huang Zhengyang had misunderstood, Lin Bei promptly interjected. "Wait a moment. We are not selling these magical beasts." Confounded, Huang Zhengyang exclaimed, "Huh? Not selling these? Are you jesting with me?" Chapter 30, Returning Home. Huang Zhengyang felt a surge of anger, as if he had been played for a fool. Just moments ago, they had agreed to a transaction. Yet now they were suddenly retracting? This was a blatant disregard for the Huang family. In all his years, he had never encountered such audacity. In the entirety of Nanshan City, no one dared to toy with the Huang family. Even other prominent families would not dare to do so, as they were evenly matched and would never engage in such behavior. As Huang Xingyang furrowed his brow, preparing to take action, Lin Bei's calm voice echoed once more. "What we intend to sell are other magical beasts." As he spoke, he retrieved 50 magical beast containment bags from his spatial ring. "Here, take a look. These are the magical beasts we wish to sell." Even if he were to sell to the Huang family, Lin Bei had no intention of parting with all his magical beasts at once. Selling 300 magical beasts in one go would certainly yield a significant sum, but it would also invite myriad troubles. How could one tame dozens of magical beasts while simultaneously capturing 300 more? This posed the greatest conundrum. If the number of captured magical beasts were smaller, one could concoct plausible explanations. However, if the quantity were excessively large, it would be nearly impossible to justify. The second concern was related to the Huang family's intentions. Although Lin Bei was unaware of their plans, he instinctively sensed they were not benevolent. Naturally, he wished to avoid entangling himself too deeply. Based on these factors, he resolved to sell only 50 beasts. This quantity was just right. It would satisfy his financial needs without provoking undue complications. Huang Xingyang stared blankly at the magical beast containment bags in Lin Bei's hands, momentarily at a loss for words. The drastic turn of events left him reeling, akin to a roller coaster ride. "Hey, what are you dawdling for?" Only when Lin Bei urged him did Huang Zhengyang snap back to reality. Instinctively, he took the 50 containment bags and swiftly began to assess them. Opening the first bag, he noted, a magical beast, valued at 220,000, not bad. Opening the second, he remarked, another magical beast, worth 258,000, quite good. Upon opening the third, he exclaimed, "What? Another magical beast, valued at 246,500, excellent." After a full 10 minutes had passed, he had examined all 50 magical beast containment bags. Initially, Huang Xingyang thought only half of them contained magical beasts. However, upon completing his review, he was astonished to discover that all 50 bags contained magical beasts. 50 magical beasts in total. What? Not only are there so many tamed beasts outside, but there are also 50 captured magical beasts. How on earth did these two manage this? They had only entered the magical beast forest for a few hours. He was utterly perplexed. Huang Xingyang could scarcely fathom the reality. Even the most talented young prodigy of the Huang family could not possibly achieve such feats in just a few hours. No, even within a few days. They would not have accomplished half of this. The disparity was staggering. Taking a deep breath, Huang Jingyang gazed intently at Lin Bei and Wang Yuling for several seconds, then forcefully inhaled, suppressing all his emotions as he said, "Please hold on for a few minutes while I calculate. I will provide you with the final result shortly." After finishing his words, he gathered with the other members of the Huang family, swiftly commencing calculations regarding the price. Meanwhile, Li Kai and her companions arrived nearby and naturally witnessed the unfolding scene. Due to the presence of Huang family members, she felt too intimidated to intervene, merely standing by in a state of seething resentment. Although Li Kai was a woman of considerable vanity, she was no fool. She understood that provoking the Huang family was unwise, at least for the time being. Approximately 3 minutes later, Huang Jingyang approached again. He produced a bank card, handing it to Lin Bei while laughing heartily. "Brother, your 50 magical beasts are of commendable quality. They should fetch a good price. After our calculations, the final price amounts to 16 million. The funds have already been transferred to this card." Lin Bei accepted the card without exchanging even a single word with Huang Jingyang. Their relationship was purely transactional, and with the deal concluded, there was no longer any connection between them. Huang Jingyang and his companions, not wishing to appear foolish, quickly formed a team and departed. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently, he instructed those around him, make sure to investigate these two upon returning. It would be ideal if they could become allies. The other Huang family members nodded in agreement. Lin Bei tucked the bank card away and turned to Wang Yuling, saying, "Let me treat you to a lavish dinner tonight." With the funds at his disposal, he was now in a position to purchase that coveted wing. Wang Yuling, her face alight with joy, nodded eagerly, "Sure. Congratulations, Brother Bei, on becoming a millionaire." She felt no jealousy, only a sense of happiness for him. At that moment, the teleportation array activated, enveloping everyone within. 3 seconds later, all present had vanished. When they reappeared, it was within their respective academies. Upon seeing the students return, the academy head immediately issued a command for everyone to return home. The students, of course, did not linger and each returned to their homes with varied expressions. Some were eager to boast about their experiences of the day, others sought to make purchases, while some had other matters to attend to. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling did not remain at the academy either, departing with a multitude of magical beasts in tow. As she watched Lin Bei leave through the school gates, Li Kai clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly piercing her flesh. Her eyes were filled with venomous resentment, streaked with traces of blood. "That good-for-nothing leech. I will make you pay dearly," she vowed, concocting a scheme in her mind to ensure Lin Bei faced consequences. After indulging Wang Yuling in a sumptuous meal, Lin Bei returned home. The moment he stepped inside, both the eastern and western dragons emerged from the system space, frantically roaming around the room. Glancing at the time, he noted it was still early afternoon and decided to rest for a while before purchasing the materials for the wing later that night. However, before he could settle down, the system's notification chimed. "Ding. The host currently possesses sufficient funds. Would you like to convert a portion of your funds into points? Points are essential for shopping in the marketplace." Chapter 31. The next dragon is a bone dragon. Since acquiring the system, Lin Bei had been aware of the marketplace feature. Yet, he had never found the opportunity to utilize it. First, due to a lack of time and energy, and second, because he had no points. Now that the system had prompted him, he decided to take action. Opening the marketplace, the interface materialized instantly, revealing a dazzling array of products, overwhelming in its diversity. Most items were displayed in gray, indicating they were unavailable, while a small fraction shimmered, signifying they could be exchanged. Ding. Given the current number of dragons the host possesses, the available products are limited. As the number of your dragons increases, so too will the items you can redeem. Please strive diligently. Additionally, 10,000 in funds equals 100 points. You may exchange freely. Even with only a limited selection, there were still 10 items available, each boasting formidable capabilities. Lin Bei meticulously examined the descriptions of the products. Product name, Basic Beast Spirit Pill. Product description, consuming this will enhance a pet's strength and is essential for pet growth. Unlike worldly beast spirit pills, which contain impurities and may cause side effects, the system's beast spirit pills are pure and side effect free. Product price, 500 points. Product name, Designated Teleportation Array. Product description, can set up 2 invisible teleportation arrays, undetectable by ordinary individuals. Only the host and those authorized by the host can use them. Usable an unlimited number of times, with a teleportation range of 100 kilometers. Product price, 10,000 points. Just from glancing at 2 items, Lin Bei felt a surge of excitement. Undoubtedly, both were excellent offerings. The prices, however, were somewhat steep. 500 points equated to 50,000. while 10,000 points amounted to 1 million. The former was within an acceptable range, but the latter, a million, was no trifling sum. Continuing his examination of the remaining products, Lin Bei invested about a minute reviewing them all. Among them, 2 items captured his attention. Though referring to them merely as products felt inadequate, they resembled opportunities more than anything else. Product name, Insight. Product description, allows the user to discern what type of dragon will be awarded next, be it an Eastern Dragon, Western Dragon, Sky Dragon, Emerald Dragon, Poison Dragon, or countless other types, with 100% accuracy. Purchase limit, once per week. Product price, 500 points. Product name, Alteration. Product description, enables the alteration of the dragon species to be obtained next week, though the change is random. Each type of dragon has an equal chance of appearing, resulting in a completely unpredictable outcome. Purchase limit, unlimited per week. Product price, 1,000 points each. One item provides knowledge of the next dragon to be received, while the other allows alteration of that dragon's type, both immensely beneficial. With sufficient points, one could even control the dragons they would subsequently acquire. If desired, it would be entirely feasible to assemble a squadron of Eastern dragons. The existence of such items in the marketplace was beyond Lin Bei's wildest expectations. Without hesitation, he felt an overwhelming urge to give it a try. What if it led to unexpected rewards? System, exchange for 5,000 points. After all, 5,000 points represented 50,000, a sum he could afford to experiment with. The next moment, the system's notification sounded. Ding. Exchange successful. With 5,000 points credited instantaneously, Lin Bei wasted no time and declared, purchase knowledge. As a result, his points diminished to 4,500. And the acquisition of knowledge was successfully completed. Ding. Acquisition successful. You will receive an Eastern Dragon next week. The Eastern Dragon. Indeed, it is the Eastern Dragon. While it is a commendable breed, Lin Bei yearned for a different type of dragon. It is not that he harbors any disdain for the Eastern Dragon. He simply already possesses one. Is there any necessity for a duplicate? It seems rather superfluous. At least for now, it is unnecessary. He opted for a single modification. As the words fell, 1,000 points were deducted, leaving him with 3,500 points. Ding. You have gained a modification opportunity. Would you like to use it now? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei merely nodded. Soon, the system chimed again. Ding. Modification successful. You will receive a Western Dragon next week. Instantaneously, Lin Bei was rendered speechless. 1,000 points for a random modification merely transformed the Eastern Dragon into a Western Dragon? 1,000 points equates to 100,000. What a scam. He couldn't help but exclaim. However, the system's prompt soon followed. To the host, the outcome of the random modification is uncertain. Landing on a Western Dragon only indicates your misfortune. If you are dissatisfied, you may strive to strengthen yourself, which will enable you to purchase a specified modification. Lin Bei could not be bothered to argue with the system. Once more, having made the decision, he intended to achieve a satisfactory outcome. Ding. You have gained a modification opportunity. Would you like to use it now? Lin Bei nodded again. Ding. Modification successful. You will receive a Bone Dragon next week. Fortunately, the second modification was not as disappointing. He did not revert from the Western Dragon back to the Eastern Dragon. A Bone Dragon? That is indeed a dragon type he has frequently heard of. Quite commendable. Lin Bei was no stranger to what a Bone Dragon entailed. Such creatures appear in various films and television productions. If the Eastern and Western dragons can be categorized as worldly dragons, then the Bone Dragon undoubtedly belongs to the realm of the underworld. Although it is a creature of the underworld, its formidable nature is in no way inferior to that of worldly dragons. Lin Bei was quite pleased with the final modification result. Thus he refrained from seeking further changes. After all, his request was simple, to avoid acquiring duplicate dragons in the early stages. Before long, Lin Bei closed the system store and departed from his home. Meanwhile, the Western Dragon was secured within the system's space. Given the commotion that had just transpired, he was not comfortable leaving the 2 dragons unattended. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Lin Bei returned to the pet market, purposefully entering the Beast Treasure Building. The moment he stepped inside, Zhao Shuai approached with a beaming smile, greeting him warmly. Welcome. As he spoke, he realized that the visitor was a familiar face. Lin Bei's actions yesterday had been rather exceptional, leaving a strong impression on Zhao Shuai. Oh, what brings you here? Just to clarify, the deposit is non-refundable. He instinctively assumed Lin Bei was there to request a refund. After all, how could one possibly amass millions in just over 20 hours? In truth, Zhao Shuai's reasoning was not unfounded. It stemmed from his own understanding. Yesterday, Lin Bei's talents and background had been exposed by Li Kai, leading him to form such assumptions. 10 million. Such a sum is not easily acquired. While it may not be an astronomical amount, it certainly varies based on individual circumstances. For an ordinary student to gather 10 million in a short span, it is akin to chasing a dream. Even borrowing such a sum would be impossible. Lin Bei could not be bothered to debate with Zhao Shuai. Instead, he produced the account card obtained from the Huang family. Speaking in a decidedly calm tone, "Do not be alarmed. I am here to settle the remaining balance." As his words resonated, he extended the account card towards Zhao Shuai. Taking the card with a hint of skepticism, Zhao Shuai examined Lin Bei closely. "Is this for real? Don't play tricks on me." Despite his doubt, he instinctively inserted the card into the querying machine. In the next moment, the figures within the account card materialized. The current balance of this account card is 16 million. The total amount from the sale of 50 magical beasts was all contained within the card. Lin Bei had not touched the 16 million during his recent meal with Wang Yuling. After spending 500,000 on purchasing points, he was left astounded. Zhao Shuai could not help but exclaim, 16 million? How is that possible? For a moment, he questioned whether he had misread the figures. He quickly rubbed his eyes and looked again. Yet, the number remained unchanged. It was indeed 16 million. With a gulp, Zhao Shuai found himself swallowing hard, raising a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. This is real. His card truly holds 16 million. The querying machine could not be mistaken. Nor could he have misread. The fact remains undeniable. This young man before him had indeed acquired a staggering sum within a mere 20 hours. It was unfathomable. It left one utterly perplexed. How could someone who appears so ordinary, with seemingly useless talents, achieve such a feat? Could he be under someone's patronage? As this notion crossed his mind, Zhao Shuai scrutinized Lin Bei. Judging by his handsome features and well-defined physique, he felt further convinced of his suspicions. He fits the criteria for a kept boy. Gradually, Lin Bei grew increasingly impatient, his brows knitting together slightly. Could you expedite this? I'm in a bit of a hurry. He did not wish to be scrutinized by a man in such a manner. It felt exceedingly uncomfortable, as though being observed like some rare specimen. Zhao Shuai quickly regained his composure, awkwardly scratching his head and politely stating, my apologies. I'll fetch your goods right away." This was the only course of action available to him. Whatever the source of the funds, it was beyond his purview to question. He could only entertain wild thoughts internally. A minute later, Zhao Shuai returned with a box containing the wings of the Gale Demon Bull, gently opening it. As he pointed to the wings of the Gale Beast, he smiled at Lin Bei, saying, "I must say, your actions yesterday were absolutely spot on." Fortunately, a deposit of 2 million had been paid in advance. Otherwise, this exquisite wing would not have remained in my possession until now. Zhao Shuai's actions were intended to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment, and the most effective means to do so is to divert the current topic of conversation. Thus, he broached the subject. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei slightly raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity evident in his voice as he inquired, "Oh, is that so? What has transpired?" No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Shuai swiftly seized the opportunity to elaborate. In a few days, the largest nearby city will host an annual public auction. Anyone may participate. This auction will last an entire week, featuring a plethora of items including magical beasts, materials, equipment, elixirs, and treasures. This morning, someone approached, hoping to acquire this wing and some additional materials at a low price to take to the auction. He paused momentarily before continuing. "If you wish to obtain other materials, you might consider attending the auction. You may find unexpected treasures. In any case, this auction is certain to be a grand and lively affair. It has been held for many years, attracting a multitude of participants each year, from esteemed directors to the children of ordinary families. The array of auctioned items will be even more extensive." Lin Bei committed this information to memory, departing the shop with the acquired wing and a bank card that now held a mere 6 million. He had now gathered all the materials required for the synthesis of the Western Dragon. The next dragon he sought was the Bone Dragon. It seemed that it was indeed time to procure suitable materials. He began to contemplate silently what materials would best suit the fusion with the Bone Dragon. The Bone Dragon is a particularly unique creature. The materials used must certainly not be too commonplace. It was imperative to select more fitting synthesis materials. Half an hour later, Lin Bei returned home. At this moment, everything was in place, and he could commence the synthesis. However, it was unwise to conduct the synthesis at home. The last time he successfully synthesized, the commotion was frightful, resulting in the destruction of an entire bedroom. Finding a suitable location for synthesis in the bustling city was no easy task. The optimal choice was to venture into the depths of the magical beast forest, specifically beyond the safety zone. Only in such an area would it be appropriate for synthesis, as there would be no worry of being observed by outsiders, even though one would have to contend with numerous magical beasts. However, the presence of magical beasts was not necessarily a disadvantage. After making a swift decision, Lin Bei addressed the system in his mind. System, exchange 10,000 points to purchase a designated teleportation array. In the next instant, 1 million funds vanished, transformed into 10,000 points. Ding! Designated teleportation array purchased successfully. Would you like to use it now? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei opted to proceed. Ding! The first teleportation point is set to this location. Please specify the second teleportation point. After a few moments of contemplation, Lin Bei resolved. The center of the magical beast forest. Set that as the second teleportation point. At this juncture, selecting the central point was the best choice, as it would provide proximity to both the safety zone and the forest depths. In the next instant, a teleportation array, visible only to Lin Bei, materialized, enveloping the entire living room. Simultaneously, he sensed the presence of another teleportation array. Teleport. The moment the command left his lips, the array activated automatically. 1 second later, Lin Bei found himself amidst the magical beast forest. Chapter 33, The Western Dragon, Synthesis commences. The magical beast forest at night is a realm entirely distinct from its daytime counterpart, while daylight brings a semblance of light, allowing individuals to feel somewhat at ease. The forest at night plunges into darkness, where only the faint glow of the moon provides a meager view of the surroundings. In this profound darkness, pairs of blood-red eyes occasionally flicker into view, casting a terrifying visage. Additionally, the air is thick with the sounds of growls, the pervasive scent of blood, and various other threats. Standing in the heart of the magical beast forest, Lin Bei observed his surroundings with a grave expression, gradually relaxing his vigilance. As this was the central point of the forest, a convergence of various regions, it was relatively safe. After all, magical beasts typically inhabit their territories and prefer to remain within them. The center is generally unclaimed by beasts. Should any beast occupy this point, it would provoke others, prompting a territorial dispute. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei steadied himself. Time was of the essence. Given his current strength, he was not yet qualified to survive in such a place for long. Prolonged presence here would pose excessive danger. In the next moment, he released both the Western Dragon and its kin from the system's space. As they emerged, the two dragons spread their wings and soared into the night sky, both exhilarated by the spaciousness of their surroundings. Following this, Lin Bei retrieved the Thunderbird wings and the Gale Bull wings, arranging them neatly on the ground before him. System. Activate synthesis. Finally, the moment of synthesis for the Western Dragon had arrived, a moment he had eagerly anticipated. Please select the synthesis materials. Simply state their names. A minimum of 3 materials is required for each synthesis. No sooner had the system's prompt concluded than Lin Bei's voice rang out. The first material, Western Young Dragon. The second material, Thunderbird Wings. The third material, Gale Bull Wings. So be it. In a flash, both the Western Young Dragon in the sky and the 2 wing materials on the ground were enveloped in a radiant white light, transforming into 3 orbs of varying sizes, illuminating the dim night sky effortlessly. Approximately 3 seconds passed before the 3 white orbs began to move, swiftly merging into a larger orb. The orb floated quietly in the air, seemingly suspended in time. Ding! Synthesis in progress. Please be patient, host. Gazing at the luminous orb in the sky for several seconds, Lin Bei's heart grew increasingly solemn. The orb was excessively bright, its brilliance rivaling that of daylight. He hoped it would not attract undue attention. After all, such an eerie spectacle in the darkness could easily pique the curiosity of other entities, whether human or beast. Nevertheless, compared to conducting the synthesis in the city, performing it in the magical beast forest was far preferable. Lin Bei's intention in the forest extended beyond merely synthesizing the Western Dragon. He harbored another objective, a purpose that equally harbors the potential for risk. Descended, fluttering her wings, landing gracefully upon the ground, her curious gaze fixed upon her master, uncertain of what was to unfold. After casually caressing the dragon's head, Lin Bei retrieved an item from the system's space, a substantial quantity of meat particles, meticulously crafted from the flesh of various magical beasts. This was none other than the young dragon feed, acquired at the moment successfully synthesized. It was abundantly clear that this feed was intended for the nurturing of young dragons. Without pausing, he once again accessed the system's shop, exchanging all his remaining points for beast spirit pills. At this juncture, he possessed 2,500 points, sufficient to obtain 5 beast spirit pills. Ding! Exchange successful. 5 beast spirit pills have been placed in the system space, and your points have been reset to 0. Swiftly, Lin Bei retrieved the 5 beast spirit pills, placing them alongside the young dragon feed. As she caught the alluring aroma emanating from the pills and the feed, could not suppress a low, melodious hum, her voice brimming with joy and excitement. Since being tamed by Lin Bei, she had not indulged in any sustenance. Dragons, too, are beings of life, necessitating nourishment. While she could sustain herself by absorbing her master's energy, it paled in comparison to the benefits of traditional feeding. Go ahead and eat. At the instant Lin Bei's words fell, Yi opened her colossal jaws wide and, in one swift motion, devoured both the 5 beast spirit pills and the young dragon feed. Gulp, gulp. In mere moments, the substantial meal was consumed. A look of anthropomorphic satisfaction emerged upon her draconic visage. It was then that the system's notification chimed. Ding. EE requires half the growth value to reach the next stage. Please nurture her further. Simultaneously, a progress bar materialized upon EE's form. Name, EE. Species, dragon. Status, 50% growth value in the juvenile phase. Loyalty, unwavering, never to betray. The phrase weakest stage that once accompanied the juvenile phase had undergone a remarkable transformation, now reflecting 50% growth value. System, please elucidate. The system swiftly responded. Growth value is a unique capability of this system. Once the growth value reaches 100 and a certain number of points are expended, the pet will ascend to the next stage. Only pets issued by this system can utilize this feature. What you just fed EE successfully granted her 50% of the growth value. The young dragon feed contributed 25%, while the 5 beast spirit pills also provided 25%. In that moment, Lin Bei found himself deep in contemplation. If this function were to be utilized judiciously, the dragon's growth rate would undoubtedly be astonishing. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that this is an unparalleled advantage. Other pets, while they may also consume beast spirit pills, their growth rate is notably sluggish. Even consuming 100 beast spirit pills at once would not yield such remarkable growth. Thus, there is truly no point of comparison. Having discerned the myriad advantages, Lin Bei's fists clenched in exhilaration. How marvelous! I can certainly elevate both EE and the Western Dragon to the next stage. With this thought, he spoke again. Convert all remaining funds into points. Chapter 34. Evolve, EE. Are you certain you wish to convert the remaining 5 million into 50,000 points? The system appeared somewhat taken aback. 5 million is not a trivial sum. Yet, Lin Bei was resolute, even if it meant sacrificing the equivalent of 9 dragons. Exchange. In the next moment, the system's notification sounded. Ding. Exchange successful. 5 million funds have been converted into 50,000 points. Despite losing 5 million in an instant, Lin Bei exhibited no sign of regret, for he understood profoundly that it was all worthwhile. In comparison to the limited funds, the dragon's growth held paramount importance. Once the dragon attained sufficient strength, who would fear the absence of wealth? Since 5 beast spirit pills provide 25% growth value, it follows that 1 beast spirit pill yields 5%. To acquire the remaining 50% growth value, he would need to exchange for 10 additional beast spirit pills. Each beast spirit pill requires 500 points, translating to 50,000 in funds. 10 would thus amount to 5,000 points, equating to 500,000 in currency. In truth, it is not exorbitantly expensive. System, exchange for 10 beast spirit pills. Almost in the blink of an eye, the system completed the transaction. Ding. 10 beast spirit pills exchanged successfully. They have been automatically deposited into the system space. Lin Bei first closed the system shop, then opened the system space to retrieve the 10 beast spirit pills. However, rather than directly feeding them to EE, he inquired of the system, will utilizing this method for EE's growth incur any drawbacks? Although he yearned for her to grow stronger, it was imperative that there be no harm or side effects. The host can rest assured, there are absolutely no side effects, for the products of this system are flawless creations. Additionally, you may sell the beast spirit pills from this system to others. Though their effectiveness will be reduced by 80%, they will still yield favorable results. With the assurance of no adverse effects, Lin Bei felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then held the 10 beast spirit pills in his hand, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the elated EE. Gently stroking her large, sturdy head, he spoke in a soft tone. Go ahead and indulge. Gulp, gulp. Unable to resist the allure of such delectable offerings, EE once again opened her mouth wide and swallowed the 10 beast spirit pills in one go. As the pills were consumed and swiftly absorbed, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. EE's growth value has reached 100%. The host may directly spend 10,000 points to facilitate her evolution to the next stage. Shall we proceed with the evolution? In scarcely the blink of an eye, Lin Bei had arrived at his decision. Evolve. The very purpose of undertaking all these endeavors was to facilitate EE's evolution. Thus there was no room for hesitation. In truth, the evolution of EE was merely a matter of time. No, not just for EE. The Western Dragon is no exception. The subsequent skeletal dragons and others will follow suit. Whenever the opportunity to evolve arises, it is imperative to seize it. Must one remain perpetually in the so-called weakest juvenile stage? Ding. 10,000 points have been deducted. The evolution will commence in 3 seconds. The duration of this evolution is currently unspecified. During this period, please ensure your own safety, host. As long as you are secure, the dragon will be unharmed. Lin Bei was acutely aware of such matters. Rest assured, in 3 seconds, a golden radiance emanated from Yi, enveloping her entirely. She too transformed into a spherical shape, floating gracefully in midair, side by side with the Western dragon. The forest, once illuminated in white, was now half transformed into a brilliant gold. Ding! Evolving. Please be patient, host. With measured steps, Lin Bei approached a large stone and seated himself upon it, beginning his wait. During this interlude, he also calculated to evolve from the weakest stage to the next. A total of 20 beast spirit pills from the system were required, equating to 10,000 points. Adding to that, the final evolution would necessitate another 10,000 points. Thus, the cumulative total was a staggering 20,000 points. 20,000 points equate to 200,000. This was the cost required for a dragon to undergo its initial evolution, a price well within Lin Bei's grasp. However, he understood that this was merely the first evolution. As for the subsequent evolutions, they would undoubtedly demand even more. Alas, there was no point in overthinking it. Regardless, the expenditure was necessary. He resolved to find ways to earn more money thereafter. Meanwhile, the 6 esteemed deans and the members of the 4 great families, who had spent a whole day in the beast forest, witnessed an inexplicable phenomenon in the center of the forest. Suddenly, it illuminated without warning, casting hues of gold and white. Clearly, something extraordinary was transpiring. The first dean casually crushed the skull of a black ice demon bear, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. After taking a deep breath, he raised his hand towards the center of the beast forest and addressed the other 5 deans nearby. Let us investigate that area. Something has undoubtedly occurred. Perhaps the dragon is there. Having been busy all day without any results left him somewhat agitated and disappointed, hence this decision. The other 5 deans pondered for a few seconds before unanimously agreeing. All right, let us go and take a look. It is certainly better than wandering aimlessly in the beast forest. Moreover, the commotion is quite significant. It is bound to attract considerable attention, and the Western dragon is likely to be drawn there. It would take approximately half an hour to reach, so they hurriedly set off. Soon, they were joined by the upper echelons of the 4 families, who had already dispersed, as well as others remaining in the beast forest. The crisis was drawing near. As time ticked away, 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, just as Lin Bei was becoming somewhat bored, the massive white light sphere enveloping the Western dragon and the other 2 wings began to show signs of activity. Crack, crack. Numerous cracks, as thick as an arm, began to emerge upon the surface of the enormous white light mass. Instantly, Lin Bei leaped to his feet, eagerly gazing up at the white sphere. It appeared that the synthesis had succeeded. Chapter 35. The emergence of the 6-winged black dragon. Crack, crack. More and more fissures materialized on the white sphere. At a glance, it resembled an egg being pecked from the inside by a chick, poised to break free at any moment. Lin Bei's breaths grew heavier, his eyes fixed intently on the colossal light mass. Even as the sting of discomfort arose, he had no intention of looking away. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Half a minute passed, and the cracks had completely covered the entire sphere, a dense network of fissures that appeared somewhat terrifying. Yet it halted there. The cracks did not proliferate further. At that moment, Lin Bei comprehended the situation, unable to suppress his murmurs. It is about to emerge. Just as the words left his lips, the fissured light mass shattered instantaneously, countless tiny white fragments cascading to the ground, reminiscent of a long-anticipated snowstorm. At the very center of this multitude of light shards, an enormous silhouette emerged. At a cursory glance, the dark figure resembled a small mountain. Its length exceeded 10 meters. Even its height surpassed 8 meters. And notably, 6 magnificent wings were visible. At this juncture, the system's prompt resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host, synthesis successful. Simultaneously, all the white light in the sky dissipated, revealing the concealed Western dragon. Roar. The synthesized Western dragon let out a resounding roar, reverberating like thunder in the ears. This dragon's roar echoed far and wide. The 6 deans and members of the 4 families traversing the beast forest naturally heard this mighty dragon's call. Instantly, they became even more convinced of their suspicions. A dragon. That unmistakably is the voice of a dragon. The direction of the sound aligns perfectly with where we intend to go. It seems our assumptions were correct. The dragon resides at the center of the beast forest. Let us hasten our pace. The prospect of a confrontation loomed ahead. With the confirmation of the dragon's presence at the center of the beast forest, the excitement within these individuals intensified. Their pace quickened considerably. Meanwhile, Lin Bei remained blissfully unaware, merely gazing up at the Western dragon. At this moment, he beheld the synthesized Western dragon, a majestic creature adorned with 6 magnificent wings. From an exterior perspective, the 6 wings bore little distinction, each comprised of a harmonious blend of black, blue, and green hues. These colors intertwined in an orderly fashion, devoid of any chaos, exuding an aura of captivating mystery. Whoosh, whoosh. The 6 wings flapped rhythmically, producing a sound akin to a tempest of great magnitude. As the wings moved, the sky around the Western dragon crackled with blue lightning, and the winds howled fiercely. The sky darkened ominously as countless leaves cascaded to the ground, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Moreover, the originally pitch-black scales adorning the back of the Western dragon underwent a remarkable transformation. Each scale was now entwined with barely visible, faint blue lightning. Not only did the scales exhibit this electric phenomenon, even its limbs and head were enveloped in arcs of lightning, resembling a dragon birthed from the very essence of thunder. This was the culmination of a successful synthesis, the Western dragon. Lin Bei felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. He raised his right arm and beckoned to the Western dragon soaring in the sky, uttering, "Come down." Thud. In an instant, the Western dragon obediently descended to the ground. The blue lightning entwined around its body dissipated alongside the swirling green winds, and the tumult of thunder and storm in the sky vanished without a trace. The Western dragon, controlling its massive head, gently nuzzled Lin Bei's body. Its tricolored eyes, white, blue, and green, were filled with unrestrained joy and excitement. It emitted a series of soft, cooing sounds, reminiscent of a playful creature seeking affection. With a beaming smile, Lin Bei reached out to stroke the dragon's head. In that moment, a surge of information flooded into his mind, revealing crucial details about the Western dragon. Name, unnamed. Race, Western dragon, black dragon. Status, juvenile at its weakest phase. Loyalty, unwavering, never betrays. Abilities, possesses formidable power characteristic of the Western black dragon. Capable of controlling lightning and storm winds, with formidable speed and destructive force. Description, the essence of the Western dragon, now fused with thunderbird wings and the wings of a storm bull, can unleash its greatest potential in the skies. Though it was merely a fusion of a dragon and 2 wings, its power was undeniably formidable. The only drawback was its current state as a juvenile, limiting its potential despite its extraordinary abilities and terrifying talents. Just an hour prior, Lin Bei might have been uncertain about the next steps. However, now he was resolute, understanding the path to nurture the dragon's growth. The Western dragon needed to ascend to the next stage, just like EE. But before that, he should bestow it a name, for referring to it solely as the Western dragon felt somewhat inadequate. Upon hearing Lin Bei's intent to name it, the Western dragon's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Its 6 wings fluttered excitedly, clearly delighted by the prospect. In truth, it had long yearned for a name. "Hold on. I'm contemplating a name for you," Lin Bei remarked, deep in thought about what to call it. Previously, he had named EE simply as such because it was the first dragon. However, the Western dragon couldn't possibly be dubbed Air, could it? As he reflected on the earlier appearance of the Western dragon, the 6 wings rhythmically flapping and the surrounding tempest of thunder and wind, the name began to crystallize in his mind with increasing clarity. Finally, after approximately 10 seconds of contemplation, he made his decision. Once more, he reached out to caress the dragon's enormous head and said with a gentle smile, "From now on, you shall be known as Lu Shun." The Lu signifies the 6 wings of the Western dragon, while Shun reflects its majestic form amidst the lightning and storm, akin to a deity descending from the heavens. The Western dragon nodded its massive head in agreement, expressing no dissent. Henceforth, it would be called Lu Shun. Chapter 36. The arrival of an uninvited guest. Lin Bei's choice of the name Lu Shun was devoid of any mockery. It was entirely sincere. Indeed, the name was quite fitting, both powerful and melodic. "Your true name is Lu Shun. However, I shall affectionately refer to you as Xiao Lu." Lu Shun flapped its wings joyfully, showing no objection to the name. It relished the grandeur of Lu Shun while also favoring the endearing Xiao Lu. After a while, Lu Shun noticed EE, enveloped in a golden light. In an instant, it grasped the situation. For both Xiao Lu and EE belonged to the dragon lineage and were products of the system, inherently aware of certain matters. Eagerly, Xiao Lu turned to Lin Bei, its large dragon eyes reflecting a hint of longing. Lin Bei, somewhat speechless, could only shake his head in resignation. He had indeed intended to facilitate Xiao Lu's advancement. But before he could voice his plans, Xiao Lu had already taken the initiative. This saved him some effort. While stroking Xiao Lu's sturdy scales, Lin Bei addressed the system. "System, let us proceed with the exchange. I wish to redeem 20 beast spirit pills, with 35,000 points remaining. I can easily afford to allow EE to evolve. Soon, The system's notification chimed. Ding. Exchange successful. 10,000 points have been deducted for 20 Beast Spirit Pills. The exchanged Beast Spirit Pills have been automatically stored in the system space. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 points vanished. It was truly akin to money flowing like water, though a tinge of regret lingered. Lin Bei felt no remorse. He retrieved the 20 Beast Spirit Pills from the system space and handed them to the eagerly watching Xiao Lu, saying, "Eat up. These are all yours." In the next moment, Xiao Lu opened its mouth wide and swallowed all 20 pills in one gulp. Gulp, gulp. Instantly, the Beast Spirit Pills were consumed, and the system chimed again. Ding. Lu Xin's growth value has reached 100%, meeting the criteria for evolution. The host can now expend 10,000 points to evolve it to the next stage. Will you proceed with the evolution now? The question of whether to evolve was redundant. The answer was unequivocal. However, just as Lin Bei prepared to initiate the evolution of the Western Dragon, a cacophony of footsteps emerged from the forest ahead. The sounds were chaotic and numerous, indicating the presence of more than one individual. Moreover, the majority of the footsteps were light and nimble, not resembling those of humans. Accompanying the footsteps was a rough, awestruck voice of a man. What the hell? It's truly a dragon. And it doesn't seem to be an ordinary one. It resembles the legendary Western Dragon, but it has 6 wings? Incredible. It appears quite impressive. However, this dragon seems rather diminutive. It must be a juvenile. What extraordinary fortune. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei's brow furrowed instantly, and a frigid expression emerged on his face. The very scenario he most dreaded had ultimately come to pass. His initial purpose in venturing into the monster beast forest was to avoid attracting the attention of others. Yet, some events are simply unavoidable. If he had chosen a different day to come, matters could have proceeded smoothly. After all, few dare to linger in the monster beast forest during the night. It was the news of a dragon that precipitated this situation today. Sigh. Since evasion is not an option, one must confront it. As he uttered this thought, Lin Bei's heart steeled itself for what was to come. If they are foes, then they shall be slain. The newcomer, however, was utterly oblivious to Lin Bei's presence, as all his attention was focused on Xiao Lu, who stood on Lin Bei's opposite side, out of the newcomer's line of sight. Haha, even the heavens favor me. A dragon has appeared so close to me. The group would not arrive for at least 20 minutes. I can certainly capture this dragon within that time frame. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed. Xiao Lu, at that moment, turned to face this unexpected guest. As Xiao Lu moved, Lin Bei's previously obscured view was suddenly opened. Naturally, he beheld the uninvited guest, who spoke first. You wish to capture my dragon? Did you seek my permission? The newcomer was none other than Huang Feilong of the Huang family, who had previously taken notice of Lin Bei and Zhao Qi's transaction. Upon recognizing Lin Bei standing beside Xiao Lu, Huang Feilong's steps came to an abrupt halt, his expression one of shock as he exclaimed, You are that student? What are you doing here? And what is your relation to that dragon? Why has it not attacked you? Even Huang Feilong was unaware of the slight stammer in his voice. Lin Bei was merely a freshman. Yet, here he was, coexisting so harmoniously with the dragon, which behaved as obediently as a dog. After the initial astonishment faded, Huang Feilong suddenly recalled Lin Bei's earlier words. Wait, are you saying this dragon is yours? No, that cannot be. Huang Feilong instinctively sought to refute this claim, as the possibility seemed infinitesimally small. How could a newly awakened impoverished student possibly tame a dragon, especially one so unique in appearance? He had perused numerous texts concerning dragons, but had never encountered any mention of a creature like this. Lin Bei regarded Huang Feilong with a cold gaze, his expression grave. Flanking Huang Feilong were 15 wolves, various breeds, windclaw wolves, 8-eyed three-tailed wolves, and deadwood tree wolves. Some were as large as bears, while others were no bigger than cats. These were no ordinary wolves. Should any conflict arise, the ensuing assault from the pack would be inevitable. Although the wolves bore some injuries, they remained formidable. Xiao Lu understood the gravity of the situation. With 6 wings, it enveloped Lin Bei at the center, aiming to ensure his safety. Its gaze towards Huang Feilong and the pack was filled with an inexhaustible chill of murderous intent. After a prolonged moment, Huang Feilong regained his composure. Even if he wished to deny it, he could not escape this reality. From Xiao Lu's demeanor, it was clear it was protecting its master. Chapter 37. The Initial Battle. The Wind and Thunder Roar. Lin Bei was acutely aware that a battle was imminent. Huang Feilong's demeanor indicated his intentions were clearly directed at the dragon. Xiao Lu, prepare yourself. Simultaneously, Huang Feilong, having regained his focus, glared at Lin Bei with unmasked hostility. His breath quickened, fists clenched tightly in excitement. There was only a student and a dragon before him. If he could eliminate the student, then the dragon would be his. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. With this dragon, he could soar to new heights. The Huang family would ascend to greatness. Undoubtedly, it was a monumental opportunity. After taking a deep breath, he quelled the urge to strike immediately, opting instead for a diplomatic approach. Hey, I am from the Huang family. If you are wise, hand over the dragon, and we will offer you some compensation. Otherwise, you shall perish here. You have only these two choices. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised by Huang Feilong's identity, and could not help but murmur, the Huang family? Let's see what schemes you have in store. Regardless of whether the opposition consisted of one individual or a multitude, he would not foolishly relinquish the dragon. From the outset, Lin Bei occupied an invulnerable position. With a teleportation array at his disposal, he could depart with Xiao Lu at any moment. Then Lin Bei responded, hand over the dragon? Am I your father? That I should indulge you? His words incited a furious wrath in Huang Feilong. At once, his brow furrowed deeply, his murderous intent intensifying. Wrinkles formed on his forehead, with veins protruding ominously, rendering him a fearsome sight. Humph, a fool who knows not their mortality. In the next instant, Huang Feilong pointed directly at Lin Bei, commanding the poised wolves surrounding him, kill. The dragon must remain alive. The human must die? At the moment his command fell, all 15 wolves, each distinct, surged madly towards Lin Bei and Xiao Lu. The piercing howls of the wolves echoed throughout the monster beast forest. Shadows moved at speeds surpassing that of supercars, and Lin Bei could barely catch sight of a few fleeting figures. After all, his current strength was still inadequate to perceive such rapid movements. Huang Feilong was no ordinary adversary. Otherwise, he would not have dared to enter the monster beast forest. His prowess could be deemed above average within the Huang family, often referred to as the Huang family's vicious wolf, frequently engaging in less than honorable deeds. Yet, despite this, Lin Bei remained unperturbed, standing calmly as he addressed the intensely serious Xiao Lu beside him. Xiao Lu, hold nothing back. Fight with all your might. He would not shy away from this battle. From the very beginning until now, both Yi and Xiao Lu have yet to engage in a formidable battle. Their previous endeavors in the Warcraft forest were merely trivial skirmishes. This presents an excellent opportunity. Not only is Xiao Lu poised to join the fray, but Yi is also on the brink of evolution. Moo! Xiao Lu raised its massive dragon head and unleashed a furious roar into the sky. Subsequently, it charged forward, targeting the scattered wolf pack. Huang Feilong observed this spectacle, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes brimming with disdain. Although it is a dragon, it is merely a juvenile. How could it possibly contend with my pack of wolves? Even the weakest among my wolves is already in its mature phase, even in a less than optimal state. It is not a juvenile dragon that can stand against them. He remained entirely unfazed. The wolf pack itself is notoriously formidable, both united and ferocious. Moreover, this particular pack consists of 15 strong wolves, making them especially challenging to confront. Throughout the battles Huang Feilong has experienced, he has always emerged victorious. All enemies have invariably been devoured by his wolves. In this world, not only is there a clear hierarchy among humans, but magical beasts are similarly categorized. The classification of magical beasts is even more intricate. Firstly, they are distinguished by growth stages, roughly divided into juvenile, weak, mature, adult, and complete phases, among others. Secondly, they are classified by strength levels, which generally include beginner, intermediate, advanced, beast king, and beast emperor levels, among others. This is the classification most are familiar with. Only a select few are aware of the higher tiers. The growth stage is closely linked to the strength level. Generally, juvenile magical beasts are at the beginner level. Weak magical beasts are at the intermediate level, and mature magical beasts are often at the advanced level. Thus, Huang Feilong's confidence is well-founded. A juvenile dragon? What if it is strong? How could it possibly contend with 15 advanced wolves? Even dragons fear packs of wolves. At this moment, Xiao Lu and the wolf pack had already engaged in combat. The 15 wolves, displaying remarkable unity, immediately designated Xiao Lu as their primary target. They positioned themselves around Xiao Lu, encircling it at the center, their claws sharp as blades, glinting ominously in the moonlight. After a tense standoff lasting approximately 3 seconds, the wolf pack sprang into action. A blood-red, bloodthirsty giant wolf, its entire body cloaked in crimson fur, instantaneously swelled in size, reaching a stature comparable to Xiao Lu. In the next moment, it closed the distance to Xiao Lu, swinging its lethal claws downward. Simultaneously, the other 14 wolves also sprang into action. Some oozed venom from their claws, while others ignited with flames. A dazzling array of abilities was unleashed, clearly devoid of any mercy. Huang Feilong, who had been observing all of this, nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This dragon should be defeated in a single round. Given that it is a dragon, he had no intention of holding back. After all, dragons symbolize power. not only in strength, but also in vitality. As he watched the wolf pack converge on him, Xiaoyu's enormous dragon eyes were filled solely with fury. Merely a handful of wolves and a single human. How dare they openly display murderous intent towards its master, seeking death. In the next moment, Xiaolu unfurled its 6 wings with all its might. Instantly, each wing became enveloped in lightning and tempestuous winds. Boom! Dark clouds gathered 100 meters above, and bolts of lightning flickered across the sky. Whoosh! Gales surged from all directions, wreaking havoc in the heart of the Warcraft forest. A celestial phenomenon emerged. Though it was only a localized spectacle, Huang Feilong quickly looked up at the sky, his heart sinking as an uncontrollable sense of crisis surged within him. Chapter 38. On the verge of evolution. Can it manipulate lightning and wind? What manner of dragon is this? Moreover, it is merely in its juvenile stage. Yet it can create such a commotion? Truly terrifying. If it were allowed to mature, the consequences would be unimaginable. The more Huang Feilong recognized Xiaoyu's might, the stronger his greed grew. If he could truly seize it, the Huang family would undoubtedly ascend to invincibility. Just as he prepared to cast his gaze back towards the western dragon, he suddenly spotted the golden orb formed by Yi in the sky. Instantly, Huang Feilong found himself momentarily stunned, taken aback by this unexpected sight. When he first arrived here, his attention had been entirely captivated by Xiaolu, leaving him unaware of this golden orb floating quietly in the air. What is this object? Why does it hover silently in the sky? How peculiar. However, Huang Feilong had neither the time nor energy to dwell on it. His sole desire was for the wolf pack to bring down Xiaolu. Meanwhile, Xiaolu, enveloped in lightning and tempest, was engaged in a frenzied melee with the wolves. Boom, boom. Lightning erupted like a machine gun, mercilessly striking down one wolf after another. Any wolf struck by this lightning would have its fur incinerated in an instant, and its flesh would suffer significant damage. Charring and blackening were merely mild outcomes. Most would sustain burns, their flesh rotting away. As the relentless lightning continued to bombard them, the fierce winds tore at their wounds. It was truly adding insult to injury. Drip, drip. In just a brief period, at least 5 wolves had been injured, blood trickling from their wounds onto the ground. Due to the overwhelming presence of wind and lightning, the wolf pack could not mount an effective assault against Xiaolu. They could only resort to evasion. After all, Xiaolu was currently unleashing its power to the fullest, showing no intent to conserve its strength. Thus, the lightning and wind were ferociously terrifying. This high-intensity assault could only be sustained for a few minutes at most. Once all its energy was expended, Xiaolu would be left to engage in close combat. Moreover, the wolf pack had already sustained varying degrees of injuries, limiting their capacity to exert their full strength. Having ventured into this area from a safe zone, how could they possibly remain unscathed? The fact that they could survive at all showcased their formidable strength. Having experienced countless battles, Huang Feilong quickly discerned the underlying issues and understood why this situation had arisen. Yet, despite comprehending everything, he remained astounded, truly beyond imagination in its ferocity. It is merely a juvenile dragon, yet it has left my 15 beloved wolves in such disarray. Some even exacerbated their injuries. Although it may not last long, it is indeed worthy of being a dragon. Huang Feilong was not concerned about his potential defeat. He merely needed to buy time to secure victory. Unintentionally, his gaze fell upon Lin Bei at the rear. However, Huang Feilong failed to perceive even the slightest hint of panic emanating from Lin Bei. On the contrary, he discerned a confident smile upon Lin Bei's countenance. The situation appeared exceedingly peculiar. Was he out of his mind? How could he still be smiling? Soon enough, he would have reason to weep. Suppressing the intense bewilderment surging within him, Huang Feilong cast his gaze once more upon Xiaolu. At that moment, Xiaolu was relentlessly assaulting its foes. It advanced towards the wolf-like beasts while unleashing torrents of lightning and fierce winds. Boom, boom. The once smooth terrain had descended into chaos, riddled with craters created by the thunderous strikes. There existed a monumental disparity between the juvenile and mature stages, akin to a child confronting a youth, and not just any youth, but 15 of them. The gaps in strength, speed, and combat experience were insurmountable. Even if that child possessed extraordinary talent, it could hardly bridge such chasms. Alas, if not for the paramount importance of the family's plans, I would be loath to let this dragon perish. The reason behind Lin Bei's smile was his profound satisfaction with Xiaolu's prowess. To single-handedly contend with 15 high-level wolf-like beasts was undeniably extraordinary. More importantly, Xiaolu had gained the upper hand. It is worth noting that Xiaolu had only just succeeded in its synthesis. Its mastery over its powers could only be described as rudimentary. Given ample time to train and develop, it would undoubtedly grow stronger. In summary, its potential was limitless. Upon returning, I must thoughtfully consider the subsequent plans. Remaining in the academy indefinitely is unnecessary. With this thought, Lin Bei lifted his gaze to the sky and immediately spotted Yi, who was in the midst of evolution. Although he could not perceive the intricacies of the process, he could sense Yi's burgeoning presence. At that moment, the aura of Yi intensified, far surpassing its state prior to evolution, an enhancement of at least tenfold. It would not be long before Yi completed the transformation. One could only wonder how formidable Yi would become after evolving. An instinctual feeling told Lin Bei that the evolution of dragons was fundamentally different from that of other beasts. Just then, the system's notification sounded. Ding. Attention, host. Yi will complete its evolution in 10 seconds. Simultaneously, having witnessed the enemy's persistent evasion and recognizing that its own attacks were consistently thwarted, Xiao Lu seemed to have learned a lesson. It directly locked onto the previously enlarged, bloodthirsty giant wolf. If it could not take on a multitude, it would focus on one. In the next moment, Xiao Lu flapped its 6 wings in unison while its limbs swiftly moved on the ground, harnessing all the lightning and tempest to strike at the bloodthirsty giant wolf. The reason it refrained from soaring into the air was due to the belief that it was unnecessary. While flying would enhance its strength, it would also forfeit the opportunity for training, as these wolves found it exceedingly difficult to attack airborne targets. In mere seconds, Xiao Lu reached the side of the bloodthirsty giant wolf, raising its enormous claws and placing them upon the wolf's back. Subsequently, it opened its mouth wide and sank its teeth into the wolf's neck. Simultaneously, torrents of violent lightning and wind surged forth, enveloping both Xiao Lu and the bloodthirsty giant wolf. Boom! The lightning erupted instantaneously, flooding the center with dazzling brilliance. It was not until 5 seconds later that the radiance began to dissipate, and the bloodthirsty giant wolf. At that moment, it had transformed into a charred silhouette, its fur completely incinerated. Clearly, it had met its demise. This was the entirety of Xiao Lu's remaining storm and thunderous power. It had unleashed all its strength in one go, merely to ascertain just how formidable it truly was. For when Lin Bei became aware of Yi's imminent evolution, Xiao Lu was also privy to this revelation. Chapter 39, Evolution Complete. Rewards granted. Hiss. Observing the bloodthirsty giant wolf, now resembling nothing more than a piece of charcoal, Huang Feilong instinctively inhaled sharply, a wave of goosebumps erupting across his back, and his hair stood on end. The bloodthirsty giant wolf had been slain. This was astonishingly powerful. Even among the 15 wolves under his command, the bloodthirsty giant wolf's strength could easily rank among the top. Yet now, it had been vanquished by a juvenile dragon. Moreover, in such a tragic manner. Consequently, Huang Feilong gained a clearer understanding of Xiao Lu's capabilities, truly exceeding all expectations. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, he spoke with a tone of profound admiration. No wonder there are so many accounts of dragons. It turns out, they are all true. Dragons are the strongest beings. Not only was Huang Feilong taken aback, but the other 14 wolves were equally stunned. They had long forgotten how long it had been since they had witnessed a companion's death. In previous battles, they had only ever sustained injuries. Instantly, the wolf pack was consumed with rage. Awoo! Awoo! The howls of the wolves echoed with fury. Simultaneously, the lightning and winds encircling Xiao Lu dissipated, and even the sky returned to its previous tranquility. In an instant, Huang Feilong's eyes widened in realization, quickly grasping the situation. Had all its strength been exhausted? Truly, heaven was aiding me. If I can capture this dragon, what is the loss of one wolf? Once I present this dragon to my family, I shall undoubtedly receive a generous reward. At that point, acquiring as many wolves as I desire will be but a whim. With a hasty stride, Xiao Lu cast a disgruntled glance at Huang Feilong, before turning away and swiftly returning to its master's side. Upon reaching Lin Bei, it unfurled its 6 wings, enveloping Lin Bei within their protective embrace, revealing only its serene visage. It appeared as though clad in a full suit of armor. With a low growl, Xiao Lu expressed its grievance, feeling that its performance had fallen short, having expended all its effort merely to slay one wolf. An utter embarrassment. Understanding Xiao Lu's sentiments, Lin Bei gently raised his head and regarded the disheartened creature with a soft smile, offering words of comfort. Xiao Lu, you did remarkably well. After all, you have yet to evolve. Though Xiao Lu remained dissatisfied with its own performance, Lin Bei was quite pleased. Achieving such a feat was genuinely commendable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu's spirits were somewhat lifted. With Xiao Lu ceasing its assault, the remaining 14 wolves no longer felt the need to evade. They glared menacingly at Lin Bei and Xiao Lu, retreating back to Huang Feilong's vicinity. In the absence of explicit commands, the wolf pack would refrain from launching an attack at random. Huang Feilong regarded Lin Bei and Xiao Lu with a bemused expression. his demeanor having returned to a semblance of normalcy, devoid of any lingering shock or panic. He was now utterly convinced that Xiao Lu's strength had been completely depleted, rendering him incapable of unleashing the formidable power he had displayed moments earlier. As for Lin Bei, he posed no real threat whatsoever. The wolf pack could easily dispatch him. As joy gradually filled his heart, Huang Feilong's arrogance began to swell. Oh, what do we have here? Choosing to play defensively. Could it be that you realize escape is futile, leading you to adopt a defensive stance? Defense? Utterly pointless. Even if a dragon's defenses are formidable, they cannot withstand the assault of 14 wolves. That is why I utter such words. Victory is inevitable. Success is merely a matter of time. However, Lin Bei responded. In a sense, we are indeed on the defensive. Yet, you are mistaken about one thing. We are not defending against you and your pack of wolves. He spoke the truth. Their defensive posture was not due to the threat of the wolves. Yet Huang Feilong dismissed Lin Bei's words as mere posturing in the face of imminent doom. Even at this moment, you still cling to your bravado? No matter. It matters not, for you shall soon meet your end. As his words fell, Huang Feilong pointed directly at Lin Bei, issuing a command to the surrounding wolves. Attack. Eliminate that man. In an instant, the 14 wolves surged forward in unison, their expressions ferocious as they lunged at Lin Bei and Xiao Lu. It was likely that within mere moments, the pack would feast upon their prey. Yet, despite the looming crisis, neither Lin Bei nor Xiao Lu made any move. Moreover, a mocking smile graced Lin Bei's face, as if he were deriding the ignorance of the wolves. Witnessing Lin Bei's smile, Huang Feilong's heart sank, a chilling premonition rising within him. What is happening? Why do I feel that something is amiss? Cursed be it. Just as the 14 wolves closed in on Xiao Lu, a system notification echoed in Lin Bei's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Evolution completed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the first juvenile evolution. A special evolution gift pack has been awarded. The gift pack has been delivered to the system space and can be opened at any time. Though he had received a seemingly splendid gift pack, Lin Bei could not afford to open it just yet. The prerequisite for unlocking the gift pack was to first resolve the imminent threat. He raised his gaze to the sky, where the golden orb began to dim, soon to fade entirely. Now, it is your turn to perform. Buzz. At that moment, a thunderous dragon's roar reverberated throughout the entire beast forest. Simultaneously, the golden orb exploded. Countless shards of golden light scattered through the air, adorning the ink-black night sky with resplendent glimmers of gold. The brilliance was breathtaking. The commotion easily captured the attention of all nearby. Huang Feilong looked up, as did the 14 wolves. Even the 6 heads of the academies, rushing from afar, raised their gazes skyward. However, while the former could clearly perceive the unfolding spectacle, the latter could only behold the dazzling radiance. Upon seeing Yi emerge from the golden light, Huang Feilong's eyes widened to their fullest extent, his body frozen in place as if encased in ice. Chapter 40. The Battle, the Might of Yi. After evolution, Yi had grown at least twice in size, measuring 5 meters in length. The number of earthy yellow scales had increased dramatically, arranged in a dense and orderly fashion, appearing far more resilient than before. The crimson patterns upon them had become more intricate, resembling some profoundly enigmatic symbols. Its 4 claws had thickened, exuding an aura of sharpness. The dragon whiskers had also lengthened considerably, now a fiery red. This was Yi post-evolution. Instantly, it was evident that it was far more powerful than before. Gulp, gulp, gulp. As he beheld Yi soaring in the sky, Huang Feilong's throat seemed slickened, his Adam's apple bobbing uncontrollably. Even his upper and lower teeth clashed together involuntarily, his mouth trembling violently. He was clearly seized by immense terror. A dragon. Another dragon. Huang Feilong was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom that within a single day, he had encountered 2 dragons. Dragons, those legendary creatures, so rare that they might only appear once in a century, had manifested before him in less than 15 minutes. Furthermore, they were 2 entirely distinct dragons. One bore the characteristics of a Western dragon, while the other exhibited traits of an Eastern dragon. Yet, both diverged from the accounts he had studied. Even as a high-ranking member of the Huang family, possessing knowledge far beyond the ordinary, Huang Feilong found it difficult to believe the astonishing scene unfolding before his very eyes. It was simply too implausible. What the hell? This is insane. Have I consumed some wild mushrooms by the roadside, leading to this surreal delusion? How could 2 dragons appear at once? Witnessing 2 dragons simultaneously must have exhausted all my luck for a lifetime. He began to doubt the reality of what he had witnessed, instinctively conjuring up imaginary rationalizations. At this moment, Huang Feilong could only use this reasoning to deceive himself. In truth, even the 6 heads of the academies, faced with such a spectacle, would instinctively question the authenticity of the event. Even the 14 wolves were now stricken with fear. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, as if sensing an overwhelming pressure. When confronting Xiaolu, they had felt no significant threat and could still move freely. However, now, facing Yi, these wolves instinctively felt terror, a fear that surged from the depths of their very souls. This fear was insurmountable. Overwhelmed by this dreadful pressure, they dared not move recklessly. The difference between a juvenile dragon and a weak dragon, though only a single stage apart, was staggeringly vast. A juvenile dragon, although still a dragon, could not fully embody its might, as its bloodline remained stifled, unable to exert much power, merely capable of intimidating weaker magical beasts. Conversely, a weak dragon experienced a degree of awakening in its bloodline. Naturally, it can exert some influence. Thus, these injured wolves exhibit such behavior. In other words, as the dragon matures, the power of its bloodline intensifies. In the entirety of Nanshan City, the only one capable of accepting such an occurrence is none other than Lin Bei, the very party involved. He gazed up at the evolved Yi, nodding in satisfaction, his eyes betraying a hint of admiration. Indeed, this is barely what one would expect from a dragon. It's only 2 meters long. I can't even ride it. Lin Bei's remarks were undoubtedly overheard by Xiaolu. Upon hearing this, Xiaolu immediately let out a disgruntled huff, subsequently glaring fiercely at Huang Failong. Originally, it could have undergone an evolution, but it was disrupted by the sudden appearance of Huang Failong and his companions, leading to its evident displeasure. Lin Bei shifted his gaze from Yi, gently stroking Xiaoyou's wings while addressing it. Do not fret. When Yi begins to confront them, I will initiate your evolution. At worst, I can expend another 10,000 points to create another teleportation array. After all, I currently possess 25,000 points, more than sufficient to support such an expenditure. Upon hearing this, Xiaolu nodded vigorously, once again casting a fierce glare toward Huang Failong, clearly holding a strong grievance against him. At that moment, the evolved Yi suddenly lowered its head to gaze at Huang Failong, its eyes ablaze with fierce flames. It was fully aware of the actions taken by Huang Failong and his group just moments ago. However, due to being in the midst of evolution, Yi was unable to engage in any actions outside of that process. But now, its opportunity had arrived. Lin Bei, acutely sensing the fury within Yi, sought to prevent his dragon from becoming too agitated. Therefore, he commanded loudly, Yi, if you wish to strike, then strike. At this point, Lin Bei paused briefly before continuing. The wolves must perish. The humans must survive. The reason he wished for Huang Failong to remain alive was that Lin Bei sought to uncover the reasons behind the Huang family's recent frenzied acquisitions of various pets. There must be some grand secret behind such erratic behavior. Buzz. Yi unleashed a resounding roar. With the echo of this dragon's cry, an expanse of raging flames erupted around it. Whoosh, whoosh. The flames blazed, distorting the very air of the night sky. Boom, boom. Simultaneously, the ground beneath trembled, as if a seismic event were unfolding. Moments later, vast swathes of earth began to rise, swiftly ascending into the air, merging with the terrifying flames. Soon, the flames and earth fused completely. The ground transformed into spherical forms, enveloped inside and out with flames, resembling miniature meteorites. It could even be said that these were small meteorites. The number of meteorite spheres floating in the sky exceeded 80. Should these meteorite spheres crash to the ground, they would undoubtedly cause catastrophic destruction. The formation of these meteorite spheres was astonishingly rapid, taking less than 5 seconds from inception to completion. It was only at this moment that Huang Failong regained his composure. He had finally grasped the situation. Step, step. Instinctively, Huang Failong took 2 steps back, stammering as he looked at Lin Bei. How could you possess 2 dragons? Chapter 41. The Overwhelming Momentum. Xiaolu evolves. Initially, for Lin Bei, a mere impoverished student, to have the extraordinary fortune of possessing a single dragon had already surpassed Huang Failong's expectations and imagination. Yet now, he was astonished to discover that Lin Bei actually had 2 dragons. Moreover, they were both dragons that had been tamed. This revelation left Huang Failong in a state of shock and disbelief. For even the Huang family could not boast a single dragon. To possess a dragon, mere financial resources and power were insufficient. One also required an ample dose of luck. Huang Failong could not help but mutter in disbelief. 2 dragons. Truly 2 dragons. However, it wasn't long before he realized a significant issue. At that moment, Huang Failong's pupils constricted sharply, his breathing slowing to half its usual rate. As he stared incredulously at Lin Bei, exclaiming, No, there is definitely something amiss. How could a newly awakened student tame 2 dragons in just a few days? Not to mention these unique dragons. Even ordinary dragons would be impossible to tame in such a short span. What secrets lie behind him? Although he was unaware of the specifics, he was strangely certain that Lin Bei harbored some monumental secret. Otherwise, how could an ordinary student tame 2 dragons in a matter of days? It was even possible that these 2 dragons emerged due to that very secret. At this moment, Huang Feilong's mind was in turmoil. He found himself at a loss for what to do. After all, what he had witnessed today was far too surreal. Since Huang Feilong had spoken without any intention of concealing his thoughts, Lin Bei naturally heard him loud and clear. Instantly, his expression grew even colder, and the gaze he directed at Huang Feilong was now filled solely with unending frost. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a blessing. Lin Bei had never intended to let Huang Feilong escape, and now his murderous intent intensified. Indeed, while Lin Bei did not aspire to become a villain, he would not allow himself to be a foolhardy do-gooder either. Unfounded kindness would only lead to one's own ruin. Lin Bei knew precisely what was at stake. Allowing Huang Feilong to depart would result in dire consequences. The existence of 2 dragons would be exposed. The secrets surrounding him would also be revealed. Thus, why take such a risk? Sometimes, kindness can lead one to hell, a hell that could consume oneself. Meanwhile, both Yi and Xiaolu sensed Lin Bei's murderous intent. Instantly, the 2 dragons' own bloodlust surged. Whoosh, whoosh. Enveloped in searing flames, Yi darted through the sky with remarkable speed. It quickly reached a cluster of small meteorites, exerting all its strength to whip its tail fiercely. Boom. Yi's tail struck several small meteorites, producing a crisp, resonant sound akin to 2 hard stones colliding. In the next moment, the impacted meteorites plummeted towards the ground, hurtling down at nearly 100 meters per second, leaving a long trail of fire in their wake. Boom, boom. One rock after another, imbued with immense force, crashed down upon the ground, unleashing an extraordinarily terrifying cacophony. The once smooth surface was ruthlessly battered, creating enormous craters one after another. Simultaneously, flames erupted in an instant, voraciously consuming everything in their vicinity. Thud! As Huang Feilong beheld the ground rendered unrecognizable within the blink of an eye, he felt his strength dissipate entirely, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the earth. Instinctively, he raised his gaze towards the sky, only to witness a creature in constant motion, repeatedly thrashing its tail and limbs, sending down an increasing barrage of stones. The fiery debris raining from above bore a striking resemblance to a meteor shower. Good heavens, could it truly be an assault initiated by a juvenile dragon? This must be a joke. Huang Feilong had only ever encountered such scenes in cinematic portrayals. As for reality, he had never even dared to conceive it. He recognized the creature as a juvenile due to the fact that most of his wolves were of a mature age. A beast of maturity easily differentiates between the young and the juvenile stages of magical creatures. With the presence of a juvenile, the young could be discerned. One unfortunate wolf found itself directly struck by a falling stone, crashing to the ground with its bones shattered and its fur ignited by flames. It could do nothing but writhe in agony, contorted upon the earth, enduring the devastation of the fire. Then, another massive stone plummeted down, striking the already beleaguered wolf once more. This time, the injuries were even more severe, as every bone was pulverized and its flesh charred through. In the next moment, the remaining 10 or so wolves instinctively began to flee, terrified of being crushed by the stones raining from above. Though they were all mature beasts, their physical resilience was not limitless. Moreover, having already sustained injuries, their condition was worse than usual, leaving them even less capable of withstanding such an onslaught. So, the remaining wolves could only scurry chaotically across the ground, far more disheveled than when they faced off against Xiaolu. Lin Bei was also caught in the crossfire of the smaller debris, as the stones exploded uncontrollably, resulting in such a predicament. However, Xiaolu continuously shielded him with its wings. Indeed, Xiaolu's purpose in using its wings to protect Lin Bei was to prevent him from being inadvertently harmed by the juvenile dragon. An instinct from the dragon lineage informed it that this was a necessary action. Lin Bei felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, realizing how deeply Xiaolu cared for him. As time passed, the juvenile dragon's assault intensified, with a staggering 90% of the stones having been forcefully hurled to the ground. The surface now resembled the rugged terrain of the moon. As for the remaining wolves, their fate was dire. 8 of them had been brutally crushed to death, while the 5 that remained were gravely injured and could muster no more than a fraction of their original strength. Crack, crack. Witnessing such a grim scenario, Lin Bei's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently patted Xiaolu's wing, softly encouraging, "Xiaolu, now that time is of the essence. It's time for you to evolve." Simultaneously, he mentally communicated with the system, allow Xiaolu to evolve. Chapter 42, The Huang Family Secret. The mysterious magical beast egg? The outcome had become all but inevitable. as the wolves were powerless against the juvenile dragon's onslaught. Given the overwhelming advantage, victory was practically assured. Had they faced a fully intact and uninjured pack of wolves, it would not have been so simple for Xiaolu and the juvenile dragon to prevail. While victory was still conceivable, it would certainly have been far more arduous. Thud! At that moment, the juvenile dragon descended with the remaining stones, which crashed down upon the wolves once more, inflicting yet another terrifying blow. As the juvenile dragon, engulfed in searing flames, advanced step by step toward Huang Failong, the wolves posed no further threat. They were barely clinging to life. Feeling the impending doom closing in from all directions, Huang Failong fought against the overwhelming fear rising from within, struggling to rise from the ground. He quickly turned and prepared to flee the scene, fully aware that remaining here would lead to dire consequences. If he did not perish, he would surely suffer immensely. Suddenly, just as Huang Failong managed to take a couple of steps, the ground beneath his feet collapsed with a resounding crash. His feet sank into the soil, and no matter how he struggled, he could not free himself. In an instant, he understood what had transpired. He turned to see the juvenile dragon glaring fiercely at him, its eyes ablaze with an intensity that instilled an instinctive fear within him. This was the work of the juvenile dragon. It wielded the power to command fire and earth, allowing it to ensnare Huang Failong in such a manner. It's over. He could neither fight nor flee. He could only hope that the creature would show some restraint. At this moment, Huang Failong's heart sank into despair. No matter how he pondered, he could not have foreseen such an extraordinary turn of events. Not only had he encountered two formidable dragons in one day, but the one who had tamed them was an inconspicuous student. Who could possibly imagine that such unbelievable occurrences would unfold in the small city of Nanshan? Thus, given the circumstances, it was entirely reasonable for Xiaolu to undergo evolution. Soon, the system's notification chimed. Ding! 10,000 points have been deducted. Xiaolu will enter the evolution state in 3 seconds. The duration of this evolution is uncertain and may complete at any moment. During this time, the host must ensure their own safety. As long as you survive, the dragons will continue to exist. Originally, there were only 25,000 points remaining, and now another 10,000 had been spent, leaving a total of 15,000 points. Though scant, every point was worth it. In the blink of an eye, 3 seconds passed. A golden radiance emanated from Xiaolu, enveloping it entirely and transforming it into a massive sphere of golden light. It floated effortlessly in the air, dispelling the surrounding darkness completely. At last, Xiaolu began its evolution. Soon, another juvenile dragon would emerge. Before long, Lin Bei withdrew his gaze from Xiaolu, turning it toward Huang Failong, who was not far ahead. It seems the time has come. He advanced with an air of indifference, step by step closing the distance to Huang Failong, until he stood before him, casually remarking, "Now, we can have a proper discussion." Who? He flew to Lin Bei's side, fixating intently on Huang Failong, wary of any hidden schemes. Yet, it soon became evident that her concerns were unfounded. At this moment, Huang Failong's singular thought was to survive at all costs. Death would render all matters futile. Only by living could he entertain further possibilities. Talk. I am open to discussing anything, even the password to my bank account or the location of my hidden vault. But you must promise me a chance at life. Huang Failong understood better than anyone that in this dire situation, compliance was imperative for survival. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei nodded in agreement. No problem. As long as you cooperate with me, I assure you will not meet your end. You can rest easy. True to his word, Lin Bei had no intention of killing Huang Failong. However, his assurance did not extend to Yi. At this, Huang Failong, overwhelmed by relief, neglected to ponder the implications of Lin Bei's words and hastily urged, "Ask. Inquire about anything you wish." He had already surmised the nature of Lin Bei's questions, as the matters worthy of inquiry were quite limited. Prepared for the anticipated questions, he awaited Lin Bei's next words. In a detached tone, Lin Bei inquired, "I solely wish to know one thing. What is the purpose behind your family's recent extensive acquisition of various magical beasts?" This query was of paramount importance to him. What could possibly motivate a prominent family to engage in such seemingly frenzied actions? Not only Lin Bei, but many others in Nanshur City shared this curiosity, including the 6 prominent heads of families and countless merchants. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, Huang Failong responded, "The Huang family aims to hatch the strongest magical beast. Recently, the patriarch returned with an enormous magical beast egg from an unknown source." At this revelation, Lin Bei's brows arched in intrigue. An immense magical beast egg? The strongest magical beast? This certainly piqued his interest. Huang Failong continued, "That very night, the patriarch convened a family meeting, summoning all high-ranking members, instructing us to acquire various magical beasts with all our might. Any beast acquired is to be placed around the magical beast egg as nourishment. Any creature deemed as nourishment is devoured within minutes, leaving not even a trace behind. As the number of consumed magical beasts increases, the aura emanating from that egg grows more potent. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's brow furrowed tightly. Clearly, this magical beast egg was fraught with complications. Did your patriarch disclose the origins of this magical beast egg? No sooner had he posed the question than Huang Feilong seized the opportunity to respond. The patriarch mentioned once that this egg is supposedly a hybrid descendant of a Tao Dai. Chapter 43. Apologies, it is unworthy. In an instant, Lin Bei's breath grew heavy with gravity. The origins of this magical beast egg were indeed beyond his expectations. A Tao Dai among the four fierce beasts? Moreover, a hybrid descendant? Lin Bei was well aware of what a Tao Dai represented. The Tao Dai, one of the legendary four fierce beasts, infamous for its insatiable appetite, capable of devouring all things, regardless of their nature. Even flames and lightning could be consumed by a Tao Dai. Legends spoke of a Tao Dai reaching a certain level of power capable of swallowing an entire mountain in one bite. In summary, the Tao Dai was an exceedingly perilous entity. Its ferocity and danger far surpassed that of other magical beasts. After all, it was one of the four ancient fierce beasts. The complexity of the situation exceeded Lin Bei's wildest imagination. He never anticipated that the Huang family scheme would involve the offspring of a Tao Dai. Simultaneously, Lin Bei affirmed one crucial fact, that creatures such as the Tao Dai and other divine beasts existed within this world. If the Tao Dai existed, could there not also be the likes of Chaos, Xiongqi, and Tuowu? Perhaps Pishio, Baizhe, and Cheng Huang could also be real. Just then, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Host, do not be astonished. This is indeed the truth. Such divine beasts or fierce beasts exist in this world. However, similar to dragons, their numbers are exceedingly rare, and the likelihood of encountering them is minimal. Moreover, they are all exceptionally powerful. After a considerable pause, Lin Bei regained his composure and, furrowing his brow, addressed Huang Feilong. A hybrid descendant of a Tao Dai? Are you certain? In the next moment, Huang Feilong affirmed with conviction, absolutely. That is what the patriarch stated. While I may not know what a Tao Dai is, my instincts tell me that it must be terrifying. As he spoke, a hint of fear flickered across his face, evidently recalling some unsettling thoughts. It was Huang Feilong's words that jolted Lin Bei into realizing a pressing question. And he promptly asked, wait, you mean to say you do not know what a Tao Dai is? If even Huang Feilong is unaware of what a Tao Dai signifies, then surely most others are equally ignorant. Huang Feilong, not delving further into contemplation, simply nodded earnestly. I do not know. I have never heard of the name Tao Dai. However, ignorance does not equate to non-existence. The Tao Dai could very well be a beast documented in the Forbidden Tome. He truly was unaware of the Tao Ye's existence. In this matter, there was no need for deception. Subsequently, Lin Bei refrained from further inquiries, merely committing the phrase Forbidden Tome to memory. He had a vague notion of what the Forbidden Tome entailed, likely a record of some taboos. At that moment, the system's prompt resonated once more. Ding! System mission activated. Mission description. Should the hybrid Tao Dai successfully hatch, it will rapidly grow and inevitably become a significant threat for the well-being of Nanshire City and for your own sake. Please ensure to eliminate it at the moment of its birth. Though this Tao Dai is a hybrid with a diluted bloodline and cannot compare with a true Tao Dai, it still possesses some of its characteristics, making it a formidable foe. Does the host accept this mission? Lin Bei was taken aback. This marks the system's inaugural issuance of a task. However, rather than hastily accepting the system's assignment, he found himself inquisitively questioning the system internally. System? Why must I slay the hybrid glutton? Would it not be a more prudent choice to attempt to tame it instead? Despite possessing the dragon race editor system, the notion of taming a hybrid glutton as a pet seemed rather appealing. The moment Lin Bei's words faded, the system's voice resonated forth. Tame a hybrid glutton as a pet. Apologies. It is unworthy. Astonished, Lin Bei was taken aback once more. The system's response was utterly divergent from his expectations, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Such a reply was exceedingly audacious. To declare that a hybrid glutton was unworthy of being his pet. After several moments, the system's voice echoed again. Host, could you not harbor a greater ambition? What merit is there in taming a hybrid glutton? Isn't taming a purebred glutton far more enticing? Fear not. You will undoubtedly have the opportunity to tame a glutton in the future, as long as you continue to grow stronger. You will acquire the aptitudes suitable for taming gluttons, available in this system's marketplace. At this juncture, the system's prompt paused momentarily before continuing. Aside from this reason, there exists another. The hybrid glutton's incubation method involves absorbing a substantial amount of magical beast life force, resulting in an inescapable taint of bloodshed even before its birth. destined to become a frenzied and bloodthirsty beast. Such a beast essentially lacks any possibility of taming and is not worth the effort. Moreover, is it not a superior choice to slay the hybrid glutton and synthesize its materials with dragons? May I inquire, host, do you accept this task? With this, the system fell silent, awaiting Lin Bei's response. Without further hesitation, Lin Bei promptly made the optimal choice. Accept the task, just as the system suggested. Rather than expending energy taming a hybrid glutton, it was far more judicious to reserve his efforts for taming a purebred glutton in the future. Additionally, he could procure materials from the hybrid glutton to synthesize with dragons he would eventually obtain. What formidable existence might a skeletal dragon possessing some glutton characteristics become? It was truly something to anticipate. What of other dragons? Equally worthy of anticipation. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting the task. In light of this being your first task accepted from this system, a corresponding reward has been specially prepared for you. Ding. The encouragement gift pack has been distributed. The host may open it at any time. Currently, there were 2 gift packs within the system's space. One was the gift pack following evolution, and the other was the task acceptance gift pack. By opening these 2 packs, he was bound to receive numerous rewards. However, Lin Bei refrained from opening them once more, for he had matters to attend to. Clearing his mind of all chaotic thoughts, Lin Bei cast a cold gaze upon Huang Failong, speaking in an icy tone. I have finished my inquiries. Thus, what remains is merely to send you on your way. Chapter 44. The Arrival of the 6 Deans. Upon hearing this, Huang Failong was momentarily stunned, yet he quickly regained his composure and, with an urgent tone, exclaimed, Send me on my way. What kind of jest is this? Did we not agree that as long as I cooperated, you would spare my life? Could it be? You were deceiving me. A surge of fury filled Huang Failong's heart, his fists clenched tightly. The reason he answered those questions was solely to ensure his survival. Yet now, the situation was evidently awry. Observing the panic-stricken and pale face of Huang Failong, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Lin Bei's eyes. In truth, he understood better than anyone. If he were ultimately the one defeated, he would find himself in a fate far more tragic than mere death. To be killed was the best outcome Lin Bei could hope for. So why would he spare his adversary? No, I have not deceived you. Since I promised not to kill you, I certainly shall not. However, pausing deliberately after uttering the word however, Lin Bei allowed silence to linger. Hearing the confusion in Huang Failong's mind, he hastily pressed. But what? He was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. One moment, he was to be sent on his way. The next, it seemed promises were to be kept. What was going on? The next moment, Lin Bei turned his back on Huang Failong. He then looked up at the sky, where he beheld the evolving Xiao Lu, and spoke once more. However, my promises do not bind my beloved dragons. Would you not agree? Xiao Lu. With that, Xiao Lu let out a resounding roar, filled only with boundless rage and an icy intent to kill. The sheer volume of the sound caused Huang Failong's eardrums to suffer a violent impact. A wave of pain surging forth as if his eardrums had been pierced by a sharp object. Ah, my ears. The only recourse he had was to press his hands against his ears, attempting to mitigate the sonic onslaught, but the effect was negligible. As the dragon's roar subsided, a torrent of flames erupted, engulfing Huang Failong entirely, mercilessly incinerating him. He found himself utterly unable to evade or resist, doomed to endure the searing flames. Step, step. Simultaneously, Lin Bei advanced forward without glancing back, as if nothing had occurred. Xiao Lu, disinterested in Huang Failong, promptly flitted to her master's side, unabashedly seeking affection. Time flowed by serenely. In mere moments, Huang Failong's entire body was scorched, his skin turning a shade of crimson akin to cooked meat. The scent of roasting flesh wafted through the forest. Ah, it hurts so much. Help. Anyone, please save me. No, I do not wish to die. I beg you spare me. As he endured excruciating pain, he watched Lin Bei and Xiao Lu grow ever more distant. At this moment, Huang Failong was filled with regret to the utmost degree. Regretful for venturing into the beast forest, and regretful for lingering too long within its confines. Yet the greatest regret lay in provoking Lin Bei. Had he not succumbed to greed from the outset? Had he not initiated an attack in the first place? If only that were the case, I would never have fallen into such a predicament. Everything is the consequence of my own actions. Time ticks away, each second passing by, and in the blink of an eye, a full 10 seconds have elapsed. For Huang Failong, however, these 10 seconds felt as protracted as an entire decade. As the seconds passed, his vital signs dwindled to an extremely faint whisper, teetering on the brink of oblivion. With the last vestiges of his strength, Huang Failong lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at Lin Bei, who stood several meters away. His gaze was a complicated tapestry of emotions. yearning to utter something, yet finding himself utterly incapable. In the next moment, he was bereft of all life force. In his dimming gray eyes, only shock and unwillingness remained. Until his final breath, Huang Feilong could not comprehend why Lin Bei could so ruthlessly extinguish his life. After all, he was merely a well-educated student. He appeared so innocuous on the surface. He had never taken a life before. Yet just moments ago, he had exuded a chilling coldness, akin to a reaper who had claimed countless souls. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain an enemy. The loot recovery function has been activated. The system has automatically collected all valuable items from the deceased into the system space, which the host can retrieve and utilize at any time. As the system's notification echoed in the air, all valuable items around vanished without a trace. This included Huang Feilong's spatial ring, various equipment, account cards, and the treasures from the 15 wolves he had tamed: fur, claws, fangs, organs, and more. Ultimately, what remained in the vicinity were but a charred corpse, barely recognizable as human, and the scattered remains of the 15 wolves. After briefly perusing the system space, Lin Bei couldn't help but nod approvingly, speaking with satisfaction. Not bad. This automatic recovery feature is quite convenient, and the spoils are rather substantial. I'll need to thoroughly inventory them when I return. Having accomplished all that could be done, Lin Bei took to the sky atop E, soaring upwards as he awaited Xiao Lu's evolution to complete. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. At this juncture, the 6 Deans, accompanied by their tamed beasts, traversed vast stretches of perilous terrain and approached the vicinity of the monster forest's heart. With just another 3 minutes, they would reach their destination. Others were in similar straits, swiftly making their way to the center of the monster forest. Upon arriving at this juncture, the 6 Deans grew increasingly assured of their suspicions, for since a dozen minutes prior, they had heard the unmistakable roar of a dragon on more than one occasion. Hurry, let us press forward. We must not allow others to seize the initiative. It is a rare opportunity to encounter a dragon. I do not wish to relinquish it to anyone else. This dragon holds paramount importance to our 6 academies, far exceeding all other concerns. 2 minutes later, the 6 Deans arrived at the central area. The moment they set foot in this place, they instinctively gazed skyward, where they beheld the silhouettes of Yi and Lin Bei, along with the golden orb that Xiao Lu had transformed into. Chapter 45. That silhouette, so familiar. At that very moment, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Attention, host. Xiao Lu will complete its evolution in 10 seconds. Although aware of the presence of others nearby, Lin Bei was not inclined to concern himself with them. After all, he need only remain here for another 10 seconds. Once the countdown concluded, the teleportation array would activate, allowing him to depart without the need for any conflict with others. As he observed the radiant golden orb pulsating with intense light, he quietly began to count down. 10, 9, 8. Meanwhile, the 6 Deans, having arrived at this location, also looked up at Lin Bei and Yi. Their expressions were a complex mix of astonishment and intrigue, as the unfolding situation diverged from their expectations. Yet, the 6 Deans refrained from acting impulsively, choosing instead to observe in silence. The more they watched, the more furrowed their brows became. After 5 seconds, the Dean of the First Academy broke the silence. This dragon does not seem to be a Western dragon, does it? Is our intelligence flawed? Or, his sentence trailed off, as the reality was simply too surreal. The other 5 understood the implication of the First Academy's Dean's words. While they too found it improbable, the Dean of the Fifth Academy quickly interjected. 80% of the students witnessed a Western dragon, so this intelligence cannot possibly be erroneous. Yet the dragon we see now is certainly not a Western dragon. It appears the situation is far more complex than we imagined. At the very least, we can ascertain that there are 2 dragons within the monster forest. Moreover, one of them has already been tamed. As his words fell, the atmosphere grew tense, and the 6 fell into a profound silence. Huff, huff. Unbeknownst to them, their breaths grew labored, and the rhythm of their heartbeats quickened significantly. Even the esteemed and powerful 6 Deans found it difficult to maintain their composure in this moment. The events that transpired had profoundly shaken their understanding. How could a small monster forest adjacent to Nanshan City harbor 2 dragons? Even a monster forest 10 or 100 times larger would have a minuscule chance of hosting a single dragon, let alone 2. And one of these dragons had a person seated upon its back. What extraordinary luck and formidable strength must one possess to have the fortune of taming a dragon? The 6 Deans dared not contemplate this further, resulting in their hesitance to act. Had there been only the dragon present, the 6 Deans might not have exercised such caution. But now, a figure, visible only from behind, sat atop the dragon, exuding an air of calmness that suggested indifference to all else. Faced with such an evidently extraordinary situation, how could they dare to act without clarity? What if the other party possessed overwhelming strength? Would that not be inviting disaster upon themselves? In an instant, the 10 seconds elapsed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Xiao Lu's evolution is complete. In the next moment, the once resplendent golden orb rapidly dimmed, fissures appearing upon its surface. In no more than 3 seconds, the evolved Xiao Lu would emerge. The 6 deans, gazing at the dissipating golden orb, widened their eyes, transfixed, awaiting the revelation of what lay within. What could it be? It was undoubtedly formidable. The immense commotion earlier in the forest was likely tied to these orbs. What course of action should we take now? Should we merely observe from below, or should we take the initiative to attack and gamble? The 6 deans found themselves at an impasse, beset by countless uncertainties. A hasty offensive seemed rather reckless, yet relinquishing their opportunity left them unwilling. Ultimately, it was the first dean who resolved the dilemma. They would await the hatching of the luminous orb and then reassess the situation to maximize their gains. Otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. The most pressing concern, however, was the enigmatic figure seated upon the dragon's back. Who could he be? What was his strength? Was he perhaps a member of one of those prominent city families? At that moment, the golden orb erupted, scattering countless golden shards throughout the air. Whoosh! Boom! The instant little 6 appeared, its 6 wings unfurled simultaneously, conjuring a tempest of wind and thunder. Moreover, it threw its head back and roared, its dragon's song resonating through the entire forest. The evolved little 6 bore little difference from its pre-evolution form, save for its notably larger size. Its limbs now more robust and powerful, and the intricate patterns adorning its 6 wings more complex. The 6 deans were left dumbfounded. Once again, events had surpassed their expectations. Staring at the fully evolved little 6, their minds momentarily blanked, as if thought itself had come to a standstill. Their bodies merely functioned on instinct, drawing breath. Beyond that, it resembled a statue. Before little 6 could undertake any further actions, Lin Bei swiftly activated the teleportation array. Whoosh! The portal illuminated instantly, whisking away 1 human and 2 dragons. In scarcely a second, Lin Bei returned to his home, while EE and little 6 were transported to the system's space. Their current sizes rendered them too large to inhabit the confines of a room. With a few strides, Lin Bei approached the sofa and settled down, stretching languidly as the tension and gravity within him dissipated, granting way to an unprecedented state of relaxation. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "Things have gone rather smoothly. It is time to open the gift package." Meanwhile, at the heart of the monster beast forest, the 6 deans stood aghast, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Gazing at the now empty sky, just a second ago, there had been a man and 2 dragons present, yet now, they had vanished without a trace. No signs, no omens. The trio had seemingly evaporated from the monster beast forest. After what felt like an eternity, the 6 deans managed to regain their composure. They could not help but express their relief. Thank heavens we did not act rashly. Otherwise, we might have met our demise here. Although we did not witness his strength, the fact that he tamed 2 dragons speaks volumes of his prowess, which surely eclipses our own. Indeed, to tame such formidable dragons, one must possess either immense strength or have significant backing. Who was that individual? Why had he appeared in our southern city? It seemed the tranquility of southern city had been shattered. Only the 3rd Academy's dean, Bai Zhou, remained silent, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Filled with perplexity, why does that silhouette feel so familiar? I seem to have encountered it before. Chapter 46, Opening the Gift Package. Abundant Rewards. The more Bai Zhou reflected on the silhouette he had witnessed, the more familiar it became. Yet, he could not recall where he had seen it. In truth, Bai Zhou had not connected that silhouette to Lin Bei and Wang Yuling, as the disparity was too vast, one being a mysterious figure with the ability to tame 2 dragons, and the other merely a newly awakened student, rendering any connection unnecessary. How curious. Why does it seem so recognizable? After the initial shock and bewilderment subsided, the 6 deans shifted their focus from the sky to their surroundings. However, the only sights capable of capturing their attention were the charred corpse of the yellow flying dragon and the 15 tragically mangled wolf-type beast carcasses, along with the shattered stones engulfed in flames scattered about. In an instant, they recognized the yellow flying dragon and the 15 wolves, having frequently interacted and thus grown familiar with them. Moreover, in all of Southern City, only the yellow flying dragon was known to be accompanied by a single individual and a pack of 15 wolves. Given these factors, failing to recognize them would have been a challenge. Immediately, one dean instinctively exclaimed, "The yellow flying dragon? This corpse belongs to the yellow flying dragon. Those wolves are his tamed pets." The expressions of the other 5 deans turned ashen, their eyes filled with dread. They could scarcely imagine the fate that awaited them had they acted impulsively. Even if they had survived, they would likely have emerged severely wounded. The yellow flying dragon had met such a tragic end. Fortuitously, We restrained ourselves from acting on impulse. Though we have not witnessed that individual S strength, it is undoubtedly formidable, otherwise he could not have achieved such feats. At this moment, the 6 deans regarded Lin Bei as an entity best left undisturbed. Despite their superiority in power over the yellow flying dragon, a lingering sense of unease remained. After all, they had not witnessed the events firsthand, leaving them uncertain of Lin Bei's true capabilities. What if he had slain the yellow flying dragon with a mere flick of his wrist? Let us all exercise caution in the days to come. Until we ascertain this individual's intentions, we must refrain from rash actions. As for locating the Western Dragon, the 6 academies would be better served by assembling an elite team to search the monster beast forest. We shall remain in Southern City to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, the 6 deans reached a consensus and departed the safety of the monster beast forest, their hearts still laden with trepidation. They paid no heed to the corpse of the yellow flying dragon. Meddling would only invite trouble. Only those with close ties to the Huang family, or the family themselves, would retrieve the charred remains of the yellow flying dragon. Simultaneously, Lin Bei, fully engrossed in the system space, selected one of the 2 gift packages. With a gentle smile, he commanded the system, activate the evolution gift package. The evolution gift package was bestowed upon him upon the completion of his first evolution, and Lin Bei eagerly anticipated the rewards it contained. In the next moment, the system's notification chimed. Evolution gift package successfully opened. Congratulations, host, for receiving 100 Beast Spirit Pills. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 3 million in startup funds. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 portions of Young Dragon Feed. Congratulations, host, for receiving the rare equipment, Heaven-Slaying Demon Spear. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the special skill, Pet Size Alteration. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 opportunity for random dragon selection. Startup funds have been automatically deposited into your account. The special skill has been seamlessly integrated with you. The remaining rewards have been stored in the system space and are available for retrieval at any time. The random dragon selection can be conducted at your convenience. The rewards from the evolution gift package amounted to a total of 6, undeniably bountiful. Not only are there beast spirit pills and feed essential for nurturing the growth of pets, but there are also pieces of equipment that Lin Bei can utilize himself, alongside a unique skill. Among the rewards, the most remarkable one is actually the 6th, a chance to randomly summon a dragon. Oh, another dragon? The rewards within this gift package are indeed impressive. However, Lin Bei did not immediately opt to summon a dragon. After all, he has returned home and possesses ample free time. He can certainly wait until he opens another package before invoking the dragon. Who knows, perhaps that package harbors unforeseen delights. Before opening the other package, he decided to examine the remaining rewards. The Beast Spirit Pills, Young Dragon Feed, Startup Funds, and the opportunity to summon a dragon were temporarily set aside. Excluding these 4 rewards, only the last 2 remained, one being the rare equipment, the Heaven-Slaying Spear, the other, a special skill that allows for the alteration of a pet's size. Before long, Lin Bei retrieved the Heaven-Slaying Spear from the system space. It was a spear approximately 2.5 meters long, its surface an inky black from tip to tail. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable. Yet, his intuition whispered that this spear was anything but ordinary. The moment he made contact with the Heaven-Slaying Spear, information regarding it flooded into Lin Bei's mind. Name, Heaven-Slaying Spear. Category, Magical Weapon. Rarity, Rare. Status, 100 layers of sealing. Description, a spear sealed with 100 layers. It once pierced through the entire firmament. Even though its power is sealed, its sharpness remains fearsome, capable of easily penetrating the bodies of magical beasts. Though the system's introduction was succinct, Lin Bei grasped the spear's formidable nature. It had once pierced the very heavens. How could it not be powerful? The only drawback was that the spear was sealed, 100 layers of sealing, no less. System, how can I get through this spear's seal? Soon. The system provided an answer. One method is to exchange for the corresponding items in the system shop. The other method is to slay powerful magical beasts. Warning. These must be powerful magical beasts. Understanding the considerable difficulty in unsealing it, Lin Bei casually tossed the Heaven-Slaying Spear aside. There was no way to test its might at this moment. Subsequently, he began to analyze the skill he had acquired. Before long, he discerned its purpose. The primary function of this skill was to alter the size of pets. By utilizing it, he could shrink Yi and Xiao Lu, allowing them to remain comfortably within his abode without being confined to the system space. It was somewhat useful, yet also somewhat trivial. After completing all necessary tasks, Lin Bei shifted his attention to the other gift package. System, open the next gift package. Are the esteemed creators partial to names like Yi and Xiao Lu? Or do they prefer names that are more flamboyant and cool? Chapter 47. Angelic Halo. Summoning a Young Dragon. Before long, the system's prompt resonated once more. Ding. The Encouragement Grand Package has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a common reward, a Strength Enhancement Potion. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a common reward, startup funds of 4 million. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a special material, rare material, Angelic Halo. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a special reward, activation authority for the recycling function. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a special reward, a card for the ultimate dragon experience. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a special reward, one opportunity for ability extraction. Startup funds have been automatically deposited into your account. The remaining rewards have been stored in the system space, and the host can retrieve and utilize them at any time. The recycling function has been automatically activated. The host can sell items in the system shop, ensuring you receive the fairest price. Additionally, as the host has gained a preliminary understanding of this system, future rewards will be classified, allowing for a clearer comprehension of their value. Rewards are now categorized into special rewards and common rewards. The rewards obtained from opening the Encouragement Grand Package totaled 6, consistent with the number garnered from previous packages. The only distinction this time was the differentiation between special and common rewards, providing a clearer insight into their quality. From the act of opening this package, Lin Bei had also surmised an important fact. It seemed the number of rewards obtained from each package was fixed at 6. Quite splendid. 6 rewards in a single package is certainly not insignificant. Shortly thereafter, his consciousness entered the system space, where he surveyed the rewards he had just acquired. Within the system space, 3 new items appeared. The first was a vial of blue potion, its contents clear and transparent, the so-called Strength Enhancement Potion. The second item was a golden halo emitting a radiant glow. At first glance, it appeared rather ordinary. This was the Angelic Halo. Every angel is adorned with such a halo. As for the third item, it was a pure white card. It looked no different from a blank sheet of paper, easily overlooked if discarded on the roadside. Lin Bei took the card from the system space and scrutinized it for several seconds, puzzled, before inquiring of the system. System? Could you elucidate the purpose of this card? What precisely is the Ultimate Dragon Experience card? While he could ascertain the functions of both the Strength Enhancement Potion and the Angelic Halo, the purpose of this card eluded him, leaving him to speculate on its potential use. Soon, the system provided an explanation. Upon using the Ultimate Dragon Experience card, the host can randomly summon a dragon in its prime. The summoned dragon must not be one that has undergone synthesis. Moreover, its existence will last only 1 minute. It is advised not to use it lightly. It is best reserved for critical moments. Despite the brevity of the system's words, they effectively conveyed the card's purpose. Undoubtedly, the Ultimate Dragon Experience card is formidable, a powerful means of ensuring one's survival. In no time, Lin Bei returned the experience card to the system space, simultaneously retrieving the Strength Enhancement Potion. He understood its purpose from the system's description. As the name suggests, consuming this potion would elevate his strength, particularly enhancing both his power and explosive force. Other potions of similar renown include Speed Enhancement Potion, Mental Enhancement Potion, and Defense Enhancement Potion. With a resolute gulp, Lin Bei consumed the Strength Enhancement Potion without hesitation. In the next moment, a sensation akin to searing flames surged forth from various depths of his being, though it felt as if a fire were ablaze within him. There was no accompanying pain. Instead, an inexplicable comfort enveloped him. During this process of expansion, Lin Bei distinctly sensed that his strength was rapidly amplifying, at least 5-fold, if not more. In terms of sheer power, he had already surpassed others. After approximately a minute, the intense warmth within him subsided, signifying the complete absorption of the potion. With a long exhale, Lin Bei released a breath that also carried a simmering intensity. This sensation was profoundly delightful. He felt as though he had been transformed into an entirely different person. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he hastily retrieved the celestial slaying spear, grasping it firmly in his hand. Previously, wielding this weapon had posed some difficulty, but now it felt remarkably effortless, devoid of any weight. A clear testament to the transformation he had undergone. After casually swinging the celestial slaying spear a few times, Lin Bei prepared to stow it away in the system space. Yet, at that very moment, he cast a sudden glance at the spear, a bold thought surging within him, prompting him to inquire of the system. System, can I use the celestial slaying spear as material to fuse with a dragon? No sooner had his words left his lips than the system's notification chimed in response. Affirmative. Upon fusion, the dragon will inherit the seal of the celestial slaying spear, enabling its strength to be augmented through unsealing. Any materials may be utilized for fusion. The celestial slaying spear is permissible, as is the angelic halo. Even a stone found by the roadside can be fused with a dragon. The only variance lies in their relative strength. Upon hearing this reply, Lin Bei made his decision with resolute determination. He would fuse the celestial slaying spear with a dragon. As for which dragon to fuse with, that was a matter requiring careful contemplation. At this moment, Lin Bei had already opened the 2 gift packages he had acquired, leaving him with no immediate tasks at hand. Thus, he resolved to utilize his opportunity for dragon extraction. With a swift stride, Lin Bei hurried to the restroom and thoroughly washed his face with facial cleanser. Given the randomness of the draw, the outcome would undoubtedly be intertwined with luck. Should fortune favor him, he would naturally draw a formidable dragon. Conversely, if luck were to evade him, he might end up with the most basic of Western or Eastern dragons. Both Western and Eastern dragons were classified as ordinary dragon species, the most common of their kind, lacking any extraordinary traits. Legends held that washing one's face could alter one's fortune. Before long, Lin Bei finished washing his face and settled onto the sofa. Taking a deep breath, he spoke to the system with firm resolve. System, I wish to use my opportunity for a random dragon extraction. As he uttered these words, a wave of tension washed over him, his heart yearning for a more impressive dragon. Chapter 48, The Mighty Young Dragon, the head of the Huang family. In truth, when Lin Bei decided to draw a young dragon, he had already braced himself mentally. The worst-case scenario would simply involve drawing an Eastern or Western dragon. While neither possessed any particularly unique attributes, they were, nonetheless, genuine dragons, powerful in their own right. Thus, even if the outcome fell short of expectations, he would harbor no dissatisfaction. After all, they would all belong to him, and no distinctions in treatment should be made. At the very moment Lin Bei's words echoed, the system's notification resounded. Ding. Initiating random dragon extraction. Extraction progress, 10. Extraction progress, 30. Extraction progress, 50. Extraction progress, 70. Extraction progress, 90. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a special dragon species, a young light dragon. The young light dragon has been transported to the system space. The host can summon it at any time. Upon hearing the phrase young light dragon, Lin Bei's breath became uncontrollably labored. Judging solely from its name, a light dragon undoubtedly surpassed both Western and Eastern dragons in strength. Moreover, it was a special dragon species, rarer than its Western and Eastern counterparts. Lin Bei's mind began to conjecture about what a light dragon entailed. Could it be a dragon capable of wielding the power of light? A dragon symbolizing purity and brilliance? Unable to contain his excitement, he promptly accessed the system space and released the light dragon from within. Alongside it emerged a diminutive figure, reduced in size to that of a household cat, and little six. As the young light dragon materialized in the room, the 3 beings, 1 human and 2 dragons, immediately turned their gaze toward it. The light dragon exhibited a form reminiscent of Western dragons, adorned in a pristine white that evoked images of fluffy clouds, with 2 sharp horns adorning its head and 2 similarly white wings sprouting from its back. Immaculate and breathtakingly beautiful. Merely gazing upon the slumbering light dragon, Lin Bei could sense a warm and sacred power emanating from it, akin to witnessing a radiant sun. He felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated the young light dragon to possess such extraordinary qualities. And little six shared in his surprise as well. The bloodlust and aura of slaughter that had once surrounded them began to dissipate unnoticed. The 2 dragons exchanged astonished glances before instinctively circling around the light dragon, careful not to disturb its peaceful slumber. The atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. In this tranquil moment, there existed no trace of animosity among the 3 distinct dragons. The coexistence of dragonkind was indeed a rare phenomenon. Observing this scene, a satisfied smile crept across Lin Bei's lips. Truly, the light dragon possesses an exceptionally unique power. Having uttered this thought, he instinctively began to ponder what materials he might use for the fusion with the light dragon. Since it was a light dragon, he decided that the angelic halo would be reserved for it. After all, in a certain sense, the light dragon and angels shared similarities, both embodying light and purity. Lin Bei had thus identified one material for fusion. What remained was to procure another. He had no intention of hastily selecting a material for the light dragon's fusion. He desired to preserve its distinctive attributes. Ideally, he would maximize the embodiment of purity and light. Therefore, he resolved to reserve the celestial slaying spear as the material for the next dragon. This was the most prudent choice, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. The next dragon he would acquire was likely to be a bone dragon. Could the celestial demon spear and the bone dragon, along with another material, be synthesized? It seems like a splendid choice. Soon, Lin Bei dispelled the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and turned to enter his bedroom. Through the connection established with the radiant dragon, he knew that the slumbering creature would not awaken for at least 3 hours. As the night deepened, Lin Bei found himself somewhat fatigued. Before long, a night had passed. Upon awakening, he felt a heaviness in his body. With great effort, he lifted his head and was met with the sight of 3 dragons peacefully sleeping around him. Although their sizes were not particularly large, their combined weight was still considerable, at least around 100 jin. Bearing such weight for an extended period was undeniably uncomfortable. Ultimately, Lin Bei could only helplessly sigh. Sometimes, having too many dragons is not ideal. After all, he and both Xiao Lu and the Radiant Dragon were relatively small, so their clinginess was quite normal. Nevertheless, he had enjoyed a sound sleep, thanks to the soothing presence of the Radiant Dragon. Before long, the 3 dragons stirred awake. In an instant, they rushed towards Lin Bei, each vying to vie for his affection. Among them, the Radiant Dragon, still in its juvenile stage, was the most fervent in its display of endearment. Knock, knock. A few minutes later, a series of knocks echoed at the door, accompanied by a familiar voice. Brother Bei, are you awake? It's time for us to go to the academy. It was none other than Wang Yuling's voice. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei swiftly recalled the 3 dragons into the system space and then got up to open the door. Moments later, he and Wang Yuling exited the dilapidated apartment complex. Meanwhile, within the Huang family of Nanshan City, the head of the Huang family, Huang Bashuan, sat in the main seat of the hall, his expression dark and brooding. The senior members of the Huang family stood respectfully in the hall, maintaining a unified silence, not daring to make a sound. The sound of their breaths was audible to one another. Huang Bashuan surveyed the group with a cold and unfriendly demeanor, and spoke in a chilling tone. I have 2 announcements to make. One good news and one bad news. At the sound of his voice, the others immediately straightened their posture, focusing intently, fearful that any lack of seriousness might bring about dire consequences. First, the good news. Our plan is proceeding smoothly. Within a week at most, the beast egg will hatch. At that time, our Huang family will become the rulers of Nanshan City. You may cheer now. As Huang Bashuan's voice fell, the others enthusiastically cheered in unison. Wonderful. It seems our efforts have not been in vain. All thanks to you, Patriarch. Without you, we would not be where we are today. Under your guidance, the Huang family is destined to soar. Once the applause had reached a satisfactory level, Huang Bashuan spoke again. Now, it is time for the bad news. As soon as Huang Bashuan uttered these words, an immediate silence fell over the hall, with no one daring to respond. Some individuals even lowered their heads, fearing their luck would turn sour. After a moment, Huang Bashuan's voice continued. The flying dragon is dead. Dispatch a team to uncover who is responsible. How dare they harm a high-ranking member of my Huang family? They must not be allowed to live. His tone was icy, laced with a profound intent to kill. All present understood that Huang Bashuan was enraged, and fear filled their hearts. They did not even dare to utter a word. The only thing they could do was nod incessantly, for in the Huang family, his word was absolute, and the consequences of defiance were grim. Seeing that no one spoke for a long while, Huang Bashuan continued. The hatching of the beast egg must be expedited. Establish a team to capture beasts in the forest. Capturing a dragon would be ideal. Additionally, go to the 3rd academy and locate a student named Wang Yuling. Recruit her if possible. If not, find a way to procure the beast she has tamed. With that, he rose and left the hall. Only then did the other members of the Huang family dare to make a sound. What? Brother Flying Dragon has been killed? If someone could kill Brother Flying Dragon, then the perpetrator must be among the strongest in Nanshan City. There are only a handful of individuals more powerful than Brother Flying Dragon. It shouldn't be too difficult to investigate. Alright, enough talk. Let's divide the tasks and act according to the Patriarch's orders. Meanwhile, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling had already arrived at the academy. The moment they appeared, they captured the attention of many. Students, who had been engaged in various activities, turned their eyes towards Lin Bei and Wang Yuling, each gaze filled with differing emotions: envy, jealousy, disdain, anger, and more. Amidst this, a cacophony of mixed discussions arose. Look, that guy is the so-called soft rice king, Lin Bei. I heard he made at least 10 million by relying on that girl beside him. I've heard that too. How can someone so young be living off a woman? Truly disgraceful. That girl must be blind. With her immense talent, how could she fall for such a pretty boy? If this good-for-nothing hadn't relied on her, he would have undoubtedly been the most pathetic one yesterday. Since the speakers did not bother to lower their voices, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling naturally heard these remarks. With a thud, Wang Yuling clenched her fists and stomped her foot in frustration, her once radiant face now marred by anger. She was furious. The audacity of these people to speak such words about Brother Bei was simply intolerable. However, Wang Yuling refrained from reacting immediately. Instead, she turned to Lin Bei, seeking his guidance on how to respond. But what she saw in Lin Bei was an unperturbed demeanor, as if the discussions around him were about someone else entirely, someone inconsequential. Puzzled, Wang Yuling asked, "Brother Bei, don't you care about what they are saying? The situation is not as they portray it. You are definitely not some pretty boy." She understood better than anyone present just how formidable Lin Bei's strength was. It would not be an exaggeration to call it miraculous. In the next moment, Lin Bei turned to meet Wang Yuling's gaze and calmly explained, "If a dog barks at me, should I bark back? Besides, sometimes, engaging with dogs can lead to misfortune." With that, he smiled at Wang Yuling and continued walking forward. Wang Yuling stood in astonishment, staring vacantly at Lin Bei's retreating figure. However, it did not take long for the surprise to dissipate from her face, replaced instead by an expression of sheer admiration. Truly, Brother Bei is remarkable. Not only is his strength exponentially superior to mine, but his mentality and thought processes are also leagues ahead. How incredibly handsome. Without delay, Wang Yuling hastened to catch up with Lin Bei, and the two resumed their journey together. Yet, the onlooking students remained oblivious to the true nature of their conversation. After all, their exchange had been barely audible, completely drowned out by the cacophony of gossip surrounding them. Upon witnessing Lin Bei and Wang Yuling depart, they instinctively concluded that the pair could not bear the weight of scrutiny and sought to escape this den of controversy. Such behavior only solidified the students' assumptions, prompting them to chatter even more animatedly. It seems the rumors hold truth. That man is indeed a leech, living off others, having chosen the path of parasitism. One should not fear judgment. Even if faced with the threat of being devoured by a monstrous beast, I would never resort to such disgrace. Only the utterly useless would stoop to such depths. As Wang Yuling and Lin Bei continued onward, the discussions surrounding them grew increasingly fervent. Although Lin Bei remained composed and unfazed, his mind was deeply engaged in reflection. How could the events of yesterday have spread throughout the academy overnight? There must be some underlying truth to this. In stark contrast, Wang Yuling, who was absorbing the growing chatter, felt her pent-up anger reaching a boiling point. Finally, after another minute had passed, she came to an abrupt halt, inhaling deeply. In the next moment, she spun around to address the crowd, hands on her hips, and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Silence! What is wrong with living off others? It's as if everyone here has the right to judge. Go look in the mirror and see what you really are. I can guarantee that even if you were to live off someone, no one would want you. You call those who live off others useless? What about you? You aren't even worthy of that. Are you not inferior to the so-called useless?" In an instant, the surrounding crowd fell utterly silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, they could not even secure the means to live off someone else. Were they not, therefore, lesser than the so-called useless? Quickly, the crowd dispersed. They may have relished the spectacle, but they were loath to become entangled in it themselves. At that moment, a somewhat guilty Wang Yuling glanced at Lin Bei and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Bei. When faced with barking dogs, I prefer to silence them. As for the matter of you living off others, it seems it's a bit convoluted." This was the best means of venting her frustrations that she could conceive. She refrained from clarifying Lin Bei's strength and opted instead for a different perspective, for Wang Yuling wished to protect Lin Bei's secret. Should the existence of his pet dragon be revealed, it would undoubtedly invite considerable trouble. In truth, everything she did was for Lin Bei's sake. Chapter 50. Lin Bei is in trouble. Regarding all that Wang Yuling had just done, Lin Bei felt no resentment whatsoever. After all, her actions were not misguided. They had both safeguarded his secret and silenced the crowd. Yet, Wang Yuling would inevitably offend many in the process. Fully aware of the implications, he chuckled softly as he addressed her, "It's all right. I do not concern myself with the opinions of others. However, you may find yourself in a predicament." Although her actions had temporarily quelled the crowd, it was merely a fleeting silence. Even if they dared not voice their thoughts openly, they would undoubtedly continue to gossip in hushed tones. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling could not help but scratch her head, appearing somewhat pained. "Sigh, never mind. As long as Brother Bei is safe, that's all that matters." Indeed, as Lin Bei had suggested, Wang Yuling's harsh words had wounded many egos. Consequently, they bore a grudge against both Wang Yuling and Lin Bei. A few minutes later, the two parted ways, each heading toward their respective classrooms. Though they were in the same grade, they were not in the same class. During the short distance of less than 100 meters, Lin Bei endured the scrutiny of numerous onlookers. However, he remained unfazed, walking steadily into his classroom. The moment he stepped inside, every classmate turned to look at Lin Bei, for they were more acutely aware of the situation between him and Wang Yuling than anyone else. Despite the collective gaze upon him, no one dared to utter a word. A stark contrast to the hearsay floating outside. Something about this felt distinctly unusual. Lin Bei closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. There were so many matters demanding his attention. As footsteps approached, he slowly opened his eyes to see Li Kai, with whom he had had several confrontations. A smug expression adorned her face, as if she had accomplished something particularly satisfying. Her gaze toward Lin Bei was rife with undisguised disdain. In an instant, Lin Bei understood everything. Before he could speak, Li Kai's voice broke the silence. "Oh, here comes the little white face. What does it feel like to have everyone know you're living off others? Are you angry? But what good does that do? Wang Yuling isn't here now." The classroom was eerily quiet, save for the echo of Li Kai's taunts. At that moment, Lin Bei fully confirmed his suspicions. He regarded Li Kai with an expressionless gaze and, in an icy tone, inquired, "It seems all of this was orchestrated by you." The very moment his words left his lips, Li Kai responded with a triumphant tone, "Indeed. What of it? Since you've chosen to be a little white face, don't complain when others talk." From the moment her spotlight was stolen by Lin Bei at the awakening ceremony, her resentment toward him had festered intensely. Thus, she had deliberately spread the rumor that he was living off others, all driven by selfish motives. Upon hearing Li Kai's unabashed admission, Lin Bei could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet, striding toward her until they stood barely a meter apart. A voice, cold and devoid of compassion, reverberated through the silent classroom. "Congratulations. You've successfully provoked my ire. You shall pay the price." Lin Bei was indeed engulfed in fury. If Li Kai's actions had merely targeted him, he might have let it slide. However, her actions had also severely impacted Wang Yuling. This was simply unacceptable. "Oh, what did you say? I must pay the price? What is this? Are you planning to strike me? If you dare lay a hand on me now, just wait for the academy as punishment." Initially, Li Kai merely intended to intimidate Lin Bei with her words, yet she could never have anticipated that her remarks would inadvertently serve as a reminder for him. Upon hearing her statement, Lin Bei's brow quirked slightly. Indeed, the Third Academy had such a regulation, regardless of the circumstances. Any student who inflicted harm upon a peer within the academy would face appropriate penalties. The lightest punishment entailed a week's suspension from the academy, while the most severe could result in expulsion. Time was of the essence for Lin Bei, as he had numerous pressing matters to attend to. Being penalized seemed to suit him perfectly. Suddenly taken aback by Lin Bei's unexpected gratitude, Li Kai was momentarily dazed. What was this? Why was he suddenly thanking her? Was he out of his mind? In the next instant, Lin Bei clenched his right fist tightly, the muscles in his arm tensing, prominent veins bulging against his skin. A heartbeat later, he unleashed a powerful punch that connected squarely with Li Kai's abdomen. Boom. The moment his fist struck, a terrifying force erupted, producing a resounding impact akin to a thunderclap reverberating through the heavens. Simultaneously, a wave of excruciating pain surged through Li Kai's entire being. Her eyes instantly filled with blood vessels, appearing grotesque, as if she had endured 10 days without sleep. Before she could even utter a cry of anguish, her body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, hurtling away with alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, she had been propelled a full 10 meters. Thud! It was only upon crashing into the wall at the far end that Li Kai's uncontrolled body finally came to a halt. Although she had ceased her movement, she had succumbed to unconsciousness, blood oozing from various parts of her body, her bones shattered throughout. Even the wall behind her bore several cracks. Lin Bei, having already subdued 3 dragons, possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. Not to mention, he had consumed a strength-enhancing potion. Even utilizing just a fraction of his power was far beyond what Li Kai could withstand. Lin Bei was acutely aware of his own strength. Yet, having made the decision to act, he was prepared for the consequences. The classroom fell into an even deeper silence, where even the sound of breathing could be discerned. All eyes were fixated on Li Kai, each student appearing as if in a trance, staring at her and the wall. It was not until Lin Bei resumed his seat that they could no longer contain their astonishment. "Good heavens!" they exclaimed. Lin Bei dared to strike Li Kai openly. This is utterly audacious. How did he manage that? One punch wielded such immense force. Is this truly the Lin Bei we know? Wasn't he just a pretty boy? How could he accomplish something like this? Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Fear enveloped everyone, and they vowed never to provoke Lin Bei again. After all, no one wished to share Li Kai's fate of being smashed into a wall. After a considerable time, a student finally spoke up. However, Lin Bei is in trouble. The academy will undoubtedly take action. Chapter 51. Please, Dean, show no mercy. Assaulting a fellow student within the academy is a grave offense, and given Li Kai's current condition, she would require extensive medical attention. After all, she had literally been embedded in the wall. How could this not be serious? Barely a minute had passed when a group of individuals clad in matching black uniforms entered the classroom. They were the academy's security team, tasked with maintaining order and resolving disputes within the institution. Within that brief minute, they had gathered a rough understanding of what had transpired. Thus, As they stepped into the classroom, the team leader, Ning Haoyuan, instinctively turned his gaze toward the victim, Lin Bei. However, upon witnessing her horrific state, his pupils involuntarily constricted, and his previously swift stride faltered. Hiss! He even instinctively gasped in shock. Good heavens! That was an excessively brutal attack. How is this any different from being hit by a car? Having served as the security team leader for a decade, Ning Haoyuan had witnessed numerous altercations among students. Yet he had never seen anyone so thoroughly beaten. This was entirely unlike a mere student brawl. Regaining his composure, Ning Haoyuan urgently instructed his team, "Quick! Get her to the medical facility." Upon hearing this, several members rushed forward, carefully lifting Lin Bei. The difficulty of her treatment was extraordinarily high. Taking a deep breath, Ning Haoyuan turned his attention to Lin Bei, his tone grave as he stated, "You need to come with me. The dean wishes to see you." As he uttered these words, he scrutinized Lin Bei closely. Yet, to his surprise, he found not a trace of anxiety or tension on Lin Bei's face. It was as if the recent events and the impending confrontation were mere trifles to him. This young man exuded an oddly unsettling aura. What could possibly be going on? He found himself at a loss for answers. In the next moment, Lin Bei strode toward the classroom door, stepping outside with ease. He then turned to Ning Haoyuan. Speaking nonchalantly, "Hurry up." Ning Haoyuan was momentarily taken aback, feeling an increased sense of peculiarity. It was the first time a student had urged him to act. This was most unusual. Nevertheless, he quickly complied, leading Lin Bei toward the dean's office. Once Lin Bei and the security personnel had departed for a while, the students in the classroom, still shaken, began to speak again. To witness such a terrifying event so early in the day, I hope we don't have nightmares tonight. We must never provoke Lin Bei again. I certainly don't want to be smashed into a wall, given the extent of Lin Bei's injuries. Lin Bei's punishment would undoubtedly be severe. Knock, knock. 5 minutes later, Ning Haoyuan rapped on the dean's office door. "Dean, I have brought him." Soon, Bai Zhou's voice resonated. "All right, let him in. You all may return to your duties." Upon hearing this, Ning Haoyuan ushered his team away, leaving Lin Bei standing alone at the threshold of the dean's office. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. At once, he spotted Bai Zhou seated at the desk. Bai Zhou looked up, his expression shifting to one of surprise. "It's you." Although he was aware that a student had erred, he had no knowledge of who it was, thus his astonishment upon recognizing Lin Bei. Bai Zhou's brow furrowed slightly, and he muttered to himself in a tone of resignation, "This is troublesome. The punishment cannot be too severe." He had never anticipated that the student he was about to discipline would be Lin Bei, the very student he had decided to nurture just the day before. Had it been anyone else, Bai Zhou would have imposed the standard penalties. However, he could not treat Lin Bei in the same manner. For Lin Bei, it seemed that Wang Yuling was synonymous with his very being. Punishing Lin Bei was inconsequential. However, should Wang Yuling become dissatisfied and, in a fit of anger, transfer to another academy, it would certainly be a monumental loss. No dean would wish to forfeit a student of such extraordinary talent. Lin Bei observed Bai Zhou with a calm demeanor, naturally perceiving the turmoil reflected in Bai Zhou's expression, coupled with the words he had just heard. He effortlessly deduced Bai Zhou's current thoughts. In the next moment, Lin Bei took the initiative to shatter the silence. "Dean, please impose upon me whatever punishment you deem appropriate. I will personally address Wang Yuling. I assure you it can be resolved flawlessly, so you need not feel any pressure." His primary aim was to gain some time, which had led him to discipline Lin Bei. If Bai Zhou were to reconsider Wang Yuling's feelings and thus revoke his punishment, it would render his efforts fruitless. Lin Bei was keen to avoid such an outcome. At the instant his words fell, Bai Zhou looked at Lin Bei with profound astonishment. Really? His instinct made him somewhat incredulous. Such a thing could happen? Not only was he not seeking to mitigate his punishment, but he also intended to resolve his own issues? What a jest! Is there truly such a considerate student in the world? Lin Bei merely nodded gently, affirming, "This is for the benefit of the academy. I kindly request that you act in accordance with the regulations." In that moment, Bai Zhou felt a stirring of emotion within him. His perception of Lin Bei began to shift rapidly. Initially, Bai Zhou had thought that Lin Bei's close relationship with Wang Yuling was merely a reason to nurture him. Yet now, he genuinely intended to cultivate Lin Bei. After all, the number of students willing to forfeit their privileges for the sake of the academy's reputation and accept severe punishment was exceedingly rare. "Very well. I shall grant you your wish. You shall receive your due punishment." Lin Bei nodded, internally sighing with relief. As long as he could receive a suitable punishment, he would have ample free time. With sufficient leisure, he could pursue any endeavor he desired. A piece of news had already reached him. The classmate he had injured was severely disabled. It would take at least half a year of careful nurturing for him to regain a semblance of mobility. Given the gravity of the situation, Lin Bei was assigned a punishment of 1 month of absence from the academy, during which he would not enjoy any class benefits. I hope you will reflect deeply during this month. Although Baizhou's words articulated the punishment meted out to Lin Bei, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to reward and nurture him. As for the month-long punishment, Lin Bei felt nothing but joy. A month was ample time to accomplish many things. Thank you, Dean. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, their conversation concluded, and Lin Bei turned to leave, his steps unhurried. Baizhou, increasingly satisfied with Lin Bei, raised his gaze to watch his retreating figure. Yet, as he beheld Lin Bei growing more distant, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him. It seemed as though he had encountered him somewhere before. Chapter 52. Infiltrating the Huang family. The plan unfolds. Baizhou fixated intently on Lin Bei's silhouette, and the more he stared, the stronger his sense of confusion became. He looked remarkably familiar. It resembled the person who rode a dragon yesterday. Although he recalled the scene from the night prior, he did not associate Lin Bei with that individual. The reasoning was straightforward. First, Lin Bei had only awakened his talent a few days ago, a fact that many could attest to. He could not possibly have tamed a dragon, let alone 2 dragons. Second, Lin Bei had returned to the academy alongside numerous students. How could he have possibly appeared in the heart of the monster forest at night? It was utterly implausible. After pondering for a minute, Baizhou chuckled softly and shook his head, slowly rising to gaze out the window. Never mind, it's best not to overthink it. I should consider how to compensate Lin Bei. Since he is so cooperative, I cannot let him feel disheartened. As the dean of the Third Academy, he was well aware of how to interact with others. After departing from the dean's office, Lin Bei did not return to his class, but headed directly home. Upon entering, 3 dragons materialized, flapping their wings and soaring around the room. Lin Bei settled onto the sofa, meticulously planning the tasks he needed to undertake next. After careful consideration, he realized he indeed had numerous matters to attend to: selling the magical beasts in his possession, the upcoming grand event in the neighboring city, the synthesis materials for the Radiant Dragon, the hybrid glutton from the Huang family, and the imminent emergence of the Bone Dragon. There was a great deal to accomplish. Thankfully, he had been granted a month of freedom. Otherwise, he might not have been able to manage it all. Among the myriad tasks, the most challenging evidently involved the hybrid glutton pet egg from the Huang family. After all, the system's mission was to eliminate the hybrid glutton. While the exact strength of the hybrid glutton remained uncertain, it was prudent to make thorough preparations. Moreover, it would be wise to publicize this matter. Once the hybrid glutton was born, it would pose a threat to the entire Nen city. With this resolution firmly in mind, Lin Bei suddenly recalled a matter. Previously, when he activated those 2 gift packs, it seemed he had unlocked a recycling function. He had yet to utilize this function, and now appeared to be an opportune moment to do so. With that thought, Lin Bei promptly opened the system shop and casually retrieved a magical beast containment pouch. Recycle. In the next instant, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Recycle successful. The item recycled is a magical beast containment pouch and 1 magical beast. The host receives a reward of 2,500 points. Exchanging for 2,500 points was precisely equivalent to the actual value of the magical beast containment pouch and the magical beast. Utilizing this function eliminated the need to convert funds into points. In simpler terms, it saved him some hassle. There was no need to go out of his way to sell the magical beasts to merchants. Lin Bei was quite pleased with this function. Subsequently, he recycled numerous items, and his points continued to accumulate. The host receives a reward of 2,800 points. The host receives a reward of 3,500 points. The host receives a reward of 2,100 points. The host receives a reward of 2,500 points. The host receives a reward of 3,600 points. Ultimately, Lin Bei's point total reached a staggering 108,000 points. At this juncture, he decided to cease his activities. With over 100,000 points at his disposal, that would undoubtedly suffice for the time being. As for the remaining magical beasts, he would sell them to the merchants. As night fell, Lin Bei returned home after roaming outside all day. The number of magical beasts he had left was far too great. He had only managed to sell a small portion throughout the day. He had barely managed to deposit over 10 million in funds. With the addition of the funds acquired from opening 2 gift packs, Lin Bei's total assets have now surpassed the remarkable milestone of 20 million. Bang, bang. Just a few minutes after settling in, a series of knocks echoed through the door. Brother Bei, are you home? I have so much to discuss with you. Helpless, Lin Bei rose to his feet, retracting Xiao Lu and the bright dragon back into the system space, leaving only Yi still present in the room. Soon, he opened the door to let Wang Yuling enter. In the next moment, Wang Yuling's voice rang out. Brother Bei, I've heard about your exploits. You were absolutely magnificent. That's precisely how one should deal with such women. As she spoke, her excitement was palpable, as if she had personally delivered a blow to Li Kai. Lin Bei could only respond with a gentle smile. After discussing this matter for quite some time, Wang Yuling transitioned to another topic. By the way, Brother Bei, a member of the Huang family approached me today, extending a sincere invitation for me to join them. However, I haven't agreed yet. I merely mentioned that I would consider it. What do you think I should do? Should I join the Huang family? I can't shake the feeling that they are plotting something nefarious. In the moment her words fell, Lin Bei's brows slightly furrowed, and a plan began to take shape in his mind. He had been contemplating how to deal with the Huang family, and now, the opportunity had presented itself. Xiaolinger, first agree to their request. However, do not join the Huang family yourself. Instead, let me join. Inform them that I am your representative. My joining signifies your joining. Finding a way to infiltrate the Huang family is clearly the best strategy. Once I am within their ranks, the chances of encountering that hybrid Taotai egg will be significantly heightened. Although Wang Yuling was unaware of Lin Bei's ultimate intentions, she was astute enough not to pry further. For her, as long as it was something Lin Bei wished to pursue, it must undoubtedly be the right course of action. All right, I understand, Brother Bei. Leave it to me. Lin Bei nodded gently, reaching out to touzle Wang Yuling's hair, speaking in a more soothing tone. Xiaolinger, you've worked hard. You will understand my reasons in a few days. Now is not the right time to explain. Wang Yuling's cheeks flushed slightly, seemingly a bit embarrassed, and she responded, her tone slightly stammering. Okay, I trust you, Brother Bei. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye, while Lin Bei was still deep in slumber. His phone began to vibrate. Buzz, buzz. Lin Bei jolted awake, hastily answering the call. Upon connecting, a female voice greeted him. Hello, is this Lin Bei? It was a voice he had never heard before. Nevertheless, he responded affirmatively. That's correct. In the next moment, the voice continued. I am Huang Feishue from the Huang family. Wang Yuling mentioned that if you join the Huang family, she will also join. Therefore, I would like to inquire if you are willing to join the Huang family. Lin Bei was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Wang Yuling's actions would unfold so swiftly. It was barely dawn, and the Huang family had already contacted him. Clearly, Linger placed great importance on his affairs. She had reached out to the Huang family at the crack of dawn. This was the only logical explanation. Otherwise, the Huang family wouldn't have been so prompt in their call. Seemingly growing impatient, Huang Feishue's voice chimed in again. Hello? Have you made your decision? There was a hint of urgency in her tone, as if she feared Lin Bei might decline. Instantly, Lin Bei regained his composure and replied without hesitation. I am willing. Infiltrating the Huang family was his intention all along, and he certainly wouldn't refuse. Only by successfully entering the Huang family could he proceed with his plans. Shortly after, Huang Feishue's voice brimmed with excitement. Great. Welcome to our family. When you have the time, please come to the Huang family. There are matters we need to discuss in person. Lin Bei promptly responded, all right. I will head to the Huang family shortly. He then ended the call, fully alert now. Glancing at the three dragons sleeping soundly beside him, Lin Bei swiftly returned them to the system space. It would be inappropriate to leave them at home before heading to the Huang family. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, it could lead to unnecessary complications. The Huang family's location was quite favorable, situated a considerable distance from Lin Bei's dilapidated apartment. Thus, traveling to the Huang family would require some time. 2 hours later, Lin Bei arrived at the Huang family's villa district. Huang Feishue, who had spoken with him over the phone, was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Bei for the first time, she immediately recognized him as the person she had been expecting. His attire and youthful appearance certainly matched that of a student. You must be Lin Bei? She inquired. Lin Bei nodded slightly, casting a composed gaze toward Huang Feishue. In the next moment, his brows raised in mild surprise. As Huang Feishue bore a striking resemblance to Huang Feilong, who had been incinerated by Yi, they appeared to be of similar age, with her looking slightly younger. It was evident that they were siblings. That's me. Even though he had surmised her identity, Lin Bei maintained his composure, showing no signs of the man who had slain her brother. Huang Feishue smiled at Lin Bei, gesturing toward the entrance behind her. Come with me. The family head wishes to meet you. With that, she turned and began to lead the way. Lin Bei followed closely behind Huang Feishue, cautiously surveying his surroundings in hopes of uncovering the location of the Taodai hybrid egg. However, his search yielded little success. Not until he reached the residence of the family head did he catch sight of the hybrid Taodai egg. After a full day, Huang Bashuan's condition had improved significantly. The rage and fury within him had subsided. Observing Lin Bei entering behind Huang Feishue, a flicker of disdain briefly crossed his gaze. Upon Wang Yuling's initial request, Huang Bashuan had dispatched individuals to investigate Lin Bei. Naturally, he had learned about Lin Bei's talents and past. It was safe to say that if it weren't for Wang Yuling, he would never have allowed Lin Bei into the Huang family sphere. Yet, in his quest to win over Wang Yuling, Huang Bashuan had no choice but to engage in some disingenuous actions. Student Lin, welcome to our Huang family. As an external member of our family, you will certainly not regret this. His words were few, yet they brimmed with confidence. While others might perceive Huang Bashuan's words as mere empty promises, Lin Bei, who was aware of the existence of the hybrid Taotai egg, held no such misconceptions. The reality was indeed as he anticipated. Once the hybrid Taotai was birthed and allowed to grow, the Huang family would become immensely powerful. He merely nodded slightly, a playful tone in his voice as he remarked, "Indeed, I will not regret it." The sentiments expressed by the two individuals regarding their lack of regret are fundamentally disparate in meaning. However, Huang Bashuang failed to grasp the underlying implications of Lin Bei's words, mistakenly attributing Lin Bei's enthusiasm to his affiliation with the Huang family. "Well, since you have joined our Huang family, feel free to explore for a while. But do not venture into the forbidden area to the south. It is perilously dangerous." He was keen to prevent Lin Bei from encountering any peril, as such an event could jeopardize Wang Yuling. To Huang Bashuang, Wang Yuling held significant importance due to her exceptional talent, and her impressive performance the previous day warranted such regard. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's breath quickened slightly, as an inkling of realization dawned upon him. Forcing down a wave of subtle joy within, he nodded appreciatively. "All right, thank you, esteemed head of the Huang family. I shall take my leave now." His words of gratitude were sincere, genuinely reflecting his appreciation. Huang Bashuang, trusting in Lin Bei's intentions, allowed him to depart, leaving only himself and Huang Feishue behind. After a full minute passed, once Lin Bei had distanced himself, Huang Bashuang turned to Huang Feishue and inquired, "What have you discovered? Have you uncovered anything?" He was resolute. They could not afford to let Feilong die in vain. As he spoke those words, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, indicating his profound anger. Huang Feishue's gaze dimmed momentarily, and she shook her head in resignation. "There are still no results. I have investigated several individuals, but none seem to be suspects." She was deeply invested in unraveling the mystery surrounding her brother's demise, yet no matter how diligently she searched, the truth eluded her grasp. Huang Bashuang's expression darkened further. His fists clenched tightly. "Continue the investigation. We must identify the murderer. This is a matter of honor for our Huang family." His fury stemmed from the humiliation of being unable to locate a killer within such a prominent family. How could the mighty Huang family lose face in such a way? Meanwhile, Lin Bei appeared to wander aimlessly within the Huang estate, all the while discreetly drawing nearer to the southern forbidden area. Huang Bashuang's warning against approaching the southern domain clearly suggested that it concealed some profound secret. At last, after meandering for another half hour, Lin Bei arrived at the southern region of the Huang family's territory. Initially, he had encountered a few individuals, but now he found the area completely deserted. It was only upon spotting a securely shut iron gate that he halted his advance. This must be the place. In the next moment, he stepped forward, but as his foot descended, a wave of terrifying malice surged toward him, replete with an overwhelming aura of bloodshed. It felt as if opening this door would lead him straight into the depths of hell. Instantly, Lin Bei froze once more. Indeed, this was the location. He had now confirmed the whereabouts of the hybrid Taotai egg. However, he had no intention of entering, as the timing was evidently inappropriate. He needed to select a more opportune moment, such as later tonight. Chapter 54, The Eggshell Cracked. Entering the forbidden area during the day would be sheer folly. Simultaneously, Lin Bei comprehended why Huang Bashuang had explicitly warned him to avoid the southern forbidden area. It was due to the overwhelming pressure he was currently experiencing. Were it anyone else, the sheer terror emanating from this presence could easily render them immobile or even unconscious. Fortunately, Lin Bei had tamed 3 dragons, enhancing his overall abilities, and possessed the imposing aura of a dragon, allowing him to remain unaffected. After silently contemplating the massive door for a few seconds, Lin Bei addressed the system in his mind. System, utilize 1,000 points to purchase a designated teleportation array. The moment he spoke, 1,000 points vanished, and the system's prompt echoed in response. Ding. Designated teleportation array purchased successfully. Would you like to use it now? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei opted to use it immediately. In the next instant, the system continued to chime. Ding. The host is currently not at home. Would you like to set this location as your primary teleportation point? In fact, Lin Bei had already contemplated the locations for his primary and secondary teleportation points when he decided to exchange for the teleportation array, intending to set the primary point behind this iron gate. After approximately 1 second, the primary teleportation point was established. Please designate a secondary teleportation point. This time, Lin Bei refrained from selecting his home as the secondary point. While this location offered high security, it still bore certain risks. Moreover, even the cleverest of rabbits have 3 burrows. Thus, exercising caution was prudent. He designated the secondary teleportation point at the center of the beast forest. connecting it to another teleportation array. Ding! Teleportation array successfully established. The host may teleport freely. With all preparations complete, Lin Bei swiftly departed from the area, making his way to a more populated locale with utmost speed. The proceedings unfolded seamlessly, drawing no attention from anyone, largely due to Huang Baxiang's lack of wariness after gaining a thorough understanding of Lin Bei. Consequently, the other members of the Huang family also paid him little mind. Upon leaving the Huang estate, Lin Bei visited a small shop to procure various items, a black hat, sunglasses, and a mask, all of which were stowed away in the system space. These items would prove invaluable. Before long, the night had descended, the cold moon hanging high in the sky. The entire city lay shrouded in silence, presenting a perfect opportunity for action. After resting well and donning his sunglasses and hat, Lin Bei felt invigorated, as did Xiao Lu and the Radiant Dragon, who were aware of their nocturnal undertaking. Taking a deep breath as he stood in the center of the room, Lin Bei instinctively exhaled. It is time to set forth. After all, he was about to confront the legendary Taotai. Even if it was merely a hybrid Taotai, it warranted respect, for the Taotai is one of the 4 great mythical beasts of legend. There must be compelling reasons for its classification as a beast. Teleportation. The first teleportation array activated, whisking Lin Bei away to the beast forest. Teleportation. The second teleportation array also engaged, transporting him back to the Huang estate. The moment he reappeared, that terrifying aura assailed him once more. Moreover, being within the confines of the Iron Gate amplified this ominous presence far beyond what it had been in the morning. Simultaneously, Lin Bei immediately fixed his gaze upon the hybrid Taotai egg situated in the center of the courtyard. The egg was substantial, easily the size of a van. Around it lay a myriad of remnants from various magical beasts. A thick, metallic scent of blood permeated the vicinity, as if this place were a veritable slaughterhouse. Even without witnessing the scene of the hybrid gluttonous egg devouring magical beasts, the sight before Lin Bei made him acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Unconsciously, his gaze turned serious, and he swiftly extracted his phone from his pocket. He proceeded to capture images of the gluttonous egg and its surrounding environment. Only by photographing the glutton could he gather sufficient evidence. With a firm step, Lin Bei braved the mounting pressure and advanced toward the hybrid gluttonous egg. He yearned for a closer encounter with the gluttonous egg. However, when he found himself within a mere 5 meters of the egg, the once stationary hybrid gluttonous egg began to tremble violently. Thud, thud, thud. The shell collided with the ground, accompanied by a series of resounding crashes. In an instant, Lin Bei halted in his tracks, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the hybrid gluttonous egg. He was taken aback. He had not anticipated such commotion from the egg. What was happening? Was his luck truly this dire? At that moment, the system's alert chimed in, due to the presence of multiple dragon auras on the host. As you approached the hybrid gluttonous egg, the creature within sensed your aura, hence the ensuing disturbance. You are aware of what a gluttonous beast is. Compared to absorbing ordinary magical beasts, dragons possess a far greater allure for it. The effect of devouring a dragon easily surpasses the impact of consuming 10,000 ordinary magical beasts. At this point, Lin Bei finally grasped the unfolding events. The most prudent course of action he could conceive at that moment was to vacate the area temporarily, lest he provoke some dire consequences. Yet, before he could activate the teleportation array, the hybrid gluttonous egg emitted an even greater disturbance. Crack, crack. 2 piercing sounds of shattering echoed as 2 fist-sized holes emerged on the once intact shell of the hybrid gluttonous egg. The next instant, a pair of blood-red eyes, akin to fresh blood, appeared through these openings. It was indeed the eyes of the hybrid glutton. Simultaneously, the oppressive aura that had permeated the yard intensified, as if it threatened to congeal into a palpable form. This was an essence of malevolence and madness, pushed to its utmost limit. Enveloped in this aura, Lin Bei felt as though he were amidst a procession of malevolent spirits, surrounded by countless evil phantoms. Roar! A sound powerful enough to shatter eardrums reverberated, instantly resonating throughout the Huang family estate. Immediately, all slumbering members of the Huang family awoke from their dreams. Huang Baxuan, neglecting to even put on his shoes, summoned his tamed Song Lei Ba Shi turtle and moved with utmost speed. Taking deep breaths, Lin Bei locked eyes with those 2 orbs. Despite staring down a legendary ferocious beast, he felt not an ounce of fear. It was merely a hybrid glutton, daring to consume his dragon. Chapter 55, Dispelling the Evil Light. Within the egg, the gluttonous beast was a hybrid, possessing only a fragment of the glutton's bloodline, while the other lineage remained unknown. Thus, it was not pure. It could not be compared to a dragon. Even the dragon Lin Bei currently possessed was not a purebred, but rather a synthesized breed. Yet, within this synthesized dragon, there lay a complete dragon bloodline. It could only be said to possess other unique abilities. The strength of the bloodline was naturally superior to that of the hybrid glutton, unless the other part of this hybrid glutton's bloodline originated from another powerful entity. For instance, from other formidable beasts such as the four great ferocious beasts, Tao Wu, Chaos, Qiongqi, or even sacred beasts like the Lin and Bei. The hybrid gluttonous egg's eyes, filled with malevolence, remained fixated on Lin Bei. Though the hybrid glutton perceived only an ordinary person, it detected an immense allure emanating from him. A sensation unlike any experienced while consuming other magical beasts. It was as though a meticulously prepared feast lay before it. Roar, roar. Low growls echoed continuously as the hybrid gluttonous beast sought to engulf Lin Bei. However, still in its immature state, it remained confined within the shell, unable to breach its confines and reach the outside world. Though only the glutton's eyes were visible, Lin Bei could still sense the malevolent aura radiating from it. Truly, the offspring of a gluttonous beast, merely a hybrid, yet possessing such formidable ferocity. At that moment, as he pondered these words, the fierce and malevolent atmosphere thickened even further, beginning to extend outward. It would not be long before it enveloped half of the Huang family estate. Simultaneously, a gentle dragon call resonated from the system's space, penetrating Lin Bei's mind. He paused momentarily, quickly accessing the system space, instinctively recognizing the dragon that had uttered the call. It was none other than the newly tamed light dragon. Though the light dragon could not articulate human speech, Lin Bei easily comprehended its intent. Listening to the series of gentle dragon calls, he instinctively inquired, You wish to come outside?" The light dragon continued to call softly, expressing its desire to venture into the external world. Since the light dragon wished to emerge, Lin Bei had no reason to refuse. In the next moment, he released the light dragon into the outside world. Upon its emergence, the light dragon flapped its wings and gracefully soared toward the hybrid gluttonous beast. The gluttonous beast, which had been intently focused on Lin Bei, immediately redirected its entire attention to the pristine and immaculate light dragon. Instantly, its eyes were consumed by avarice. Its mind singularly focused on the desire to devour the light dragon. Roar, roar. The hybrid glutton's roars grew increasingly thunderous, reverberating throughout the Huang family estate. Many felt their hearts grow uneasy, fearing the onset of something dreadful. Huang Bashuan, who had been hastily making his way, furrowed his brow tightly, his expression grave as he gazed toward the direction of the gluttonous beast, muttering to himself, "What is happening? Why is the hybrid glutton so frenzied tonight?" The entity that entrusted me with the hybrid gluttonous egg did not mention such an occurrence would arise. He was now in a state of confusion. He had no idea what was transpiring. Just a few days prior, while nurturing the hybrid gluttonous egg, there had been no signs of abnormality. Yet today, why was it like this? No matter how he pondered, Huang Bashuan found himself at a loss, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Forget it. No need to dwell on it. Regardless of the circumstances, one will understand upon arrival. In but a fleeting moment, the radiant dragon soared towards the hybrid Taotai egg, the distance between them reduced to a mere 10 centimeters. Its eyes widened in disdain, gazing at the hybrid Taotai with profound aversion, as if confronted with something utterly detestable. Roar, roar. The hybrid Taoyes thrashing intensified, as it collided with the eggshell with all its might, eager to break free. Crack, crack. The diligent Taotai was rewarded, as two delicate fissures appeared. An even more sinister aura enveloped the surroundings, not only thickening but also expanding its reach, casting a shadow over an entire half of the Huang family territory. Inevitably, some members of the Huang clan found themselves ensnared within this malevolent presence. Thud, thud. Weaker members of the Huang family could not withstand the oppressive energy and collapsed helplessly to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Even in their stupor, they were unable to escape the torment, their expressions contorted in distress. The swiftly arriving Huang Bashuan beheld the fallen clan members, his countenance a tempest of conflicting emotions. He felt exhilaration at the Taotai's formidable power, yet deep concern for the safety of his kin. Fortunately, the individual who entrusted me with the hybrid Taotai egg also imparted the means to control it. Otherwise, the first to be obliterated upon the Taotai's emergence would assuredly be my Huang family. With this thought, he quickened his pace, determined to reach his destination in mere minutes. Simultaneously, the disdain in the radiant dragon's eyes deepened, its foreclaws clenched tightly in a display of adorable ferocity. Standing not far away, Lin Bei sensed the radiant dragon's intentions and grasped its desire to eradicate the surrounding corruption. Thus, an intense anticipation welled up within him. Would it succeed? At that moment, the frequency of the radiant dragon's wing beats quickened significantly, its pristine head lifting skyward. Buzz. With a resounding dragon's roar, a torrent of dazzling white light erupted from its form. Though resplendent, it was not blinding. The white radiance swiftly spread, illuminating the entire courtyard, effortlessly overshadowing the sinister, chilling aura. Enveloped by this sanctified light, Lin Bei felt the oppressive presence of the hybrid Taotai dissipate entirely. In its stead emerged a gentle sensation, as if he were immersed in a soothing hot spring, savoring a delightful retreat. What a marvelous power! Is this the essence of the radiant dragon? In the blink of an eye, the white light illuminated half the sky. The malevolent aura belonging to the hybrid Taotai vanished from the Huang family territory. As if in a heartbeat, winter had transitioned into the height of summer. All members of the Huang clan previously affected by the dark energy found themselves restored in less than a breath. Those who had collapsed rose to their feet. The unconscious awakened, and the frightened ceased their weeping. They gazed in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment, at the sanctified power coursing through them. Chapter 56. I await your birth. Each member of the Huang family, nourished by the radiant dragon's power, could not help but exclaim, "What has transpired? It feels as if my body is ablaze. All discomfort has vanished." This sensation is unprecedentedly comfortable, surpassing even the joy I felt when taming my first magical beast. Moments ago, I felt as if I had descended into hell, and now it is as if I have ascended to paradise. Truly incredible. It was not merely the ordinary members of the Huang family who marveled. Even Huang Bashuan, having experienced this phenomenon firsthand, was equally astonished. Seated upon his pet, he gazed up at the extraordinarily bright night sky. Although it was deep into the night, the heavens shone brighter than at noon. Gulp. Instinctively swallowing hard, Huang Bashuan's hands trembled with excitement. Though uncertain of what had transpired, he surmised, if it can dispel the aura emitted by the hybrid Taotai, then this luminous being must be on par with the Taotai itself. An opportunity. This is an extraordinary opportunity. With this thought, Huang Bashuan patted the back of his Tsang Lei Ba Shi turtle with fervor, urging, "Let us depart. Make haste." As the head of the Huang family, he understood the significance of this moment. Meanwhile, within the courtyard housing the hybrid Taotai egg, the radiant dragon, aglow with light, stood in confrontation with the still unhatched hybrid Taotai. Two entirely opposing energies filled the modest courtyard. Yet, overall, the radiant dragon held the upper hand. A vast expanse of paradise overshadowed a mere fragment of hell. After all, the hybrid Taotai remained encased within its shell, not yet fully hatched. Thus, it had quickly fallen to a disadvantage. Were it a fully hatched hybrid Taotai, then the situation would undoubtedly be different. Observing the hybrid Taotai in its weakened state, Lin Bei wore a satisfied expression. The radiant dragon's performance exceeded his expectations. Not only could it dispel the surrounding darkness, but it also managed to suppress the bloodthirsty hybrid Taotai. How could he not be pleased? Remarkable. To be so powerful at such a young age. Once synthesized and evolved, it would only grow stronger. Witnessing the radiant dragon's might, Lin Bei's resolve to synthesize it solidified further. He must acquire the angelic halo and another emblem of light to merge with the radiant dragon, to cultivate an utterly sanctified dragon of light. Meanwhile, the disadvantaged hybrid Taotai fixated its fierce gaze upon the radiant dragon, a mix of faint fear and insatiable greed swirling in its malevolent eyes. Even aware of the other's overpowering abilities, it still yearned to devour the radiant dragon whole. Roar, roar. The low growls reverberated, as the hybrid Taotai seemed to curse in frustration. The radiant dragon, however, disregarded it all, soaring gracefully through the air, radiating its holy light. Step by step, Lin Bei approached the hybrid Taotai egg, unhesitatingly extending his hand to touch its icy surface, akin to caressing a block of ice. He paid no heed to the incessantly roaring Taotai, instead inquiring within his mind, "System, can I synthesize directly with the hybrid Taotai egg?" In the next instant, the system's prompt sounded, "It is indeed possible, but I do not recommend the host proceed in this manner. This hybrid Taotai is a product of the union between a Taotai and a common magical beast. Moreover, it is not fully matured. Thus, even if synthesis were attempted, the results would likely be unsatisfactory. It is still advisable to wait until the hybrid glutton hatches successfully before proceeding with the synthesis." Lin Bei gently nodded, expressing no dissent. After all, he was not in a hurry to synthesize, for he had no surplus dragons available for such purposes. The radiant dragon was certainly out of the question. The best option would be the imminent emergence of the bone dragon. It seems that the Huang family must first bring the hybrid glutton to fruition. By the time they successfully hatch the hybrid glutton, I will also acquire my fourth dragon. Clearly, leaving the hybrid glutton egg with the Huang family is the wisest course of action. Only a family as financially robust as the Huang clan could manage to incubate the hybrid glutton egg. Furthermore, since the Huang family dares to hatch the hybrid glutton, it proves they possess the means to control it. If they lacked such capability, the Huang family would never undertake such a venture. Contemplating this, Lin Bei retracted his hand. Subsequently, he directed his gaze towards the hybrid glutton, locking eyes with it. The hybrid glutton exhibited a certain trepidation towards the radiant dragon's sacred power, yet it harbored no fear for Lin Bei, this mere human. Roar. Instantly, the hybrid glutton let out a fierce roar directed at Lin Bei, its tone imbued with malice and hostility. Upon hearing this roar, before Lin Bei could react, the radiant dragon beside him was already seething with rage. Its large, round white eyes widened, glaring discontentedly at the hybrid glutton. How dare it threaten its master? Truly, it was oblivious to its own folly. The more the radiant dragon pondered, the angrier it became, the aura of white light emanating from its body intensifying. In an instant, all remnants of the sinister, cold atmosphere dissipated. The radiant dragon's power fluctuated with its emotions. In moments of fury, its strength surged. Whoosh, whoosh. The radiant dragon flapped its wings, circling the hybrid glutton egg several times, eager to unleash its sacred light and deliver a severe reprimand to the hybrid glutton. However, before it could act, it witnessed its master stepping forward. Lin Bei approached the two gaping holes and spoke with a tone that was chillingly merciless. Roar as you please. After all, your days of roaring are numbered. On the day you break free from your shell, I shall end your life. Upon hearing this, the glutton was instantly consumed by fury. How dare a mere human utter such words to it? Seeking death. Truly seeking death. Regrettably, the hybrid glutton could not articulate its thoughts and could only express itself through furious roars. In that moment, the Huang residence echoed solely with the enraged cries of the glutton. The massive egg shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck that localized area. Soon after, Lin Bei's voice resonated once more. I await your birth. With that, he rose to his feet, choosing to disregard the furious glutton any further. Bang! Just then, the previously closed iron door was forcefully swung open from the outside. The individual who burst through was none other than Huang Baxiang, who had hurried over at lightning speed. Upon entering the courtyard, Huang Baxiang's gaze was immediately drawn to the radiant dragon, which radiated a sacred glow. Chapter 57. Answer my questions. In that instant, upon witnessing the radiant dragon, Huang Baxiang forgot entirely what he had intended to do and what he had meant to say. His mind was consumed by a single word. That word was dragon. Gulp, gulp. As he swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, Huang Baxiang's state of mind gradually returned to normal. His eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the radiant dragon, even showing signs of bloodshot veins. Dragon. This is a dragon. Even before arriving at this place, Huang Baxiang had surmised that something extraordinary was afoot. After all, the previous commotion was beyond imagination. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the source of such a shocking disturbance would be a dragon. Moreover, it was a dragon, pure as snow, radiating a dazzling white light. Why? Why would a dragon appear here? Accepting the reality of the dragon's presence, Huang Baxiang was soon engulfed by confusion. What on earth had transpired? How could a dragon possibly be in a courtyard housing a hybrid glutton egg? No matter how he contemplated, it all seemed rather surreal. However, Huang Baxiang quickly regained his composure, hastily shifting his gaze toward the hybrid glutton egg. Seeing it unharmed alleviated his inner turmoil. Thank goodness. The hybrid glutton egg is safe. At the moment Huang Baxiang made his entrance, both Lin Bei and the radiant dragon's attention was successfully diverted towards him. The duo, one human and one dragon, furrowed their brows, scrutinizing Huang Baxiang with a grave demeanor. Having just encountered Huang Baxiang that day, Lin Bei's wariness reached its zenith. He understood that, as the head of the Huang family, Huang Baxiang's strength would undoubtedly be formidable. At the very least, he was certainly stronger than Huang Feilong. Although Lin Bei could directly activate the teleportation array and safely vacate the courtyard at this moment, he had no intention of doing so. That was quite the swift arrival. When he opted to accept the task issued by the system, Lin Bei had already prepared himself for a confrontation with Huang Baxiang. Even if he were to leave now, he would eventually need to face him. Thus, since he would have to confront him sooner or later, and could ensure his own safety, what was the rush to depart? Moreover, he had a more pressing matter to attend to. Having contemplated all this, Lin Bei addressed the radiant dragon. Come to my side. Upon hearing this, the radiant dragon obediently flapped its wings and returned to Lin Bei's side, landing on the ground and ceasing to glare at Huang Baxiang. Consequently, Huang Baxiang turned his gaze towards Lin Bei. Upon seeing Lin Bei adorned with sunglasses and a hat, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered within his eyes. He had already concluded that the newcomer meant no good. Yet, Huang Baxiang did not act immediately. Instead, he stood at the open doorway, scrutinizing Lin Bei with a malevolent gaze. Who are you? What is your purpose for being here? Furthermore, how did you tame your dragon? There were so many inquiries he wished to make, and as he posed this series of questions, Huang Baxiang's piercing gaze remained fixed on Lin Bei. No matter what Lin Bei intended to do, he could thwart him at any moment. Soon, Lin Bei's response broke the silence. The reason I am still here is not to answer your questions. Moreover, I am under no obligation to do so. His demeanor was far from cordial, for there was no need for it. After all, Huang Baxiang was no benevolent individual. A man who would clandestinely cultivate a hybrid glutton and sought to use it to dominate the entirety of Nanshan City could hardly be considered a good person. Huang Baxiang was momentarily taken aback, genuinely surprised by Lin Bei's retort. He had not anticipated that the person before him would be so audacious. To speak such words within his own territory. Crack, crack. Suddenly, Huang Baxiang clenched his fists, unable to contain the fury simmering within him. Just then, Lin Bei's voice echoed once more. Where did you procure this hybrid Taotai egg? Answer me. In an instant, Huang Baxiang was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Lin Bei. What is this? Not only does he refuse to answer my question, but he dares to question me in return. And with such an insolent attitude? How audacious! Unable to endure any further, Huang Baxiang resolved to subdue Lin Bei by force, intending to interrogate him thoroughly afterward. He was confident in his own prowess. After all, he ranked among the top 5 in the entirety of Nanshan City. The next moment, Huang Baxiang turned to the side where the Tsang Lei Ba Shi Gui stood, speaking in a tone that was cold and ruthless. Attack. Boom, boom. The Tsang Lei Ba Shi Gui sprang into action, bolts of lightning dancing across its shell, rapidly coalescing into a massive thunderball. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to a size of approximately 2 meters. Moreover, the thunderball continued to expand. In a fleeting 3 seconds, the thunderball swelled to 5 meters in diameter and began its assault toward Lin Bei. A sinister smile crept across Huang Baxiang's lips, a frenzied glint gleaming in his eyes. Though I am only using a fraction of my strength, it should serve to quell your arrogance. He harbored no concerns about potentially harming the hybrid Taotai, for he was well aware that the egg was extraordinarily resilient. Even if it were to plummet from several dozen meters, it would not so much as sustain a crack. As the enormous thunderball drew ever closer, Lin Bei exhibited no inclination to evade. He merely shook his head with a hint of exasperation. While my presence here is not to answer your inquiries, it is equally not to engage in combat with you. A confrontation with Huang Baxiang was inevitable, but not at this moment. As his words fell, Lin Bei summoned Xiao Lu. Huang Baxiang, his focus razor-sharp, immediately noticed the sudden appearance of Xiao Lu. Hiss! Instinctively, he drew in a sharp breath, his eyes bulging with astonishment. How is it possible? There's even a dragon. Faced with this spectacle, Huang Baxiang was utterly dumbfounded. How could this individual possess 2 dragons? Xiao Lu, fully aware of what needed to be done, unleashed its power to the utmost. Whoosh, whoosh, boom, boom. Countless bolts of lightning, merging with a tempestuous wind, bombarded the thunderball like a hailstorm of gunfire. The once swiftly advancing thunderball was forcibly brought to a halt. No, it was not merely stopped, it was disintegrating. As waves of wind and lightning assailed it, the immense thunderball diminished visibly. Approximately 5 seconds elapsed, and the thunderball vanished entirely. The courtyard was enveloped in tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 58, The Frustrated Hybrid Taotai. Huang Baxiang, who had witnessed everything, found his thoughts in turmoil. Shock and disbelief consumed his mind. The unfolding events were entirely different from what he had anticipated. He had expected to gain the upper hand and seize control. But who on earth is this person? How can he possess 2 dragons? And not just any dragons, but 2 formidable ones. Although his encounter with the dragons was brief, it instilled a tinge of trepidation within Huang Baxiang. He was at a loss for how to navigate the situation at hand. After all, both the Bright Dragon and Xiao Lu had performed spectacularly. One exuded an aura capable of subduing the hybrid Taotai, while the other could dismantle the Tsang Lei Ba Shi Gui's attacks. How could they not be powerful? Though the hybrid Taotai had yet to hatch, and the Tsang Lei Ba Shi Gui had only utilized a portion of its strength, Huang Baxiang dared not underestimate the 2 dragons. He could not ascertain whether his opponents were employing their full might. For a long while, Huang Baxiang remained silent, standing still as he contemplated his strategy. While formulating a plan, he sought to buy time, awaiting the arrival of others from the Huang family. Meanwhile, Lin Bei gently patted Xiao Lu's head with satisfaction, a warm smile gracing his previously icy visage. Well done. It was wise to allow you to evolve. Prior to its evolution, Xiao Lu's strength was already formidable, capable of holding its ground against the superior wolf pack for an extended duration, let alone post-evolution. Dispelling a mere cluster of not-so-powerful lightning was a task devoid of difficulty. Whoosh, whoosh. Elated by Lin Bei's praise, Xiao Lu flapped its wings excitedly, casting a proud glance at the bright dragon, as if to boast about something. Alas, it was not present. Otherwise, it would have been even more boastful. In response, the bright dragon chose to disregard Xiao Lu. At that moment, Lin Bei's calm voice resonated. Answer my question. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. In an instant, Huang Baxiang snapped back to reality. With his eyes ablaze with fury, he glared at Lin Bei, wishing to rend him to pieces. However, with two dragons safeguarding Lin Bei, Huang Baxiang could not devise a solution in the short term. Damn it. If only I had more beasts at my disposal. If it were a week ago, I would have had methods to deal with Lin Bei. After all, at that time, Huang Baxiang commanded at least 20 powerful beasts. But now, he was left with only the Tsang Lei Ba Shi Goei. The rest had all become fodder for nurturing the hybrid Tao Tai. For it was only through such means that he could attain control over the hybrid Tao Tai. Noticing Huang Baxiang's prolonged silence, a chill flickered in Lin Bei's gaze. 3 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1. In the blink of an eye, 3 seconds passed, and Huang Baxiang remained unresponsive. The next moment, Lin Bei extracted the Zhan Tian Mo Chang from the system space, gripping it tightly in his hand. Though I am unaware of where you acquired the hybrid Tao Tai egg, I am acutely aware of its significance to you. The question remains, which is of greater importance to you, the hybrid Tao Tai egg or that secret? Suddenly, as Lin Bei's words echoed, Huang Baxiang felt a twinge of confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Lin Bei's statement. Observing his reaction, Lin Bei ceased his inquiries, channeling all his strength to the utmost, launching an unreserved thrust toward the hybrid Tao Tai egg. The tip of the spear aimed directly at one of the 2 cracks on the egg. Whoosh! With the sound of piercing air, the Zhan Tian Mo Chang plunged into the fissure, embedding itself a quarter of its length. In the next moment, a roar erupted. Roar! Roar! The roar of the hybrid glutton was entirely different from before. Previously, its cries were filled with rage and ferocity, but now they resonated solely with anguish. Rather than a roar, it could be more aptly described as a lamentation. Hiss! In an instant, Huang Baxiang's breath became several times heavier. Cold sweat began to bead on his back, soaking his garments with ease. He never could have anticipated that Lin Bei would resort to such measures. What a ruthless tactic. As he uttered these words, Huang Baxiang clenched his fists tighter, the veins on the back of his hands bulging ominously. Crack! Crack! The bones in his fists collided, the tips of his not-so-long nails nearly piercing into the flesh. Soon, Lin Bei's voice rang out once more. If you insist on remaining silent, then it shall perish today. My gun shows no mercy. Had the hybrid glutton egg shell remained intact, the initial phase of the slaying heaven demon gun would likely not have been effective. However, at this moment, the egg bore 2 openings. The slaying heaven demon gun could easily penetrate into them. The instant the words left his lips, Lin Bei withdrew the slaying heaven demon gun from within the hybrid glutton egg. Drip, drip. A copious amount of black blood trickled down the gun's body, splattering onto the ground, creating a rather horrifying sight. Simultaneously, the wails of the glutton grew more harrowing. The massive egg continued to shake, clearly indicating a tumultuous activity within. I remind you once more. Answer my question. Listening to the incessant wails and gazing at the conspicuous black blood on the ground, despite his profound reluctance, Huang Baxiang ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce. Compared to revealing the truth, he was far more unwilling to see the hybrid glutton perish. For once it met with misfortune, all the effort he had expended would be rendered futile. Such a loss was unbearable. Suppressing his inner fury, Huang Baxiang spoke. The origin of this hybrid glutton egg comes from a mysterious organization known as the Mountain and Sea. The individual who bestowed this egg upon me is called the Malevolent Deity. He claimed that I possessed the qualifications to cultivate a hybrid glutton, thus granting me an egg, and also instructed me on how to nurture and control it. This is all the information I possess. I know nothing more. As he finished speaking, he infused his mental energy into the spatial ring on his hand, retrieving a mirror contained within. This mirror was also a gift from the malevolent deity. Its purpose was to summon him. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Lin Bei's mind. Ding. Successfully triggered a new mission. Chapter 59, The Mysterious Mountain and Sea Organization. Upon hearing the sudden system notification, Lin Bei's brow involuntarily arched in surprise. He hadn't anticipated triggering a mission. Immediately, he inquired inwardly, what mission? Soon, the system notification chimed again. Ding. Please investigate matters related to the Mountain and Sea Organization, including but not limited to the organization's objectives, reasons for its establishment, origins, structural composition, and a series of related issues. This mission is classified as a special mission. The higher the extent of mission completion, the more substantial the rewards you will receive. Additionally, at each corresponding progress milestone in the mission, a portion of relevant rewards can be obtained. Do you accept this mission? Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Bei chose to accept the mission. Excellent. In truth, even if the system had not issued this task, he would have sought to investigate the mountain and sea organization. Lin Bei was not a naive child. While he could not foresee the future, he could roughly surmise that should he kill this hybrid glutton, a conflict with the mountain and sea organization would inevitably ensue. Moreover, completing the system's mission would yield generous rewards. There would be dragons. There would be materials and items to enhance his own strength. Thus, there was no need for hesitation. This mission is of extremely high difficulty. Please exercise caution. Furthermore, the issuance of the mission by the system confirmed that Huang Bashuan's words were indeed truthful. The root of all current events lay with the so-called malevolent deity. Lin Bei regarded Huang Bashuan with a cold expression, his eyes harboring even greater hostility. At this moment, his initial objective had been achieved. He had successfully disowned the reason behind the hybrid glutton egg's existence. However, Lin Bei had no intention of departing just yet. He sought to gather more information first. With this thought in mind, he once more raised the slaying heaven demon gun, aiming its tip at the breach in the hybrid glutton egg shell. A mere exertion of force would cause the tip to penetrate within. Now, answer my second question. Huang Bashuan's countenance was exceedingly grim, the resentment within him nearly solidifying into a palpable form. Yet, he could only endure. He could only clench his fists tighter, for, in comparison to his own rage, Huang Bashuan prioritized the safety of the hybrid glutton. After all, he had invested all his efforts into this creature, which included numerous pets he had painstakingly tamed. Drip, drip. Finally, his not-so-sharp nails pierced into the flesh, blood cascading down onto the ground. From the moment he could remember until mere moments ago, Huang Bashuan had never experienced such a stifling ordeal. He had resolved that he must avenge himself, and just at that moment, Lin Bei's icy voice continued to resonate. What kind of organization is the Mountain and Sea Organization? To gain insight into the Mountain and Sea Organization, questioning Huang Bashuan seemed the most prudent choice. A few seconds later, a distinctly displeased voice responded, the Mountain and Sea Organization. It is a highly enigmatic entity that has existed for at least several hundred years. Yet, very few are aware of its existence. Out of 100 people, perhaps only one knows of it. My understanding of the Mountain and Sea Organization is limited. I only know they engage in research related to beast bloodlines. For instance, the hybrid glutton is one of their experimental products. As for anything beyond that, I am completely ignorant. Given my strength and status, I lack the qualifications to delve deeper into the Mountain and Sea Organization. To them, I am merely a test subject. At this juncture, he paused momentarily before continuing. I advise you to refrain from further actions against the hybrid glutton. Otherwise, you will incur the wrath of the Mountain and Sea Organization. Tread carefully. Even though he recognized that he was merely a test subject to the Mountain and Sea Organization, Huang Bashuan bore not a shred of reluctance. On the contrary, he perceived it as an opportunity. This illustrates just how formidable the Mountain and Sea Organization was, compelling the head of the Huang family to willingly become a guinea pig. Although Lin Bei received limited information from Huang Bashuan, he nonetheless succeeded in advancing the progress of his mission. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining a preliminary understanding of the Shanghai Organization, successfully enhancing the progress of the special task. As a reward, you are granted an encouragement package. Please continue your diligent efforts. The elevation of the system task progress confirmed that Huang Bashuan's words were indeed true. Despite having acquired a new package, Lin Bei found himself too preoccupied to open it. He was deeply engrossed in contemplation regarding the Shanghai Organization. The study of beast bloodlines? Was the hybrid Tao Dai merely a test subject? What exactly was this organization up to? In truth, Lin Bei pondered a more terrifying possibility. Now that the Shanghai Organization had bestowed upon Huang Bashuan a hybrid Tao Dai egg, could there be other special hybrid beast eggs as well? For instance, a hybrid Qiongqi egg, or a hybrid chaos egg. The more he thought, the heavier his heart became. After a considerable time, Lin Bei finally gathered his thoughts. Perhaps it was best to take one step at a time. There was no need to rush these matters. It was also time to depart. In the next moment, he returned the heavenly slaying demon spear to the system space and turned his gaze towards the hybrid Tao Tai egg. He locked eyes directly with the hybrid Tao Tai's gaze. Remember what I have said. I shall await your birth. The instant his words fell, the teleportation array activated in an instant. Lin Bei and the two dragons vanished without a trace. When they reappeared, they were already at the heart of the beast forest. Shortly thereafter, Another teleportation array activated, and the man and two dragons returned home. Upon witnessing Lin Bei and the two dragons suddenly disappear, Huang Baxiang was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly set aside his thoughts and hurried towards the hybrid Taotai egg, observing it with utmost caution. Once he confirmed that the hybrid Taotai egg was unharmed, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It was then that he began to vent his pent-up frustration and anger. Boom, boom. Huang Baxiang frantically unleashed his internal power, wreaking havoc upon the ground and walls of the courtyard. Chaos reigned within the courtyard. Roar, roar. The enraged roars of the hybrid Taotai echoed throughout the Huang residence. Those members of the Huang family who had approached the vicinity dared not advance even a single step further, fearing that ill fortune might befall them. After a lengthy outburst, having rendered the courtyard unrecognizable, Huang Baxiang gradually regained some semblance of calm. He then retrieved a mirror from the space. Chapter 60, Power Enhancement. Back at the Huang residence. Tap, tap. Huang Baxiang gently rapped on the surface of the mirror. After approximately 3 seconds, a swirl of black mist emerged from the mirror's surface. Within this black mist resided a dark aura far more malevolent than that of the hybrid Taotai. Compared to the hybrid Taoye's presence, this black fog appeared utterly formidable. As Huang Baxiang held the mirror, his body was gradually engulfed by the black mist. Even with a modicum of strength, he found himself struggling against this fog, as if all his energy had been siphoned away, rendering his limbs immobile, and all he could perceive was a shroud of darkness enveloping him. After a prolonged interval, a voice resonated from all directions. What is it that you summon me for? The moment Huang Baxiang heard this voice, his breathing grew labored. Who? He took several deep breaths and respectfully replied, Respected one, today, in my Huang residence, a man appeared who has tamed 2 dragons. One of these dragons possesses the ability to suppress the ferocity of the hybrid Taotai. Huang Baxiang was acutely aware of his own insignificance. Thus he refrained from mentioning his own grievances. He understood that sharing his experiences would only invite further disdain from the fearsome deity. Therefore, he spoke solely of this occurrence. His intuition informed him that even the fearsome deity would find this matter intriguing. As Huang Baxiang had anticipated, the fearsome deity's interest was indeed piqued. Oh, 2 dragons? Quite interesting. Prepare to receive them. My subordinates will arrive shortly. The instant the words fell, all the black mist dissipated, and Huang Baxiang's condition returned to normal. The resentment that had accumulated within him vanished, replaced by overwhelming elation. Splendid. The subordinates of the respected one are coming to our Huang residence. Now, I can not only cleanse the disgrace of today, but also reap greater benefits. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, who had returned home, such events were unfolding at the Huang residence. He sat before his computer, searching for information regarding the Shanghai organization. Yet, the results were far from satisfactory. Amidst the vast expanse of the internet, not a single trace of information related to the Shanghai organization could be found. Instead, he encountered only trivialities. It was as if the information had been deliberately concealed. After a short while, Lin Bei abandoned this futile approach. If one could discern the nature of the Shanghai organization through such means, the system would not have issued this task. Casual in his demeanor, he found a place to sit and addressed the system internally. System, please open the package I just acquired. In the next instant, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Encouragement package successfully opened. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the following ordinary rewards. 1 speed enhancement potion. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the following ordinary rewards. 1 mental enhancement potion. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the following ordinary rewards. Startup capital of 5 million. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the following ordinary rewards. 100 Beast Spirit Pills. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the following special rewards. Rare material, Void Skin. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the following special rewards. Passive skill, Spiritual Perception. The startup capital has been automatically deposited into your account. The remaining rewards have been stored in the system space, and the host can retrieve and utilize them at any time. Skills have been automatically learned. Additionally, you still have 1 unused ability extraction opportunity. This time, the rewards from the open package amounted to 6 in total, with ordinary rewards comprising 2/3 of the haul. Nevertheless, overall, it was quite satisfactory. Soon, Lin Bei retrieved the newly acquired 2 potions from the system space. Similar to the strength enhancement potion he had consumed previously, one was designed to augment his speed, while the other aimed to enhance his mental acuity. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Within mere seconds, both potions were consumed. The sensation upon ingesting the strength enhancement potion was akin to a searing flame coursing through his being. Consuming these 2 potions invoked a different kind of experience. One felt like a refreshing breeze, while the other resembled a flowing stream. Lin Bei could distinctly sense that both his speed and mental prowess were escalating at a terrifying rate. In the blink of an eye, a minute had passed, and the two peculiar sensations within him dissipated. It was evident that the potion had been fully absorbed. With a sigh of relief, Lin Bei stretched contentedly. His speed and mental acuity had indeed been enhanced. This sensation was delightful. After a brief period of adaptation, his attention was drawn to the two unique rewards. Through the system's elucidation, Lin Bei swiftly grasped the nature of these rewards. The mental perception skill allowed him to perceive everything within a 2-meter radius of his body, encompassing both tangible objects and intangible thoughts. The range of perception would increase in tandem with the enhancement of his mental strength. Undoubtedly, this was a formidable ability. As for the Void Skin, it was derived from a mystical beast known as the Void Beast. The Void Beast was an enigmatic creature endowed with the ability to traverse space over short distances. Materials associated with the Void Beast were notoriously expensive. Crafting equipment from such materials might yield abilities akin to teleportation. Void Skin. It should be quite useful for synthesis. What I lack now is a dragon. Lin Bei never anticipated that he would find himself in need of a dragon. It seems that possessing an abundance of materials can sometimes be quite a headache. Ding dong. 15 minutes later, Lin Bei received a text message. The sender was Huang Feishue, and the message was straightforward, requesting him to visit the Huang family the following day, stating that a distinguished guest was arriving. Lin Bei casually replied and couldn't help but ponder. Just moments ago, I had engaged in that activity. And now someone is coming to the Huang residence? It seems that this so-called esteemed guest is likely here for me. It is highly probable that they are associated with the Shanghai organization. This was the most plausible conclusion he could draw. Before long, the next day arrived. Although he wasn't entirely certain if members of the Shanghai organization had indeed come to the Huang family, Lin Bei chose to go and see for himself. However, as he stepped through the threshold of the Huang residence, the bright dragon, which had been stored in the system space, suddenly emitted a low growl. The sound resonated directly in Lin Bei's mind, conveying a sense of excitement and eagerness. Simultaneously, the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Host. Due to the bright dragon's unique nature, it can sense the presence of sacred energy nearby. The current behavior of the bright dragon indicates that there exists a sacred entity in proximity, apart from itself. Chapter 61. Crisis or Opportunity. Initially, Lin Bei harbored some confusion regarding the bright dragon's reaction. But after the system's explanation, all his doubts vanished, replaced by an exhilaration akin to that of the bright dragon. He must search diligently. Perhaps he could find something suitable for synthesis with the bright dragon. Although it had not been long since he acquired the bright dragon, Lin Bei was acutely aware that discovering materials representative of sanctity was an exceptionally challenging endeavor. After all, such materials were exceedingly rare, and he could not afford to miss the opportunity. Soon, Lin Bei stepped into the Huang residence, where he was greeted by a multitude of individuals converging toward a single location. Some were clad in similar attire, belonging to the Huang family, while others, adorned in diverse outfits, had been recruited by the Huang family. Regardless of their affiliation, both groups were perplexed by Huang Bashuan's summons. Engaging in speculative discussions, what esteemed guest could possibly warrant such a gathering? The family head has summoned everyone. It remains unclear, yet it must be of great importance. Otherwise, the family head would not have gathered us all, along with the esteemed guests. Enough chatter, let us assemble quickly. Essentially, everyone was conjecturing about the situation, aware that any guest treated with such regard by Huang Bashuan must possess significant status and power. Lin Bei seamlessly blended into the crowd, inching closer to the destination while observing everything around him. The nearer he approached, the more intense the excitement emanating from the bright dragon in the system space became. Clearly, he was drawing closer to the sacred entity sensed by the bright dragon. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Bei, causing him to furrow his brow instinctively. Could this synthesis material be connected to the esteemed guest mentioned by Huang Bashuan? The moment he contemplated this, he became convinced of its validity. If the Huang family had possessed a sacred entity prior, the bright dragon would undoubtedly have sensed it. The absence of any sensation yesterday contrasted sharply with today as heightened awareness, leading him to this conclusion. With this realization, Lin Bei withdrew his scrutinizing gaze from the surroundings and swiftly made his way to where Huang Bashuan was currently situated. Even if someone tried to impede his progress, he would find a way to push through. After traversing a considerable distance, Lin Bei finally arrived at the destination, which was the courtyard housing the hybrid Taotai egg. However, the courtyard was currently occupied not by the hybrid Taotai egg, but by Huang Bashuan and a figure clad in a black robe. The robe was not entirely black. It bore intricate patterns depicting 4 different magical beasts in various colors. Those who entered this space were overcome with an uncontrollable sense of panic upon seeing the images of the four magical beasts, as if confronted with something terrifying. Some individuals, particularly those of weaker stature, found themselves momentarily paralyzed. Upon catching sight of the four magical beast emblems, Lin Bei's pupils constricted slightly, instantly recognizing what they represented. These are the four great fiends. Indeed, they are members of the Shanghai organization. The four great fiends, Tao Tai, Talu, Xiongqi, and Hundan. Each was an exceedingly formidable entity. Even their hybrid offspring possessed powers sufficient to overpower 90% of similarly ranked magical beasts. Simultaneously, the bright dragon in the system space emitted a roar of excitement, far surpassing its previous enthusiasm. Understanding this, Lin Bei, attuned to the bright dragon's sentiments, comprehended the implications. The bright dragon was indicating that the sacred aura it sensed emanated from this member of the Shanghai organization. With this understanding, Lin Bei refrained from acting impulsively, instead choosing to quietly integrate into the gathering. Given the current ambiguity of the situation, he resolved to hold off on any actions for the time being. Everything would be addressed once the circumstances became clearer. As time progressed, more and more individuals arrived, maintaining a unified silence, hesitant even to whisper among themselves. Amidst the continuous influx of people, Huang Bashuan stood at the forefront, engaged in hushed conversation with the figure in the black robe. Lord Xionghan, the guests have nearly all arrived. Are you truly considering proceeding with this? Do you really intend to reveal the existence of the Shanghai organization? His decision to summon so many was entirely at the behest of Xionghan. The reasoning behind this was nothing short of astonishing. The once hidden Shanghai organization was poised to present itself before the world. The heavens seemed to be shifting. The figure known as the Grim Soul nodded gently, his voice raspy as he responded. This is the command of the esteemed one. As for the reasons behind this course of action and its ultimate purpose, I cannot claim to know. Only the esteemed ones possess that knowledge. What you and I can do is simply follow orders. Huang Bashuan, feeling somewhat disheartened, refrained from further inquiries, well aware that any continued questioning would yield no valuable information. Although the cloaked figure was a member of the Shanghai organization, his status and power were rather modest, barely placing him in the mid-tier of their ranks. After another 10 minutes passed, all summoned individuals had gathered at the designated location. However, Wang Yuling did not arrive, for, strictly speaking, she had yet to join the Huang family, and thus had no obligation to be present. Moreover, Lin Bei had not informed Wang Yuling of the gathering. Observing the throng of people ahead, the Grim Soul nodded in satisfaction and addressed Huang Bashuan. Indeed, a considerable number have arrived. It appears there is some merit in the esteemed one's choice of you. In response, Huang Bashuan quickly smiled and said, "You honor me. Grim Soul, compared to the Shanghai organization, my Huang family is but a trifling entity." With a dismissive wave, the Grim Soul turned his attention away from Huang Bashuan and strode forward. Recognizing the situation, Huang Bashuan suppressed any feelings of resentment and followed closely behind. In just a few strides, the Grim Soul reached the forefront of the crowd. Without pausing for even a moment, he proclaimed, "Welcome, everyone. Today, I represent the Shanghai organization to present you with opportunities." At that instant, he crushed a spatial ring in his grasp. In the next moment, the contents of the ring materialized, neatly arrayed upon the ground. The assortment was extensive, featuring a myriad of items, elixirs, weapons, armor, materials, and much more. Naturally, all eyes were drawn to the display. Soon, exclamations of astonishment erupted. Incredible. So many items. And their quality is exceptional. Far superior to what is available on the market. What a generous offering. Is this our opportunity? We must seize this chance. Simultaneously, Lin Bei's gaze was fixated on a particular white horn. This horn, while strikingly white, bore no other distinct features. Yet, he alone sensed an exceptionally potent aura of sanctity emanating from it. The intensity of this aura rivaled that of the radiant dragon and the angelic halo. Evidently, this horn was no ordinary artifact. Buzz, buzz. Within the confines of the system space, the radiant dragon continuously called out, as if summoned by an unseen force. Had it not been confined within the system space, it would have undoubtedly seized the white horn in its jaws. This realization confirmed for Lin Bei that the horn was precisely what he sought. He must devise a means to acquire it. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed. Ding! The host must obtain that horn. For that horn is the horn of the divine Beast Bai Zhe. Gasp! Instinctively, Lin Bei inhaled sharply, his eyes brimming with uncontainable astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the white horn was indeed Bai Zhe's. He was well aware of who Bai Zhe was. Bai Zhe, a legendary symbol of auspiciousness, capable of transforming misfortune into fortune. Moreover, it could speak, comprehending the sentiments of all beings and discerning their appearances. Bei, a true divine beast. After a full 5 seconds, Lin Bei managed to regain his composure. He took several deep breaths and murmured to himself, "This is beyond my expectations." Among that pile of items lies Bai's horn. What manner of organization is the Shanghai organization? Now, his understanding of the Shanghai organization was becoming increasingly clear. They not only possessed the hybrid descendants of the 4 fierce beasts. Staring intently at Bai's horn, Lin Bei could not help but ponder. If I could obtain this horn of Bai and fuse it with the radiant dragon, what transformation would occur? As he contemplated this, he hesitated to delve further into the possibilities. The combination of the radiant dragon, the angelic halo, and Bai's horn was indeed a notion difficult to fathom. Just then, the system's prompt resounded once more. Ding! A new quest has been triggered. The Divine Beast Material Collection quest is officially activated. Please, host, gather as many materials related to divine beasts as possible. Each time a material connected to a divine beast is acquired, new items will be activated in the system shop. For example, if you obtain Bai's horn, then relevant items will appear in the system shop. These could include Bai's affinity talent, a guiding map related to Bai, or materials associated with Bai. The exact nature of the rewards will depend on the host's fortune. Additionally, the range of divine beasts mentioned by this system is extensive, encompassing Bai and the 4 fierce beasts. In an instant, Lin Bei's heart surged with excitement. The rewards for the new quest were beyond mere description. Securing materials related to Bai would allow for the emergence of Bai-related items in the system shop. The same would hold true for materials associated with Tao Tai. Thus, the more divine beast materials he acquired, the greater the variety of items in the system shop. In the future, the process of fusion would become considerably more convenient. Furthermore, the materials required for fusion would all be formidable in nature. This solidified Lin Bei's resolve. Simultaneously, the grim soul observed the reactions of those present with great satisfaction. A fleeting glimmer of disdain crossing his gaze. The unfolding events were proceeding as smoothly as he had planned. As long as these individuals exhibited desire and greed, the scheme would undoubtedly unfold without a hitch. For, as a member of the Shanghai organization, the grim soul understood all too well that, in most cases, desire is the root of all evil. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, his voice resonated once more. Silence. In the next instant, the courtyard fell silent. All gazes were fixed upon the grim soul, their eyes filled with longing. A few seconds later, the grim soul continued, "Do not rush. Each of you present has the opportunity to acquire these treasures. As long as you fulfill the tasks I assign, you shall become peripheral members of the Shanghai organization. Once you achieve this status, your desires will be within reach." No sooner had his words fallen than someone eagerly inquired, "What must we do? Please, tell us swiftly. Will it be a task as daunting as climbing to the heavens?" The more questions arose, the more satisfaction blossomed within the heart of the fierce soul. Affirming the effectiveness of his approach, it heralded the smooth progression of the Shanghai organization's plan. The task is simple. Assist us in hatching monster eggs. I will select suitable individuals and provide them with a monster egg. Once you obtain that egg, you may choose an item as a reward. If you successfully hatch the monster, you will be granted membership in the Shanghai organization. At that moment, Huang Bashuan finally grasped the true intention of the Shanghai organization. His eyes widened in disbelief as a wave of fear surged within him. Others may have been oblivious, but Huang Bashuan was acutely aware of the nature of those monster eggs. Each contained creatures far beyond human comprehension. Moreover, the difficulty of hatching them was exceedingly high. So that is the plan. The Shanghai organization aims for a large-scale hatching of hybrid monster eggs. What a terrifying objective. Just as Huang Bashuan understood this, Lin Bei did as well. His brow furrowed tightly, his expression grave, as thoughts raced through his mind. Although he longed for the horn of Bai, he could not allow events to unfold this way. If someone truly succeeded in hatching a hybrid ferocious beast, it would undoubtedly bring calamity to Nanshan City. Thus, a balanced solution must be devised, one that would allow him to acquire Bai's horn while ensuring the safety of Nanshan City to the greatest extent possible. It seemed the time had come to inform the 6 great academies and the other 3 families. At that moment, the fierce soul produced another spatial ring. With a crack, the ring shattered, revealing a total of 20 monster eggs, each emanating a chilling aura. The fierce soul's voice resonated once more. "Prepare yourselves. I will select suitable candidates based on your talents." Chapter 63. Who possesses the dragon-kind affinity? As the 20 monster eggs appeared, the previously silent crowd erupted into discussion once again. 20 monster eggs? It seems there will be 20 fortunate individuals among us. Please, let me be chosen. I desire that vial of elixir. Although the true nature of the Shanghai organization remained a mystery, it was evident that it was a formidable entity. Most were blinded by desire, failing to consider whether there was a hidden agenda at play. After all, the treasures presented by the fierce soul were not of ordinary quality. At the very least, such treasures were rare in Nanshan City. Lin Bei stood quietly among the crowd, his gaze solemnly fixed on the 20 monster eggs. Despite their unassuming appearance, he could easily sense the waves of malevolent and chilling energy radiating from them. Clearly, these were no ordinary monster eggs. 20 monster eggs? The Shanghai organization intends for the entire Nanshan City and its surrounding monsters to serve as nourishment for the hatching of these eggs? Having had prior exposure to hybrid gluttonous eggs, Lin Bei understood that the cost of hatching a single egg was exorbitant. Even a family as financially robust as the Huang clan would require a considerable amount of time to achieve this, let alone those of lesser stature. Considering this, Lin Bei was consumed by doubt, his gaze gradually shifting to the fierce soul. If he could contemplate these matters, the Shanghai organization undoubtedly could as well. There was likely more to this situation than met the eye. Just then, the fierce soul casually placed his hand on one of the monster eggs. In the next moment, a surge of pitch-black light enveloped his hand, swiftly entering the egg he touched. The darkness lingered for a fleeting 2 seconds, and as it dissipated, the fierce soul's voice echoed. Is there anyone present with crocodile affinity? The reason for his inquiry stemmed from the fact that the hybrid monster egg he touched bore half its lineage from crocodilian creatures. To hatch this hybrid egg at the fastest pace, selecting an individual with crocodile affinity would be the most prudent choice. Huang Bashuan had obtained that hybrid gluttonous egg precisely because his talent aligned perfectly with that egg's heritage. No sooner had the fierce soul's words fallen than a voice filled with excitement rang out. Me. I possess crocodile affinity. Was it possible? Was this egg destined for me? His exclamation was tinged with disbelief. The fierce soul quickly responded. If you are the only one among us with crocodile affinity, then naturally this monster egg will be yours. Moreover, you may select one item from that pile to take with you. As for whether you can acquire a second treasure, that will depend on your future performance. Upon hearing this, the individual was immediately engulfed in ecstasy, nearly bursting to announce the news to the world. Moments later, he stepped forward to receive a spatial ring from the fierce soul. Subsequently, he placed the hybrid monster egg with crocodilian bloodline and a high-quality bracer into the acquired spatial ring. Thank you. I will do my utmost to nurture this monster egg. The fierce soul nodded slightly, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Yet his demeanor remained composed, his tone unchanged as he replied, Good luck. The methods for nurturing the monster egg and other important notes are contained within the spatial ring provided to you. Be sure to review them carefully. Remember, if you successfully hatch the monster egg, greater opportunities await you. Upon hearing this, envy flickered in the eyes of the others, all of them casting glances of admiration towards the individual with crocodile affinity. Initially, some may have harbored doubts about the authenticity of the situation. However, upon witnessing the tangible benefits bestowed upon one individual, their skepticism swiftly transformed into envy. Soon, the fierce soul's voice resonated once more. Is there anyone with hedgehog affinity? Is there anyone with long-haired dog affinity? Is there anyone with lion affinity? Out of 10 inquiries, 9 would receive responses, with only one falling into silence due to the rarity of the talent in question. Whenever a person who meets the requisite standards appears, the vengeful spirit will bestow upon them a hybrid beast egg, accompanied by a freely chosen item. All items selected by these individuals are invariably weapons, equipment, or potions. It is exceedingly rare for anyone to choose the materials lying nearby. Thus, Bai Zai's horn remains untouched. Standing amidst the crowd, Lin Bei observes the unfolding events, his mind racing with thoughts. To acquire the beast egg, one must possess the corresponding talent. Alas, my affinity for dragons may prove of little use. It seems I must devise alternative strategies. Abandon Bai Zai's horn? Regrettably, that is not an option. Missing this opportunity could mean an indefinite wait for the next. If all else fails, perhaps another nocturnal raid is in order. Despite the considerable risks involved, Lin Bei remains undeterred. Meanwhile, the vengeful spirit continues to distribute pet eggs, each successful handover deepening the smile upon his lips. Mere minutes have passed, and only 3 beast eggs remain. 2 remain unclaimed due to the absence of individuals with the requisite talents, while the last has yet to be selected. With purposeful strides, the vengeful spirit approaches the final pet egg, gently placing his hand upon it. Yet, moments later, a look of surprise crosses his face. The lineage of this egg is indeed of these 2 types. How curious. Why would the esteemed elder allocate this egg to me? As this thought crosses his mind, the vengeful spirit turns to survey the crowd, his gaze inquisitively scanning each face. After scrutinizing everyone present, his voice resonates once more among those gathered here. Is there anyone with an affinity for dragons? Indeed, One of the bloodlines possessed by this hybrid beast egg is that of a dragon. Upon hearing the mention of dragon affinity, the crowd collectively gasps, utterly unprepared for the revelation that this final pet egg requires such a talent. If hatching this egg necessitates dragon affinity, does that not imply the presence of a dragon within? Oh my, could it be as I suspect? Is this pet egg indeed a dragon's egg? No, that cannot be. How audacious would the Mountain and Sea Organization have to be to gift such an egg to an unrelated individual? What immense courage and confidence would one require to bestow an egg that could potentially hatch a dragon to a stranger? I must join the Mountain and Sea Organization. At this moment, the crowd's perception of the organization has transformed entirely into admiration. They yearn to join the Mountain and Sea Organization on the spot. Amidst this clamorous throng, only Lin Bei remains silent, his gaze fixated on the pet egg, equally astonished by the current circumstances. This hybrid pet egg possesses a dragon's bloodline. If half of its lineage is derived from a dragon, what constitutes the other half? Will it be ordinary beasts, or fearsome creatures like Taotai or Chaos? Within mere moments, Lin Bei contemplates numerous possibilities. Although he is aware that the Mountain and Sea Organization must harbor some ulterior motive, he resolves to seize the 20th pet egg, for this represents the best course of action. Not only can he acquire Baize's horn, but he can also gain deeper insight into the Mountain and Sea Organization. A true twofold gain. At this juncture, the vengeful spirit's inquiry echoes once more. I shall ask one final time. Is there anyone present with an affinity for dragons? As a member of the Mountain and Sea Organization, he understands that the appearance of such a unique hybrid pet egg signifies that the esteemed elders must have orchestrated something. Otherwise, this egg would never have surfaced in Nanshan City, a city of relatively modest strength. As for the possibility of coincidence or blunder, the vengeful spirit does not entertain such notions. To him, the elders are divine beings. Even if errors were to occur, they would not be of such magnitude. After all, this is a hybrid beast egg bearing a fragment of dragon lineage. Thus, the vengeful spirit reiterates his question. Upon hearing this query, Lin Bei does not hesitate to respond. I possess an affinity for dragons. The next moment, the surrounding individuals direct their gaze toward Lin Bei, astonished and incredulous. They had never anticipated that someone present would indeed have a dragon affinity. No one doubts the veracity of Lin Bei's claim. They are not fools and are well aware of the dire consequences of deceit in this setting. Lying would offend both the Mountain and Sea Organization and the Huang family. Hence, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would refrain from fabricating falsehoods before such a multitude. The vengeful spirit's eyes pierce through the crowd, landing upon Lin Bei, who maintains an air of calm. Upon first sighting Lin Bei, he is momentarily taken aback, as if sensing something unexpected. So young? He then turns to Huang Baxiang, lowering his voice to inquire, who is he? Do you have any relevant information? At this moment, uncertainty gnaws at him regarding the accuracy of his assumptions. Huang Baxiang promptly shares all that he knows. After absorbing all the information about Lin Bei, the vengeful spirit nods in satisfaction. Piecing together the puzzle, my conjecture appears to be correct. The esteemed elder, having learned of a dragon affinity possessor in Nanshan City, who has joined the Huang family, orchestrated the appearance of this egg within my spatial ring. It seems the elder intends to utilize this young man's capabilities to hatch the hybrid beast egg. Therefore, I must ensure that I fulfill this task with utmost diligence. In truth, the vengeful spirit's deductions are remarkably accurate. The revered elder indeed had such intentions when allowing this egg to manifest in Nanshan City. For the vengeful elder, only Lin Bei is suited for selection. Over the past 5 years, within the entirety of Nanshan City and its surrounding regions, only Lin Bei has awakened the dragon affinity. A fitting candidate, innocent and inexperienced, worthy of investment. Hence, this situation has arisen. Having unraveled this mystery, the vengeful spirit hastily addresses Lin Bei. Come, step forward to select your reward. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei does not hesitate, striding directly toward the vengeful spirit. After all, a teleportation array is present. He can depart at any moment. With measured footsteps, Lin Bei quickly approaches the vengeful spirit, who does not shift his gaze in the slightest. Due to your inferior strength compared to others, yet possessing an exceptionally unique talent, I shall grant you an additional opportunity for selection. In other words, not only may you acquire this pet egg, but you are also permitted to choose 2 items from this trove of treasures. The moment these words echoed, the gathered crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Wow, how fortunate to have 2 selections. If only I possessed the affinity of the dragon clan. Envy, envy, envy. Lin Bei merely nodded lightly, refraining from uttering further words. However, his inner vigilance intensified. This peculiar situation could only signify that the Shanghai organization harbored ulterior motives regarding him, and they were indeed significant. Despite surmising the existence of a scheme, Lin Bei had no intention of declining. Given the circumstances had escalated to this point, it was better to persist and observe the unfolding events rather than abandon and seek alternative methods. In that moment of clarity, Lin Bei turned his gaze to the side, where a multitude of treasures lay. Although there were many formidable weapons and equipment among them, his attention was wholly captivated by the horn of the Bai Zai. Now that he was closer to the Bai Zai's horn, Lin Bei could distinctly sense the powerful aura of sanctity emanating from it, truly rivaling that of the radiant dragon. Inhaling deeply, he instinctively reached out and grasped the Bai Zai's horn. I choose this. The fierce soul watched in astonishment as Lin Bei made his selection. He had anticipated that Lin Bei would opt for a weapon or something similar, never imagining he would choose such an ordinary-looking horn. Chapter 65, The Soul Mark Affixed. After 5 seconds of stunned silence, the fierce soul gradually regained his composure. Within those 5 seconds, he contemplated his next course of action. Thus, he soon spoke again. Young man, you would be wise to utilize both of your selection opportunities to choose truly valuable items, rather than these seemingly inconsequential ones. His belief stemmed from the knowledge he had acquired regarding Lin Bei. In truth, his reasoning was sound. Had it been someone else, they would undoubtedly have been foolish to select a seemingly ordinary horn. Even the fierce soul himself was unaware of its true nature, having seized it from another member of the Shanghai organization. Yet, as soon as the fierce soul's words fell, Lin Bei's voice resounded. I understand. But I want this horn. Selecting weapons and equipment? Apologies. I truly have no need for them. In his view, the combined worth of those items paled in comparison to the Bai Zai's horn. Bai Zai. This is the horn of Bai Zai. How could any weaponry compare with that? Instantly, the courtyard fell into a hush. No one had anticipated that Lin Bei would act in such a manner. Even when the fierce soul had made his intentions clear, he stubbornly persisted in his choice. The fierce soul's breathing grew noticeably heavier, with a flash of wrath igniting in his eyes. Clearly, he felt quite displeased. However, merely a breath later, he suppressed his inner fury. After 3 seconds of silent contemplation, he addressed Lin Bei once more. Very well. Aside from this horn, you may select 2 additional items. However, these 2 items shall be chosen by me. Had it not been for the necessity of Lin Bei's Dragon Clan affinity to incubate the egg, the fierce soul might have opted to eliminate Lin Bei on the spot, a mere newly awakened individual daring to disregard his demands. It was sheer folly. Despite being filled with intense anger, the fierce soul could only endure for the sake of achieving the elder's objectives. Once his aims were fulfilled, he could seek vengeance at a later time. Regarding the fierce soul's proposal, Lin Bei held no objections. Fine. After all, my original goal was to obtain the horn of Bai Zai. Now, not only can I acquire that horn, but I can also obtain 2 other items. What is not to relish in that? A duck served right to my lips. I certainly let it fly away. Before long, the fierce soul had placed the Bai Zai's horn, the mixed blood pet egg with dragon bloodline, and the 2 selected powerful pieces of equipment into a space ring. As he handed the ring to Lin Bei, he deliberately urged, do your best. Work hard. Do not let me down. These words were a sincere expression from the fierce soul. He genuinely hoped for Lin Bei's success. At this moment, only 2 out of the original 20 pet eggs remained, with all others having been distributed. Observing the crowd below, who still seemed unsated, a glimmer of amusement flickered in the fierce soul's eyes. This concludes today's proceedings. Those who did not receive a pet egg need not despair. This is merely the first batch of pet eggs distributed by our Shanghai organization in Nanshan City. Soon, a second batch will follow. Perhaps by then, you may have the opportunity to join our Shanghai organization. Witnessing the Shanghai organization's wealth, the people harbored no further doubts. Instead, they were unified in a frenzy of joy, all eager for that day to arrive. Just for selecting a few members, such generous rewards were given. How much greater would the rewards be upon formal membership? No one wished to miss this opportunity. 20 minutes later, the fierce soul announced the dispersal, and the crowd swiftly exited the Huang residence. Once everyone had departed, Huang Bashuan, perplexed, finally spoke. Lord Fierce Soul, what was the purpose of your actions? Even my Huang family expends great effort to incubate a mixed blood Taotai egg, let alone these individuals. Bestowing them eggs is sheer waste. He truly could not comprehend everything that had transpired. A group of individuals, whose power and influence were far inferior to his own, were deemed worthy of incubating mixed blood beast eggs. In response, the fierce soul did not provide a direct answer, but instead gazed up at the sky, slowly articulating, you would do well not to speculate on the elder's intentions. With that, he turned and departed, leaving a visibly troubled Huang Bashuan behind. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, traveling at full speed, had successfully returned home. However, he did not linger there. Instead, he promptly activated the teleportation array. In the next moment, Lin Bei found himself at the heart of the beast forest. Alongside him appeared Yi, Xiao Lu, and the Radiant Dragon. Compared to his home within the city, the beast forest felt markedly more secure, for even Lin Bei himself was somewhat uncertain about the commotion he might unleash in the times to come. If the commotion becomes too great and attracts unnecessary onlookers, the situation may become quite troublesome. Xiao Lu, you two should patrol the vicinity, doing your utmost to ensure that no external factors disturb me. Who? Yi and Xiao Lu flapped their wings with remarkable speed, soaring swiftly through the nearby area. The magical beasts that once occupied the surroundings were now desperately fleeing in all directions. They simply could not withstand the overwhelming aura exuded by the two dragons. Meanwhile, Lin Bei retrieved the space ring, extracting all its contents. Within it lay a hybrid pet egg infused with dragon blood, a blood-red long sword, a jet-black soft armor, a horn of Baizé, and an unopened letter. Ignoring the other rewards, Lin Bei's attention was immediately drawn to the hybrid pet egg. From the very moment he acquired this egg, he had the desire to examine it. In the next instant, Lin Bei reached out a hand to touch the pet egg. Upon contact, he could distinctly sense a draconic essence. Simultaneously, an ominous aura reminiscent of a Taodai surged forth. Both energies were formidable. Yet, before he could delve further, the system's notification rang out abruptly. Ding. Host. Please take note. The pet egg you just touched bears a remarkably powerful soul mark. Chapter 66. The Bloodline Within the Egg. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, his pupils instinctively widening. What? A soul mark? Upon hearing the system's prompt, he had already begun to form a hypothesis in his mind. Undoubtedly, the one who inscribed the soul mark upon this pet egg must be a formidable being within the Shanghai organization. And as for why this soul mark exists, he quickly contemplated a possibility and promptly inquired of the system. System, does this soul mark serve the purpose of? However, before Lin Bei could finish his sentence, the system's notification interrupted him. Indeed, just as the host has surmised, the mark affixed to the hybrid pet egg serves to both designate and bind. As long as this soul mark remains on the pet egg, even if the egg successfully hatches, the recognized owner will not be the one who incubated it. Instead, it will be the master of this soul mark. Moreover, this is a forbidden technique, rarely employed by others. The system's words resonated closely with Lin Bei's thoughts. Thus, he began to understand the Shanghai organization's intentions. Clearly, the Shanghai organization aimed to reap the benefits without exertion. They bestowed the hybrid beast egg and certain rewards upon others merely to enlist their aid in hatching the beast egg. Regardless, even if the beast egg hatches successfully, the creature within will not serve anyone else. It will still belong to the Shanghai organization. Whether the resultant creature is a hybrid Taodai or a hybrid Xiongqi, as long as they can hatch one from the 20 pet eggs, they would not suffer a loss. The Shanghai organization truly had a crafty scheme. If not for the system, I too might have fallen victim to their machinations. Originally, Lin Bei intended to incubate the pet egg. After all, it was related to dragons. With this thought, he turned his gaze to the unopened letter, grasping it in his hand before slowly tearing it open. Inside, a few lines of text were written, and Lin Bei read them with great seriousness. It took a full minute for him to peruse all the words. The letter contained only 2 key points. One pertained to the hatching of the hybrid beast egg, detailing precisely how to facilitate the incubation process. The methods recorded were quite similar to those used by the Huang family, requiring the life force of other beasts. It could even be said that the essence of this beast egg hatching was to siphon the power of other magical beasts. The other point documented a secret formula. A formula for a concoction known as the Blood Fury Pill. This secret art involved utilizing specific materials to create a pill of formidable efficacy. Once consumed by the magical beasts, they would enter a frenzied state. Their speed, stamina, and all other capabilities would be significantly enhanced. As for the extent of the enhancement, it could only be described as terrifying. Furthermore, the aggressiveness of the magical beasts would also become extraordinarily heightened. Should these frenzied beasts be tasked with hunting down other magical beasts, they would undoubtedly achieve remarkable results in a remarkably short time. The captured or slain magical beasts would serve as excellent fodder for hatching those hybrid beast eggs. However, concurrently, this pill also had side effects. Beasts that consumed this pill would see their lifespans reduced by at least half. There was even a possibility of immediate death. The letter also included corresponding methods to address these inevitable consequences. The remedy involved utilizing the beasts that had consumed the Blood Fury Pill as nourishment for the hatching of the hybrid beast eggs. Lin Bei exhaled deeply, placing the letter back into the space ring. Unbeknownst to him, his expression had grown exceedingly grave. Fixated intently on the egg, it seems the Shanghai organization is indeed a particularly perilous entity. Not only do they harbor ulterior motives, but their methods are also quite ruthless. Initially, Lin Bei hesitated to determine the true nature of the Shanghai organization, but now he was entirely convinced of its dangerous essence. The Shanghai organization is unequivocally a treacherous organization. After a moment of silence, Lin Bei dispelled the chaotic thoughts in his mind, momentarily setting aside other considerations. Before him lay many pressing matters that required his attention. He raised his hand once more, touching the egg again, feeling the same sensation as before. The familiar aura within the egg was alive and vibrant. As he sensed the life force emanating from the magical beast egg, Lin Bei involuntarily closed his eyes, fully channeling his innate abilities. Naturally, his connection to the draconic bloodline within the egg became clearer than before. Previously lacking any special sensation, he now felt something distinctly different. Lin Bei sensed a somewhat unique aura within the draconic bloodline of the egg. It felt entirely unlike that of the 3 dragons he possessed. An indescribable sensation lingered, always feeling remarkably special. Unable to contain himself, Lin Bei promptly inquired of the system. System, can you probe what lies within this egg? Since the system could detect the soul mark attached to the egg, it seemed plausible that it could also discern what resided within. Soon, the system's notification chimed in. It is indeed possible. However, the host is required to pay 10,000 points. Possessing a substantial total of 100,000 points, Lin Bei did not hesitate for even half a second and promptly responded, all right, 10,000 points it is. In the next moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! 10,000 points have been deducted. Bloodline analysis commencing. Analysis in progress. Progress 10. Progress 30. Progress 50. Progress 70. Progress 100. Bloodline analysis complete. Host. This pet egg contains 2 distinct bloodlines. One is the Chaos bloodline, one of the 4 ferocious beasts. The other is the bloodline of the Yinglong. In an instant, Lin Bei's eyes widened, and his breath quickened significantly. He swallowed hard, his mind flooded with astonishment. This hybrid egg contained a bloodline that was a fusion of the Yinglong and Chaos. Truly unexpected. Lin Bei was well aware of both the Chaos and the Yinglong. Chaos, like Tao Tai, belonged to the 4 great ferocious beasts, and its power was certainly not to be underestimated. The Yinglong was equally formidable. Chapter 67. The Radiant Dragon. Synthesis. The Yinglong. Dragons transform into horned dragons after 500 years, and after a millennium, they become Yinglong. This statement alone underscores the immense power of the Yinglong. Although it pertains to ordinary dragons and does not include dragons like the Radiant Dragon, it still speaks volumes of the Yinglong's might. Only a millennium-old dragon can become a Yinglong. Fixated on the hybrid egg of the Yinglong and Chaos, Lin Bei's mind swirled with chaotic thoughts. What would hatch from this egg if it were to succeed? The hybrid of the Yinglong and Chaos. It was beyond his imagination. At this moment, a sense of anticipation welled up within him, eager to witness the unfolding events once the egg successfully hatched. He was also curious about the power that could be unleashed by a being possessing both Chaos and Yinglong bloodlines. However, the prerequisite for all of this was to erase that soul mark. Otherwise, even if he succeeded in hatching the egg, all his efforts would be in vain. Regardless, this egg must be hatched. Moreover, it must remain under his control. With this determination solidified, Lin Bei inquired of the system. System, is there a method to erase that soul mark? Just as his voice faded, the system responded in succession. Yes. And there are 3 methods available. The first is to expend 1,000,000 points to have this system directly erase the soul mark. The second is to consume a certain number of points to exchange for the corresponding ability in the system store. The third is to tame a soul-breaking dragon and utilize its ability to erase the soul. At present, the host is unable to utilize any of these 3 methods. Please make your utmost effort. Although he could not erase the soul mark immediately, Lin Bei did not succumb to disappointment. Rather, he felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, having a method was better than having none. First, he would eliminate the soul mark, then proceed to hatch the egg. As for how to hatch this hybrid egg of the Yinglong and Chaos, he had already devised a suitable approach. Certainly, it would not involve any excessively bloody means. Subsequently, Lin Bei stored the hybrid beast egg along with 2 other pieces of equipment into his spatial ring. Due to the presence of the soul mark on the hybrid beast egg, it could not be placed in the system space. The system space exists entirely independently of this world. If the hybrid beast egg were to be placed inside, the soul connection would be severed immediately. The one who released this soul mark would naturally sense it. As for the 2 pieces of equipment, they bore no soul marks. In any case, the mountain and sea organization was not lacking in such equipment. Meanwhile, in a silent room, the fierce soul knelt reverently before a wall. On that wall hung a painting. The painting, dominated by dark hues, faintly revealed eyes. At that moment, it emanated a pitch-black glow. Thud. The fierce soul suddenly prostrated, respectfully addressing, subordinate fierce soul. Pays homage to the fierce god venerable. Moments later, a voice emanated from the painting. What is it that you wish to summon me for? The fierce soul immediately responded with utmost respect. Venerable sir, I have entrusted the hybrid egg of the Yinglong and Chaos to the young man who has just awakened his affinity for the Dragon Clan. I have also provided him with 2 pieces of equipment. I believe that it won't be long before we achieve some results. As his words fell, silence enveloped the entire room. A full minute passed before the deep voice of the fierce god venerable resonated from the painting once more. Good. You have understood my intent well. However, it is insufficient. The quantity of equipment you provided to the target is inadequate, and your level of regard for him is lacking. Do you not comprehend the significance of this hybrid egg? Despite the tone of this statement remaining unchanged and seemingly casual, the fierce soul, upon hearing those words, began to tremble uncontrollably, as if he had heard something profoundly terrifying. Drip, drip, sweat even began to trickle from his face onto the ground. I apologize, venerable sir. It is my oversight. I shall make amends for everything. The fierce soul was gripped by an overwhelming panic, daring not to offer even the slightest rebuttal. He understood all too well that should he do so, his fate would undoubtedly be sealed, even across thousands of miles. Killing him would be as effortless as crushing an insect for the fierce beast venerable. Silence persisted. The whereabouts of the fierce god venerable remained unresponsive. The kneeling fierce soul trembled uncontrollably, showing no inclination to rise from the ground. Time passed, and 5 minutes went by. Only then did the voice of the fierce god venerable echo once more. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. Remember, this egg is of utmost importance. Even if the other 19 eggs are destroyed, this one must successfully hatch. As for how to accomplish this, I trust you have an idea. The moment the words fell, the pitch-black glow from the painting vanished. Only then did the fierce soul muster the courage to rise from the ground. His garments were completely drenched, and he resembled a drenched chicken. Huff! After what felt like a narrow escape from calamity, the fierce soul instinctively murmured to himself. Fortuitously, the esteemed elder did not exhibit excessive ire. It is imperative. It is essential to hatch the dragon egg of the Yinglong and the chaotic beast. He has already begun to contemplate the necessary actions. Ultimately, what remains before Lin Bei are merely the luminous dragon and the horn of Baizhe. He retrieved the angelic halo from the system's space and placed it alongside Baizhe's horn. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lin Bei chuckled softly to the system. System, activate the synthesis function. His mind brimmed with anticipation. Please select the synthesis materials. Simply state their names. Each synthesis requires a minimum of 3 materials. As the system's prompt echoed, Lin Bei's voice followed promptly. The first material, the luminous dragon hatchling. The second material, the angelic halo. The third material, Baizhe's horn. He had long since determined the materials for synthesis. In an instant, the luminous dragon soaring in the sky, the Baizhe horn resting on the ground, and the angelic halo were enveloped by a sphere of white radiance. 3 seconds later, the 3 glowing orbs ascended into the heavens and swiftly merged together. Ding. Synthesis in progress. Please be patient, host. Chapter 68, Evolution once more. After gazing at the colossal luminous orb in the sky for an extended period, Lin Bei gradually withdrew his gaze. Among the 3 dragons he now possessed, 2 had completed their evolution, while the other was in the midst of evolving, allowing him to redirect his focus to other matters. In just 2 or 3 days, he would acquire a skeletal dragon. He hoped that by then, the Huang family would also manage to hatch the hybrid Tao Dai. Once the Huang family succeeded in hatching the Tao Dai, Lin Bei could embark on his next plan. He had already devised how to synthesize the skeletal dragon with other materials. In the remaining days, he needed to enhance the strength of his dragons, ensuring they engaged in more combat. Since obtaining the dragons, the actual combat experience they had undergone was pitifully scant, merely a handful of encounters. Therefore, in the upcoming period, he planned to remain within the beast forest, allowing the 3 synthesized dragons to acclimate to battle while also capturing other magical beasts. However, before undertaking these tasks, Lin Bei prepared to disseminate a piece of information. This news pertained to the Shanghai organization and the hybrid ferocious beast egg. After all, it was a matter of great significance. He had not yet succumbed to arrogance, believing he could single-handedly thwart the Shanghai organization. At least, not at this moment. Without further attention to the luminous dragon in synthesis, Lin Bei called back Yi, who had been patrolling nearby. Yi promptly returned to Lin Bei's side, eagerly gazing at her master, already aware of what was about to transpire. Not far off, Xiaolu, still on patrol, cast a somewhat envious glance at Yi before resuming her diligent watch. Lin Bei wasted no time. He directly opened the system space and retrieved the beast spirit pills and hatchling feed stored within. Now that he had time, allowing his beloved dragons to evolve was also of paramount importance. Having previously opened several gift packs, he now possessed a considerable quantity of beast spirit pills and hatchling feed. There were precisely 200 beast spirit pills. Additionally, he had 10 portions of hatchling feed. Such an abundance of nurturing resources could undoubtedly facilitate the evolution of several juvenile dragons to the next growth stage. Surely, this could enable Yi's second evolution, right? Though he had not yet commenced feeding, Lin Bei could already foresee that the difficulty of achieving the second evolution would be significantly greater than the first. And indeed, it would be immensely challenging, for with each evolution, the strength and various attributes would undergo substantial enhancement. Lin Bei pointed at the large pile of beast spirit pills and hatchling feed, addressing the visibly excited Yi. Consume. As his words fell, Yi immediately dashed into the heap of food, voraciously devouring one beast spirit pill after another. The system's prompt soon followed. Ding. Yi has successfully consumed a beast spirit pill. Growth value increased by 0.5. Yi has successfully consumed a beast spirit pill. Growth value increased by 0.5. Yi has successfully consumed hatchling feed. Growth value increased by 2. Yi has successfully consumed hatchling feed. Growth value increased by 2. Despite being mentally prepared, Lin Bei was still taken aback. The effects of the beast spirit pills and hatchling feed were even less than anticipated. The effectiveness had diminished by at least tenfold. A single beast spirit pill yielded only a 0.5 increase. It would require a staggering 200 beast spirit pills for Yi to meet the evolution criteria. Clearly, advancing a juvenile dragon to maturity was a particularly arduous endeavor. If solely relying on beast spirit pills for nourishment, it would necessitate a total of 200. 200 beast spirit pills is no trivial matter. Redeeming one beast spirit pill requires the expenditure of 500 points, equating to 50,000 in funds. And for 200, that amounts to 1 million. While this price may seem comparable to that of a rare material, it is merely for the transition from juvenile to mature. Moreover, consuming 200 beast spirit pills would only bring the growth value to 100%. Subsequently, a further expenditure of points would be required for evolution. As for the leap from maturity to the next stage, one could fear that the quantity demanded would soar to 2,000 beast spirit pills. And this is merely for a single dragon. Though Lin Bei felt a pang of regret over the points, he allowed Yi to continue consuming the beast spirit pills. It was at this moment that the system's prompt resounded. Host need not worry. Once you possess a mature dragon, the marketplace will unlock the next stage. Simultaneously, the task for collecting Baize's horn will also be completed upon unlocking the new stage in the marketplace. Originally, Lin Bei was somewhat puzzled as to why. Despite having acquired Baize's horn, the system's prompt had yet to sound. It was only upon hearing this notification that he understood the reasoning behind it. Now it makes sense. As time progressed, Yi's growth value continued to rise. After consuming 10 bags of hatchling feed and a total of 160 beast spirit pills, the system's prompt finally echoed once more. Ding. Yi's growth value has reached 100%. The host may directly spend 50,000 points to facilitate her evolution to the next stage. Would you like to proceed with the evolution? 50,000 points is equivalent to 500,000 in funds. Adding the required 100,000 points to exchange for 200 beast spirit pills. The total cost for a weak young dragon to undergo evolution amounts to an astonishing 150,000 points, equivalent to 15 million in currency. Lin Bei found himself somewhat taken aback by this price, as it exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, he did not feel any pangs of regret. Evolution. It promised a substantial enhancement in strength, and even an expenditure of 1 million points would be justified. In the next moment, the system's notification echoed. Ding. 5,000 points have been deducted. The dragon will enter the evolution phase in 3 seconds. The duration of this evolution remains uncertain. During this period, please ensure your safety. Your safety ensures the dragon's existence. In the blink of an eye, 3 seconds had elapsed. A dazzling torrent of golden light erupted from within the dragon, enveloping it entirely in an instant. It began to levitate high above, resembling a radiant golden sun. The once bright sky transformed into a resplendent golden hue. Ding. Evolution in progress. Please be patient, host. Crack, crack. After an indeterminate period of waiting, a subtle commotion finally emerged from the eerily silent beast forest. The source of the sound was the luminous orb formed by the radiant dragon. Chapter 69, Successful Synthesis. Designated Species. Crack, crack. The sounds, though not particularly loud, were distinctly clear, reminiscent of some object fracturing. Instantly, Lin Bei lifted his gaze toward the sky. His eyes fixated on the location of the radiant dragon. To his astonishment, fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the orb encasing the radiant dragon. Simultaneously, tiny shards of light cascaded from the orb, falling to the ground. However, the moment these fragments touched the earth, they disintegrated into scintillating particles of light. As time passed, the cracks in the orb multiplied. Lin Bei observed this scene, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as joy gradually overtook his expression. It seemed that the end was nigh. Just as he thought this, the number of cracks reached its peak, unable to yield even a single additional one. The shards of light continuously fell to the ground, resembling beautiful snowflakes drifting down. Lin Bei instinctively inhaled deeply, his anticipation palpable. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the transformation of the radiant dragon after fusing with a horn from Bai Zhe and the angelic halo. Finally, after another 10 seconds, the massive orb, covered in intricate cracks, shattered explosively. Like a blizzard, white fragments filled the sky, momentarily obscuring Lin Bei's view. Amidst the abundant white shards, a colossal white silhouette became vaguely discernible. Clearly, this was the radiant dragon post-synthesis. At that instant, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Synthesis successful. As the notification concluded, the white orb occupying the sky dissipated as if it had never existed. Consequently, Lin Bei beheld the transformed radiant dragon. Its size was approximately that of a bus, its scales gleaming pure white like fresh milk, and its eyes had turned to a brilliant gold. It radiated an aura of sanctity intertwined with nobility. Moreover, a pair of white wings, reminiscent of angelic feathers, sprouted from its back. Its original wings had transformed into those of an angel. In addition to these newfound angelic wings, a magnificent golden halo emerged above the radiant dragon's head, emanating waves of overwhelming sanctity. Anyone who laid eyes upon it would be irresistibly compelled to feel a profound sense of veneration. Furthermore, another transformation occurred at the dragon's head. A singular white horn materialized, piercing through the angelic halo. It was unmistakably the horn of Bai Zhe. As for the dragon's original 2 horns, they had shrunk considerably, now measuring less than 10 centimeters, seemingly on the verge of retracting at any moment. Thus, this was the appearance of the radiant dragon following synthesis. Whoosh! Whoosh! The radiant dragon soared gracefully in the sky, and wherever it passed, a lingering brilliance of mixed white and gold light remained, refusing to dissipate. Even the residual light retained its aura of sanctity. This divine essence seemed capable of dispelling all darkness in the world. Even Lin Bei, observing from below, felt an instinctual wave of tranquility wash over him. He nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Indeed, my choice was correct. By fusing the radiant dragon with 2 other materials symbolizing sanctity, it has become even more luminous and holy." As he uttered these words, Lin Bei's anticipation heightened. He eagerly awaited the moment when he would obtain the remains of the bone dragon and the hybrid Taotai, to see what kind of dragon would emerge from the synthesis with the celestial slayer spear. The radiant dragon, the angelic halo, and Bai Zhe's horn represented purity and light. Conversely, the bone dragon, the hybrid Taotai, and the celestial slayer spear embodied an opposing force. The product of their synthesis would undoubtedly be formidable. However, Lin Bei's thoughts remained simple for now, lacking any deep contemplation. Soon, he raised a hand and gestured toward the radiant dragon. "Come down." Roar. With a resounding dragon's roar, the radiant dragon flapped its wings and swiftly descended to the ground. As it landed, the surrounding wilted trees and cracked earth began to rejuvenate immediately. The withered trees sprouted lush leaves anew, even bearing an abundance of fruit. The fractured earth healed itself, as if the lifeless matter had come to life. The scene was utterly astonishing. Upon witnessing this miraculous phenomenon, Lin Bei was certain that this was the radiant dragon's ability. It could even heal the ground? This power could scarcely be described as miraculous. Indeed, the term miraculous was wholly inadequate. A more fitting descriptor would be divine. Thud, thud. Before long, ripe fruits fell from the trees, landing at Lin Bei's and the radiant dragon's feet. Some even dropped directly into Lin Bei's hands. He could easily sense a powerful energy emanating from the fruits he held, no less effective than certain potions that replenish vitality and blood. This is indeed quite reasonable. After all, whether it be the radiant dragon, the angel, or the Bai Zhe, they all symbolize auspiciousness and beauty. The combined effect of these elements naturally surpasses the mundane sum of their parts. After casually placing the fruit in the system space, Lin Bei lifted a hand to touch the angelic wings of the radiant dragon. In the next moment, a notification appeared in his mind. Name, unnamed. Race, dragon, radiant dragon. Status, weakest stage of infancy. Loyalty, unwaveringly loyal, will never betray. Ability, possesses the ultimate light and sacred power, capable of dispelling darkness, punishing evil, and healing all wounds and ailments of the world. Description: the entity is a divine radiant dragon, combined with the powers of angels and Bai, thus becoming the most sacred existence in the entire world. Before Lin Bei could utter a word or contemplate further, another system notification sounded. Ding. The host has successfully synthesized 3 dragons, activating the breed designation function. Please specify the breeds of the 3 dragons. Names such as 11 or Little 6 are merely titles assigned by the host and do not represent their breeds. Kindly combine their abilities and characteristics to designate their breeds. For each successful designation of a new breed of dragon, the host will receive corresponding rewards. Chapter 70. Summoning the true name of the dragon. In an instant, an expression of surprise crossed Lin Bei's face, as he had not anticipated triggering such a notification. What? Designate the breed of the dragon and receive rewards for it. He had previously considered whether the radiant dragon, after merging with the other 2 materials, could still be classified as a radiant dragon, given that the amalgamated creature differed significantly from other radiant dragons in both appearance and abilities. Strictly speaking, it could no longer be deemed a conventional radiant dragon. At best, it could only be considered a variant of the radiant dragon. At that moment, the system's notification chimed once more, as the host surmised. Regardless of the type of dragon, once synthesized, it will become an entirely new breed, a breed that has never existed in the world before. Thus, the host is required to designate its breed. Lin Bei instinctively nodded, fully comprehending the system's intent. He then turned his gaze towards the quietly awaiting radiant dragon, meticulously observing it while his mind raced, pondering the nature of the radiant dragon. 15 seconds, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, 1 minute. After a full minute of contemplation, he finally arrived at a fitting name. From now on, your breed shall be the Holy White Dragon of Radiance. Holy White Dragon of Radiance. It embodies the essence of the radiant dragon, the angel, and Bai, perfectly merging the characteristics of all 3. Lin Bei felt quite satisfied with this name, as it exuded an air of grandeur. In the next moment, the system notification resounded with vigor. Ding. Breed designation successful. The true name gift pack for the Holy White Dragon has been successfully awarded. Ding. The true name summoning function has been activated. Listening to the series of system notifications, Lin Bei's mind once again whirred into action. After a brief communication with the system, he grasped the essence of the new function. The true name summoning function allows the host to invoke the dragon's breed name aloud. By doing so, the overall strength of that dragon will significantly increase for a brief period. In essence, it adds a skill akin to a blessing or awakening. However, it can only be invoked once within a certain time frame and comes with minor side effects. Though there are certain limitations, this function is undeniably powerful, especially in times of crisis. The true name summoning function should be used sparingly. From now on, he shall affectionately refer to it as Little White. Names like 11, Little 6, and Little White are merely casual appellations. They do not denote the dragon's true breed. With its new true name, the Holy White Dragon of Radiance joyously raised its head and let out a resounding roar, its wings fluttering in delight. A gentle aura swiftly enveloped the surroundings, naturally encompassing Lin Bei within its embrace. Feeling the soothing presence surrounding him, he eagerly opened the system space, gazing at the recently acquired gift pack and exclaiming, "System, open the true name gift box of the Holy White Dragon." Just from the name of this gift pack, one could surmise that its contents are undoubtedly related to the Holy White Dragon. Soon, the system notification chimed. Ding. The true name gift pack of the Holy White Dragon has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving the special reward. 1 random ability extraction opportunity from the Holy White Dragon. Congratulations to the host for receiving the special reward. 1 random ability upgrade opportunity for the Holy White Dragon. Congratulations to the host for receiving the special reward. An exclusive space for the Holy White Dragon. When the host wishes to use the ability extraction or upgrade, simply issue a command to this system. When the host desires to place the Holy White Dragon into the exclusive space, merely visualize it in your mind. Additionally, since this gift pack differs from others the host has received, the number of rewards contained within is also unique. This gift pack contains only 3 rewards, but they are all special rewards. Moreover, they are indeed related to the Holy White Dragon. Although the quantity of rewards in this gift pack is relatively small, their quality is unexpectedly high. Afterward, Lin Bei engaged in further communication with the system to clarify the specific functions of these 3 rewards. The random ability extraction opportunity from the Holy White Dragon allows Lin Bei to randomly gain one of the various abilities possessed by the Holy White Dragon, serving as a means to enhance his own strength. The random ability upgrade opportunity for the Holy White Dragon can randomly elevate one of its many abilities to a stronger tier. It could enhance its power to vanquish evil or its healing capabilities. Regardless of which ability is upgraded, it is an event worthy of celebration. As for the final reward, the exclusive space for the Holy White Dragon, it allows the Holy White Dragon to reside in an environment that suits its innate characteristics. In such a realm, the pace of growth and the comfort of relaxation far surpass those found elsewhere. Indeed, even evolution can transpire within this space. With the existence of this extraordinary environment, Lin Bei no longer needs to venture into desolate areas each time. It is truly a remarkably convenient space. At this moment, he did not immediately utilize the reward. Instead, he raised his gaze toward the patrolling Xiaolu. After all, the reward could be employed at any time, and there was no urgency in that brief moment. The most pressing matter at hand was to designate a new race for the other dragon. The instant he made this decision in his mind, Lin Bei commanded the Radiant Celestial White Dragon, "You shall patrol first." With no objections, the Radiant Celestial White Dragon promptly unfurled its immaculate wings and soared into the nearby forest. Simultaneously, Lin Bei addressed Xiaolu, "It is your turn." With a thud, the eagerly awaiting Xiaolu descended swiftly to the ground. Its 6 wings fluttered in a harmonious rhythm, creating a stunning spectacle. Observing these 6 wings, Lin Bei couldn't help but nod subtly as he began to solidify a direction in his mind. He resolved to designate based on Xiaolu's 6 wings and abilities. Soon, Lin Bei's mind began to churn again, thoroughly analyzing Xiaolu's external characteristics and powers. After another minute elapsed, his voice gradually resonated. "Xiaolu, your new race shall be known as the 6-winged Thunderstorm Dragon." The name, 6-winged Thunderstorm Dragon, was evidently fitting for Xiaolu. With 6 wings adorning its back and wielding the powers of thunder and tempest, Xiaolu's wings began to flap with increasing frequency, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder and the howling of wind. Indeed, it relished its new race name. It exuded an air of majesty. Concurrently, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Race designation successful. 6-winged Thunderstorm Dragon True Name package has been successfully issued. The second designation of the true name yielded a reward package identical to the first. Different dragons received different packages, since the process and outcome were the same. Lin Bei pondered whether the rewards within the package were also alike. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he immediately commanded the system space, directing his attention to the new package once more. System, open the 6-winged Thunderstorm Dragon's exclusive true name package. As soon as his words fell, the system's notifications rang out in succession. Ding. 6-winged Thunderstorm Dragon True Name package opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special reward. 1 opportunity for random ability extraction for the 6-winged Thunderstorm Dragon. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special reward. 1 opportunity for random ability enhancement for the 6-winged Thunderstorm Dragon. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special reward. Exclusive space for the 6-winged Thunderstorm Dragon. When the host wishes to utilize the ability extraction and enhancement, simply issue a command to this system. When the host wishes to incorporate the 6-winged Thunderstorm Dragon into the exclusive space, just envision it in your mind. Indeed, the results were precisely as Lin Bei had anticipated. Regardless of which dragon's true name package it belonged to, all rewards bore no distinction. They consisted of random ability extraction, random ability enhancement, and exclusive space, these 3 rewards. However, he felt no dissatisfaction. After all, each of the 3 rewards within the true name package could wield significant power. This was quite satisfactory. At the very least, with each true name package opened, his strength could increase accordingly. Before long, Xiaolu was once again soaring high into the sky. Among the 3 dragons that had already been synthesized, only one remained without a newly designated race name. Currently undergoing its 2nd evolution, it was unable to receive a race designation. Lin Bei approached a large stone and seated himself upon it, awaiting the proceedings. Meanwhile, within Nanshan City, the other 17 individuals who had received equipment and hybrid beast eggs were diligently working towards hatching their pet eggs. Upon leaving the Huang family, they discovered the letters stored within their spatial rings. Thus, they naturally learned of the hatching method for the hybrid pet eggs and the crafting process for the Blood Fury pill. Consequently, the majority promptly commenced their crafting endeavors. The process went smoothly, with only 1 failure occurring after 10 attempts. The Blood Fury pill, an immensely powerful elixir that was remarkably easy to craft. It was precisely for this reason that the Shanghai organization had made it public. Within its confines, however, lay even more effective elixirs, armed with the crafted Blood Fury pills. These individuals resolutely entered the monster forest. The regions they could access were only those beyond the safety zone. A wave of slaughter subsequently erupted within the monster forest. The 17 were fervently striving to successfully hatch the monster eggs, completely unaware that all their efforts were in vain. Within the Huang family, Huang Bashuan stood in the courtyard where the hybrid Taotai eggs were previously kept, gazing at the newly delivered hybrid Taotai eggs before him. Yet, his brow remained tightly furrowed, evidently troubled by some vexing matter. Roar. The hybrid Taotai within its shell continuously growled softly, its roars filled with intense fury. It was still seething over the humiliation it had suffered the previous night. Momentarily disregarding the hybrid Taotai, Huang Bashuan muttered to himself, "What should I do now? If those 18 hybrid eggs also hatch, there is no way Nanshan City can remain under my Huang family's control. No, this absolutely cannot happen, or all my efforts will be in vain." Huang Bashuan's intention in nurturing the hybrid Taotai was to unify Nanshan City. Yet, the current situation deviated from his expectations. Thus, he sought to intervene. His aim was to establish himself as the sovereign of Nanshan City. This was Huang Bashuan's long-held aspiration. It was also the aspiration of the entire Huang family. Ever since the family was founded many years ago, this ambition had been passed down through generations. As for the reason behind it, only the head of the Huang family would know. At that moment, the fierce spirit suddenly appeared in the courtyard. His voice resonated. There are organized reasons for the organization's actions. However, you can rest assured, as long as you can hatch this hybrid Taotai egg, Nanshan City will undoubtedly fall into your grasp. The others who possess hybrid eggs pose no threat to you. After all, they are not like you. You have been personally chosen by the esteemed master. Upon hearing the fierce spirit's words, Huang Bashuan's previously uneasy heart gradually settled. As long as it does not impede the Huang family's dominance over Nanshan City, he is disinterested in anything else. Understood. In responding to this statement, Huang Bashuan had already made a resolution. He resolved to dispatch all members of the Huang family, employing every conceivable means to hatch the hybrid beast. Concerning the assailants from last night, he no longer possessed the energy to concern himself with them. After all, the malevolent spirits of the mountain and sea organization were still present. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Bei had been seated on the stone for 20 minutes. Yet the entity in the sky, undergoing evolution, showed no signs of completion. As fate would have it, the radiant holy dragon fluttered its wings and flew nearby. He was thus prepared to utilize the rewards he had obtained. Descend. Upon hearing its master's call, the radiant holy dragon promptly landed on the ground. Thud. The instant it touched down, it gently nudged Lin Bei with its massive head, displaying an endearing demeanor. Lin Bei raised a hand and affectionately stroked the dragon's head. Immediately afterward, he internally commanded, "Activate random ability extraction." In the next moment, a notification from the system chimed. Ding. Default pet extraction is the radiant holy dragon. Random ability extraction in progress. Progress 10. Progress 30. Progress 50. Progress 70. Progress 100. Ding. Extraction successful. Chapter 72. Evolution complete. Preparing to depart. The system notification continued to resonate. Ding. The host has extracted the following ability from the Radiant Holy Dragon. Evil Resistance Physique. This ability is inherent to the Radiant Holy Dragon. The potency of the extracted ability will fluctuate in accordance with the strength of the dragon from which it was derived. If the Radiant Holy Dragon's Evil Resistance Physique reaches the next stage, the host's evil resistance will similarly be enhanced. Immediately, a wealth of information regarding the Evil Resistance Physique flooded Lin Bei's mind. He soon comprehended the essence of this ability. The Evil Resistance Physique endows Lin Bei's body with exceptional resistance to malevolent forces. As long as he possesses this physique, he remains impervious to influences such as the aura of the gluttonous beast. Neither his physical agility nor his mental fortitude would be compromised. Naturally, the precise degree of resistance is contingent upon the strength of the ability. At certain junctures, this power could prove immensely advantageous. Evil Resistance Physique? Quite commendable. Although it does not enhance combat prowess, self-preservation is of paramount importance. Lin Bei was acutely aware that the adversaries he was about to confront were all related to ferocious beasts. The head of the Huang family is one such figure. The malevolent spirits are likewise. He would undoubtedly find himself opposed to the hybrid beasts. Thus, this ability could indeed manifest its true potential. Before long, Lin Bei summoned the radiant holy dragon nearby and called forth the six-winged thunderstorm dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the system in his heart. Activate random ability extraction. The system's notification promptly sounded. Ding. Ability extraction in progress. Extraction successful. The host has extracted the following ability from the six-winged thunderstorm dragon. Stormwing Transformation. This ability is a derivative of the six-winged thunderstorm dragon. The potency of the derivative ability is also tied to the dragon's inherent strength. The moment this notification concluded, another piece of information materialized within Lin Bei's consciousness. Naturally, he grasped the function of Stormwing transformation. He also understood the distinction between inherent abilities and derivative abilities. Stormwing transformation enables Lin Bei to conjure a pair of storm and lightning wings behind him. With these wings, he could harness the might of tempestuous winds and thunder. Undoubtedly, this ability serves to bolster combat efficacy. However, it is subject to certain limitations. The inherent abilities are accessible to both the dragon and Lin Bei, as they are innate to the dragon. Conversely, derivative abilities are solely within Lin Bei's grasp, representing an extension of the dragon's innate power. For instance, the storm and lightning powers of the six-winged thunderstorm dragon manifest as Stormwing transformation. Each possesses its unique advantages and disadvantages. Whether one extracts a derivative or an inherent ability ultimately hinges on fortune. After successfully extracting two abilities, Lin Bei felt invigorated, as if he had just awakened from a long slumber, brimming with vitality. Thus, he refrained from further actions. He intended to wait until the evolution was completed before utilizing the reward for random ability enhancement. There was no need to rush. Subsequently, Lin Bei gazed skyward, observing that the evolution was still ongoing. Had it not yet concluded? The transition from juvenile to mature was taking exceedingly long. Since the onset of the evolution, a considerable amount of time had elapsed. It was evident that the initial evolution had been remarkably swift. Host, as the dragon's evolution progresses, the time required for evolution will only increase. After all, the higher the evolution stage of the dragon, the more formidable its power. The time taken for evolution is directly proportional to its strength. Upon understanding the rationale, Lin Bei swiftly resolved, in the future, it would be best to allow them to evolve within his designated space. At last, after another 15 minutes had passed, the immense luminescent sphere suspended in the sky underwent a remarkable transformation. The radiant glow gradually dimmed, and its size consistently shrank. At this moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. The second evolution of the entity is complete. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the initial juvenile evolution. As a reward, you receive the Evolution Advancement Gift Pack. The gift pack has been deposited into the system space and is available for the host to open at any time. The instant the system notification concluded, the luminous sphere in the sky erupted spectacularly, its blinding light filling the surroundings. The entity concealed within also came into Lin Bei's view. Having successfully evolved into its mature form, the entity had grown significantly in size, measuring a full 20 meters from head to tail. The density of its scales had increased, their hardness surpassing that of before, and the crimson patterns now appeared increasingly intricate, reminiscent of flickering flames. Moreover, its whiskers, claws, and horns had all undergone transformation. It emanated an aura of tremendous power. Upon completing its second evolution, the entity, merely in appearance, appeared far more formidable than it had previously. The six-winged thunder dragon and the holy white dragon of light gracefully flapped their wings and soared back. The mere alignment of the three dragons made it abundantly clear who possessed greater strength. In terms of power and various other attributes, their superiority was plainly evident to the naked eye. Lin Bei felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Mature and formidable, the dragons were a sight to behold. If the current dragons were to confront the pack of over a dozen wolves, victory would come effortlessly. No, not merely victory. It could be described as a massacre. Dragons, when battling against magical beasts of the same era, boasted a 99% chance of overwhelming triumph, unless they encountered equally unique magical creatures, such as the likes of Tao Dai. Boom. Soon, the three dragons descended simultaneously, encircling Lin Bei at the center. They awaited their master's command. Lin Bei casually returned the holy white dragon of light and the six-winged thunder dragon to their respective exclusive realms. He then approached the mature dragon and designated its race. From this moment forth, you shall be known as the blazing rock-armored dragon. In no time, a system notification chimed. Ding! Gift package has been dispensed. A second later, Lin Bei opened the package and received rewards identical to those from the previous two packages. Without hesitation, he activated the teleportation array, temporarily departing the magical beast forest. He had matters to attend to. Chapter 73, Confrontation with Baizhou. The new objective. A second later, Lin Bei found himself back in his home. However, he did not rush outside. Instead, he first navigated the system, converting all his points into beast spirit pills. Ding! Successfully exchanged for 80 beast spirit pills. Total expenditure of points, 40,000. You currently have 0 points remaining. The 80 beast spirit pills were divided into two portions. The first batch, consisting of 20 pills, was placed in the exclusive space of the holy white dragon of light. The remaining 60 pills, along with an additional 40 previously acquired, were stored in the exclusive space of the six-winged Thunder Dragon. Before long, the system notifications echoed one after another. Ding! The growth value of the Holy White Dragon of Light has reached 100%. Insufficient points for evolution. Ding! The growth value of the six-winged Thunder Dragon has reached 50%. Please continue to strive. Although it would take only 10,000 points to initiate the evolution of the Holy White Dragon of Light, Lin Bei was in no rush. With an exclusive space now available, evolution could occur at any moment. For now, it was best for the dragons to acclimate to their exclusive realms. Having spent less than a minute at home, Lin Bei pushed open the door and stepped outside, heading towards the Third Academy of Nanshan City. He intended to reveal the activities of the Mountain Sea organization. Only through this means could he effectively disrupt their plans. At the very least, it would prevent everyone, apart from Huang Baxiang, from successfully cultivating the hybrid magical beast eggs in their possession. The moment Lin Bei boarded the bus, he retreated to an isolated corner and silently addressed the system within his mind. Use the random ability extraction opportunity. This time, the ability extraction would naturally come from the blazing rock armored dragon. Ding! Extraction successful. The ability extracted from the blazing rock armored dragon is Dragon Flame. This ability is the inherent power of the blazing rock armored dragon. A moment later, a surge of information flooded his mind, revealing the specifics of the Dragon Flame ability. Dragon Flame granted him the power to control fire. With this ability, Lin Bei could manipulate flames at will. The extent of his control and the potency of the flames would depend on the strength of the dragon itself. Control over fire? Quite satisfactory. At the very least, it would prove useful. Shortly thereafter, Lin Bei arrived at the gates of the Third Academy of Nanshan City. As it was class time, the area was devoid of people. Upon alighting from the bus, he casually sought out a shop and purchased several masks. Compared to sunglasses and masks, wearing a mask was far more appropriate. During the process of buying the masks, Lin Bei also donned a disguise, ensuring no traces were left behind. He then fixed his gaze upon the dean's office. In the next moment, a formidable power erupted from Lin Bei's back, converging at an incredible speed. Boom! With a resounding thunderclap, a pair of wings, entwined with lightning and tempest, manifested from his back. This was the ability he had extracted from the six-winged Thunder Dragon. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a powerful flap of his thunder wings, Lin Bei ascended into the air, swiftly approaching the dean's office. He also drew the sky-slashing demon spear, gripping it tightly in both hands, clearly signaling that he was not here with good intentions. Lin Bei's motive was simple. He sought to engage in combat to ascertain the true extent of his strength. After all, the hybrid Taotai would soon make its appearance. Meanwhile, White Zhou, who had been seated in the dean's office, immediately rose from his seat, taking several swift steps to the window, gazing outside with a hint of confusion. What he beheld was none other than Lin Bei, hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. In an instant, White Zhou's brow furrowed tightly, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. What audacity! How dare you launch an attack on me? Beyond that, he could conceive of no other possibility. Faced with this situation, White Zhou had no intention of remaining passive. He promptly retrieved a curved blade, approximately 1.5 meters in length, from his spatial ring. Clang! Without a moment's hesitation, White Zhou swung the curved blade down with tremendous force. Boom! The window and wall before him were instantly cleaved in two. The razor-sharp blade sliced through the wall, heading straight for Lin Bei. At that moment, Lin Bei, who was furiously flapping his thunder wings, found himself directly in the path of the curved blade. Without delay, he thrust the sky-slashing demon spear forward with all his might. In an instant, the blade of the curved knife met the spear's tip. Boom! A sound akin to an explosion reverberated through the air. The clash of two formidable powers intertwined, uncontrollably radiating outward. Crack! Crack! The glass within a 20-meter radius shattered as a result of the shockwave. Even the sturdy walls bore visible cracks. White Zhou's brow tightened further, and his breathing became noticeably labored. The strength of the assailant had exceeded his expectations. This individual could contend with him on equal footing. Who are you? Why have you attacked me? Although engaged in combat, Bai Zhou remained bewildered by the unfolding events. However, he was resolute in his belief that the assailant was certainly not from Nanshan City. In this entire region, only the heads of several prestigious academies and the scions of the four great families possessed power comparable to his own. With a clang, Lin Bei retracted his celestial demon slayer spear, gracefully hovering in midair while casting a nonchalant gaze upon Bai Zhou. Following their brief exchange, he had gauged his combat prowess. The disparity was not insurmountable. Thus, he harbored confidence that he could defend himself against Huang Baxian should the need arise. The next step was to ascertain the gap in their respective companions. Moments later, Lin Bei deliberately adopted a raspy tone, declaring, "Do you comprehend? Nanshan City is on the brink of calamity. I have come for this very purpose." Gasping in disbelief, Bai Zhou's expression was one of utter incredulity. What? What do you mean? He struggled to process the sudden shift from assault to forewarning of impending disaster. In the next instant, Lin Bei's voice resonated once more. "If you wish to know everything, demonstrate your strength and show me whether you possess the qualifications to partake in my plans." He understood that this was the only effective approach. Should he confront Bai Zhou directly to discuss the matter, he would likely be dismissed. For betrayal among powerful factions was an all too common occurrence. To speak plainly would only be perceived as sowing discord. At this juncture, Lin Bei's mind birthed a novel idea. He aimed to steer the course of events. Chapter 74, Summoning the Other Deans. Despite his confusion regarding the situation, Bai Zhou had begun to grasp the gravity of the matter. He recognized that terrifying events were destined to unfold in Nanshan City. Otherwise, this scene would not have materialized. Taking a deep breath, Bai Zhou fixed a grave gaze upon Lin Bei. "Though I am still somewhat unclear, my instincts tell me that you hold the key to understanding everything." As he spoke, a majestic eagle-like magical beast materialized beside him. This creature's plumage was predominantly purple, interspersed with streaks of black. Its substantial size occupied half of the dean's office. The orderly array of purple feathers resembled a quiver of sharp arrows. With a shrill cry, the matured purple feather-rending cloud eagle, the strongest of all his tamed companions, made its presence known. Even within Nanshan City, its might could rank among the top 10. With this formidable creature by his side, Bai Zhou felt assured in his quest for the truth. In truth, Bai Zhou was eager to uncover the reality, which is why he summoned his most powerful pet without hesitation. Meanwhile, the purple feather-rending cloud eagle fixed its keen eyes upon Lin Bei, as if sizing up its prey, poised to strike at the slightest opportunity. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, his pupils reflecting surprise as he mused inwardly. A matured specimen even stronger than the average? It should possess the capability to contend. The gulf between matured and mature stages was vast, with little possibility for crossing over. After resolving his thoughts, he unfurled his thunder wing and ascended, quickly descending to the ground, wishing not to intrude upon the forthcoming clash. "Since your companion is an eagle, let us battle in the skies, lest you find it unfair." Lin Bei's words were not mere bravado. Each action bore thoughtful consideration, both for Nanshan City and for himself. Bai Zhou found his confidence wavering upon hearing this declaration. The reason was clear. Lin Bei exuded an air of unshakable calm. What did he just say? Battle in the sky? The heavens are the domain of eagles. How could he so casually offer me the advantage, especially when facing a top-ranked creature like the purple feather-rending cloud eagle? Such confidence is astonishing. After a moment of stunned silence, Bai Zhou instinctively shook his head to dispel the disordered thoughts swirling within. He then commanded the purple feather-rending cloud eagle, "Go." In contrast to Bai Zhou's contemplations, the purple feather-rending cloud eagle, a mere beast, acted on instinct, dutifully following its master's command. With a powerful flap of its immense purple wings, the eagle soared from the dean's office, gliding above the expansive academy. Its piercing cry echoed, resonating throughout the institution. Students, previously engrossed in their activities, glanced up in unison, curiosity piqued. Many were drawn to the sight of the purple feather-rending cloud eagle, the dean's most cherished pet. What could have transpired to incite such a raucous cry? Was spring truly upon them? However, they paid it little mind, dismissing it as mere noise from the eagle. Bai Zhou approached the shattered window's edge, peering down at Lin Bei below. Observing that Lin Bei had yet to summon his companion, a look of confusion crossed his face. What is happening? Why hasn't he called forth his pet? Yet, Bai Zhou's bewilderment lasted barely a second. In the next moment, he pointed a finger at Lin Bei, issuing a cold and commanding order, "Attack." In this scenario, Bai Zhou could not afford to show any mercy. After all, he could not have ascended to the position of the Third Academy's dean otherwise. Similarly, the purple feather-rending cloud eagle would not hold back, vigorously flapping its wings. In an instant, 50 feathers detached from its wings, hurtling towards the ground at breakneck speed, aimed squarely at Lin Bei. Should he be struck by these feathers, he would undoubtedly find himself impaled. Yet, Lin Bei showed no inclination to evade. He stood motionless, seemingly oblivious to the impending peril. However, this was merely an appearance. From the moment he touched down, he had already engaged in communication with the system, activating a random ability upgrade. Soon, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Evolution successful. The ability upgraded this time is Dragon Flame. Dragon Flame is precisely the ability of the fiery rock armored dragon to wield flames. Due to the evolution of the fiery rock armored dragon's Dragon Flame, the Dragon Flame under Lin Bei's command has similarly undergone a transformation. Fortune smiles upon him. The most significant of abilities has evolved. As his words fell, he lifted his gaze to the sky. At that moment, the 50 sharp feathers loomed directly above him. It would take but a second more before they pierced into his body. Wasting no further time, Lin Bei immediately summoned the full force of the dragon flame. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying inferno erupted, enveloping him entirely. Moreover, the flames did not cease their relentless expansion. Rather, they surged skyward. The next moment, those 50 feathers were consumed by the flames, ignited in an instant, reduced to mere ashes. Even the sharpest of feathers could not withstand the wrath emanating from a dragon's essence. Hiss! Bai Zhou, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively drew a sharp breath. His eyes reflecting only the flames. Were the feathers truly incinerated? What a formidable fire! How many magical beasts has he tamed? Just moments ago, he wielded wind and thunder, yet now he commands fire. If he merely possessed the ability to harness these elemental forces, Bai Zhou would not be so astonished. However, the intensity of the waves emanating from the gale, lightning, and flames is undeniably potent, far surpassing that of ordinary flames. The very fact that the feathers were incinerated affirms this. These feathers are no ordinary feathers. Even if cast into a volcano, they could endure for half an hour. The ability to completely melt them in less than a second only serves to illustrate the terrifying strength of this flame. Meanwhile, the temperature within the academy surged rapidly. In merely 5 seconds, the overall temperature escalated by at least 10 degrees. Many students, sensing something amiss, began to observe their surroundings with urgency. Before long, an increasing number of students took notice of the towering flames that reached a full 20 meters. The academy is ablaze. How peculiar. The flames are hundreds of meters away, yet the temperature here is rising. Under normal circumstances, heat could not possibly travel this far. The students merely watched from afar, not intending to intervene. They were not foolish, understanding what actions were prudent and which were not. Lin Bei, standing at the heart of the flames, gazed skyward. Despite the multitude of flames obstructing his view, his gaze pierced through the layers of fire, fixated upon the sky above. The ability to dissolve those feathers in an instant proves that his flame's power has surpassed the hardness of the purple feather-split cloud eagle's feathers. It appears that victory is assured. As these thoughts echoed in his mind, Lin Bei activated the exclusive space of the fiery rock armored dragon, releasing it from within. Buzz! Immediately, a resonant dragon's roar reverberated throughout the third academy. Bai Zhou, still reeling from shock, quickly regained his composure and turned his gaze towards the source of the dragon's cry. To his astonishment, he discovered that the roar emanated from the very flames before him. Suddenly, a terrifying notion surged into Bai Zhou's mind. Gulp! He could not help but swallow hard, his voice trembling as he stammered. A dragon? No. It can't be. Buzz! With another dragon's roar, a colossal figure burst forth from the flames, soaring into the sky. It was none other than the fiery rock armored dragon. Simultaneously, the flames on the ground dissipated, revealing Lin Bei unscathed. He calmly looked up at the sky, a hint of amusement in his tone as he remarked, "Please, do not hold back." To Lin Bei, Bai Zhou held significant value. Moreover, there was no enmity between them. To strike too severely at this moment would only hinder his plans. The fiery rock armored dragon nodded its massive head, showing no dissent to its master's command. The next second, it began to sway its body, slowly approaching the purple feather-split cloud eagle. Meanwhile, the purple feather-split cloud eagle instinctively felt an unsettling pressure, the weight of its bloodline bearing down upon it. The moment the fiery rock armored dragon appeared in the sky, most students in the academy beheld it. Instantly, gasps of astonishment erupted. Holy cow! It's a dragon! My goodness! I'm actually seeing a dragon. Why is a dragon appearing here? Wang Yuling, who remained in the school, naturally witnessed the unfolding drama. Instinctively, she raised her hand to cover her mouth. Her eyes wide as she gazed at the fiery rock armored dragon in the sky, incredulously muttering, "This dragon looks just like Brother Bei's." As her suspicions were confirmed, Bai Zhou's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. It is indeed a dragon. Goodness! He had never imagined that this person who attacked him had tamed a dragon as a pet. Soon after, Bai Zhou stumbled upon an even more shocking revelation. This dragon seemed to be the very one they had encountered days prior in the magical beast forest. From its appearance to its characteristics, it was nearly identical, the only difference being its size. Could it be him? With this thought, Bai Zhou quickly looked down at Lin Bei. The more he observed, the more convinced he became of his conjecture. For Lin Bei's silhouette was strikingly similar to that shadow from that day. Consequently, Bai Zhou's confusion deepened. What on earth could have transpired to compel such a mysterious being to seek him out personally? Meanwhile, the battle in the sky had erupted. The fiery rock armored dragon, engulfed in flames, unleashed a torrent of fire towards the purple feather-split cloud eagle. Boom, boom. Massive fireballs rained down upon the purple feather-split cloud eagle. The turbulent currents in the air warped in response. The purple feather-split cloud eagle flapped its wings repeatedly, evading the oncoming fireballs time and again. Yet, it was ultimately unable to evade them all, occasionally succumbing to a fireball's impact. Each time struck, portions of its feathers ignited instantaneously. While minor damage would leave its feathers charred, severe impacts could incinerate them entirely. However, that was the extent of the damage. It would not suffer any greater injury. After all, the purple feather-split cloud eagle was formidable in its own right. Using feather attacks was merely one of its weaker tactics. The true power of the azure feather cloud-rending eagle lies in its ability to strike through the very fabric of the sky with its wings. A mere flick of its appendage can tear asunder an entire layer of clouds. Hence, it is aptly named the cloud-rending eagle. However, due to the overwhelming density of fireballs, the azure feather cloud-rending eagle is rendered incapable of unleashing this formidable power. It is not weak. It merely faces an adversary that counters its strengths. To subdue the azure feather cloud-rending eagle, the blazing rock-armored dragon must resort to its enhanced flame abilities. Observing that the battle had reached a decisive juncture, Lin Bei once again unfurled the wind and thunder wings that manifested behind him, swiftly soaring to stand before Baizhou. Your prowess is commendable. Would you be interested in joining me to avert this impending calamity? Though the outcome of the battle had yet to be conclusively determined, it had already unveiled numerous truths. Baizhou, regaining his composure, wore an expression of utmost gravity. Is this calamity severe? In the next moment, Lin Bei replied, initially, it will only cause Nanshan City to fall. As for what follows, I fear the entire world shall not escape unscathed. Despite the brevity of their exchange, Baizhou grasped the gravity of the situation. Thus, he cast aside any hesitation. Take me with you. Lin Bei nodded with satisfaction, content with the outcome. Excellent. Quickly gather the other deans. I shall disclose everything to you. Chapter 75, Convergence. Gravity. Action. Almost instantaneously upon concluding his words, Baizhou commenced contacting the other deans. Meanwhile, Lin Bei remained in the dean's office. The brief skirmish had afforded him insight into his current abilities. They were insufficient. Only the upgraded flames could subdue Lin Bei's beast. All other powers could merely achieve parity. Although he had gained an advantage in the preceding conflict, Lin Bei's spirit remained humble as he recognized his own shortcomings. Therefore, he resolved to allow the radiant heavenly white dragon and the six-winged thunderstorm dragon the opportunity to enhance their capabilities as well. System, prepare for upgrades. Concurrently, the other 5 deans, upon receiving Baizhou's summons, departed their respective academies with grave expressions, hastening towards the 3rd academy. Merely a quarter of an hour later, the 5 deans arrived at the 3rd academy, converging with Baizhou. The 6 of them stood in silence within the dean's office, gazing at Lin Bei, who wore a mask, their expressions a complex tapestry of surprise, suspicion, and shock. Following a brief exchange with Baizhou, the 5 had gleaned the recent occurrences. They were also made aware of the impending catastrophe. At this juncture, Lin Bei had completed his communication with the system. Not only had he upgraded the capabilities of the 2 dragons, but he had also initiated the evolution of the radiant heavenly white dragon within its dedicated space. The upgraded ability of the radiant heavenly white dragon was the purifying force that dispels evil, while the enhancement of the 6-winged thunderstorm dragon was the power of thunder. Both abilities were undeniably formidable. Clearly, their collective strength had once again ascended. With all present, Lin Bei retracted his thoughts and approached the 6 deans. His voice resonated as he began, I am aware that some of you harbor doubts regarding my words. Nevertheless, regardless of your belief, it is imperative that you attentively heed what I am about to disclose. In an instant, the 6 deans' focus sharpened. Understanding that they were on the cusp of uncovering the truth, they set aside all distractions, preparing to listen with rapt attention. Soon, Lin Bei's voice echoed once more. The source of this calamity is the Shanghai Organization. Upon hearing the name of the Shanghai Organization, the eyes of the 6 deans widened uncontrollably. Despite never having encountered the Shanghai Organization, they had all heard of it and were aware of its nature. Thus, they could no longer dismiss Lin Bei as a harbinger of unfounded fears. If it were indeed the Shanghai Organization, then a true calamity loomed. You, please continue. Yet Lin Bei refrained from further speech, instead retrieving his phone from his spatial ring and displaying a photograph he had previously taken. The image unmistakably depicted the hybrid Taotai egg. As he raised the phone for the 6 deans to see, he spoke again. The Shanghai Organization has brought a batch of hybrid beast eggs to Nanshan City. Lin Bei succinctly articulated the actions of the Shanghai Organization. He revealed everything he could regarding Huang Baxiang, the evil soul, the 18 individuals, and the 18 eggs. However, certain details remained confidential. such as his membership among those 18. As the 6 deans absorbed this information, they instinctively fell into silence. Reflecting on the recent peculiar behaviors of the Huang family, they could largely affirm the reliability of Lin Bei's claims. After a prolonged pause, the first dean sighed deeply, his tone laden with complexity as he inquired, "How do we prevent this calamity?" He fully recognized the gravity of the situation. How could they allow those eggs to hatch? Nanshan City would need to be reduced to ruins. In response, Lin Bei had already devised a strategy for addressing the matter. His intentions were not born of impulsiveness. He had his own plans. It is simple. We must first exert all efforts to thwart those 18 individuals and seize the items they obtained from the Shanghai organization. Hand over those 18 beast eggs to me. I shall take responsibility for dealing with them. Upon hearing Lin Bei's demand for the 18 beast eggs, the 6 deans felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, Lin Bei was still a stranger to them, and they could not ascertain his trustworthiness. Recklessly surrendering the 18 eggs did not seem a prudent choice. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice continued. You are well aware of the hatching process of those beast eggs and know that they bear a soul imprint, rendering them useless to you even if given. I possess the means to handle these beast eggs. As for the weapons and equipment those individuals have acquired, I have no interest in any of it. His disinterest in the weapons was palpable. Moreover, Lin Bei's assertion was indeed valid. The hybrid beast eggs were of no use to the 6 deans, given the powerful soul imprint they bore. After absorbing Lin Bei's words, the 6 deans fell into contemplative silence, exchanging glances laden with unspoken thoughts. After a full 10 seconds of quiet deliberation, the first dean finally turned to Lin Bei, his voice imbued with gravity. Very well. It is settled then. We shall first strike against those 18 individuals and subsequently confront that scoundrel Huang Baxiang. All the beast eggs shall belong to you, while the equipment and similar items will be ours. Furthermore, the wealth of the Huang family will also be appropriated by our 6 colleges. The heads of the 6 colleges harbor their own ambitions. They will not overlook any opportunity to enhance the strength of their institutions. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei nodded decisively. No problem. I only desire those hybrid beast eggs. Although others might perceive this choice as a considerable loss, given the daunting difficulty of hatching them and the lack of control over the outcome, Lin Bei understood the immense value these beast eggs held for him. Indeed, they were far more significant than any treasures or the Huang family's wealth. The 6 heads exchanged glances, satisfaction evident in their expressions regarding the outcome. When shall we commence our actions? They inquired, aware that they would show no mercy in this endeavor. Moreover, numerous conflicts existed between the 6 colleges and the Huang family. A subtle smile crept onto Lin Bei's face. Concealed beneath his mask, let us act now. A delay of even a second could heighten the risks. At that moment, the 17 individuals who had acquired the hybrid beast eggs had already embarked on their respective missions, leaving no time to squander. Otherwise, the situation would only worsen. Upon hearing Lin Bei's response, Bai Zhou felt somewhat at a loss. How shall we proceed? We only know that 18 individuals obtained beast eggs, yet we remain unaware of their identities. To act under such circumstances is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As soon as his words fell, Lin Bei produced a secret formula. Striding over to the 6 heads, he unveiled the formula before their eyes. This is the recipe for the Blood Fury pill, which will transform any beast that consumes it. Here is the formula for you. Study it, and you shall ascertain the identities of our targets. This document was merely a backup that Lin Bei had transcribed. He would not foolishly reveal the original version, as that would only invite trouble upon himself. Furthermore, by presenting this formula, he aimed to bolster the motivation of the 6 heads. Securing a recipe before taking action would surely invigorate their resolve. The 6 heads wasted no time, eagerly accepting the formula and delving into their research immediately. Observing this, Lin Bei turned his gaze toward the window. He had much yet to accomplish. While you undertake your actions, I shall compile a list. I will succeed by tomorrow morning at the latest. Until then, we shall reconvene at the usual place. With that, Lin Bei did not wait for further comments from the 6 heads. He transformed, manifesting his wind and thunder wings, and took flight from the scene. As for the usual place, he trusted that everyone present understood it to be the heart of the beast forest. The 6 heads watched Lin Bei's departing figure until he vanished from sight, at which point they began their deliberations. Do you find this fellow trustworthy? Why has he chosen to confide in us? Moreover, why does he desire only those 18 beast eggs? No matter how I ponder, it remains perplexing. Their discussion grew increasingly fervent, surpassing the usual intensity. Ultimately, the 6 heads arrived at a highly plausible conclusion. They believed Lin Bei was a member of a formidable organization, an entity that stood in stark opposition to the mountain and sea organization, one fundamentally different in nature. Only this explanation seemed to make sense. After a brief moment, The head of the first college approached the window and gazed in the direction Lin Bei had departed, as if deep in thought. With a serious tone, he addressed the others. Esteemed colleagues, this matter is of utmost importance. We cannot afford any complacency. Should Nan City fall, our 6 colleges will meet the same fate. Even without the first head's admonition, the other heads understood the gravity of the situation. They were not fools. Indeed, we must exert ourselves to the utmost, not only to avert this catastrophe, but also to ensure our own growth. To the Beast Forest, then. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed, and the 6 heads returned to their respective colleges. They planned to delegate their college affairs to their subordinates before pursuing those 18 individuals. After distancing himself from the college, Lin Bei found a secluded spot to land. He swiftly departed, seamlessly blending into the crowd without drawing any attention. Rather than investigating the Huang family directly, he returned home first. He had a gift pack yet to unseal. Before long, Lin Bei arrived at his residence. The moment he stepped inside, he commanded the system, "Open the secondary advancement gift pack." In the next instant, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Secondary advancement gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received a common reward, 10 Tier 2 Beast Spirit Pills. Congratulations, host. You have received a common reward, 6 million in starting funds. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, a small beast containment space. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, the Holy Sword Reincarnation. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, 1 random talent extraction opportunity. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, 1 random dragon extraction opportunity. All rewards have been distributed. Please check them at your convenience. The rewards remained at 6, with the quantity of special rewards reaching a remarkable 4. As he received these rewards, Lin Bei grasped their significance. The small beast containment space was a larger version of the beast containment bag, capable of housing any beast. The Holy Sword Reincarnation was a sword known as Reincarnation, the specific functionalities of which required practical experience to unveil. The random talent extraction offered the chance to acquire a new talent, encompassing all talents the system could provide, none of which were subpar. As for the final special reward, Lin Bei was particularly familiar, a random dragon extraction. Perfect. I am in need of a dragon. Without hesitation, he utilized this reward, Extract Dragon. The moment he finished speaking, the system's notification resonated. Ding. Commencing random dragon extraction. Extraction successful. You have drawn a young void dragon. In an instant, information about the void dragon surged into Lin Bei's mind, and he came to comprehend the nature of the void dragon. Born from the void, existing within it, and perishing in it, this dragon possesses the extraordinary abilities of traversing and controlling the void. Any adversary it encounters ultimately succumbs to the devouring darkness. The void dragon, yet another exceptionally powerful dragon. In certain respects, the might of the void dragon surpasses that of the other 3 dragons. Due to the pressing nature of time and the fact that the void dragon was currently in slumber, Lin Bei refrained from releasing the creature. Instead, he hastily opted to employ another essential reward, the extraction of a random talent. The system's prompt resonated. Ding. Commencing random talent extraction. Extraction successful. The talent you have drawn this time is Chaos Affinity Talent. Chaos, one of the 4 fiends. How astonishing that this would be the talent granted to him. Apologies, this system can only provide such a talent. Without delving further into the other rewards, Lin Bei swiftly departed from his home, purposefully making his way to the Huang family. Having joined the Huang family and received considerable attention from the vengeful souls, he easily gained entry into their residence. At this moment, the Huang family appeared somewhat desolate, with most members absent. This presented a tremendous opportunity that Lin Bei would not allow to slip by. Chapter 77, Secrets Hidden Beneath the Ground. Although Lin Bei had not been a member of the Huang family for long, he had garnered a rough understanding of which areas held significance for them. Thus, he promptly directed himself towards several crucial locations within the Huang estate. To acquire vital information, one must start from such places. Soon, Lin Bei arrived at the document storage room of the Huang family. The entrance was unguarded, and the entire area exuded an eerie silence. He surmised the reason for this situation. Had everyone been mobilized? It seemed that Huang Baxian had sensed a looming threat. However, Lin Bei merely pondered this briefly, not wishing to squander too much time. He then stepped directly into the document storage room. Upon entering, Lin Bei was greeted by an array of meticulously organized documents, numbering in the multitude. Each bore a date, with the most recent being today and the earliest dating back several centuries. Clearly, the Huang family had existed for a considerable length of time. Suppressing his curiosity, Lin Bei approached the document dated most recently and opened it. What he found recorded within was precisely the events of today, the 18 individuals who had received the hybrid beast eggs, along with the treasures each had acquired. This was the information he sought. To his surprise, the Huang family had documented this with remarkable detail. Initially, Lin Bei had intended to locate the members' records and identify the 17 corresponding individuals, but he had not anticipated such smooth progress. After transferring this document into his system space, his gaze drifted toward the farthest records. There lay a document from hundreds of years ago. It was at this moment that the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Successfully triggered a chain quest. Please proceed to examine the Huang family's records and uncover the monumental secret hidden within. Upon completing this task, you will successfully trigger the next stage of the quest. After fulfilling a series of chain quests, the host will receive corresponding rewards. Now, Lin Bei's interest in these documents intensified. Could it truly trigger a chain quest? This was decidedly extraordinary. How intriguing. What secrets lay concealed within these files? As his thoughts settled, he advanced forward without hesitation. Soon, Lin Bei arrived at the location of the first record, unhesitatingly flipping it open and diligently reading the text within. This initial document contained no hidden secrets. It merely chronicled the early establishment of the Huang family. Lacking utility, he swiftly moved on to the third volume. Following the third came the fourth, and yet the contents remained trivial and inconsequential. Over the lengthy timeline of the Huang family's rise and fall, they had encountered numerous events. However, Lin Bei held little interest in the family's foundational history. He was solely focused on uncovering what he desired. It was not until he reached the ninth volume that he stumbled upon a remarkable revelation. Within this document lay an astonishing secret. As he perused the recorded contents, his breath quickened with anticipation. Although South Mountain City appeared to be an ordinary city on the surface, it was far from simple. Many years prior, the then head of the Huang family, through a series of fortunate circumstances, unearthed a monumental secret. Beneath South Mountain City, 1,000 meters deep, lay a mysterious sealing array. He had been fortunate enough to descend once, but due to his insufficient strength, he could only reach the periphery of the sealing array. Yet, even from that vantage point, the then head of the Huang family acquired an immense fortune, one substantial enough to establish the Huang family as the dominant power of South Mountain City. Moreover, he heard 4 distinct sounds emanating from the sealing array, one resembling a dragon's roar, another akin to a tiger's growl, a third reminiscent of a bird's chirp, and the last, a sound that was both a rumble and the rush of flowing water. He brought all the wealth back to the surface and swiftly ascended to the status of South Mountain City's ruler, yet he inadvertently left his soul trapped below. In the ensuing days, the then head of the Huang family became obsessively fixated on studying the underground seal. However, he ultimately failed to unlock it or uncover the origins of the sealing array. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his belief that if the underground seal could be unraveled, the Huang family would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Consequently, he conveyed this matter to the next generation of the Huang family head, who then passed it down to the subsequent generation. This ambition became entrenched in the Huang family's legacy. Yet, as fate would have it, over the protracted passage of time, the Huang family endured numerous tribulations and had long since lost their former dominance. Naturally, their research into the underground seal came to a halt. After a considerable time, Lin Bei finally closed the 9th document, firmly imprinting its contents in his memory. So that was it. No wonder Huang Baxian aspired to become the sovereign of South Mountain City. According to the recorded information, the seal was exceptionally vast, encompassing the entire central region of South Mountain City. To conduct research on it would inevitably draw the attention of other families and several academies. Thus, Huang Baxian acted as he did. Although he needed to rely on the power of the Mountain and Sea Organization, should he succeed, he would promptly extricate himself from their grasp. To put it plainly, it was merely a matter of mutual exploitation. At that moment, the system's notification chime resonated once more. Ding! The host has successfully completed the first phase of the task. The second phase of the task has been activated. Ding! Please proceed to the seal array and verify the veracity of the documented claims. Even if the system had not issued a task, Lin Bei had already entertained this notion. The 4 distinct sounds recorded piqued his interest, for within the seal array, there were the dragon's roar, the tiger's howl, the chirping of birds, and the sound of flowing water, each entirely different. It bore a striking resemblance to a memory he held. The mere thought of that dragon's roar was sufficient to compel Lin Bei to investigate further. He simply had to see for himself. As he resolved to pursue this path, a voice of astonishment echoed behind him. Who are you? Why are you in the Huang family's sacred ground? The voice unmistakably belonged to Huang Baxian. Chapter 78, Confrontation. Gazing at the vaguely familiar figure ahead, Huang Baxian furrowed his brow with intensity. His eyes, wide with fury, reflected a profound anger. For not only had he spotted Lin Bei's silhouette, but he also beheld the document Lin Bei held in his grasp. No one in the Huang family was more acutely aware of the contents of this ninth document than he. Damn it, how could someone have accessed this document? In the present Huang family, a strict rule forbade those without the primary bloodline from approaching this place. Typically, the only individuals permitted near were those few whom Huang Ba Xian deemed trustworthy and who would never dare defy his orders. The decision not to conceal that document was made to avoid inciting unnecessary suspicion. Sometimes, leaving important items in inconspicuous locations is the safest course of action. No matter how he considered it, Huang Ba Xian never anticipated encountering a stranger here today. His purpose for coming was merely to retrieve another, less significant document. At that moment, Lin Bei's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Though he had mentally prepared for unexpected circumstances, facing Huang Ba Xian was far beyond his expectations. Yet, the situation had escalated to a point of no return. Lin Bei was not naive enough to believe that Huang Ba Xian would spare him. If the roles were reversed, he would act the same. The best course of action upon discovering such a crucial secret would be to eliminate the threat. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei slowly turned to meet Huang Ba Xian's gaze. After all, he had already completed all he needed to do within the Huang family. Even if his identity was revealed now, it mattered little. In the next moment, Huang Ba Xian's voice rang out. Lin Bei? How could it be you? In the span of mere seconds, he contemplated numerous possibilities, trying to deduce the identity of the figure before him. Yet the outcome remained utterly unforeseen. An individual who should not have been present at all. However, Lin Bei chose not to respond immediately. Instead, he carefully stowed the ninth document within the confines of the system space. The information contained within was far too vital. The fewer who knew, the better. Once this task was accomplished, he finally spoke. And what of it? His tone was remarkably indifferent, as if he were merely addressing an ordinary middle-aged man. In an instant, Huang Ba Xian sensed something amiss, his brow furrowing even tighter. This sensation was unsettling. Being scrutinized by someone he regarded as a mere leech felt akin to an insult. Yet, Huang Ba Xian refrained from erupting in anger, instead suppressing his discomfort to inquire, "Did you read the contents within?" For him, this matter was of utmost importance. If Lin Bei had perused the document, Huang Ba Xian would show no mercy, even if Lin Bei was a chosen one of the evil spirit. In comparison to the Shanghai organization, he deemed the secrets of the Huang family far more paramount. Lin Bei did not deny it in the slightest. Indeed, he understood that even denying it would serve little purpose. After all, he was standing right there, and he had just held the document. To claim he had not seen it, Huang Ba Xian, not being a fool, would never accept such a statement. In that fleeting moment, the room fell into an oppressive silence, both men acutely aware of each other's breathing. Half a minute elapsed before Huang Ba Xian's voice broke the stillness. "Since that is the case, do not blame my ruthlessness. Remember, what brings about your demise is your insatiable curiosity." Though he perceived Lin Bei as no threat, caution remained paramount. The optimal course of action was to eliminate every potential threat. As he spoke, Huang Ba Xian advanced toward Lin Bei, drawing forth a silver longsword forged from precious materials. Gripping it tightly in his hand, he had originally hoped to utilize Lin Bei to persuade Wang Yuling to serve the Huang family. Yet, it appeared that was no longer feasible. To prevent any future retribution from her, it would be best to eliminate her as well. Just wait. She will soon join you in the afterlife. In Huang Ba Xian's estimation, Wang Yuling posed a greater threat than Lin Bei. Thus, he resolved to act accordingly. As Huang Ba Xian approached, Lin Bei remained steadfast, his expression betraying not a hint of change. "Oh, you don't even summon your pet? You truly underestimate me. I hope you won't regret it later." Clearly, he was prepared for a confrontation. At those words, Huang Ba Xian momentarily faltered, unable to process the implication. He even questioned whether he had misheard. How could a mere leech dare utter such words? Absurd. Utterly ludicrous. To deal with a waste like you, I need not summon my beloved pet. Lin Bei chose to remain silent. He understood that no amount of words could match the weight of reality. In no time, Huang Ba Xian closed the distance, leaving less than 5 meters between them. The battle could erupt at any moment. With a swift step, the gap shrank to 2 meters. Observing Lin Bei's unwillingness to evade, Huang Ba Xian raised his sword, striking downwards without hesitation. Whoosh! A silver flash descended, moving with incredible speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. The air split as the keen edge of the sword cleaved through it, dispersing in all directions. Simultaneously, Lin Bei retrieved the holy sword reincarnation from the system space, brandishing it in front of him. Bang! In an instant, the two swords clashed, producing a crisp sound of impact. Witnessing this, Huang Ba Xian was momentarily taken aback, as the situation unfolded in a manner he had not anticipated. Blocked. Before he could fully comprehend the turn of events, Lin Bei executed a new maneuver. Whoosh, whoosh. A torrent of dragon flames surged forth from his arms, enveloping the Holy Sword reincarnation. In the blink of an eye, the Holy Sword reincarnation transformed into a blade of fire. Yet, the transformation of the Holy Sword reincarnation did not cease there. Whoosh. Lin Bei took a deep breath and, with a grave tone, declared, "Reincarnation." At that very moment, all the flames surrounding the Holy Sword reincarnation were drawn into its core in the blink of an eye. A second later, those vanished flames reemerged, their ferocity and intensity far surpassing that of just a moment ago. To induce a cycle of power is the very essence of the Holy Sword reincarnation's ability. Chapter 79, Fierce. The Flames of Reincarnation. Whoosh. As the flames surged forth once more, the temperature in the surrounding space escalated dramatically. In an instant, it reached several hundred degrees. This temperature exceeded the limits of human endurance. Feeling the searing heat that threatened to scorch his skin, a twinge of pain surfaced on Huang Baxiang's face. How could this be? He was bewildered. He never anticipated such an outcome. Originally, Huang Baxiang believed he could easily eliminate Lin Bei. Yet now, the tides had turned in a most peculiar manner. Not only had he failed to kill Lin Bei, but he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Wasn't he just a useless man relying on women? How could this happen? Even Huang Baxiang, despite his foolishness, realized that the intelligence he had gathered was flawed. Lin Bei, he was absolutely not as the information suggested. He harbored numerous secrets behind him. Step. Quickly suppressing his shock and astonishment, Huang Baxiang hastily retreated a few steps, widening the gap between himself and Lin Bei. Subsequently, he prepared to utter something. However, Lin Bei did not grant him the opportunity. After all, this was a battle, not a tea party. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei swung his sword forward with all his might. The crimson blade of light flashed by, evaporating the moisture in the surrounding air and creating a subtle distortion. As the blade descended, the flames surged, swiftly coalescing into dozens of fiery sword blades. These flaming blades, seemingly propelled by boundless energy, shot forward with remarkable speed. Lin Bei, possessing the ability to control flames, was able to accomplish such a feat. Whoosh. Whoosh. Each of these fiery sword blades resembled meteors streaking across the sky. Huang Baxiang, disregarding any further words, hastily swung his own sword, preparing to endure this wave of attacks. The range of the fiery sword blades was too vast. He had no means to evade and could only confront them head-on. 1 second later, the fiery sword blade struck. One of the flaming blades collided directly with the sword in Huang Baxiang's hand. Boom. The moment of contact ignited a tremendous explosion, engulfing Huang Baxiang in a massive inferno. A piercing scream echoed throughout the quiet room. It was unmistakably the voice of Huang Baxiang. What kind of fire is this? Merely a second after being consumed by the flames, his entire body was already covered in multiple burns. The skin exposed to the air had turned a deep red, with several areas in a state of decay. His once intact garments were now reduced to tattered remnants. Even the sword, a weapon crafted at great expense, bore several melted notches. The ferocity of this fire left Huang Baxiang utterly stunned. Both its destructive power and temperature surpassed anything he had ever comprehended. Throughout the years, Huang Baxiang had never encountered such flames. Even among the 6 grandmasters and the strongest members of the other 3 prominent families, he had never witnessed flames of such magnitude. Why? Huang Baxiang could not fathom it. Just not long ago, Lin Bei had awakened. Yet how could his power have reached such formidable heights? However, circumstances did not allow him the luxury of pondering further. 4. Another fiery sword blade had already collided with the sword he held. Naturally, the fiery blade began to explode once more. Whoosh. Instinctively gasping for breath, Huang Baxiang promptly activated his innate ability, summoning his only remaining pet, the Azure Thunder Tyrant Tortoise. At this moment, he could only rely on the strength of his pet. Otherwise, he would be scorched alive by the flames. In the next instant, the Azure Thunder Tyrant Tortoise, bearing its heavy shell, appeared and positioned itself defiantly before Huang Baxiang. Simultaneously, torrents of water surged forth from its shell, rapidly transforming into a thick curtain of water. Water and fire are inherently antagonistic. Thus, the emergence of this water curtain offered a meager reprieve from the crisis. Flames entering the water curtain would be extinguished. The water touched by the flames would boil. Meanwhile, Lin Bei lifted the Holy Sword reincarnation once more, filled with satisfaction. He was enamored with the power of the Holy Sword reincarnation. It could allow a certain force to cycle within the blade, enhancing its potency. Its only flaw was its limited capacity. While the Holy Sword reincarnation was indeed powerful, it bore constraints, unable to enhance all forces through the cycle. Lin Bei did not rush to attack. He merely observed the holy sword reincarnation in his hand. A sudden thought struck him, and he swiftly opened the system space. The inventory within the system space was abundant, yet Lin Bei's attention was captivated solely by the Void Dragon Whelp and the Void Skin. System. What would happen if I were to fuse the Void Dragon Whelp with the Void Skin? Would it result in a waste due to their similar abilities? Soon. The system's prompt resonated. It will not. When two similar powers merge, a portion of one power will undergo a mutation. The fusion of void powers with void powers is destined to cause a portion of the void power to evolve into a stronger force. As for what kind of transformation it will be, this system is uncertain. With the system's affirmative response, all of Lin Bei's concerns dissipated. Thus, he solidified the feasibility of his idea. Since that is the case, I shall subsequently fuse the Holy Sword reincarnation and the Void Skin with the Void Dragon Whelp. As the thought emerged, Lin Bei found himself filled with anticipation. What transformation might the Void Dragon hatchling undergo after merging with these two extraordinary materials? How would the void power evolve? And what alterations would the cycle of rebirth undergo? In less than a minute, the fiery blades vanished, along with the repeatedly condensed water screens. The clash between fire and water has always made it difficult to declare a victor. At last, the resource room returned to a state of normalcy. With a sigh of relief, Huang Baxiang, who had been hiding behind the Thunder Tyrant Serpent Turtle, exhaled deeply. Yet even now, he felt a lingering unease within himself. After swiftly regaining his composure, Huang Baxiang spoke to Lin Bei once more. I underestimated you. You possess such formidable artifacts. It seems I must resort to my pet to deal with you. Chapter 80, Traversing the Void. Initially, Huang Baxiang hesitated to summon his pet against Lin Bei. However, the current circumstances left him no choice. Should he refrain from doing so, he would surely face defeat. The Thunder Tyrant Serpent Turtle fixed its gaze intently on Lin Bei, and torrents of water surged forth from its body, clearly indicating its readiness for battle. At Huang Baxiang's command, it would unleash its assault. Yet Lin Bei, feeling somewhat helpless, shook his head gently. From their previous skirmish, he had gauged Huang Baxiang's strength to be roughly on par with Baijiu's. As long as he summoned the blazing rock armored dragon and utilized the upgraded dragon flame ability, he would undoubtedly secure an invincible position. Achieving ultimate victory would not pose too great a challenge. He merely needed to summon the six-winged wind thunder dragon. However, Lin Bei's purpose for coming was not to eliminate Huang Baxiang. In fact, he could not afford to kill Huang Baxiang just yet, as he required his power to hatch the hybrid Taotai egg. He absolutely could not allow for such an outcome. Otherwise, all his efforts thus far would be rendered futile. Thus, Lin Bei felt a sense of helplessness. While he could indeed kill, the timing was not right. After a moment of silence, he finally replied, "There is no need. You cannot triumph over me." His tone was remarkably nonchalant, devoid of any fear, as if he were merely stating an undeniable fact. Upon hearing this, Huang Baxiang's brow furrowed even deeper, his forehead creased with tension, and his eyes glinted with unrestrained fury. Humph. Whether I can win will be determined soon enough. My earlier disadvantage was merely due to my carelessness. I had no idea you wielded such a powerful weapon. To him, Lin Bei was a target that must be eliminated. The secret that the Huang family had guarded for years could not fall into the hands of another. Furthermore, Huang Baxiang believed Lin Bei's strength stemmed solely from the sacred sword of rebirth. In truth, his assumptions were not far from reality. The sacred sword of rebirth had indeed proven invaluable. Yet, at that moment, Lin Bei retracted the sacred sword into the system's space. Do as you wish. If you intend to kill me, you must first demonstrate that you possess the requisite strength. Just as he stored the sacred sword of rebirth, the Void Dragon hatchling, which had been resting in the system's space, awakened from its slumber. Thus, Lin Bei conceived a plan. In that instant, he summoned the Void Dragon hatchling. As it flapped its wings excitedly, soaring beside him, Lin Bei turned his gaze towards the creature. The Void Dragon resembled an eastern dragon, devoid of wings. Its scales and claws a deep purplish-black hue that exuded an air of mystery. Each scale shimmered with a grayish-white luster. Most notably, its eyes were a striking gray-white, filled with an essence that seemed to embody chaotic nothingness. In essence, this was a dragon steeped in enigmatic allure. With a soft coo, the Void Dragon expressed its satisfaction as Lin Bei affectionately stroked its head. Stunned, Huang Baxiang gaped at the scene unfolding before him, momentarily forgetting his intentions and purpose. What the hell? You actually have a dragon? Once again, the turn of events surpassed Huang Baxiang's imagination. Although his acquaintance with Lin Bei had been brief, he remained utterly oblivious to this fact. Not a single hint had crossed his path. Involuntarily gasping, a chill ran down Huang Baxiang's spine. What astonished him most was not merely the revelation of Lin Bei's dragon, but rather the sheer audacity of concealing such a matter. How terrifying! Such composure at such a young age? Huang Baxiang had encountered many exceptionally talented youths, all of whom, at Lin Bei's age, would eagerly seek recognition for their accomplishments to satisfy their vanity. Yet Lin Bei, possessing ample reason to boast, deliberately concealed his prowess, even shouldering unfavorable reputations in the process. 99.9% of gifted young individuals would find such a burden unbearable. Such a person is indeed formidable. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice resonated once more. It is time to depart. If you believe you can kill me, then feel free to attempt it. As he spoke, he moved beside the void dragon hatchling. Instantly, the hatchling understood its master's intent, activating its void power. In its gray-white eyes, a wave of inky darkness emerged. The next moment, a massive black rift materialized in the space before Lin Bei and the void dragon hatchling, forcefully tearing through reality itself. From within emanated a potent, devouring force. Books and documents surrounding them were swiftly consumed by the void, disappearing without a trace. Feeling the overwhelming pull, Lin Bei chuckled as he stepped into the rift, vanishing from the room as if he had never existed. Gulp, gulp. Witnessing such a terrifying spectacle, Huang Baxiang and the Thunder Tyrant Serpent Turtle instinctively swallowed hard, clearly shaken by the event. What in the world is this terrifying power? It can actually manipulate space. In that moment, Huang Baxiang's resolve for battle and intent to kill began to dissipate rapidly. Even the creeping sense of fear was beginning to take hold. When Lin Bei reappeared, he had already traversed a distance of at least 50 meters, having positioned himself behind Huang Baxiang in the courtyard. He spoke once more, declaring, "I told you. You cannot kill me. Indeed, with my movements eluding detection, how could you possibly achieve such a feat?" The moment the words left his lips, Lin Bei vanished into the void once again. When he reemerged, it was several dozen meters away. Due to the relative weakness of the void dragon hatchling, the distance he could traverse with each shift was limited. After quite some time, Huang Baxiang finally regained his composure. "Let us go. Pursue him." He commanded his Tsang Lei Ba Shi Gui and headed in the direction where Lin Bei had vanished. With all his might, Huang Baxiang successfully closed the distance to Lin Bei. However, upon seeing him again, Lin Bei had already arrived at yesterday's courtyard, standing before the pile of items left by the vengeful spirits. Chapter 81. A bounty of treasures. Departing the Huang family. This location was among the most vital areas of the Huang family, thus its security surpassed that of other places, which was precisely why the vengeful spirits had left these items in this courtyard. Furthermore, it was broad daylight, considerably safer than the night. His reasoning for doing so had its own purpose, to facilitate future distribution and to motivate those in search of weapons. After all, only when temptation is visible do people possess sufficient drive. Desire is indeed the greatest motivator. Gazing at the multitude of items amassed on the ground ahead, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, a thought forming in his mind. Oh, they have yet to be collected. What a splendid opportunity. The moment the words escaped his lips, he swiftly gathered all the items into the system space. In an instant, all the precious treasures vanished into thin air. Within the expansive system space, a small mountain of rare items began to accumulate. Given such a rare opportunity, Lin Bei certainly would not let it slip by. Although these items might hold little utility for him personally, they could be exchanged in the system marketplace for corresponding points. Points are of utmost importance. Huang Baxiang, witnessing the entire scene, was swiftly engulfed by a sense of unease. He understood better than anyone the value of those items. The consequences of their theft would undoubtedly be severe. It would surely incite the wrath of their original owners. Immediately, Huang Baxiang exclaimed, "What are you doing? Quickly, return those items. Simply angering me is one thing, but if you provoke Lord Vengeful Spirit, you shall be doomed to walk a path of death." In that moment, he was somewhat panicked, fearing the dire repercussions that might ensue. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. What would happen if it continued like this? Huang Baxiang dared not imagine. At least, until he had deciphered the sealing array beneath Nanshan City and obtained the vast treasures contained within, he could not afford to offend the Shanghai organization. However, Lin Bei paid no heed to Huang Baxiang. His gaze instead fixed upon the hybrid Taodai egg that had reappeared in the courtyard. Without the slightest hesitation, he strode towards the hybrid Taodai egg. Through the fissures in the eggshell, the hybrid Taodai could easily see Lin Bei approaching. Upon catching sight of him, it immediately sensed a familiar aura. Indeed, it was the same one it had encountered before. Instantly, the rage of the hybrid Taodai was reignited, and it roared furiously. Its mouth agape as if in a frenzy. Roar, roar. The air was thick with an overwhelming fury. Clearly, it had recognized Lin Bei. Unlike Huang Baxiang, the hybrid Taodai did not require visual cues to identify those who approached. It relied on the aura emanating from them. As the hybrid Taodai bellowed in fury, a fierce energy radiated from it. Merely a single night had passed, and the aura emitted by the hybrid Taotai was now even more formidable, capable of inflicting tangible destruction. Crack, crack. The nearby walls were marred by several fine fissures. The weeds sprouting from the ground withered within mere seconds, their life force swiftly dissipating. Huang Baxiang, who had been closely monitoring the area, witnessed this spectacle. His eyes widened in shock, and his breath quickened. It has grown this much overnight. So rage can indeed empower ferocious beasts. For a moment, Huang Baxiang could not afford to ponder what had just transpired. His primary concern remained becoming the lord of Nanshan City. Once the Huang family reclaimed their status, they could delve into the secrets of the sealing array below. As long as they could derive some benefits from the sealing array, the Huang family would not merely dominate Nanshan City. They would no longer be constrained by the Shanghai organization. For this objective, Huang Baxiang and the Huang family were willing to sacrifice everything. Yet Lin Bei, directly facing this overwhelming aura, remained utterly unaffected. Not even a wrinkle marred his brow. To him, that terrifying aura was akin to a gentle breeze. Oh, how unexpectedly rapid your growth is. With each step, Lin Bei approached the hybrid Taotai egg. He scrutinized it closely, his gaze filled with satisfaction, as though admiring his own possession. Consequently, the hybrid Taotai ceased its roaring, observing Lin Bei through the two cracks. It instinctively sensed something amiss. In the next moment, Lin Bei slowly raised his right hand and struck the hard eggshell with force. Thud, thud. The crisp sounds of impact resonated, and he nodded in satisfaction. Lowering his voice to address the hybrid Taotai, "Very good. Keep it up. I am still waiting for your birth." Through the changes observed in the hybrid Taotai, Lin Bei had tentatively concluded that rage could indeed accelerate its emergence. Thus, he spoke with the sole intent of provoking the creature further. As expected, upon hearing Lin Bei's nonchalant words, the hybrid Taotai's fury surged to unprecedented heights. Roar, roar. The echoes of its roars reverberated throughout the Huang family estate. Simultaneously, Huang Baxiang regained his senses, acutely aware of the hybrid Taoyai's state. What had Lin Bei done? Why? Why was this happening? Huang Baxiang was perplexed, instinctively yearning to inquire further. However, before he could open his mouth, he heard Lin Bei's voice. "Head of the Huang family, keep it up. I look forward to the day we meet again." Though his words were drowned in the cacophony of the hybrid beast's roars, they were still distinctly audible. Instantly, Huang Baxiang felt a profound bewilderment, unable to grasp the meaning behind them. Looking forward to seeing me? Is he out of his mind? At that very moment, Lin Bei activated the teleportation array, transforming into a beam of light and departing from the scene. His journey had yielded substantial rewards, rendering any further stay unnecessary. With a gasp, still reeling from shock, Huang Baxiang suddenly witnessed this spectacle, and it was as if a thunderclap erupted in his mind. This. He vividly recalled the events of that fateful night. The mysterious assailant wielding a black spear had also departed in such a manner. The same method of disappearance. Chapter 82. That organization. At this moment, Huang Baxiang's mind was consumed by the striking similarity between these two disappearances. Suddenly, a startling thought struck him. Could it be that Lin Bei and the individual from the previous day were members of the same organization? The instant this notion arose, Huang Baxiang felt an undeniable certainty. There was simply no other explanation for it. Both had tamed dragon-like beasts. Although different, they were still dragons. Both had appeared at the Huang residence, engaging with the hybrid beast. Both had inexplicably vanished from the Huang household in identical fashion. All these overlapping factors seemed to indicate the same conclusion. It had to be so. They were members of the same organization. Instinctively, Huang Baxiang did not consider the possibility that it was the same individual responsible. After all, the likelihood of them belonging to the same organization seemed far greater. In truth, he was not mistaken. Others would likely think the same. After all, not long ago, Lin Bei had been an ordinary person, exhibiting no extraordinary traits. Even the events of today had surpassed Huang Baxiang's wildest imagination. In other words, it was his own understanding that limited his perception. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had already appeared in the monster forest. Accompanying him was the Void Dragon. Observing the familiar surroundings, Lin Bei instinctively stretched his limbs, his taut nerves finally unwinding. This trip had not been in vain. Not only had he uncovered the secrets of the Huang family, but he had also acquired numerous treasures. The items procured from the Fierce Soul were far from ordinary. The lowest value among them could reach tens of millions. It was certainly a significant haul. However, the only drawback was that these items could not be sold, as doing so would attract considerable trouble. After all, these treasures belonged to the Shanghai organization. Soon, Lin Bei reined in his thoughts and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. There were no signs of life, not even the slightest sound. The monsters that typically roamed nearby had all vacated the area. The reason? They had sensed fear. In recent days, dragons had frequently appeared here, and ordinary beasts could hardly withstand such stimuli. Clearly, this place was quite safe. Having ascertained his situation, Lin Bei promptly commanded the system, retrieve all the items I acquired this time. No sooner had he spoken than the system's notification chimed. Ding. Retrieval successful. The host has earned a reward of 258,000 points. Ding. Retrieval successful. The host has earned a reward of 333,000 points. The host has earned a reward of 175,000 points. The host has earned a reward of. The system's notifications continued for a while before ceasing. As the majority of the items obtained from the fierce soul had been converted into points, only a few that might prove useful later were retained in Lin Bei's system space. Ultimately, the points he accumulated reached an astonishing total of 5,500,000. Not a single point less, precisely 550,000. When converted, this sum equated to 550 million, a staggering figure. Yet, Lin Bei did not feel overly elated. He understood that 550,000 points could not withstand depletion. As the dragons progressed through their evolutionary stages, their point requirements would inevitably increase. Besides the points needed for dragon evolution, the routine use of the system shop would also consume a significant amount. With this realization, Lin Bei refrained from dwelling on it further. In any case, he needed to acquire more points. Just then, the system's notification sounded again. Host. When you previously evolved to maturity, the system shop also reached a new stage. If you have time, you may wish to browse. Items related to Beizhe have also appeared in the shop. To this, Lin Bei merely nodded slightly. As he had no time to explore the system shop at the moment, he had a more pressing matter to attend to. System, prepare for synthesis. In the next instant, the system's notification rang out. Please select synthesis materials. Simply state their names. A minimum of 3 synthesis materials is required each time. As the system's prompt concluded, Lin Bei's voice followed suit. He had already formulated a plan for the synthesis materials. The first material, Void Dragon Hatchling. The second material, Void Skin. The third material, Holy Sword Rebirth. As he spoke, Lin Bei retrieved the Holy Sword Rebirth and the Void Skin from the system space. Although he was using the incredibly powerful Holy Sword Rebirth as a synthesis material, he felt no remorse. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. What formidable power would emerge from the fusion of Void and Rebirth? In an instant, the Void Dragon Hatchling, Void Skin, and Holy Sword Rebirth were enveloped in a dazzling white light, slowly ascending into the air. 3 seconds later, the 3 orbs of light merged into one larger orb. Ding. Synthesis in progress. Please be patient, host. Meanwhile, the fierce soul, having received the news, reappeared in the courtyard where the hybrid beast's egg resided. His expression was dark as thunderclouds, his eyes swirling with a chilling, murderous intent. Bang! Overwhelmed by rage, the fierce soul struck Huang Baxiang's chest with a fist. Boom! Huang Baxiang's chest caved in, his body hurtling backward and crashing into the wall, which crumbled under the impact, contorting his face in agony. Blood gushed forth from the corners of his mouth, a vivid crimson. Humph! The Huang family. Such a pitiful bunch. After a considerable pause, Huang Baxiang finally rose to his feet, wiping away the blood that trickled from his lips, standing silently and motionless in place. Though anger surged within him, he dared not act. Thud! Thud! After wreaking havoc, the malevolent spirit turned its gaze back to Huang Baxiang, its voice frigid as it spoke. Tell me, what exactly transpired? In response, Huang Baxiang not only refrained from concealing the truth, but rather embellished it, recounting the events and his suspicions with fervor. Upon hearing Huang Baxiang's account, the previously enraged spirit fell into silence. The expression on its face shifted from fury to gravity. Could it be that organization? Chapter 83, The Light Altar. Synthesis successful. At this moment, the spirit's demeanor was one of unprecedented seriousness, evidently contemplating something ominous. After a silent deliberation of approximately 30 seconds, it addressed Huang Baxiang once more. Are you certain that everything you stated is true? Neither the individual from that day nor Lin Bei today has been affected by the aura of the hybrid gluttonous beast? Upon hearing this, Huang Baxiang did not hesitate, fervently nodding his head and affirming, indeed, I witnessed both instances with my own eyes. They exhibited no signs of abnormality in the presence of the hybrid gluttonous beast. He would not lie about such matters, especially when the enemy was a common one. The next moment, the spirit plunged back into contemplation, its mind racing with various possibilities. After a prolonged silence, it finally exhaled deeply, turning its attention toward the hybrid gluttonous beast egg. It must be those individuals from that organization. This situation is quite troublesome. As it uttered these words, the spirit stepped closer to the hybrid gluttonous beast egg, deep in thought. Huang Baxiang, standing not far away, fought against the pains surging through his body and also moved forward. Over the years of leading the Huang family, he had developed keen skills in reading emotions. Observing the spirit's evident unease, Huang Baxiang was nearly certain that he would no longer serve as a vessel for its rage. Thus, he dared to cautiously approach and tentatively inquire, "Lord Spirit, may I ask which organization would dare oppose the Shanghai organization?" Huang Baxiang was genuinely eager to uncover this information. The Shanghai organization was already powerful enough to effortlessly produce numerous hybrid magical beast eggs and wield invaluable weapons without hesitation for strangers. This underscored the depth of their strength. Yet, another organization would audaciously challenge them? Even a moment's contemplation would reveal that any organization bold enough to confront the Shanghai organization must possess formidable power. Despite Huang Baxiang's inquiry, the spirit remained unresponsive, its gaze fixated on the hybrid gluttonous beast egg, seemingly pondering a pressing matter. Although Huang Baxiang felt a twinge of irritation, he dared not question further. He understood that his status was insignificant, rendering him unqualified to demand further answers from the Shanghai organization. As time slipped away, 3 minutes passed swiftly. At last, the spirit's voice resonated once more. That organization is called the Light Altar. After uttering this name, it paused slightly before continuing. The Light Altar is a rather unique organization. Its members are devoted to dispelling darkness and evil. It has a long history, with considerable depth and strength. For a long time, the Light Altar has been in opposition to the Shanghai organization. No, it is more accurate to say it opposes the factions under the control of the Lord of Malevolent Spirits. The Light Altar seldom confronts other lords. As it spoke, the spirit withdrew its gaze from the hybrid gluttonous beast egg. Subsequently, it produced a spatial ring. This ring appeared unremarkable, yet a terrifying aura emanated from it. Huang Baxiang instinctively glanced at it, only to be drenched in cold sweat. He felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before the ring. At that moment, the spirit's voice continued. Based on your description, the only entity capable of such feats and willing to undertake such actions must be the Light Altar. As articulated, the spirit could conceive no other possibilities. Few forces dared to oppose the Shanghai organization, and even fewer could nurture a newly awakened individual to such formidable strength in a short span while bestowing them with such divine artifacts. Thus, this was the most probable conclusion. Then, the spirit gently touched the ring, its expression one of utmost reverence as it implored, "Lord, the situation is unique. I beseech you, grant me a treasure." Thud. As the last syllable fell, it knelt before the ring. Approximately 3 seconds passed before a vast swirl of pitch-black mist erupted from the ring. This dark mist lingered for but a fleeting moment, hardly lasting 2 seconds. When the mist dissipated, a vial of elixir appeared upon the ground. Exhaling deeply, the spirit picked up the vial, feeling a measure of the gravity within it dissipate. Meanwhile, at the heart of the magical beast forest, the enormous orb of light floating in the sky had begun to fissure, appearing as if it might shatter at any moment. Lin Bei's focus sharpened to a razor's edge as he gazed at the white orb above, his anticipation reaching its zenith. Finally, the synthesis was about to succeed. Crack, crack. Just as these words escaped his lips, the fissured white orb began to fragment, shards of luminous brilliance cascading from the sky toward the ground, vanishing as they fell. The scene was breathtaking, like thousands of white pear blossoms dancing in the breeze. Amidst the shower of luminous fragments, a figure, roughly the size of a van, gradually materialized. It was the synthesized void dragon. At that moment, the system's prompt chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, synthesis successful. As the notification sounded, all the fragments vanished, as if transported to another realm. Thus, Lin Bei beheld the synthesized void dragon. Overall, the transformation of the void dragon was not markedly distinct from its previous form. Its size had merely increased by approximately half, its dark purple scales now adorned with silver filigree. Amidst the flowing grayish-white sheen, a delicate touch of silver has been added. The skin seems to have thickened slightly. The most remarkable transformation has occurred in the eyes of the void dragon hatchling. Originally, its eyes were a mysterious grayish-white, but now, this pair of orbs no longer reflects only gray and white. Within those eyes, a silver sword has appeared. This sword seems to be thrust into the void. Although it merely appears as an additional design of 2 silver swords, the change it brings is monumental. The aura emanating from the hatchling's eyes has become even more formidable and enigmatic than before. Chapter 84, Designated Species. Actions from both sides. Whoosh. The void dragon hatchling gently swayed its body and seamlessly entered the void. When it reappeared, it was already before Lin Bei, moving with a speed that was somewhat terrifying. However, the hatchling felt no strangeness about this. It simply circled around its master joyfully. With each sway, it would vanish into the void, clearly elated. Witnessing this, Lin Bei's lips curled into a faint smile. It seems my choice was indeed correct, though he had yet to fully comprehend the synthesized void dragon hatchling. Seeing it traverse the void with such ease affirmed his decision. As he watched the hatchling flit through the void, Lin Bei slowly raised a hand and gently touched its body. In the next moment, a message prompt appeared in his mind. Name, unnamed. Species, dragon, void dragon. New species yet to be designated. Status, juvenile, weakest stage. Loyalty, unwaveringly devoted, always prioritizing the host. Abilities, possesses the mysterious powers of the void and reincarnation. Able to traverse the void at will, utilize void powers in combat, and harness the power of reincarnation to enhance its own strength or that of others or dragons. Furthermore, having been synthesized from 2 void-related materials, it also possesses the ability to create a void. The void created by the void dragon completely belongs to the host and is under its control. Description: the essence is a mysterious void dragon. Combined with another form of void power and endowed with reincarnation power, it will undoubtedly grow into an invincible being. Upon quickly reading this prompt, Lin Bei gained a general understanding of the synthesized void dragon hatchling. An uncontrollable surge of excitement welled up within him. Undoubtedly, the synthesized void dragon is exceptionally powerful. Its abilities have reached a level of wonder that could be deemed invincible. What a surprise! The synthesized void dragon is indeed this strong. It seems I should seize more opportunities to experiment in the future. The fusion of void powers has indeed produced an astounding transformation. Creating a void far surpasses mere traversal or combat within the void. To create a void is to become its sovereign. After a moment, Lin Bei withdrew his hand from the void dragon hatchling. With a deep breath, he looked at the hatchling and declared, "From now on, your species shall be called the Void Reincarnation Dragon." The name Void Reincarnation Dragon is both simple and direct, capturing the essence of the powers of the void and reincarnation. Merely from its name, one can discern that this must be a dragon of extraordinary power. It was then that the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Species designation successful. The true name gift pack for the Void Reincarnation Dragon has been successfully issued. Although he had received the true name gift pack, Lin Bei continued to observe the Void Reincarnation Dragon. He had just designated its species name, yet he had not yet decided what to call it in daily life. Rather than simply referring to it by its species name, a unique endearment would be more fitting. After a silent contemplation of about 20 seconds, Lin Bei finally conceived a delightful name. From now on, I shall call you Asu. An endearment is an endearment, and a species name is a species name. Both can coexist without conflict. Having completed these tasks, Lin Bei chose to open the True Name Gift Pack. Ding! Void Reincarnation Dragon True Name Gift Pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. 1 random extraction opportunity for Void Reincarnation Dragon abilities. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward. 1 random upgrade opportunity for Void Reincarnation Dragon abilities. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward. Exclusive space for the Void Reincarnation Dragon. 3 rewards, just as before. However, Lin Bei did not immediately utilize the rewards. His understanding of the Void Reincarnation Dragon was still quite limited. It would be prudent to wait until he has sufficient insight before using these 2 opportunities. Soon, Lin Bei departed from the center of the Beast Forest. He had many matters to attend to. A second later, Lin Bei returned to his home. Without lingering, he swiftly exited his residence. Undoubtedly, Huang Baxiang must already be keeping a close watch on him. Remaining at home would be akin to inviting trouble. He sought out a relatively safe location and began to communicate with the system. Time was of the essence. He needed to ensure the growth of his dragons. Perfect. Each of the 4 dragons had their own exclusive space, allowing for seamless advancement, and his points were sufficient. Meanwhile, within the Huang family, the Soul of Fury had delivered a vial of elixir to Huang Baxiang, who patted him firmly on the shoulder and spoke. This vial of elixir was concocted by the esteemed master. When fed to the hybrid glutton during its growth and incubation, it can accelerate its maturation and hatching speed, provide a moderate amount daily before hatching, and after hatching, administer it all at once. Furthermore, we should change our location. Since we have been targeted by the Radiant Altar, we cannot remain here any longer. Huang Baxiang wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Having encountered such occurrences twice already, staying any longer would only attract increasing trouble. You are right. Where should we head next? As soon as he finished speaking, the Soul of Fury pointed to the ground, and his voice resonated, to below. To that place your Huang family has always been concerned about. In an instant, Huang Baxiang's eyes widened instinctively, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Clearly, he was taken aback. How could anyone possibly know of the secrets beneath the ground? You, how do you know this? The Soul of Fury retracted his hand, casting a disdainful glance at Huang Baxiang. Otherwise, did you think a mere Huang family would uncover the secrets beneath the ground? After a brief pause of 3 seconds, he continued, but you need not worry. The sealing array beneath is one that can only be unraveled by the bloodline of the local inhabitants of South City. Therefore, we shall refrain from taking any action. Huang Baxiang remained silent, lost in contemplation for an extended period, grappling with the existential questions of life. The secret that he and his entire family had diligently safeguarded was now on the verge of exposure. Before they knew it, darkness had descended. Having expended a considerable amount of points to initiate the evolution of all dragons, Lin Bei underwent a transformation of his own and made his way once more to the heart of the beast forest. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the 6 esteemed deans who had been awaiting him. Chapter 85. A storm is brewing. Time is of the essence. After several hours of investigation and intelligence gathering, the 6 deans fully grasped the gravity of the situation. The ghastly remains scattered throughout the forest, along with the bloodstains visible in every corner, all signified that a calamity was imminent. Thus, when they saw Lin Bei, masked and arriving at this location, they could not contain themselves and exclaimed, "You have finally come. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Have you gathered the list? Are we ready to commence our actions?" At this moment, the 6 deans were eager to act. And had it not been for the vastness of the beast forest and the presence of numerous individuals within, they would not have waited until now. However, Lin Bei was unhurried, taking deliberate steps toward the 6 deans. As he approached, he spoke in a calm and composed manner. "The list is in my possession. But before I hand it over to you, we must first confirm one matter." Upon hearing that Lin Bei possessed the list, the 6 deans breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was a list, everything else would fall into place. "What is it? Please, speak freely." In the next moment, Lin Bei's voice resonated once more. "As before, my request remains unchanged. All hybrid beast eggs belong to me." Almost simultaneously with his words, several deans readily responded, "Very well. We have no objections." They truly had no objections, for retaining those hybrid beast eggs served no purpose whatsoever. Seeing their agreement, Lin Bei retrieved a handwritten list from his system space. This was a list he had transcribed earlier in the afternoon, containing merely 17 names and their corresponding rewards, notably excluding his own. Although he yearned for those beast eggs, he wished to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Upon receiving the list from Lin Bei, the 6 deans convened to examine its contents. They quickly reviewed everything inscribed upon it, to have procured such an array of precious items. Is this truly the legendary Shanghai organization? The Shanghai organization is indeed formidable. Even I would be tempted if I were in your position. Even the 6 deans, who held high status, were eager to obtain those pieces of equipment. Hearing their remarks, Lin Bei felt a peculiar sensation arise within him. If these items were indeed so precious, why then was the amount of points acquired from the system not particularly substantial? Each one was valued at merely several 100,000 points. In response, the system promptly clarified, "Rest assured, host. The prices recouped by this system reflect the most equitable value after accounting for various factors. The reason for the valuation being merely hundreds of thousands of points is that such is the true worth of these items. However, true value does not necessarily align with the prices others are willing to offer. If placed in other major cities or organizations, these items would be deemed quite ordinary. Only in a small city like South City would they be regarded as treasures." Lin Bei did not harbor any dissatisfaction regarding this. Though he had incurred a slight loss, he had circumvented potential complications. Should he attempt to sell these items, not only would the selling process be protracted, but he would also risk drawing attention from many individuals. Merely the lengthy selling period was enough to dissuade him from pursuing that course of action. With that time, he could engage in numerous other pursuits. Simultaneously, Lin Bei began to comprehend a vital truth. He could not remain in a city like South City indefinitely. It was only by venturing to those so-called major cities that he could acquire various rare materials. Only by obtaining rare materials could the dragons he synthesized become even more powerful. At this moment, the 6 deans noticed the incomplete list and promptly inquired of Lin Bei, "Why are there only 17 names inscribed? Did you not previously state that there were 18 individuals?" This had long been anticipated by Lin Bei. "You need not concern yourselves with the 18th individual. I shall handle that personally." Subsequently, the 6 deans refrained from further comments, hastily leveraging their connections to investigate the 17 individuals recorded on the list. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had elapsed, and the 6 deans had amassed a wealth of intelligence, swiftly initiating their actions to locate the target individuals within the forest. After all, the intelligence network of the 6 deans was quite formidable. Once the 6 deans had departed, Lin Bei summoned the blazing rock armor dragon, mounting its back as he began his own search for those 17 individuals. After all, he had little else to occupy his time. Meanwhile, Huang Baxiang and Xiong Hun had employed a secret technique to arrive at the site of the sealing array beneath South City. This was an immense, expansive chamber, seemingly boundless and devoid of an observable end. Huang Baxiang stood at the entrance, his eyes wide as he gazed ahead. Despite being deep underground, the area was far from dim. In the vast expanse before him, four distinct colors of light illuminated the space: green, red, white, and black. Each color occupied an equally sized quadrant: green to the east, white to the west, red to the south, and black to the north. Though these colors were inherently conflicting, they appeared remarkably harmonious, as if the very rules of the universe dictated such a state. Within these four starkly different realms, distant roars resonated from time to time. The sounds were merely faint echoes, yet they pierced through the air like shards, causing one's eardrums to feel as if they might shatter. The chaos within one's mind felt as if it were being overturned, reaching a level of disarray that was nearly unbearable. It was evident that something terrifying lurked within. Huff, huff. Huang Baxiang's breath grew increasingly labored and heavy. No matter how he attempted to steady himself, tranquility eluded him. It was not only him, even Xiong Hun, whose strength and experience surpassed Huang Baxiang's, found himself in an unprecedented state of tension. This was his first encounter with the sealing array, truly a place regarded by the organization as one of their taboos. How fearsome indeed. Alas, only the denizens of South City could unlock this seal. Otherwise, after lingering near the underground seal for a while, Xiong Hun retrieved the hybrid Taotai egg and placed it at the very edge of the sealing array. At this moment, the typically ferocious hybrid beast lay in silence, not daring to emit even the faintest growl. Instead, it remained motionless within the egg, secretly absorbing the power leaking from the seal. Observing this, the malevolent spirit lowered his voice and addressed Huang Baxiang. Quickly gather the magical beasts. If all goes well, we shall soon achieve successful hatching. Time is of the essence. Chapter 86. Unexpected gains. Acquisition of the bone dragon. Indeed, the situation had become increasingly dire. Every second counted. Both Huang Baxiang and the malevolent spirit understood this all too well. Without hesitation, Huang Baxiang nodded vigorously, his tone grave and serious as he replied, "Understood. I will issue orders to halt all other family matters. Let the family members focus entirely on gathering magical beasts." Satisfied with this response, the malevolent spirit chuckled lightly and nodded, "Good. As long as you perform well, the organization will certainly not overlook your contributions. In due time, assisting you in breaking this seal will not be an impossible feat despite the turmoil within him and the disruption of his original plans." Huang Baxiang felt powerless to resist. He never anticipated that the discovery of the underground seal by the Huang family's ancestors was so closely linked to the former Shanghai organization. Now, he was left entirely at their mercy. After a tense silence of several seconds, Huang Baxiang could only sigh internally. Sigh. It seems there is no other choice. Subsequently, the two departed, leaving behind the terrified hybrid beast, which was now far more frightened than when it had faced Lin Bei. All this was due to the presence within the seal array. The 6 deans acted independently, weaving through the magical beast forest. They summoned their pets, leaving no stone unturned in their search. With a clear objective in mind, their efforts began to yield results. In the southern part of the magical beast forest, Bai Zhou sat atop the purple feather cloud eagle, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the ground below. Among his sights was one of the 17 target individuals. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This individual commanded a serpent possessing 7 types of venom, relentlessly attacking the surrounding magical beasts. The state of the snake-type magical beast was far from normal. Its once pitch-black eyes were now bloodshot, as if it had not closed its eyes for 3 days and nights. The tumultuous flow of blood within its body could even be discerned from its exterior. Clearly, it had consumed a blood fury pill. Swoosh, swoosh. Various types of venom were spewed forth, mercilessly splattering onto the bodies of nearby magical beasts. Any magical beast struck by the venom would collapse, devoid of sensation. Once all surrounding magical beasts lay incapacitated, the target individual would retrieve the hybrid beast egg and gather the fallen beasts beside it. He would then employ the secret techniques of the Shanghai organization to inject the life force of the fallen beasts into the hybrid beast egg. Witnessing this scene, Bai Zhou felt a chill running down his spine. Magical beasts cultivated in such a manner could never be deemed normal. What he spoke was indeed true. If these individuals were allowed to cultivate magical beasts in this fashion, it would spell disaster for Nanshan City. The Shanghai organization was truly a formidable entity. If the master of the beast egg upon hatching were these individuals, the situation might not be particularly dire. However, the master would inevitably be a powerful figure within the Shanghai organization. Contemplating this, Bai Zhou hesitated no longer and commanded the purple feather cloud eagle to descend, unleashing his full strength in an attack. Avian magical beasts inherently countered serpent-type beasts, and Baijiu's strength far exceeded that of the target individual. Therefore, the battle was devoid of suspense, with the purple feather cloud eagle emerging victorious. Simultaneously, Baijiu swiftly eliminated the target individual. Everything occurred in a flash. Although the target had weapons obtained from the malevolent spirit for protection, he had no time to utilize them. The purpose behind the malevolent spirit providing these weapons was solely for use against magical beasts, to expedite the growth of the beast eggs, without any ulterior motives. Moreover, the malevolent spirit had not anticipated that the 6 deans would intervene in this matter. Thus, such an outcome was quite natural. After collecting the target's spatial ring and the beast egg, Baijiu departed at the fastest speed. This magical beast egg was indeed not suited to remain in their possession. It would not only offer no assistance, but could also cloud their judgment. Having moved for merely 5 minutes, he encountered Lin Bei, who was also advancing. This coincidence took Baijiu by surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. Without the slightest hesitation, he handed the magical beast egg to Lin Bei and then proceeded to another location. Observing the new hybrid beast egg within the spatial ring, Lin Bei temporarily landed on the ground. System, analyze the bloodline within. Soon, the system's prompt echoed. Ding. 10,000 points have been deducted. Bloodline analysis commencing. Bloodline analysis in progress. Bloodline analysis complete. The 2 bloodlines within this hybrid egg are Qiongqi and black-patterned giant python. Lin Bei shook his head in disappointment. Dissatisfied with the bloodlines of the beast egg, it turned out that only one of the bloodlines was considered special. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, the system's prompt continued. Ding. This hybrid magical beast egg can serve as a cultivation material for another hybrid magical beast egg. The efficacy is significantly more efficient than the methods of the Shanghai organization. Does the host wish to spend 100,000 points to convert this beast egg into nutrients? Taken aback, Lin Bei had originally sought these magical beast eggs solely to prevent them from falling into the hands of others, never anticipating such an unexpected benefit. The fact that it could be used to nurture his own magical beast egg was indeed serendipitous. Spending 100,000 points was hardly a concern for him. Converted. In the next moment, as the 100,000 points dissipated, the hybrid egg of the serpent and Qiongqi transformed into a warm current, flowing into the hybrid egg of chaos and Yinglong. Crack. A minuscule fissure appeared on the surface of the hybrid egg. The effect was remarkable. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several dozen hours had passed. During this time, Lin Bei remained within the magical beast forest. Not only he, but the 6 deans, the target individuals, and members of the Huang family were also predominantly in the magical beast forest. All factions seemed to have gone mad, striving to fulfill their objectives. That morning, Lin Bei awoke early and made his way to the very center of the magical beast forest. A faint smile adorned his countenance, for today marked the day of the next dragon's release. Ding! Dragons have been released this week. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bone dragon hatchling. Chapter 87. Next week's dragon. Lin Bei had waited a considerable time for this momentous occasion. The bone dragon hatchling, a dragon of utmost significance. He had devised numerous plans regarding the bone dragon hatchling. Now, he merely anticipated the arrival of the hybrid glutton. As those words fell from his lips, Lin Bei promptly opened the system space, hastily gazing at the slumbering bone dragon hatchling within. In its juvenile stage, the bone dragon appeared rather diminutive, only the size of a car. Its overall appearance resembled that of a Western dragon, devoid of flesh, composed entirely of bone, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. A pair of massive bony wings sprouted from its back, the sharp bones seemingly capable of piercing through space itself. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, exuding an unsettling aura. A bone dragon is a dragon composed solely of bones. Although he beheld the juvenile bone dragon only within the confines of the system space, Lin Bei instinctively nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Indeed, it aligns perfectly with my imagination. The bone dragon embodies death. Due to the bone dragon hatchling's slumber, he refrained from summoning it forth, choosing instead to remain quietly at the heart of the beast forest. During this period, Lin Bei encountered the heads of the 6 academies on multiple occasions, consequently acquiring several hybrid beast eggs. Upon obtaining a hybrid beast egg, he would expend a certain amount of points to transform it into nutrients, nourishing his exceptionally powerful hybrid beast egg. The results were indeed remarkable. On that hybrid beast egg, 5 distinct cracks had already manifested. Simultaneously, beneath the sealed ground of Nanshan City, the hybrid glutton egg, having lingered there for some time, had undergone significant changes. The number of cracks had increased tremendously, appearing almost dense. Alongside the cracks, many varying sized shards had emerged. A far more potent and terrifying aura oozed from these fissures and shards, continuously emanating outward, some even seeping deeper into the ground, others penetrating the surface, while yet more gradually flowed toward the sealing array. Above the hybrid glutton's location on the surface, a dramatic transformation had also transpired. What was once a vibrant expanse teeming with flora had now devolved into a desolate wasteland. All flowers and trees had withered and decayed. The ground shrouded in darkness as if it were festering. Surrounding the area lay the carcasses of animals, their expressions twisted in a horrifying manner, as though they had endured immense torment. This vividly illustrated the terror of the hybrid glutton at this moment. Yet, paradoxically, this dreadful aura dissipated upon encountering the sealing array beneath the surface, vanishing in less than a heartbeat. It was as if a fly had collided with a truck. Clearly, this sealing array was exceedingly powerful. Within the fragile confines of its shell, the hybrid glutton regarded the sealing array with fearful trepidation through the shards. Its breath was weak, its rhythm slow, as if it feared something. After a few minutes, the weary Huang Bashuan arrived at the scene. He swiftly approached the battered hybrid glutton egg, extending his hand to touch it. Huang Bashuan could distinctly sense the aura emanating from the hybrid glutton. Lin Bei, and that fellow, you both wait for me. Soon, I shall seek my vengeance upon you. Unaware of any of this, Lin Bei had withdrawn his mental energy from the system space. Just then, the system's prompt sounded. At this time next week, the host may claim the next dragon. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, a thought crossing his mind. In the next moment, he opened the system marketplace, swiftly searching among the myriad of items. Just as the system had previously indicated, the number of goods in the marketplace had increased. Lin Bei's gaze fell upon several newly added items. Item name: Beast Affinity Talent. Item description: an exceedingly rare talent required to tame the auspicious beast Beast. Item price: 1 million points. Unlimited exchanges. Item name: Beast Guidance Map. Item description: a map detailing the location of Beast's existence. Following this map, one is bound to find Beast's habitat. Item price: 1 million points. One exchange only. Item name: Rare Material Gift Bag. Item description: upon exchange, one will receive a spatial bag containing a rare material previously acquired by the host, which could be void skin, an angelic halo, or perhaps a Beast's horn. Item price: 300,000 points. Unlimited exchanges. Gazing at the exorbitant point values, Lin Bei couldn't help but twitch his lips, a sense of helplessness welling within him. Alas, I suddenly feel quite impoverished. He bore no grievances regarding the prices marked in the system marketplace. After all, items requiring substantial points held equal worth. The Beast Affinity Talent and Beast Guidance Map were undoubtedly worth over 1 million points. As for the Rare Material Gift Bag, it was essentially a blind box. Acquiring materials like the Angelic Halo would yield considerable profit, while anything less would result in a significant loss. However, Lin Bei did not wish to exchange for these items just yet. Compared to these, there was something far more pressing he needed to redeem: the purchase of insight. Insight could reveal which dragon would be released next week. Ding! Successfully acquired insight. The dragon you will receive next week is a Western dragon. A Western dragon. Lin Bei had already obtained one, so he was not particularly keen on another. Purchase change. Soon, the system's prompt resounded once more. Ding! Change successful. You will receive the same dragon next week. Again. Ding! Once more. Ding! Exchange. Ding! In the blink of an eye, a minute had passed, and Lin Bei had altered his request 10 times. However, out of those 10 attempts, 8 had resulted in either a Western dragon or an Eastern dragon, while the remaining 2 were a Radiant dragon and a Bone dragon, both of which he already possessed. He was not particularly interested in redundant dragons. Shaking his head in resignation, Lin Bei made yet another attempt to purchase a change. Change. In the next moment, the system's notification chime resounded. Ding! Change successful. You will receive the dragon, Shadow Dragon, next week. Chapter 88. The Emergence of the Hybrid Glutton. At long last, a unique dragon has manifested. A shadow dragon. What manner of dragon is this? Lin Bei found himself somewhat bewildered regarding the nature of the shadow dragon, uncertain for a moment. Merely from its name, it seems to be associated with darkness or shadows. However, he chose not to dwell on it excessively. In any case, when the time comes, he shall acquire the shadow dragon and, naturally, learn what it truly is. All he needed was to wait patiently. Lin Bei closed the system mall and continued his vigil in that spot. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, they would arrive there today. Among the 17 individuals, only a few remained unaccounted for. Though he did not act in concert with Bai Zhou and the others, he was nonetheless well informed about the situation. After all, Lin Bei's flight through the forest was not without purpose. He could deduce a reasonable conclusion based on the traces of battle left in the forest. Beasts that had consumed the Blood Fury pill could not hide their presence. During this interval, Lin Bei also utilized the 2 rewards obtained when designating the Void Reincarnation Dragon's race. The randomly drawn ability was Void Confinement, which allowed him to forcibly open a cubic meter void prison to confine whatever he wished within. The randomly upgraded ability of the Void Reincarnation Dragon was Reincarnation Power, which could enhance the strength of those entering the cycle of reincarnation. Time passed in fleeting seconds. Before long, several hours had elapsed. Indeed, as Lin Bei had anticipated, the 6 Deans had eliminated all 17 target individuals and had purposefully arrived at the heart of the beast forest. Lin Bei, having donned his mask, sat atop the blaze rock armored dragon, awaiting their arrival. The situation had reached a critical juncture. It was prudent to keep his identity concealed. At the very least, he must not reveal himself voluntarily. Before long, the voice of the First Academy Dean resonated. We have successfully exterminated all 17 target individuals and seized their beast eggs and equipment. What shall we do next? The moment he finished speaking, he produced the last few beast eggs and placed them on the ground before him. The implication was clear. He was fulfilling their prior agreement. Despite having neutralized part of the threat, the 6 Deans remained vigilant. As their understanding of the situation deepened, so too did their awareness of its gravity. Had Lin Bei not appeared, the consequences would have been dire. Lin Bei did not rush to respond, merely waving his hand lightly while mentally addressing the system. Reclaim. As he retracted his arm, at least 20 meters ahead, the hybrid beast eggs were all drawn into the system's space. Although these hybrid eggs bore soul marks, he was too disinterested to contemplate them at the moment. In any case, these beast eggs would likely become nutrients. Once the beast eggs lost their vital essence, the soul marks would naturally cease to have effect. Therefore, they could safely be stored in the system's space. Upon witnessing this scene, the 6 Deans instinctively exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. Such a method was unprecedented to them. It was far beyond what a spatial ring could accomplish. While spatial rings could also store items, they were limited to a 1-meter range. Beyond that, they could not sense anything at all. Despite their astonishment, the 6 Deans consciously refrained from displaying their surprise. This was within the realm of their acceptance. After all, having interacted with Lin Bei during this recent period, they had gained a modicum of insight. As the remaining few eggs entered the system's space, the system's notification sounded once more. Automatic deduction of corresponding points for bloodline detection has occurred. No noteworthy hybrid beast eggs detected. Would you like to convert them into nutrients? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei nodded gently. Convert. Moments later, another wave of points was deducted, and the hybrid beast eggs transformed into nutrients, entering the egg of the Yinglong and Chaos. Crack, crack. Several fissures appeared simultaneously, and it would not be long before this hybrid egg would hatch. Feeling the urgency of the situation, Lin Bei's heart raced. It was imperative. He must swiftly erase the soul marks. Otherwise, when the hybrid offspring of the Yinglong and Chaos was born, it would be immediately controlled by the soul mark's owner. With this thought, Lin Bei snapped back to attention and once more turned his gaze to the 6 Deans. You have merely resolved the simplest of troubles. Now, it is time to confront the true challenges. Upon hearing this, the 6 Deans simultaneously inhaled deeply, fully aware of what was about to transpire. In their minds, they envisioned Huang Baxian and the Huang family. We must act swiftly and make our way to the Huang family. It will take considerable effort. At the very least, they would need to travel at full speed for several hours to reach their destination. Time was of the essence. They must depart immediately. As these words left their lips, the 6 Deans fixed their gazes upon the direction of the Huang family, eager to set forth towards their objective. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out. Indeed, it is time to set off. In the next instant, the Deans of the 6 academies sprang into action, each preparing to move at their utmost speed. However, they had scarcely ventured far when the scenery before them underwent a monumental transformation. What had once been a dense thicket of trees now revealed a vast courtyard. What on earth? What just happened? How could I be here? This is the Huang family, isn't it? We have arrived at the Huang family. Realizing the situation, the 6 Deans turned simultaneously to Lin Bei. Their instincts told them that this was undoubtedly his doing. Meanwhile, deep within the subterranean seal of Nanshan City, sensing an intrusion, the vengeful spirit abruptly raised its head to the heavens. It then spoke urgently. Hurry. They have reached the Huang family. We have no time to lose. Gulch. Huang Baxian swallowed hard, casting a reluctant glance at the nearby Tsang Lei Ba Shigui. A moment later, a resolute glimmer flickered in his eyes as he commanded the Tsang Lei Ba Shigui to approach the hybrid glutton egg. For the greater good of my Huang family, your sacrifice is well worth it. As his words fell, the entirety of the Tsang Lei Ba Shigui's life essence was devoured by the hybrid glutton egg. Crack, crack. At last, The shell of the hybrid glutton egg shattered completely, falling to the ground. Chapter 89, Rapid Growth. Confirming the target. In an instant, Huang Baxiang's heart surged with exhilaration. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving with every pulsation. Finally, the day he had long awaited had arrived. Our efforts have not been in vain. The endeavors of Huang Baxiang and the entire Huang family during this time were all for the anticipation of this moment, to fulfill the century-old aspiration of the Huang family. Even though it is evident that many secrets lie behind this aspiration, Huang Baxiang remains unwavering in his resolve. Thud! Thud! Moments later, the hybrid Taotai emerged from its shell, fully manifesting before the eyes of Huang Baxiang and the fierce soul. Both men instinctively directed their gaze towards the hybrid Taotai. Despite having been in close proximity to the hybrid Taotai egg, this was their first encounter with its true form. Hiss! Upon seeing the hybrid Taotai for the first time, both Huang Baxiang and the fierce soul could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, clearly taken aback. This reaction was entirely understandable, for the appearance of the hybrid Taotai was undeniably intimidating. Although it retained the overall visage of a Taotai, it bore features reminiscent of a ram, with an enormous mouth, a robust physique, and limbs as powerful as its frame, its claws sharp as blades. Yet, atop its body lay a formidable shell. Not just any shell, but one akin to the rugged carapace of a snapping turtle, with protrusions resembling peaks of mountains. Moreover, from these elevations of the carapace, molten lava continuously surged forth, reminiscent of an erupting volcano. From this distinctive appearance, it could be deduced that the hybrid Taoyu's other half possessed the bloodline of a magma-infused snapping turtle beast, judging solely by its exterior. This hybrid Taotai indeed exuded an aura of strength. It possessed not only the extraordinary powers of a Taotai, but also the destructive force of flames and the defensive capabilities of a shell. A perfect amalgamation of offense and defense. After approximately 3 seconds, Huang Baxiang's voice finally broke the silence. What? This is the hybrid Taotai I have nurtured during this time. It truly appears formidable. Although it was not a pure-blood Taotai, he was nonetheless immensely satisfied. After all, Huang Baxiang's innate talent was that of affinity with turtle-like beasts. Simultaneously, the hybrid Taotai also gazed upon Huang Baxiang. Yet one of its eyes was rendered non-functional. No, rather than an eye, it resembled a gaping hole. This was evidently the very spot where Lin Bei had previously pierced it. Roar! Roar! As the hybrid Taotai advanced, it emitted fierce roars. In that fleeting moment, Huang Baxiang comprehended the hybrid Taoyu's intent. He hastily stepped forward, extending his hand to touch the hybrid Taoyu's shell. Fear not. We shall avenge you soon. What the hybrid Taotai had expressed was a desire to seek vengeance upon the entity that had blinded it. Prior to emerging from the egg, it had been powerless. But now that it had successfully hatched, the circumstances were decidedly different. Revenge had become the most fervent thought within the hybrid Taoyu's heart. At that moment, the fierce soul suddenly interjected. Let the remaining elixirs be consumed by the hybrid Taotai. Once it ingests those elixirs, its strength will surge exponentially. Upon hearing this, Huang Baxiang hesitated not for a moment, swiftly producing the rest of the half-bottle of elixirs and holding it before the hybrid Taotai. The hybrid Taotai was well aware of the nature of these elixirs and eagerly accepted them. It gradually opened its mouth, a tremendous force of attraction emanating from its maw, instantly drawing the elixirs, along with the bottle, into its belly. The next moment, a surge of dark, murky mist erupted from within the hybrid Taotai, enveloping it completely. Moreover, the scope of this black mist continued to expand, visibly growing at an astonishing rate. In less than 10 seconds, its coverage had doubled. Witnessing this scene, the fierce soul's eyes glimmered with excitement. Thus far, the situation appears to be progressing smoothly. He had 2 objectives for this endeavor. One was to ensure the Huang family successfully hatched the hybrid Taotai, and the other was to encourage others to hatch as many hybrid beast eggs as possible. Now that the second task had ended in failure, the fierce soul could focus all his efforts on the first task. If he could accomplish at least one of the tasks, he would still have a chance at survival. Should both fail, the consequences would be dire. After patiently waiting for a few minutes, the hybrid Taotai would soon complete its metamorphosis. Meanwhile, in the Huang family courtyard where the hybrid Taotai egg had been kept, Lin Bei and the 6 academy heads wore expressions of concern. They had swiftly scoured the Huang family, but found no trace of the hybrid Taotai egg, encountering only a handful of Huang family members, no more than 5 in total. Moreover, from these members, they gleaned no useful information, merely learning of the Huang family's recent activities. Standing at the center of the courtyard, Lin Bei furrowed his brows and spoke. We've come up empty. It seems they were well prepared. No sooner had he finished speaking than he closed his eyes, his breathing becoming steady. The 6 academy heads, who had intended to inquire further, could only stand quietly by his side. Although it appeared as though Lin Bei was merely resting with his eyes closed, he alone knew the true nature of his actions. He was currently attuning himself to malevolent intentions. Not long ago, Lin Bei had acquired a skill known as spiritual perception, enabling him to sense everything within a 2-meter radius. Following a boost to his mental prowess, this range had significantly expanded. Now utilizing this spiritual perception ability, in conjunction with the powers of the sacred white dragon, he could distinctly feel the malevolence surrounding him. Step by step, he advanced towards the area where the malevolence was most concentrated, continuing to refine his perception. The 6 academy heads exchanged knowing glances before following closely behind Lin Bei. They had deduced his intent. In no time, Lin Bei arrived at the ground directly above the seal, where he sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei halted his advance. The 6 academy heads followed suit. As they gazed upon the grim sight before them, their breathing grew markedly heavier. Concurrently, Lin Bei pointed at the ground and declared, "They are directly below us." Chapter 90. The Call from Below. The 6 academy heads stared intently at the ground ahead. The decayed and withered flora, the foul stench of decomposing corpses, and the desiccated, darkened bloodstains all serve as harrowing testaments to the dread that permeates this place. It is nothing short of a domain of death. What manner of malevolent force could possibly bring forth such devastation? The very thought of an entire Nanshan city succumbing to this fate is almost too terrifying to contemplate. Lin Bei shared this sentiment wholeheartedly. Once a city is shrouded in death and darkness, it inevitably transforms into a city of the dead. However, he remained silent, fixated on the ground before him. Possessing knowledge of the Huang family's secrets, Lin Bei quickly conceived a possibility. Beneath the surface, could it be that the sealing array lies directly below? The instant this notion took root, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. If this were indeed the case, it must not be overlooked. It is imperative. He must investigate the location of that sealing array. While Lin Bei pondered these matters, the voices of the 6 esteemed deans resonated from behind him. Though we are aware they are underground, how do we descend? This predicament is indeed vexing. We have no knowledge of their depth below, nor any means to access the subterranean realm. In this regard, Lin Bei found himself as lost as the 6 deans, uncertain of how to proceed. Although the flame rock armored dragon possessed the power to manipulate the earth, its capabilities were limited. Able to control only a few hundred tons at most, utterly insufficient to upheave the multitude of tons of earth below. Yet, he remained unperturbed. For Lin Bei was acutely aware that once the hybrid Taotai was born, and Huang Ba-Xian acquired sufficient strength, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Otherwise, what purpose would his actions serve? Moreover, since the Huang family aimed to dominate Nanshan City, they would inevitably confront the city's formidable warriors. There was no need for us to seek them out. They would come to us. Simultaneously, deep beneath the surface, at least a kilometer down, the dark mist enveloping the hybrid Taotai had spread to a terrifying extent. Its reach spanned no less than 100 meters. Within its depths, the hybrid Taotai was undergoing significant transformation. Although its size did not yet rival 100 meters, it had grown to approximately 50 meters. Compared to before, it had expanded at least tenfold. Huang Ba-Xian stood outside the dark mist, his excitement palpable as he keenly sensed the changes within the hybrid Taotai. His fists tightened in exhilaration, the bones cracking audibly in response. However, the vengeful spirit did not share this fervor. It merely gazed upward, clearly having sensed something. Just in time. No need for me to seek you out. 1 minute later, the black mist, having expanded to 100 meters, began to dissipate. In a mere 10 seconds, it vanished entirely from the subterranean ceiling space. The hybrid Taotai, previously enveloped by it, re-emerged before the two. The changes in the hybrid Taotai, having consumed a multitude of elixirs, were rather limited. It had merely grown considerably larger. Before Huang Ba-Xian could engage with the hybrid Taotai, the voice of the vengeful spirit rang out. Do not waste time. It is time to deal with those interlopers. Once they are eliminated, Nanshan City shall belong to the Huang family. Upon hearing this, Huang Ba-Xian instinctively nodded. All right. The moment his words fell, the vengeful spirit activated the teleportation array beneath their feet. This array had existed for an extended period, concealed from view, only accessible to those in the know. With a whoosh, a flash of light enveloped them, and the trio vanished into the depths of the earth. When they reappeared, they found themselves on the surface, standing before Lin Bei and the 6 esteemed deans. At last, the two parties had completed their convergence. In an instant, the atmosphere thickened with tension, both sides cautiously scrutinizing one another. They were all acutely aware that what was about to transpire would be nothing short of horrifying. Silence lingered for roughly 3 seconds before the hybrid Taotai, fixated intently on Lin Bei, could no longer contain its rage, recklessly charging towards him. Thud, thud. Its massive form thundered across the ground, creating a tremendous commotion, as if the very earth trembled in response. Despite Lin Bei's masked visage, the hybrid Taodai was certain that this was the very individual who had wounded it previously. As it rapidly approached Lin Bei, it opened its maw wide. A formidable force of attraction and devouring power emanating from within, relentlessly drawing in the surrounding air. In an instant, an abundance of oxygen was depleted, the atmospheric density plummeting to levels uninhabitable for ordinary humans. Lin Bei quickly grasped the situation, urgently declaring, "Everyone sees the circumstances. Let us engage without reservation. Should we fail, both we and Nanshan City shall meet our demise." The moment his words fell, he focused all his attention on the hybrid Taodai charging directly at him. The 6 Deans understood this as well, immediately moving towards Huang Ba-Xian and the vengeful spirit. Though merely observing, Lin Bei could sense the overwhelming threat emanating from the hybrid Taodai. Thus, he comprehended the disparity between this hybrid Taodai and the one that had yet to hatch was akin to a chasm. It was no longer a feeble entity he could manipulate at will. "Little 6, come forth." Without hesitation, Lin Bei summoned the fully matured 6-winged wind thunder dragon. Its size comparable to that of the hybrid Taodai. Whoosh, whoosh. The 6-winged wind thunder dragon understood the urgency of the situation and promptly flapped its wings, advancing towards the hybrid Taodai. Even if it faced peril, it would not allow its master to come to harm. Just as the 6-winged wind thunder dragon appeared, a voice suddenly echoed in Lin Bei's mind. "Come, descend. Come find me." This was undeniably a call from some entity. Instinctively, Lin Bei glanced down at the ground, fully aware that the voice was emanating from beneath the surface. Gulp. He swallowed hard, his breath becoming slightly labored. He had a vague understanding of the source of this summons. Chapter 91. The opportunity for second synthesis. The being sealed within is calling for me. Lin Bei found it difficult to believe, utterly perplexed as to why such a phenomenon had occurred. He had not engaged in any extraordinary actions, merely summoned the 6-winged wind thunder dragon. Yet why had this situation arisen? Even though he was unaware of the true nature of the seal or its purpose, he instinctively sensed that whatever lay within was far from ordinary. This realization sparked a profound astonishment within him. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Host, do not overthink. What you need to do now is to venture into the underground seal. Only by doing so can you uncover the truth. Moreover, you will be able to complete the consecutive tasks issued by this system. As the system's prompt echoed in his mind, Lin Bei cast aside all distractions, swiftly redirecting his focus to the present. He then turned his gaze toward the front, where the 6-winged thunderstorm dragon was engaged in a fierce battle against the hybrid Tatsuya. Boom, boom. The colossal 6-winged thunderstorm dragon and the hybrid Tatsuya were locked in a fierce melee, the sheer force of their primal clash generating tremendous noise, causing the ground beneath to tremble incessantly. Amidst this chaotic struggle, the vengeful spirit turned to the side and addressed Huang Ba-Xian. Recall it. That creature is my target. You and the hybrid Tatsuya should deal with those 6 individuals first. He understood all too well that anyone accompanying Lin Bei was undoubtedly an enemy, and he had no intention of sparing any of them. Though Huang Ba-Xian harbored a deep-seated desire to personally eliminate Lin Bei, he nonetheless nodded in agreement, stating, "Understood." In the face of adversity, one must often bow their head. If he wished to harness the power of the Shanghai organization, he had to make concessions. Subsequently, Huang Ba-Xian activated his innate ability, issuing a retreat command to the hybrid Tatsuya. The hybrid Tatsuya, though internally disgruntled by the order, had no choice but to comply, shifting its focus away from the 6-winged thunderstorm dragon to target Bai Zhou and the other 6 Deans. Boom. As it departed, the vengeful spirit suddenly stomped on the ground, propelling himself toward Lin Bei like a bullet. Moreover, he withdrew a golden long whip from the spatial ring he carried, pointing it menacingly at Lin Bei as he proclaimed, "How dare you come here alone? Are the members of the Radiant Altar so audacious? I shall not squander this opportune moment." Observing the rapidly approaching vengeful spirit, Lin Bei felt neither panic nor trepidation. Instead, he experienced a faint thrill. As though he were anticipating this very opportunity, "Xiao Lu, step aside. I will handle this myself." He refrained from sending Xiao Lu to confront the hybrid Tatsuya, partly to gauge the true strength of the hybrid Tatsuya and partly to remain vigilant against any unforeseen circumstances. After all, he was facing a formal member of the Shanghai organization. Being a recognized member of the Shanghai organization implied a certain level of formidable prowess. At that moment, his opponent had not even summoned a pet. Despite the anxiety gnawing at him, the 6-winged thunderstorm dragon obediently retreated to the side. However, Its focus remained intensely trained on its master. Should its master encounter any danger, the six-winged thunderstorm dragon would unleash its utmost power at the first opportunity. The vengeful spirit advanced with astonishing speed, soon standing before Lin Bei, forcefully swinging the long whip in his grasp. Whoosh, whoosh. As the golden whip sliced through the air, afterimages trailed behind, and the atmosphere surged chaotically. Even the ground bore the brunt of the whip's tremendous impact, leaving deep gashes measuring at least 20 centimeters. Witnessing the incoming golden whip, Lin Bei hesitated no longer. He swiftly drew the Celestial Slayer's spear, thrusting it forward with utmost speed. Simultaneously, he manifested the thunderstorm wings behind him. With a rush, the thunderstorm wings flapped vigorously, conjuring a tempest of lightning and gales in the sky before him. The razor-sharp tip of the Celestial Slayer's spear, along with the surging tempest of lightning and wind, struck the golden whip simultaneously. In an instant, the golden whip halted midair, locked in a stalemate with the spear's tip. It was evident that the hardness of both entities was comparably formidable. Boom! The amalgamation of tempestuous wind and lightning erupted simultaneously, the explosion's force hammering against both the spear and the whip. Furthermore, an increasing torrent of energy surged forth from the thunderstorm wings. All the unleashed lightning power was set to detonate in the shortest time possible, subsequently engulfing both the spear and the whip in its core. To Lin Bei and the vengeful spirit, all that remained visible was the raging tempest of thunder. For a moment, the vengeful spirit dared not press the attack further. He held no underestimation of Lin Bei. After all, in his eyes, Lin Bei was one of the Radiant Altar's members, and members of the Radiant Altar were renowned for their strength. The might of the Radiant Altar's members was particularly evident in their own capabilities. Thus, the initial purpose behind his attack was to gauge Lin Bei's strength. If Lin Bei exhibited sufficient prowess, the vengeful spirit could ascertain the truth of the matter. Observing the tempest of violent thunder before him, his brow furrowed involuntarily, to effortlessly block my attack while unleashing such formidable power. Moreover, it comes from your own strength. It seems you truly are a member of the Radiant Altar. The whip wielded by the vengeful spirit was no ordinary implement. Given the force with which he struck, it could easily cleave an armored vehicle in two. Yet, at this moment, the whip was being staunchly countered by the spear. This realization weighed heavily upon him. Approximately 3 seconds passed, and the violent thunder spread to the other end of the whip, where it met the vengeful spirit's grasp. Zing! The hand gripping the whip suddenly experienced a jolt of intense, paralyzing pain. Ack! Crying out in agony, the vengeful spirit instinctively released his hold on the whip, allowing it to fall slowly to the ground. Step! Step! He then retreated several paces, maintaining a safe distance. Truly, you are one of the Radiant Altar's members. Attempting to conquer you through sheer combat prowess is indeed a rather unrealistic endeavor. As before, I can only rely on my pets to secure victory. Through numerous previous encounters, the Shanghai organization had long since discerned the characteristics of the Radiant Altar. The Shanghai organization excelled in combat utilizing pets, while the Radiant Altar thrived on harnessing individual power. The two organizations, wholly distinct, pursued entirely different forms of strength. Due to having heard the name Light Altar from the mouth of the vengeful spirit more than once, Lin Bei, who was currently unleashing the power of wind and thunder, couldn't help but furrow his brows. Light Altar? What on earth is this fellow talking about? He had never encountered the name Light Altar before. It was akin to how he had never heard of the Shanghai organization previously. However, despite his lack of familiarity, Lin Bei began to form some conjectures. If I am not mistaken, the Light Altar, much like the Shanghai organization, is also a formidable entity. Moreover, the Light Altar and the Shanghai organization are adversaries. This conclusion was drawn from the words and actions of the vengeful spirit. As Lin Bei pondered these matters, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Host has successfully triggered a new mission. Please locate the Light Altar and join the organization. There are numerous rare items related to light within this organization, making it essential for the host to join. Once the host successfully joins this organization, they will gain a second synthesis opportunity for the Holy White Dragon. Host, please strive for success. The prospect of performing a second synthesis on the dragon was something Lin Bei had never imagined. Thus, he instinctively inquired, "What did you say? A second synthesis is possible?" The system's reply echoed once more. Indeed, the synthesized dragon can undergo another synthesis. After the second synthesis, the dragon's power will experience a significant enhancement. With the system's affirmative response, Lin Bei chose to disregard the system momentarily. However, he committed this matter to memory, preparing to attempt joining the Light Altar. His intentions were clear. He sought the sacred treasures related to light within, as well as the system's reward of a second synthesis opportunity. Additionally, Lin Bei harbored an interest in the Light Altar itself. An organization that values personal strength over that of its pets undoubtedly holds great allure. Therefore, the Light Altar was a must-visit. Boom. At that moment, the long whip, having endured a substantial onslaught of wind and thunder power, could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered into several segments, all falling to the ground. Witnessing this, the vengeful spirit slowly closed its eyes and summoned its unique power, Arise. Blood Ape Knight Brigade. The instant his voice fell, a multitude of black mist enveloped his form. Lin Bei set the celestial demon spear beside him and calmly gazed at the swirling black fog, faintly perceiving shadows within. Oh, has he finally unleashed his true power? Thud, thud. As a cacophony of footsteps resonated, a group of massive figures clad in red armor, wielding various weapons, emerged step by step from the black mist. Simultaneously, the hybrid gluttonous beast and the formidable Huang Ba Xian engaged in battle with the 6 esteemed heads. In a situation where the odds were meant to favor the greater number, the reality was entirely contrary. The advantage in this confrontation lay with the hybrid gluttonous beast. Over 20 powerful magical beasts unleashed their relentless assaults upon the hybrid gluttonous beast. As the wings of the purple feather-splitting cloud eagle fluttered, hundreds, if not thousands, of feathers rained down from the sky, each feather as sharp as arrows, capable of piercing through the flesh of ordinary magical beasts with ease. The first Dean's Demon King Serpent opened its enormous mouth, spewing forth black venom, with even a single drop capable of lethally poisoning dozens. Faced with the onslaught from all directions, the hybrid gluttonous beast displayed no intent to evade. Instead, it opened its gigantic maw wide. Boom! A sound akin to thunder reverberated, as if the heavens had been blasted open. Immediately after, an endless force of attraction and devouring emerged from the gluttonous beast's mouth. Boom! Boom! In the face of this terrifying, absorbing power, the surrounding space began to tremble, unable to withstand the pressure. Not to mention the attacks launched by the magical beasts. Whether it was the razor-sharp feathers, or the highly corrosive venom, or any other form of assault, all were consumed by the hybrid gluttonous beast without a trace. The cumulative volume of attacks devoured amounted to a size comparable to a truck. Yet, the hybrid gluttonous beast exhibited not even a hint of discomfort, as if the attacks it had just ingested were merely grains of rice. Hiss! Observing this astonishing spectacle, the 6 esteemed heads could not help but gasp in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. It actually swallowed all the attacks. And it remains unscathed? Terrifying. Truly terrifying. What kind of monstrous creature is this? We've never heard of such a thing. This is dire. The pet's attacks are utterly ineffective. A wave of anxiety surged within them, leaving them at a loss for how to address the situation. Their enemy could devour all assaults without a scratch. This was utterly unmanageable. Thus, the situation had yet to reach its conclusion. Having consumed all the attacks, the hybrid gluttonous beast turned its attention towards the purple feather-splitting cloud eagle and other magical beasts. It intended to devour these creatures as well. The gluttonous beast is a malevolent creature by nature. Its temperament is inherently savage, reveling in slaughter. Moreover, this hybrid gluttonous beast, hatched through a unique method, possesses an even more pronounced brutality. Roaring with fury, the hybrid gluttonous beast sprang into action, propelling itself into the air with its powerful limbs. Simultaneously, a terrifying force of attraction erupted, directly pulling the purple feather-splitting cloud eagle before it into its gaping maw. Glug! Glug! In the next moment, the purple feather-splitting cloud eagle vanished without a trace. Even the connection between Bai Zhou and the purple feather-splitting cloud eagle was completely severed, as if the creature had never existed at all. In an instant, Bai Zhou was left dumbfounded, grappling with a reality that surpassed his wildest imagination. The situation had reached its most critical juncture. What on earth should he do now? Chapter 92. The 4 Dragons Unite. Full Power Combat. As the Dean of the Third Academy, Bai Zhou was acutely aware of his own strength. While he could not be considered exceptionally powerful, he was still ranked among the top 10 in Nanshan City. Naturally, among the various pets he had tamed, the most formidable, the purple feather-splitting cloud eagle, was indeed extraordinary. Yet now, the purple feather-splitting cloud eagle had been swallowed whole. No matter how he contemplated it, this was an occurrence beyond comprehension. Huff! Bai Zhou momentarily struggled to accept this reality, instinctively standing rooted in place, gazing up at the hybrid gluttonous beast in the sky. Not just him. Even the other deans were taken aback by this situation. They too were acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the purple feather-split cloud eagle. Swallowed it whole. Damn, what kind of monstrous beast is this? How could the Mountain and Sea Organization entrust such a creature to that scoundrel Huang Baxian? It was utterly insane. Meanwhile, Huang Baxian's heart brimmed with exhilaration, and he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, trembling with intense fervor. This tremor was born of sheer excitement. His breath quickened, and his complexion flushed with a deeper hue than before. In his eyes, the image of the hybrid gluttonous beast was all-consuming. Continue. Devour them all. As this command resonated, the hybrid glutton descended to the ground. It did not pause for even a second before approaching another powerful beast. 3 seconds later, the hybrid glutton consumed yet another monster. Consequently, the mental state of the 6 Deans became taut to the extreme. They had nearly lost their will to fight, their only desire now being to ensure the survival of the beasts they had tamed. Despite most of his attention being drawn to the malevolent spirit, Lin Bei still noted the tense condition of the 6 Deans. In an instant, his brow furrowed slightly, a grave expression flickering in his eyes as he spoke with a more serious tone, truly worthy of the bloodline of the glutton. It can indeed swallow anything whole. Remarkable. Even with merely a fraction of the glutton's bloodline, it can achieve such incredible feats. Lin Bei shuddered to think of what might transpire if confronted with a pure-blood glutton. The situation would undoubtedly be far more dire. This led him to surmise that the true glutton must be exceedingly terrifying. Just then, the voice of the malevolent spirit echoed once more. What are you doing? Are you still so distracted by that situation over there? I suggest you focus on yourself first. The disconcerting behavior of Lin Bei irritated him greatly. Such an act was clearly dismissive of his own importance. Boom, boom. As these sounds reverberated, the Blood Ape Knight Brigade emerged entirely from the black mist. True to its name, the Blood Ape Knight Brigade consisted of a host of apes, numbering around 30. Each ape was impressively large, the smallest standing at least 15 meters tall. Despite the variety among them, some being 4-armed, others 8-armed, and even a few gigantic arm apes, they all donned similarly crimson armor, wielding weapons that were predominantly massive blades and swords. These enormous apes bore a striking resemblance to humans, if not for the unmistakable traits unique to ape-like beasts. One might easily confuse them with humans. In an instant, Lin Bei redirected his focus. Faced with such a sudden influx of adversaries, he had no surplus energy to ponder anything else. The most pressing matter at hand was evidently dealing with the Blood Ape Knight Brigade. The next moment, Lin Bei spoke coldly. What? Do you intend to overwhelm me with sheer numbers? Whoosh. As his words echoed, Xiao Lu immediately flapped its wings and soared over. Its gaze fierce as it fixed upon the group of apes. From the 6 wings behind it, a torrent of lightning and tempest erupted, darkening the sky ominously, as though a storm were imminent. 2 seconds later, the malevolent spirit's voice rang out with audacious laughter. Precisely. Since we cannot defeat you one-on-one, we shall resort to a multitude. In warfare, fairness is a mere illusion. At this juncture, he paused for a second before continuing. Although my pets may not match your dragon in individual strength, they are well-equipped and exhibit remarkable coordination. Slaying a dragon is not beyond the realm of possibility. With these words, the Blood Ape Knight Brigade brandished their weapons, incessantly taunting the 6-winged thunder dragon, their demeanor utterly arrogant and overconfident. One 4-armed ape, particularly exuberant, swung its iron rod down upon the ground with great force. Boom! The earth was instantly cratered. With a depth of at least 2 meters, cracks sprawling around the edges, and clouds of dust billowing into the air. Such was the magnitude of its strength. Alongside this one, several others engaged in similar displays, all striving to showcase their formidable might. Boom! Boom! Within a mere 10 seconds, the ground where the Blood Ape Knight Brigade stood appeared ravaged, as if it had endured numerous calamities. Observing the apes' antics, Lin Bei's expression turned markedly cold, his eyes rapidly filling with murderous intent. No matter how many there were, they were merely a pack of monkeys. When the tiger is away, the monkeys dare to claim dominance. Moreover, these monkeys now faced a dragon. They were nothing but a horde of monkeys, utterly unqualified to stand alongside a dragon. The phrase dragons clash with tigers was not coined without reason. If even tigers cannot contend with these apes, they certainly cannot compete with a dragon. Thus, Lin Bei's anger surged. As he uttered these words, he had already made a resolute decision. 1. Xiao Bai, Asu, come forth. Teach those monkeys a proper lesson. Indeed, Lin Bei resolved to no longer conceal his true strength. Considering the circumstances had escalated to this point, it was impossible to resolve matters without unleashing his full prowess. Furthermore, he now possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation. After all, he had 5 dragons at his command. Among them, 3 had reached maturity, allowing him to stride confidently through a city like Nanshan. Thus, Lin Bei felt no need to continue masking his capabilities. In the face of provocation, he had no intention of suppressing his fury any longer. The next moment, 3 imposing dragons materialized beside Lin Bei. Although varying in size and appearance, each emanated a powerful aura. The mature blazing rock armored dragon and the celestial saint white dragon were considerably large, while the unevolved void reincarnation dragon appeared smaller. Buzz, buzz. At that very instant, all four dragons raised their heads and roared, their thunderous roars resonating across the skies. Reaching a kilometer away, both the six deans and their pets, as well as the malevolent spirit and Huang Baxiang alongside the beasts they had tamed, halted their actions, frozen in place. Subsequently, their gazes instinctively turned towards Lin Bei and his four dragons. In an instant, both the onlookers and the magical beasts were rendered speechless, questioning whether their eyes were deceiving them. Hiss! The fierce soul instinctively inhaled sharply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, the pores of his skin visibly expanding. A clear indication of the emotional turmoil he was experiencing. What on earth? This fellow possesses four dragons. Furthermore, each one appeared distinctly unique. How could this be possible? He was utterly bewildered, thoroughly stunned. After initially identifying Lin Bei as a member of the Radiant Altar, the fierce soul had mentally prepared himself to a considerable extent. Yet, upon witnessing the four dragons, disbelief surged within him once more. Even the formidable and deeply rooted Radiant Altar could never allocate such terrifying resources to a single individual, unless this person held a value to the Radiant Altar that far surpassed that of these four dragons. Dragons. These are dragons. Even for colossal powers like the Radiant Altar and the Shanghai Organization, dragons are not something that can be casually summoned. Gulp, gulp. As he swallowed hard, the fierce soul redirected his gaze towards Lin Bei, fixating intently on that masked visage. The more he stared, the stronger a particular thought became. Could it be? He is the saint seed of this iteration of the Radiant Altar? Yes, it must be so. It is said that the saint seed of the Radiant Altar possesses an innate affinity for dragons. Lin Bei had not anticipated that the fierce soul would develop such a misunderstanding. However, he was too preoccupied to concern himself with such trivialities. The most pressing matter at hand was to eliminate that group of monkeys. Only by dispatching these monkeys could he proceed with other necessary tasks. Whether it be confronting the hybrid Taotai or venturing into the underground seal, the prerequisite was to clear away these obstructive monkeys. No mercy. Attack. The moment Lin Bei's voice fell, the four dragons sprang into action simultaneously. The flame rock armor dragon, enveloped in terrifying flames, burrowed into the ground, swiftly traversing beneath the surface. In an instant, the entire ground transformed into a blazing red, the temperature soaring by several hundred degrees in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom. Columns of fire, forged from flames, burst forth from the Earth's surface with tremendous ferocity, erupting as if in a fiery explosion. Particularly in the area occupied by the Blood Ape Knight Brigade, no less than 100 fire columns surged forth at once. These flames mercilessly targeted the monkeys. The once spirited monkeys now found themselves in disarray, utterly incapable of enduring the searing ground beneath them, forced to leap into the air and alternate their footing. A few slower monkeys suffered burns on their feet, releasing a charred aroma. The fierce soul experienced a similar fate. Merely brushing against the ground melted his shoes, scalding his skin to a degree unbearable to behold. Were it not for his ability to levitate, his legs would have been rendered useless. Such formidable dragons. Not only did they wield such catastrophic flames, but they could also burrow underground. He had never encountered dragons possessing both of these traits. Now, he was increasingly convinced of his internal suspicion. The adversary before him was indeed the saint seed of the Radiant Altar. Simultaneously, the six-winged wind thunder dragon took flight, flapping its wings and soaring directly above the Blood Ape Knight Brigade. Rumble, rumble. Strikes of lightning, a meter thick, descended from the sky to the ground. The number of lightning bolts striking down was no less than that of the fire columns below. Additionally, a multitude of wind blades, wrought from frenzied gales, swept through the surroundings with wild abandon. Those monkeys leaping to evade the scalding ground were periodically struck by bolts of lightning. Even clad in sturdy armor capable of withstanding the electric onslaught, the number of times they could endure was limited. With a continuous barrage of lightning strikes, many of the armors worn by the monkeys began to crack. Within a minute, these armors would be utterly destroyed. Not far away, the six deans appeared utterly dazed, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Though they were the deans of 6 prestigious academies, they now resembled the heads of 6 insane asylums. Each of them yearned to voice something, yet their words remained unuttered for an extended period. They were at a loss for what to say, as if they had lost the ability to speak. After a lengthy silence, the first dean managed to condense his myriad thoughts into 2 words: incredible. As the armor of each monkey shattered, blood spilled onto the ground, intensifying the fierce soul's sense of urgency. He never fathomed that the Blood Ape Knight Brigade he summoned would be denied even a single opportunity to counterattack. The strength of the Blood Ape Knight Brigade lay in the formidable power of the monkeys and their seamless cooperation. Yet now, they possessed immense power without the means to utilize it. Damn it, how could my luck be so abysmal? To encounter the Saint Seed of the Radiant Altar. After a few rapid-fire complaints, the fierce soul turned his gaze towards Huang Baxiang, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Summon the hybrid Taotai to absorb those attacks. Otherwise, I cannot retaliate." Without hesitation, Huang Baxiang immediately issued the command. Boom, boom. The Chaos Taotai began sprinting across the ground, swiftly approaching the epicenter of the thunder and fire eruptions. Simultaneously, upon witnessing the hybrid Taoyu's movement, the Holy Celestial White Dragon and the Void Reincarnation Dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement. The two dragons had previously been sidelined, helplessly observing from the sidelines. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 93, The Instincts of Humanity, the Power of the Void. Finally encountering an adversary. The Holy Celestial White Dragon and the Void Reincarnation Dragon were not content to merely serve as passive spectators. They too wished to contribute to their master's cause. Boom, boom. Unbeknownst to the hybrid Taotai, which was oblivious to the intentions of the two dragons, it sprinted forward at maximum speed, undeterred by the surging flames and lightning. Far from feeling fear, the hybrid Taotai was overwhelmed with an exhilarating thrill. For it, these attacks were no different from food. Consuming them not only posed no harm, but also transformed them into energy. After all, as one of the four fiends, the Taotai could regard all things in the world as sustenance. Even with only a fraction of the Taotai bloodline, it could effortlessly achieve this. Meanwhile, the six Deans regained their senses. Through their brief encounter moments ago, they had come to a clear understanding of the formidable power possessed by the hybrid Taotai. Witnessing the creature temporarily spare themselves and their peers, the six esteemed Dong could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. How perilous it was. They nearly met their demise here. Damn it, who would have anticipated such a turn of events? The complexity of the situation had utterly surpassed their expectations. Remaining here would likely yield no changes in circumstances. They were utterly incapable of contending with Huang Baxiang's beast. Previously, these individuals were the creme de la creme of Nanshan City, each possessing unwavering confidence in their own prowess. Yet now, a significant portion of their fighting spirit had dissipated, and they instinctively yearned to evade this confrontation. This reaction was entirely natural. Any rational being would not linger in such a place. After all, they faced an adversary capable of devouring all forms of attack. It could truly be said that they had no chance of victory. The thoughts of the six Zong were quite complex. While they wished to resolve the crisis in Nanshan City, they were also apprehensive about perishing in this place. Indeed, Nanshan City was of utmost importance. However, when weighed against their own lives, self-preservation took precedence. Once life was lost, nothing else mattered. After a few seconds of intense internal struggle, the head of the First Academy spoke up. "We must depart while we still have the opportunity. If that monster returns, escaping will prove exceedingly difficult. We have all witnessed its strength." No sooner had he spoken than another Yinzhang chimed in. "Yes, we must hasten our departure. The situation is far more dire than we envisioned. Victory is utterly unattainable. Let us go. The consequences of remaining here are severe. Even if we manage to survive, we will lose countless companions." Among the six Yizhang, 5 shared the same sentiment, with only Bai Zhou maintaining his silence. He merely listened to the discourse without voicing his own opinions. Observing this, the head of the First Academy felt some of his tension ease. He then turned his gaze back to the hybrid Taotai and spoke with utmost seriousness. "Staying here serves no purpose. Rather than foolishly remaining, we should strategically retreat and seek to contact those of greater strength. Only they can rescue Nanshan City from its plight." While the First Academy's head articulated this, he was acutely aware that reaching out to those stronger beings was an exceedingly challenging task. Furthermore, even if contact was made, whether they would lend assistance remained uncertain. However, it was certainly preferable to waiting here for death. To put it plainly, the head of the First Academy was driven by fear, seeking to distance himself from danger. Had this so-called crisis been resolvable with minimal risk, he would not have reacted in such a manner. Yet the situation was perilously grave. The battle had barely commenced. Yet the outcome was already foreseeable. In such circumstances, the risks escalated to their zenith. Few would choose to sacrifice themselves for the sake of those unrelated to them. The First Academy's head felt this way, as did the others. Ultimately, the First Academy's head and his colleagues departed with remarkable speed, leaving only the silently resolute Bai Zhou behind. Witnessing Bai Zhou's decision, the others refrained from offering counsel. Each harbored their own aspirations. If one wished to perish, no one would hinder them. Watching the First Academy's head and his companions hastily retreat, Bai Zhou shook his head in resignation and muttered to himself with a hint of self-deprecation. "Ah, humans are always like this. When they see profit, each one is more earnest than the last. Now, when faced with danger, they completely forget the promises made before. He too was frightened. Yet he did not wish to leave Lin Bei alone in this perilous situation. Otherwise, Bai Zhou's conscience would bear the torment. Lin Bei, of course, noticed the retreat of the First Academy's head and his companions, but he was not overly surprised. In fact, upon witnessing the power exhibited by the hybrid Tao Tai, Lin Bei had anticipated such an outcome. Had he lacked sufficient strength for self-preservation, he would likely have made the same choice. However, Bai Zhou's decision to remain here was somewhat unexpected for Lin Bei. How intriguing. He chose to stay. It seems he is a commendable person. The next moment, the system's notification echoed. Ding. As a man destined to become the lord of 10,000 dragons, how could you be without a subordinate? Please, host. Recruit individuals of adequate strength and character to serve as your subordinates and establish a personal organization. Upon the completion of the organization, corresponding rewards will be granted. As the number of recruited subordinates reaches a certain threshold, additional rewards will be bestowed. The instant the notification concluded, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, an expression of surprise flickering in his eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, he murmured to himself, "Indeed, establishing a personal organization is quite necessary. I cannot handle everything myself. That would be a tremendous waste of time." Clearly, Lin Bei had formulated a plan in his mind. Yet now was not the time to execute it. Swiftly dispelling the chaotic thoughts within, he redirected his gaze forward once more. At that very moment, the hybrid Tao Tai charged forth. Without the slightest hesitation, it opened its mouth to its maximum extent. Boom! A terrifying force of devouring energy erupted from the hybrid Tao Tai's maw, voraciously consuming the descending bolts of lightning, erupting flames, and the ruthless blades of wind. Despite the formidable lethality of the lightning, flames, and wind blades, their inherent quality was insufficient to withstand this devouring power. In the next instant, all three formidable forces deviated from their original trajectories, drawn into the Tao Tai's mouth by that insatiable force. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds elapsed, and the situation remained unchanged. What was once capable of inflicting tremendous damage now rendered utterly ineffectual. In a certain sense, the hybrid Tao Tai had the ability to counteract such elemental forces. As they departed but had not gone far, the head of the First Academy and his companions turned back upon sensing the situation behind them, gazing towards Lin Bei's location. They could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, leaving was the correct decision. That fellow is no match for that monster." Yes, all his attacks were swallowed. What can he possibly fight with? Bai Zhou and that fellow are likely to perish there. With their suspicions confirmed, the group hastened their departure even further. The decision to remain made by Bai Zhou echoed similar sentiments. He too believed his demise was inevitable. Alas, perhaps this is simply fate. In stark contrast to the pessimistic Bai Zhou, Huang Bashuan was exhilarated beyond measure. Finally, he has gained the upper hand. At long last, a chance for revenge presents itself. My extensive efforts have not been in vain. The hybrid glutton has not disappointed me. Victory is assured now. Even the malevolent spirit shares this sentiment. His Blood Ape Knight Brigade has returned to normal, although each ape bears some wounds and their armor is damaged to varying degrees. They remain capable of combat. Immediately, the malevolent spirit commanded, "Attack. Target that human." Thud, thud. The members of the Blood Ape Knight Brigade sprang into action, advancing towards Lin Bei. In an instant, the situation grew perilously dire. Yet, despite being engulfed in such danger, Lin Bei maintained an air of nonchalance, as if what was unfolding was but trivial matters unworthy of concern. Ignoring the rapidly approaching Blood Ape Brigade, he extended a finger towards Bai Zhou and calmly instructed the Void Reincarnation Dragon, "Bring him here." Upon hearing this, the Void Reincarnation Dragon flicked its tail with great force, unleashing a surge of peculiar energy. In the next moment, Bai Zhou, who had been lingering in the distance, found himself standing behind Lin Bei. "Stay here. I will handle the rest." Bai Zhou was utterly bewildered, his face a mask of astonishment. He had no idea how he had arrived at this location. Soon, Lin Bei's voice resonated once more. "Xiao Lu, continue your relentless assault. Asu, support them. Xiao Bai, deal with those monkeys." Buzz, buzz. For synchronized roars of dragons echoed, each conveying a resounding affirmation. The moment the dragon roar subsided, the flames upon the body of the fiery rock-armored dragon surged even more violently, coalescing into fiery columns that erupted skyward from the ground. The lightning unleashed by the six-winged wind thunder dragon grew even more ferocious, akin to a tempest of thunder descending from the heavens, and the winds mirrored this chaos. However, this time, the dragon's assault was markedly different from before. Previously, their attacks had been precisely targeted, but now they appeared tumultuous and utterly unfocused. Several bolts of lightning even slashed across horizontally. Observing this spectacle, the malevolent spirit was struck with confusion, struggling to comprehend the nature of this chaotic display. What is happening? Have they resorted to self-destruction? Though he pondered casually, he had no intention of sparing Lin Bei. The apes in the Blood Ape Brigade felt no fear in response, continuing their swift approach towards Lin Bei. After all, with the hybrid glutton present, there was no concern of being attacked. Yet, before the hybrid glutton could unleash its devouring power, the void reincarnation dragon tore through space, vanishing into the void. When it re-emerged, it found itself at the heart of the multitude of assaults. Without a moment's hesitation, the void reincarnation dragon shattered the void once more. Crack, crack. Vast expanses of space splintered, revealing the hidden void. At the instant the void materialized, all lightning, flames, and fierce winds were forcibly consumed within. The next moment, the void vanished, and space returned to normal, as if nothing had ever occurred. Even the void reincarnation dragon had entered the void. Witnessing this phenomenon, the malevolent spirit was left in a state of bewilderment. Things that had undeniably existed a mere second ago now inexplicably vanished into thin air. The situation was undeniably astonishing. What manner of power is this, to transfer so much energy in an instant? Could it be that this power is akin to that of the glutton? The hybrid glutton gazed at the empty sky, momentarily at a loss for comprehension. What is happening? Where's the food? Why has it suddenly disappeared? Roar, roar. It could only express its dissatisfaction through furious howls. Meanwhile, the nearest ape had already raised its massive sword, poised to strike down upon Lin Bei's head. Whoosh, whoosh. The holy white dragon soared above Lin Bei, its wings unfurling. What had once been an expression of utmost gentleness in its eyes had now transformed into cold indifference. In the next instant, a golden beam of light erupted from the golden halo above the holy white dragon's head, hurtling directly towards the ape wielding the great sword. Once again, the hybrid glutton was unable to consume, as the golden beam pierced through the ape's body. The creature instantly lost half of its form. Moreover, the golden beam did not cease its advance, continuing to strike forward with unmitigated force. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the golden beam surged through another ape's body. The other apes, witnessing this, scrambled in terror to evade, fearing they too would be pierced. Seeing the incoming beam, the hybrid glutton dashed to the front of the beam, excitedly opening its mouth in preparation to devour this light as well. Yet, just as its jaws parted, the void ruptured once more, and the beam vanished from existence. Roar! The hybrid glutton was once again left stunned, furiously howling at the sky. Twice now. Twice as food vanished right before it. At that moment, a massive rift in the void appeared behind the hybrid glutton, and the void reincarnation dragon slowly emerged from within. Alongside it came the transferred lightning, flames, winds, and beams. Now, these four forces had undergone a cycle of reincarnation. The destructive aura within the lightning intensified. The flames reached temperatures 100-fold higher. The wind blades and beams were similarly enhanced. Any force that has undergone reincarnation becomes significantly stronger. In the next moment, all these reconstituted forces unleashed their fury upon the hybrid glutton's body. Chapter 94, Entering the Seal. As these attacks originated from behind, the hybrid glutton did not have time to react. It was completely unaware, allowing the assaults to strike its back unimpeded. After all, these attacks had traversed the void to reach it. Even with the hybrid glutton's formidable strength, it could not perceive the shifts within the void. The void is a unique power, much more peculiar than flames, lightning, or similar forces. While it may appear less destructive than lightning and flames in practical application, the void can wield tremendous influence. Boom, boom, boom. Nearly simultaneously, a myriad of vibrant attacks erupted upon the hybrid glutton's form. The furious flames enveloped the rear half of the hybrid glutton, the terrifying heat searing its body and its resilient shell mercilessly. The flames and magma that once resided upon its shell were swiftly devoured by the flames of this reincarnation, transforming into an intrinsic part of its being. Bolts of lightning, as if possessing a corporeal form, forcefully pierced the body of the hybrid Taotai. Across its limbs, shell, and torso, the hybrid Taotai appeared as though it were being ravaged by a tempest of 1,000 thunders. The blades of wind were equally fierce, incessantly carving crimson wounds upon its form. Drip, drip, an uncontrollable surge of blood erupted, each droplet falling to the ground. Ultimately, a golden beam of light emerged. The power of this beam was terrifying, piercing through the shell on the back of the hybrid Taotai and creating a gaping void that was transparent from front to back. Crack, crack, cracks appeared on the shell, resembling glass that had endured a violent impact. Even an ordinary human could now pry off the shell's fragments. Following this, the golden beam continued its assault, striking the head of the hybrid Taotai. Boom. The beam erupted violently. A massive wound, continuously oozing blood, appeared on the head of the hybrid Taodai. Finally, within a mere span of 3 seconds, as if bearing the weight of 100 million tons of damage, the hybrid Taodai could no longer withstand the excruciating pain surging throughout its body and let out the most agonizing roar it had ever produced since its inception. Roar! Roar! The roar was deafening, yet it was filled with profound agony and intense fear. At the moment this anguished cry echoed, Huang Baxiang and the vengeful soul finally reacted. Instinctively, both turned their gazes toward the hybrid Taodai. Hiss! Hiss! Upon witnessing the hybrid Taoye's current state, they both instinctively gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief, and their mouths gaping open uncontrollably. The situation was far from what they had envisioned. No, it was an order of magnitude different. Among the two, Huang Baxiang's reaction was the most pronounced. He stood frozen in place, his expression one of utter astonishment and shock as he gazed at the hybrid Taodai. Like a wax figure, he swallowed hard, each gulp echoing in his throat, while his arms trembled uncontrollably at his sides. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? The hybrid Taodai has sustained such severe injuries. Bewildered, at this moment, Huang Baxiang was utterly confounded. Just moments ago, he believed victory was assured. That success was a foregone conclusion, even beginning to imagine what he would do after taking control of Nanshan City. Yet at this moment, his mind was a chaotic whirlpool of confusion. It was as if he thought of nothing, yet everything at once. In short, he was in a state of panic. Boom. And just then, unable to endure the pain any longer, the hybrid Taodai collapsed to the ground. It could only alleviate its suffering through this means. This turn of events was also beyond the hybrid Taoye's expectations. It had not anticipated encountering such an elusive force that could vanish and reappear at will. Roar! A series of feeble growls erupted, and although the hybrid Taodai lay on the ground, it remained defiant. If it were not for this ability to transfer attacks through the void, it would undoubtedly not be in such a dire predicament. All of this was the fault of this bizarre power. Perhaps sensing something from the low growls, the void reincarnation dragon sprang into action once more, vanishing from behind the hybrid Taodai in an instant. When it reappeared, it was directly in front of the hybrid Taodai, blinking its eyes as it locked gazes with it. In the next moment, unmasked derision gleamed in the eyes of the void reincarnation dragon. Buzz! Simultaneously, a dragon's roar resounded, seemingly mocking the hybrid Taodai. Consequently, the hybrid Taodai's inner turmoil intensified, summoning every last ounce of its remaining strength to open its mouth wide, unleashing a powerful force of attraction aimed at the void reincarnation dragon. Whoosh! The absorbing power erupted with full force, approaching the void reincarnation dragon at a speed swifter than lightning. Yet just as this force was about to make contact with the void reincarnation dragon, the previously intact space around them crumbled instantaneously. Following this, the shattered space swiftly transformed into the void, from which an even more potent and ferocious force of attraction surged forth. In the blink of an eye, this enhanced attraction devoured the hybrid Taoye's own force. A second later, the space reverted back to its original state. The void reincarnation dragon cast a disdainful glance at the hybrid Taodai before vanishing into the void, only to reappear beside Lin Bei, circling him as if seeking praise for its achievements. Meanwhile, the hybrid Taodai stood in stunned silence. Its greatest strength had been utterly suppressed. Moreover, it had been suppressed mercilessly. At that moment, the last flicker of its fighting spirit dissipated completely. With its head drooping and eyes closing, it began to ponder the nature of its existence. Indeed, while the hybrid Taoye's devouring power was formidable, it ultimately remained a hybrid, incapable of rivaling the void power of the void reincarnation dragon. The inherent void power of the void dragon was already exceptionally strong. After merging with the void skin, that power underwent a profound transformation. Had a pure-blooded Taotai stood against the void reincarnation dragon, a stalemate might have been possible for some time. A hybrid? Best to forego that notion. It was simply inadequate. As for the thoughts of the hybrid Taotai, Lin Bei remained entirely unconcerned. After all, to him, the hybrid Taotai was merely a composite material, devoid of any other purpose. With the hybrid Taoye's defeat now assured, his primary objective had been achieved, rendering any further delay unnecessary. Contemplating this, Lin Bei's voice resonated once more. Little Six, Little White, do not waste any time. Swiftly deal with these monkeys. After pausing for a brief moment, he then addressed the void reincarnation dragon. Axio, confine the hybrid Taotai within the void. Upon hearing the command, the 4 dragons immediately sprang into action. In the next instant, lightning flashed, flames erupted, winds howled, beams pierced through, the void shattered. The battle-weary hybrid Taotai was confined within the void, while the monkeys were obliterated by a barrage of powerful attacks. Who? The vengeful soul, acutely aware of the dwindling numbers of his blood-ape knights, felt his breath quicken uncontrollably, his face rapidly overtaken by fear and unease. No. How can this be happening? Why? Why must the radiant altar ruin my good fortune? How audacious to send forth the holy seed to thwart me. Damn it. He found himself utterly lost, unsure of what to do or what he even desired. His mind was in a complete turmoil. Boom. Ultimately, as a bolt of lightning struck nearby, the malevolent spirit stumbled backward and fell to the ground. He understood. The current situation was exceedingly perilous. He had to devise a countermeasure. Otherwise, his only fate would be death. In less than 2 minutes, within a radius of 1,000 meters, only 4 individuals and 4 dragons remained, and the ground was littered with corpses. After witnessing Lin Bei's formidable prowess, Bai Zhou had long since tucked away his pet, quietly standing behind Lin Bei as a mere spectator. During the battle, he even blinked cautiously, fearing that any noise might provoke Lin Bei's displeasure. After observing this clash, Bai Zhou felt as though he had glimpsed an entirely new world. It was as if a long-sealed window had been forcefully pushed open by a powerful hand from the outside. Only when the surrounding environment began to gradually normalize did he involuntarily murmur to himself, "So strong. Truly exceptional. Far beyond my imagination. How can one individual possess 4 dragons? Such a thing could never happen in South Mountain City. In the past, Bai Zhou wouldn't he have dared to even dream of such occurrences. Yet now, he had witnessed it all with his own eyes. Thus, no matter how unbelievable it was, he could only accept these realities. Soon after, Bai Zhou couldn't help but recall the 5 departing deans. He regarded these 5 as somewhat foolish. Though they had left this place alive, they had missed a monumental opportunity. For individuals like Bai Zhou, encountering a new world was the only path forward. Huff. Upon completing their master's orders, the 4 dragons returned to stand behind Lin Bei. Their 8 eyes disdainfully regarded the malevolent spirit and Huang Baxian. Lin Bei surveyed his surroundings briefly before casually waving his hand. As his arm descended, all the corpses of the monkeys on the ground were drawn into the system's space. Even the weapons and armor were collected as well. Despite the pitiable state of these monkeys and the tattered condition of the armor and weapons, they could still fetch a certain price. He would not squander such useful items. After all, money can be converted into points. Moments later, Lin Bei's gaze fell upon the malevolent spirit as he slowly advanced forward. With the outcome already determined, he was in no hurry. The malevolent spirit naturally noticed Lin Bei, his expression growing increasingly grave as his mind raced. Despite having slain numerous beings, the malevolent spirit still feared death. He was unafraid of killing others, yet terrified of being killed himself. Human potential is often unleashed in moments of peril, and the malevolent spirit exemplified this truth. After Lin Bei had taken a few steps forward, the malevolent spirit conceived a method that could not only save his life, but also allow for a potential resurgence. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand, casting a fierce smile at Lin Bei. "I have one final trick, a method to ensnare you." The instant those words fell, the malevolent spirit channeled the remaining energy within him. All that residual power surged into his feet and then flowed unreservedly into the concealed teleportation array beneath the ground. A second later, a section of the ground emitted a faint glow. Clearly, the teleportation array had been activated. At that moment, the malevolent spirit's voice rang out once more. "Teleportation array. Activate." As his voice echoed, the array's glow intensified significantly. Instantly, Lin Bei grasped the malevolent spirit's intentions, yet he felt no displeasure. Instead, he couldn't help but smile. "I see. Thank you." Upon hearing this, the malevolent spirit was momentarily taken aback, rendered dumbfounded by Lin Bei's gratitude. "What is this? Thanking me?" In the next instant, the light from the teleportation array engulfed Lin Bei, along with Bai Zhou and the 4 dragons. Aware of Lin Bei's intentions, the dragons offered no resistance. Bai Zhou, however, was at a loss as to how to oppose it. In the blink of an eye, 3 seconds passed. The radiance of the teleportation array dimmed, and Lin Bei, his 4 dragons, and Bai Zhou vanished from the surface. Huff. Witnessing this scene, the malevolent spirit exhaled deeply, the unease within him temporarily dissipating. He then turned to the dazed Huang Baxian and exclaimed, "Hurry, what are you standing there for? Our chance for a comeback has arrived. In at least a month's time, they won't be able to decipher this teleportation array." With that, the malevolent spirit turned and departed, swiftly devising a plan for their resurgence. After enduring a series of violent shocks, Huang Baxian merely nodded instinctively, silently trailing behind the malevolent spirit. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Lin Bei, Bai Zhou, and the 4 dragons found themselves in a subterranean expanse of at least 1,000 meters deep. Before them stood the imposing seal radiating 4 colors. Before they could take any action, that familiar voice once again resonated within Lin Bei's mind. At last. At long last, I've awaited this day. As the words fell, the green section of the seal erupted with dazzling light. Chapter 95, named Qinglong. At the moment this green radiance appeared, Lin Bei, Bai Zhou, and the 4 dragons instinctively closed their eyes tightly. Even though the strength of these 2 and the 4 dragons was considerable, they found themselves unable to withstand the blinding brilliance. This demonstrated just how formidable the green light was. At that moment, the system's notification chime resounded once more. Ding! Host has successfully completed the 2nd phase of the task. The 3rd phase of the task has been activated. Ding! Please communicate with the entity within the seal to ascertain why you have been summoned. Upon completing the 3rd phase of the task, a portion of the task reward will be granted. Though the system had issued the 3rd phase of the task, Lin Bei found himself unable to fulfill it at that moment. Under the enveloping glow, he could hardly even utter a word. Huff, huff. The 4 dragons, acutely aware of their master's condition, hurriedly gathered around him, shielding him from the unique light that bore no lethal power yet was exceptionally distinctive. Even with their eyes shut, they could sense their master's presence, effortlessly navigating to where they intended to go. Thus, Lin Bei's condition improved somewhat. Yet he still could not bear to gaze directly at the green light. However, standing not far away was Bai Zhou, who did not enjoy such favorable treatment. Though he had tightly shut his eyes, his eyelids offered him no respite. The verdant glow he was meant to see remained unabated, not only in his eyes, but also within the confines of his mind, his heart, and his cognitive thoughts. There existed nothing but a blinding green light. As if he were immersed in an emerald-hued cosmos, Bai Zhou's heart brimmed with 1,000 words he longed to express. Yet all he could muster were a few simple phrases. It was not that he lacked the desire to speak. Rather, he found himself utterly incapable. The voice that had previously echoed in Lin Bei's mind now resounded once more. This time, everyone present, including the dragons, could hear it. Is it you? Is it truly you? Is it not you? The words seemed somewhat chaotic, indicating that the existence within the seal was in a rather peculiar state. Hearing this call clearly, Bai Zhou's astonishment deepened. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back, an overwhelming urge to flee surging within him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the radiant green light gradually dissipated. Only when the glow had completely faded did Lin Bei, Bai Zhou, and the 4 dragons return to a semblance of normalcy. Breathe, breathe. Bai Zhou immediately began gasping for air, as if he had not inhaled fresh oxygen for a month. The events that had transpired were once again beyond his expectations. Beneath the ground of Nanshan City lay such a staggering secret. Incredible, truly incredible. Although Bai Zhou could not fathom the nature of this green light, he felt a profound sense of dread towards it. Nonetheless, he chose to remain silent, standing quietly beside Lin Bei. Bai Zhou understood that his presence here was merely a fortuitous accident, and that the voice had not been calling for him. Thus, it was best for him to remain in silence. Otherwise, he would have no right to be involved in any of this. As the situation returned to normal, the 4 dragons, including the flame rock armored dragon, gradually dispersed. However, they did not venture too far, remaining vigilant against any unforeseen circumstances. Simultaneously, Lin Bei redirected his gaze forward, his expression betraying no hint of fear. From the earlier situation, he could ascertain that the presence within the seal harbored no malice towards him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he took a step forward, heading straight for the sealing array. As he advanced, Lin Bei slowly inquired, "Who are you? Why have you called for me?" He was genuinely perplexed. What could compel the existence within the seal to summon him? No matter how he viewed it, the entity within the seal was terrifyingly powerful. Soon, the voice that had previously resonated echoed once more. "Remove your mask. Let me see your face. If I cannot see your face, I cannot ascertain whether you are the one I seek." The words, though somewhat stuttered, conveyed a palpable excitement. Clearly, Lin Bei's appearance was of paramount importance. Instantly, Lin Bei halted his forward stride, his brow arching in surprise at this request. They wished to see his face. What was the meaning of this? Could it truly recognize him? The more he pondered, the more absurd it seemed. How could an existence sealed for centuries possibly recognize him? It was unfathomable. Yet, despite his doubts, Lin Bei complied, raising his hand to remove the mask from his visage. In that moment, Bai Zhou instinctively turned his gaze toward Lin Bei, having long harbored curiosity about the appearance of one so powerful. However, in the next instant, when Bai Zhou beheld the face concealed beneath the mask, he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Shock flooded his pupils, for he had seen that face more than once before. Lin Bei? How could it be him? No, it was impossible. Am I mistaken? Bai Zhou was well aware of who Lin Bei was and his history. After all, he was a student from his own academy, one whom he intended to nurture. Thus, Baijiu understood Lin Bei's talent and background. Yet now, he stood before an individual who should not have existed in this context. How could he maintain his composure? At that moment, Lin Bei slowly turned his head, casting a calm gaze upon Baijiu. Director Bai, do I truly appear so fearsome? In that instant, Baijiu became utterly convinced that the man before him was indeed Lin Bei. He suddenly recalled the familiarity he had felt regarding Lin Bei's silhouette. Now, everything made sense. So it was him. Truly him. It seemed that, in the end, his perspective had been too narrow. Baijiu wished he could find a crevice in the ground to hide in. He felt a wave of regret wash over him, an overwhelming sense of shame. Previously, he had even entertained the notion of nurturing Lin Bei. How laughable. What right did he have with such meager strength? Having realized this, Baijiu also came to understand other matters. In his view, Lin Bei had been deliberately concealing his true self all along. It was even possible that his age was a facade. Such a mysterious entity could easily mask its true nature, something Baijiu had been unable to discern. Sigh. He had played his role convincingly. After taking a long breath, Baijiu quieted his scattered thoughts, standing alone in silence. Regardless of how the situation unfolded, all he could do was observe. As Baijiu took in Lin Bei's appearance, the presence within the ceiling array also beheld Lin Bei's visage. Immediately, the ceiling array, which had occasionally emitted sounds, fell into a profound silence. It was as if time itself had come to a standstill. This state persisted for a full minute before the previous voice rang out once more. My name is Qing Long. Upon hearing the name Qing Long, a flicker of astonishment flashed through Lin Bei's eyes. Although he had harbored a vague suspicion after encountering related records, the confirmation of his conjecture now overwhelmed him with disbelief. Qing Long. This was the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 sacred beasts, a divine creature from various legends. It governs the wood element among the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, possessing the power to subdue the entirety of the East single-handedly. It was even revered as the god of the East. Qing Long. It was indeed the Azure Dragon. After instinctively uttering these 2 words, Lin Bei found himself pondering a question, causing his brow to furrow tightly. Why was the Azure Dragon sealed beneath the South Mountain City? Given that the green one represents the Azure Dragon, could the others not represent their respective colors as well? As Lin Bei pondered this, he chose not to elaborate further. Everything remained unspoken. At that moment, the voice of the Azure Dragon reverberated once more. Do you still remember me? Lin Bei hesitated, but soon honestly shook his head. I do not remember. To be precise, I have no acquaintance with you. The instant his words fell, the Azure Dragon's voice continued. That is understandable. After all, it has been a full millennium since we last met. 1,000 years may seem neither long nor short. Yet countless significant events can transpire within such a span. It is only natural for you to forget me. However, I shall never forget you. Although the Azure Dragon's words were few, they conveyed a wealth of information. Upon hearing this, both Lin Bei and Baijiu instinctively contemplated certain implications. Gulp. Baijiu could not suppress the urge to swallow hard, an overwhelming terror rising within him. His arms, which had naturally hung by his sides, began to tremble uncontrollably, quaking from his shoulders to the tips of his fingers. 1,000 years. They knew each other a millennium ago. Just as Baijiu considered this, a resonant dragon's roar suddenly erupted from the green section of the ceiling array, a roar that echoed through heaven and earth. In that instant, Baijiu collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back to reveal only the whites. Simultaneously, 99% of South Mountain City's inhabitants fell unconscious at that very moment. Only a few formidable individuals, positioned at a distance, managed to retain their consciousness when the dragon's roar resounded. Even the frantic souls fleeing from danger, along with Huang Baxian, were struck down by the reverberating roar, lacking the courage to rise from the ground. The 5 individuals, led by the first dean, who had already reached safety, also found themselves overwhelmed by the terrifying dragon's roar. Their faces flushed crimson, veins bulging on their foreheads. Ah, my head. It feels like it's going to explode. Help. Someone, save me. What on earth is happening? What is this sound? In comparison to these individuals, the response of the magical beasts and pets was even more pronounced. Almost simultaneously, all magical beasts and pets trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground, instinctively submitting. Only Lin Bei and the 4 dragons remained unaffected by the Azure Dragon's roar, standing calmly in place. No, the 4 dragons were not in a normal state. They all gazed at the green section of the ceiling array with fierce intent, seemingly eager to challenge the Azure Dragon. Had it not been for the existence of the ceiling array, these 4 dragons would undoubtedly have launched an assault against the Azure Dragon. Although Lin Bei was unaware of the events in South Mountain City, he could infer, from Baijiu's reaction, what transpired. Yet, he chose to remain silent. For he understood better than anyone that the Azure Dragon's actions were surely justified. Just as Lin Bei thought, The Azure Dragon's voice soon resonated again. All right, the troublesome ones are asleep. We can reminisce now. Lin Bei casually waved his hand, withdrawing the 4 dragons into their respective domains. In this situation, no danger was present. Reminisce. Did we know each other in the past? In truth, as he posed this question, he already harbored an answer within. He and this Azure Dragon were undeniably acquainted. Otherwise, such circumstances would not have arisen. Despite the looming sense of calamity, he felt compelled to inquire. After a brief pause of about 3 seconds, the Azure Dragon's voice echoed from within the ceiling array once more. Of course we know each other. Moreover, our relationship is quite extraordinary. Unfortunately, you have lost those memories. The Azure Dragon's tone carried a hint of nostalgia, as if reminiscing about something significant. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Lin Bei fell into deep contemplation. He now realized that he was no ordinary individual. He harbored a monumental secret within. Given the revelation of this matter, Lin Bei began to suspect whether the reason for his crossing into this world was also intertwined with this secret. Yet, the more he pondered, the greater his headache became. Ultimately, Lin Bei decided to abandon his thoughts. In light of the current situation, he knew he would not arrive at any understanding, no matter how hard he tried. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei spoke again. Is this the reason you called upon me? The next moment, the Azure Dragon's voice responded. Precisely. For when you seal me here. You instructed me to await your return. I believe that moment is now. Chapter 96. The Method to Unseal. At that instant, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. Host has successfully completed the 3rd ring task. The initial task reward has been deposited into the system space, which the host can access at any time. Ding. The 4th ring task has been activated. Please inquire with the Azure Dragon regarding the method to unseal it. Unbeknownst to him, the chain of tasks had reached its 4th stage, and he had acquired a portion of the rewards. The 4th stage could be considered an entirely new phase, merely from the task's requirements. It had become significantly weightier and more crucial. Upon hearing the Azure Dragon's proclamation, Lin Bei felt a surge of astonishment. It was indeed he who had sealed the Azure Dragon here. How could this be possible? Initially, he had assumed that the Azure Dragon's sealing was orchestrated by a large, mysterious organization akin to the Shanhazi. Yet, he never envisioned the truth to be this. Consequently, Lin Bei's inner confusion deepened. What kind of person was the self spoken of by the Azure Dragon? And why had he sealed the Azure Dragon beneath South Mountain City? There were countless questions that eluded his understanding. Ultimately, Lin Bei resolved to cease his speculations. After all, pondering further would only squander his mental faculties. As for whether the Azure Dragon was deceiving him, he held not a shred of doubt. For the Azure Dragon had no need to fabricate lies. Judging by the power the Azure Dragon had just displayed, it could effortlessly eliminate him. Thus, there was no reason to lie. After all, a mere roar had nearly incapacitated the entirety of South Mountain City. After a prolonged silence filled with contemplation, Lin Bei's voice finally broke the stillness. Why did I seal you here? His intuition whispered to him that there lay a significant secret behind this matter. Once the secret is unraveled, many questions will find their answers. After a few seconds, the voice of the Azure Dragon echoed. It is not yet time to divulge this information. The moment is still far from ripe. It is not that it hesitates to speak, but rather that it fears the consequences. To reveal it would impact the entire world. Although the response was not what Lin Bei had hoped for, he began to grasp certain truths. Only when the so-called moment is ripe can he uncover the reasons behind it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei astutely shifted the topic. I am curious. Since you are the Azure Dragon and are sealed within the Green Realm, does this mean that the other 3 colored realms contain the Vermilion Bird, the White Tiger, and the Black Tortoise? Even though he held suspicions in his heart, conjecture remains merely conjecture. It is always better to seek confirmation when the opportunity arises, especially since no one else present is conscious to question this matter. Upon hearing this, the Azure Dragon was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Lin Bei's inquiry. Oh, how intriguing. You possess such knowledge at this moment. You can even deduce something like this. It seems you have experienced many fascinating events. Although the Azure Dragon did not provide an unequivocal answer, its words implicitly acknowledged the existence of the 3 sacred beasts, the White Tiger, the Black Tortoise, and the Vermilion Bird, sealed away in the other colored realms. Gulping instinctively, Lin Bei suppressed the astonishment rising within him and promptly asked, So, are they also sealed here with me? The Azure Dragon showed no inclination to conceal the truth. Indeed. However, they remain in slumber. Within each sealing formation, only one can remain conscious. In those few unremarkable words lay an important revelation. The sealing formations seemed to exist beyond just this one. Lin Bei quietly noted this point without further inquiries. Moments later, the Azure Dragon's voice resumed. Enough of this idle chatter. It is time to discuss serious matters. Instantly, Lin Bei's focus sharpened to its peak. At last, the time for serious discourse had arrived. He had a hunch about the nature of this serious matter. Is it regarding the unsealing process? The only thought that crossed Lin Bei's mind was this very issue. Soon, the Azure Dragon, still bound by its seal, responded, yes. The only information I can share with you now is how to unseal me. Lin Bei nodded subtly, voicing no objections. All right. Beyond this, he had nothing more to say. In truth, Lin Bei was acutely aware of his current weakness and recognized that he was not in a position to know too much, especially concerning matters imbued with such profound secrets. He had merely scratched the surface and had already encountered the four sacred beasts. What more complexities lay ahead as he delved deeper? Approximately a second later, the Azure Dragon continued. The method to unseal me is quite simple. You must journey to the Zhonglin mountain range and locate a dragon pearl inscribed with the characters Nanshan hidden deep within. This pearl serves as the key to the sealing formation. As long as you possess this key, you may freely enter and exit this seal. Furthermore, this sealing formation can only be undone from within. At the moment the Azure Dragon revealed this method, a mechanical voice resonated in unison. Ding. The host has successfully completed the 4th ring task. Ding. The 5th ring task has been activated. Please, host, seek an opportune moment to venture to the Zhonglin mountain range as described by the Azure Dragon. Upon completing the 5th ring task, the host will receive a corresponding reward. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei's mind was already made up. He nodded decisively and proclaimed in a firm tone. All right, I understand. The Zhonglin mountain range? I shall go there. Whether to fulfill the system's consecutive tasks or to uncover the mysteries of the past, Lin Bei resolved to set foot in this so-called Zhonglin mountain range. His intuition urged him that this was imperative. Despite the lingering doubts in Lin Bei's heart, the Azure Dragon's voice broke through once more. Do not rush. Given your current strength, you cannot even access the outermost regions of the Zhonglin mountain range. Your dragons, though they appear unique, are fundamentally weak and would only meet a tragic fate if they ventured there. The Zhonglin mountain range is a land of great peril from many years past. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's expression grew considerably grave. While he had never believed he would easily locate the dragon pearl inscribed with Nanshan, he had not anticipated the extent of the danger involved. He realized he lacked even the qualification to enter the most peripheral area. It appeared that the prerequisite for finding the pearl was to first strengthen his own abilities. As this realization dawned on him, Lin Bei recalled the information he had overheard from merchants while purchasing wings. A grand auction was to be held in a neighboring city. Upon reflection, it seemed the time was nearly upon them. Moreover, he could begin preparing to join the Radiant Forum. What he lacked most was strength. He must take action without delay. Although the Azure Dragon was confined within the sealing formation, it could observe all that transpired in the outside world. Typically, it refrained from intervening in external affairs, allowing Huang Baxiang and the Fierce Soul to cultivate the hybrid glutton as they wished. Yet now, observing the silent Lin Bei, the Azure Dragon could not help but gently shake its massive head, murmuring in a hushed tone, Alas, alas, I have waited so long for you. I might as well lend a hand. I do not wish for you to come to harm. After all, assisting you is akin to aiding myself. What lay behind these sentiments, only the Azure Dragon could fathom. In the next moment, a colossal green orb of light emerged from the seal, floating directly before Lin Bei. Suspended in midair, as Lin Bei snapped back to reality, he gazed at the green orb with a mixture of bewilderment. What is this? He found himself perplexed by the sudden appearance of this green orb. What purpose does it serve? It appeared no different from the seal itself. Take it. Consider it a long-awaited gift. After a momentary hesitation, Lin Bei lifted one hand and gently touched the verdant orb of light. The instant his fingers made contact, the green light dissipated, revealing what lay concealed within it before Lin Bei's eyes. It was a green vest, appearing utterly unremarkable, merely an ordinary piece of clothing that one could acquire at a roadside shop. Yet, Lin Bei would never deem it merely an ordinary vest. The cherished gift of reunion mentioned by the Azure Dragon could not possibly be something so mundane. A second later, as he grasped the vest, a wondrous sensation coursed through his fingers. Though it appeared to be soft fabric, it felt as though he were touching a formidable scale armor. In that fleeting moment, a thought flickered in Lin Bei's mind. Scale armor? Could it be dragon scales? Just as this notion crossed his thoughts, the Azure Dragon's voice resonated. This is the Azure Dragon soft armor crafted from my dragon scales. While it feels similar to regular clothing when worn, it becomes exceedingly resilient during attacks, capable of withstanding considerable harm. Accept it. I have no desire to see you perish once more. From the Azure Dragon's words, Lin Bei sensed a profound concern hidden beneath them. He gazed intently at the green section of the sealing array for quite some time before solemnly responding, Thank you. The moment his words fell, Lin Bei stowed the Azure Dragon soft armor into his spatial ring. The reason he did not place it in the system space was that he had yet to fully trust the Azure Dragon. Exercising caution in one's actions is, after all, not a vice. Even if the Azure Dragon had ties to his former self, he could not reveal all his secrets. I have said all I needed to say, so I shall not keep you any longer. If you wish to leave, I can send you out directly. At this, Lin Bei lifted his gaze upward, where only the illuminated ground was visible. With Huang Bashuan and the Fiend Soul still in Nanshan City, there was little time to squander. The situation had escalated to this point. He could not afford to let these two slip away. Otherwise, it would not only lead to dire consequences, but it would also prevent the completion of the system tasks. Although he had dealt with the hybrid glutton, the system-issued tasks could not be fulfilled until the crisis in Nanshan City was entirely resolved. With this in mind, he pointed toward Baizhou. Very well. Send us both back. Since Baizhou met the requirements of the system task, he could not be left underground. In the next moment, the teleportation array established on the surface was activated, casting a dazzling light that enveloped Lin Bei and Baizhou in an instant. 1 second later, the radiance of the teleportation array faded, and Lin Bei and Baizhou vanished from sight. As he surveyed his familiar surroundings, Lin Bei felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. In the brief span of less than an hour, he had experienced so much, events that an ordinary person might never encounter in a lifetime. Truly, this world is full of secrets. After a few casual reflections, Lin Bei produced a mask and casually donned it upon his face. With only Baizhou aware of his identity, it was prudent to maintain his anonymity. In the next moment, Lin Bei directed his gaze toward the direction of the Huang family, his brow furrowing slightly. Those two rascals must be at the Huang family. Indeed, for Huang Bashuan and the Fiend Soul, the Huang family was the optimal hideout, making it their most likely refuge. With that, Lin Bei summoned 4 dragons from their respective exclusive spaces, preparing to confront the Huang family and resolve these matters. As for the 5th dragon, the Bone Dragon, it continued to slumber peacefully. However, just as he called forth the 4 dragons, the unconscious Baizhou regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Lin Bei's silhouette alongside the 4 dragons. Instantly, a sense of awe surged within Baizhou. He was acutely aware that the figure before him was none other than the student he had previously underestimated. Swallowing hard, Baizhou mustered the courage to speak. Lin Bei, what just transpired? Was it real? Even now, he remained in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 97. Help me with a favor. Hearing this, Lin Bei turned his head, regarding Baizhou with an air of indifference. Even through the veil of the mask, Baizhou could perceive an icy detachment in Lin Bei's gaze, as if he were being scrutinized by a war machine. Baizhou swallowed again, instinctively gulping down the saliva that flooded his mouth. After witnessing Lin Bei's formidable prowess, a profound reverence began to blossom within him. He had intended to inquire further, yet found himself at a loss for words, his lips and throat parched. Lin Bei, indifferent to Baizhou's state, continued with his calm demeanor, slowly articulating. How could what you witnessed with your own eyes be anything but true? In the next instant, a look of astonishment flickered across Baizhou's face, though it lasted scarcely 2 seconds before it transformed into a weary smile tinged with resignation. Indeed, since it was something he had witnessed firsthand, how could it possibly be false? In truth, Baizhou's question had deeper implications. Had Lin Bei claimed it was all a fabrication, Baizhou could have dismissed the events as mere illusion, returning to his former life unscathed. Yet, if Lin Bei affirmed the reality of it all, Baizhou's life would inevitably change. Having witnessed such a staggering secret, how could he hope to extricate himself from its grasp? After all, experiences etched into memory can never truly be erased. Certain moments, certain recollections, will inexplicably resurface. It was this realization that prompted Baizhou's bitter smile. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out once more. Do not worry. This will be a boon for you. Wait for me at the academy. After I conclude my affairs, I will come to find you. As his words faded, the wings of wind and thunder manifested behind him. With a powerful flap, Lin Bei soared into the sky, the 4 dragons trailing closely behind, soaring majestically through the heavens. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking, and Lin Bei's destination was none other than the nearby Huang family. Upon confirming the safety of his surroundings, he proceeded to open the system space, revealing the rewards for completing the 3rd ring task. This reward, too, was a package. System, open the package. In the next moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Package opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received a common reward. 10 Tier 3 Beast Spirit Pills. Congratulations, host. You have received a common reward. 7 million in starting capital. Congratulations, host. You have received a common reward. 10 Tier 3 Beast Spirit Pills. Congratulations, host. You have received a common reward. 7 million in starting capital. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward. The rare material, Heart of the Ocean. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward. The unique skill, Eye of the Source. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. One chance for a random talent extraction. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. One chance for a random dragon extraction. All rewards have been distributed. The host may collect them at will. This time, the rewards from the package amounted to 6. In the instant he received these rewards, Lin Bei understood their functions. The Beast Spirit Pills, starting capital, random talent, and random dragon had all been rewards he had previously acquired. Only the other 2 rewards were unfamiliar to him. The heart of the ocean was a unique substance, crystallized from the power of the sea, granting its holder the ability to wield the ocean's might. It even possessed the capacity to instigate tsunamis. As for the Eye of the Source, it was a special ocular technique aimed at identifying beast materials. Its function enabled the user to discern the essence of beast materials, effectively recognizing the type and purpose of a wing or a bone. In summary, the rewards obtained this time were quite impressive, yet Lin Bei refrained from hastily utilizing them. After all, he had numerous matters to attend to. Whether it was extracting a dragon or acquiring a talent, he could defer those actions for later. Baijiu instinctively lifted his head, his eyes fixed on the sky. The only figures in his line of sight were Lin Bei and the 4 dragons. It wasn't until Lin Bei and the dragons vanished from view that Baijiu gradually returned his gaze. Well, I suppose I must resign myself to fate. Moreover, Lin Bei does have a point. For me, it might truly be an opportunity. Subsequently, he did not linger there for long, but resolutely made his way back to the 3rd Academy. Baijiu was fully aware that it wouldn't be long before Lin Bei arrived. After all, dealing with Huang Bashuan and the 2 fierce souls, who had lost their pet, would hardly require excessive time. Lin Bei and the 4 dragons soared through the sky with remarkable speed, reaching the location of the Huang family in but a short while. However, he did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he instructed the Void Reincarnation Dragon to open the void, allowing both man and dragon to enter it and swiftly navigate within. Lin Bei's intention behind this maneuver was to observe the situation first. Since the fierce souls had narrowly escaped, they would undoubtedly devise a countermeasure with utmost urgency. If roles were reversed, he would act similarly. Yet, thanks to the Void Reincarnation Dragon's mastery over the void, Lin Bei could see and hear events transpiring outside the void. Thus, he quickly located Huang Bashuan and the fierce souls. Everything proceeded smoothly. At that moment, the fierce souls and Huang Bashuan were in a lounge of the Huang family, adjusting their states. Both were filled with relief, grateful to have returned to this place. After downing a bottle of water in one go, the fierce souls lamented. The reason for this failure lies with those lunatics from the light altar. They actually dispatched their holy seed to thwart us. It seems they are determined to ensure the failure of this operation. Although Huang Bashuan was still somewhat shaken, he cooperatively replied, "Indeed, it was undoubtedly the people from the light altar causing trouble. I have lived in Nanshan City for decades, and I am certain I have never seen that person." He dared not contradict this. After all, the fierce souls were part of the Shanghai organization. Huang Bashuan's words only solidified the fierce soul's deductions. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and struck the nearby wooden table with force. Boom! The table shattered instantly, splintering into fragments scattered across the floor. The fierce souls did not cease, but redirected their fury towards other furniture, repeatedly wreaking havoc. As the room transformed into a chaotic mess, his pent-up anger found some release, and he began to pace around the room, speaking gravely. "Fortunately, I just sent them to the underground ceiling area. Otherwise, the situation would have been far worse. However, this condition cannot last long. Once the light altar learns of this, they will surely send people to Nanshan City. It is only a matter of time before they find us." At this point, the fierce souls halted, gathering their resolve to make a decision. Then, he turned to Huang Bashuan and said, "I need to contact the esteemed elder. We must retreat for now." Upon hearing the words esteemed elder, Huang Bashuan dared not disobey and quickly stood up, heading outside. Observing this, Lin Bei also moved within the void, following him outside. Given the current circumstances, Huang Bashuan was of little use, merely an ambitious figure. Throughout this entire process, Huang Bashuan remained completely oblivious. After all, Lin Bei was operating within the void, making it rather difficult to detect. It was only after Huang Bashuan had walked a few dozen meters that he gradually came to a stop. Then he turned around, gazing back at the room where he had just been. However, just as Huang Bashuan turned, a black spear materialized before him. Whoosh! The spear's tip pierced through his throat with brutal precision. Splurt! Blood gushed from the corners of Huang Bashuan's mouth and his wound, swiftly forming a pool of crimson on the ground, the pungent scent of blood permeating the air. Even then, Huang Bashuan had yet to register what was happening. He could only stare blankly at Lin Bei before him, his face contorted in agony. You, how could you be here?" Huang Bashuan was dumbfounded. He could hardly believe his eyes. The one who had injured him was none other than this individual. But this person had clearly been sent to the underground ceiling area. Exiting the underground ceiling area could only be achieved through the use of a teleportation array. Moreover, activating this teleportation array required the correct method. Without the proper approach, it could not be activated at all. Huang Bashuan and the others from the Huang family had attempted this on numerous occasions. There must be a corresponding method to activate that teleportation array. But, what is this situation? How did he escape? Why? How could you? However, Huang Bashuan ultimately did not complete his statement, leaving only with the lingering perplexity in his heart as he descended into the abyss. His eyes had lost all color, and the vital essence within him had entirely dissipated. Whoosh! Observing this, Lin Bei swiftly withdrew the demonic spear, activating the system's reclamation function to absorb all valuable possessions from Huang Bashuan into the system's space. Having accomplished this, he slowly spoke. If you wish to know the answer, go to hell and ask the king of hell. The moment his words fell, Lin Bei vanished into the void once more, swiftly re-entering that room. At that very moment, the vengeful spirit was kneeling on the ground with a demeanor of utmost reverence, meticulously reporting all that it knew. Before it stood only a swirling mass of black light, emanating a chilling aura. Even Lin Bei and the holy dragon of light were rendered breathless and heavy upon witnessing the ominous glow. Was this the so-called revered one? Despite the spatial separation, the overwhelming power of that black light was palpable. Lin Bei dared not even contemplate the true might of the esteemed one. Yet, he merely thought this without feeling any dread or fear. No, far from feeling trepidation, the corners of Lin Bei's mouth curled into a slight smile. Seemingly elated, the Mountain and Sea Organization is indeed formidable. No wonder the system issued me a task to learn about this organization. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining a deeper understanding of the Mountain and Sea Organization. Successfully advancing the progress of the special mission slightly. Corresponding rewards have been deposited into the system space, which the host may check at any time. Please continue to strive, host. Despite receiving the rewards for the special mission, Lin Bei's focus remained solely on the black light. At that instant, the vengeful spirit had relayed all that had transpired to the black light. Subsequently, silence enveloped the room, with the vengeful spirit dutifully remaining in place. After a full 10 seconds, a voice emerged from the black light. Understood. Silence returned once more. In an instant, the vengeful spirit's heart was engulfed by unease, for it had not heard any words of pardon from the revered one. This could only signify a path leading to demise. Moments later, 5 seconds passed, and the voice from the black light resonated again. However, this time it was not addressing the vengeful spirit, but rather speaking to Lin Bei, the one hidden in the void. Could you assist me in eliminating him? Immediately, a flicker of astonishment flashed across Lin Bei's eyes. He found this revelation rather unexpected. How could it have detected his presence? Even though his true form was not present, it still managed to uncover him. Truly deserving of the title, Revered One. Regardless of whether it was a physical entity, the ability to pierce through the void attested to its immense strength. Since he had already been discovered, there was no longer any need for concealment. Thus, Lin Bei stepped forth from the void, gazing directly at the mass of black light, his eyes devoid of any fear. Upon witnessing Lin Bei's emergence, the vengeful spirit immediately stood in shock, bewildered. How are you here? I am not. Yet before it could finish its sentence, the voice from the black light interrupted forcefully. Who permitted you to speak? In the next moment, the vengeful spirit once again found itself kneeling upon the ground, trembling yet unwilling to resist. Lin Bei furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the black light, and through the vengeful spirit's reaction, he could surmise one thing. The internal hierarchy of the Mountain and Sea Organization was undoubtedly stringent. In the face of such life and death matters, it still obediently complied. Just then, the voice continued. So what say you? Will you assist me with this task? Chapter 98 comes to a temporary pause. To assist or not to assist? This was not a matter requiring contemplation. From the moment the revered one first posed this request, Lin Bei had already formulated an answer within his heart. Hence, without a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth to respond. I shall kill, without a doubt, but not for your sake. After all, my original intention was also to eliminate him. In fact, within those fleeting seconds, Lin Bei had discerned the revered one's motives. There were only two possibilities. One was a genuine desire to eradicate the vengeful spirit, intending to manipulate him to gain the upper hand. The other was that there was no intention to slay the vengeful spirit, but rather to provoke him, inciting a rebellious instinct to spare the vengeful spirit. Regardless of which choice he made, the benefactor would be the revered one. Thus, with this understanding, Lin Bei resolved to act according to his own will. He would indeed kill, but it would be for himself. Following this, The voice of the revered one echoed from the black light. Oh? Intriguing. No wonder you managed to thwart the vengeful spirit and that fool from the Huang family. Clearly, the revered one was somewhat taken aback. An unexpected turn from his initial assumptions. Yet, it was merely a momentary surprise, devoid of any profound sentiment. Soon, the voice of the revered one resounded once more. Why do you sabotage our plans? You must understand what the Mountain and Sea Organization represents. The consequences of opposing the Mountain and Sea Organization are not worth elaborating. As he remained uncertain of Lin Bei's identity, he deliberately uttered these words to ascertain the situation. Compared to the vengeful spirit, the revered one possessed a clearer understanding of the radiant altar. Thus, he knew that the current holy seed of the radiant altar was, in fact, a woman. Yet, before him stood a man, clearly not the holy seed of the radiant altar. Neither was he the holy seed of the radiant altar. Nor did he possess such formidable power, yet he intentionally disrupted the endeavors of the Mountain and Sea Organization. The truth was undeniably intriguing. Otherwise, there would be no need for such inquiry. Lin Bei, however, coldly regarded the mass of black light, unfazed by the dialogue, and spoke in a tone of indifference. Is that so? How severe is it? I would truly like to witness. He neither explained his actions nor refrained from provocation. Upon hearing this, the revered one fell into silence for the first time. Neither spoke, and in that room, the only sound was the frantic, heavy breaths of the vengeful spirit kneeling nearby. The situation was exceedingly grave. A crisis could erupt at any moment. The more Lin Bei and the fierce deity maintained their silence, the more intense the fear within the soul of Fury became. At this moment, he was acutely aware that his life was entirely in the hands of another. Whether he would live or die remained an enigma. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Beads of cold sweat trickled down the forehead of the soul of Fury, falling onto the ground below. He kept his head bowed, too terrified to raise it. A full minute passed before the voice of the fierce deity resonated once more. It seems you have made your decision. In that case, the Mountain and Sea Organization shall be your enemy. No matter who you are, crossing the Mountain and Sea Organization leads to a dire fate. The moment those words fell, a black light began to coalesce rapidly, instantly forming into a colossal demonic claw, judging purely by size. This claw was no smaller than that of the six-winged wind thunder dragon, and its sharpness was equally formidable. In the next instant, the dark claw lunged directly towards Lin Bei. Whoosh! In less than a breath's time, the dark claw appeared merely a meter in front of Lin Bei. Having traversed a distance of 10 meters as though it had slipped through the fabric of space itself, it emanated a terrifying aura, far more malevolent and chilling than that of the hybrid beast. Indeed, it could be said to surpass the hybrid beast by far. It was as if the claw confronting them belonged to an unparalleled monstrous beast. This power embodied the epitome of malevolence. Upon witnessing this, Lin Bei dared not exhibit even a hint of carelessness. He swiftly harnessed the power of the void reincarnation dragon, instantly propelling himself to a distance of several meters away. However, as soon as he appeared, the claw seemed to possess a will of its own, pursuing him relentlessly. Wherever the demonic claw passed, the ground below shattered under its overwhelming aura, cracks rapidly spreading outward. Tap, tap. The soul of Fury, kneeling nearby, felt an even deeper terror welling within him, his teeth chattering incessantly from fear. If this continued, he feared his very teeth might shatter. With utmost speed and force, Lin Bei took a deep breath, channeling all his strength to its zenith. He understood the necessity of this action. After all, he was facing an attack from a revered member of the Mountain and Sea Organization. Even an attack from his avatar could not be met with the slightest negligence. Otherwise, the outcome would be utterly unpredictable. In the next instant, flames, wind and thunder, demonic spears, and void energy surged forth, coalescing into a singularity at the tip of the celestial demon spear. Simultaneously, Lin Bei commanded, Xiao Bai, utilize all your strength. To counter such extreme malevolence, we must summon an equal measure of benevolence. As the words left his lips, the celestial holy white dragon materialized beside him. Boom. Bang. Due to the dragon's considerable size, its appearance within the confines of the room caused the structure to explode. Yet it paid no mind to its surroundings and immediately began to fervently channel its internal power. The power of the light dragon, the strength of the angelic halo, the might of the white Zay's horn, each one a paragon of sanctity. In an instant, a dazzling radiance of white and gold intermingled, effortlessly illuminating the entire room. The platinum-hued light was resplendent and pure, imbued with a warm essence. The soul of Fury, who had been trembling on the ground, drenched in sweat, found himself enveloped in this warm glow and astonishingly returned to normal within a second. His shaking body stilled, the cold sweat evaporated, seemingly drawn back within him. Even the fear and unease that had filled his heart dissipated in that moment. The soul of fury slowly raised his head, gazing at the brilliance surrounding him. What a warm light. It felt like a mother's embrace. His heart was cleansed. Then, a profound confusion flickered across his face, and various emotions danced within his eyes. It seemed he began to question his life over the years. Ultimately, tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. He wiped away the uncontainable sorrow, murmuring in anguish, "I am a scoundrel. I apologize." The power of the celestial holy white dragon could not only dispel the evils of reality, but also purge the malevolence dwelling within the human heart. Meanwhile, the room was suffused with a brilliant platinum light, coalescing into a long sword of white and platinum hues. The moment the platinum sword was formed, it lunged toward the dark claw. In scarcely a second, the tip of the platinum sword met the tip of the demonic claw. Boom! The two raging forces clashed. The white and platinum energies mingling with the black, neither side able to gain the upper hand, locked in a stalemate. After a full minute of the standoff, the intermingled powers transformed into chaos. Witnessing this through the avatar, the fierce deity exclaimed, "Impossible! The chaos space has been unleashed. Does this not imply that his power is of a quality sufficient to contend with mine? How intriguing, truly fascinating. In this remote town of Nanshan, such a formidable being exists. The convergence of ultimate malevolence and ultimate purity inevitably heralded catastrophic consequences. The emergence of chaos was not beyond the realm of possibility. Few understood this phenomenon, and the soul of fury was among them, hence he voiced such thoughts. This indicated his trepidation towards Lin Bei's sanctified power. In the chaos, light and darkness coexisted, evil and purity intertwined, shrouded in an exquisite enigma. This chaos seemed to be repelled by the laws of the world, existing for less than a tenth of a second before vanishing entirely from this realm. Along with this chaos, all light and darkness surrounding it disappeared, along with every object that had existed in the room, including the soul of fury, who was lost in profound contemplation and questioning of his life. Whether living or inanimate, chaos could consume and engulf them all. Ultimately, only Lin Bei, the celestial holy white dragon, and the black light embodying the fierce deity remained in the courtyard of the Huang family. At that moment, they too were in a state of shock, clearly not anticipating such an occurrence. The reason the one man, one dragon, and one orb of light were unaffected was that this chaos was not particularly powerful, with little it could consume. Had the chaos that appeared been of a more formidable nature, then the entire town of Nanshan would have been swallowed whole. 3 seconds later, Lin Bei regained his composure, swiftly suppressing all distractions within his mind, and wielding the formidable magic spear imbued with immense power, he sprang into action. Whoosh! He leapt through the void, positioning himself directly before the dwindling black radiance. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the spear forward. In an instant, the spear's tip pierced through the black glow, unleashing a tempest of flames, lightning, and various forces, all striving to obliterate this ominous orb of darkness. The outcome was quite satisfactory. The black radiance, besieged by the myriad of forces, began to dissipate at a visibly rapid pace, its hue gradually fading to transparency. The fiend god, fully aware of his precarious predicament, remained silent for a few moments before his voice resonated again. "Ha! What a delightful surprise. Who would have thought things would turn out this way? The fiend's soul has perished under the combined might of our attacks. Being consumed by chaos is hardly different from death itself. The chances of surviving within the chaos are infinitesimally close to zero, unless one possesses a stroke of miraculous fortune." In response, Lin Bei, gripping the magic spear and channeling his power, replied with an impassive demeanor, "Do not be too hasty in your astonishment. It will not be too late to express your surprise once I have slain you." He was acutely aware that he had become an irreconcilable enemy of the Shanghai organization, a foe to the death, allowing him to speak with reckless abandon. Yet the fiend god did not react with fury. Rather, he scoffed and remarked, "Let us see if you can survive until that moment." After a brief pause, he continued, "It is indeed intriguing. You are neither a saint seed of the Radiant Altar nor one of their core members, yet your holy power is astonishingly pure. In fact, it surpasses that of the saint seeds and the saint of the Radiant Altar. It is truly hard for me to believe." The fiend god had engaged in numerous confrontations with the Radiant Altar, making him intimately familiar with holy power. Nevertheless, among all the holy powers he had encountered, none compared to Lin Bei's. One might even say there was a significant disparity. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly, mentally noting this observation. The Radiant Altar was also wielding holy power. Simultaneously, a fascinating idea began to germinate in the fiend god's mind. If the Radiant Altar were to learn of this individual, the situation would undoubtedly become far more interesting. It seemed imperative to disseminate this information. Once it was spread, the Radiant Altar would surely take action against Lin Bei. Although named the Radiant Altar, their deeds were not solely illuminated by virtue. To acquire pure holy power, the Radiant Altar had committed numerous unsavory acts. If they set their sights on Lin Bei, it would certainly spell trouble. No, not only the Radiant Altar, but many other organizations would also take notice. No one in this world would refuse the allure of pure power. However, the Fiend God chose not to divulge any of this to Lin Bei. He simply abandoned his prior ambitions and temporarily relinquished thoughts of Nanshan City. Once the black radiance completely vanished, Lin Bei withdrew all his power. With a long sigh of relief, the tension within him eased somewhat. At that moment, the system's notification chimed softly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the mission to save Nanshan City. Super reward package has been issued. Please open it promptly. Chapter 99, Invincible, Supreme Dragon Breed. At last, Lin Bei had completed this mission. Defeating the hybrid terrors and averting the disaster of Nanshan City was undoubtedly his first major task, fraught with significant difficulty. A super reward package? Just from its name, it was clear that it was no ordinary gift. The rewards contained within promised to be exceptional. Any reward associated with the word super was destined to be extraordinary. With this thought, a surge of excitement welled up within Lin Bei, prompting him to exclaim eagerly, System, open this super reward package. He could hardly contain his anticipation to discover the contents of this so-called super reward package. In the next moment, the system's notification resonated. Ding! Super reward package opened successfully. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the super reward, Divine Weapon Qianhuan. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the super reward, Designated Second Synthesis Opportunity. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the super reward. Randomly draw one Supreme Dragon Breed. The obtained rewards have been issued. Please check them at your convenience. The rewards within the super reward package were limited to 3. Although few in number, each was immensely valuable. At that moment, Lin Bei received an influx of information in his mind, allowing him to comprehend the functions of these 3 rewards. Divine Weapon Qianhuan was an extraordinarily powerful weapon capable of transforming into 1,000 different forms. Moreover, each form's specific appearance could be personally crafted by Lin Bei. It could even morph based on actual existing weapons, provided they were ones Lin Bei had seen or wielded before. For instance, the Sky-Slaying Demon Spear and the Reincarnation Holy Sword. Not only could it replicate their appearances, but it could also emulate their abilities. However, the strength of the transformation would depend on the user's power. Undoubtedly, Qianhuan was incredibly formidable. Additionally, the Divine Weapon Qianhuan could not serve as a synthesis material. It could only be utilized by Lin Bei. The designated second synthesis opportunity was also an excellent chance. It allowed a dragon that had already undergone synthesis to be re-synthesized anew. The dragon post-synthesis would possess even greater strength. As for the randomly drawn Supreme Dragon Breed, the meaning was clear. It would allow the selection of a dragon, a top-tier dragon. After contemplating silently for about 10 seconds, Lin Bei decided to utilize the opportunity to draw a Supreme Dragon Breed first. As for the second synthesis opportunity, he chose to hold off on using it for now, as he was uncertain which dragon to apply it to and lacked suitable materials. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei's voice gradually emerged. System. Utilize the Supreme Dragon Breed drawing opportunity. He was filled with anticipation regarding the type of dragon he would draw. Regardless of what kind of Supreme Dragon Breed it was, it could not possibly be inferior. Before long, the system's notification sounded. Ding. Randomly drawing the Supreme Dragon Breed has commenced. Drawing in progress. Drawing completed. The Supreme Dragon Breed drawn by the host is a young Time Emperor Dragon. The Time Sovereign Dragon, a young dragon, has now entered the system space, and the host can effortlessly summon it at will. Thud. Thud. The moment Lin Bei realized the nature of the dragon he had drawn, his heartbeat quickened significantly. Even his usually calm eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the revelation. This reaction was entirely understandable. After all, the name of this newly acquired dragon was intrinsically linked to the concept of time. At this moment, Lin Bei comprehended the true essence of the Time Sovereign Dragon. My goodness, the astonishment within him intensified. The Time Sovereign Dragon, as the name suggests, is the ruler that governs time. A dragon capable of mastering time? Is this truly what is referred to as a Supreme Dragon Breed? Although Lin Bei had prepared himself mentally to some extent, the dragon he ultimately received far surpassed his initial expectations. No, it could be said that it exceeded them by a considerable margin. After a considerable pause, Lin Bei finally regained his composure, promptly opening the system space. Within this realm, 2 young dragons lay in slumber. One was a bone dragon hatchling, and the other was the Time Sovereign Dragon hatchling. Fixated on the Time Sovereign Dragon, Lin Bei instinctively began to ponder what materials would be suitable for its synthesis. This posed a formidable challenge. The materials for synthesizing the time-sovereign dragon certainly could not be ordinary. For the time being, he could not think of an appropriate choice. Never mind that for now. It would be prudent to venture to the neighboring city and see if there were any fitting materials available. With a deep breath, he brushed aside the chaotic thoughts. The wind and thunder wings manifested behind Lin Bei, and as he flapped them, he departed from the Huang family estate. Feeling invigorated as he made his way towards the third academy, all that remained was the disarray and the pitiful corpse of Huang Bashuan. No one else was present to witness the events that had unfolded, for the majority of the residents in Nanshan City were currently in a state of mental disarray. This was all thanks to the Azure Dragon. Meanwhile, individuals like the First Dean, who managed to maintain some semblance of lucidity, remained at the First Academy, utilizing various methods to reach out to other formidable entities. Given their strength and status, they could at most contact those of similar or slightly greater prowess. As for those even more powerful, they were utterly unreachable. Although they had not achieved significant results, the First Dean and his companions persevered. Consequently, news of the situation began to spread swiftly. Many powerful individuals in other cities became aware of the matter. Likewise, the guardians responsible for maintaining order in Xia Prefecture received word of it. Xia Prefecture is vast, with numerous cities. However, the number of guardians is relatively limited, preventing them from being stationed in every city. Instead, they are assigned to key urban centers, allowing them to protect the most critical locations and promptly assist other areas. The nearest central city to Nanshan City, where an auction was about to take place, became the focus of attention. Immediately, several formidable guardians hastened towards the medium-sized city of Nanshan. The First Dean approached a chair with measured steps and sat down slowly, wiping the sweat from his brow. He spoke helplessly to the others. "We have done our utmost. What transpires in Nanshan City now depends on the fortune of this place. It is a pity for Bai Zhou." As the First Dean's words fell, someone interjected. "Has that fool lost his mind? To choose to stay behind is nothing short of courting death. The strength of that monster is evident. It is beyond our capacity to confront." The others echoed similar sentiments, all believing that Bai Zhou was doomed. Ultimately, it was the First Dean who interrupted the discussion. After all, he was a friend. "If circumstances permit, let us erect a tombstone for him at the Third Academy." The others did not object, but decided to wait for a more opportune moment to act. After all, whether the tombstone was erected a few days earlier or later made little difference. At that very moment, the fearsome revered one at the Four Fiends Division of the Shanghai organization addressed a group of kneeling subordinates. In Nanshan City, there is an impostor posing as a Saint Seed of the Light Altar. He possesses a sacred power far surpassing that of the genuine Saint Seed. Spread this information. Disseminate it with utmost urgency to the ears of the Light Altar's Saint Seed. His words contained both truth and deception, deliberately framing Lin Bei as an impostor, aiming to incite the wrath of the Light Altar. This current Saint Seed of the Light Altar is a woman who places great importance on her reputation. Once she learns that someone has allegedly misused her identity, she will undoubtedly come to investigate the matter personally. For the Shanghai organization, this presents an exceptional opportunity. Not only can they deal with Lin Bei, but they can also confront the Saint Seed. As these words fell, the subordinates immediately responded in unison. "We shall obey your command, esteemed revered one." Their voices were synchronized, indicating rigorous training. Subsequently, they departed to execute the fearsome revered one's orders. For them, disseminating information was no arduous task. They could accomplish it with ease in a short span of time. Meanwhile, Lin Bei remained oblivious to all of this. He arrived at the office of the Dean of the Third Academy without drawing any attention. Inside the office, the Dean's chair was unoccupied. Bai Zhou, the Dean, stood quietly to the side, showing no intention of sitting down. Until Lin Bei spoke, he refrained from uttering a word. In this world, strength governs all. Observing Bai Zhou's visibly tense demeanor, Lin Bei maintained an expression of calm, betraying no hint of emotion. "Dean Bai, currently, you are the only one aware of my identity." In an instant, Bai Zhou's mind tensed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Here it comes. It has finally arrived. He understood all too well that what Lin Bei was about to say would significantly impact the course of his life. Thus, Bai Zhou nodded firmly, responding with a serious tone. "Understood." Lin Bei continued. "Now, you have two choices. 1. Follow me. 2. Yet, as he began to articulate the second option, Bai Zhou interjected. "I will follow you." Without needing Lin Bei to finish, he had already anticipated what the second choice would entail. As for how to choose, Bai Zhou had long since arrived at his answer. He must seize this opportunity. Such chances are rare throughout one's lifetime. A powerful intuition surged within Bai Zhou, compelling him to make this decision. Thus, he acted with resolute decisiveness. refusing even to contemplate an alternative. Witnessing this, Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. It was indeed unexpected. After a brief pause, Lin Bei regained his composure and continued. Tomorrow, accompany me to Tianshan City for an auction. Bai Zhou readily agreed. Certainly. Subsequently, Lin Bei departed from the location, intending to find a quiet place to synthesize the skeletal dragon. Although his strength was now formidable, caution was still warranted. After all, one could never anticipate unforeseen troubles. The most suitable location for synthesis was undoubtedly deep within the monster forest. Barely 15 minutes had passed when news of someone impersonating the holy seed of the light altar and other such events spread throughout organizations nearly as powerful as the Shanghai organization. Naturally, the light altar was soon apprised of this information, as it bore significant relevance to them. Moreover, the holy seed of the light altar, upon learning of this news, mounted the luminous dragon she had painstakingly tamed and set forth towards Nanshan City. Her curiosity was piqued. Who could possess such formidable holy power and yet dare to impersonate her? The holy master of the light altar did not intervene, fully aware of the temperament of their holy seed. Thus, he understood that obstruction would be futile. Instead, he secretly dispatched a group to protect the holy seed while simultaneously observing the unfolding situation. Despite receiving this news, the holy master of the light altar refrained from placing blind trust in it. If he were that naive, he wouldn't have survived to this day. Before long, Lin Bei returned home and activated the teleportation array to the heart of the monster forest. Gazing upon this familiar old place, he felt a wave of nostalgia. So much had transpired in such a short time. Shaking his head lightly, he dismissed any further thoughts and summoned the skeletal dragon from the system's space. At that moment, the skeletal dragon had awakened. This was his first encounter with the skeletal dragon in the real world. Its body, entirely constructed of bone, emanated a chilling aura that sent shivers down Lin Bei's spine. Truly, it was a skeletal dragon. After a brief exclamation, he retrieved 2 additional synthesis materials. One was the previously utilized sky-slaying demon spear, now deemed a divine weapon, alleviating any concerns about future armaments. The other was the colossal corpse of the deceased hybrid Taodai. Merely gazing upon these 2 synthesis materials left Lin Bei hesitant to imagine the outcome. What sort of fearsome entity would the skeletal dragon become when fused with the hybrid Taodai and the sky-slaying demon spear? Activating the synthesis function, the system's prompt resonated. Please select synthesis materials. Simply state their names. A minimum of 3 materials is required. Lin Bei's voice soon followed. Skeletal dragon, sky-slaying demon spear, hybrid Taodai corpse. Chapter 101. The talent of the Kunpeng. Synthesis successful. The 3 materials employed in this synthesis were, in fact, rather sinister in nature. The sky-slaying demon spear was a demonic weapon, and demons are not associated with benevolence and purity. The skeletal dragon represented death, while the hybrid Taodai corpse was one of the ferocious hybrid beasts. Thus, the dragon synthesized from these 3 materials would undoubtedly lean towards malevolence. It could even be said to be a complete antithesis to the holy white dragon of light. Whether the synthesized skeletal dragon could coexist harmoniously with the holy white dragon of light was a matter that weighed heavily on Lin Bei's mind. At that moment, a dazzling white light enveloped the skeletal dragon, the sky-slaying demon spear, and the hybrid Taodai corpse. The radiance was gentle, reminiscent of the sun's warmth in early spring. Gradually, the 3 orbs of light ascended into the sky, converging towards a single focal point. 3 seconds later, they fused into a larger orb of light. The system's prompt resonated once more. Ding. Synthesis in progress. Please be patient, host. Lin Bei then approached a nearby tree, leaning against it as he entered a state of waiting. He had no intention of leaving until the skeletal dragon was successfully synthesized. During this period of anticipation, Lin Bei remained industrious, as he still had rewards yet to claim. For instance, the rewards from completing the 3rd ring task included a chance for a random talent and a random dragon selection. Clearly, he had time to utilize them now. Draw random talent. Draw random dragon. Lin Bei simultaneously activated both rewards. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Random talent selection commencing. Processing. Random talent selection successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Kunpeng affinity talent. Ding. Random dragon selection commencing. Processing. Random dragon selection successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a light dragon. The light dragon has been placed in the system space and can be retrieved at any time by the host. The rewards drawn were somewhat unexpected for Lin Bei, to have acquired yet another light dragon. Although it was a duplicate, he felt no disdain. How should he nurture this second light dragon, already possessing a quintessentially pure holy white dragon of light? Lin Bei had no intention of raising this second light dragon in the same manner. However, More intriguing to Lin Bei than the second light dragon was the Kuanping affinity talent. Kuanping, a being he had heard of on numerous occasions. To possess the Kuanping affinity talent was truly astonishing. Lin Bei found it hard to fathom what might occur if he were ever to encounter a Kuanping. Yet, he also understood that remaining in Nanshan City would preclude any possibility of such an encounter. In any case, Lin Bei felt immense satisfaction with the two rewards he had drawn. Meanwhile, in Tianshan City, the place was teeming with people of all kinds. From newly awakened individuals to renowned powerhouses, all congregated in Tianshan City. Some arrived in pairs while others came in groups of dozens, bringing with them a plethora of precious items. All items are intended for participation in the auction. Weapons, elixirs, and equipment abound. There are even various magical beasts and their materials. The tails of wolf-like creatures, the skins of serpent-like beasts, and enormous fish scales. Undoubtedly, this auction is a grand event. Besides those who have already arrived in Tianshan City, many others are en route, including individuals from prestigious organizations. Tianshan City is not a small town like Nanshan City. It is a formidable city, ranking among the top 80 in the entire Xiazhou. As more and more individuals gather in Tianshan City, conflicts and troubles occasionally arise. After all, the attendees hail from diverse factions, and it is only natural for enmities to exist. Conversely, there are also familiar factions with amicable relations. Regarding the happenings within Tianshan City, Lin Bei is not particularly informed. His attention is entirely focused on the bone dragon he is currently synthesizing. After a while, cracks began to appear on the luminous white orb. Crack, crack. The number of fissures was increasing at a visibly rapid pace. Finally, after another minute had elapsed, the orb, now riddled with cracks, abruptly shattered, scattering thousands of shards of white light towards the ground. The spectacle was unexpectedly magnificent, reminiscent of clouds tumbling from the sky. Among the shards of light, a unique white silhouette gradually emerged. It was indeed the synthesized bone dragon. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful synthesis. As the notification echoed, all the shards of white light dissipated, as if they had never existed in this world. In the next instant, Lin Bei beheld the newly formed bone dragon. The most noticeable change was its size, having increased several-fold. What was once the size of a small car now resembled a large truck. As for its other characteristics, they bore little distinction from its pre-synthesis form. Its appearance still consisted predominantly of white bones, yet the tips of each bone had transformed into a deep black, sharp enough to instinctively evoke a sense of trepidation, resembling the tip of the Celestial Slayer spear. The dragon's maw was also somewhat larger, revealing a terrifying black void within through the fissures of its bones. With a mighty sweep, the bone dragon descended before Lin Bei, gently nudging him with its enormous skeletal head. In an instant, information about the bone dragon materialized. Name, unnamed. Race, dragon species, new bone dragon, race yet to be designated. Status, juvenile, weakest phase. Loyalty, unwaveringly devoted. It would never betray, even if reduced to ashes. Abilities, possesses the deathly power of the bone dragon, the devouring power of the gluttonous beast, and the destructive force of the Celestial Slayer spear. Description, the entity symbolizes death, further enhanced by the fusion of the Celestial Slayer spear and the hybrid gluttonous beast, significantly augmenting its killing capacity, rendering its overall power formidable. Upon viewing this description, Lin Bei felt a surge of surprise. It appeared that this dragon was indeed suited for battle. The powers of death, devouring, and the spear, three forces united. The destructive potential is self-evident. Chapter 102, President Bai. What brings you here? Regarding the formidable nature of the synthesized bone dragon, Lin Bei felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Having a dragon dedicated to slaughter and combat was certainly not a disadvantage. After comprehending the bone dragon's details, Lin Bei prepared to designate a new race for it. By doing so, he would be eligible for corresponding rewards. Since the synthesis involved the bone dragon, the gluttonous beast, and the spear, he decided to name it the Devourer Dragon of Slaying. Devourer Dragon of Slaying, a name that exudes an air of dominance. Devourer embodies the gluttonous beast's ability. Achieving the pinnacle of devouring is not beyond possibility. Slaying pertains to the Celestial Slayer spear. Naturally, dragon refers to the bone dragon. In the next moment, the system's notification resounded. Ding. Race designation successful. The true name package for the Devourer Dragon of Slaying has been successfully issued. Lin Bei did not immediately open this true name package. Instead, he continued observing the Devourer Dragon of Slaying. He had a habit of bestowing affectionate nicknames upon his dragons. The Holy White Dragon was one such name, as was the Void Reincarnation Dragon. Thus, the Devourer Dragon of Slaying would follow suit. 3 seconds later, Lin Bei's voice resonated once more. From now on, I shall call you Bone. At the instant his words were spoken, the devourer dragon of slaying immediately flapped its wings, evidently pleased with its new moniker. Observing this, Lin Bei extended a hand to caress the dragon's sturdy head before issuing the command to open the true name package. Ding! The true name package for the devourer dragon of slaying has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. On receiving a special reward, a random extraction opportunity for the abilities of the devourer dragon of slaying. Congratulations, host. On receiving a special reward, a random upgrade opportunity for the abilities of the devourer dragon of slaying. Congratulations, host. On receiving a special reward, exclusive space for the devourer dragon of slaying. The rewards within each true name package are identical. With nothing pressing to attend to, Lin Bei directly utilized these two opportunities. After all, they would be used eventually. Ding! The ability extracted from the devourer dragon of slaying is Holy Resistance Physique. This ability is inherent to the devourer dragon of slaying. The strength of this ability will fluctuate with the dragon's evolution. Ding! Ability upgrade successful. The upgraded ability is Deathly Power. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, his expression shifted to one of peculiarity, and his brow arched slightly. Both Evil Resistance Physique and Holy Resistance Physique? This luck is astonishingly improbable. After the previous battle, he had come to appreciate the potency of resistance physiques, hence his exclamation. Now, Lin Bei could be considered impervious to both righteousness and malevolence. Moreover, the upgraded ability of the Devourer Dragon of Slaying was exceptionally formidable. It would substantially enhance its combat prowess. After exchanging a plethora of food for the Devourer Dragon of Slaying and placing it in an evolutionary state, Lin Bei activated the teleportation array and departed from the heart of the monster forest. In what felt like less than a breath's time, he had returned home. Now, Lin Bei needed to take a well-deserved rest. After all, so much had transpired that day, and he had indeed expended considerable effort. In the blink of an eye, the following day arrived. After a night of rest, Lin Bei's energy was restored to its optimal state. Today, he also had numerous tasks to attend to. Next door resided Wang Yuling, who had risen early as well. Following Lin Bei's temporary suspension from school, she had begun to diligently study, hoping that by achieving outstanding results, she could alleviate the penalties imposed on Lin Bei. Due to her overwhelming busyness, Wang Yuling had recently refrained from visiting Lin Bei. After a hasty breakfast, she prepared to head to the academy for her studies. However, the moment she opened her front door and stepped outside, she was greeted by the sight of a familiar face. Instantly, her eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had encountered a ghost. The dean? What brings you here? Indeed, the individual standing at the entrance was Bai Zhou, the dean of the Third Academy, someone who should not have been present in such a secluded neighborhood. Upon hearing Wang Yuling's voice, Bai Zhou turned his gaze towards her, recalling their first meeting and quickly piecing together the intricate connections. He was also certain of one thing. The relationship between Lin Bei and Wang Yuling was undoubtedly quite close. Not only had they experienced that incident in the forest, but they were also neighbors. How could their bond possibly be anything but strong? Thus, Wang Yuling must not be provoked. Good morning, classmate Wang. Bai Zhou had initially intended to address her with a more respectful title, but recalling Lin Bei's words about their shared secret, he suppressed that thought and referred to her simply as classmate Wang. Still momentarily taken aback, Wang Yuling instinctively replied, Good morning, Dean. Once she regained her composure, she curiously inquired, What brings you here? Are you looking for someone? If so, I can assist you. Her eagerness to please Bai Zhou stemmed from her desire to discuss Lin Bei's situation. However, Bai Zhou was not there to seek anyone. He was merely waiting for Lin Bei to emerge. He dared not wait for Lin Bei to approach him. Moreover, even if he were searching for someone, he could not risk allowing Wang Yuling to assist. Thank you for your kind offer, classmate Wang. However, I am here to wait for an esteemed individual. In an effort to avoid revealing Lin Bei's identity, he concocted a vague explanation. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling's astonishment deepened. Her mouth slightly agape, her eyes wide with shock. She exclaimed, What? You are waiting for someone. The esteemed dean himself is here to await an individual. Is there truly such a person residing in this dilapidated neighborhood? What kind of status and power must someone possess to warrant the dean's personal attention? At that moment, Wang Yuling found herself questioning her surroundings. Although she had lived in this community for many years, she had never known of such a presence. Suddenly, her neighbors seemed foreign to her. Observing Wang Yuling's bewildered expression, Bai Zhou found himself at a loss for how to proceed. He could not disclose the truth nor explain the situation, leaving him to stand there anxiously. Just then, Lin Bei, having washed up, opened his door and stepped out. The next moment, he beheld Wang Yuling and Bai Zhou standing at the entrance. Chapter 103. It is indeed Brother Bei. Lin Bei felt a headache coming on as he looked at the two standing together. What was Bai Zhou thinking, coming to find him? Did he not understand the concept of discretion? Indeed, a renowned dean waiting here for someone would undoubtedly attract attention. After standing silently for a few seconds, Lin Bei shook his head in resignation. There was no turning back now. If some matters were to be exposed, then so be it. He could not simply avoid the Tianshan Academy. After all, he could wholly trust Wang Yuling. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei stepped forward, emerging from the building with ease. He smiled and greeted them. "You're all here." At the sound of his voice, both Wang Yuling and Bai Zhou turned to face him. Their reactions were markedly different upon seeing Lin Bei. Wang Yuling's expression transformed into one of delight as she hurried towards him, her smile radiant as she exclaimed, "Brother Bei, good morning. How did you sleep last night?" Upon seeing Lin Bei, she completely forgot about Bai Zhou and his presence, her mind solely occupied with Lin Bei. Lin Bei reciprocated her enthusiasm with a smile. "Xiaolinger, good morning." Recently, he would not dismiss Wang Yuling's concern lightly. After exchanging a few casual words, he turned his attention to Bai Zhou, furrowing his brow as he inquired coldly, "What brings you here so early?" His tone was laced with indifference, devoid of any respect, almost as if he was questioning Bai Zhou. However, before Bai Zhou could respond, Wang Yuling quickly leaned closer to Lin Bei, lowering her voice to caution him. "Brother Bei, you can't speak to the dean like that. If you upset him, you won't be able to return to the academy." She was genuinely worried for Lin Bei, fearful that he might provoke Bai Zhou's ire, which could have serious consequences. Wang Yuling did not wish for Lin Bei to encounter trouble. After advising Lin Bei, she turned to Bai Zhou, taking a deep breath as she prepared to explain on Lin Bei's behalf. "Dean Bai, Brother Bei didn't mean it that way. He was actually concerned about you and wanted to know if he could assist in any way." Yet, before she could finish, Bai Zhou interjected, "I am here to wait for you." Had Lin Bei not asked, Bai Zhou would never have spoken up to interrupt Wang Yuling. But given that it was Lin Bei who had inquired, Bai Zhou could only respond honestly. In an instant, Wang Yuling was left dumbfounded. She had clearly heard Bai Zhou's words. "You." The honorific "nin" was used. That term was a form of respect, typically reserved for juniors addressing their elders or subordinates addressing their superiors. Yet here was a dean addressing a student with such deference? What was going on? The hierarchy had been completely upended. Moreover, the dean's status far surpassed that of a student. Even after years of graduation, students would still maintain respect when encountering a dean. Now, Wang Yuling began to question whether she had not fully awakened. Was this a dream? The dean had addressed Brother Bei with a term of respect. How could that be possible? Suddenly, she vividly recalled Bai Zhou's earlier words. The purpose of coming here was to await someone. Bai Zhou's recent response seemed to echo this sentiment. When pieced together, the truth became glaringly apparent. Could it be that the person Director Bai was waiting for was none other than Brother Bei? My heavens! Upon realizing this, Wang Yuling's inner astonishment intensified. Just a few days prior, Lin Bei and Bai Zhou were mere strangers to one another. How had circumstances transformed so dramatically? She could not fathom the reasons behind this perplexing turn of events. It all felt somewhat contrary to reason. In stark contrast, Lin Bei's reaction was entirely different from Wang Yuling's. He merely inclined his head slightly towards Bai Zhou and spoke in a rather unremarkable tone. "Thank you. We shall set off shortly." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou nodded vigorously, his tone imbued with respect as he replied, "Indeed." With that, he stepped aside, instinctively falling silent. Thus, Wang Yuling was left with no doubt that her conjecture was correct. The person Bai Zhou was awaiting was Lin Bei. Immediately, she gazed wide-eyed at Lin Bei, her beautiful eyes filled with profound shock and incredulity. "Brother Bei, why does the director treat you this way? His attitude towards you is entirely unlike that of a director towards a student." Lin Bei had anticipated such a question. He was well aware that anyone witnessing this situation would instinctively inquire. After all, the circumstances were indeed somewhat beyond common comprehension. Therefore, Lin Bei had already prepared his response. "The reason he treats me this way is that my strength surpasses his." Xiaoling, in this world, strength governs all. This assertion held truth. It was indeed due to Lin Bei's formidable prowess that Bai Zhou chose to accompany him. As for the other matters, Lin Bei felt it best to refrain from mentioning them for the time being. First, because of the multitude of complexities involved, and second, because discussing them would be overly cumbersome. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yuling fell into deep contemplation. She did not doubt the veracity of Lin Bei's statement, for the evidence had already substantiated it. Furthermore, the gravity of his words ignited an even stronger desire within her to become powerful. In truth, she yearned to grow to a level of formidable strength. Unbeknownst to her, she instinctively clenched her fists, a resolute goal forming within her heart. "I must become stronger. I must attain a level of strength that does not hold others back." After a few minutes, she bid farewell to Lin Bei and Bai Zhou, setting off for the third academy of Nanshan City. Lin Bei and Bai Zhou wasted no time, heading directly to the location of the teleportation array in Nanshan City. Traveling from one city to another via the teleportation array is the fastest and most convenient method. The teleportation array far exceeds the speed of methods like driving. With Bai Zhou leading the way, Lin Bei's journey progressed smoothly. He did not even need to consult a map, nor did he have to cover the costs of using the teleportation array. Soon, the two entered the teleportation array. Chapter 104, Astonishment. A brand new function. Today, Tianshan City was bustling with an energy that far surpassed yesterday, even though it was just past 8 in the morning. Every street was already teeming with people. Moreover, the number of vendors on each street was significantly greater than usual. Not even the grandest festival of the year could boast such lively scenes. In the most remote and spacious areas of Tianshan City, at least 10 enormous teleportation arrays were inscribed. Each teleportation array covered an area of no less than 3 football fields. Whoosh, whoosh. One teleportation array after another operated in succession. Occasionally, individuals emerged from the arrays. Anyone arriving in Tianshan City at this time was primarily drawn by the grand auction event. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Bei and Bai Zhou finally arrived in Tianshan City. Just then, the system's notification chimed. Ding! The host has successfully recruited the first subordinate and spent some time with them. After system evaluation, their loyalty level is very high, thus meeting the criteria for receiving the first stage reward. Now issuing the first stage reward. Ding! First stage reward has been issued. Subordinate information viewing system has been successfully activated. The host can now view detailed information about their subordinates. Ding! System Mall Subordinate Mall page has been successfully activated. The host can spend points in the subordinate mall to exchange for items that can strengthen their subordinates. Ding! Subordinate synthesis function has been successfully activated. When a subordinate's loyalty reaches 90, the host can use this function to synthesize their subordinate with certain materials. The appearance of the synthesized subordinate will remain unchanged, yet they will possess enhanced abilities. The rewards obtained this time were distinctly different from those received previously. They consisted of 3 entirely unexpected rewards for Lin Bei. Such rewards exist? How intriguing. He was not particularly surprised by the subordinate information viewing function, as it merely allowed for the observation of information. However, the other 2 functions piqued Lin Bei's interest significantly. One pertained to a dedicated subordinate mall, while the other involved synthesizing subordinates with materials. Nevertheless, he refrained from using them immediately, choosing instead to assess his surroundings. If he could attend to important matters, it would be best to prioritize them. However, the only sight before him was a sea of people. In this crowded scene, it would likely take some time to navigate any considerable distance. Only after departing this area could he move freely. Due to the overwhelming influx of outsiders, Tianshan City's administrators enforced identity checks for all arrivals to prevent unnecessary complications. This was precisely why the area had become so exceedingly congested. Observing the situation, Lin Bei shook his head with a hint of exasperation. It seemed that there would be numerous competitors this time. His expression grew slightly more serious than at the outset. The greater the number of individuals entering this city, the more participants there would be in the auction. With an increase in auction attendees, the likelihood of multiple individuals vying for the same item also escalated. Naturally, these individuals would become competitors. With such a multitude present, the competition would undoubtedly be fierce. Suddenly, Lin Bei recalled something. It seemed his available funds were somewhat insufficient. Unconsciously, he furrowed his brow, and his mind began to race. First, one must devise a means to earn some money before participating in the auction. Otherwise, even if one finds desirable items, the lack of sufficient funds would render the endeavor futile. Indeed, Lin Bei's financial resources are rather limited. Previously, he had converted most of his funds and treasures into points, lamenting the scarcity of money when it is most needed. Temporarily setting aside these chaotic thoughts, Lin Bei turned his attention to Bai Zhou beside him. Clearly, in this somewhat cumbersome situation, it would be prudent to employ the system's new functionality to examine Bai Zhou's information. In the next moment, details regarding Bai Zhou materialized. Name, Bai Zhou. Identity, subordinate. Talent, Eagle Affinity. Realm, Senior Beastmaster. Loyalty, 80. The essential information is thus revealed. The question marks indicate information that cannot currently be displayed. Only upon acquiring the corresponding attributes will those queries be elucidated. Lin Bei felt quite satisfied with Bai Zhou's impressive loyalty rating of 80. Undoubtedly, this is a high figure. The loyalty is commendable, at the very least. He can be trusted. However, his strength is merely that of a senior beastmaster? That seems somewhat lacking. In this world, the classification of human ranks is quite straightforward. The common knowledge encompasses Junior Beastmaster, Intermediate Beastmaster, Senior Beastmaster, Super Beastmaster, King Beastmaster, Emperor Beastmaster, and Sovereign Beastmaster. Each realm corresponds to that of magical beasts. As for whether there are stronger classifications beyond these, Only a select few are privy to such knowledge. A senior beast master is merely the third stage of beast mastery, which, overall, is not particularly formidable. In fact, this is Lin Bei's first encounter with another's realm. In this world, individuals generally place great importance on the realm of their pets. His own realm is likewise that of a senior beast master. The level of one's realm is directly related to the realm of the tamed pets. The higher the realm of the pet, the higher the realm of the tamer. After silently closing this information, Lin Bei continued to command the system, open the subordinate shop. He was eager to discover what offerings lay within. Soon, the subordinate shop was unveiled, yet the selection of redeemable items was disappointingly scant, with only 2 available. Moreover, both were subject to exchange limitations. Item name, Essence Cleansing Pill. Item price, 1,000 points. Item description, consuming it can alter one's constitution and eliminate impurities within the body. The more one consumes, the better the constitution will become. Exchange limit, 100 times remaining today. Note, all can consume, except for the host. Item name, Beast Spirit Pill, subordinate version. Item price, 100 points. Item description, can enhance the growth value of magical beasts, significantly more potent than market alternatives, though slightly weaker than those for dragons. Overall, it is highly valuable. Exchange limit, 100 times remaining today. Note, all magical beasts can consume, except for the hostess dragon. The variety and exchange limits of items in the subordinate shop correlate with the number of subordinates Lin Bei possesses. Having gained a general understanding of these 2 features, only the final function remained, one called Subordinate Fusion. Chapter 105, Lin Bei, are you mad? In comparison to the previous 2 functions, Lin Bei was more intrigued by this third feature, the Subordinate Fusion function. Merely seeing the name, he understood its essence. Undoubtedly, this function bears similarities to the Dragon Fusion function. It was precisely this aspect that piqued Lin Bei's interest. Subordinates can also be fused? At this moment, the system's prompt resonated softly. The primary function of this feature is to enhance the power of the host's subordinates. The host can select a certain material and fuse it with your subordinate. After fusion, the subordinate will acquire a brand new capability without experiencing any adverse effects. Note, the number of fusions each subordinate can undergo is significantly related to their talent. The stronger the talent, the more opportunities for fusion. The purpose of this function is to aid the host in nurturing their subordinates. Please make good use of this function. After this explanation from the system, Lin Bei understood the function's purpose. However, the only regret was that he could not utilize it at present. Although Bai Zhou's loyalty had reached 80, a minimum of 90 loyalty was required to access this feature. Thus, Lin Bei could only temporarily set this function aside, awaiting a more opportune moment for its use. He refrained from redeeming any items in the subordinate shop. This was not the time for such actions. As time gradually passed, it finally became Lin Bei and Bai Zhou's turn for identity verification. Nanshan City is not far from Tianshan City, and there is often a flow of people between them. Bai Zhou is among them. As the dean of the Third Academy, he frequently needs to travel for various reasons. Therefore, Zhang Kun, responsible for the identity verification here, immediately recognized Bai Zhou upon seeing him. Long time no see, Bai brother. Bai Zhou responded with a smile. Indeed, Zhang brother, it has been a while. Due to their familiarity, many cumbersome procedures could be bypassed, eliminating the need for convoluted methods of identification. As Zhang Kun scrutinized Bai Zhou carefully, he couldn't help but inquire with some confusion, Bai brother, why have you come alone this year? It hasn't been like this in previous years. In past auctions held in Tianshan City, Bai Zhou usually attended alongside the deans of the other 5 academies. It was unprecedented for him to come alone. As for Lin Bei behind Bai Zhou, he instinctively chose to remain unnoticed. He appeared merely as a student, unworthy of attention. Zhang Kun's curiosity about this year's situation compelled him to voice the question. However, as soon as his words fell, Bai Zhou's expression turned somewhat colder. Recalling the actions of the other 5, he couldn't suppress a mocking thought. Those few? They no longer have the standing to act alongside me. Instantly, Zhang Kun stood frozen, his previously puzzled expression morphing into one of profound shock. He instinctively doubted whether he had misheard. What? What did he just say? That the other deans lack qualification? How could he utter such words? Has he lost his mind? Zhang Kun was well aware of the strength of the 6 academies in Nanshan City. He was acutely aware that the most formidable among them were the first dean and the second dean, with Bai Zhou merely occupying the 3rd position. Even the most powerful first dean would not dare to utter words that implied the other 5 lacked qualifications. Yet, what was happening now? Clearly, Bai Zhou's abilities barely placed him 3rd. What audacity and entitlement did he possess to make such a statement? Without further comment on the matter, Bai Zhou calmly inquired. Brother Zhang, we represent the 3rd Academy of Nanshan City. Is there a need for verification of our identities? He understood that Lin Bei undoubtedly had pressing matters to attend to, and thus wished not to squander time in this place. Soon, Zhang Kun regained his senses. Despite being overwhelmed with astonishment, he managed to respond with a smile. Of course not. You may proceed directly. After all, Nanshan City is an important partner of Tianshan City. Had Lin Bei come alone, he would certainly need to undergo a series of verification processes, addressing numerous inquiries. Tianshan City is wary of dark organizations seizing the opportunity to infiltrate. However, coming with Baizhou negates the need for such procedures. This was precisely why Lin Bei had brought Baizhou along. If there exists a way to circumvent complications, why not take it? After giving a slight nod to Zhang Kun, Baizhou turned to Lin Bei behind him, his expression shifting to one of profound respect. While he could adopt a more casual demeanor with Zhang Kun, he dared not show any disrespect towards Lin Bei, whose strength far surpassed his own and who had assumed the role of his leader. He stepped aside, bowed his head slightly, and gestured respectfully, "Please, after you." In the next moment, Zhang Kun was left utterly bewildered. He first gaped at Baizhou, then turned his gaze towards Lin Bei. In that instant, his thoughts came to a standstill, and his breath grew noticeably heavier, clearly taken aback by the unfolding scene. What the hell? Is my hearing truly impaired? How could Baizhou show such reverence to a mere child? Baizhou, he is the dean of the 3rd Academy of Nanshan City. How could he possibly exhibit such deference to a boy of around 20? I haven't heard of any prominent young figures visiting recently. Even when facing some of the younger generation from great powers, as a dean, Baizhou needn't be so subservient. Zhang Kun wished to inquire further, but found himself at a loss for words, his mindset a tumultuous blend of confusion. Simultaneously, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei took a step forward, walking past Zhang Kun without even casting a glance in his direction. It was only when Lin Bei reached the front that Baizhou slowly lifted his head, offering a faint smile to Zhang Kun before closely following behind Lin Bei, resembling a devoted servant. Observing this spectacle, Zhang Kun remained in a daze, utterly devoid of his usual acuity, resembling a simpleton. It was only when someone urged him that he began to regain a semblance of normalcy. Soon after, Zhang Kun exhaled, insane. Truly insane. When the other deans from Nanshan City arrive, I must inquire about this matter thoroughly. Chapter 106. Have the 5 deans lost their minds? After passing through the entrance verification, Lin Bei and Baizhou began to explore Tianshan City, finally experiencing the vibrant atmosphere firsthand. Even in the most remote streets, the sounds of various vendors filled the air. Pass by, don't miss out. Tianshan City's local delicacies abound. Braised heaven chicken, fried heaven chicken, roasted heaven chicken, pan-seared heaven chicken. Gentlemen and ladies, come and enjoy. Our establishment has just received 5 trained and tamed avian magical beasts. Interested customers must come see. Tianshan No. 1 Forge welcomes all patrons. We specialize in material processing, weapon forging, spirit pattern enhancement, and various services. New store opening. For customers wishing to maintain anonymity, we offer masks, hoods, robes, and other disguises for sale. The grand auction taking place in Tianshan City presented a significant opportunity for many individuals to acquire treasures. Consequently, numerous merchants had set their sights on this period, announcing overnight operations. Not only local merchants, but also many outsiders had gathered, making it possible to find many items that were typically rare. With such heavy foot traffic, it was nearly impossible for business to suffer. As Lin Bei strolled along the street, he observed the scene before him, his mind racing with thoughts. Soon, he conceived a brilliant idea. Lin Bei, he called out, prompting Baizhou to respond immediately, yes. What is it? Lin Bei casually pointed to a shop and lowered his voice. I have some items I wish to sell. They should be quite valuable. Do you think it better to sell directly to those shops, or should we set up a stall ourselves? He was in need of funds, and before the auction commenced, he needed to devise a way to earn some money. Given the current circumstances, setting up a stall appeared to be the most advantageous approach. Fortunately, he had many items available for sale. The goods he could offer included those from the System Mall and Subordinate Mall, items that could be exchanged for points, as well as various possessions acquired for different reasons. In a city bustling with people, as long as the products were exceptional, good prices would be assured. Without a moment's hesitation, Baizhou replied, I believe setting up a stall is the better option. Selling to shops will confine the price within a certain range. Selling on our own would allow us to set the price freely, likely exceeding shop prices significantly. In matters such as these, Baizhou's experience far surpassed Lin Bei's, and Lin Bei took his counsel seriously. Though Baizhou was his subordinate, he would not disregard valuable insights. You are correct. In that case, let us find a way to set up a stall. Baizhou seemed to grasp Lin Bei's intentions and felt a tinge of anticipation. Leave this matter to me. I will handle the stall arrangements. You may attend to your own affairs. A little further ahead, there is a hotel named Tianshan Lake, where I have booked 2 rooms. Shall we reconvene there? Lin Bei was quite pleased with Bai Zhou's meticulous planning. He chuckled softly, nodding in agreement, and replied calmly, very well. Nicely done. Shortly after, the two parted ways, with Bai Zhou setting off to secure the stall's authorization. This endeavor demands a considerable amount of time, as the crowd swells with eager sellers. Lin Bei wanders about, searching for items that pique his interest. The streets are bustling with people, each engaged in lively conversation, inadvertently revealing a wealth of information. After meandering for roughly half an hour, Lin Bei overhears some intriguing tidbits. Quick, come with me to the front. I've heard they are transporting a portion of the auction goods. Really? We must see this. What are you waiting for? We'll miss it if we don't hurry. I hope they have something I desire. I heard there's an exceptionally large auction item that appears to be a fish scale. As the throng moves forward, Lin Bei discreetly follows, eager to discover any treasures. Meanwhile, in the heart of Nanshan City, Wang Yuling has arrived at the Third Academy. However, shortly after her entrance, she spots 5 familiar figures approaching her. Indeed, they are the heads of the 5 other academies. Initially, they intended to depart Nanshan City, but upon receiving news of powerful individuals en route, they opted to remain temporarily for observation. A night has passed without incident, leading them to instinctively believe that formidable forces from elsewhere had resolved the troubles posed by the Shanghai organization, thus ensuring the safety of Nanshan City. Consequently, the 5 academy heads decided to stay and resume their duties. Their presence at the Third Academy is primarily to seek out Wang Yuling. From their perspective, the chances of Bai Zhou surviving are nearly non-existent, thus they assume his demise. Moreover, upon arriving at the academy, they find no trace of Bai Zhou, further solidifying their conviction. In truth, their assumptions are not unfounded. Given the circumstances of the previous day, survival indeed seems a daunting prospect. With Bai Zhou presumed deceased, Wang Yuling, a prodigy, cannot remain at the Third Academy. The more geniuses within their own academy, the stronger their institution becomes. Thus, each head desires Wang Yuling to join their respective academy. Wang Yuling, you should choose one of our 5 academies to join. The Third Academy is destined for decline. Staying here would merely squander your talents. It would be best to transfer to a more promising place. Wang Yuling, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events, struggles to comprehend why she should be transferred to another academy. Furthermore, such tactics seem rather excessive. Esteemed heads, what is the meaning of this? Surely, this will displease Head Bai. After witnessing Bai Zhou's respectful demeanor towards Lin Bei, Wang Yuling's attitude towards Bai Zhou shifted. Since he is associated with her brother Bei, he is now her ally. At that moment, the head of the First Academy interjects, Wang, you may not yet realize, but Head Bai sacrificed himself yesterday. Otherwise, we would not be here seeking you. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling's expression takes on an unusual quality. You must be jesting. This is madness. Chapter 107. The Scales of the Kunping. Wang Yuling's expression is peculiar as she regards the 5 academy heads. Her gaze akin to that of a person confronted with lunacy. Yet, mindful of their esteemed positions, she restrains her reactions and quickly adopts a facade of composure. Are you mistaken? How could Head Bai possibly be dead? Her intuition tells her that the situation is far from ordinary. Hence, she refrains from revealing that she saw Bai Zhou this morning, hoping to extract more information. As anticipated, the conversation unfolds as she expected, before she can finish her thought. The First Academy head continues. Wang Yuling, I understand your disbelief, and I know this truth is hard to accept. However, your inability to accept it does not negate its validity. Old Bai is indeed deceased. Faced with such a terrifying monster, survival was impossible. Although they have not seen Bai Zhou's corpse nor witnessed his death, they have internally accepted this grim reality. After all, the might of the hybrid Tao Tai is evident to all. How could Bai Zhou, who could barely withstand an attack, possibly survive? Wang Yuling's brows furrow slightly, her eyes flickering with contemplation. In this brief exchange, she has gleaned some critical information. The situation is indeed extraordinary. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she addresses the 5 heads with courtesy. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I believe it is best for me to remain at the Third Academy. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, she turns to head towards her classroom, her mind still racing with thoughts. As she walks, she cannot shake the feeling of confusion surrounding recent events, sighing to herself, how many secrets does Brother Bei possess? The 5 academy heads, witnessing her reaction, can only shake their heads in resignation. Although their objective remains unfulfilled, they acknowledge, very well, we cannot press too hard. Let us first visit Tianshan City. The auction is about to commence, and many prominent figures are expected to attend. Indeed, let us set aside Wang Yuling for now. Attending the auction is of greater importance. Onward. In the next moment, they turn to leave the Third Academy. After all, Wang Yuling will remain there. They can always return later to recruit students. However, The auction is a singular opportunity. Missing it would mean a long wait for another chance. The five heads are clear about their priorities, unbeknownst to them. As they converse without lowering their voices, Wang Yuling overhears their discussion. Suddenly, she recalls the events of the morning. Realization dawns upon her. It seems that both Head Bei and Brother Bei are likely attending the auction. I wish to see it too. With this thought, she resolves to attend the auction in Tianshan City. Meanwhile, in Tianshan City, Lin Bei has followed the crowd to a more vibrant locale. Upon arrival, he notices a throng of people standing in rapt attention, their gazes fixated on a scene ahead, brimming with curiosity. In the distance, transport vehicles are moving along the street, carrying the very goods set to be auctioned. The items remain unwrapped, allowing the onlookers to glimpse their contents. The staff responsible for the auction were meticulously handling the goods, showing no inclination to disperse the onlookers, as if they had grown accustomed to the spectacle. Observing the multitude of treasures before them, the crowd could not help but exclaim in wonder. Behold, the juvenile Burning Moon Warbull. It is said to possess a fierce temperament and formidable combat prowess. My goodness, there's even a soul fusion elixir. And look, the juvenile Steelbone Giant Ape. Equipment crafted by renowned masters. Astonishingly, there's a personal treatise on beast taming written by a prominent figure. I can hardly believe the abundance of such precious items, no matter the cost. I must acquire what I desire. I have indeed come to the right place this time. The auction staff keenly observed the reactions of the crowd, feeling immensely satisfied. The reason the attendees were able to glimpse the auction items was entirely intentional on the part of the auction house. They deliberately exposed certain items to the eyes of passers-by. This strategy served a significant purpose. By showcasing the quality of the auction goods, they could attract a larger audience, thereby maximizing their profits. Amidst this intricate web of motivations, Lin Bei effortlessly caught sight of the items. He immediately activated the ability of the Origin Eye, which could perceive all materials related to magical beasts, easily analyzing their origins and characteristics. In the next moment, information regarding several magical beast materials materialized before Lin Bei's eyes. Material type, fur. Material source, three-tailed male lion king. Material characteristics, strong defense, excellent drought resistance. Material type, claw. Material source, hellhound. Material characteristics, possesses immense attack power, with a chance to inflict a curse. Material type, bones. Material source, undead skeleton soldier. Material characteristics, an ominous object. Prolonged possession may lead to malevolent intrusion. Anything viewed through the Origin Eye that was related to magical beasts would automatically reveal its information. This capability allowed Lin Bei to assess the quality of these objects, much to his satisfaction. It was indeed an excellent feature, saving him from numerous troubles. At that moment, the attention of all present was drawn to an extraordinarily large auction item. While a vehicle could typically accommodate numerous auction pieces, this particular item, a massive truck, was unable to contain it entirely, with at least half of it protruding beyond the confines of the vehicle. At first glance, it appeared to be merely a hard fish scale. Lin Bei instinctively focused his gaze upon this scale, and information related to it automatically surfaced. Material type, scale. Material source, Kuanping. Material description, scale shed by the Kuanping in its Kuan form, immense and indestructible. Upon seeing the information pertaining to this scale, Lin Bei was momentarily stunned. He could hardly fathom that this colossal scale, larger than a house, belonged to the legendary Kuanping. At first sight, he had assumed it to be a scale from some giant fish and had not even considered the association with the Kuanping, an entity rarer and more enigmatic than dragons. Could it truly be the Kuanping? He pondered. If so, this scale must be mine. In an instant, Lin Bei resolved that the Kuanping scale could not be relinquished to another. At this time, many onlookers were captivated by the enormous fish scale. The sheer size of the Kuanping scale was striking to all present. They had never witnessed a scale of such magnitude. Just one scale exceeded the size of an entire house. How could such a scale be so large? Good heavens! The house I live in is dwarfed by this scale. What titanic fish must possess such a scale? It is utterly unimaginable. Indeed, it was beyond comprehension. Even the currently known largest species, the bloodthirsty megalodon, could not possibly have scales of this size. Each individual felt a wave of astonishment wash over them. Yet, as the initial shock subsided, a fervor began to swell within their hearts. Many were eager to possess this gigantic scale, though they knew not what it was or its potential uses. That did not hinder their desire to acquire it. What if this scale were a rare treasure? As long as the price remained within their budget, it was worth the gamble. If it proved useful, it would be a tremendous gain. If not, they could simply chalk it up to experience. However, not everyone was inclined to take the risk. After a brief silence, murmurs of debate arose. This scale looks promising. I happen to have 50 million in spare cash. Let us see if I can secure it. 50 million for a mere fish scale? Spare me, my friend. What if it turns out to be useless? Wouldn't that be a waste of money? How can you be sure it's without value? Such an extraordinary item would not be a loss to study. Amidst these discussions, Lin Bei's gaze remained fixed on the Kunpeng scale. Among the crowd, only he understood its true significance. Therefore, his thoughts diverged from those of the others. While they deliberated on whether to purchase the unknown scale, he pondered a different question altogether. Why was the Kunpeng scale present here? Fish do not shed scales willingly. Scales only fall off due to injury or illness. Even the Kunpeng is subject to this rule. Yet, the scale had appeared in Tian Mountain, a considerable distance from the ocean. Everything felt amiss. At that moment, the system's notification suddenly chimed. Ding! Successfully triggered a new chain quest. Please acquire this Kunpeng scale. Upon reaching a certain stage of completion, corresponding rewards will be granted. Silently accepting this task, Lin Bei felt a sense of clarity wash over him. He began to understand a vital truth. Each chain quest issued by the system was likely connected to some extraordinary entity. For instance, the first quest was linked to the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Turtle, while this second quest was associated with the Kunpeng. At present, Lin Bei's thoughts are merely speculative. The truth will only be revealed upon the release of the third series of tasks. It appears imperative to acquire the scales of the Kunpeng. Subsequently, Lin Bei diverted his gaze from the Kunpeng scales, as he found no desire to inspect other auction items. His mind solely fixated on how to procure the scales. Given the current circumstances, numerous individuals will emerge as competitors. However, the majority are merely dabbling in the pursuit and do not possess an unwavering desire for the Kunpeng scales. Should someone exhibit reckless determination to obtain them, that would undoubtedly signal trouble. After departing from the gathering crowd, Lin Bei resumed his stroll through the streets. This time, his aimless wandering was replaced by a keen observation of the surroundings. Before long, noon arrived, and Lin Bei had gained a preliminary understanding of the street's dynamics. He casually selected a place to dine, all the while continuing to observe his surroundings and muttering softly to himself. Although there are numerous vendors, the most abundant are those selling food and drink. Following closely are merchants dealing in materials and equipment, with those selling magical beasts coming in third. The vendors of elixirs are neither scarce nor plentiful, yet the quality of their potions leaves much to be desired. Thus, my best option at present is to sell elixirs. With this realization, Lin Bei plunged into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, the divine seed envoy of the Radiant Altar, Si Lingxian, had also arrived in the Tianshan region. Initially, she intended to head directly to the Nanshan region to confront the imposter posing as her. However, she received a directive from her organization en route, informing her of the infiltration of the Shanghai organization into Tianshan, their motives shrouded in mystery. To thwart the Shanghai organization, Si Lingxian had no choice but to first investigate Tianshan, postponing her quest to Nanshan for the time being. She recognized the gravity of her priorities. Draped in flowing white garments, Si Lingxian traversed the streets of Tianshan, drawing the attention of countless passers-by. Her beauty was striking, with features exquisitely sculpted as if from a painting, skin as flawless as milk, and a figure devoid of imperfection. Moreover, she radiated an aura of purity that instilled in all who beheld her a sense of reverence, devoid of any wicked thoughts. Some individuals, particularly those with weaker resolve, even felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in worship. As Si Lingxian departed from a certain area, the onlookers dared to murmur, "A saintess. She must undoubtedly be a saintess from some distant land." Gazing upon her, I find myself compelled to submit. What an awe-inspiring woman. Having formulated his plans, Lin Bei found himself once again amidst the bustling streets. He was now intent on locating Bai Zhou, eager to set his plans into motion. Mere minutes later, Si Lingxian appeared directly in Lin Bei's path. Chapter 109. The Desires of the Radiant Dragon. As Si Lingxian walked quietly along the street, she effortlessly captivated the attention of those around her. The crowd, momentarily forgetting the items for sale, fixated their gazes upon her, each expressing a unique reaction. Such is the nature of one whose beauty and grace command the spotlight wherever they go. However, Si Lingxian remained indifferent to the onlookers, instead scrutinizing the array of goods displayed around her. Currently, the infiltrators of the Shanghai organization had yet to reveal themselves, making their identification a daunting task. It required pinpointing each target and investigating their identities, hence she remained patient. After all, the Shanghai organization must harbor their own schemes, which would inevitably become apparent with the passage of time. It had been many years since her last participation in an auction at Tianshan, and she thought it a perfect opportunity to see if any items could aid in her breakthrough. Having been stuck at her current level for quite some time, she was eager to explore. Despite residing far from Tianshan for many years, Si Lingxian had previously attended its auctions. It is no exaggeration to say that each auction held there was remarkable, with grand scales, an abundance of items, and an overwhelming number of participants. It was entirely normal for formidable organizations to be drawn to such events. Amidst the throngs of people, only Lin Bei remained unaffected by Si Lingxian's allure. His thoughts were solely consumed by considerations of how to generate wealth, completely oblivious to the saintess before him. Likewise, Si Lingxian paid no heed to Lin Bei, as he merely appeared to be a young student in his 20s, utterly unremarkable. As time passed second by second, the distance between these two oblivious individuals dwindled to less than 2 meters. At that moment, however, the radiant divine white dragon residing in its exclusive space suddenly let out a resounding roar. The sound reverberated as if the heavens themselves had erupted, filled with palpable excitement. Fortunately, the roar was confined within its dedicated space and did not reach the outside world. Otherwise, it would surely have attracted considerable trouble. This exclusive space is a completely independent realm, wherein any sounds or movements do not affect the outside. However, the instant the radiant divine white dragon exhibited its unusual behavior, Lin Bei abruptly halted his forward stride, his mind inundated with confusion. Why would the radiant divine white dragon act in such a manner? While dragons in their exclusive space occasionally vocalized, none had ever created such a tremendous commotion. Without a moment's hesitation, he inwardly addressed the radiant divine white dragon. Little White, what has transpired? The dragon responded with a series of roars. Others may not comprehend their meaning, but he understood perfectly. What? You sense the presence of your kin nearby? So you wish to venture out and investigate? Lin Bei was quite taken aback. The revelation that there were kin of the radiant divine white dragon nearby indicated the presence of another radiant dragon. This was unexpected. However, Lin Bei was no fool. He would not allow the radiant divine white dragon to reveal itself to the public. Taking a deep breath, he devised a plan and promptly instructed the void reincarnation dragon, Asu, take Little White into the surrounding void and ascertain what is amiss. Let it emerge. But it must only appear in the void. Neither of the two dragons harbored any dissenting thoughts regarding his command. The void reincarnation dragon immediately activated its abilities, escorting the radiant divine white dragon out of their exclusive spaces and seamlessly blending into the void of the outside world. The entire process was executed with minimal disturbance, unnoticed by anyone. Meanwhile, Lin Bei began to stride forward once more, seemingly unaffected by the events that had just transpired. There was no need for him to linger and observe. It was sufficient to leave matters in the hands of the two dragons. As he stepped into the void, the radiant holy white dragon meticulously surveyed the surroundings. Additionally, an aura of utmost sanctity emanated from it, swiftly spreading outward. Rather than seeking a gradual approach, the radiant holy white dragon preferred this direct method. In mere seconds, the aura it exuded enveloped a radius of 50 meters. Those within this sphere experienced varying sensations. Some felt their bodies grow warm, as hidden ailments rapidly dissipated. Others found their muddled thoughts cleared, the fatigue that had weighed them down vanishing in an instant. Those who felt this warm force instinctively shifted their attention away from Si Lingxian, gazing instead at their own bodies. What is happening? My wounds are healing on their own. Incredible. Just yesterday, I was stabbed, and now the pain is completely gone. All discomfort within me has vanished. Could it be the result of some treasure from the auction, emitting this power unknowingly? It must be so, otherwise, it defies explanation. Only a miraculous treasure could possess such extraordinary capabilities. This was the singular possibility the people could conceive. Si Lingxian undoubtedly sensed this wondrous power as well. Immediately, her previously steady pace came to a halt. Even her gaze, which had been scanning the surroundings, was drawn forward, fixated. Others may not recognize this power, but as a bearer of the holy seed of the radiant altar, Si Lingxian was intimately familiar with it. One could even assert that she had grown up alongside this very force. This is the power of sanctity. Moreover, it is a profoundly pure force of sanctity. How could this be? Why has this sacred power suddenly manifested on this street? When I arrived here moments ago, I felt no trace of such a force. As she absorbed the essence of this pure sanctity, Si Lingxian felt an irresistible urge to close her eyes and immerse herself in the sensation. She had never experienced such a feeling even in the presence of the pet of the radiant altar's master. It is important to note that the master's pet represents the absolute light of a six-winged angel. Impossible. Si Lingxian instinctively wanted to speak. Yet before she could articulate her thoughts, the radiant dragon residing within her innate abilities conveyed an intense desire. It yearned to emerge and absorb this power. Chapter 110. The Conspiracy of the Radiant Holy White Dragon. Unbeknownst to her, Si Lingxian's breath quickened, and a look of astonishment graced her lovely features. Having spent so much time with the radiant dragon, This was the first time she had witnessed such behavior. Are you serious? You actually wish to absorb this power? In the next moment, the Radiant Dragon provided a clear and affirmative response. It indeed desired to absorb this power, and it was particularly eager. The instant she grasped this revelation, Lingxian's expression reflected even greater astonishment, clearly struggling to comprehend it. What kind of formidable and miraculous sacred power could elicit such a response from her Radiant Dragon? The Radiant Dragon. This is the legendary creature of light, a formidable embodiment of radiance and sanctity. The primary reason she was able to become the holy seed of the Radiant Altar was due to her bond with this Radiant Dragon. Moreover, even in the face of the power emitted by the six-winged angels in the past, the Radiant Dragon had never expressed any desire to absorb it. Yet now, it was greedily akin to a famished wolf, intent on devouring that power without hesitation. Despite being overwhelmed by shock, Lingxian quickly regained her composure and resolutely made a decision. Very well, come forth. Only by attempting to act can one discern whether it is beneficial or detrimental. In the next moment, without hesitation, she summoned her innate talent, calling forth the Radiant Dragon that resided within her. Whoosh! With the sound of wings flapping, Lingxian's Radiant Dragon materialized in the sky. This dragon was massive. It was a full circle larger than the Radiant Holy White Dragon. Clearly, this was a creature well beyond its maturation phase. After all, the foundational size of the Radiant Holy White Dragon is considerably larger than that of its contemporaries. The moment this Radiant Dragon appeared, those around instinctively looked up, gasps of astonishment filling the air. Wow, a dragon! I can't believe dragons truly exist in this world. I never imagined I'd be fortunate enough to witness one with my own eyes. Unbelievable. That woman's pet is a dragon. I'm so glad I didn't approach her earlier. Otherwise, I'd have no idea how I'd end up. Not worth the trouble. Not worth the trouble. Incredible. Most people felt a surge of reverence, eager to distance themselves from Lingxian, fearful of provoking unnecessary trouble. A small portion of the crowd, however, scrutinized Lingxian closely, rapidly analyzing her identity. These individuals were well informed. They hailed from prominent families or had extensive experiences, or possessed various secrets. Among them were members of the Shanghai organization. Several members seated at a table observed Lingxian with serious expressions. If the intel is accurate, this woman is the holy seed of the Radiant Altar for this session. Is she out of her mind? Summoning a Radiant Dragon so casually. What is she thinking? For now, let us not concern ourselves with the holy seed. We must focus on completing our mission. We must acquire the scales of the Kunping. Otherwise, the great fish venerable will surely kill us. Simultaneously, Lin Bei also caught sight of the Radiant Dragon and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Oh, so it truly is a Radiant Dragon. It seems this woman's background is extraordinary. However, he merely remarked without dwelling on it too much. As long as she did not provoke him, Lin Bei had no intention of instigating any conflict. After all, a single Radiant Dragon was not enough to warrant his attention. He certainly did not lack for Radiant Dragons. Subsequently, Lin Bei continued forward, intending to seek out Bai Zhou and commence his plans. Meanwhile, the Radiant Holy White Dragon concealed within the void gazed upward at the Radiant Dragon. A glimmer of excitement flickered in its enormous dragon eyes. It even extended its tongue to gently lick its jaws. The air it exhaled from its nostrils was noticeably warmer than before. Clearly, there was an instinctive desire to engage in certain actions. After all, it is the nature of dragons. The Radiant Dragon, released by the Spirit Envoy, paid no heed to the reactions of others. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared high into the skies. Unlike humans, the Radiant Dragon possessed the clarity to perceive the sacred power emanating below. Though the expanse was limited, its density was overwhelming, far surpassing the strength it possessed. Unable to contain its excitement, the Radiant Dragon opened its jaws to the fullest extent, voraciously consuming the power beneath it with all its might. In no time, that energy was stirred, rapidly converging towards the heavens. The Holy White Dragon observed this scene without any intention of interference, allowing its own power to be absorbed. Rather than feeling discontent, it regarded the Radiant Dragon with a sense of satisfaction. Gulp, gulp. A torrent of sacred energy surged into the body of the Radiant Dragon, prompting it to gently close its eyes in sheer delight. Although the Spirit Envoy could not visualize the sacred energy, she sensed the vibrations of its power. Instinctively, she understood what her dragon was undertaking. Indeed, it was truly absorbing the sacred energy. An overwhelming anticipation blossomed within the Spirit Envoy's heart. She was eager to discover whether her Radiant Dragon would experience even a modicum of growth after this absorption. However, she maintained a tempered hope, for she was acutely aware that her Radiant Dragon was at a challenging bottleneck. Once it transcended this threshold, its strength would multiply exponentially, making the difficulty of overcoming it immense. To rely on the absorption of a mere fraction of energy to transcend, that was akin to daydreaming. Before long, a minute had passed. The sacred energy that once filled the surroundings had now thinned considerably. The radiant dragon had absorbed a staggering 99% of it. At this juncture, it entered a unique state, radiating a brilliant white light, and its aura had taken on an unusual quality. The spirit envoy, witnessing this transformation, found her breath quickening uncontrollably. This scene was all too familiar to her. Was it on the verge of evolution? In the past, each evolution of the radiant dragon had been heralded by such a spectacle. In a fleeting moment, the remaining sacred energy was completely absorbed, and the brilliance emanating from the radiant dragon intensified. It was but a step away from evolution. Buzz, the holy white dragon, witnessing this unfolding drama, let out an exhilarated roar into the void. Had my sacred energy been absorbed? That dragon now belongs to me. This was the essence of its expression. Immediately after, the holy white dragon released another wave of sacred energy. Chapter 111. Everything is within control. In an instant, a copious amount of supreme sacred energy seeped forth from invisible rifts in the void, swiftly filling the surrounding space once more. Those who had just regained their composure, their expressions tinged with disappointment, were enveloped anew by this surge of power. In an instant, someone exclaimed, "Quick, absorb this energy. It holds immense benefits for us. We cannot allow that dragon to consume it all. This is an opportunity for us all." Upon witnessing the transformation occurring in the radiant dragon, they realized the potential of this sacred energy. If such a profound change could occur in the dragon, how could it not affect them as well? The previous healing of wounds had already demonstrated the efficacy of this power. Indeed, while the absorption of the holy white dragon's energy did not immediately enhance their strength or lead to evolution, it invigorated their life force significantly. The practical effects were no less impressive than those experienced by the radiant dragon. The next moment, everyone in the vicinity closed their eyes, fervently channeling their inner power to absorb the sacred energy emanating from the holy white dragon. Even the spirit envoy joined in, as no one wished to miss the opportunity to enhance their strength or vitality. Fortunately, the range of this energy was relatively small. Otherwise, even more individuals would have begun to absorb it. Upon witnessing everyone absorbing its power, the holy white dragon felt a twinge of displeasure. It was no benevolent dragon. The reason for releasing energy for the radiant dragon to absorb was motivated by its own ulterior motives, not to provide for these strangers. With this thought in mind, the holy white dragon prepared to retract its power. However, before it could act, Lin Bei's gaze fell upon it, accompanied by his voice. "Xiao Bai, let them absorb." Although the holy white dragon did not fully comprehend its master's intentions, it complied without dissent. At this moment, Lin Bei had halted his steps, turning around with a hint of amusement as he observed the individuals around him. They yearned for Xiao Bai's power? It seems I can capitalize on this situation. What he needed most was money. To ensure he could earn enough, Lin Bei had orchestrated this scenario. If these individuals could derive sufficient benefits from the holy white dragon's power, they would undoubtedly seek more in the future. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, this news would likely spread. Even if not everyone in the city learned of it, a significant majority would. At that point, it would be a lucrative opportunity. If people could profit from selling air, then he could certainly sell the sacred energy of the holy white dragon. The sacred energy of the holy white dragon had the potential to become a trending commodity. After all, its miraculous effects were undeniable. My previous choices were not in vain. Xiao Bai is indeed the dragon possessing the most sacred power. If it were merely an ordinary radiant dragon, it could never wield such formidable sacred energy. Only the holy white dragon, this new breed that amalgamates the powers of the radiant dragon, angelic force, and Bai Zhe, was worthy of such miraculous strength. With this realization, Lin Bei felt immense satisfaction. Should circumstances permit in the future, he would seek to acquire more of such dragons, pushing certain powers to their utmost limits. It was an enticing prospect. Having resolved this in his mind, he chose not to linger any longer, continuing his journey towards his destination. As for the holy white dragon and the void reincarnation dragon, Lin Bei paid them little mind. Both dragons had matured and could find their way home independently. Phew. The spirit envoy's radiant dragon, upon witnessing the resurgence of sacred energy below, hesitated not for a second, swiftly commencing to absorb this sacred energy with fervent determination. It was fully aware that the competition was fierce and could not afford any lapse in diligence. For it, this sacred power resembled an extraordinarily nutritious and precious delicacy. As the radiant dragon continuously absorbed this energy into its being, the luminescence surrounding it grew increasingly resplendent. The bustling streets below were illuminated as if thousands of incandescent bulbs had been ignited simultaneously. However, due to the overwhelming number of participants absorbing the power, the sanctified energy present in the vicinity did not persist for long. Once the sacred energy was depleted, the individuals on the streets, who had been with their eyes closed, reluctantly opened them. In each of their gazes lay a profound sense of regret, including that of the spirit sage of the radiant altar. Soon, a chorus of sighs arose. Alas, how could such a minuscule amount of energy be completely absorbed so soon? What a pity, my constitution had just doubled in strength. I longed to continue absorbing this power. Surely it could eradicate the extreme cold poison that has dwelled within me for over 20 years. What must one do to continue drawing upon this force? Does anyone know the method? I would gladly offer 10 million for it. Lin Bei, who walked forward with an air of detachment, felt quite satisfied with the unfolding events. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Although the spirit sage shared similar thoughts, she had no time to voice them, for the situation simply did not allow for it. Buzz, buzz. The radiant dragon in the sky raised its head and roared, a formidable force emanating from it and radiating outward. Almost immediately, the spirit sage discerned the situation. It was indeed a breakthrough. Her tone was complex, a blend of joy and shock. After being stalled for so long, despite exploring numerous avenues, today it seemed she had crossed that threshold merely by absorbing this unknown power. What was this force? Why did it possess such terrifying capabilities? In truth, the spirit sage's mind was somewhat hazy, as if deprived of oxygen. Yet, despite her mental fog, she still understood what needed to be done first. The immediate task was to facilitate the radiant dragon's advancement. With this thought, she looked skyward once more, preparing to summon the radiant dragon back to a safe location for its ascension. At that very moment, the holy white dragon stirred. Chapter 112. It went on a date. Crack, crack, crack. The space beside the radiant dragon, once pristine and untouched, suddenly manifested a colossal fissure. Both the spirit sage and her tamed radiant dragon stood frozen in astonishment at the sight of this rift. Not just the duo, but all who witnessed this scene were equally bewildered, rooted to the spot. None had anticipated the emergence of a void crack here. What in the world just happened? How could a void crack appear out of nowhere? Is this the legendary void crack? I've lived for so many years and never seen one. It looks terrifying. The spirit sage gazed up at the sky, momentarily forgetting her purpose. Just then, several members of the radiant altar, tasked with her protection, rushed over. Speaking in urgent tones, "Spirit, now is not the time for daydreaming. Quickly summon the radiant dragon back. If it is consumed by the void crack, matters will become exceedingly troublesome. Without the saints and the holy master present, we cannot venture into the void." Upon hearing this, the spirit sage immediately regained her composure, activating her innate abilities to retrieve the radiant dragon. Buzz. Yet before she could fully harness her powers, a deafening roar resonated from the void. This roar was none other than the roar of the holy white dragon. At this moment, the spirit sage found herself once again immobilized. Others might not recognize the sound, but she knew it all too well. A dragon's roar. No, it can't be. The spirit sage's voice was barely a whisper, audible only to those nearby. Gasp. Instantly, those around her inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with disbelief. Hidden within the void was, astonishingly, a dragon? What madness was this? 2 dragons? They were utterly taken aback. In contrast to the spirit sage, who could merely identify the sound, the radiant dragon in the sky comprehended the meaning behind the roar. A second later, it responded. Buzz. The roar of the radiant dragon echoed just as powerfully, though it bore a hint of submissiveness. Soon, another roar emanated from the void. Buzz. The holy white dragon and the radiant dragon engaged in a continuous exchange. Buzz. Buzz. Those nearby became mere listeners, their expressions peculiar, as if witnessing an impossible occurrence. My goodness, they've begun to communicate? Could it be that there's also a dragon in the void? No way. To have a dragon appear in reality is one thing, but to have another in the void? What is happening? 2 dragons appearing simultaneously is utterly inconceivable. Yet, given the current circumstances, that seemed to be the only possibility. It was simply ludicrous. Clearly, these individuals were questioning their very existence. After what felt like an eternity of dragon roars, silence gradually enveloped the scene. At this moment, the once pure white visage of the holy white dragon revealed a hint of crimson. The spirit sage, who had been closely observing the radiant dragon, noticed this change immediately. What is going on? The radiant dragon is blushing? She struggled to comprehend what could have transpired between the 2 dragons to elicit such a response. A dragon, blushing? 3 seconds after the dragon roars ceased, the radiant dragon lowered its gaze to the spirit sage, its enormous eyes filled entirely with joy. Buzz. Then, It gently parted its jaws, letting forth a soft, melodious roar. As the sound faded, the radiant dragon gazed longingly at its master, evidently requesting something. The spirit sage, however, remained silent, lost in contemplation for a whole minute before she could no longer resist the urge to rub her aching head. Go, go. A dragon of such stature cannot be kept. With that, as her words hung in the air, the spirit sage instinctively shook her head and let out a sigh. Upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, the radiant dragon swiftly unfurled its wings and plunged into the void rift before it. Concurrently, as it entered the rift, the immense fissure vanished without a trace. Only then did the onlookers lingering on the street regain their senses. Although they had returned to reality, their reactions were still somewhat askew. This was hardly surprising, for the events were indeed extraordinary. The crowd even forgot to engage in discussion. The members of the Radiant Altar responsible for safeguarding the spirit sage all cast anxious glances towards her, urgently inquiring, "Holy Seed, how could you allow it to enter? That is the void. This is dire. The organization has only just acquired this Radiant Dragon. And now what was it that the Radiant Dragon uttered to you moments ago? Why did it choose to enter the Void Rift?" These individuals were trusted by the Radiant Altar's master, and their loyalty to the organization was unquestionable. Understanding this, the spirit sage decided not to conceal anything from them. The Radiant Dragon just informed me that it wishes to spend the night outside. Firstly, to transcend its current realm. Secondly, it is because there is an exceptionally handsome Radiant Dragon within the Void Rift. This is also the reason for its blush. When the members of the Radiant Altar heard this revelation, they were utterly dumbfounded. So, the Radiant Dragon under the Holy Seed's command has gone on a date with another Radiant Dragon? What in the world? 10 minutes later, Lin Bei arrived at the Tianshan Hotel. Bai Zhou, who had separated earlier, was already waiting in the lobby. Upon seeing Lin Bei, he approached with a smile adorning his face. This sight made Lin Bei realize what had transpired. Evidently, Bai Zhou had successfully completed his task. At the same moment, the Void Reincarnation Dragon arrived at the Tianshan Hotel, accompanied by a somewhat aggrieved whimper. Instantly, Lin Bei's expression darkened. This little one truly, after summoning that dragon, it had the audacity to send a Su back? A stern lesson was in order. Chapter 113, A Night of Unrest. Trial Potions. The return of the Void Reincarnation Dragon was merely a minor interlude for Lin Bei. Although he claimed he would discipline the celestial Saint White Dragon, he harbored no such intentions in his heart. After all, a dragon is a living being, possessing its own life. Lin Bei did not wish for his dragon to become merely a tool that obeys commands. Soon, the Void Reincarnation Dragon expressed its grievances to its master before obediently returning to its designated space. As it re-entered, the Flame Rock Armored Dragon, Six-Winged Wind Thunder Dragon, and Sky-Eating Demon Slayer Dragon could not help but inquire about the celestial Saint White Dragon. The somewhat disgruntled Void Reincarnation Dragon began to embellish the tale. In an instant, the exclusive spaces were filled with the resonating voices of dragons. Even dragons possess a curious nature. Naturally, as their master, Lin Bei could hear the conversations among the dragons. Regarding their antics, he merely smiled wryly, choosing not to intervene in the playful banter among his beloved dragons. Gradually, he shifted his gaze to Bai Zhou, who had approached him. Bai Zhou, noticing Lin Bei's attention, promptly spoke, "My lord, everything has been settled. I have successfully applied for a stall permit. And the location is quite favorable, just a short distance from this hotel." He dared not linger, and as he spoke, he slightly lowered his head, his tone imbued with respect. Having served as the dean for many years, he was well aware of his capabilities and limitations. Lin Bei, in turn, displayed a nonchalant demeanor, feeling no discomfort at Bai Zhou's words. He had no intention of altering Bai Zhou's disposition, since he had chosen to become his subordinate. It was essential to make the necessary adjustments. Well done. The initial preparations had been completed, and now all that remained was to wait a brief period before commencing the subsequent plans. However, before initiating the next steps, Lin Bei had some matters to address. System. Open the subordinate mall. Indeed, what he intended to do was to experiment with the effects of the two potions within the subordinate mall. Meanwhile, the bewildered spirit sage stood speechless, her face a portrait of exasperation. Initially clear in her objectives, she now found herself at a loss for what to do. With her pet dragon off gallivanting with others, what could she possibly undertake? The other members of the Radiant Altar, witnessing her plight, instinctively exchanged glances. Soon, through their silent communication, they discerned the appropriate course of action. Taking a deep breath, the senior member of the Radiant Altar, Zhao Liqui, gently addressed the spirit sage. "Holy Seed, it would be prudent to rest for the night. I have secured a room at the nearby Tianshan Hotel. We can all retire there. As for what to do next, we shall wait for your dragon's return to decide." Zhao Liqui and the others felt quite vexed by the current situation. What on earth? Everything was perfectly fine until the sudden appearance of a void rift. If that weren't enough, the Holy Seed's radiant dragon had been whisked away by another dragon from within. This was utterly maddening. It was inappropriate to be infatuated at such a time. In response, the spirit sage, still unsure of her next steps, nodded in agreement. She too believed this was the wisest choice. To act recklessly in the absence of her dragon would be profoundly unwise. After all, it was not only the Radiant Altar that sought to eradicate the Mountain and Sea Organization. The Mountain and Sea Organization equally desired the downfall of the Radiant Altar. Should the Spirit Sage attract the attention of the Mountain and Sea Organization now, the situation would undoubtedly deteriorate. Thus, the best course of action was to lay low until the Radiant Dragon returned. All right, there is no other option. As her words fell, the group began to make their way toward the Tianshan Hotel. Meanwhile, a few members of the Mountain and Sea Organization, lurking not far away, fixated their piercing gazes upon the departing group. In each of their eyes, there was an unmistakable glimmer of murderous intent. Clearly, they were intent on eliminating the holy seed of the Radiant Altar. Slaying the holy seed would deliver a tremendous blow to the Radiant Altar. After witnessing the Spirit Sage and her companions walk 100 meters away, the member of the Mountain and Sea Organization known by the codename Sea Monster finally spoke. What are your thoughts, everyone? This is a golden opportunity. As his voice faded, several others chimed in. I believe we must seize this opportunity. The next such chance may not arise until the year of the monkey and horse. Although the return of the Radiant Dragon remains uncertain, the demeanor of those at the Radiant Sect suggests it will not be today. If we are to act, we must do so tonight. As the Sea Monster listened to the discussions, he engaged in deep contemplation. Just as the figures of Si Lingxian and the others were about to vanish from sight, he arrived at a decisive conclusion. We shall strike at midnight, with the aim of eliminating the sacred seed of the Radiant Sect. We must endeavor to accomplish this within the briefest time frame. Should we delay too long, it is highly probable that the guardians of Mount Tian will be alerted. In the next moment, the others nodded gravely, committing the Sea Monster's words to memory. Subsequently, a member of the Shanghai organization, codenamed Sea Shadow, stealthily trailed behind Si Lingxian and the others, intent on monitoring their movements. Unbeknownst to them, the people of the Radiant Sect remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet they were mentally prepared. This night would surely be one of unrest. At this juncture, Lin Bei had accessed the subordinate marketplace, exchanging for the only 2 types of elixirs available. Ding! Exchange successful. Items have been deposited into the system space. As the system notification concluded, he opened the system space and retrieved the 2 elixirs. Each was no larger than a glass bead. One was black, while the other was white. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Bei handed both elixirs to Bai Zhou. The black elixir was a bone-cleansing elixir, while the white one was a beast spirit elixir. Remember to consume these elixirs upon your return and report to me on their effects. He remained uncertain about the efficacy of these elixirs. To use them in such a crowded place seemed ill-advised. Observing the elixirs in his hand, Bai Zhou fell into a brief silence before his expression turned serious as he nodded affirmatively to Lin Bei. Understood. Following this exchange, the 2 did not linger in the hotel lobby but returned to their respective rooms. Chapter 114. The rumor bruised the guest hotel in Tianshan was expansive, ranking among the top 5 in the entire Tianshan city. With 50 floors and 100 rooms on each level, it could accommodate a multitude of travelers. Yet today, this capacious hotel was nearly fully booked, indicating the sheer number of visitors to Tianshan City. Lin Bei's room was 2702, and Bai Zhou's was 2701, both situated conveniently to keep an eye on one another. Standing at the door of room 2702, Lin Bei calmly inquired of Bai Zhou, when does the auction commence? Although he had arrived in Tianshan City, he had no knowledge of the auction's details. In the next moment, Bai Zhou shared what information he possessed. The auction is expected to officially begin the day after tomorrow. Today and tomorrow are preparation days for the auction, during which they must appraise all items and accept numerous goods intended for sale. This requires considerable time. People arrive early in Tianshan City, partly to secure accommodations and partly to seek other opportunities. After all, the auction brings economic stimulation to the entire city, drawing many to seize the chance. Having absorbed Bai Zhou's explanation, Lin Bei finally grasped the situation. Once they returned to their rooms, Bai Zhou turned his attention to the elixirs in his hand. Despite not knowing their effects, an instinctual feeling told him that these were not ordinary elixirs. Taking a deep breath, Bai Zhou activated his talent and summoned a pet, a sound shadow eagle, comparable in size to a lion. This breed of eagle is renowned for its extraordinary speed, excelling in both flight and attack velocity. Regrettably, the sound shadow eagle's only advantage lay in its swiftness. Its claws lacked sharpness and strength, rendering it relatively weak. Currently, Bai Zhou possessed few pets, and their abilities were somewhat lacking. Unfortunately, his most formidable companion, the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle, had become sustenance for a hybrid Taotai. Initially, the sound shadow eagle behaved normally upon its summoning, but as soon as it caught sight of the elixirs in Bai Zhou's hand, it suddenly exhibited a frenzied demeanor. Rushing toward him, with a powerful flap of its wings, the eagle approached Bai Zhou, its piercing gaze ablaze with fervor as it fixated on the beast spirit elixir. Bai Zhou, taken aback, wondered how this was possible. It was entirely unlike the creature he had known for years. Realizing the connection to the elixir, he could not contain his curiosity and tossed it toward the sound shadow eagle. With a gulp, the eagle swiftly swallowed the elixir. In the next moment, it let out a yawn and collapsed into a deep slumber. Initially, there were no noticeable changes in its form, and Bai Zhou observed silently. 10 seconds elapsed before the sound shadow eagle underwent a transformation. Its body, previously the size of a lion, expanded significantly in less than a second, appearing much more robust. Even the color of its feathers deepened. The aura emanating from the eagle was palpably stronger than before, showcasing a visible enhancement. Bai Zhou, who had been on high alert, naturally witnessed this remarkable scene. Gasping in astonishment, he realized, how astonishing. Merely consuming one elixir has led to such a dramatic change. Truly incredible. As the headmaster of the Third Academy, Bai Zhou had previously fed his pets beast spirit elixirs, yet their effects had been disappointingly meager. Not a single elixir had ever yielded such a pronounced transformation. Typically, even the finest elixirs merely resulted in slight improvements in feather quality. It was understandable, as Nanshan City was a small locale with limited access to potent elixirs. At this moment, even if Bai Zhou were slow to comprehend, he recognized the extraordinary nature of this elixir. Its efficacy was nothing short of terrifying. One elixir was equivalent to thousands of others. As he pondered this revelation, his gaze shifted to the other elixir, his heart brimming with excitement. At this very moment, Si Lingxian and a group of members from the Bright Altar had already entered the Tianshan guest hotel, proceeding directly to the 27th floor. Zhao Liqui addressed the others, stating, "As our visit to Tianshan was rather impromptu, our choices for accommodations are limited, leaving only a few rooms on the 27th floor. Saint Seed, your room is 2703, and we shall be residing in the rooms adjacent to yours." Si Lingxian and her companions had no objections regarding their lodgings. They accepted the room keys and entered their respective rooms. Mere seconds after their entrance, Haiying arrived on the 27th floor. "Since you are staying on the 27th floor, we too shall find a way to secure rooms here. It will facilitate our plans." Shortly thereafter, the sea monsters and their associates arrived, devising means to check in on this floor. After stealthily eliminating a few unfortunate souls, they too gained access to the 27th floor. With Haiying present, the assassinations proceeded smoothly. However, to avoid attracting undue attention, the sea monsters opted not to select the rooms 2701 and 2702, which were near the end of the corridor, but instead took the rooms behind Si Lingxian and her group. At this moment, on the 27th floor, aside from 2701 and 2702, which were occupied by Bai Zhou and Lin Bei, the remainder of the guests consisted of individuals from the Bright Altar and the Mountain Sea Organization. Neither the members of the Bright Organization nor Bai Zhou and Lin Bei were aware of the unfolding events on the 27th floor. Meanwhile, as this bloody incident transpired at the Tianshan guest hotel, news of a miraculous power associated with purity was rapidly circulating throughout Tianshan City. As the tale spread from one person to another, more and more individuals became aware of this extraordinary phenomenon. Instantly, a multitude of people yearned to witness this wondrous power for themselves. Even the staff of the auction house caught wind of the matter. The supervisor promptly issued orders to seek out this intriguing commodity. He was acutely aware that a product with such terrifying demand could fetch an impressive price. Chapter 115, Immense Wealth. The situation had escalated to a point that it stirred the auction house, exceeding Lin Bei's initial plans. Originally, he simply wished for the sacred power of the Holy Dragon to gain traction, becoming a trending product on Tianshan Street, allowing him to amass a fortune substantial enough to procure Kunpeng scales. Naturally, this would enable him to fulfill his system mission, with no intention of involving the auction house. After all, the auction house is the auction house. Once they became entangled, it would inevitably disrupt Lin Bei's strategies. Alas, the efficacy of the sacred power was simply too remarkable, even though only a small fraction of individuals had absorbed a trace of this divine energy. It could not hinder its ascendance as a coveted item. Indeed, while other materials and equipment are significant, when compared to one's life and health, the latter remains paramount. For these reasons, the astonishing effects of the sacred power made it nearly impossible not to become a sensation. Presently, the street where the Tianshan Hotel is located is bustling with staff from various auction houses, all fervently searching for the previously manifested sacred power. Many understood that this divine energy could not have appeared without reason. It concealed secrets that, if unraveled, could lead to colossal fortunes. Simultaneously, Bai Zhou had consumed the cleansing elixir, and its effects began to manifest gradually. In the next moment, he felt sharp, needle-like pains radiating throughout his body. Painful as it was, it remained within tolerable limits. Yet, following this discomfort, an overwhelming sense of comfort washed over him, akin to a gentle spring breeze. As if struck by a sudden realization, Bai Zhou promptly seated himself cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. 10 seconds later, every pore of his body opened wide. 20 seconds later, a substantial amount of black impurities surged forth from his pores, manifesting in both liquid and solid forms. 30 seconds later, all the opened pores closed. 40 seconds later, the pain within Bai Zhou began to dissipate. 50 seconds later, he was left with an endless sensation of comfort. A minute later, Bai Zhou opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. At that moment, he felt a level of well-being unprecedented in his life. His physique had improved significantly, and the bond with his pet had strengthened. This was indicative of a boost in his innate abilities. In just a minute, Bai Zhou seemed to transform from an ordinary individual into a prodigy. This experience completely surpassed his previous understanding. With a gulp, Bai Zhou instinctively swallowed hard before rising to his feet, his legs trembling slightly. No, it wasn't just his legs. His entire body quivered. This was a tremor born of excitement. Ultimately, he found himself needing to lean against the wall to maintain his balance. Holy moly, he exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. Is this truly a divine elixir? Ordinary pills could never yield such results. Only Bai Zhou, having consumed this miraculous pill, could truly appreciate its extraordinary nature. His heart brimmed with exhilaration and anticipation. With his innate talents forcibly elevated, the hurdles that had previously seemed insurmountable now appeared surmountable. This single elixir had the power to alter the trajectory of Bai Zhou's life. After leaning against the wall for a full minute, his voice finally broke the silence. Truly remarkable, my lord. The elixirs you provide possess such extraordinary effects. Choosing to follow you is undoubtedly the wisest decision. Bai Zhou felt a surge of relief. It is worth noting that these 2 elixirs were his first rewards. There was a strong possibility that even greater rewards awaited him in the future. Once more swallowing hard, Bai Zhou quickly departed his room, acutely aware that he needed to share the effects of the elixir with Lin Bei. Meanwhile, Lingxian sat quietly on the sofa, her gaze vacant as she stared at the wall ahead. Her expression was peculiar, as she couldn't help but reminisce about the events of the day. At this moment, Lingxian still found it difficult to accept the reality. The bright dragon, who had accompanied her for so long, had chosen to follow another dragon. Moreover, it seemed to be a voluntary decision. What on earth was that rogue dragon thinking? If it returned without a surprise for her, she would surely give it a stern lesson. Little did Lingxian know that the surprises the bright dragon would bring her would far exceed her expectations. After hearing Bai Zhou's report, Lin Bei expressed his satisfaction with the elixir's effects. Although it paled in comparison to the elixirs consumed by himself and the dragon, it significantly surpassed those available in the market. Selling it would undoubtedly yield a handsome profit. As this thought crossed his mind, he turned to Bai Zhou and inquired, what would be the approximate price if this elixir were to be sold? The moment the words left his lips, Bai Zhou was taken aback. A ludicrous notion swiftly proliferating within his mind. No way. Could it be that the esteemed gentleman intends to sell such an elixir? Despite being engulfed in confusion, Bai Zhou earnestly replied, the lowest quality beast spirit elixir can easily fetch 30,000, while a more ordinary one could reach 50,000, and a superior one ranges from 80 to 100,000. The beast spirit elixir you bestowed upon me possesses an alarmingly high quality. If I were to place a value on it, it would certainly not be less than 10 million. Although the quality of the beast spirit elixir is exceptionally high, it remains a fundamental type of elixir, with its efficacy confined within a specific realm. Lin Bei was already quite satisfied with the 10 million price tag. After all, he only needed 1,000 points to exchange for a single beast spirit elixir, and 1,000 points equates to 100,000. This meant a staggering profit of 100 times the original price. A veritable windfall. At this moment, Bai Zhou's voice continued, as for the other elixir you provided me, I hesitate to estimate its value. I truly cannot ascertain it, for its worth is simply too high. He had never encountered an elixir capable of forcibly enhancing one's innate abilities. Even a dean of the academy had never laid eyes on such an elixir, let alone others. Lin Bei nodded slightly, indicating he had grasped the situation. He then spoke, I intend to sell a batch of elixirs. You shall oversee this matter. The instant his words fell, Lin Bei reopened the subordinates marketplace system, exchanged for 50 beast spirit elixirs and 50 cleansing marrow elixirs. Beep. The items selected by the host have been successfully exchanged. A total of 100,000 points has been deducted. Your current remaining points are: the elixirs have been stored in the system space, with several million points still remaining. Lin Bei had more than enough as long as he refrained from redeeming those exorbitantly priced items. However, it was inconceivable for him to avoid acquiring those costly items. Moreover, the current system marketplace was still in its nascent stage. As Lin Bei's strength continued to escalate, the items available for exchange would only multiply. At that moment, Bai Zhou gazed at Lin Bei in disbelief. His eyes, which were initially modest in size, widened dramatically. A dry sensation surged in his throat, as if he had not drunk water in ages. What? You intend to sell such a divine elixir? Surely you jest? Even when he first heard Lin Bei inquire about the price, the possibility of this had briefly crossed his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed by his subconscious. How could anyone part with such a miraculous elixir? It was precisely because Bai Zhou valued this elixir so highly that he exhibited such a vehement reaction when Lin Bei's subsequent words were uttered. After all, to Bai Zhou, this elixir was tantamount to a celestial potion. It was not something that could be casually purchased from a street vendor. In all his years, he had never encountered an elixir of such caliber. Observing Bai Zhou's reaction, Lin Bei shook his head in mild exasperation. Is it truly such a significant matter? In the next moment, he opened the system space and retrieved the 100 elixirs he had just exchanged. The sound of the elixirs clattering onto the pristine table echoed as they fell, too numerous for Lin Bei to hold in his hands. Calmly, he remarked, "It's merely a matter of selling a few elixirs. What is there to jest about? Bai Zhou, you are thinking too small." As Bai Zhou beheld the table laden with elixirs, his breath hitched uncontrollably for several seconds. It wasn't until he felt discomfort that he remembered the necessity of breathing. Gasping for air, he stiffly turned his gaze toward Lin Bei. I was mistaken. Beyond that, he was at a loss for words. Indeed, his perspective had been far too limited. To be in the presence of such a being who could effortlessly produce 100 elixirs and yet still be astonished at the prospect of selling them? This was a scope of grandeur that could hardly be termed small. In fact, even minuscule would scarcely suffice. Moreover, this trivial incident served to further illuminate Lin Bei's formidable background. To be able to casually summon 100 elixirs of this caliber, his connections must be truly formidable. So much so that it was beyond Bai Zhou's imagination. After a moment, a thought struck Bai Zhou, prompting him to inquire, "How do you intend to sell these elixirs? Surely you don't mean to set up a stall?" Recalling Lin Bei's earlier suggestion to rent a stall, he could not help but voice this possibility. In response, Lin Bei simply nodded, revealing no intention to conceal his plan. Given the current circumstances in Tianshan City, setting up a stall should yield swift wealth. However, the specifics of how to execute this are up to you. As I mentioned earlier, this matter is your responsibility. Instantly, Bai Zhou found himself momentarily stunned, his thoughts swirling chaotically in his mind, as if a great hand were stirring the very contents of his brain. After a full half-minute of silence, Bai Zhou finally regained his composure. Understood. In truth, for elixirs of this caliber, there exists a far superior market than merely selling at stalls. Rest assured, I will maximize your profits. Lin Bei merely nodded casually, signaling Bai Zhou to take the elixirs away. 5 minutes later, Bai Zhou departed from the Tianshan Hotel. Though he had stepped onto the street, his heart remained tumultuous. It seems the esteemed gentleman truly trusts me. He has entrusted me to carry 100 celestial elixirs, allowing me to roam freely within Tianshan City. I must not let the esteemed gentleman down. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped the sky. Standing by the window and gazing at the brilliantly illuminated city, a smile slowly graced Lin Bei's lips. Having passed 5 or 6 hours, it was time for that little fellow Xiao Bai to return. The foot traffic at the night market far surpassed that of the daytime. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Lin Bei activated his affinity with the dragon clan, summoning the glorious celestial white dragon, whose whereabouts were unknown. Although both he and Si Lingxian possessed dragon affinity, the two types could not be compared. Lin Bei's dragon affinity was nothing short of perfect. In less than 10 seconds, he established contact with the glorious celestial white dragon, speaking in a somewhat frigid tone, "Xiao Bai, return at once. Several hours have elapsed, granting ample time for leisurely pursuits. And it is now time to return and report. Freedom is one thing, but indulgence is another." Buzz, hovering in the void. The heavenly sacred white dragon was internally reluctant to resist, merely exchanging a few words with the radiant dragon beside it. Buzz, the radiant dragon, understanding the sentiment, expressed its desire to accompany the return. It was eager to discover who possessed the ability to tame the heavenly sacred white dragon. Shortly thereafter, the two dragons unfurled their wings and took flight through the void. A few minutes later, they traversed the expanse and arrived at the Tian Mountain Hotel, specifically at the room where Lin Bei resided. Upon sensing the return of the heavenly sacred white dragon, Lin Bei summoned the void reincarnation dragon to tear open the fabric of space within the room. He then turned his gaze toward the heavenly sacred white dragon, which was hiding in the void, and spoke with a hint of irritation. "You know to come back?" Buzz. In response, the heavenly sacred white dragon could only timidly emit a low whine, resembling a remorseful schoolchild. After casting an exasperated glare at the heavenly sacred white dragon, Lin Bei shifted his attention to the radiant dragon, inquiring once more, "Who is this? What is your relationship?" Buzz. Almost instantaneously, the heavenly sacred white dragon emitted another low hum. The meaning conveyed through its dragon's song was simple: "This is my newly found wife." Meanwhile, Lingxian abruptly rose. Her brow furrowed as she gazed at the wall. She sensed an extraordinarily familiar aura emanating from the adjacent room. Chapter 117, A Visit from the In-Laws. Lingxian was perplexed, uncertain as to why this was occurring. How curious. Why was she sensing the aura of the radiant dragon from the neighboring room? Hadn't it gone out to search for its dragon brother? She instinctively questioned whether her perception might have been flawed. Setting aside the fact that the radiant dragon would not return just yet, even if it did return early, it should have come to find her instead of lingering in the neighboring room. Contemplating this, Lingxian instinctively shook her head. Could it be that I am too sensitive, thus misinterpreting the sensations? Surely that must be it. How could my radiant dragon possibly be in someone else's room? In truth, all her thoughts were confined within her own understanding. How could a tamed radiant dragon be found in another's chamber? Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, her radiant dragon was wide-eyed, astonished at the sight of the heavenly sacred white dragon beside it. The latter's current demeanor, submissive and akin to a wayward child, deeply shocked it, resonating from the depths of its soul to the surface of its dragon form. No way. Is this truly the same dragon that exhibited such overwhelming strength moments ago? The contrast with the heroic and formidable display it had shown in solitude was utterly stark. Buzz. Buzz. The radiant dragon instinctively let out a few low hums, its tone inquiring the heavenly sacred white dragon, "Why exhibit such humility? We are dragons after all. Even if tamed, we cannot behave in such a manner." Almost as soon as the radiant dragon's song faded, the heavenly sacred white dragon responded with its own hum. "Buzz. Buzz." The meaning conveyed was equally straightforward. "What do you know, little lady? My master is not the same as your master. Remain quietly where you are. Do not interrupt while I converse with my master." Upon hearing this, despite the radiant dragon's curiosity, it had no choice but to close its mouth and stand quietly to the side, a flicker of grievance evident in its dragon eyes. Simultaneously, the astonishment within it grew even more profound. This stark contrast in attitudes elevated Lin Bei's status to one of unparalleled nobility. It was as if, in the eyes of the heavenly sacred white dragon, Lin Bei represented its sole faith. Witnessing this scene, Lin Bei could not help but feel a surge of anger. Delivering a firm blow to the head of the heavenly sacred white dragon and adopting a much more serious tone. "What are you doing? Are you in a foul mood? Since you claim she is your wife, you must treat her well and not bully her, understand? If you become a rogue dragon in the future, I shall personally strip you of your dragon tendons." In the next instant, the heavenly sacred white dragon trembled uncontrollably, as if losing control of its body. Buzz. It soon responded with a low hum, assuring Lin Bei that it would never become a rogue dragon. In that moment, the radiant dragon's face flushed slightly, a wave of bashfulness washing over it. Unbeknownst to it, a sense of reverence for Lin Bei began to blossom within its heart. Although its experiences were still limited at this moment, Lingxian's internal confusion intensified as she felt she had heard several dragon songs. Moreover, the familiar warmth of connection grew increasingly clear with the passage of time. What is happening? This feeling of familiarity is unmistakably the bond one share with the radiant dragon. Why? Why does the sensation emanate from the neighboring room? Soon, another 10 seconds passed, and the feeling became even clearer, as if on the verge of solidifying into something tangible. Finally, Lingxian could no longer contain her curiosity. Striding to the door and opening it, leaving her own room with a clear intention to approach room 2702. Gazing at the closed door, feeling that unmistakably familiar sensation, she found herself lost in contemplation. To enter or not to enter? That is the question. Meanwhile, Lin Bei remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. He was simply watching the two dragons in the void with a sense of helplessness, momentarily at a loss as to how to handle this chaotic situation. Having inadvertently taken someone else's dragon, it was evidently not a matter that could be resolved easily. Knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks resonated, accompanied by a gentle female voice. "Is anyone there?" Instantly, the gazes of the two dragons and Lin Bei turned toward the door. Both Lin Bei and the heavenly sacred white dragon's expressions were filled with caution their internal powers swiftly beginning to circulate. At such a critical moment, the arrival of an unfamiliar woman could not bode well. Only the radiant dragon's reaction differed. It could distinctly recognize the voice. It was none other than its owner's voice. Buzz. Immediately, the radiant dragon let out another gentle hum. Naturally, Lin Bei also realized who was outside. The holy seed of the radiant altar. His expression shifted, becoming somewhat peculiar, as he shot a resigned glare at the heavenly sacred white dragon. Is it truly the legendary in-laws that have come knocking? What an admirable pair of in-laws indeed. Indeed, judging by the relationship between the holy celestial white dragon and the radiant dragon, the bond between Lin Bei and the celestial spirit fairy strikingly mirrors this connection. Unavoidably, he felt a twinge of concern. After all, this was merely a holy celestial white dragon. What chaos might ensue if other dragons began abducting their own kind? Shaking his head in resignation, Lin Bei instructed the void rebirth dragon to seal the rift in space before rising and approaching the door. Gently, he pulled it open, his voice resonating as he inquired, "Is there something you need?" At the very moment the door swung open, the voice of the celestial spirit fairy echoed, "Excuse me, have you seen a dragon?" The absurdity of her question almost made her chuckle. After all, they were merely neighbors in this modest hotel. And how could Lin Bei possibly encounter her radiant dragon without having seen it himself? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Bei replied nonchalantly, "I have seen it. It will return to find you shortly." Had it been anyone else, he would have dismissed them with a few words. Yet, the celestial spirit fairy was different. She was the holy seed of the radiant altar. Furthermore, Lin Bei had a task related to the radiant altar at hand. This was an unparalleled opportunity to connect with the radiant altar. Thus, he uttered those words. Upon hearing Lin Bei's response, the celestial spirit fairy was momentarily taken aback. What? What did you say? You truly saw a dragon?" She could hardly believe her ears. When she posed that question, she had mentally prepared for the possibility of being labeled as delusional. After all, how could a dragon possibly be found within a room? Yet, Lin Bei's answer shocked her. What was going on? She had merely asked casually, and now she received such a response. Not only had he seen a dragon, but he also claimed it would soon come looking for her. What in the world was happening? Quickly, Lin Bei continued in a calm tone, "I am not jesting. You will understand shortly." With that, he closed the door firmly, having no intention of allowing the celestial spirit fairy to enter. Although she was the holy master of the radiant altar, Lin Bei had no desire to approach her overtly. While he wished to join the radiant altar, he could not appear too eager. A subtle revelation of certain matters would suffice. By speaking such words in front of the celestial spirit fairy, he intended to leave a profound impression upon her. When she eventually encountered her dragon, she would undoubtedly engage in discussions with the radiant altar. Naturally, she would learn of Lin Bei's connection to the holy celestial white dragon. Once the celestial spirit fairy became aware of this matter, she would surely come knocking once more. Standing before the now closed door, the celestial spirit fairy remained motionless for an extended period, resembling a little girl in a state of punishment. From the moment Lin Bei spoke until the door was firmly shut, she was left in a daze, clearly caught off guard by the unforeseen turn of events. After enduring a lengthy silence, she gradually regained her composure. With somewhat stiff movements, she returned to her room, her gaze noticeably vacant. Upon entering her room, the celestial spirit fairy did little more than sit on the sofa and wait, seemingly eager to discern the truth behind Lin Bei's claims. The rift in space tore open once more, and Lin Bei addressed the radiant dragon within. "Be sure to return to your master and report in. Share what needs to be shared, but refrain from disclosing anything unnecessary." Though he spoke only 3 sentences, his words were laden with a palpable sense of threat. The radiant dragon nodded its massive head and lifted a claw to pat its own body, indicating its understanding. Despite being unaware of Lin Bei's true strength, the radiant dragon instinctively sensed that this human was exceptionally formidable. Even if it could not match him in combat, he undoubtedly possessed a myriad of capabilities. Simply considering the power of the void, it was clear that escaping him would be a trivial matter. Otherwise, the existence of the holy celestial white dragon could not be easily explained. As a member of the Radiant Altar organization, the Radiant Dragon recognized the significance of the horns and halo atop the holy celestial white dragon. For a single dragon to possess such 2 supreme embodiments of purity was hardly a commonplace occurrence. Before long, the Radiant Dragon departed, successfully navigating through the void, aided by the holy celestial white dragon and the void rebirth dragon, to reach the location of the celestial spirit fairy. In room 2702, Lin Bei accessed the system shop, perusing a particular item. Item name, bottle. Item description, an ordinary name, yet with immense utility. With a capacity of merely 1,000 milliliters, it can contain all forms of liquid, gas, and solid. Anything placed within this bottle will remain untainted by external conditions, preserving its integrity for 100 days. Item price, 1,000 points. The system shop boasted a plethora of items, even including such a peculiar bottle. Exchange for 10. As 10,000 points were deducted, 10 modest transparent crystal bottles materialized within the system space. Lin Bei then retrieved the 10 crystal bottles and addressed the now diminutive Holy Celestial White Dragon. Use your power to fill these 10 bottles. The Holy Celestial White Dragon, of course, had no objections. It immediately summoned its power, channeling a substantial force into the 10 bottles. Within a mere half-minute, the bottles were filled to capacity. It was time to act. The news should have already circulated. As soon as he uttered those words, Lin Bei filled the 10 bottles and headed to the stall rented by Zhou. The operation was about to commence. Meanwhile, the dazed celestial spirit fairy sensed the return of the radiant dragon. She quickly utilized her innate abilities to communicate with the radiant dragon. Due to the impossibility of controlling the radiant dragon's size, it could not manifest in the external world. Soon, the celestial spirit fairy learned of the unfolding events. There were only two significant matters. The first was that the radiant dragon had successfully broken through its limitations and reached the next realm. The second was that her radiant dragon had found a mate, and certain events had already transpired. Once again, she was left in a stupor. Her dragon had not only experienced a breakthrough, but had also found a partner. How could she not feel bewildered by such occurrences? What on earth was happening day by day? Countless words gathered in the throat of Si Lingxian, yet none could escape her lips. Thus, she endured in silence for a considerable time before reluctantly accepting the reality before her. Never mind. Let me first report this matter to the Holy Master. Upon learning about the Holy White Dragon of the Bright Sky, Si Lingxian also became aware of Lin Bei's circumstances. It was then that she comprehended why her neighbor had made such remarks. The thought left her somewhat speechless, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Humph. What kind of person is he? His own dragon has done such a thing, and yet he dares to treat me this way? Does he not fear that I might render his dragon single? Of course, she was merely jesting, with no intention of severing the bond of the bright dragon. After all, her own dragon was already of age, and thus could not be considered as indulging in an early romance. After some maneuvering, Si Lingxian successfully contacted the Holy Master of the Bright Altar. Si Lingxian, what brings you to me? The Holy Master's voice was gentle, suggesting he was in a good mood. Holy Master, there are several matters I must report to you. Upon hearing her words, the Holy Master of the Bright Altar sensed the gravity of the situation, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. What is it? Soon, Si Lingxian began to recount the events of the day. Chapter 119, The Dark Curse. Targeted. After listening to Si Lingxian, the Holy Master of the Bright Altar fell into a prolonged silence. Even one accustomed to high office like him had only witnessed such absurdity a handful of times. While the incident of the bright dragon seeking out another dragon was indeed peculiar, it remained within the realm of acceptance. However, the power that could heal injuries, enhance vitality, and even enable the bright dragon to break through its limitations was truly outrageous. In an instant, the myriad of events mingled in the Holy Master's mind, leaving his thoughts in disarray. After a long period of quiet contemplation, the Holy Master's voice finally resonated once more. It appears that this journey to the Tian Shan Mountains was not in vain. At the very least, we have uncovered several intriguing matters. Lingxian, you now have a few new tasks. The first is to investigate the nature of this power and, if possible, to bring back a portion of it. This matter is of utmost importance and can take precedence over dealing with the Mountain Sea organization. With that, his voice trailed off, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing this first task, Si Lingxian felt no surprise, for it was only natural. Even she could sense the significance of this power, let alone the Holy Master, who possessed greater strength and a deeper understanding of sacred power. For others, this power might serve limited purposes, merely healing ailments and injuries while improving physical condition. Yet, for the Bright Altar, it held an entirely different meaning. Should the pets of the Bright Altar's members absorb this sacred energy, they would stand a considerable chance of reaching a new stage. Indeed, the Holy Master's thoughts aligned precisely with this notion. He understood better than anyone what this power represented. As he remained within the Bright Sanctuary, the Holy Master cast his gaze upon the back of his right hand. At its center lay a small, pure black mark, exuding an aura of malevolence. This black mark was evidently a form of curse. Aside from this small curse, there were no other anomalies. He pondered whether the power that had manifested in the Tian Shan Mountains could possibly lift the curse he bore. Though hope was slim, it was nonetheless worth a try. After all, having glimpsed a flicker of hope, he did not wish to let the opportunity slip away. Trying was certainly preferable to passively awaiting the encroachment of the curse. After murmuring a few words to himself, the Holy Master shifted his focus and spoke in a calm tone. Additionally, make contact with that individual. Discover who he is and what his intentions may be. A young man around 20 who has tamed a dragon? There must be secrets lurking behind him. If his identity and background prove reliable, we might consider inviting him to join our bright altar. With that, he severed the connection, seated in silence. He closed his eyes and fell into deep contemplation. Due to the events surrounding the bright dragon and the holy white dragon, Lin Bei had entered the Holy Master's purview, and developments were unfolding as he had anticipated. However, Lin Bei, now outside, remained oblivious to these matters. After her exchange with the Holy Master, Lingxian felt somewhat restored, at least better than when she first encountered the bright dragon. She activated her innate talent and conversed with the bright dragon residing within her talent space. Originally, the bright dragon was at the peak of its maturity, its strength hovering just shy of the Beast King level. Yet, after undergoing the baptism of the Holy White Dragon's power, although its age remained in the mature stage, its strength had indeed ascended to the Beast King level. While this advancement may seem modest, a mere half-step, it was monumental. This half-step required immense effort for many individuals and magical beasts to surmount a threshold. In fact, some with insufficient talent and strength might find themselves eternally trapped beneath the Beast King level. Beasts at the Beast King level and those below it are entirely distinct entities. It was unfathomable. The bright dragon had actually crossed into the realm of the Beast King. Who would believe such a method of advancement? As she reflected on this, Lingxian paused for a few seconds before continuing. Now my strength surely rivals that of those around me. As she spoke, a radiant smile graced her face, clearly delighted by the bright dragon's achievement. The tiers of magical beasts are akin to those of humans, with only subtle distinctions. They range from low-level magical beasts, intermediate magical beasts, advanced magical beasts, half-step Beast King magical beasts, Beast King magical beasts, Beast Emperor magical beasts, and even higher levels beyond. Among Beast Tamers, the Super Beast Tamer shares the same realm as half-step Beast King magical beasts. This entire hierarchy can be considered as half-step Beast King level. The reasoning is simple. A magical beast that attains half-step Beast King status signifies that its body and mind have nearly reached full maturity. While one could rely on pills and training to cross the threshold before reaching Beast King level, entering the Beast King level itself is no trivial matter. It is akin to a typical human reaching their 20s and securing stable employment. To advance further requires opportunity and talent. This holds true for both humans and magical beasts. The Beast King level represents the most significant threshold at the initial stage. Some may cross it in a day, while others may take 10 years. Due to the immense difficulty involved, Lingxian and the Holy Master of the Bright Altar could not help but feel profound astonishment. Until her conversation with the Bright Dragon concluded, Lingxian had no intention of seeking out others. She had no intention of divulging the matter of the Radiant Dragon's breakthrough. In a city like Tianshan, where crises could arise at any moment, it was wiser to keep certain matters concealed. Once again, her gaze fell upon the wall. As Lingxian gently blinked her eyes, it was time to have a word with him. His dragon had done this to mine, and he must take responsibility for it. The Radiant Dragon had merely informed her that Lin Bei possessed a dragon, without specifying its nature. Consequently, Lingxian did not associate Lin Bei with that pure power, instinctively believing that Lin Bei was Lin Bei, and that pure power was something entirely distinct. Meanwhile, not far from the Tianshan Hotel, Lin Bei had arrived at the street alone. Gazing at the empty table before him, he unhesitatingly retrieved the 10 special bottles and placed them slowly upon the stall. Chapter 120, please accompany us for a while. At this moment, Lin Bei had not donned any disguise. It was not that he lacked the desire, but Tianshan City forbade it. Firstly, to mitigate the occurrence of attacks, once an assault took place, one's identity would be exposed. Secondly, to prevent notorious individuals or those of ill repute from mingling among them. Under such stringent regulations, those who could enter Tianshan City at this time were either of legitimate status, unlikely to pose a significant threat, or individuals from certain dark organizations whose capabilities and reputations were not particularly remarkable. In summary, the level of security in Tianshan City far surpassed that of Nanshan City. However, while this system had its benefits, it also bore certain drawbacks. For instance, many individuals harboring treasures would choose to forego selling them out of fear of exposing their identities, opting instead to consign them to auctions for assistance in selling. To put it plainly, this system existed largely due to the auction house's self-interest. After all, the prosperity of Tianshan City was closely tied to the auctions held there, with profits from each event reaching astronomical figures. The auction house would take a 10% fee from each sold item. Furthermore, there existed a tacit rule in the auction house. Once a treasure was consigned, It would not be returned until the auction concluded. Should the original owner perish for any reason, the item would automatically become the property of the auction house. The auction house in Tianshan City was quite unscrupulous. Thus, it is evident that the strength of any city is not achieved without effort. Despite Lin Bei's desire to avoid drawing too much attention, he ultimately decided to set up his stall on the street for long-term considerations. There was no other alternative. Even if Bai Zhou were to man the stall, it would not prevent exposure of the situation. Therefore, it was better for him to take matters into his own hands. The Kunping scales were undeniably crucial. The street was already bustling with passers-by, and 80% were aware of the matter concerning the pure power. Many conversations revolved around this very topic. Almost the instant Lin Bei displayed the 10 bottles filled with pure power, he garnered considerable attention. Although the containers were sealed, their essence still emanated outward, unable to be absorbed but perceptible nonetheless. With the sound of approaching footsteps, a throng of people converged at Lin Bei's stall, their eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of the 10 bottles. The closer they drew, the clearer their perception of the pure power became. Could it be that this stall is selling that miraculous force from this afternoon? Although I instinctively want to doubt it, this aura is identical to that which I absorbed earlier. The envious elites who had experienced the sensation earlier were discussing it fervently throughout the afternoon. Damn, I'm feeling envious. Paying little heed to the murmurs surrounding him, Lin Bei stood there with an air of calm, silently observing the unfolding situation. He was not prepared to act until the moment was ripe. As time passed, an ever-increasing number of people gathered at the stall, intently scrutinizing the 10 bottles. Some believed the bottles contained pure power, while others suspected them to be counterfeit, leading to a cacophony of debate. This is the real deal. Absolutely authentic. It's identical to that force. Use your brains. The stall owner is just a young lad. How could it possibly be genuine? Exactly. This young man is merely trying to capitalize on the hype. How unscrupulous. Humph. These young people today only think of profit, lacking any sense of morality. Daring to deceive everyone. I'm going to report this guy. Seeing the crowd around his stall swell to at least several hundred, Lin Bei finally made a move. However, he did not attempt to clarify anything verbally. In such a noisy environment, words would be of little use. Without further ado, Lin Bei picked up one of the bottles and unscrewed the cap without hesitation. The instant the lid was removed, a portion of pure power surged forth, gradually dispersing into the surrounding air. Though it appeared to be but a small bottle, its reach was far from negligible. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped over 20 individuals, effortlessly entering their bodies. In the next moment, these 20 people seemed to go wild, exerting their utmost strength to address Lin Bei. Holy cow. It's real. Boss, sell me a bottle. Name your price. You can name any price. Even 50 million. I'll take it. My luck is incredible to encounter the genuine article. What a waste. Opening a bottle so carelessly. My heart is bleeding. As the pure power continued to spread, soon everyone at the stall was aware of the situation. The product being sold by this young man was not a mere ploy to ride on the coattails of popularity, but indeed the miraculous force itself. Instantly, shock enveloped the crowd, leaving them incredulous. However, once they regained their composure, they frantically joined the ranks of eager buyers. Sell to me. Sell to me. Young man, I have a daughter who would like to meet you. The dowry only requires 1 bottle of this power. Observing the crowd now engulfed in fervor, a smile gradually crept across Lin Bei's lips. Limited supply. Highest bidder wins. His stall had inadvertently transformed into an auction. The commotion generated here was monumental, and it rapidly spread throughout Tianshan City. Naturally, it reached the ears of those at the auction house. The members who had been scouring the vicinity immediately rushed toward Lin Bei's stall with utmost urgency. Yet even so, it took several minutes for them to arrive. By the time they reached Lin Bei's stall, all the goods had already been snatched away. Consequently, Lin Bei amassed a staggering fortune, the total amount nearing 500 million. Gazing upon the vacant stall, the expressions of several auction staff members morphed into one of palpable dismay. They were acutely aware of the dire consequences that would follow if such a coveted item slipped through their fingers. Thus, exchanging glances, they swiftly reached a unanimous conclusion. Without delay, the group encircled Lin Bei's stall, their tone resolute as they spoke. Sir, we request that you accompany us. Chapter 121, Breaking the Billion Mark. Golden Dragon. Observing these individuals before him, Lin Bei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, feeling a tinge of surprise. Oh, and who might you be? The moment he posed this question, a notion began to take shape in his mind. Only the auction house would dare to engage in such audacious conduct within Tianshan City. Though numerous other formidable factions existed within the city, they ultimately remained subdued, refraining from excessive actions unless absolutely necessary. This applied to the Guangming Temple, the Shanghai Organization, and other entities alike. Soon enough, their voices resonated. "We are representatives of the auction house. Please come with us. We have matters to discuss." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised his eyebrow once more, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. The situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. While he anticipated that the matter concerning the sacred power would eventually attract the attention of the auction house, he had not foreseen it occurring so swiftly. It appeared he had indeed underestimated the influence of Lin Bei. Merely engaging in the first synthesis had already reached a level capable of startling the auction house. It was almost unfathomable to contemplate the consequences of a second synthesis. At this juncture, Lin Bei chose not to elaborate further, not out of reluctance, but simply because he was at a loss for words. No one could truly fathom the magnitude of power that would emerge following the second synthesis of the Holy White Dragon. However, Lin Bei felt no resentment towards the auction house's approach. Establishing a connection with them was, in essence, not a disadvantage. Through their operations, he could secure greater profits. His initial reluctance for the auction house to intervene swiftly stemmed from a desire to allow the product to gain traction first, enabling others to absorb and sell it for precisely this reason. Yet, the reality had deviated considerably from his plans. The degree of enthusiasm surrounding the product surpassed all expectations. Given the current circumstances, the item had already begun to garner attention. It wasn't yet a roaring success, but with ample time, it could undoubtedly become the most anticipated offering. Based on this, Lin Bei resolved not to dismiss the auction house's request. Lead the way. The auction members, relieved by Lin Bei's compliance, felt their internal tension dissipate somewhat. As long as they could escort Lin Bei back, they would avoid punishment. After all, in comparison to the precious item, the individual possessing it was equally invaluable. Very well, follow us. With that, they turned, parting the crowd as they guided the way. Lin Bei, without hesitation, stepped in line behind them, maintaining a calm demeanor as he proceeded towards the auction house. Meanwhile, the onlookers paused to observe, their gazes fixed on Lin Bei, filled with excitement, greed, and envy. In essence, each individual etched Lin Bei's visage into their memories. Now, even if Lin Bei wished to remain inconspicuous, it was no longer feasible. Many spectators engaged in hushed discussions. He has attracted the attention of the auction house. This is a first in many years. Isn't it expected? Everyone knows how extraordinary that power is. If he has been summoned by the auction house, does that mean this item will be available there? Goodness, that makes sense. If such a product is involved in the auction, the house will certainly publicize it to draw in sufficient attention. If things escalate to that point, this young man could be in danger. Indeed, the innocent are often punished for possessing something precious. After walking several hundred meters, the previously silent system notification abruptly chimed. Ding. Your total assets have surpassed 1 billion. Congratulations. You have successfully acquired a hidden reward. Ding. The hidden reward is being dispensed. The hidden reward has been successfully distributed and has automatically been stored in the system space. You may access it at any time. In the next moment, Lin Bei's stride faltered, surprise washing over his face, and even his pupils widened in astonishment. His total assets had surpassed 1 billion, and there was a hidden reward? In an instant, he pieced together the situation. It seemed that Bai Zhou's endeavors had also progressed smoothly. Through the sale of sacred power, he likely obtained 500 million, while the other 500 million evidently came from Bai Zhou's sale of medicinal pills. Since the pills belonged to Lin Bei, and Bai Zhou was his subordinate, the final earnings naturally counted towards Lin Bei. Having deduced the circumstances, Lin Bei chose to ponder no further. Instead, he quietly accessed the system space. Within it, he discovered a dragon egg. A golden dragon egg, resembling a mass of golden hue in an egg shape. What on earth is this? For a moment, Lin Bei found himself at a loss, having never encountered such a reward before. Ding. The host may directly hatch this golden dragon egg, which contains your hidden reward. This egg is the egg of a golden dragon. Although the prospect of hatching this egg was enticing, the current circumstances clearly did not permit such an action. He couldn't very well produce the golden egg in front of so many people and proceed to hatch it, could he? That would only invite trouble upon himself. Taking a deep breath to quell his inner impulse, Lin Bei steadied himself and mentally inquired of the system. Since I received a hidden reward upon reaching 1 billion in assets, does that mean I will receive additional hidden rewards when my assets reach 10 billion or 100 billion? As soon as he finished speaking, the system's notification chimed again. Ding. Just as you have surmised, when your assets reach the next threshold, you will be eligible for another dragon-related reward. As for the required asset amount, this system cannot disclose that information. However, I can reveal the nature of your next dragon egg reward. In the next moment, the hidden reward's dragon egg will be identified as that of a diamond dragon. Furthermore, under certain other conditions, you may also receive additional hidden rewards. All hidden rewards are indeed related to dragons. Upon hearing the phrase diamond dragon, Lin Bei's eyes instantly sparkled, and waves of excitement surged within him. It became evident that enhancing his own assets was an imperative endeavor. Chapter 122. The night is deep. The threat emerges. Thanks to a few individuals clearing the path ahead, Lin Bei swiftly arrived at the auction house. Almost the very moment he arrived, a middle-aged man, approximately 5 feet tall, yet weighing over 200 pounds, clad in a tailored suit and sporting a pair of hefty glasses, hurriedly approached Lin Bei with a beaming smile. "Welcome to the auction house, Mr. Lin." Given the auction house's esteemed standing in Tianshan City, it was entirely normal for them to easily access Lin Bei's information, including the origins of his name. As Li Fugui's words fell, he scrutinized Lin Bei with an appreciative grin. Although he appeared composed externally, a tempest of unease churned within him. After all, Lin Bei was exceedingly youthful. Such a young man was actually selling such invaluable treasures. How could his heart remain unperturbed? Observing the beaming face of Li Fugui, Lin Bei returned the smile, saying hello. After a brief pause, he continued, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries and proceed to the matter at hand." Initially intending to engage in small talk, Li Fugui's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness upon hearing Lin Bei's words. "In that case, I shall speak plainly. Mr. Lin, may I inquire if you still possess such items? We would like your products to participate in this auction." Indeed, the auction house's objective was precisely this. After a brief silence of approximately 3 seconds, Lin Bei's voice resonated. "I do. But why should I sell through the auction house? You must be acutely aware of the popularity of such items. As long as I have products to sell, there will be eager buyers, and the price will naturally align with my desires." While he would attend the auction, he would not simply comply without reservation. Li Fugui, clearly having anticipated this, promptly replied, "Rest assured, you will not suffer any loss. I have already prepared relevant benefits for you. Should you agree, you will enjoy privileges in Tianshan City, and we will assign personnel to assist you with any troublesome matters, such as eliminating certain individuals. Furthermore, you will receive a membership card, granting you unrestricted access to the auction house. The handling fees will also be reduced to 5%. Not to mention, you can sell at even higher prices, as we can connect you with major powers. The financial resources of these major forces are incomparable to those of mere outsiders. Had he been dealing with anyone else, Li Fugui would never have made such concessions. The conditions he offered were undeniably enticing. However, there was no alternative. The products in Lin Bei's possession were too sought after. After thorough consideration and consultation with his superiors, Li Fugui felt compelled to act in this manner. The potential gains from acquiring such products far exceeded the current sacrifices. Lin Bei found himself lost in contemplation. Undoubtedly, the terms presented by the auction house were indeed alluring. In comparing the benefits, he realized that he would gain more than by selling the items outright. Thus, after a mere 10 seconds of reflection, Lin Bei gently nodded, "Deal." It would be foolish to forego profit. Moreover, this opportunity extends beyond mere financial gain. It encompasses an array of benefits. The assistance in handling troublesome matters alone constitutes a significant advantage. Furthermore, now that I am aware of the hidden rewards, I simply cannot let this lucrative opportunity slip away. The Golden Dragon, the Diamond Dragon, I desire them both. And yet, I yearn for even more. Who knows, perhaps in the future, I might acquire an Emerald Dragon or a Diamond Dragon as well. Moreover, Lin Bei was acutely aware of his circumstances. Exposing the existence of such treasures without any pretense would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Despite Tianshan City's regulations against instigating conflict, rules are often disregarded. While daytime may seem relatively safe, the situation would inevitably change under the cover of night. After all, the cold of night is far more terrifying than the warmth of day. Upon Lin Bei's agreement, Li Fugui's breath quickened noticeably, and a grin spread across his plump face. "Excellent. You shall not regret collaborating with us." Lin Bei merely nodded in response, refraining from further comments. He had not allowed the auction house's substantial benefits to diminish his vigilance. To put it plainly, the reason for their cooperation lay solely in mutual benefit. Once that interest wanes, no one could predict how the relationship might evolve. Shortly thereafter, Li Fugui leaned in closer to Lin Bei, lowering his voice to inquire, "Mr. Lin, may I ask you a question? How much stock do you have remaining?" The quantity of stock directly impacted the auction house's profits. Thus it was imperative for him to ascertain this information. However, Lin Bei fell into contemplation, taking 5 seconds before calmly responding, "Not much, just a little. I could probably produce around 100 vials." Stunned, Li Fugui was utterly taken aback. "You consider 100 vials to be just a little? That is, in fact, an astronomical sum." Gulp, gulp. Instinctively swallowing a few times, he struggled to regain his composure, his tone becoming markedly more animated as he spoke. "Very well. Well, then," yet before Li Fugui could finish, Lin Bei interjected, "However, I cannot provide them to you just yet. I need to retrieve the goods. Do not worry. I will deliver the items to you before the auction begins. This was a deliberate ruse concocted by Lin Bei, handing over the products outright. Only a fool would undertake such a course of action. Only by maintaining control over the items could he effectively constrain the auction house. Thus, even if the auction house harbored ulterior motives, they would have no choice but to comply. Moreover, the auction house would also be obliged to safeguard Lin Bei's safety. It was, without a doubt, the optimal choice. In an instant, Li Fugui's expression darkened slightly, but he swiftly masked it, narrowing his eyes with a smile as he replied. Very well, we shall proceed according to your wishes. After securing his entitlements, Lin Bei departed from the auction house, making his way to the Tianshan guest hotel. Once Lin Bei had left, the smile on Li Fugui's face vanished in an instant, and he commanded a nearby associate, "Follow him. If you can seize the items, do so. If not, ensure his protection." The individual nodded and quietly trailed behind Lin Bei. Throughout Lin Bei's journey back to his residence from the auction house, he attracted considerable attention. Those individuals are covertly following Lin Bei. The night has deepened. Chapter 123, Comprehensive Authorization. An unexpected surprise. In truth, Lin Bei can distinctly sense the events unfolding behind him. After all, he possesses a remarkable ability known as spiritual perception. This situation, however, falls well within Lin Bei's expectations. He does not believe that after revealing certain secrets, he could remain in Tianshan City unscathed and unnoticed. Inevitably, some occurrences are bound to transpire. Have I already attracted someone's attention? I truly wonder how things will unfold after the information is disclosed at the auction. Despite being aware of the heightened danger surrounding him, Lin Bei feels no trace of panic. For every risk that emerges, there lies an opportunity. If these individuals intend to make a move against him, he can retaliate openly. Coincidentally, he is in need of funds. However, Lin Bei is acutely aware of one truth. His own strength is still insufficient. This is not Nanshan City. The strongest entities in Nanshan City are merely the 6 esteemed directors and the heads of the 4 prominent families, their realms being quite comparable to his own. Alas, Nanshan City is merely a small town, incapable of rivaling a grand metropolis like Tianshan City. Even though Nanshan City evidently conceals some significant secrets, those matters belong to the past. As Lin Bei continues to stride forward, he engages in an internal dialogue with the system. System, may I propose a matter for discussion? Perhaps taken aback by his words, the system remained silent for a full 10 seconds before a notification sounded. What is the matter, host? As long as it falls within permissible boundaries, this system will fully cooperate with you. If it exceeds the permitted range, this system will be unable to assist you. The strength of your own abilities determines the extent to which you can command this system. Shortly thereafter, Lin Bei continued in his mind. Can you autonomously train the dragons? At times, I find myself too preoccupied to manage them. Indeed, there are moments when he is so busy that he simply cannot devote time to strengthening the dragons. Furthermore, as he acquires more dragons in the future, managing them one by one will become increasingly cumbersome. Therefore, it is preferable to see if he can delegate this responsibility to the system. In essence, he seeks a fully automated training mechanism. Approximately 3 seconds later, the system's notification gradually resonated. Is that all? What a trivial matter. The host can completely entrust this to this system. This system will ensure that your dragons grow at the fastest pace possible, provided you possess sufficient points. However, there is one thing the host must be informed of. Your dragons can rely on beast spirit pills and feed to grow before reaching the Beast King level. However, they cannot rely on these means to ascend to the realm of the Beast King. For the Beast King level and the realms preceding it are entirely distinct states. To ascend to the Beast King level is no simple feat. At least until the system store is unlocked to a certain stage, it is impossible to forcefully elevate the dragons to the Beast King level through external means. Hearing the system's words, Lin Bei instinctively raised an eyebrow, feeling a hint of surprise within. It was not due to the inability to break through to the Beast King level that surprised him, but rather the unexpected opportunity to forcibly ascend to that level in the future. The Beast King level. That is indeed the Beast King level. Once he reaches the Beast King level, it can be said that he has entered an entirely new phase. One might even assert that everything prior to the Beast King level was merely child's play. Through his recent understanding of this world, Lin Bei has developed a certain awareness of these matters, hence his reaction. In light of this, I shall entrust the dragons to you, system. Thank you. The moment his words concluded, the system's notification promptly followed. No need for thanks, host. This is within this system's purview. You merely need to prepare enough points. Then, this system can facilitate the dragons you possess to reach their growth limits in the shortest time possible. In response, Lin Bei merely nodded slightly, then chose not to elaborate further, continuing to advance with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, the system began its diligent work, automatically deducting the remaining points. It commenced feeding the dragons and facilitating their evolution. The growth of the dragons truly became a fully automated process. Simultaneously, a staggering announcement reverberated from the auction house. This auction will feature 100 bottles of Life Essence. Life Essence is the name derived from the power of the glorious celestial white dragon, a name that barely aligns with reality. The dissemination of this news was a deliberate act by the auction house. They deployed numerous staff members to spread this information throughout Tianshan City. Naturally, many became aware of this news. Likewise, many who were previously uninformed also learned of the effects of Life Essence. A ripple effect ensued. The hearts of the populace in Tianshan City became fixated on the Life Essence. No way. Is this for real? It possesses such formidable effects. It can not only heal external wounds, but even cure internal ailments. This is simply a miraculous elixir. Buy. Even if it means exhausting my fortune, I must acquire it. Initially, I intended to purchase some pills, but it seems my plans must now shift. Furthermore, the emergence of this news has drawn the attention of more informed individuals toward Lin Bei. Each person harbors complex thoughts in their hearts. Yet, the singular commonality among them is their desire to obtain the power of the glorious celestial white dragon. Lin Bei walks calmly and serenely along the street, bearing the gazes of dozens, if not hundreds, of onlookers. He feigns ignorance, maintaining an expression of tranquility as he enters the Tianshan guest hotel and smoothly makes his way to the elevator, ascending to the 27th floor. Upon exiting the elevator, he finds the hotel lobby already teeming with people, all fixated on the numbers displayed above the elevator. Staying on the 27th floor? I've taken note of that. The ability to produce 100 bottles of such essence surely implies he harbors some significant secret. Let everyone rely on their own abilities. Just as Lin Bei passes by the room occupied by Si Lingxian, the system's notification unexpectedly chimes in once more. Ding. Host, please hold on. This system has discovered an unexpected surprise. Chapter 124. The Evolution of the Dragons. Enemies approaching. Suddenly, Lin Bei's forward momentum halted, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment. What has transpired? An unexpected surprise indeed. Having ceased to advance any further, Lin Bei hurriedly inquired of the system. What unexpected surprise? Please tell me. The very fact that the system had taken the initiative to offer a hint signified that this was undoubtedly not an ordinary surprise. In the next moment, the system's notification sounded. A brand new life force has been detected within the belly of the female radiant dragon. Within that life force, there are characteristics belonging to the holy white dragon. Although Lin Bei had merely heard a few simple phrases, he instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. His heart was immediately filled with astonishment. Ah, you mean, Xiao Bai is expecting. The development of events had truly exceeded Lin Bei's expectations. No matter how he had pondered, he never could have anticipated such a scenario. He had only been away for a few hours. Yet it seemed that, as the host had surmised, the situation had indeed escalated to this point. Would you like this system to assist in accelerating the gathering of that life force? With the system's assistance, the speed of the dragon's birth would be greatly enhanced. Lin Bei found himself plunged into silence. After a full minute of contemplation, he finally shook his head helplessly, letting out a long sigh as he muttered, Xiao Bai, how should I properly express this? In truth, Lin Bei was experiencing a peculiar sensation. His pet was about to become a parent. What would that make him? What position would he hold? Nevertheless, despite his musings, Lin Bei regarded the matter with utmost seriousness and quickly addressed the system. Please assist. The speed of the birth is not of paramount importance. What matters most is that everything must be flawless. We cannot allow any mishap to befall Xiao Bai's offspring. The moment his words fell, the system's prompt resounded successively. Understood. The host need not worry. After instructing the system, Lin Bei finally felt a sense of relief, yet he soon fell into contemplation once more. At this juncture, he was uncertain how to face Si Lingxian. After all, an occurrence of such awkwardness could hardly be dismissed. Well, I shall think about it later. With that thought, Lin Bei returned to his room. Meanwhile, the system's notification chimed again. Ding. The blessing of the dragon god has been bestowed. Under the dragon god's protection, the dragon's birth will possess formidable strength, and its innate talents will be significantly enhanced. However, the mother will endure certain side effects, spending 20 hours a day in slumber. Additionally, even if she is awake, she will be unable to engage in any overly intense combat. At the moment the dragon god's blessing descended, both the holy white dragon and the radiant dragon became acutely aware of this development. Si Lingxian, meanwhile, remained in her chamber, intently examining the documents before her. These documents were all related to Lin Bei. They contained records of various events, including Lin Bei's previously mundane life. the activation of his talents, and matters concerning Wang Yuling. Yet, despite the abundance of information, it was largely superficial and revealed no anomalies. The only hint of something unusual came from the strange behavior exhibited by Bai Zhou, the head of the Third Academy, upon their arrival at Tian Mountain City. Tossing the files onto the table, Si Lingxian gently rubbed her forehead, which was beginning to ache. It was baffling that, while in Nan Mountain City, Lin Bei was merely an ordinary individual, yet upon arriving at Tian Mountain City, the head of the Third Academy had inexplicably become his subordinate. This incongruous contrast was utterly abnormal. There must be a significant secret lurking beneath the surface. As she muttered this to herself, a sudden realization struck her. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, shimmering with intense surprise. Could it be? The person impersonating me in Nan Mountain City is him? Upon contemplating this possibility, Si Lingxian considered it highly likely. However, without absolute evidence, she dared not affirm this conclusion. Following this, Si Lingxian seemed to recall something and hurriedly activated her affinity with the dragon race, intending to inquire with the radiant dragon about certain matters. If Lin Bei's dragon was also a radiant dragon, then the situation could be largely clarified. At that point, everything would become considerably simpler. Yet, no matter how fervently she summoned her talent, she received no response from the radiant dragon. All her attempts seemed to vanish into the void. After a while, Si Lingxian ceased her efforts, sitting at the table in a daze, her eyes and heart filled with confusion. What is happening? The radiant dragon is ignoring me. What gives? Is it asleep? She was utterly bewildered. She had never encountered such a situation before. Ever since arriving at Tian Mountain City, it felt as though everything had changed. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was entirely unaware of the events unfolding next door. At this moment, he was engaged in conversation with Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou had successfully sold all 100 pills, with the buyer being a wealthy friend of his in Tian Mountain City. The Beast Spirit pill was priced at 10 million each, totaling 5 billion for 50. The Cleansing Spirit pill was priced at 30 million each, totaling 1.5 billion for 50. A grand total of 20 billion had been amassed from the sale of the 100 pills. While this sum appeared substantial, it was insufficient to unlock the next hidden reward, and it would be easily spent. Director Bai, remain in your room tonight, and do not venture out. Currently, I am quite the coveted prize. Bai Zhou did not inquire further and obediently returned to his chamber. Lin Bei, on the other hand, closed his eyes and entered a state of rest. Since there were matters to attend to under the cover of night, it was imperative to rest well. As for the golden dragon egg, now was not the optimal time for hatching. During his period of repose, the system remained tirelessly engaged, sparing no effort to nurture all dragons with exclusive spaces to their utmost potential. Before long, midnight arrived, the temperature having dropped several degrees, and the previous clamor gradually subsiding. The night wind howled, leaves fluttering down. In stark contrast to the desolation outside, the Tian Mountain Guest Hotel was bustling with many individuals. Numerous adversaries. Chapter 125. The winds rise and the rain falls. Confronting strong foes. Although the corridor was filled with numerous individuals, many of whom were disguised, it was remarkably quiet, almost eerily so. During the day, those residing in Tian Mountain City dared not disguise themselves, as it would attract unwanted trouble. However, the situation transformed dramatically at night. The management of Tian Mountain City became considerably more lax, allowing for a degree of disguise. After all, the management of order is also a responsibility borne by humans, who likewise require moments of repose. At this juncture, the corridor of the Tianshan Lake Hotel's 27th floor is teeming with at least 50 individuals, although this number pales in comparison to the current throngs in Tianshan City, rendering it an inconsequential fraction. The sheer gathering within the hallway appears notably substantial. Moreover, it is not merely humans that populate this space. There exists a multitude of diminutive magical beasts as well. Within the confines of his room, the sea monster is cautiously peering through the peephole, surreptitiously surveying the unfolding events outside. However, upon witnessing the scene in the corridor, a wave of profound astonishment surges within him, for the circumstances are rather peculiar. How strange! What could account for this multitude in the hallway? Moreover, they seem to harbor ill intentions. Could it be that they are coming for us? Unbidden, a thread of unease emerges within the sea monster, tightening his mental state. He is acutely aware of the nature of the Shanghai organization. While it may not be accurate to say they are universally reviled, they have undeniably cultivated a plethora of adversaries. In short, their predicament is exceedingly dire. The more he contemplates, the more likely this possibility appears. Ordinarily, only the Shanghai organization could incite such an overwhelming assault. Taking a deep breath, he furrows his brow, contemplating his strategy. Facing such a considerable number of foes, the sea monster harbors no confidence in his survival. Damn it! How did matters devolve into this state? He cannot ascertain whether these individuals are truly targeting them. At this point, he hesitates for a few seconds before continuing. Nonetheless, this likelihood is substantial. For the sake of safety, I must devise a means of retreat. I shall have to abandon the plan to eliminate the sacred seed of the bright altar. Ultimately, the sea monster arrives at a difficult decision, preparing to find a way to vacate this perilous location. The risks of remaining here are far too great. Even if these individuals do not come for them, they undeniably possess other motives, and the situation cannot possibly conclude without consequence. The ambition to slay the sacred seed of the bright altar amidst such chaotic surroundings, where it is shielded by numerous individuals, has escalated in difficulty beyond measure. What if these people outside are all foes? That would truly be catastrophic. Thus, departing is the wisest course of action. After all, the primary objective is to acquire the scales of the Kunping. Yet, the prospect of leaving is not a straightforward endeavor. It is not only the Shanghai organization that faces turmoil. Zhao Liqui, residing in a nearby room, is equally unable to attain tranquility. He gazes at the throng in the corridor, his eyes brimming with vigilance. The power within him surges rapidly, and should the individuals outside exhibit any hostility, Zhao Liqui will retaliate with utmost swiftness. The situation is graver than anticipated. One can only hope these individuals harbor no intentions against us, although they seem relatively weak. The terrain is not favorable for us, rendering it impossible to fully unleash our strength. The outcome will undoubtedly be dire. The clearer the situation becomes, the graver Zhao Liqui's expression grows. He is prepared to sacrifice himself to ensure the sacred seed's escape. What an aggravating predicament! Why must the sacred seed of the bright dragon depart at such an inopportune moment? Indeed, while the combat prowess of the bright altar members is formidable, the prerequisite for unleashing their full potential is an environment conducive to such exertion. A narrow space like a corridor cannot accommodate a creature as grand as a dragon. Only smaller magical beasts can optimally exert their capabilities in such confined quarters. The presence of a colossal being like a dragon would only wreak havoc, leading to catastrophic consequences, the mildest of which could result in the collapse of the building. Simultaneously, Si Lingxian and numerous other residents have become aware of the situation on the 27th floor, each exhibiting signs of profound unease. The tenants of this floor remain oblivious to Lin Bei's circumstances, rendering them incapable of discerning the motives of the crowd. Each individual is filled with deep-seated trepidation, fearing the repercussions they may endure. Yet, at the very epicenter of this turmoil, Lin Bei remains serenely asleep, exuding not a trace of tension. Boom. At an indeterminate moment, the weather in Tianshan City turns gloomy, lightning streaking across the sky as torrential rain descends. With the rumble of thunder, Lin Bei slowly opens his eyes, rising with a tranquil demeanor. The time. It is nearly upon us. As these words leave his lips, he strides toward the door, promptly pushing it open without a moment's hesitation. In the next instant, all those awaiting in the corridor behold the target they have sought. A surge of intense excitement floods each heart. Should they uncover the secret of Lin Bei's identity, an abundance of wealth awaits them. Consequently, many find their breaths growing heavier, wholly disregarding the reason behind Lin Bei's sudden appearance. At that moment, Lin Bei, standing at the corridor's end, fixes his cold, unfeeling gaze ahead. You all have come for me. His tone is flat, devoid of any emotional undertones, as though merely confirming a fact. Immediately, someone responds, "Of course. It seems you're not as foolish as you appear. If not to you, then who else would we be here for?" In an instant, the individuals no longer conceal their intentions, vociferously proclaiming their purpose. To them, Lin Bei is merely a fish in a barrel, incapable of escape. Simultaneously, both the members of the bright altar within their rooms and those of the Shanghai organization hear Lin Bei's exchange, their hearts secretly sighing with relief. At least the throng in the corridor does not aim at them, but rather at this young man. Curiosity soon envelopes those within the rooms, pondering what this young man could have done to attract such a multitude. What a stroke of bad luck for him, to be so closely scrutinized. Ultimately, he faces a dead end. Even they may not survive this encounter, let alone a mere youth. Instinctively, people presume Lin Bei's demise is imminent. Chapter 126. Light and Shadow. The pinnacle of good and evil. The individuals residing in the hotel rooms are not fools. They are acutely aware that such events are cloaked in monumental secrets. For without such mysteries, these occurrences could not transpire. From the sounds, it can be inferred that the one ensnared is merely a 20-year-old boy. In the absence of any secrets, how could so many converge to besiege a mere 20-year-old? Having confirmed that these individuals are indeed coming for him, Lin Bei's expression remains unchanged, as calm as when he first emerged. It is as if the gaze of these people is fixed not upon him, but upon some unrelated entity. You all, do you wish to kill me? As he posed this question, he had discreetly activated the recording function. Although these individuals were adversaries, it was prudent to ascertain their intentions. After all, they were in Tianshan City, and at a particularly critical juncture. Any large-scale panic could spell disaster for even Lin Bei, which is why he deliberately steered the conversation this way. His aim was to secure a legitimate reason, with a valid justification. He could gain an advantageous position when facing those who upheld order. From the very beginning, Lin Bei had resolved to eliminate these individuals entirely. This was not only to scavenge some items from them, but also to serve as a warning to others. He was well aware that if the revelation of his ability to sell sacred power became known, it would attract a relentless stream of enemies. And this was merely the first day. One could only imagine what lay ahead. Soon, the voices of the assailants echoed once more. This is only natural. With such a treasure in your possession, did you expect nothing would occur? If you must lay blame, then blame yourself for exposing this secret. Now, the entire populace of Tianshan City is fixated on that power, and you still dare to reveal yourself? What difference is there between that and courting death? Surrender it willingly. Or shall we take it from you by force? Choose one. These words were not only audible to Lin Bei, but also to those within the room. Naturally, they pondered a singular possibility. Could it be the power witnessed during the day? No, it couldn't be. How could the master of such power possibly be a mere youth? Yet, these thoughts remained unvoiced, and they refrained from making any inquiries. The more ruthless and merciless the words of the assailants became, the more satisfied Lin Bei felt within. Ultimately, he even began to applaud. Clap, clap. No wonder they dared to seek me out. It turns out they are all desperate rogues. With such a revelation, I cannot be blamed. The instant his words fell, Lin Bei summoned his own power. Armed with the words just spoken by the assailants, he now possessed sufficient means for self-preservation, fully capable of justifying his choice to kill as one made under duress. In the next moment, Lin Bei's voice resounded once more. Aren't you all curious about what that power truly is? Then now, I shall show you. In an instant, all attention became sharply focused. Not only those in the corridor, but also those within the room, including Si Lingxian and others, stood at the peephole, observing the unfolding situation outside. Some even cracked the door open slightly to sneak a glance. Buzz! With the resounding roar of a dragon. The radiant sacred white dragon appeared beside Lin Bei. Its form had shrunk significantly, allowing it to maneuver freely within the corridor. As the radiant sacred white dragon materialized, that sacred power surged forth once more, swiftly filling the entire hallway. However, the enemies in the corridor could not absorb this divine energy. They could merely sense its extraordinary essence. Indeed, it was this power, the power of a dragon. Seize it. Seize it. Take that dragon by force. With this dragon, we will have an endless source of power. It is an immeasurable fortune. At this moment, their greed intensified. They were resolute in their decision to capture the radiant sacred white dragon. Hiss! The moment Si Lingxian caught sight of the radiant sacred white dragon through the peephole, she gasped sharply, her beautiful eyes widening to their fullest, her mouth involuntarily agape. This is a radiant dragon. And moreover, a mutated radiant dragon. Compared to the others present, her understanding of radiant dragons was unparalleled, making the impact on her psyche all the more profound. The hand gripping the doorknob trembled uncontrollably, as if the nerves in her arm had lost control, and her mind momentarily stalled, akin to a computer crashing. Ultimately, Si Lingxian could only engage in a low, instinctual murmuring. A dragon. A radiant dragon. Such a formidable radiant dragon. Although its power is not superior to mine, the purity of its strength far exceeds that of my radiant dragon. No, this is impossible. Almost all members of the radiant sect were now in such a daze, unable to regain their composure for a considerable time. Thud, thud. At last, the individuals standing in the corridor could no longer suppress their avarice. Swiftly advancing towards Lin Bei and the radiant sacred white dragon, shadows flitted through the darkness, and a myriad of powers were set into motion. Simultaneously, someone spoke up. Everyone, exercise caution. Do not kill either the person or the dragon. Otherwise, all will be for naught. The best course of action is to subdue them and then share the spoils equally. Cooperation is essential for success. Buzz. Observing the throng of figures rapidly approaching from the darkness, the radiant sacred white dragon's eyes were filled with fury. It never anticipated that these individuals harbored such nefarious intentions. They sought to turn itself and its master into mere tools for their profit, seeking death. Yet before the radiant sacred white dragon could act, Lin Bei initiated a new maneuver. He inhaled gently, then spoke in a calm voice. Bone, show me your power. In the next instant, the devourer dragon manifested within the corridor, its body shrinking to a size comparable to that of the radiant sacred white dragon. Buzz. Another dragon's roar resonated. unleashing a torrent of power once more. Yet, unlike the sacred energy of the radiant sacred white dragon, this power was steeped in the utmost malevolence. Two dragons, one pure and holy, the other wicked and sinister. Chapter 127. Penetrate. Devour. At this moment, Lin Bei had no intention of concealing his strength. Although he understood the inevitable consequences of such an action, he had no choice but to proceed. For the repercussions of inaction would be far graver than revealing his power. Merely within the 27th floor corridor, so many enemies had already emerged. Beyond the 27th floor, there would likely be even more foes. In such a predicament, remaining concealed would only exacerbate his situation. Buzz, buzz. In the not-so-spacious corridor, dragon roars echoed intermittently, one crisp and bright, the other deep and hoarse. The corridor was eerily silent. Apart from the dragon roars, no other sound could be heard. Even the footsteps that had previously resounded had now come to a halt. All attention in the corridor was drawn to the radiant sacred white dragon and the devourer dragon. Gulp, gulp, gazing upon the two dragons, whose appearances and the aura they exuded were starkly contrasting. A profound shock enveloped the hearts of those present. The circumstances surpassed all imagination. What in the world is happening? How could he possibly possess two dragons? Moreover, two dragons that are the epitome of opposites. It is utterly inconceivable. How could these two dragons, with attributes so diametrically opposed, coexist in such a harmonious manner? In an instant, the onlookers found themselves forgetting their original intentions, utterly bewildered by the spectacle before them. One cannot blame them. The situation was indeed extraordinary. Having two dragons, while surprising, could still be somewhat accepted, as they were all seasoned individuals who had tasted the bitter fruits of peril. However, these two dragons were evidently not ordinary beings. One appeared as a divine and sacred entity, exuding an aura that demanded reverence, while the other resembled a demon, radiating a sense of violence and death. The juxtaposition of such two distinct and mysterious dragons coexisting in such a manner was utterly unfathomable, as the spectators stood in a stupor. The celestial white dragon and the devouring demon dragon coldly regarded them, their demeanor a stark contrast to their usual playful antics. The gaze of the celestial white dragon was indifferent and laced with disdain, observing the crowd as if they were mere ants attempting to challenge a colossal beast. In contrast, the devouring demon dragon's eyes were filled with murderous intent and fury, as if it longed to personally deliver these individuals to the depths of hell. One exuded an air of superiority, surveying the masses from above, while the other emanated pure malice, its ferocity palpable. Under the weight of such scrutiny from these two dragons, those being watched instinctively felt a profound discomfort, as though two mountains were pressing down upon their shoulders. Though the battle had yet to commence, beads of sweat already beaded on the foreheads of some, as if they had just engaged in a strenuous task. Many found their breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Had it not been for the throngs of people surrounding them, some might have succumbed to the pressure and chosen to flee. Observing the expressions of those before him, Lin Bei's eyes gleamed with contempt, a hint of surprise flickering within. Is this all it takes? They dare to emulate others and become desperate adventurers? Surely they jest. Before long, he spoke slowly. What is this? Are you afraid? However, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Even if these individuals wish to abandon their assault now, I shall not spare them. A choice has been made, and they must bear the consequences. In my realm, there is no notion of retreating to safety. To spare the enemy? That is the folly of the naive. In the next moment, Lin Bei raised his hand, pointing decisively ahead, issuing commands to the two dragons at his side. Little white bone, leave none alive. The instant his words fell, the celestial white dragon and the devouring demon dragon sprang into action, mercilessly advancing towards the foes in the forefront. Boom! A golden beam of light erupted from the halo above the celestial white dragon, piercing through the nearest enemy. The unfortunate individual was severed in half, collapsing to the ground in agony, devoid of all life before he could comprehend his fate. Simultaneously, the devouring demon dragon approached, its jaws agape as it voraciously consumed another person. The unfortunate soul shrank to a fraction of his size, finding himself imprisoned within the dragon's belly. Despite the surrounding bones and the evident gaps through which he could escape, he felt ensnared by an invisible force, helplessly suspended amidst the skeletal remains. Witnessing the chaos outside while his voice was silenced, unable to reach the world beyond, only terror resided within him. The dread of being consumed by a dragon far surpassed the fear of being killed outright. It was akin to sheer despair. At last, as one individual was slain and another devoured, the remaining crowd in the corridor snapped back to reality. They swiftly took action, unleashing their full strength without mercy. For that wretched being would not spare them. They resolved to adhere to their initial plan. What did it matter if the enemy possessed two dragons? they were not necessarily destined to lose. Attack! Attack! The group understood their predicament. They recognized their sole option was to engage the two dragons in battle. To refrain from combat would only lead to their demise. Yet, engaging in battle meant they were inevitably at a disadvantage. In the confined environment of the corridor, many were unable to summon their companions, forced to rely solely on their own strength to fight, and to pit human strength against dragons. It was akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot. The inherent disparity between humans and dragons was insurmountable. In an instant, the 27th floor of the Tianshan Guest Hotel descended into chaotic turmoil. One benevolent and one malevolent dragon wove through the throngs of people. Golden beams of sanctity struck mercilessly, their formidable might reverberating throughout the corridor. Anyone struck by these holy beams would be instantly pierced, their bodies rendered defenseless, blood spraying in every direction as if it were of no consequence. The crimson blood and the holy light were utterly distinct, yet at that moment, they appeared remarkably harmonious. While the celestial white dragon relished in its light-based assaults, the devouring demon dragon nimbly navigated through the crowd, continuously opening its gaping maw. Within its visibly expanding belly, many individuals were already ensnared. No, not just humans. Even some magical beasts were trapped inside, frozen in place like statues. Observing this scene, Lin Bei could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Chapter 128. Lin Bei stepped forward to cleanse the grounds. Lin Bei felt a twinge of surprise at the current state of the devouring demon dragon. The entities it had consumed appeared to float within its belly. It presented an oddly unsettling image. Who would have thought that the dragon imbued with the powers of a glutton would manifest in such a manner? Although it looked somewhat fearsome, it inadvertently exuded an intimidating aura. For the time being, Lin Bei did not intend to alter the state of the devouring demon dragon. After all, the bone dragon inherently possessed an air of intimidation, and with this newfound power augmenting its natural prowess, it could enhance its menacing presence further, potentially yielding unexpected results. Only when he encountered truly suitable materials in the future would he contemplate a second synthesis for the devouring demon dragon. The celestial white dragon and the devouring demon dragon continued their unrestrained combat amidst the crowd. The two dragons reveled in their state. The pent-up frustration and rage within them were rapidly unleashed. Despite the current environment being ill-suited for combat, the celestial white dragon and the devouring demon dragon are able to unleash their full potential, remaining unaffected even by the slightest disturbance. Moreover, after entrusting the cultivation of dragons to the system, its performance has been exceedingly gratifying. In merely a few hours, it has elevated the Blaze Rock Armored Dragon, Six-Winged Thunderstorm Dragon, Celestial White Dragon, Void Reincarnation Dragon, and Devouring Demon Dragon to the threshold of Beast King level, all at a terrifying cost in points. Lin Bei's current point total is alarmingly close to depletion. After all, the higher the dragons rank, the more exorbitant the cost of nurturing them becomes. Those whose abilities are constrained are naturally no match for the two dragons, failing to gain any advantage in battle. Bang! Bang! The ferocity of the battle has left the walls and corridors marred, as if they could crumble into ruins at any moment. The number of mangled corpses, both human and beast, is steadily increasing. Even the colors of the walls and floors are splattered with blood, resembling a slaughterhouse. Simultaneously, the number of beings trapped within the devouring demon dragon's belly continues to grow. As time passes, their life force swiftly wanes. In just a few minutes, the enemy ranks have been reduced by half. The remaining half is now gripped by sheer terror. Initially, they had contemplated resistance to achieve their original objectives. Yet now, not only have they lost sight of their goals, but even survival has become a daunting challenge. Hiss, hiss. The instinctive intake of breath reverberates through the air, and the survivors are covered in goosebumps. They deeply regret their decision to come here. Damn it, who knew this young man would be so terrifying? It's over. It's over. They believe they are doomed. They wish to flee, yet they are at a loss regarding how to proceed. For they have come to realize that the exit on this floor has transformed into a void, an impassable abyss. Despair is the only word to encapsulate their current plight. The hopelessness within them translates to physical weakness. They are unsure how to resist. This is, of course, the work of the Void Reincarnation Dragon, which has concealed itself within the surrounding void since the onset of battle, vigilantly observing the battlefield. Should anyone attempt to escape, or should its master or companions be endangered, it intervenes with lightning speed. Whoosh, whoosh. The celestial white dragon and the devouring demon dragon vigorously flap their wings, approaching the remaining survivors. The ultimate powers of malevolence and purity surge violently from the two dragons, merging and coalescing within the space around them. Good and evil coexist. They seem to embody a singular essence. As the two dragons draw near, Those who have lost their will to fight instinctively retreat. This is the only way they can buy themselves a few more seconds, but even that is merely a fleeting moment. As the distance between them and the dragons narrows, the pressure upon them intensifies. If time could be reversed, they would undoubtedly have refrained from coming to the Heavenly Mountain Inn. No, not only would they avoid the Heavenly Mountain Inn, but they wouldn't even set foot in Heavenly Mountain City. To hell with the auction. The celestial white dragon and the devouring demon dragon now exude a terrifying aura. For dragon eyes glare fiercely, their fangs bared, as immense power radiates freely. It is indeed haunting to a degree that is almost incomprehensible. When the distance shrinks to a mere 10 meters, they can bear no more pressure. Bang! One individual rolls their eyes and collapses, foam spilling from their lips. Fainting is preferable to remaining conscious. Another trembles against the void, a putrid liquid pooling beneath them. In such circumstances, losing control of one's body is entirely natural. Some experience a spike in blood pressure, veins bursting with crimson. Others feel their hearts racing, as if trying to break free from their ribcage. In summary, everyone is in a state of disarray. However, this is hardly surprising. Anyone else in their position would fare no better. After all, they are being scrutinized by two dragons. Witnessing the celestial white dragon and the devouring demon dragon cease combat, Lin Bei shakes his head in mild exasperation before coldly stating, "Enough of this. Let us get down to business. Eliminate them." The moment his words echo, the two dragons immediately accelerate into action. Following that, a barrage of golden beams and the overwhelming force of devouring energy ensue. Bang! Bang! After a full 10 seconds, the battle reaches its conclusion. Within the entire 27th floor corridor, Lin Bei stands as the sole survivor. The only living beasts remaining are the two dragons. Beyond that, the ground is littered with corpses. At this moment, the entire floor is enveloped in an eerie silence. All those within their rooms dare not make a sound. Even the members of the Shanghai organization and the members of the Radiant Forum instinctively maintain their silence. They too are astounded. Step! Step! Meanwhile, Lin Bei strides forward through the sea of blood and corpses in the corridor, his demeanor calm as he surveys his surroundings. Soon, he reaches the elevator, pressing the button. As the elevator doors open, his voice resonates. Director Bai, it's time to clean up. Chapter 129. Is he good or evil? Earlier, when Lin Bei mentioned staying in the room tonight, Baizhou had already sensed that something dreadful was bound to occur. Thus, he remained hyper-focused, acutely aware of the external situation. Upon sensing the gathering of numerous enemies, Baizhou became intensely anxious, plagued by a foreboding feeling. Torn between the decision to assist or not. To refrain from helping would mean leaving Lin Bei in a perilous position, faced with overwhelming foes, each more reckless than the last. Conversely, intervening would not only pose a danger to himself, but also contradict Lin Bei's prior instructions, with potentially dire consequences. Yet, while he deliberated, Lin Bei proactively stepped out and summoned two dragons, engaging in battle with the multitude in the corridor. One dragon Baizhou recognized. The other was unfamiliar to him. Once again, he was astounded by the sheer number of dragons Lin Bei commanded. The quantity of dragons is indeed increasing exponentially, and the battle is more astonishing than he could have imagined. Despite the fact that only two dragons were present, they wielded an unimaginable advantage, ruthlessly annihilating all adversaries in their path. Throughout this harrowing spectacle, Baizhou stood transfixed at the doorway, his eyes unblinking, as if time itself had come to a standstill. It was only when Lin Bei's voice resonated that he managed to regain his composure, hurriedly opening the door to step into the corridor. Once Baizhou entered the hallway, his instinctive gaze was drawn forward. Gulp! Gulp! The sight before him, a horrifying tableau resembling a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, instantly compelled him to swallow hard, his body stiffening uncontrollably. Countless words clamored at his throat, yet no sound escaped, no matter how he strained. This state of shock persisted for a full 10 seconds before he began to acclimate to the gruesome surroundings. How terrifying! This phrase was all that occupied his mind, leaving him at a loss for further expression or thought. Gazing upon this hellish scene in the corridor, Baizhou could scarcely fathom what fate awaited him and the other deans had they succumbed to greed. Surely, even if they survived, they would be left severely crippled. It was essential to note, the devastation was wrought by merely two dragons. The depth of his relief was unprecedented, a profound gratitude for having made the most prudent choice. After a heartfelt sigh of relief, Baizhou took a step toward the corpses, commencing his search among the fallen. Anything of value he encountered was hastily collected, leaving no equipment still adorning the bodies unexamined. Though he was a dean of the academy, he now resembled a scavenger, a far cry from the esteemed position he held. Yet, even with the awareness of how this endeavor might tarnish his reputation, Baizhou harbored no grievances. On the contrary, he felt a sense of honor. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was descending the elevator, approaching the first floor. Despite the potential dangers lurking below, he remained unfazed, his expression as serene as ever. As for the radiant white dragon and the devouring demon dragon, they had shrunk slightly in size, huddling together with their master in the elevator. The recent battle had merely served as a warm-up for the two dragons, perhaps due to the late hour. The elevator descended from the 27th floor to the ground level without any additional occupants. Upon reaching the first floor, the attention of the radiant white dragon and the devouring demon dragon intensified, acutely aware of the hidden threats beyond the elevator doors. Indeed, their instincts were correct. As the commotion on the 27th floor reverberated, numerous individuals congregated in the lobby, eager to ascend and partake in the spoils. Yet, they remained blissfully ignorant of the true nature of the events transpiring above, naively believing that their ascent would yield ample rewards. As they were on the ground floor, a perceived safe haven, murmurs of anticipation filled the air. Finally, the elevator has arrived. I hope that fellow can hold on a bit longer, otherwise, we may end up with nothing. If we could just secure one vial of that essence, this expedition would be worthwhile. We must act swiftly. I refuse to have come here in vain. The audacity of these individuals stemmed from the fact that they had managed to subdue the hotel staff. At that moment, all employees crouched in fear, too terrified to breathe. Having worked at Tianshan Hotel for so many years, they had never encountered such a situation. Although there had been valuable treasures revealed in the past, none had caused such a frenzy, which typically attracted only a handful of opportunists. This time, however, dozens, if not hundreds, were acting in concert, a stark departure from previous experiences. If blame were to be assigned, it would undoubtedly rest on the exceptional quality of the treasure. Just then, the elevator doors finally slid open. Lin Bei and the two dragons inside locked eyes with the throng waiting outside. In the next moment, Lin Bei's voice resonated. "What is this? Eager to meet your demise?" The crowd outside was momentarily taken aback, as the reality before them deviated greatly from their expectations. They had never anticipated that Lin Bei, who should have been trapped on the 27th floor, would emerge. After a minute of stunned silence, those remaining on the 27th floor began to stir. With a series of clicks, numerous previously closed doors swung open. Residents stepped out or peeked from their rooms, observing the unfolding situation. Among them, Si Lingxian, who resided next to Lin Bei, was the first to emerge. Her eyes wide with astonishment as she surveyed the scene in the corridor. Her breath came in heavy gasps, and her once radiant complexion had turned pale. As Si Lingxian reflected on the events that had just transpired, she found herself murmuring softly, "Is he a good person or a bad one? How can there be such diametrically opposed dragons?" Chapter 130. The carnage continues. Blood stains the hotel. Initially, upon witnessing Lin Bei's dragon imbued with the purest sanctity, Si Lingxian instinctively categorized him as a benevolent figure. After all, dragons possess sentience. With sentience comes the power of choice. A dragon of such holy essence would never align itself with an individual of vile character. However, her conviction began to waver upon encountering the devouring demon dragon, which exuded an aura of profound malevolence. Such a dragon would undoubtedly choose a master steeped in wickedness. Not only dragons, but even other magical beasts would make similar choices. After all, if a pet and its owner's temperaments clash, it would only lead to chaos. Of course, the magical beasts capable of selecting their masters are exceptional beings. Weaker magical creatures possess no agency in such matters. The world is indeed harsh. Yet these two dragons were the epitome of opposites. One could even argue that a conflict between them would be a battle to the death. And yet, these two dragons had inexplicably chosen the same master. Moreover, their interactions were remarkably harmonious. Si Lingxian could scarcely believe her eyes. How could a holy dragon and an evil dragon possibly choose the same master? The individual chosen by them, is he truly virtuous or malevolent? If he is indeed a paragon of goodness, it would be impossible for him to tame the devouring sky-slaying demon dragon. Conversely, if he were wicked, he could never command the radiant saint white dragon. Standing in the corridor, pondering for quite some time, Si Lingxian found herself at a loss. The situation had transcended her usual comprehension. It was beyond anything she had ever encountered. Intriguing. It appears she must conduct a thorough investigation into him. Initially, Si Lingxian sought to investigate Lin Bei due to the directive issued by the Lord of the Radiant Altar. But now, her motivation had shifted to curiosity. Indeed, Si Lingxian had developed a curiosity regarding a man. And coincidentally, that man shared a unique connection with her. The relationship between the two would inevitably grow increasingly intricate. As Si Lingxian contemplated these matters, others also began to emerge from their chambers. Members of the Radiant Altar and the members of the Mountain Sea organization stood together in the corridor, their gazes instinctively drawn towards Bai Zhou, who was busily occupied nearby. Not just them. Others emerging from their rooms also cast their eyes upon Bai Zhou. Each gaze was filled with profound trepidation. In the past, these individuals would have seized such a rare opportunity to claim a treasure. Yet now, their hearts were devoid of any greed. Not due to a lack of motivation, but rather a sheer inability to entertain such thoughts. Even if the figure present were not Lin Bei, but rather an unassuming middle-aged man. The mere recollection of prior events instilled a primal fear within them. They had yet to overcome their fear. How could they muster the courage to seize another's possessions? The power Lin Bei had just exhibited, coupled with his decisive actions, had an overwhelming impact, rendering him akin to a deity of slaughter. Even the nefarious beings from the Mountain Sea organization found themselves at a loss in how to respond to the current predicament. After all, within the Mountain Sea organization, they were merely considered ordinary members. Otherwise, they would not have been dispatched to Tianshan to undertake such a simplistic task. The members of the Mountain Sea organization instinctively gathered together, taking deep breaths to alleviate their internal tension and shock, while quietly discussing. It is truly unexpected. The one who ultimately faltered was not the young man, but that group of assailants. Is it that this young man is too formidable? Or are those attackers merely a rabble? Let us not deceive ourselves. The young man is indeed exceptionally strong. Even when faced with that group of assailants, we might not have survived. With two such powerful dragons, how could we possibly be weak? Meanwhile, not far from them, the members of the Radiant Altar had congregated. Two organizations once at odds now exhibited a peculiar semblance of harmony. It was as if they were not enemies, but rather amicable neighbors. The Mountain Sea organization had long since abandoned their initial intentions. Assassinating the Saint Seed? What a jest! With such a terrifying presence here. What if our actions stirred his displeasure? Wouldn't that be courting disaster? Most importantly, they had come to a singular conclusion. Lingxian's radiant dragon and the dragon that had just wreaked havoc were undoubtedly intertwined in some undisclosed manner. After all, the members of the Mountain Sea organization had witnessed the events unfold on the streets firsthand. Who would dare provoke them? Knowing full well that they could not contend with the opponent, why then seek to invite death? Stealing a furtive glance at Lingxian, the sea monster addressed his companions. Let us abandon the plan to assassinate the Saint Seed, setting aside the possibility that her dragon may have returned. That individual from earlier is simply not someone we can provoke. We should concentrate all our efforts on acquiring the Kunping scales. The others had no objections, as they all recognized the current reality. Throughout, the Radiant Altar remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil they had narrowly evaded. Although the sea monsters were weaker compared to Lin Bei, the situation would not be the same when compared to others. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Tianshan guest hotel, the previous clamor had subsided, giving way to an unsettling calm. Those waiting outside the elevator gazed at Lin Bei within, momentarily at a loss for words. The target they sought to find had unexpectedly appeared before them. Is such fortune conceivable? Immediately, someone could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, "Kid, you." But before he could finish his sentence, the radiant Saint White Dragon opened its maw, unleashing a powerful golden beam that pierced through his body. Drip, drip. The floor was instantly stained crimson, the pungent scent of blood wafting through the air. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. What is happening? How can one attack before their words are complete? Yet they had no time to resist, for the two dragons surged into action once more. In the eyes of the dragons, all present were foes, and they needed only to kill. In an instant, wretched cries filled the air, and Lin Bei began to stride forward, step by step, making his way towards the hotel entrance. Everywhere he passed was inundated with blood and corpses. Chapter 131. The mantis stalks the cicada? No, it is the dragon being captured. Although the hotel lobby was considerably more spacious than the corridor, capable of accommodating most individuals and summoning their companions, the events unfolded too abruptly. Coincidentally, those on the first floor, eager to take the elevator, had not summoned their pets. After all, bringing pets into an elevator is a rather foolish endeavor. Moreover, they had never anticipated Lin Bei would act with such decisiveness. He had commanded his pets to launch an assault before anyone had the chance to react. Furthermore, the combat prowess of the Radiant Saint White Dragon and the Devouring Sky, Slaying Demon Dragon, was astonishingly formidable. Their overwhelming strength, coupled with the element of surprise, yielded exceptional results. Given sufficient preparation time, the outcome would not have been as straightforward. Despite the brief duration, the results were striking. From the elevator entrance to the hotel exit, Lin Bei could distinctly feel his shoes had become soaked with blood, rendering them thoroughly damp. With each step he took, a crimson footprint was left behind. Following closely behind him, the Radiant Saint White Dragon and the Devouring Sky, Slaying Demon Dragon were equally stained with blood. As for the adversaries, they had already disbanded in utter chaos. Having initially been at a significant disadvantage, their fate was sealed. The air was filled with screams of despair, wails of misery, and cries of anguish. We were wrong. We were wrong. Please spare us. How could this happen? You said he was weak, didn't you? This has truly led to our demise. Is this what you call weakness? Are you out of your mind? Help. Anyone, please come to my aid. I would pay a hefty sum for my life. I merely sought to pilfer, not to lay down my life here. The atmosphere has turned bleak, becoming the prevailing theme of the Tianshan Hotel. Yet, no matter how heart-wrenching the wails and cries may be, they seem to hold no sway over Lin Bei, as if they were mere whispers in the wind, incapable of affecting him in the slightest. He understood all too well that now that some of his cards had been laid bare, he could harbor no semblance of sympathy. Otherwise, it would only spell his own doom. Regardless of strength, only a fool would extend sympathy to an adversary. The hotel lobby had devolved into 3 distinct factions. Aside from Lin Bei and the assailants, there existed an onlooking faction. This onlooking group consisted of the hotel staff, who were rendered powerless, their disbelief palpable as they witnessed the unfolding chaos. A being, once regarded as prey, had turned the tables, annihilating all the hunters present. The stark contrast was almost too overwhelming. It was as if Lin Bei had taken their preconceived notions, cast them to the ground, and trampled them mercilessly. The staff's eyes instinctively darted towards Lin Bei, their bodies involuntarily recoiling in shock. The air they inhaled was thick with the metallic tang of blood, a scent that further aggravated their already throbbing minds. Consequently, their senses sharpened, yet they dared not utter a sound, nor even blink frequently. Their wide eyes remained fixated on Lin Bei's retreating figure, resembling wooden mannequins. Only upon Lin Bei stepping through the threshold of the Tianshan Hotel did the staff experience a modicum of relief. The sounds of heavy breaths filled the air as they exchanged glances, a shared understanding of shock evident in their expressions. Each one of them was taken aback. Good heavens! This was utterly terrifying. The developments had veered sharply from their expectations. Who was that guest? What had drawn so many eyes upon him? Why did he command not 1, but 2 dragons? Just how formidable must those dragons be to have claimed so many lives? If he descended from the 27th floor, what fate awaited those who had ascended there before him? We must hurry to investigate. As soon as the words left their mouths, the staff hurried to the elevator, eager to ascertain the situation on the 27th floor. Though they had yet to step inside, their minds were racing with conjectures. The condition on the 27th floor could not possibly be good. All they needed was confirmation. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had exited the hotel, finally inhaling the refreshing air. He surveyed the street, which lay desolate, littered with refuse and discarded items, a stark transformation from mere hours ago, as if it had been meticulously cleaned. Moreover, a potent aura of malevolence hung in the air. With his heightened senses, he could easily detect this ominous presence. It loomed within 100 meters ahead, far surpassing the earlier rabble in strength, almost as if they were of an entirely different caliber. After a moment of calm observation, Lin Bei spoke with an air of indifference. Do not hide. Come forth. As he spoke, the holy white dragon and the devouring demon dragon unleashed their roars, their dragon cries echoing through the empty street. The situation was unfolding much as Lin Bei had anticipated. The true peril lay beyond the hotel. However, he felt no trepidation. After all, he still possessed many hidden cards. The individuals within the hotel were, to put it plainly, a bunch of mantises, while those waiting outside were the yellow sparrows. The mantises may seize the cicada, but the sparrows wait in the wings. The mantises you are expecting will never arrive. If the mantis were to capture the cicada, success would be assured. Yet this time, the prey they sought was a dragon. How could that possibly succeed? Moreover, these mantises were severely limited in power. Thus, success was even less likely. After 5 seconds of resounding dragon roars, a voice finally broke the silence. Well, this is quite unexpected. That bunch of useless fools failed to eliminate you. As the voice resonated, a tall, slender man in black with a square jaw emerged from a side street. Several figures also materialized in the distance, observing from afar, clearly engaged in surveillance. When he was approximately 20 meters away from Lin Bei, Meng Fong came to a halt. His expression twisted in malice as he regarded Lin Bei and continued, "But it matters not. Rather than contend with so many, it is far easier to deal with you alone. At least this way, it will be much more convenient." Although he harbored some trepidation regarding the 2 dragons beside Lin Bei, he did not believe he would falter. Chapter 132, The Hidden Rules. 5 half-step king-level beings. Upon hearing Meng Fong's confident declaration, Lin Bei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, slightly surprised as he responded. "Oh? What grants you such audacity? You see 2 dragons at your side and still dare to utter such words. This clearly indicates your absolute confidence." The next moment, Meng Fong's voice rang out. "This is not audacity. It is confidence. As he spoke these words, he straightened his posture. His previously menacing visage now adorned with a self-assured smile. Your reliance merely lies with those two dragons. Others may fear your two half-step king-level dragons, but I, Meng Fong, do not fear. Though half-step king-level dragons are undeniably formidable, there are only two of them. Sometimes, sheer numerical superiority can dictate the outcome of a battle. The more Meng Fong exuded confidence, the more intrigued Lin Bei became. What could possibly bestow him with such unwavering self-assurance? He found himself impatiently eager to witness it firsthand. Make your move. Let us not squander time. As the last word left his lips, the holy white dragon and the devouring demon dragon flapped their wings and soared forward. Their unyielding gazes locked onto Meng Fong, compelling him to demonstrate his prowess. Should Meng Fong continue his bluster, he would find himself at the mercy of the two dragons. However, despite his overwhelming confidence, Meng Fong was no fool. He understood precisely what needed to be done. He swiftly retreated several steps, widening the distance between himself and the two dragons, and then, with palpable excitement, he called forth, "Come forth, my mantises." In an instant, 5 mantises, resembling one another in appearance and size, yet differing in shell color and strength, emerged beside Meng Fong. The 5 mantises towered majestically at a height of 20 meters, resembling ancient, colossal trees. One, adorned in a fiery red exoskeleton, radiated flames and was known as the flame mantis. Another, cloaked in a serene blue, flowed with currents of water, bearing the name azure water mantis. A third, shrouded in earthy brown, was enveloped in soil and was called the earth mantis. The fourth, enveloped in a vibrant green, was carried by wild winds, known as the gale mantis. Lastly, one clad in a striking purple, entwined with lightning, was designated the thunderous mantis. Although these 5 mantises, each representing distinct attributes, were not particularly rare species, gathering all 5 was no simple task, requiring a substantial investment of both wealth and effort. At that moment, Meng Fong's voice echoed once more. Do you now comprehend? My confidence stems from possessing these 5 creatures, each at the formidable half-step Beast King level. How formidable is your dragon? 2 cannot possibly contend with 5. Until the auction concludes and the hidden rules are lifted, I am the mightiest in Tian Mountain City. Indeed, 5 half-step Beast King mantises represented a formidable fighting force, surpassing the previous group by several tiers. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. For Meng Fong's proclamation hinted at a significant revelation. There were hidden rules. Moreover, these so-called hidden rules seemed unlikely to be lifted before the auction's conclusion. His mind began to race, analyzing the possibilities. Could it be that those with excessive strength were barred from intervening until the auction's end? Otherwise, how could one with merely 5 half-step Beast King creatures dare to claim supremacy in Tian Mountain City? This remained a mere conjecture, and he would need to inquire further with others for clarity. The most prudent course of action was evidently to question Meng Fong. Observing Lin Bei standing silent and motionless, Meng Fong instinctively assumed he was rendered speechless, and his grin broadened. The next moment, he commanded his 5 half-step Beast King mantises. You lot, take on those 2 dragons. Spare the one of flesh and blood. Annihilate the one of bones at your discretion. With a whoosh, the 5 elemental mantises unfurled their wings and surged toward the enemy dragons. 10 blades, infused with the ferocity of elemental power, mercilessly slashed toward the 2 dragons. Faced with these 5 mantises, the holy white dragon and the devouring dragon were far from dismissive. After all, not only did their power match, but they were also outnumbered. Furthermore, their combat experience was significantly more extensive. To say they were at a disadvantage would not be an exaggeration. Yet, the holy white dragon and the devouring dragon did not falter. Rather, their fighting spirit intensified. They advanced toward the 5 elemental mantises, engaging in a fierce battle. Lin Bei had no intention of summoning additional dragons for the time being. He wished to observe the true combat prowess of the 2 dragons. Meanwhile, those lingering in other areas, refraining from engaging, were intently scrutinizing the unfolding battle. Familiar acquaintances exchanged remarks, encountering Meng Fong spells doom. It seems that peculiar power will be firmly grasped by the Meng brothers for now. No matter, once the auction concludes, I shall seize that treasure. All this fuss over the so-called rules. If it weren't for Meng Fong, what would it matter? The prohibition against half-step Beast King beasts intervening before the auction concludes is truly a foolish stipulation. Forget that. I am far more intrigued by those 2 dragons. I have studied many dragons, yet I have never encountered such a remarkable one. It is simply astonishing. Meanwhile, within the Tian Mountain Hotel, some staff members had ascended to the 27th floor via the elevator. Upon exiting, they were met with a corridor littered with corpses. A collective gasp echoed as goosebumps spread across their skin. Despite their forewarnings, witnessing the scene firsthand was nearly unbearable. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Was this young man a demon to have slain so many? Silence. Speak no more, unless you wish to become a victim yourself. Their arrival successfully captured the attention of Baizhou and others. Baizhou had just finished gathering all the spoils and swiftly approached the staff, urgently inquiring, "Do I need to assist with the cleanup below?" The staff merely nodded instinctively, responding, "Why yes." They themselves were baffled by their own reaction. Chapter 133. In truth, I have a third dragon. Upon hearing this, Baizhou could not help but inhale sharply, shaking his head in resignation as he stepped back into the elevator. He could hardly fathom that Tian Mountain City had transformed into such a state. It was entirely unlike previous years. While past auctions had seen some instances of assaults, casualties had always been kept to a minimum, typically in single digits. Yet this year, the death toll might well exceed 3 figures. He hoped Mr. Lin would not go too far. Otherwise, it would surely provoke the auction house. At that point, matters would not conclude simply. Though Baizhou had not followed Lin Bei for long, his loyalty was unwavering, and his concerns were genuine. He was acutely aware of the nature of the Tian Mountain auction. To put it plainly, the sole concern of the Tian Mountain auction was profit. As the elevator doors sealed shut and the descent began, Si Lingxian and the others finally regained their composure, hastily making their way to the elevator. They too were curious about the events unfolding below. Simultaneously, the Holy White Dragon and the Devouring Dragon were engaged in combat with the 5 mantises. Despite their differing attributes, the mantises employed strikingly similar combat techniques, predominantly wielding their arm blades to attack. With a whoosh, whoosh, flames slashed, torrents of water surged, lightning crackled, gales howled, and earth trembled as the 5 elemental strikes erupted with each swing of the mantis's blades. The streets were awash with countless elemental slashes. The sheer power of these elemental attacks was formidable enough to cleave through steel and stone effortlessly. Even before a mountain, these elemental strikes would prove overwhelming, quickly reducing it to rubble. Currently, these hundreds of strikes were aimed directly at the Holy White Dragon and the Devouring Dragon. At this moment, the 2 dragons had also grown slightly larger, their sizes now comparable to that of the mantises. The confines of the street were too limited to accommodate a beast of considerable size. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. It was merely a transformation in scale, one that would not diminish the prowess of the 2 dragons. It could be perceived as a refinement of their power. In the face of the hundreds of elemental slashes, the 2 dragons exhibited no signs of trepidation. They began to unleash their own might against the elemental strikes and the onslaught of the mantises. Boom, boom. The sacred golden beams erupted continuously, piercing through one after another. Any slash that encountered the golden light would disintegrate in an instant, revealing a disparity in the intensity of the attacks. Clearly, the assault of the celestial white dragon was far more formidable. With a terrifying devouring force emanating from its gaping maw, the abyssal dragon unleashed a voracious pull, voraciously consuming everything in its path. Wave after wave of elemental slashes were effortlessly absorbed into its belly. Once ingested, those elemental strikes became inert, suspended motionlessly within the skeletal dragon's form. Despite being outnumbered 2 to 5, the 2 dragons did not find themselves at a disadvantage. It could only be deemed a stalemate. Standing a short distance away, Meng Fang's expression grew considerably grave upon witnessing this spectacle, a flicker of surprise flashing through his eyes. The current situation was beyond his expectations. Truly, these were legendary dragons. Despite being merely 2, they could withstand the assaults of the mantises with remarkable resilience. Astonishing. Indeed, they were formidable. However, their numbers were simply too few. That said, Meng Fang harbored no real concerns. In comparison to the agile 5 elemental mantises, the celestial white dragon and the abyssal dragon were entirely confined to a fixed position. Should they cease their attacks, it would grant the elemental strikes an opportunity to exploit. Thus, the 2 dragons could only persist in their offensive. The spectators in the distance shared similar thoughts with Meng Fang. The young man's strength was undeniably terrifying, yet he was confronted with the most challenging adversaries at this stage. If he could only suppress his power to the half-step Beast King level, even I would not be confident in overcoming Meng Fang. Indeed, Meng Fang's strength was formidable. The 5 elemental mantises possessed not merely 5 distinct attributes. Their most fearsome aspect lay in their harmonious coordination. From the current situation, it was evident that the 2 dragons were merely holding their ground. Once their strength was depleted, defeat would surely follow. Let us not forget, they had emerged from a hotel. Their remaining power was undoubtedly limited. 90% of the onlookers believed Lin Bei would lose. Their gazes were all fixated on Meng Fang, contemplating how to seize that wondrous power from him. As for the remaining 10%, They believed Lin Bei would perish. Among the crowd, the most exhilarated was a round-faced man named Meng Yuan. Observing Meng Fong's relaxed demeanor, he excitedly murmured to himself, "No doubt, he is my excellent younger brother. He has not disappointed me. If we can seize that miraculous power, we brothers shall surely prosper. Come on, once we obtain this power, we shall find a way to escape." At this moment, Meng Yuan began contemplating how to utilize this power for financial gain. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, the thoughts of those around him were far removed from his own. He merely gazed calmly at the two dragons engaged in battle. Although they could withstand the multitude of attacks, they were incapable of mounting a counteroffensive, merely ensuring they did not succumb to defeat. Should this stalemate persist, the situation would remain unchanged. Moments later, Lin Bei shook his head in disappointment, a grave expression surfacing within him. Though the dragons had cultivated their power to the half-step Beast King level, their combat experience was severely lacking. Merely facing a few mantises had brought them to this impasse? It seemed that practical combat experience could not be overlooked. This was their only shortcoming. Possessing formidable strength, yet being unable to fully unleash it was indeed a source of great frustration. Having reached this conclusion, Lin Bei felt a sense of satisfaction. At the very least, this battle had not been in vain. He then stepped forward and spoke. "You are correct. At times, numbers can dictate the outcome of a battle." Meng Fong, momentarily taken aback, instinctively thought Lin Bei was conceding defeat and prepared to say something. However, before he could utter a word, Lin Bei's voice rang out once more. "Therefore, I shall summon a third dragon." Chapter 134, Fierce. The battle concludes. Instantly, Meng Fong was left dumbfounded. What? Summoning a third dragon? This must be a jest. He instinctively found it hard to believe. For one individual to tame a dragon could be deemed an extraordinary stroke of luck. To tame two dragons was already considered miraculous, let alone taming three. Setting aside the feasibility of such a feat, merely encountering 3 dragons was an unrealistic prospect. Dragons. Their scarcity was alarming. The difficulty of taming even one was at least 100 times greater than that of taming 5 elemental mantises. Lin Bei paid no heed to Meng Fong's disbelief, silently issuing commands within his mind. "Xiao Lu, assist Xiao Bai and Bone." Buzz. The 6-winged thunderstorm dragon responded immediately. "Asu, conceal yourself in the void and utilize the power of reincarnation to aid them in battle." Buzz. The void reincarnation dragon also complied. In the next moment, the 2 dragons departed from their designated space and entered the external world. Boom. With a resounding clap of thunder, the 6-winged thunderstorm dragon materialized behind Lin Bei, its eyes crackling with lightning, fixed intently on Meng Fong, radiating unmasked murderous intent. It longed to reduce Meng Fong and the 5 insects to ashes. Simultaneously, the void reincarnation dragon had submerged into the void, observing the external situation, its unique eyes shimmering with light, evidently harnessing the power of reincarnation. Upon catching sight of the 6-winged thunderstorm dragon, Meng Fong stood frozen in place, his eyes widening uncontrollably, his nostrils flaring. What the hell? He truly possesses a third dragon? I can't believe it. He was utterly stunned. Never had he anticipated that Lin Bei's words were indeed true. What he had assumed to be bravado had culminated in reality. What is happening? Not only Meng Fong, but the other observers were equally astonished by the emergence of the 6-winged thunderstorm dragon, their minds swirling with complex thoughts, their reflections becoming somewhat chaotic. 3 dragons? It is truly astonishing to witness someone possessing 3 dragons in Tian Shan. Could this young man be a core disciple of some great organization? This possibility seemed the most plausible, but there was also another possibility. A great secret might very well lie within him. At this moment, everyone altered their perception of Lin Bei, no longer considering him the certain loser. Some even dismissed their curiosity about him, unwilling to take the risk. Yet, a small faction became even more resolute in their intent to strike at Lin Bei. If they could uncover a significant secret, it would undoubtedly be worth the gamble, a risk worth taking. However, for now, they were unable to act. Lin Bei paid no heed to the thoughts of these people. He raised a hand and gestured forward. "Kill." The instant his words fell, the 6-winged thunderstorm dragon simultaneously flapped its 6 wings. In an instant, a tempest roared to life, accompanied by a deluge of rain. Boom, boom. Violent lightning cascaded from the heavens. The radiant white dragon and the devouring demon dragon hastily resumed their assault, unleashing beams of golden light and devouring energy. Meng Fong quickly withdrew a lightning element mantis to counter the descending bolts. But in the next moment, both the lightning and the golden beams, along with the devouring force, suddenly vanished without a trace. There were no signs. It simply disappeared into thin air. Meng Fong, whose mental acuity was sharply focused, was momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for such an occurrence. What on earth just happened? How could those attacks vanish so abruptly? Could it be that someone was aiding me from the shadows? Though he was bewildered by the unfolding events, he had neither the time nor the luxury to ponder further. He urgently commanded his elemental mantis, "Quick, seize this opportunity. Directly attack that fellow. If we can bring down Lin Bei and capture him to threaten those 3 dragons, victory would essentially be ours. After all, tamed beasts do not disregard their master's life or death." In the next instant, the elemental mantises sprang into action, their wings thrumming as they swiftly approached Lin Bei, who stood unfazed before them. In the blink of an eye, the fire mantis reached Lin Bei's front, raising its fiery blade arm without hesitation and slashing toward him. Whoosh, whoosh. As flames roiled, the blade closed in on Lin Bei, enveloped in searing heat. Yet at that moment, a golden beam descended from above, striking the fire mantis squarely on the head. Boom! In a fraction of a second, the golden beam pierced through the fire mantis's body. It was a seamless penetration from top to bottom, encountering no resistance whatsoever. As the golden beam dissipated, the fire mantis's form crumbled to dust, vanishing from existence as if it had never been. Witnessing this, Meng Fong stood frozen, his mind struggling to function as if deprived of oxygen. This he even began to stutter his speech. Before he could fully grasp the gravity of the situation, another development unfolded. Boom! The lightning that had previously vanished from the sky reappeared, but this time it targeted the heads of the other 4 mantises. In the brief moment they had to react, the bolts struck down mercilessly. Rumbling, rumbling. Countless bolts of lightning connected heaven and earth, filling the scene with an electrifying display. The 4 mantis beasts, struck by the lightning, fell into a state of paralysis, unable to move. As mere milliseconds ticked by, their exoskeletons began to change. Initially, they turned a charred black, followed by cracks appearing all over. Ultimately, their shells disintegrated, revealing the similarly charred flesh beneath. 3 seconds later, the lightning subsided. The mantises stood motionless on the ground, their breaths having long since ceased. Then, a devouring force emerged, consuming the 4 charred corpses. In the next moment, those 4 mantis carcasses found themselves within the belly of the devouring demon dragon. The trio of dragons was already immensely powerful, and after undergoing several cycles of rebirth, they could unleash such terrifying devastation. At that moment, Lin Bei stepped forward, his calm gaze settling upon Meng Fong. Whoosh, whoosh. The radiant white dragon, the devouring demon dragon, and the 6-winged thunderstorm dragon flapped their wings in unison behind him. Finally, Meng Fong was thrown into a state of panic. Chapter 135. My enemies have only one path, death. In this situation, there was no way Meng Fong could remain composed. What had once appeared to be a certain victory had instantaneously transformed into an utterly hopeless scenario. Anyone in his position would be alarmed. After all, few could withstand such drastic fluctuations. What on earth was happening? How could this situation arise? What were those attacks? Why did they vanish so suddenly, only to reappear? What is going on? He was beginning to lose coherence, his thoughts spiraling into chaos as a throbbing pain enveloped his head. Yet Lin Bei remained indifferent to Meng Fong's plight. He simply advanced with an air of tranquility. With each step he took, the distance between them diminished, and the pressures Meng Fong faced grew heavier. At last, after Lin Bei had taken 3 strides, Meng Fong's mental resolve shattered, stripping him of all courage to confront Lin Bei directly. He stood there, dazed, as if awaiting the arrival of death. In the distance, Meng Yuan watched, exceedingly anxious, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Though he was not a good person, he did not wish harm upon his brother. Taking a deep breath, he shouted loudly, "Xiao Fong, run!" After uttering this, Meng Yuan turned to another street and yelled again, "Hey, what are you doing? With such chaos unfolding here, why aren't you coming to intervene? Do you want me to report you right now?" The guardians who had been stationed on that street exchanged glances upon hearing Meng Yuan's words. They had gathered there moments earlier, but had not acted due to the absence of orders from above. Upon hearing Meng Yuan's plea, their leader could no longer feign ignorance. Having previously accepted favors from the Meng brothers, he reluctantly commanded, "Move. Go stop that battle." Though the stated intention was to halt the conflict, the true motive was to rescue Meng Fong, as that would yield greater benefits. The remaining onlookers, aside from Meng Yuan, shook their heads in resignation, somewhat displeased with his actions. Such behavior was truly lacking in depth. It was a small-minded intervention. Perhaps this was the only course of action. But that young man's power had far exceeded our expectations. It was unprecedented to possess 3 dragons. We had never heard of such a thing. It appears that matters have reached a conclusion, and it is truly unimaginable that, from this assault, only Meng Fong has survived. This is utterly unlike previous years. At the same time, hearing Meng Yuan's words, Meng Fong regained a semblance of clarity and hastily turned to prepare to depart from this place. Yet, In that fleeting moment of turning, the once familiar sights before him morphed instantaneously into an abyss of nothingness, an impenetrable darkness, exuding an aura of palpable danger. Suddenly, Meng Fong's body stiffened, his expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment. This. So it was. I understand now. There exists a fourth dragon. As he beheld the rift in the void, he also sensed a familiar presence emanating from within it. It was unmistakably the essence of the three attacks he had encountered moments ago. However, it was already too late. In the brief seconds of Meng Fong's stupor, Lin Bei had already positioned himself behind him and procured the weapon, divine weapon Qianhuan, from the system's space, an armament he had never wielded before. Whoosh! The divine weapon Qianhuan transformed directly into the form of the celestial demon spear, its obsidian tip aimed squarely at Meng Fong's heart. Yet Lin Bei did not plunge it forward immediately. Instead, he spoke with an air of indifference. What use is your understanding now? Do you think you can escape? Regardless, the outcome is already sealed. Delaying for a few seconds is inconsequential. Realizing the futility of escape, Meng Fong turned back once more, his demeanor frantic and filled with dread as he gazed at Lin Bei. No, you cannot kill me. My brother, Meng Yuan. He is a true king-level powerhouse. If you slay me now, the auction will cease, and he will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. However, before he could finish, Lin Bei interjected sharply. Silence. My decision to spare you is not to entertain your threats. The reason you still breathe is that I have inquiries to make of you. His tone was frigid and merciless, leaving no room for jest. Acknowledging this, Meng Fong fell silent, albeit reluctantly, stammering. I ask what? In the next moment, Lin Bei's voice resounded. What granted you the audacity? This question had been posed before, and Meng Fong had provided an answer then. Yet now, he was at a loss for words. Audacity? What audacity remained for him now? His current state bore no distinction from that of a cornered dog. I have been stammering for so long without offering a reply. As Lin Bei's inquiry echoed, the final vestiges of Meng Fong's dignity began to crumble to dust. Observing this, Lin Bei tightened his grip on the spear, slowly advancing toward him. Instinctively, Meng Fong attempted to evade, but as he moved, the surrounding void stirred in unison, rendering escape impossible. 2 seconds later, the spear's tip pierced Meng Fong's body, and blood began to pour forth from the wound. Thud! At that moment, Meng Yuan arrived from the distance, casting a furious glare at Lin Bei, threatening, You wretch, cease this at once. Release him, and I shall grant you anything you desire. Money, treasures, elixirs, or beasts. Understanding that threats would bear no fruit, he instead offered enticing terms. Yet, to Lin Bei, these held no allure. Do you suppose I lack such trifles? Moreover, the beast I seek is beyond your means. His words left Meng Yuan at a loss for a response. Indeed, with the possession of such extraordinary treasures, how could he possibly lack for anything? And should he desire a beast, it would only be dragons. Truly, he could not provide that. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. What must I do to ensure his release? Immediately, Lin Bei shook his head lightly, his tone devoid of warmth. Release him? Impossible. Having chosen to be my adversary, he has sealed his own fate. It is the same for you. Should you stand against me, your path shall likewise lead to demise. As his words fell, he exerted force, driving the spear deeper. With a heart-wrenching scream, Meng Fong succumbed, losing all vestiges of life. Chapter 136. Imprisoned. System task. Gazing at Meng Fong's head drooping to one side, blood pooling around him, Meng Yuan's eyes widened in rage, filled with murderous intent and fury. His brow furrowed with deep lines, presenting a fearsome visage. Thud! He glared at Lin Bei, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the backs of his hands, his arms trembling slightly, clearly a manifestation of unbridled anger. You scoundrel! How dare you commit such an atrocity, to slay my own brother before my very eyes? Meng Yuan yearned to strike Lin Bei down on the spot, yet reason cautioned him against such an impulsive act, for it would only invite dire repercussions. It could even cost him his own life. Meanwhile, Lin Bei appeared wholly unfazed, calmly withdrawing the Qianhuan and dismissively shaking it off. In the next instant, he turned his gaze to the devouring sky-slaying dragon, speaking softly, Bones, collect my spoils. The devouring sky-slaying dragon immediately understood, unfurling its wings to take flight, opening its fearsome bony maw and unleashing its devouring power, targeting the lifeless Meng Fong. Concurrently, Lin Bei, still grasping the Qianhuan, turned to face Meng Yuan. The holy white dragon, six-winged wind thunder dragon, and the void reincarnation dragon lurking in the void all fixed their gaze upon Meng Yuan, prepared to strike should he make any move. Time flew by swiftly, and a minute had passed in the blink of an eye. During this protracted minute, Lin Bei maintained his unwavering gaze on Meng Yuan. Neither party dared to act, each wary of the other. Tap, tap. Just then, the sound of orderly footsteps echoed down the street. The guards had arrived. The sound shattered the lingering silence. After a prolonged silence, Meng Yuan finally spoke. So young, yet so ruthless. Allowing you to live is a danger in itself. Mark my words. I will personally eliminate you, this menace. He was not issuing a threat, but rather stating a fact. Once the auction concluded, it would be time for action, both to avenge his brother and to seize that power from Lin Bei. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei could not suppress a chuckle. Is that so? The brother of a worthless fool is a fool himself. In truth, I would not mind eliminating another worthless soul. Despite facing a king-level adversary, he felt no fear. After all, what was a mere king-level to dread? Following this, Meng Yuan turned and departed, leaving behind even Meng Fang's corpse without a second thought. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, he was already aware that reclaiming the corpse was an impossibility. The reality indeed verified this. To request Lin Bei to relinquish his spoils to another? Utterly out of the question. The onlookers, upon witnessing Meng Yuan's proactive departure, could not restrain themselves from engaging in hushed discussions. Such prowess, such strength. No wonder he can tame so many dragons. Among all the young individuals I have encountered, he ranks within the top 5. 3 entire dragons. Truly, he is unrivaled among his contemporaries. At such a tender age, exhibiting such decisive ruthlessness, if he continues to flourish. A place among the peak powers of the future is undoubtedly his. The prerequisite is that he must survive. He has irrevocably become a sworn enemy of Meng Yuan. And with that kind of treasure in his possession, it is difficult to fathom what might transpire. I eagerly anticipate this auction, yet even more so. I am curious about what will become of this young man after the event concludes. I shall take my leave now. This year promises to be quite intriguing. In their hearts, they all formed a lasting impression of Lin Bei. Surely, for at least the next decade, they would not forget the events of today. Just seconds after Meng Yuan's departure, the Guardians' ranks approached Lin Bei, all eyes fixed upon him. The leader, Xue Fei, scrutinized Lin Bei for several moments, raising his brow slightly in surprise. Just a young man? Is he truly worthy of Li Fugui's special mention? Quickly, he suppressed his chaotic thoughts and inquired, "You are Lin Bei, correct?" Lin Bei merely nodded, refraining from denial. A second later, Xue Fei continued, "Although they initiated the attack upon you, your actions were somewhat excessive. To maintain the harmony of Tianshan City, we must impose a certain punishment upon you. Following unanimous deliberation, we have decided to detain you in the Tianshan prison. Fear not, it will be for only a brief period, and you shall soon be released." His tone was casual, as if merely announcing a routine matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei furrowed his brow, thoroughly dissatisfied with the outcome. If he were to be confined in prison, the likelihood of obtaining the Kunping scales would diminish greatly. Those scales were of utmost importance. He simply could not afford to miss them. He prepared to voice his objections, yet before he could utter a word, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Special mission successfully triggered. Please enter the Tianshan prison and locate the treasures hidden within. There is more than one treasure concealed inside. Please search diligently upon entry. Upon completion of this mission, corresponding rewards will be granted. In an instant, a flicker of astonishment washed over Lin Bei. What is this? A mission triggered by such circumstances? Is this not compelling me to go inside? After initially grappling with his surprise, Lin Bei fell into deep contemplation. Given the current situation, entry into the Tianshan prison was an absolute necessity, and acquiring the Kunping scales was imperative. Therefore, he must devise a plan. Noticing Lin Bei's silence, Xue Fei instinctively believed that Lin Bei was reluctant to enter the Tianshan prison. This prompted him to frown, an unkind glimmer flashing in his eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Bei must be compelled to enter the Tianshan prison. Lin Bei, listen closely. Entering the Tianshan prison is for your own good. Moreover, even if you do enter, it will be for no more than a week. At that moment, Lin Bei's gaze turned icy. The repeated insistence and the underlying implications of his words, all purportedly for his own benefit, felt profoundly unsettling. What kind of unfounded benevolence exists in this world? He was no naive child. Ultimately, Lin Bei merely replied calmly, "Thank you. However, before I accompany you, I need to address a few matters." Although he was acutely aware of the underlying deception, he did not reveal his thoughts. Xue Fei had no objections. As long as he achieved his objective, that was sufficient. The next instant, Lin Bei directed his gaze toward the hotel. At that moment, Baizhou was occupied in the hotel lobby. Chapter 137, Secrets of the Prison. The Prison Monument. Engrossed in the search among numerous corpses for quite some time, Baizhou had succumbed to a state of numbness, mechanically repeating his tasks. He appeared almost like a mere automaton. Before arriving in Tianshan City, Bai Zhou had envisioned various scenarios and pondered whether unexpected events might unfold. Yet he never anticipated that circumstances would devolve into such chaos. In a mere brief moment, an entire 100 lives were extinguished, and each one, a capable beastmaster. Had Mr. Lin been too impulsive to eradicate so many in one fell swoop? The ramifications are dire to contemplate. The more he thought, the more fear gripped Bai Zhou. This had set an unprecedented record in Tianshan City. It was likely that for a century or millennia, no one would surpass this record. This was Tianshan City, after all. It is crucial to remember that during the auction, the regulations were exceptionally strict, permitting only those below the king level to engage. Should a king-level individual intervene, Tianshan City would not stand idly by. The stipulation allowing only those below the king level to act was established because the city's administrators recognized that conflicts between individuals could not be entirely prevented. Thus, they could only strive to mitigate substantial damage. After all, individuals below the king level possess limited destructive capabilities. However, the administrators of Nanshan City could not have foreseen that such a situation would arise. Clearly, he was merely a half-step king, yet he possessed such incredible combat prowess. Unbelievable. Just then, a voice rang in Bai Zhou's ear. "Director Bai, please come here." He immediately snapped back to reality and hurriedly stepped outside. Moments later, Bai Zhou found himself before the hotel entrance, where Lin Bei awaited him. Naturally, he also perceived the guardians, causing his pupils to constrict sharply, an ominous premonition swelling within him. However, Bai Zhou swiftly regained his composure and respectfully addressed Lin Bei. "Mr. Lin, how may I assist you?" In uttering this question, he had already surmised certain matters, thus anticipating that Lin Bei had instructions for him. The next moment, Lin Bei's voice resonated. "I need to remain in the Tianshan prison for a while. Please handle matters outside for the time being." Having said this, he internally communicated with the system. System, automatically deduct points. Exchange 30 beast spirit pills and 30 cleansing marrow pills, and deposit them into an empty spatial ring. Additionally, extract 50 portions of Xiao Bai's power and seal them in bottles. As Lin Bei's voice faded, he casually waved his hand, retracting the 4 dragons from the outside world into his exclusive space. Though he was returning to the Heavenly Mountain prison, the necessary preparations must still be made. Ding. Insufficient points. Ding. Points have been automatically exchanged. Ding. Exchange successful. Points have been deducted. All exchanged items have been stored in a spatial ring. Subsequently, the system fell silent. Wasting not even a second, Lin Bei took out the spatial ring and placed it directly into Bai Zhou's hands, lowering his voice to say, "Do not concern yourself with me. Find a way to sell everything within the ring and use the proceeds to participate in the auction." Among the auction items is a colossal fish scale. Regardless of how high the price escalates, acquire it at all costs. As for the other items, you may purchase as you see fit, but strive to secure rare materials. The scales of the Kunpeng are a necessity. Although the spatial ring itself held little value, its contents were indeed precious. Not only did it contain Lin Bei's remaining funds, but also 60 pills and 50 vials of holy power. Selling these would yield a substantial sum. After receiving the ring, Bai Zhou promptly stowed it away, neglecting even to inspect its contents. "Mr. Lin, should you find yourself imprisoned in the Heavenly Mountain prison, please, above all, avoid causing any trouble. In that place, prisoners are unable to summon their pets. Only the overseers of the prison possess the ability to call upon pets. I say this for your own good." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was taken aback, his pupils narrowing slightly. The existence of such a situation in the Heavenly Mountain prison could not be without reason. It was highly likely related to the treasures the system spoke of. After pondering for a few seconds, he inquired again, "Do you know the reason behind it?" Bai Zhou did not disappoint, quickly revealing the cause. It is said that within the prison lies a suppression steel. It is this steel that brings about such circumstances. One of its functions is to suppress people's talents, rendering them incapable of harnessing their innate powers. Without the ability to use their talents, summoning pets becomes impossible. Suppression steel. Lin Bei silently committed this name to memory, intending to seek out this so-called suppression steel upon arriving at the Heavenly Mountain prison. "All right, you may return now." Having conveyed the crucial matters, he then strode directly toward Xue Fei and the others. Seeing Lin Bei comply, Xue Fei and the others finally exhaled in relief. The situation was progressing smoothly. As long as they captured Lin Bei, their mission would be deemed complete. Not only could they stabilize public sentiment and establish the authority of the Heavenly Mountain City, but they would also reap certain benefits. "Let us go." With a shout, Lin Bei followed Xue Fei and the others toward the direction of the Heavenly Mountain prison. However, Bai Zhou did not depart, merely standing at the hotel entrance, silently watching Lin Bei. It was only when Lin Bei's figure faded from view that he quietly withdrew his gaze. I hope I hope Mr. Lin does not encounter any misfortune. The Heavenly Mountain Prison is no place for the faint-hearted. Meanwhile, those onlookers gazing at the departing Lin Bei wore complex expressions, surprised by the outcome. Oh dear, he has been imprisoned in the Heavenly Mountain Prison? This fellow is in for a rough time. The inmates there are all quite unruly. Though they cannot use their innate powers, their physical strength surpasses that of ordinary magical beasts. Being confined to the Heavenly Mountain Prison might actually serve him well. At least it will temper his edges. Given his manner of conduct, it seems likely he will be beaten to a pulp. Even they felt a sense of trepidation at the thought of the Heavenly Mountain Prison. Chapter 138, The Great Secret, The Suppressed Talent. Before long, Lingxian and her companions emerged from the elevator. Upon witnessing the carnage strewn across the floor, they instinctively gasped in horror, their hearts gripped with shock. The scene was nothing short of devastating. Such ruthless methods. This was far beyond what a mere youth could accomplish. Undoubtedly, one must never underestimate this young man. Without lingering in the hall, Lingxian fled the scene as if in escape. After all, she was a girl, and despite being a sacred seed of the Radiant Altar, her tolerance for such sights remained limited. The others fared somewhat better, yet they too were not untouched by the grim spectacle. Soon, Lingxian arrived at the hotel entrance, and upon gazing at the relatively normal street, she felt a semblance of normalcy return. However, as she scanned the area, she found no sign of the person she sought. Has he left? What a pity. She had wished to inquire further. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she spotted Bai Zhou nearby. She was well aware of the unique relationship between Bai Zhou and Lin Bei, making him a suitable choice for her inquiries. With this in mind, Lingxian approached Bai Zhou, her tone polite as she inquired, "Excuse me, where is that young man?" Whether regarding the matter of the dragon or other concerns, she needed to seek Lin Bei for answers. Upon hearing her words, Bai Zhou's vigilance heightened, his expression turning serious as he regarded Lingxian. "Who are you? What business do you have inquiring about him?" Without knowing who she was, he would not casually divulge important information. What if she were an enemy? Lingxian was not foolish. She recognized Bai Zhou's suspicions and quickly clarified, "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I am a sacred seed of the Radiant Altar, seeking him for some personal matters. I assure you, I mean him no harm." Yet, to Bai Zhou, her explanation seemed rather vague and unclear. He had only gleaned a basic understanding of her identity, which was insufficient. What matters? Following this, Lingxian found herself in a quandary, a blush creeping onto her fair cheeks as she evidently felt shy. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. How does one articulate such a matter? After a considerable pause, she finally stammered, "My dragon has been taken by his dragon. Upon returning, it has since been asleep. So I wish to ask him how to handle this situation. So could you please tell me?" Upon finishing her statement, her face turned even redder, resembling a ripe tomato. The effect of her words was quite remarkable, as it made Bai Zhou comprehend the underlying complexities. He too felt a tinge of embarrassment, having never anticipated such a situation. However, since it was thus, he could certainly reveal Lin Bei's whereabouts. After all, matters concerning dragons and their emotional entanglements were best left to dragons themselves to resolve. Regardless, Lin Bei finds himself within the confines of the Tianshan prison. Even if the celestial spirit immortal were to arrive, he would pose no significant threat. If one wishes to seek Mr. Lin, one must venture to the Tianshan prison. As long as the visitors are not deemed dangerous individuals, they may visit the prison. After speaking, Bai Zhou forced a smile, hastily departing from the scene, not wanting to endure any further awkwardness in front of the celestial spirit immortal. Meanwhile, the celestial spirit immortal gazed into the distance, her eyes shimmering with contemplation as she murmured to herself, "The Tianshan prison? It seems that several previous holy seeds, who committed grave transgressions, are confined there. How fortuitous. I must pay a visit." Having made her decision, she resolved to explore the Tianshan prison. Simultaneously, Lin Bei followed Shui Fei and others as they meandered through the desolate streets under the cover of night. The lack of pedestrians allowed for smooth progress. Upon reaching the end of a street, Shui Fei's voice resonated. "Ahead lies a teleportation array. Through it, we can access the Tianshan prison." His demeanor remained relatively amiable, for he understood Lin Bei's current value. Lin Bei merely nodded, directing his gaze toward the array while internally communicating with the system. "Establish a teleportation array. Designate this point as the first. The second point shall be determined once I enter the cell." Soon after, the system's notification chimed. "Ding. Points have been deducted. The first teleportation point has been established." As the prompt concluded, Lin Bei and the others stepped into the array's coverage. In the next instant, the teleportation array activated autonomously. With a whoosh, a dark light flared, and everyone within the array vanished. When they reappeared, they stood before the entrance of the Tianshan prison. Immediately, Lin Bei's gaze fixed upon the imposing steel gate before him. towering no less than 50 meters. Its surface bore numerous scratches, evidently from past battles. Among the dense fissures, some penetrated several meters deep, a testament to the gate's formidable thickness. Adjacent to the gate stood an even higher wall, atop which patrolled numerous guards clad in uniform armor, seemingly forged from some special metal. Merely gazing upon the Tianshan prison filled Lin Bei with an overwhelming sense of pressure, almost rendering him breathless. The Tianshan prison, a place that instills dread in the hearts of its inmates. Within the Tianshan city, there exists a tradition. Whenever teachers encounter unruly students, they bring them to observe the Tianshan prison. Witnessing the prison's terror transforms all delinquent students into model citizens, a phenomenon that has remained unwavering for decades. Moments later, Xue Fei's voice broke the silence once more. Lin Bei, step into the red line area. He merely spoke from his position, displaying no intention of guiding Lin Bei inside. Halting a few meters before the red line. Observing this, Lin Bei's eyes flickered with understanding. It was evident that the area beyond the red line was fraught with danger. As soon as he deduced this, he stepped forward. Having uncovered the secrets of the Tianshan prison, Lin Bei sought to validate a hypothesis. The prison-suppressing tablet? I wonder if it can subdue me. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After 5 steps, Lin Bei crossed into the red line's domain. In an instant, a force akin to a mountain pressing down upon him surged into his being. What once was a clear perception of his talents became obscured, as if shrouded in a veil of mist. Just as Bai Zhou had mentioned, within the confines of the Tianshan prison, one's innate powers became dormant. Yet, it was merely the innate powers that were rendered unusable. Chapter 139, The Malevolent Spirit. Upon witnessing Lin Bei enter the red line, Xue Fei finally exhaled in relief. Others might be oblivious, but he understood all too well. Only by stepping into that red line area would profound changes unfold. Tigers must live like cats, and dragons must survive like snakes. Entering is paramount. Now, I can truly deliver on my promise. Just as his thoughts concluded, the once closed gate began to creak open. Boom. The sheer size and weight of the gate produced a thunderous noise as it parted. 2 individuals clad in matching iron armor emerged from within, their eyes fixed coldly on Lin Bei from beneath their helmets. A few seconds later, they approached Lin Bei and spoke in a frigid tone. Come with us. Without waiting for Lin Bei's response, they turned and strode back into the iron gate. Lin Bei, having already resolved to enter the Tianshan prison, felt no inclination to resist and calmly followed in their wake. Simultaneously, his gaze remained fixated on the iron armor, a nagging intuition suggesting that these armors were anything but ordinary. After all, individuals would not don such heavy armor without reason. If time permits, I must study this armor further. Once Lin Bei entered through the steel gate, Xue Fei led his companions away, utilizing the teleportation array to return to the city. Subsequently, he detached himself from the group and made his way to the auction house. As Xue Fei arrived at the auction house, Li Fugue, who had been awaiting his arrival, stepped forward, squinting with a smile as he inquired, Xue, how did it go? Were you successful? Though he spoke with a smile, his tone was laced with malice. In response, Xue Fei chuckled heartily and nodded. Brotherly, what do you think? If I hadn't succeeded, would I dare to come see you? Rest assured, I have successfully delivered that individual to the Tianshan prison. Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Fugue's face widened, his eyes narrowing into mere slits. Clearly elated over the outcome. Truly, you are remarkable, Brother Xue. With that, he produced a spatial ring, saying, this is the reward I promised you. It contains goods worth 20 million. Xue Fei hastily accepted the spatial ring, carefully placing it into his pocket. From the outset, his purpose in seeking out Lin Bei was to secure this substantial profit. 20 million is no trifling sum. It could easily tempt some individuals into reckless actions. Moreover, what Xue Fei was undertaking was perfectly reasonable and devoid of peril. To accomplish such a simple task and reap such generous rewards, what could be more agreeable? Brotherly, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Should there be any similar opportunities in the future, do remember to contact me. Although Xue Fei was avaricious, he was not without sense. He is acutely aware that Li Fugue is far from a virtuous individual. Engaging with Li Fugue may be acceptable when there are personal gains to be made, but it is wise to avoid him during idle moments. Otherwise, one may unwittingly plunge oneself into the jaws of danger. When Xue Fei chose to depart, Li Fugue made no attempt to dissuade him. To Li Fugue, Xue Fei was merely a minor player, unworthy of his intervention. Now that he has been incarcerated, I can set my plans in motion. Do not blame me for my cunning. If you must assign blame, let it be for the precious item you hold in your hands. Upon learning that numerous individuals sought to deal with Lin Bei, only to be thwarted and retaliated against by him, Li Fugue devised a scheme. Given Lin Bei's formidable strength, it would be impossible to seize the sacred power through a direct attack. Thus, The optimal strategy would be to confine him within a prison, effectively curtailing his abilities. As long as Lin Bei is unable to wield his full power, many troubles will resolve themselves. As night deepened, Li Fugui refrained from lingering outside and, with hands clasped behind his back, entered the auction house, murmuring to himself, "I shall pay him a visit at dawn. I must appear more convincing. He is merely an impulsive young man, unlikely to fathom the secrets that lie ahead." Meanwhile, Lin Bei was being escorted by 2 prison guards into the Tianshan prison. Upon entry, he encountered 4 passageways. Above the first passageway were inscribed the words "Prison of Malevolent Spirits." The second passageway bore the inscription "Male Prison." The third was marked "Female Prison," and the fourth was designated "Prison of Fiends." Lin Bei could easily discern the nature of the male and female prisons. But the meanings of the malevolent spirits and fiends prisons eluded him. Based solely on their names, they offered no clear indication of what lay within. Curiosity piqued. Lin Bei's gaze flitted between the 2 ominous prisons, his eyes alight with intrigue. However, after a brief moment of observation, the guards admonished him, "Do not gawk. You are not worthy of being confined in the prison of malevolent spirits or the prison of fiends." At their words, Lin Bei quickly averted his eyes. Although he was yet unaware of the true nature of the inmates within, the guard's remarks led him to conclude that those confined in the malevolent spirits and fiends prisons must be extraordinarily terrifying entities. His interest in these prisons only intensified, fueling his desire to uncover who resided within. Yet, he knew that this was not the time for such inquiries. Approximately 10 minutes later, under the watchful eyes of the guards, Lin Bei arrived at a cell. The cell was highly sealed, with only a few ventilation holes high above. A list hung on the door, inscribed with several names. In the dim light of the corridor, he was able to discern the names: Cell 1, Ren, and Cell 2. Lin Bei. Cell 3 empty. Cell 4, none. Lin Bei was somewhat taken aback. In what appeared to be a spacious cell, there were only 2 occupants. Could it be that there were not enough criminals to fill the space? "Step inside. From now on, this will be your cell." With that command, the guard swung open the door, gesturing for Lin Bei to enter. Complying without hesitation, Lin Bei stepped into the cell. As soon as he entered, the guards closed the cell door behind him, calling out from the corridor, "Renan, take good care of your new companion. Ensure he undergoes proper reformation." With that, their footsteps faded away. Once inside the cell, Lin Bei instinctively began to observe his surroundings. The walls were adorned with luminous spirit orbs that emitted a faint glow, sufficient for him to survey the entirety of the cell. The furnishings were minimal, consisting of 4 beds, a table, and a toilet. Additionally, Lin Bei spotted another person, someone of a similar age, with dark skin and a robust physique, who bore an expression of surprise upon seeing Lin Bei. This was clearly Renan. Upon noticing Lin Bei, Renan's interest was piqued. After all, it was rare for him to encounter a peer during his 5 to 6 years in Tianshan prison. "Hey, kid, what crime did you commit outside? It must be quite significant for you to share a cell with me." With nothing else to occupy his time, Lin Bei casually responded, "Just a minor infraction, really. I happened to eliminate over 100 useless individuals." To him, this was indeed a trivial matter, as it was the others who had initiated the conflict, forcing him to retaliate, albeit with excessive force, resulting in unfortunate repercussions. A profound silence enveloped the cell as Renan momentarily faltered, his mind seemingly frozen. "What? You killed over 100 people. You dare call that a minor infraction?" After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to speak again. "Those over 100 people must have been quite weak, right? Surely there were many ordinary individuals among them?" Renan instinctively perceived Lin Bei as a madman, thinking he had murdered numerous innocent civilians to end up in this place. Lin Bei took a few steps toward his bed and casually sat down, responding with an air of indifference. They were indeed quite weak. The weakest among them were advanced Beast Tamers, and the strongest were barely approaching the king level. With a slight shake of his head, it was evident he found their strength unsatisfactory. In truth, Lin Bei genuinely believed those adversaries were weak. A group had come to besiege him, yet they had possessed no ability to retaliate whatsoever. What else could this be but weakness? However, Renan fell silent once more, grappling with the implications of Lin Bei's words. Advanced Beast Tamers were one thing, but those nearing the king level, could they truly be deemed weak? Initially, Renan had doubted whether Lin Bei was deceiving him. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Bei's calm demeanor, as if discussing trivialities, he instinctively chose to believe him. Consequently, the desire to impart wisdom and establish his authority over Lin Bei waned considerably. Wasn't educating someone like him just inviting more trouble? What if we encounter each other outside in the future? Wouldn't that lead to chaos? Since we have not been confined within the abyss of evil spirits or the abyss of malevolence, it stands to reason that we shall not be imprisoned here for eternity. Taking a deep breath, Renan tentatively inquired, "Elder brother, might I ask what your talent is?" Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow slightly. His gaze steady as it bore into Renan. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he engaged his mind in rapid contemplation, noticing Lin Bei's prolonged silence. Renan hesitated to speak further. What if he truly is a formidable figure? A minute passed in the blink of an eye, and Renan, unable to endure the quiet any longer, was about to utter something when Lin Bei's voice rang out. What is my talent? Why not take a look and see for yourself? Before Renan could register the implication, Lin Bei summoned the Radiant Dragon from his exclusive space. The prison monument merely contained talents. The abode of the Radiant Dragon and its kin was not a talent space, but rather their designated realm. Therefore, the prison monument bore no significance for the Radiant Dragon and its ilk. What you suppress is merely the talent space. What concern is it of mine regarding my exclusive domain? As the Radiant Dragon manifested, it did not roar as it typically would. Instead, it flapped its wings gracefully, soaring within the confines of the cell. Lin Bei had meticulously controlled its size, rendering it diminutive, akin to that of a car, allowing it to move freely within the cell. Upon witnessing the Radiant Dragon, Renan comprehended the situation, nodding in realization. Ah, so it is a talent of the dragon race. No wonder such feats are possible. Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when he abruptly realized something. A dragon had appeared before him? What in the world? Why is there a dragon in the Heavenly Mountain prison? Clearly, all individuals entering the prison should have their talents suppressed. But what is this? Why has a dragon manifested within my cell? Am I dreaming? As the Radiant Dragon's wings beat, they effortlessly stirred the air currents, which cascaded upon Renan's form. Faced with the onslaught of the rushing air, he was compelled to accept the reality before him, no matter how incredulous it seemed. Why hasn't your talent been sealed? The realization struck him. His new roommate's talent had undoubtedly not been suppressed. Otherwise, such a summoning would be impossible. Who could summon their pet while their talent lay sealed? Even the warden of the Heavenly Mountain prison would be incapable of such a feat. Lin Bei observed Renan's intense reaction with satisfaction. His intention in displaying such power before Renan was to instill a profound sense of awe, for only through this could he extract valuable intelligence from him. As for whether Renan might pose a threat, Lin Bei harbored no concerns. He had ample means to deal with Renan. Chapter 141. The Emergence of the Time Sovereign Dragon. The Power of Time. At this moment, Renan remained in a state of shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the Radiant Dragon. Though internally he had accepted the truth, his body struggled to adjust. His breaths came in heavy gasps, akin to those after vigorous exertion. He was at a loss for how to confront Lin Bei. His new roommate appeared to be far more formidable than he had imagined. No, not merely appeared. It was indeed the truth. How? How is this possible? If I could also summon a pet, I would no longer fear those two rascals. Renan ached to uncover the secret behind this phenomenon, not only to know, but also to replicate it. At that moment, Lin Bei spoke nonchalantly. You are mistaken. My talent has indeed been suppressed. I am currently in a state where I cannot utilize it. However, that does not hinder me from summoning my pet. What he stated was indeed accurate. His talent had been suppressed and was temporarily unusable. If not for the dragons residing in their exclusive space, Lin Bei too would feel powerless. Upon hearing the circumstances surrounding the Heavenly Mountain prison, he had harbored suspicions. Otherwise, he would not have willingly entered the prison. Renan fell silent, harboring no doubts about Lin Bei's words. Yet it was precisely because of this that he remained quiet. If it were merely that his talent had not been suppressed and could still be utilized, it would be somewhat easier to accept. However, the sheer terror lay in the fact that despite his talent being suppressed, he could still summon his pet. How could he possibly interact with Lin Bei moving forward? It was evidently impossible to rise above him. Wasn't he that akin to courting death? Despite his past misdeeds, he dared not offend someone capable of easily ending his life. Walking alongside him as an equal? That too seemed improbable. He lacked the requisite qualifications. Ultimately, it appeared that he had but one choice. Yet Lin Bei, unfazed by his thoughts, coolly inquired, I have answered your question. Now, it is your turn to respond to mine. Renan dared not refuse. After all, a dragon was fluttering before him. Non-compliance would surely lead to dire consequences. You may ask, as long as the questions are not excessively outrageous, I shall respond. In the next moment, Lin Bei's voice continued. Who resides within the abyss of evil spirits and the abyss of malevolence? Where is the prison monument located? Besides the prison monument, are there any other extraordinary items? The inquiries were but three, yet they encapsulated his most pressing concerns. Upon hearing these three questions, Renan once again fell into contemplation. Undoubtedly, the queries posed by Lin Bei were of paramount importance and shrouded in secrecy. Typically, prisoners in the abyss lack the qualifications to answer such inquiries. Only someone like him, who had spent many years within the prison and possessed familiarity with numerous matters, could barely respond to these questions. However, Knowing the answers and the willingness to divulge them were two distinct matters. I apologize, but I cannot answer these 3 questions. Each one is laden with significant secrets. In an instant, Lin Bei's brow furrowed tightly, and his expression turned markedly colder. I answered your question, yet you refused to answer mine. Are you toying with me? Now he could ascertain that Renan was undoubtedly aware of these matters. He simply lacked the courage to respond. Immediately, Renan became somewhat flustered. Yet, alongside this anxiety, he was deeply conflicted. He neither wished to offend Lin Bei nor dared to divulge these affairs. Truly, it was imperative that he remain silent. The moment Renan's words fell, Lin Bei summoned the Void Reincarnation Dragon, his tone chillingly frigid as he commanded, "Send him into the void," allowing him ample time for reflection. A second later, the Void Reincarnation Dragon shattered the emptiness, forcibly ushering Renan into the abyss. Under its deliberate control, Renan found himself enveloped in a void that was utterly devoid of substance. Subsequently, Lin Bei opened the system space and summoned the young Time Emperor Dragon that had been stored within. Since acquiring the young Time Emperor Dragon, he had yet to engage with it due to being excessively occupied. The dragon's coloration was remarkably peculiar, continually shifting with the passage of time. Initially, it appeared entirely white, but within 3 seconds, it transformed into a resplendent gold. A mere 5 seconds later, it morphed into a vibrant green, as if it possessed every hue of the world. In contrast to other young dragons, its size was diminutive, scarcely larger than a basketball. Lin Bei could easily cradle it in his arms. This creature was indeed the smallest dragon he had encountered. What set it apart was the peculiar gaze of the Time Emperor Dragon, within which lay countless temporal scales, years, months, days, hours, minutes, and seconds. It was a pair of extraordinarily complex and wondrous eyes. The young Time Emperor Dragon flapped its wings, soaring quietly in the air, joyfully fixated on its master. Although to others and to dragons it seemed to have lingered in the system space for only a brief moment, for the Time Emperor Dragon, that fleeting span felt as protracted as an eternity. After all, it could sense the flow of time. Even a millisecond felt interminably long. Observing the pitiful expression on the Time Emperor Dragon's face, Lin Bei chuckled softly, opening his arms and speaking in a gentler tone, "Come here." In the next instant, the Time Emperor Dragon flapped its wings and leapt into Lin Bei's embrace, pressing closely against him. It had longed to do this. A satisfied roar reverberated through the spacious cell. As Lin Bei gently stroked the dragon's scales, he observed his surroundings. He could now perceive the passage of time around him. This unseen, untouchable, yet omnipresent force was so wondrous that it defied verbal description. Was this the power of time? After spending a considerable time with the Time Emperor Dragon, Lin Bei prepared to resume his tasks. He inquired of the young dragon in his arms, "You can manipulate time, right?" The Time Emperor Dragon nodded vigorously and emitted a soft sound, indicating its ability to control time. Soon, Lin Bei addressed the Void Reincarnation Dragon. "Asu, take it inside. Slow down Renan's flow of time, allowing him to ponder in the void. Release him only when he is ready to answer the questions." Chapter 142. Hatching the Dragon Egg. The first visitor. Lin Bei did not consider his actions towards Renan to be excessive, given that the latter could be imprisoned in the Tianshan Great Prison and appeared to be there for an extended period. It was evident that he was not a benevolent character. Thus, employing some harmless, minor tactics was hardly excessive. Moreover, Lin Bei was certain that had he not displayed sufficient strength earlier, the one facing misfortune would have been himself. He had attentively listened to the words of the guards. He was no lamb for slaughter. The Time Emperor Dragon followed the Void Reincarnation Dragon into the void, executing its master's orders. The Holy White Dragon returned to its designated space, leaving Lin Bei alone in the cell. He, too, did not remain idle and reopened the system space. Within the system space lay a golden dragon egg. Previously, he had been too pressed for time to hatch it. The environment of the Tianshan Great Prison Cell was rather sealed, rendering it impossible for outsiders to discern his activities, allowing him to proceed with his endeavors without concern. Placing the golden dragon egg on the ground, Lin Bei internally communicated with the system, "Hatch now." In the next instant, the system's notification sounded. Ding. Hatching commenced. Dragon egg is in the process of hatching. Hatching completed. Crack, crack. Rapid fissures appeared on the surface of the golden dragon egg, and a golden light filled the entire cell, as though the room were crafted entirely of pure gold. The egg was quite large, comparable to that of an elephant, causing the cracking process to be somewhat slower. Approximately 3 seconds later, the sound of the eggshell shattering ceased, and the radiant golden light dissipated. Then, a pure golden dragon emerged from the shattered shell. From its horns to its tail, it gleamed in golden hues, resembling a mountain of carved gold. The golden dragon's overall appearance leaned towards that of an eastern dragon, lacking wings, yet capable of flight. It twisted its elongated body, spiraling around Lin Bei in a jubilant display. Its golden scales shimmered brilliantly in the dim surroundings. Lin Bei felt a deep fondness for this golden dragon. While its combat prowess remained unknown for the time being, its value was undeniably high. Akin to an extravagant gold-plated phone, it was a luxurious pet. Afterward, he returned the golden dragon to the system space. Lying alone on the modest bed, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. After such a tumultuous night, Lin Bei felt utterly fatigued and truly needed to relax. The previous act of imprisoning Run and conveniently provided him with a tranquil environment, and soon he succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Renin, confined within the void, was on the brink of collapse. All he could perceive was an abyss of darkness. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly. Renin had no idea how long he had been trapped in this dark void. He only knew that an extensive duration had undoubtedly passed. A profound sense of hunger coursed through him. His limbs felt weak and lethargic, and his lips were parched like a desolate swamp. Help! Help me! As time continued to flow, the darkness persisted. He could no longer move, yet death eluded him. Even if he desired to perish, he found himself incapable of doing so. The Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Emperor Dragon stood in another realm of void, intently observing Renin. They awaited the moment when Run and would finally yield. Until that moment arrived, the two dragons would not depart. At long last, after 10 seconds had elapsed, the words spilling from Ren's lips underwent a transformation. I implore you, do not confine me here any longer. He could no longer endure the torment. The psychological anguish he experienced was far more devastating than the physical pain inflicted upon him. For the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Sovereign Dragon, merely 10 seconds had passed, yet for Renin, it felt as though centuries had gone by. Thus, he chose to submit. In the next instant, both dragons simultaneously relinquished their power, returning Ren into the realm of reality. However, they did not depart, remaining in the void to vigilantly observe Ren's every action. This was due in part to their lack of trust in him, fearing he might divulge secrets best left unspoken, and also because they wished to prevent their master from being stirred from slumber. Upon reappearing in the external world, Renin swiftly surveyed his surroundings, eager to ascertain the duration of his confinement. Yet, upon witnessing the unchanged environment, he was momentarily frozen in place. His intuition hinted that only a few minutes had passed. He soon accepted this notion, for the discomfort that had plagued him had vanished completely. Neither hunger nor thirst, nor even the weakness of his muscles was felt. It was as if they had never existed. How could this be? I was certainly trapped for an eternity. However, as he began to voice his thoughts, Renin found himself at a loss for words, astonishment consuming him to an unparalleled degree. Moreover, he felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness. Everything that had transpired was merely a fabrication. Gasping for breath, Renin turned his gaze towards Lin Bei, preparing to respond to the questions previously posed. Now, he dared not resist again. He had no desire to endure such sensations once more, which were far more terrifying than the fear he had felt upon slaying an enemy for the first time. The horror of loneliness far eclipsed any sense of guilt. Yet, upon noticing Lin Bei fast asleep on the bed, he muffled his footsteps to a whisper, quietly retreating to a corner where he curled up and began to rest. It was not that he was unwilling to occupy the bed, but rather that he feared disturbing Lin Bei with any noise. Observing Ren's behavior, the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Sovereign Dragon exchanged knowing glances, both feeling quite satisfied. At least, given the current circumstances. Renin dared not engage in any actions detrimental to Lin Bei. Before long, a night had passed. As dawn broke, two guards approached Lin Bei's cell. Knock, knock. A series of forceful raps echoed, accompanied by the guards' voices. Lin Bei, prepare yourself. Someone wishes to see you. In the next moment, both Lin Bei and Run and opened their eyes. Chapter 143. I only wish to slay a glutton. Oh, someone has come to see me so early? Lin Bei mused, slightly taken aback. Who could it be that sought him at such an hour? His mind began to churn with various possibilities, though none yielded any concrete answers. After all, Tianshan was still a foreign territory to him. Despite his lingering doubts, Lin Bei rose and made his way to the cell door. As he reached the entrance, he glanced back at Renin, who sat on the ground. In the next instant, Lin Bei's brow furrowed tightly, his tone laced with curiosity. Why sleep on the floor when there is a bed? Quite an unusual preference you have. Without awaiting a response from Renin, the iron door swung open from the outside, revealing two familiar figures, the guards from before. Follow us. Swiftly, Lin Bei trailed behind the guards toward the closed prison door. It was only after Lin Bei had exited the cell that Renin mustered the strength to rise from the floor. His movements stiff as he approached his bed and sat down with a sense of relief. Although the weariness of his body had been alleviated, the fatigue within his heart remained unaddressed. What should he do? Should he disclose this matter? If he reported it to the warden, he might earn a reward. Perhaps even an opportunity to visit the female ward, where he could once again see the lady he had mentioned. Renan was torn. On one hand, he longed to see the lady, yet on the other, he felt wary of Lin Bei. He wished to accomplish something noteworthy, yet did not want to offend Lin Bei, for that could lead to dire consequences. Having experienced the events of the previous day, he was hesitant to estimate Lin Bei's strength, let alone speculate about his identity. Unbeknownst to Renan, as he wrestled with his thoughts, two dragons in the void were keeping a watchful eye on him. Should he make any move against Lin Bei, the dragons would spring into action without hesitation. After traversing the dimly lit corridor for some time, Lin Bei finally reached the entrance to the male ward. At this juncture, the two guards leading the way halted, turning to indicate a small iron door to Lin Bei, saying, "Enter. That esteemed individual is awaiting you." In an instant, a grave expression flickered across Lin Bei's face. The guards had mentioned that esteemed individual, indicating that the person awaiting him held a position of significance. How intriguing. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was partitioned by special glass, with a table and two chairs at its center. Half of the table resided within the confines of the room, while the other half lay outside, the same applying to the chairs. Seated in the outer chair was a strikingly beautiful woman, none other than Si Lingxian, the holy seed of the light altar. Immediately, Lin Bei's expression shifted to one of discomfort. In truth, he did not wish to encounter Si Lingxian at this moment. Given the events that had transpired, their reunion would undoubtedly be awkward. It was akin to two individuals walking their dogs, only for the dogs to engage in some unexpected antics. Naturally, their owners would feel the embarrassment. The analogy held true even if one replaced dogs with dragons. As Lin Bei entered, Si Lingxian's attention was drawn to him. Noticing his reaction, her face flushed slightly, yet she quickly regained her composure, firmly recalling the purpose of her visit. Regardless of the circumstances, she needed to clarify matters. Taking a deep breath, Si Lingxian feigned calmness and said, "Come here. I have some questions for you." With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Bei approached Si Lingxian. In this room, only the two of them were present. They could converse freely about anything, with no one else able to overhear, ensuring a high degree of confidentiality. The moment Lin Bei took his seat, his voice resonated. "Feel free to ask any questions. Since we have chosen to face each other, we must naturally be prepared." In the next moment, Si Lingxian spoke up. "It was you who impersonated me in Nanshan City, wasn't it?" Her inquiry left Lin Bei somewhat perplexed. When had he ever impersonated anyone? What was she talking about? Soon enough, he asked in confusion, "What are you saying?" "I impersonated you. I don't recall ever pretending to be someone else." Si Lingxian was momentarily taken aback as well, for there was no hint of deceit in Lin Bei's tone or expression. It seemed he was merely stating facts. Could it be that he truly was unaware? Was there a misunderstanding? The member of the Shanghai organization you killed in Nanshan City must have been mistaken for you, right? The news of your impersonation came from him. At this juncture, Si Lingxian suddenly seemed to recall something, hastily continuing, "By the way, when you killed him, did you summon your radiant dragon?" To this, Lin Bei did not deny, merely nodding casually. He indeed had summoned the radiant dragon. Immediately thereafter, Si Lingxian fell into silence, as she began to piece together the situation. It was likely the radiant dragon that had caused the member of the Shanghai organization to misidentify Lin Bei as himself. After all, the radiant dragon was exceedingly rare, and publicly known tamers of such dragons were primarily limited to her, the holy seed of the radiant altar. Furthermore, only a handful of individuals within the Shanghai organization were familiar with Si Lingxian's appearance. It could even be said that many members of the Shanghai organization were unaware that the holy seed of the radiant altar was a woman. Thus, the possibility of misunderstanding was quite substantial. Once this speculation arose, Si Lingxian instinctively nodded, concluding that this was likely the case. "Never mind the impersonation. I wish to know why you targeted the members of the Shanghai organization." She sought to understand the rationale behind his actions, for only by grasping the reasons could she determine the next steps. The motive behind targeting the Shanghai organization's members was indeed crucial. At this moment, Lin Bei surmised something. Recognizing that Si Lingxian's myriad questions were not mere casual conversation, there are two reasons. Firstly, they intend to destroy Nanshan City. Secondly, I want to kill a Taotai to test my strength. In an instant, Si Lingxian was rendered speechless. The first reason was easily acceptable and within her expectations. However, the second was utterly inconceivable to her. What? You want to kill a Taotai just to see if you can? Chapter 144 now? It was time to discuss personal matters. Although the Radiant Altar did not possess as much knowledge about the Taotai and other ferocious beasts as the Shanghai organization, their understanding exceeded that of most others. As the holy seed of the Radiant Altar, Si Lingxian was well aware of what a Taotai was, a legendary beast. Even a mere hybrid would not be so easily slain. With such formidable bloodlines and strength, How could one hope to kill such a creature effortlessly? She remained silent for a long while, not from a lack of desire to speak, but rather from uncertainty about what to say. It was true that ferocious beasts were difficult to kill, yet the person before her had actually accomplished this feat. Almost a minute passed before Si Lingxian finally spoke again. I see. It appears to have been a misunderstanding. For her, as long as Lin Bei had not intentionally impersonated her, she could exclude him from her list of enemies. With a long sigh of relief, the tension within her heart dissipated significantly. After witnessing Lin Bei's formidable power the previous night, she instinctively wished not to make an enemy of him. For, from any angle, becoming adversaries with someone who possessed multiple dragons was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. As for the matter of the sky-swallowing demon dragon, Si Lingxian chose not to inquire. It was a personal affair of Lin Bei's, one to which she had no right to pry. There were only a few topics she felt entitled to discuss. A few seconds later, Si Lingxian's voice rang out once more. Would you be willing to join the Radiant Altar? I represent the Holy Master of the Radiant Altar in extending this invitation to you. Inviting Lin Bei to join the Radiant Altar was one of her deliberate purposes for arriving early. After all, the Holy White Dragon was truly suited for the Radiant Altar. Should such a powerful dragon choose to join, it would undoubtedly elevate the strength of the Radiant Altar to new heights. Of course, this was contingent upon confirming that Lin Bei was not an enemy. As her words settled, Si Lingxian gazed intently at Lin Bei, her eyes betraying a flicker of anticipation. She was acutely aware of the immense power possessed by the Holy White Dragon. In truth, Si Lingxian was quite tempted by this sacred force. Just by absorbing a small fraction of it, her own dragon had reached the king level. Moreover, those who absorbed this power experienced significant changes in their physique. Even as the holy seed of the Radiant Altar, who had encountered numerous treasures, she had never witnessed such phenomena. Merely releasing a fraction of this power had bestowed such astonishing strength. Describing it as miraculous seemed almost inadequate. Meanwhile, Lin Bei's pupils slightly constricted, taken aback. Joining the Radiant Altar was precisely what he desired. However, the circumstances differed from before. He had not yet expressed a desire to join. Yet the holy seed of the Radiant Altar had extended an invitation to him. The situation was unfolding smoothly. Yet Lin Bei did not immediately acquiesce, instead opting to inquire. What benefits would joining the Radiant Altar provide me? A hasty decision to join might appear somewhat peculiar, potentially arousing Si Lingxian's suspicions. Indeed, Lin Bei's current demeanor was already remarkable. Joining the Radiant Altar without stipulating any conditions would inevitably seem amiss. Soon, Si Lingxian responded. There are numerous benefits. First, you will gain access to a broader world. Second, the resources within the Radiant Altar are abundant. There are certainly items that will captivate you. Third, the Radiant Altar is immensely powerful and can offer you protection. You must be well aware that you are currently a target, and once the auction concludes, you will face numerous dangers. Those who were previously unable to act may very well strike. Fourth, as a member of the Radiant Altar, you will have an annual opportunity to train in the sacred Radiant Realm, which offers significant assistance to all magical beasts of the Radiant attribute. Fifth, at the utterance of the word fifth, Si Lingxian's expression grew somewhat peculiar, and after a brief moment, she continued, Fifth, by joining the Radiant Altar, you will have the chance to slay many more ferocious beasts. Even she found this statement odd as she spoke. When did the prospect of slaying more ferocious beasts become a criterion for enticing individuals to join the Radiant Forum? This world is indeed peculiar. Upon hearing those 5 conditions, Lin Bei felt an undeniable thrill. Each condition bore significant advantages for him. Consequently, Lin Bei resolved without hesitation. In that case, I shall join. No sooner had his words left his lips than the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of joining the Radiant Forum. Task rewards have been distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the opportunity to perform a second synthesis of the Radiant Divine White Dragon. The host may utilize this at any time. At long last, the task of joining the Radiant Forum was accomplished, and he successfully secured the chance for a second synthesis of the Radiant Divine White Dragon. Lin Bei's breathing quickened, a wave of exhilaration coursing through him. He contemplated the second synthesis opportunity for Xiaobai, considering it best to merge it with materials akin to the Horn of Baizhe, striving for the purest power. Just then, the system's notification echoed again. Ding! New task triggered. The host is requested to find an opportunity to enter the Radiant Sacred Realm. Upon successfully entering the Radiant Sacred Realm, you will gain the opportunity for the third synthesis of the Radiant Divine White Dragon. Good luck! In that instant, Lin Bei's excitement intensified. He had just acquired the chance for a second synthesis and was now aware of how to obtain the third. It was impossible not to feel exhilarated. The Radiant Sacred Realm, he was determined to reach it. Hearing Lin Bei's agreement to join the Radiant Forum, Si Lingxian felt a surge of joy within. Having such an individual within the Radiant Forum was indeed a cause for celebration. Welcome to the fold. I will find a way to extricate you from the Tianshan prison. What you did yesterday was merely in self-defense. If you encounter trouble in prison, seek out someone named Luing. As long as you mention you are from the Radiant Forum, he will surely protect you. Lin Bei silently noted the name. If all went as expected, this individual should possess considerable strength. Otherwise, Si Lingxian would not have uttered such words. The next moment, the room fell into a profound silence, neither party daring to break the stillness. After a full minute, Si Lingxian's voice finally pierced the quiet. Business concluded. Now, shall we discuss our personal matters? In an instant, Lin Bei found himself ensnared in silence once more. It seemed he could no longer evade this awkward topic. With a resigned shake of his head, his thoughts became somewhat convoluted. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Bei, after a brief pause, spoke with an affected nonchalance. Our personal matters? If you wish to speak, then do so. At this moment, he contemplated summoning the radiant divine white dragon to handle this troublesome affair himself. However, doing so would inevitably cause significant complications. Though only the two of them were present, who could ascertain the presence of surveillance, it was wiser to choose a method with lesser risk. Si Lingxian, too, felt the awkwardness of the situation and found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of earnest reflection, her voice resumed. Your dragon has done that with my dragon. How do you intend to address this? What kind of relationship should they maintain henceforth? For Si Lingxian, the radiant dragon was of utmost importance. Thus, when she found Lin Bei, she specifically inquired about such matters. Sometimes, a master must tidy up after their pet's mess. At this juncture, Lin Bei understood Si Lingxian's intent. She merely sought an explanation. He had harbored similar thoughts. His dragon could not be a rogue. It must possess foundational dragon virtues, given that they had already produced offspring. There was but one resolution. Let your dragon and my dragon become recognized partners. Lin Bei believed this to be the optimal solution, beneficial for both dragons and their respective masters. Yet, upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Si Lingxian was rendered speechless, astonishment and disbelief swiftly washing over her countenance. Even her clear, bright eyes brimmed with shock. What? What did you say? They actually have children? This cannot be true. Si Lingxian could hardly believe the revelation. The two dragons had only interacted for a few hours. How could matters have escalated to this? However, recalling the radiant dragon's behavior from the previous night, its lethargy. Yes, the radiant dragon had become exceedingly drowsy. From last night until now, it had shown no signs of waking, regardless of how fervently it was called, as if every plea had sunk like stones into the ocean. Upon further reflection, this indeed seemed plausible. With this thought, Si Lingxian found herself at a loss for words. Lin Bei's dragon was quite extraordinary. Just then, Lin Bei's voice resounded once more. Though it sounds preposterous, the truth is indeed as such. I, too, find it hard to believe. Following his statement, the room fell into silence as both pondered the situation. Time passed, and at last, Si Lingxian spoke again. Let us discuss this matter once you are out. I can hardly process it now. We must also consider the thoughts of the two dragons. To this, Lin Bei had no objections, merely nodding in agreement. All right. Subsequently, their conversation waned, shifting to light, casual banter. Approximately a minute later, a guard entered the room where Si Lingxian was present, respectfully addressing her. Lord Saint Seed, it is time for you to depart. Each visitor's time with the inmate cannot exceed the stipulated duration. Clearly, the Radiant Forum wielded considerable influence. Otherwise, the guard's demeanor would not be so cordial. Upon hearing this, Si Lingxian rose to leave. I shall take my leave now. Do not forget our agreement. Lin Bei nodded gently, maintaining his calm demeanor. By the way, remember to take care of their offspring. In an instant, Si Lingxian paused momentarily, then shook her head in exasperation before striding out of the room. Ultimately, Lin Bei remained alone within, as no guard entered to retrieve him. The situation was evidently unusual. However, he did not dwell on it for long. He simply closed his eyes slowly and began to observe within the confines of the system space. After all, there was nothing pressing at the moment, and he had 2 additional dragons at his disposal. Thus, it was prudent to explore the system space for any items suitable for synthesis. Keeping the dragons confined within the system space was not ideal. Wouldn't a dedicated space be delightful? Before long, Lin Bei had thoroughly surveyed the system space. Among the dragons available for synthesis were the Golden Dragon and the Time Emperor Dragon. However, the only material of decent quality was the heart of the ocean. The other materials failed to evoke any sense of satisfaction. More accurately, none were suitable. The heart of the ocean? It could indeed serve as a commendable material for synthesis. Yet, he still lacked one additional ingredient. Just then, an idea struck Lin Bei, causing his eyes to widen in realization as he instinctively rose from his chair. If anything were to be deemed suitable, The scales of the Kunpeng seemed to pair remarkably well with the heart of the ocean. After all, both were connected to the sea. Combining them with a dragon would be an excellent choice. The moment this thought emerged, it surged with intensity. He genuinely felt compelled to pursue this endeavor. In truth, possessing a dragon capable of navigating the ocean was of paramount importance. Given the current circumstances, it was inevitable that he would eventually encounter the Kunpeng, which possesses two distinct forms. Thus, engaging with the ocean in advance was a sagacious strategy. Once he returned, he would assess the situation to see what could be done. He must acquire the Kunpeng scales. By now, the significance of the Kunpeng scales had become even more apparent. Moments passed, and after a brief interlude, the door that had remained closed swung open once more. This time, it was Li Fuguei accompanied by a prison guard who entered. Lin Bei felt no particular surprise at Li Fuguei's approach. He had already surmised the purpose of his visit. It was merely to obtain the 100 vials of life essence. As anticipated, the moment Li Fuguei settled into a chair, he spoke with an anxious tone. "Mr. Lin, you have acted impulsively. What are we to do now?" His voice was laden with urgency and concern. To an unacquainted observer, it might have appeared as genuine care. However, Lin Bei was not deceived by Li Fuguei's demeanor, for he possessed a skill known as mental perception. Upon employing this skill, he sensed not a shred of goodwill emanating from Li Fuguei, but rather a deeply concealed malevolence and avarice. Clearly, Li Fuguei harbored ulterior motives. Thus, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Lin Bei's eyes as he discerned how to deal with Li Fuguei. Yet, instead of responding immediately, he addressed the system, exchange 100 vials, and imbue them with the power of the Holy White Dragon. In the next moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Insufficient points. Funds are being automatically converted. Exchange successful. Points have been automatically deducted. As the system's notification concluded, 100 vials containing the power of the Holy White Dragon materialized within the system space. Although the expenditure of points was modest, if sold, these vials would represent a considerable fortune. Lin Bei's voice then rang out. Impulsive? I beg to differ. If I do not eliminate these individuals, my losses will be far greater. Though he did not articulate it explicitly, Li Fuguei grasped the implication. The greater loss undoubtedly referred to the life essence. Immediately, a surge of excitement welled up within him. Suppressing his exhilaration, Li Fuguei replied, Mr. Lin, there is no need for excessive worry. I will find a way to expedite your release. You may rest assured in the prison for a few days. I will handle the auction of the life essence. Your interests will not be overlooked. He was a clever man, aware that Lin Bei's remarks were intended to inform him of the situation. To this, Lin Bei merely nodded indifferently, displaying no signs of excitement, as if the potential gains were merely trifling. For he had already discerned that Li Fuguei was undoubtedly involved in some scheme, one intricately linked to the life essence. Yet, despite his understanding, Lin Bei still intended to entrust the 100 vials of life essence to Li Fuguei. The reasons were threefold. First, only through Li Fuguei could he achieve a lucrative sale. Second, he wished to observe Li Fuguei's subsequent actions. And third, for Lin Bei, these so-called life essences were of little value, merely the residual power emitted by the Holy White Dragon, hardly precious. He could acquire as many as he desired. Later, go to my residence and seek out someone named Bai Zhou. He possesses a ring, the item we discussed. Lin Bei was not foolish enough to hand over the goods here, as doing so would surely attract the prison's scrutiny. After all, every individual entering the prison had all their possessions confiscated, including spatial rings. In such circumstances, recklessly retrieving a spatial ring would be tantamount to self-sabotage. As soon as his words fell, Li Fuguei sprang to his feet, barely concealing his excitement as he exclaimed, Understood. Mr. Lin, farewell. The moment he uttered the word farewell, a peculiar expression crossed his face, and a glimmer of cruelty flashed in his eyes. With the sound of retreating footsteps, Li Fuguei exited the room. Simultaneously, a prison guard entered, guiding Lin Bei toward his cell. He complied without resistance. Minutes later, Lin Bei returned to his cell, once again encountering the quietly seated Renan. He paid Renan no heed, and instead retrieved a spatial ring from the system space. With a crack, the void shattered, and a colossal dragon head emerged from within. After casting the spatial ring into the void, Lin Bei's voice resonated. You two coordinate your actions. Deliver this ring to Bai Zhou with utmost speed. The void reincarnation dragon could traverse the void, while the Time Emperor dragon wielded control over time. Their combined forces would be formidable. Soon, the void returned to its pristine state as the two dragons departed from the confines of Tianshan Prison. In truth, Tianshan Prison could not truly confine Lin Bei. With the void reincarnation dragon at his side, he could escape this fortress of iron walls at any moment by traversing the void. He simply does not wish to leave, at least for the time being. After all, Lin Bei is currently a prisoner. Departing from the prison would render him a fugitive. encumbered by increasingly insurmountable troubles. Once he has accomplished this pressing task, he finally directs his gaze towards Runin, casually inquiring, "Now, are you prepared to answer my questions?" During the brief interval of Lin Bei's absence from his cell, Runin has already deliberated on his course of action. I say, despite being alone in the cell moments ago, he could sense several eyes observing him from the void. Any sign of deviation on his part would result in enduring that same excruciating pain once more. Under such circumstances, seeking out the warden seemed an utterly unrealistic endeavor. Weighing the pros and cons, Runin resolves to speak. Regardless of whether he chooses to speak or remain silent, he must bear grave consequences. Thus, he might as well take a gamble. His intuition tells him that Lin Bei's presence will alter the status quo of Tianshan prison. Lin Bei strides over to the bedside and sits, signaling Ren and to continue. Soon, Renan's voice resumes. Firstly, regarding your initial inquiry about the prison of evil spirits and the prison of malefactors, my knowledge of these two zones is also quite limited. Those confined within these sectors are deemed dangerous by the warden. The prison of malefactors houses various perilous individuals, each possessing formidable strength and a litany of crimes. Every one of them has committed unforgivable sins. Every inmate there could be aptly described as a malefactor. Conversely, the prison of evil spirits does not confine humans. It is said to contain a fearsome creature. This beast's name is associated with evil spirits, hence the designation of the prison. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's expression turns grave. Indeed, the prison of evil spirits and the prison of malefactors are far from simple. Meanwhile, Li Fuguei remains ensconced in the prison block, engaged in conversation with a higher-ranking guard. "Brother Liu, I must trouble you again." Liu Lang glances at Li Fuguei, his tone languid. As per usual, payment precedes service. In the next moment, Li Fuguei produces a spatial ring. Lowering his voice as he states, "Please ensure that the prisoner named Lin Bei is confined to either the prison of evil spirits or the prison of malefactors." Chapter 147, Intelligence Acquired. Free Treasures. Liu Lang takes the spatial ring from Li Fuguei's hand, his previously indifferent tone shifting. "Rest assured, leave it to me. Moving a prisoner to a different block is something I have done countless times. I am quite adept at it." For him, relocating a prisoner is a task of utmost ease. Observing this, a smile graces Li Fuguei's face, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. "Thank you." In his view, confining Lin Bei to either the prison of evil spirits or the prison of malefactors is akin to sentencing him to death. After all, having spent so many years at Tianshan, Li Fuguei is well aware of the perils these two prisons hold. Referring to these sectors as hell is not an exaggeration. Once Lin Bei is incarcerated there, the chances of his escape become virtually non-existent. Even if he survives, he will endure relentless torment. At that point, the profits from selling 100 vials of life essence will solely benefit Li Fuguei and the auction house. Their hearts are as black as night. For many years, they have been tainted by an entity known as profit. "Lin Bei, oh Lin Bei, you ought not to have revealed your possession of life essence." At times, possessing such a treasure can invite peril. Li Fuguei does not perceive any wrongdoing in his actions. After all, what is wrong with prioritizing one's own interests? Moments later, he departs from Tianshan prison, intending to seek out Bai Zhou at the Tianshan hotel. The events are unfolding remarkably smoothly. Simultaneously, Renan continues to respond to Lin Bei's inquiries. "Now, I will address your other two questions." In truth, Tianshan prison is not particularly vast. Its name includes Great Prison due to the inherent dangers it harbors. Apart from these 4 blocks, there are areas where the guards work and reside. The town suppression tablet, which piques your interest, is actually located within the prison of malefactors. The closer one is to the town suppression tablet, the stronger the suppression effect. Since the prison of malefactors is filled with dangerous individuals, it naturally requires the tablet's formidable restraining power. Lin Bei is taken aback by the tablet's location. He had initially assumed it would be concealed in some secretive place, but the reality is starkly different. Such a miraculous object is brazenly displayed within the prison. Surely, they do not fear it being stolen? How perplexing. Yet, Lin Bei fails to consider that upon entering Tianshan prison, others' innate abilities would be suppressed, rendering the possibility of seizing the tablet non-existent. Only he has his sights set on it. Moreover, the prison of malefactors is inherently perilous. At that very moment, Bai Zhou is hastening towards the stall. Although dawn has only just broken, the area before the stall is already teeming with people. Scanning the crowd, he estimates there are at least several hundred. He halts his advance, gazing at the throngs before him, his eyes filled with astonishment. What is happening? Why are there so many people? The street is nearly bursting at the seams. After some time, the news of life essence has spread throughout Tianshan City, becoming common knowledge. And Bai Zhou is certainly aware of it. Yet, Despite his mental preparations, the fervor surrounding life essence surpasses his expectations. Pausing momentarily, Baijiu scans the packed crowd and spots several familiar figures. Those figures are the deans from other academies in Nanshan City. However, they are positioned far behind, making it nearly impossible for them to acquire any life essence. So they have indeed come. It seems they wish to procure life essence as well. Huh. If you had chosen to stay, would you still need a queue? If you desire it, simply approach Mr. Lin directly. Why go through such troubles? This scenario unfolds precisely as he anticipated. At every auction, the prominent deans always attend. However, due to financial constraints, they typically participate more for the experience than to acquire. After uttering this thought, a flicker of relief washes over Baijiu, and his gaze towards the deans gradually becomes indifferent. What a pity. We are no longer allies. In the next moment, he resumes his forward stride, yet as soon as he takes a step, he finds himself enveloped in a void. Accompanying this void are the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Sovereign Dragon. The two dragons aim to deliver a ring. After stowing the ring away, Baijiu successfully extricates himself from the void. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly calms his emotions before continuing onward. Soon, Baijiu approached the stall, decisively extracting 50 vials of life essence, and then feigned calm as he gazed into the distance. Ladies and gentlemen, do not rush. The purchase will commence shortly. As before, the highest bidder will prevail. Instantly, the crowd erupted into chaos, each individual fervently shouting their offers. Amidst the throng, the 5 esteemed deans jostled about, caught sight of Baijiu standing before the stall. They were instantly rendered dumbfounded. What on earth? Wasn't Baijiu supposed to be dead? How could he suddenly appear here? Moreover, he is selling this item, which has taken the entire Tianshan city by storm. The expressions of the 5 deans turned blank, their bodies rigid as they stood transfixed among the crowd, their gaze fixed intently upon Baijiu, presenting a stark contrast to the surrounding cacophony. After a full half-minute had passed, they gradually began to regain their composure, only to be met with a chorus of bewildered murmurs. Am I seeing things? The one selling this is actually Baijiu. How is that possible? How did he survive? He was fated to be defeated by the Shanghai organization. The manner of his survival was trivial. What truly mattered was how he possessed such a treasure. This was indeed a priceless artifact. In that moment, the 5 deans struggled to accept this shocking reality. The impact of the reversal was simply overwhelming. Meanwhile, within the confines of Tianshan prison, Ren An's voice continued to resonate. As for other miraculous items, indeed, there are 2 more. However, I am not entirely certain of their nature. I only know that one resides within the fiend god's prison, while the other is in the hands of the warden. With that, he fell silent, offering no further words. Lin Bei committed this information to memory, preparing to seek opportunities to explore these 3 locations. Subsequently, the cell returned to silence. After several minutes of tranquility, Ren An's voice once again broke the stillness. I wish to propose a transaction. Lin Bei was taken aback. The Run and who had been nearly petrified with fear just yesterday now sought to engage in a deal with him. Go on. His curiosity was piqued. What sort of transaction could possibly inspire Ren and to confront him without trepidation? Soon enough, Ren An's voice continued. I need you to help one person escape this place and deliver her to the shores of Beihai. He paused momentarily, then, without waiting for Lin Bei to respond, elaborated. Though our acquaintance has been brief, I sense you possess the ability to leave this prison effortlessly. That power you displayed yesterday must be the ability to manipulate the void. Your companions must be hidden within it, allowing you to summon them freely within the prison, with the power to traverse the void at will. Escaping this prison should be within your capabilities. Only you can bring the lady back. Lin Bei listened in silence, deep in thought. This task was simple yet intricate. While leaving Tianshan prison was indeed feasible, doing so would equate to a prison break. Escaping alone would be manageable, but bringing along another woman would exponentially increase the complexity. Nevertheless, he refrained from outright rejection. The decision to undertake a risky endeavor hinged upon the motivation behind it. If the incentive was substantial, a modicum of risk seemed trivial. What can I gain? Seeing that Lin Bei did not refuse outright, excitement surged within Renan. This is promising. He swiftly continued, a dragon from legend and a weapon from myth. Through your inquiries about the Jinyu Monument and the existence of multiple dragons, I found clarity in my strategy. The only things capable of enticing you are dragons and extraordinary treasures. Thus, he articulated his proposition. Indeed, upon hearing Renan's words, Lin Bei felt a surge of interest. Acquiring a formidable dragon was well worth the risk. What kind of dragon? As soon as he posed the question, Renan's voice responded, a hatchling of the 9-headed dragon. In an instant, Lin Bei found himself momentarily stunned. Despite having contemplated numerous possibilities, he had not anticipated that the dragon available to him would be none other than a 9-headed dragon. The very name conjured images of a creature possessing 9 heads. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Special quest triggered. Please locate the 9-headed dragon hatchling and tame it. The 9-headed dragon is also a unique dragon species. Its prowess in both attack and defense is exceptional. It can also be obtained from this system, albeit with a lower probability. Successfully taming the 9-headed dragon will yield corresponding rewards. Furthermore, you can imprint the 9-headed dragon with the system's mark, allowing it to benefit from the system's nurturing capabilities. The system's issuance of a quest confirmed the veracity of Renan's claims. They truly knew the whereabouts of the 9-headed dragon. A wave of anticipation surged within Lin Bei. He was eager to embark on this endeavor. Although he had acquired numerous dragons, none had been tamed by his own hand. The prospect of a 9-headed dragon was an extraordinary opportunity. Without hesitation, Lin Bei declared, "Deal. I will escort that individual out, and in return, you shall provide me with the 9-headed dragon hatchling. Should you attempt to deceive me, you know the consequences." Such a rare opportunity could not be overlooked. With a sigh of relief, Ren exhaled deeply, his previously taut nerves easing significantly. At least he could perceive a glimmer of hope. Rest assured, this is indeed genuine. However, only our clan can locate the 9-headed dragon, and only we can awaken it. Thus, you must ensure her safety. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. Given the brief time Ren had spent with Lin Bei, he did not fully trust him. Had it not been for this stipulation, he would not have dared to propose a transaction. Lin Bei was not surprised by this. On the contrary, had the other party lacked any means of protection, he would have questioned whether there was a hidden agenda. Agreed. Do you know where she is? We can go find her shortly. Ren was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Lin Bei's immediate willingness to act. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied, "I know her whereabouts intimately." Lin Bei nodded lightly, reassured by this information. Now, the only task remaining was to await the return of the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Sovereign Dragon. Meanwhile, Baizhou was diligently occupied. Despite merely selling 50 vials of life essence, he found himself quite overwhelmed. As prices soared to alarming heights, Baizhou became increasingly cautious when interacting with the life essence. Although he was well aware that such items held little value for Lin Bei, to the others, they were akin to miraculous elixirs. Should he inadvertently shatter a vial, he feared he would be torn apart by the crowd. With each passing moment, the life essence dwindled visibly. Approximately 3 minutes later, all 50 vials had been sold out, each fetching tens of millions. The final revenue amounted to an astounding 2 billion, a figure far exceeding Baizhou's expectations. Wow, just a few potions sold for 2 billion. If Mr. Lin wished, he could become the wealthiest person in the world. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that while Lin Bei earned money swiftly, he spent it even more rapidly. 2 billion was hardly substantial. It would only suffice to cultivate a few dragons. After all, the higher the dragon's rank, the more expensive the cultivation process. As the crowd realized that the life essence had been completely snatched away, they reluctantly began to disperse, seeking out those who had purchased it in hopes of negotiating a higher price for their acquisitions. When the throng had finally dispersed, only 5 individuals remained before the stall, namely, the 5 deans from Nanshan City. They observed Baizhou, who, for his part, paid them no heed, busily tidying up his stall. After a prolonged silence, one of the deans finally spoke up. "Brother Bai, what on earth has transpired? Why are you in such circumstances? Selling such treasures, your situation cannot possibly be dire." However, Baizhou remained indifferent to their inquiries, continuing to arrange his stall. At that moment, another voice rang out. "Lin Bei, there you are." It was none other than Wang Yuling. Instantly, Baizhou looked up from his tasks, a warm smile gracing his face as he replied, "Yuling, you have come as well." His demeanor was akin to that of a host welcoming a distinguished guest. The 5 deans from Nanshan City were taken aback, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Baizhou, who had treated them with such indifference, was displaying warmth and respect towards Wang Yuling. The disparity in his attitudes was stark. It was as if they were mere strangers of no consequence, while Wang Yuling was an individual of paramount importance, whose mere sneeze would provoke Baizhou's concern. What was the meaning of this? Why did Baizhou treat Wang Yuling with such reverence? Even if Wang Yuling possessed exceptional talent, it hardly warranted such subservience from a dean. Baizhou's demeanor resembled that of a servant. It felt as though everything had shifted since the day they departed. Not only had Baizhou miraculously survived, but he had also become considerably more enigmatic. Truly perplexing. At that moment, the 5 deans remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. They simply stared at Baizhou, rendered speechless. They were not foolish. They understood that Baizhou had little interest in engaging with them, and forcing their company would likely backfire. The 5 deans were still contemplating the life essence when Wang Yuling's reaction diverged from theirs. Having experienced the events of that fateful morning, She had grown accustomed to Bai Zhou's demeanor. Thus, she exhibited no unusual reaction, merely smiling gently as she addressed him. Lin Bei, are you the only one here? With just that one remark, Bai Zhou surmised what Wang Yuling was about to ask, and replied once more with utmost respect. Yuling, there have been some minor complications. I will explain everything in due course. Now is not the time for such discussions, if you would be so kind. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries. She was not a child. She understood well what could and could not be asked. Moreover, given Bai Zhou's demeanor, it was evident that the matter at hand was of significant importance. Soon enough, Bai Zhou had tidied up the stall and respectfully said to Wang Yuling, shall we proceed? Yuling, the moment he laid eyes on her, he had intended to keep her by his side. For the reason was simple, the unique relationship between Lin Bei and Wang Yuling. As footsteps echoed behind them, Wang Yuling followed Bai Zhou toward the Tianshan Hotel. The 5 deans from Nanshan exchanged glances and then trailed after the duo, eager to uncover the truth behind the unfolding events. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Tianshan Hotel, which had been meticulously cleaned. To their surprise, a group of auction staff awaited them, led by Li Fugui. As soon as Li Fugui spotted Bai Zhou, he hurried forward, excitement barely concealed in his tone. Lin Bei, please hand over that ring. It is his instruction. On the way here, Li Fugui had already discerned Bai Zhou's identity, hence his recognition of him as a dean. However, he found it puzzling why Bai Zhou would be in Lin Bei's employ. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Zhou retrieved the ring, handing it to Li Fugui while speaking gravely. This contains 100 portions of life essence. I hope you manage to secure a good price for it. Once the gentleman emerges, he will come to collect the payment personally. Li Fugui eagerly accepted the ring and began to inspect it. A second later, he felt reassured. Indeed, there were 100 portions of life essence contained within. Rest assured, when he emerges, I will ensure the payment is ready. Though he spoke confidently, Li Fugui harbored doubts about Lin Bei's release, considering he had expended a substantial amount of money to have him transferred to a perilous location. Meanwhile, the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Sovereign Dragon had returned to the Tianshan prison. In an instant, Lin Bei addressed Renan, the time has come. Prepare to lead the way. Renan sprang to his feet, his breath becoming noticeably heavier. He fully understood the gravity of their impending actions. It was tantamount to challenging the authority of Tianshan prison. Very well, he resolved, though the peril was palpable, it was a venture that must be undertaken. As Lin Bei rose, the confines of the cell suddenly fractured, an abyss of darkness beginning to consume the surrounding space. Approximately a second later, he and Renan were enveloped within the void. Initially, the void was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. However, it soon began to transform. Before long, the void transformed into a transparent expanse, revealing the entirety of the outside world. Renan, who had initially felt trepidation towards the void, found that his heart was devoid of any fear at this moment. His countenance was awash with astonishment, clearly taken aback by the ability to witness the outside world so vividly while suspended in the void. How wondrous! Lin Bei, however, had long since acclimated to this phenomenon. He regarded his surroundings with calm detachment and simply stated, lead the way. Immediately, Renan snapped back to reality and swiftly began to traverse the void. Being in this ethereal realm allowed him to advance freely without any hindrance. The distance between the male and female prison sectors was notably short, and with the ability to traverse the void, Lin Bei and Renan quickly arrived at the female prison sector. Naturally, they beheld everything within it. In general terms, the female prison bore a striking resemblance to the male sector, though the number of inmates was somewhat lesser. Nearly 99% of the female prisoners were confined in pairs or small groups. Only at the farthest end were there solitary cells housing individual inmates. As fate would have it, the direction in which Renan was heading led directly to these solitary confinement cells. Upon noticing this, a grave expression flitted across Lin Bei's eyes. Although his knowledge of the Heavenly Mountain prison was limited, it was evident that those deemed worthy of solitary confinement were not to be trifled with. It appeared that the situation was far more complicated than I had anticipated. It was not until they reached the end that Renan came to a halt, directing his gaze towards a cell on his left. Within that cell was a young girl who appeared to be around 10 years old. The sight of a small girl being held in solitary confinement was indeed unusual. At that moment, Renan's voice rang out again. The one I wish for you to take is her. Chapter 150. The little girl. Lin Bei furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing the young girl from within the void. She seemed to be merely 10 years of age, standing at around 1 meter 20. Despite her dirt-streaked visage, her youthfulness was unmistakable. In stark contrast to her peers, this little girl appeared frail, evidently a victim of malnutrition. After all, this was the Heavenly Mountain prison. Even the youngest of inmates were still prisoners. The Heavenly Mountain prison extended no favors, providing only the bare essentials required for survival. Thus, malnutrition was a commonplace occurrence. After observing the girl for a considerable time, he turned to Rin and with a hint of perplexity. The person you want me to take is, astonishingly, a little girl? Who is she, and why is she confined here? Previously, Lin Bei had attempted to imagine the individual Rin and wished him to escort. However, he could never have conceived that it would be a 10-year-old girl. The reality diverged entirely from his expectations. Rin fell into a momentary silence before finally speaking. Her name is Rin Ting, the daughter of our clan's leader. 6 years ago, our clan faced a calamity. I, along with several brothers, fled with the young lady, but we were ultimately trapped by a group of adversaries in the Heavenly Mountain. With nowhere left to run, we fought fiercely against them. In the end, only I and the young lady survived. The commotion we caused drew the attention of the prison's overseers, and we, along with our enemies, were all imprisoned within the Heavenly Mountain prison. The location of one's confinement is directly correlated to the severity of one's crimes. The more lives taken, the harsher the imprisonment. The reason the young lady is held alone in the last cell is because she killed an overwhelming number of foes during that battle. As he recounted this, his expression twisted into a grimace, his eyes smoldering with an intense fire. Lin Bei remained silent, having gleaned numerous critical details from Rin An's words. The most shocking revelation was the reason for Rin Ting's imprisonment. She was confined for having taken too many lives. It was remarkable to consider that this incident had transpired 6 years ago. At that time, Rin Ting was merely 4 or 5 years old. The thought of a child so young being imprisoned for excessive bloodshed was nothing short of horrifying. Observing Lin Bei's silence, Rin maintained his own quietude. He anticipated this reaction, for the circumstances were indeed surreal. Rin dared not urge Lin Bei to act. He simply waited. If Lin Bei were to change his mind, he would not press the matter further. Such matters cannot be forced. After approximately 10 seconds, Lin Bei finally collected his thoughts, slowly turning to Rin and with a calm demeanor. How intriguing. My interest in your clan grows ever deeper. Let us proceed. Upon learning of Rin An's connection to the nine-headed dragon, Lin Bei had been filled with curiosity. Now, with the newfound revelations, his fascination intensified. With such compelling matters at hand, coupled with the existence of the nine-headed dragon, Lin Bei would not entertain the idea of retreating. In the next moment, the void began to ripple. The two were transported to the cell housing Rin Ting, allowing them to come into close proximity with her. Only then did Lin Bei discern the profound sorrow reflected in Rin Ting's eyes, as if she had lost all hope. Such a condition typically manifests in those who have had everything stripped away by life and have abandoned the pursuit of light. It was evident that 6 years of imprisonment had utterly shattered Rin Ting. After all, she was merely a child. Seeing Rin Ting's state, Rin An's heart ached, his fists clenching tightly. It was not only him. Even Lin Bei felt a pang of sympathy. He had never encountered a child in such a dire situation. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Lin Bei addressed the void behind him. Ah Su, bring her in. At the moment his words fell, the void reincarnation dragon activated its power. Crack. In the stillness of the cell, the void suddenly fractured, a sharp sound reverberating through the air. Yet, despite the disturbance, Rin Ting remained unresponsive, sitting motionless in a daze. Soon, the void began to envelop her, swiftly consuming her. Upon entering the void, the first sight that greeted Rin Ting was an expanse of darkness. Still, she showed no reaction, resembling a soul long departed. Rin and Lin Bei stood quietly to the side, observing Rin Ting as she sat amidst the void, refraining from interrupting. Time passed second by second, and the darkness enveloping Rin Ting began to dissipate. After approximately 3 seconds, the void around her transformed from a shroud of darkness. Unable to withstand it any longer, Rin hurried to Rin Ting's side, kneeling in the void as he spoke. Young lady, I have come for you. His voice trembled with emotion. Yet, Rin Ting remained unresponsive, as if she could not perceive the familiar figure before her. Given this situation, Rin was not taken aback. The last time he beheld Rin Ting, she bore this very visage. Her heart had been sealed away. After kneeling for a full minute, Rin finally extended his hand towards Lin Bei, suppressing his grief as he spoke. Miss, he will escort you home. Please, endure just a little longer. Upon uttering these words, he turned to Lin Bei, his eyes brimming with supplication. In response, Lin Bei nodded slightly and addressed Rin Ting. I shall take you home. You will lead me to the nine-headed dragon. His tone was unadorned yet suffused with confidence. The moment his words fell, the seemingly lifeless Rin Ting exhibited a flicker of vitality in her gaze, as if a dormant machine had been reactivated. She slowly turned her head to gaze upon Lin Bei. Is that truly so? Lin Bei affirmed, indeed. In the next instant, a faint smile, though labored, graced Rin Ting's lips. Lin Bei, not lingering on her, issued a command to the ethereal reincarnation dragon beside him. escort her to my quarters, and ensure Bai Zhou attends to her well. The matter concerning the nine-headed dragon is of utmost importance. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yuling had also arrived. A few minutes later, Lin Bei and Run and returned to their cell. Approximately 10 minutes after their return, an alarming cacophony reverberated throughout the facility, accompanied by a chilling announcement: emergency situation. All inmates assemble in the activity area. Instantly, Lin Bei and Ren exchanged knowing glances. While others were oblivious to the unfolding events, they were acutely aware. Soon enough, all prisoners gathered, and a contingent of guards arrived, led by none other than Lu Lang. Chapter 151. Chaos erupts. Imprisoned by malice. The moment Lu Lang appeared, Lin Bei's brow furrowed tightly. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he consistently sensed waves of malevolence emanating from Lu Lang, directed solely at him. No, it was not only from Lu Lang. He also perceived similar hostility from numerous other inmates. Whether male or female, it seemed they were all deliberately encroaching upon him. So many have set their sights on me. It appears Li Fugui has indeed bestowed considerable rewards. He was no fool. Being targeted by so many without having offended anyone implied a singular possibility. Someone had orchestrated this. And it was easy to deduce the orchestrator, Li Fugui. Only he possessed the motive. Armed with this knowledge, Lin Bei would not choose to overlook the situation. He deliberately diffused his focus, remaining vigilant of those surrounding him. Simultaneously, he pondered their objectives. Did they intend to eliminate him? Or was there some other insidious scheme afoot? Clad in protective armor, Lu Lang strode among the throngs of inmates. His gaze occasionally flitting towards Lin Bei, covertly observing him. As he walked, he proclaimed, "One inmate has gone missing, and we are conducting an intensive search. During this period, the prison will be under heightened security. Should anyone dare err during this time, the consequences will be exponentially severe. What might have previously warranted mere confinement could escalate to incarceration in the infernal pit. Is that clear?" In unison, the majority of inmates responded, "Understood." Each prisoner etched this warning into their minds, admonishing themselves to avoid any missteps. They had no desire to be cast into the infernal pit, a veritable taboo for them. At that moment, those inmates harboring malice towards Lin Bei continued to weave through the crowd, their intentions unmistakable as they advanced towards him. The pre-existing hostility intensified palpably. Within seconds, they had encircled Lin Bei, their eyes fixed upon him, seemingly awaiting the onset of an event. In an instant, Lin Bei comprehended the situation. So that was it. They sought to consign him to the infernal pit. Although Lu Lang had just issued his warning, these ill-intentioned individuals were already converging. It was clear that what would transpire next would inevitably lead him to err. Should he falter at this critical juncture, he would find himself imprisoned in the infernal pit. Lu Lang, ever vigilant, noticed that his pawns were in position and hastily commanded, "Disperse, return to your respective cells. Remember, do not err. Any transgression will result in confinement in the infernal pit." As his words fell, he subtly raised an eyebrow at the prearranged inmates, signaling them to prepare for action. Swiftly, the other guards sprang into motion, guiding the inmates at the fringes towards their cells. Everything proceeded in orderly fashion. Meanwhile, the inmate closest to Lin Bei clenched his fist and, without hesitation, swung a punch at him. Though he could not summon his familiar for battle, his own combat prowess remained formidable. He could easily fell a bull with a single strike. As his fist flew forth, several other inmates mirrored his actions, launching simultaneous assaults on Lin Bei from various angles amidst the chaos. Their orders were simple: injure Lin Bei and provoke him into retaliating. Once he struck back, they could feign incapacitation, allowing Lu Lang to exploit the situation. He could use his authority to grant clemency to the others or confine Lin Bei himself. However, Lin Bei had long been prepared. The moment they initiated their attack, he summoned the power of wind and thunder within him, channeling it into his arms. Then, with blinding speed, Lin Bei pivoted and delivered a punch to the nearest assailant. He would not be foolish enough to await their assault. What was this about being sent to the infernal pit? What significance did it hold? In fact, it had already factored into his original plan. As the town prison steel resided within the infernal pit, boom, the latent lightning erupted, unleashing a torrent of ferocity that sent the assailant hurtling several dozen meters away. The point of impact was deeply indented. In an instant, the inmate lost all consciousness, blood gushing from his mouth and eyes, his chest rise and fall nearing an end. He was on the precipice of death. In that moment, the other inmates stood dumbfounded, entirely unprepared for such an outcome. How could the opponent deviate from the expected script? They had barely begun their assault, not even having touched the opponent's clothing. Yet one among them had already succumbed to such a fate. This was utterly unexpected. How could this diverge so dramatically from their predictions? How could he be so formidable? Before they could even react, Lin Bei unleashed another wave of attacks. his fists imbued with the power of wind and thunder striking relentlessly. Each punch landed with precision on the bodies of the criminals. Boom, boom, boom. Those unfortunate enough to be struck by Lin Bei faced dire consequences. Some merely spat blood, while others found themselves utterly incapacitated. In just a matter of seconds, all the targeted criminals collapsed to the ground, their hearts filled with regret. Had they known Lin Bei possessed such strength, they would have never agreed to this. The meager benefits they hoped to gain were far outweighed by the intense suffering they now endured. The surrounding criminals, still reeling from the chaos, were utterly terrified, instinctively freezing in place as they gazed at the composed Lin Bei. How powerful! One punch for each. It had been a long time since they had witnessed such a formidable adversary. How reckless they had been. They had only just received such orders. Yet now they had committed a grave error, most likely destined for the dreaded abyss of evil. How unfortunate! The inhabitants of the abyss of evil were truly terrifying. Lu Lang was also taken aback. Lin Bei's might exceeded all expectations. He had initially thought Lin Bei would suffer greatly. Yet, the reality was starkly different. The ease with which Lin Bei dispatched those criminals could be likened to a child swatting flies. Upon feeling the icy gaze of Lin Bei, Lu Lang instinctively shouted, Someone, lock him up in the abyss of evil. Chapter 152, The Abyss of Evil. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Lin Bei merely regarded Lu Lang with indifference, showing no intention of striking back for the moment. He intended to keep Lu Lang around for a simple reason. Lu Lang would undoubtedly prove instrumental when facing Li Fugui later on. Moreover, attacking those criminals was an entirely different matter compared to confronting the guards. Given the current circumstances, achieving his objectives took precedence. Meanwhile, a throng of guards ceased their activities and hurriedly gathered around Lu Lang, all on high alert as they observed Lin Bei. From the sight of the wretched criminals on the ground, they could ascertain that Lin Bei posed a significant threat. After all, it was exceedingly rare for someone to inflict such devastation upon others with their own strength. Stay right there. Otherwise, do not blame us for being unmerciful. You are merely a criminal unable to utilize your gifts. If you make any sudden moves, we will immediately summon our pets to subdue you. At that moment, Lu Lang finally exhaled a sigh of relief, though he couldn't help but grumble about Li Fugui. Why hadn't he clarified that the individuals he was tasked with handling were so troublesome? This would require additional payment. With that decision made, he loudly declared to Lin Bei, Criminal Lin Bei, you have severely injured other criminals, and your crimes are exceedingly heinous. I hereby announce that you shall be confined to the abyss of evil. As his words fell, the guards surrounding Lu Lang swiftly closed in on Lin Bei, escorting him toward the entrance of the abyss of evil. Lin Bei complied without a hint of resistance, eager for the opportunity to enter the abyss. In stark contrast to Lin Bei's calm demeanor, the other criminals observing the scene felt a whirlwind of emotions, quietly murmuring amongst themselves. They are serious. This is just a fight. In the past, such a matter would never have resulted in confinement in the abyss of evil. How unlucky. That guy is truly unfortunate to have fought at such a time. I've been in this prison for 3 years and have never seen anyone survive the abyss of evil. 3 years is nothing. I haven't seen anyone survive for 5. It is said that those who enter the abyss of evil never return alive. The chatter was chaotic. Yet the consensus was clear. They believed Lin Bei would perish in the abyss of evil. Aside from Renan, who listened to the discussions echoing in his ears, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Die in the abyss of evil? How absurd. Such nonsense. With the ability to move freely in the void, wouldn't escaping the abyss be a trivial task? Not causing chaos in the abyss would be a remarkable feat. However, Renan was not foolish enough to voice these thoughts aloud. Soon, a realization struck him. If memory serves, the individuals in Bed 3, Kong, and Bed 4, Wu, seemed to be in the abyss of evil as well. Their objective appeared to be searching for something within the abyss. In truth, Lin Bei's cell housed not just 2 individuals, but 4. The names of the other 2 were rather unusual, one named Kong and the other Wu. Hence, Lin Bei's misunderstanding. Naturally, he was unaware of this fact. After Lin Bei was taken away, Lu Lang finally relaxed, having at least fulfilled his obligations. He then turned to the incapacitated guards, feeling a throbbing headache as irritation filled his heart. The few criminals he had relied upon for assistance were now utterly useless. This venture was hardly worth it. What a bunch of inept fools. They squandered so much of my effort. Soon after, Lu Lang departed, indifferent to the fate of those left behind. To him, they had lost their value. Their lives or deaths were of no concern. Meanwhile, at the Tianshan guest hotel, a sound akin to shattering void echoed, as the void reincarnation dragon brought Ren Ting from the void into Lin Bei's room. With a low hum, it gestured for Ren Ting to remain there, before departing in haste to seek its master. Observing the empty yet well-equipped room, Ren Ting found herself at a loss for what to do. Although it was merely a standard hotel room, it felt remarkably warm and inviting, akin to a haven. She had long forgotten how long it had been since she had encountered such an environment, one filled with light and warmth. Everything felt like a dream. Is this truly reality? Am I genuinely not dreaming? As those words fell from her lips, tears flowed uncontrollably down her soiled cheeks. Even she could not comprehend why she was crying. She certainly did not wish to. Yet, she was unable to contain herself. Just then, the door that had remained tightly shut was pushed open from the outside. Entering was none other than Wang Yuling. After learning from Bai Zhou about the events that had transpired, she decided to temporarily stay in Lin Bei's room. Upon entering, Wang Yuling immediately noticed Ren Ting standing motionless and froze in place, bewildered by the current situation. After a moment of bewilderment, Wang Yuling instinctively opened her mouth and inquired, "Who are you? How did you come to be in Brother Bei's room?" She did not dwell on any sinister implications. After all, this was merely a small girl, and a particularly frail and disheveled one at that. Therefore, something must have transpired. A second later, feeling that something was amiss, Bai Zhou hurried to the scene. Subsequently, he too was taken aback. What was going on? How had an additional little girl appeared so suddenly? For a brief moment, the three of them exchanged puzzled glances, each struggling to comprehend the situation. The room was enveloped in silence, due to the proximity of the evil prison to the gathering point for the inmates. Lin Bei arrived at the entrance shortly thereafter. Several prison guards swiftly opened the prison gate, commanding, "Enter." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei stepped into the evil prison. The instant he crossed the threshold, the heavy gate slammed shut behind him. In the next moment, an overwhelming stench of blood assaulted his senses, causing his brow to furrow tightly. From the mere scent of blood, the extraordinary nature of the evil prison was unmistakable. He cast his gaze ahead. Although the surroundings were dim, he could still discern objects. Before him lay a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Chapter 153. I am here to care for you. The moving corpses. Numerous bodies lay strewn across the ground, marred by various wounds. Some bore the marks of sharp weapons, while others showed the signs of blunt force trauma. Essentially, every corpse appeared to have met a tragic end, their faces still etched with the remnants of fear, indicating that they had endured immense suffering before succumbing to death. Blood was spread across the entire floor, weaving a horrifying tapestry of dark crimson. Moreover, due to the enclosed and damp atmosphere, the blood had not congealed. Instead, it continued to flow across the ground. The suffocatingly intense odor of blood had already permeated the air, far surpassing the stench encountered at the Tianshan guest hotel. The evil prison was an entirely different realm compared to the male and female inmate areas. Though Lin Bei had only just entered the evil prison for less than a minute, he already sensed the extraordinary nature of this place. No wonder their reactions had been so intense. The evil prison was indeed a perilous location. Despite his thoughts, he felt no trepidation within. After all, he had his trump card. At this moment, Lin Bei merely stood at the entrance, refraining from venturing deeper, for no one knew what awaited him ahead. Thus, until he was adequately prepared, he would not recklessly proceed. The prison's monument was indeed of great importance. Yet his own safety was equally paramount. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several minutes had passed. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar echoed from the void, and Lin Bei, rooted in place, could not help but smile. Now that Asu has returned, I can commence my actions. The void reincarnation dragon was the preparation he required. As long as he could enter the void, his safety would be greatly assured. Not to mention that he could now facilitate a collaboration between the Time Sovereign and the void reincarnation dragon. The combination of time and the power of the void had elevated Lin Bei to a state of invincibility. Regardless of whether he could secure victory, at the very least, he would not perish. In the next moment, Lin Bei took a step forward, his foot landing upon the blood-soaked ground. The void reincarnation dragon and the Time Sovereign dragon closely followed him into the void. Should any danger arise, Lin Bei would be forcibly drawn into the void. The further he advanced, the more intense the stench of blood became. Simultaneously, an odd sensation began to burgeon within him. Strangely, Lin Bei sensed an almost imperceptible killing intent emanating from those corpses. Each and every one of them exuded this aura. It was as if these individuals had not truly perished. His brow furrowed even tighter, and his sense of vigilance heightened. Something was amiss. These corpses were undoubtedly abnormal. Despite their lifeless state, he could still perceive a murderous intent emanating from them. At that moment, Lin Bei was fully prepared to confront any danger that might arise. He had no qualms about ensuring these corpses could finally rest in peace. Meanwhile, within the Tianshan guest hotel, Wang Yuling, Bai Zhou, and Ren Ting continued to gaze at one another in stunned silence. None of them dared to break the stillness, with Wang Yuling and Bai Zhou feeling somewhat bewildered, unsure of what to say. As for Ren Ting, She was gripped by fear, hesitant to utter a word. To her, the only individuals she could trust at this moment were Lin Bei and Renan. As for the others, they were no different from those within the Tianshan Great Prison. The silence lingered for an eternity until Wang Yuling finally spoke up, shattering the quiet. Do you know Lin Bei? The woman's innate intuition led her to suspect something. This small girl before her had undoubtedly experienced some inhuman ordeals. Otherwise, she would not have been reduced to this state at such a tender age. Upon hearing Lin Bei's name, a glimmer of light appeared in Ren Ting's eyes, and she nodded vigorously, responding softly, I know him. As soon as her words fell, Wang Yuling's voice rang out again. Did he bring you here? Deep down, she already had her answer. Soon after, Ren Ting continued, No. It was his dragon that brought me here. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling and Bai Shou exchanged glances, both reflecting a look of understanding. In the next moment, the two stepped into the room. As they walked, Wang Yuling reassured Ren Ting, saying, You need not fear. We are his friends and will not harm you. Upon hearing that the two were friends of Lin Bei, Ren Ting's inner trepidation began to dissipate somewhat, yet she remained unable to return to a state of normalcy, merely standing there, too afraid to move. Observing this, Wang Yuling felt a pang of sympathy. What kind of cruel experiences must this 10-year-old girl have endured to become like this? Although she was uncertain of Lin Bei's intentions, she was acutely aware that he would not casually bring a girl into his company. There must be a compelling reason behind it. Thus, Wang Yuling resolved to assist Lin Bei in caring for Ren Ting. With a gentle tone, she addressed the girl standing before her. Since Brother Bei is not here, let me take care of you for now. I am certainly more attentive than that careless man. Ren Ting found herself at a loss, unsure of how to respond. She had not felt such warmth and kindness from an outsider in a long time. Just moments ago, Lin Bei, and now Wang Yuling. One was intent on sending her home, while the other wished to care for her. Both gestures filled Ren Ting's heart with warmth. Thank you. In stark contrast to the warmth of the Tianshan guest hotel, Lin Bei found himself enveloped in an environment that could only be described as its polar opposite. At this moment, the malice emanating from the corpses surrounding him was far more intense, surpassing that of the previous criminals he encountered. It was colder, more palpable. Finally, after walking another 100 meters, the situation took a dramatic turn. Creak. The lifeless bodies lying on the ground suddenly rose to their feet, swiftly encircling Lin Bei at the center. Each of them wielded an assortment of weapons, each crafted from bone, stained with copious amounts of blood. Lin Bei halted his advance, and upon witnessing these reanimated corpses, he finally comprehended the source of the malice he had sensed. It became clear. You are not truly dead. He was certain. These individuals had all perished, devoid of any signs of life. The current predicament was undoubtedly triggered by some external factor. Chapter 154. The dead should appear as the dead. Although these cadavers had encircled Lin Bei, they remained motionless, as if their sole purpose in rising was to instill fear. Observing this, Lin Bei refrained from any hasty actions. Instead, he scrutinized the corpses, his mind racing to analyze the unfolding situation. What could possibly grant these evidently deceased beings the ability to move once more? Was it a deliberate act or the result of some other influence? If it were the latter, could it be harnessed for synthesis? He must uncover the truth. However, Lin Bei was uncertain, unable to discern whether this enigmatic occurrence was human-induced or the result of some other force. Yet, he did not feel anxious. Given the circumstances, he believed that as long as he sought the town prison monument, the truth would inevitably reveal itself. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Bei took another step forward. But the moment his foot touched the ground, the assembled corpses raised their weapons, their malice intensifying once more. Yet, they merely lifted their arms, refraining from any further action. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Lin Bei hastily withdrew his foot. At that instant, the corpses lowered their weapons, reverting to their previous encircled formation. After a second, Lin Bei took another step forward, and once more, the corpses raised their weapons, maintaining their stance without launching an attack. After another second, he retracted his foot, and naturally, the corpses followed suit, lowering their weapons. So that is the case. These corpses seek to prevent my advance. After conducting this series of experiments, Lin Bei grasped the situation. Simultaneously, his curiosity deepened. What lies ahead? Standing calmly, Lin Bei gazed into the distant gloom, a hint of intrigue gracing his features. Though only darkness was visible, it exuded a deadly allure, beckoning him to explore further. After a moment of silent contemplation, Lin Bei took a deep breath, preparing to delve deeper. Regardless of the peril that awaited, he was determined to uncover the truth. Yet, just as Lin Bei lifted his foot, a voice suddenly echoed from nearby. Do not proceed any further. Otherwise, you too shall become one of them. Accompanying this voice were several figures hastily emerging from the shadows, 5 in total. Each appeared disheveled, clearly suffering from prolonged deprivation of food and rest. Lin Bei paused, momentarily abandoning his intent to advance, and withdrew his foot. In the next moment, he locked eyes with the newcomers and inquired in a calm tone, "What lies ahead? What has caused this situation?" As he spoke, Lin Bei retrieved some provisions he had prepared earlier from his system space, casually placing them beside him. While the food was not lavish, it was certainly a rarity within the prison. "Answer my questions, and this food is yours." The words spoken by these individuals had already divulged much information, and their actions hinted at an underlying benevolence. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to behave in such a manner. Although the inmates confined in the notorious evil prison were predominantly wicked, some, like Lin Bei, were ensnared by the machinations of various adversaries, landing them in this perilous place. As Lin Bei's provisions caught their attention, the newcomers' mouths began to water, quickly filling their mouths with saliva. Gulp, gulp. Instinctively, they began swallowing, their eyes fixated on the food before them. Undoubtedly, sustenance was their greatest temptation. After all, in the evil prison, the resources and food available were vastly inferior to those in the male and female sections. They exclaimed in a frenzy, "There's a madman inside who can control these corpses. Beyond this point lies his territory. You must not enter without his permission." Those who had endured the pangs of hunger could hardly resist the allure of food. Only those who had faced starvation understood the true value of sustenance. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and continued his inquiry. How can he control the corpses? Isn't his talent suppressed? His curiosity was piqued. If his abilities were indeed repressed, how could he manipulate the dead? Unless there were some exceptional circumstances involved. Soon, the group resumed speaking. "You are new to the evil prison and lack understanding of this place. Though he is a prisoner, he has gained the warden's favor and dons the same gear as the guards, allowing him to wield his powers freely. Furthermore, his control over the corpses does not stem from his own abilities or pets, but from a treasure bestowed upon him by the warden. Rather than being a prisoner, he is more akin to a guardian of the evil prison. All wicked souls shall meet their demise at his hands, while only those of us wrongfully accused may escape death." At this juncture, the group paused briefly before continuing. "Only by remaining in the cells at the edges can one ensure their safety. Our current predicament is dire. If we linger outside the cells for more than 10 minutes, these corpses will turn on us. We must return quickly. It is far too dangerous out here." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei fully grasped the gravity of the situation. A guardian? What he seeks to protect is solely the town suppression tablet. To seize the town suppression tablet from a person of such caliber is undeniably no trifling matter. Furthermore, the prison cells, typically shunned by inmates, have inexplicably transformed into the safest haven here. Only by remaining within can one hope to survive. Yet, Lin Bei does not waver. Rather, an even stronger anticipation surges within him. It seems this venture will yield more than merely the town suppression tablet. In the next moment, he gazes ahead, resolutely taking a step forward, as he proclaims, "The dead should embody the essence of death." Chapter 155, Devoured by Lightning, Torn Asunder by Gale. Upon witnessing Lin Bei's unwavering advance, the 5 individuals poised to partake of their meal were momentarily taken aback. They did not even attempt to indulge in the enticing food before them. Instinctively, they murmured, "What is he doing? Why does he continue to move forward? Has he lost his mind?" They were perplexed. Despite being acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead, why would he make such a choice? It was an unequivocal act of self-destruction, and no one could dissuade him. Insanity. Pure insanity. These 5 were bewildered, questioning the existence of such a person in the world. Is it not preferable to live safely? Why must one seek death? Even a meager existence is certainly better than the finality of death. To enter that man's domain is truly akin to seeking one's own demise. For one must understand, to step into that realm entails confronting countless assaults from the corpses. The undead are tireless, and this is merely the beginning. The deeper one ventures, the more terrifying the dangers become. Others have attempted similar feats in the past, yet none have met with a favorable outcome. Thus, the 5 stood there, stupefied and aghast, paralyzed by fear, unsure of how to proceed. Ultimately, they chose to remain rooted in place. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had taken that fateful step. It was as though he had ignited a blaze among the wild grasses. The multitude of corpses surrounding him were instantly awakened, each brandishing weapons crafted from the bones of various creatures, unhesitatingly launching an assault towards the heart of the encirclement where Lin Bei stood. Swish, swish. The sharp bone blades descended, stained with traces of blood, appearing ghastly in the darkness. At least 10 bone blades aimed at Lin Bei, converging with a ferocity that threatened to reduce him to mere pulp. Besides the bone blades, there were also bone spears, bone hammers, bone axes, and bone clubs. The sheer variety of skeletal weaponry attacking simultaneously could only be described as a torrential downpour. At the epicenter of this relentless assault, Lin Bei, without hesitation, commanded the Void Reincarnation Dragon to envelop him, vanishing into the void. In the next instant, a multitude of skeletal weapons struck the ground where he had just stood, all missing their target, crashing against the hard earth, sending echoes of impact reverberating through the air. The ground was utterly ravaged. Deep gashes, terrifying craters, and spiderweb-like fissures marred the surface. Had it been steel that had been struck, it would have suffered considerable damage. Subsequently, the army of corpses fell silent, as they could no longer perceive the presence of a threat. At this moment, Lin Bei remained within the void, observing the external chaos with detached calm. In truth, he had the means to withstand the earlier onslaught. His choice to enter the void stemmed from a desire to gauge the potency of the undead's attacks. After all, to know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. Moreover, the combat styles of the dead differ fundamentally from those of the living. The extent of power they can exert remains an enigma. To inflict such devastation, it appears that once under control, the strength of these corpses intensifies. Indeed, while alive, combat is often tempered by considerations of consequence. But what of the dead? In death, there is no need to contemplate repercussions. The notions of counterforce and bodily harm are rendered irrelevant. They are already deceased, and thus, such concerns are moot. Consequently, the combat prowess of the undead surpasses that of their living selves. Yet, this is merely raw combat strength. Other faculties remain inaccessible. The five, standing near the food, averted their eyes from the scene unfolding before them, only hearing the sounds of the assault, which instilled in them an overwhelming dread. They had borne witness to the horror of the army of corpses firsthand. Some unfortunate souls had been rendered unrecognizable, their very bones shattered. When silence finally returned, the five cautiously opened their eyes, their expressions etched with terror as they gazed ahead. Yet all they beheld was the grotesque aftermath upon the ground. As for Lin Bei, not a trace remained of him. In that instant, a shared realization washed over them, and instinctively, they shook their heads. What was the point? Not even a scrap remains. He could have lived, yet he chose to suffer instead. What could be more terrifying than death? They subconsciously believed Lin Bei had perished at the hands of the undead. For both their understanding and the current situation suggested a high likelihood of such an outcome. Simultaneously, observing the now silent army of corpses, Lin Bei once again stirred from his void, reappearing a dozen meters above the skeletal horde. At this juncture, he had garnered a preliminary comprehension of the undead's strength, and thus he would not hold back. Wind and thunder wings. With a low incantation, a tempestuous surge of lightning and raging winds erupted behind Lin Bei. The once dimly lit environment was instantly illuminated by a brilliant azure glow. In the next heartbeat, enveloped in lightning and gale, Lin Bei plummeted from the sky to the earth below. Boom! Upon his contact with the ground, the lightning and wind erupted with even greater ferocity, rapidly radiating outward. The lightning coalesced into a semicircular formation. Initially, the diameter was merely half a meter, but within half a second, it expanded to 5 meters. The speed of its expansion was nothing short of terrifying. Moreover, the lightning field continued to grow. Any corpse within the expanding radius would be consumed by the lightning sphere. Given that lightning inherently possesses the power to paralyze, the corpses absorbed within would find themselves immobilized, unable to move or retaliate. They feel no pain. Even standing amidst the lightning, they would only suffer destruction without the sensation of torment. The gale, meanwhile, took on a blade-like form, concealed within the lightning field, wreaking havoc. A multitude of wind blades unleashed their assault. Some struck the bodies of the corpses, while others targeted the weapons they wielded. Swish, swish. The cacophony of numerous wind blades slicing through the air resonated as if a tempest of extraordinary magnitude were raging. These wind blades effortlessly severed the limbs of the undead, wreaking havoc upon their skeletal forms. The emergence of the tempestuous power of wind and thunder captured the attention of the 5 individuals, instinctively prompting them to retreat several paces. Chapter 156. Lu Wen, Kong, and Wu. As they gazed upon the thunderous force that had expanded to a minimum of 20 meters, a myriad of thoughts came to an abrupt halt within their minds. The only reflection in their eyes was the ceaseless blue of the tempestuous lightning. All they could perceive was the lightning consuming everything in its wake. The rampant winds and the corpses being annihilated within were entirely obscured from their view. Merely witnessing the lightning was enough to leave these 5 in a state of astonishment, prompting them to exclaim, "What on earth is happening? How can there be lightning in the abyss of evil? Such formidable lightning, its spread is astonishingly rapid. I can scarcely keep up with my own eyes. Despite the distance separating me from the lightning, my body feels unresponsive, as if paralyzed. How terrifying!" Meanwhile, amidst the thunder, Lin Bei observed his surroundings with an air of indifference. In his line of sight, all the corpses caught within the thunderous force field had sustained catastrophic damage. Some had their arms severed by wind blades, others their legs, and some even had their heads cleaved in two. A few were bisected at the waist. Even the various bone weapons they wielded had suffered varying degrees of destruction. While the bones had commendable hardness, they were ultimately no match for the ferocity of the six-winged thunder dragon's tempestuous winds. Undoubtedly, those corpses no longer posed a threat. Thus, Lin Bei quickly took steps to proceed forward. With each stride, the thunderous force field expanded once more, resulting in more corpses being consumed and annihilated. Lin Bei's journey progressed smoothly, with not a single corpse able to approach him. His advancement was steady, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Simultaneously, deep within the abyss of evil, a figure clad in the garb of a jailer was exchanging glances with two men in their 30s. Their bodies were marred with numerous scars, blood-soaked garments rendering them quite disheveled. These two men were Kong and Wu, Lin Bei's fellow inmates who had managed to infiltrate the abyss of evil some time ago. With a deep breath, Kong finally spoke. "We have finally arrived at this place. It is truly no easy feat to meet you, Mr. Lewin, the former saint of the Bright Altar." As he spoke, Kong couldn't help but reflect on the treacherous journey they had endured, having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the undead on more than one occasion. Under the immense pressure exerted upon their abilities, dealing with those corpses was no simple task. Moreover, these undead were far more complex than they appeared. After being defeated in the first phase, they revealed a second phase. Were it not for certain special means allowing them to contend with these corpses, they would never have reached this place. Having spoken, Kong turned his attention to the man in the jailer's attire before him. Indeed, this man, who commanded the abyss of evil and controlled the undead, was Lewin. He was the very individual referenced by the spirit immortal, once a saint of the Bright Altar. He had been imprisoned in the Tianshan Great Prison due to a grave error. While others were aware of this information, the reality seemed to diverge significantly. Lewin scrutinized the two unfamiliar individuals, his brow furrowing beneath his helmet. "Who are you? What business do you have with me?" Despite overseeing the order of the abyss of evil, he did not immediately eliminate these clearly unusual intruders. Lewin was taken aback. After years of confinement within the abyss, this was the first time he had encountered prisoners who could enter alive. Kong and Wu exchanged a glance, instinctively aware of one another's thoughts, and quickly articulated their purpose. "We wish to broker a transaction with you, a deal that would benefit both parties." As their words hung in the air, both felt a surge of tension, eagerly awaiting Lewin's response. The significance of this transaction was paramount. Lewin, intrigued, pondered the nature of such a transaction that would compel these two to risk death by entering the abyss of evil to seek him out. One could easily surmise that this was indeed a vital exchange, warranting inquiry. "Speak," he commanded. "Should I find it acceptable, I shall acquiesce." In the next moment, Kong's voice resonated once more. "We wish to offer an angelic halo in exchange for the artifact you possess that commands these undead. You must be well aware of the halo's capabilities. The angelic halo can purify your fallen dark angel companion. Should the purification succeed in restoring it to its former glory as a normal angel, you would be free to depart from this place. You could leave in a manner both honorable and unburdened." Upon hearing this, Lewin fell into a deep silence, a wave of pain surging uncontrollably within him. The reason for his confinement in the abyss of evil was precisely this: redemption. Were it not for this, he would never have entered the abyss. After all, he was a saint of the Bright Altar. Noticing Lewin lost in thought, Kong and Wu exchanged another glance, mutually deciding to remain silent and not disrupt his contemplation. Their mission was to negotiate with Lewin, not to resort to forceful acquisition. Even if they had the inclination for theft, it would be a futile endeavor. This was the abyss of evil, and Lewin was its master. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, who strolled amidst the myriad of lightning, his pace leisurely, akin to a person taking a stroll on a rainy day. Had there not been dismembered limbs and shattered bones surrounding him, it would have resembled a simple walk. Before he realized, he had traversed a distance of over 100 meters. The hemispherical coverage of lightning had expanded to 300 meters. 300 meters, the current limit. The six-winged thunder dragon was merely a half-step king-level dragon, its power not particularly formidable. Lin Bei could only shake his head in resignation. Is 300 meters all it can cover? Its power remains too feeble. I must find a way to elevate the dragons to king level. He couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Lin Bei was not one to bask in fleeting accomplishments, for no one understood better than he the multitude of dangers that awaited him in the future. The mere power of the holy white dragon was sufficient to incite envy in many. Chapter 157. I charged towards it in a swift motion. Lin Bei resumed his advance. With each step he took, The electrifying force field that enveloped a radius of 300 meters moved in tandem with him. For every meter Lin Bei traversed, the force field shifted correspondingly. However, it merely shifted. It did not continue to expand. At this juncture, his pace quickened, no longer leisurely as before. His expression now bearing a hint of gravity. Considering the current rate of consumption, the force field could not be sustained for much longer. At most, it could endure for another 5 minutes. 5 minutes would suffice. As he murmured this to himself, Lin Bei's speed intensified further. Whoosh, whoosh. With the thunderous wings behind him flapping vigorously, he advanced several meters in the blink of an eye. Naturally, the speed of the force field's movement escalated correspondingly. Simultaneously, as the force field withdrew rapidly, the shattered corpses and fragmented bone weapons concealed within it were finally exposed to the original space once more. The 5 individuals who had previously dissuaded Lin Bei remained in a state of shock, rooted beside the food. Despite the tantalizing aroma wafting from the food nearby and the gnawing hunger emanating from their bellies, they found themselves utterly devoid of appetite, their gazes fixed vacantly ahead. What lay before them was a gruesome sight of charred corpses, all scorched by lightning. Not a single body was intact. It was utterly horrific. In addition to these tragically mangled remains, there were various shattered bone weapons scattered about. It seemed as though these corpses had just engaged in a fierce battle amidst a tempest of thunder and lightning. For a moment, the 5 were at a loss for how to react. Shock, confusion, curiosity, and a myriad of intense emotions flooded their minds instantaneously. It was the chaos that rendered them speechless. They gazed at the receding force field and the terrifying spectacle unveiled before their eyes, standing motionless and silent for a full minute. Finally, one of them managed to break the prolonged silence, stammering, "Am I dreaming? How could such a thing occur in the abyss of evil? The corpses that have claimed countless lives are now all vanquished." He was genuinely terrified. The longer one remained in the abyss of evil, the more acutely aware they became of how troublesome these corpses were. While these remains might pose little threat to those outside the prison, easily vanquished by summoning pets, within the prison, no matter how extraordinary one's talents were, they could only rely on their own strength to fight. Thus, within the Tianshan prison, these corpses appeared overwhelmingly formidable. As his voice echoed, the others also began to awaken from their stupor. The next moment, they instinctively voiced their astonishment. Today is truly an eye-opener. What kind of monster has been captured in the Tianshan prison? I can't believe that fellow possesses such strength, completely incongruent with his appearance. Could he be someone with special connections? Most likely, otherwise, it would be impossible to explain all this. Indeed, they had tacitly accepted this fact. It was hardly their fault. One could only blame Lin Bei. After all, his performance was nothing short of remarkable. The Tianshan prison is a place where the powerful are rendered ordinary. In this world, being ordinary signifies weakness. Yet, Lin Bei had never anticipated that he would be perceived as someone with connections in their eyes. However, even if he were aware, he would harbor no particular thoughts about it. Lin Bei would not alter his plans based on others' perceptions. His objective was simple: to obtain the prison-suppressing monument and another treasure. At this moment, Lin Bei was moving swiftly, making excellent progress. He encountered no danger whatsoever, not even a hint of malice. All the corpses were consumed by the lightning, plunging into a state of immobility, nearing a second death. After 3 minutes of relentless advancement, Lin Bei reached the depths of the abyss of evil. In his line of sight, he could vaguely discern a colossal stone monument. Clearly, he still had some distance to cover to reach his destination. For reasons unknown, the number of corpses in the depths of the abyss had significantly diminished. Taking a deep breath, he withdrew the power of wind and thunder. It had been considerably depleted. It was time to replenish. After all, the surroundings were relatively safe. The next moment, Lin Bei extracted his divine weapon, Qian Huan, and continued his forward march. As he resumed his actions, at the far end of the abyss, Lu Ying, who had been deep in thought, abruptly lifted his head, his cold gaze fixed ahead, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Who is it?" As he spoke, he turned to Kong and Wu, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Is the one approaching one of yours?" At this, Kong and Wu were taken aback as well, equally astonished. What? Someone is actually making their way here? No way. Unlike the others in the abyss, the two had been imprisoned for a short duration, thus remaining relatively informed about the external situation. They had previously investigated numerous matters and found no special entities among the myriad of prisoners outside. Each one lacked any significant threat. Hence, they had felt secure entering the abyss of evil. No, it has nothing to do with us. They were keen to prevent Lu Ying from misunderstanding. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. The moment they confirmed this, Lu Ying's frown deepened, and a flicker of doubt surfaced in his mind. If it had no relation to them, then who could be approaching? An enemy? A friend? Or perhaps someone here for a transaction? And how had they arrived? Let us set aside the matter of the transaction for now. I must greet a guest. Despite Kong and Wu's reluctance, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Subsequently, Luing positioned himself before them, his gaze fixed intently ahead, awaiting the arrival of the third guest. 2 minutes swiftly passed, and Lin Bei, rushing at full speed, finally appeared before Luing. In the next instant, Luing inquired, "Who are you? What is your purpose for coming here?" Lin Bei halted his advance, casting a calm gaze forward. Upon seeing the presence of 3 individuals, he was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. He then extended a finger towards the distant prison suppressing monument and replied slowly, "I charge towards it." Chapter 158. Beneath the flesh, white bones lie hidden. Upon hearing Lin Bei articulate his purpose, Kong and Wu could not help but express their astonishment. The two of them were utterly astonished. Firstly, it was due to Lin Bei's forthrightness. He casually articulated a terrifying intention that was clearly alarming. Secondly, it was because of Lin Bei's audacious goal. He had set his sights on the town prison monument. Even they, seasoned as they were, dared not entertain thoughts about it. Despite having expended tremendous effort to arrive in the abyss of evil spirits, they still refrained from coveting the town prison monument. Instead, focusing their ambitions on the treasures held by Luing, Kong regarded Lin Bei with a mixture of amusement and incredulity, instinctively lowering his voice as he remarked to Wu, "What a reckless endeavor, to have set his sights on the town prison monument, and to utter such words in front of Luing. Does he not realize that coveting the 3 great treasures within the prison is tantamount to courting death?" Wu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of the statement. Indeed, it is a perilous pursuit. However, since he has managed to arrive here, there must be a compelling reason. He is likely sent by another organization. The only group audacious enough to challenge the town prison monument would be the lunatics of the Shanghai organization. No sooner had his words left his lips than Kong interjected, "That is highly probable. After all, the treasures confined within the abyss of evil spirits are sufficient to tempt the Shanghai organization into taking risks. Yet, I believe it is futile. With both the town prison monument and Luing present, they will not stir up any significant trouble." Wu refrained from continuing the conversation, instead observing Lin Bei intently. Unbeknownst to them, their expressions had grown notably somber, their eyes flashing with hostility. It was clear they harbored a strong dislike for the Shanghai organization. Although they had mistaken Lin Bei for a member of that group, they did not perceive him as a threat. The reason was straightforward. They were in the abyss of evil spirits, an area where one's talents were severely suppressed. Lin Bei had openly declared his intentions because there was no need for concealment. Sooner or later, his motives would be revealed, so it was more prudent to voice them directly. Following this, he turned his attention to the 3 individuals ahead, one clad in prison guard attire and 2 others in different garments. Among them, Lin Bei could only confirm Lu Ying's identity. Deep within the abyss of evil spirits, the figure in guard uniform, commanding a legion of corpses, matched precisely the description provided by the previous 5. One of the items he sought was undoubtedly in this person's possession, while another lay behind him. Lin Bei's gaze remained fixated on Luing, inadvertently overlooking Kong and Wu. Simultaneously, Luing was also scrutinizing Lin Bei. He found Lin Bei's boldness quite surprising. "You possess remarkable courage to speak such words in my presence." He paused momentarily, allowing a second to pass before continuing. "However, regardless of your intentions, I will not permit you to take the town prison monument. Its presence is essential for me to fulfill my obligations." Lin Bei felt no surprise at this declaration. After all, how could one simply claim possession of the town prison monument? To take it would inevitably involve facing certain challenges. He shifted his gaze to the town prison monument behind him, from which an unusual aura emanated, swiftly enveloping the surroundings and effortlessly infiltrating the bodies present. Among the 4, only Luing, clad in prison garb, could evade such an occurrence. Lin Bei, Kong, and Wu were left to absorb this power into their own beings. After a few seconds, Lin Bei redirected his attention to Luing. "Whether I can take the town prison monument is not for you to decide." He was acutely aware of the consequences that would arise should he attempt to take the town prison monument. Thus, he had meticulously devised a strategy that would not only secure the monument for himself, but also allow the abyss of evil spirits to maintain its unique characteristics. In the next moment, Luing produced a staff fashioned from bone from his spatial ring, gripping it tightly in his hand. "In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. If you wish to seize the town prison monument, then by all means, try." As his words fell, he raised the bone staff high, a surge of power coursing into it. A moment later, a chilling aura seeped from the staff, mingling with the surrounding air. Lu Ying then spoke again. "If you believe that the corpses are the ones guarding the town prison monument, you are gravely mistaken. Those corpses are merely a facade. In the next instant, the corpses Lin Bei had previously slain, which lay scattered upon the ground, began to rise once more. Despite some having their legs severed, they stood upright with eerie resilience. The chilling sounds emanating from these corpses were reminiscent of something forcefully attempting to break free from their flesh. In an instant, Lin Bei turned to glance behind him. Simultaneously, the resurrected corpses underwent a remarkable transformation. Bones began to pierce through the flesh, relentlessly emerging as though they possessed a will of their own. Seconds passed, and with each tick of time, more bones protruded. The bones that emerged from the corpses began to assemble on their own. Bones from different corpses fused together, some retaining a humanoid form, while others morphed into grotesque shapes. For instance, towering 4 meters high, a skeletal warrior with 5 arms. Another, a creature with 3 heads and 6 legs, resembling a spider. Each transformation was more terrifying than the last. Those corpses stripped of their skeletal support collapsed like heaps of sludge, appearing even more horrific than when they stood. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Bei's breath grew heavy with an ominous weight. It became clear that the real danger lay hidden beneath the flesh. This treasure was proving to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. He was increasingly convinced that such a treasure was well suited for the sky-swallowing dragon slayer. After all, the sky-swallowing dragon slayer was a bone dragon. Within mere seconds, the bones of all the corpses in the abyss of evil spirits had completed their assembly. With hollow, darkened eye sockets, they fixed their unblinking gaze upon Lin Bei. The crisis had arrived. Chapter 159, a solo battle against the bones. Time paused. Meanwhile, in the front half of the abyss of evil spirits, the 5 individuals bore witness to the horrifying sight of bones erupting from the corpses. In an instant, they collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by a wave of terror. 2 of them fainted, losing consciousness entirely. The 3 remaining, who barely clung to their awareness, trembled, unable to utter a single word. Their first encounter with such an extraordinary phenomenon left them utterly astonished. Indeed, who would have thought that someone could wield control over skeletal remains? Both Kong and Wu, standing beside Lang, instinctively took a half-step back, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The transformation of the skeletal warriors from mere corpses was entirely beyond the scope of the intelligence they had gathered. The situation was far more complex than they had anticipated. They could scarcely fathom the implications had they encountered such bizarre skeletal warriors on their journey here. It could well have rendered their arrival impossible. Yet, despite their astonishment, they quickly regained their composure, for they were trained professionals who typically maintained their poise. Kong swiftly turned to Wu, lowering his voice, his tone slightly trembling as he inquired, "Are we thinking along the same lines? The treasures we came to trade have exceeded our initial expectations. Not only can one command the corpses, but they can also control the very bones." His voice quivered with excitement, reflecting the fervor within. Wu's reaction mirrored his own, his eyes wide as he gazed at the battalion of skeletal warriors, his breath quickening uncontrollably. What a delightful surprise. We must find a way to report this to our superiors. Acquiring such an artifact from Lang cannot be accomplished with mere angelic auras. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Kong and Wu stepped aside, maintaining a cautious distance from Lang, and began to employ a specialized method of communication with others. Reaching out to others within the confines of Tianshan prison proved to be a formidable task. Crack, crack. Various monstrous entities composed of bone synchronized their movements, swiftly encircling Lin Bei at the center. Gripping the divine weapon Qianhuan tightly, Lin Bei regarded the surrounding skeletal army with an air of indifference. Did they truly believe they could vanquish him with this assemblage of bones? Even though he was aware of the impending assault, he remained unfazed. Mere bone creatures? What was there to fear? No matter how robust or resilient they might appear, they could never rival a bone dragon. The very essence of bone determined this hierarchy. Human bones and dragon bones were simply incomparable. Lang, observing this scene, scoffed disdainfully. "You wish to obtain the prison-suppressing monument? First survive." At that moment, he sat down heavily, gasping for breath, beads of sweat glistening upon his forehead. It was evident that wielding the power of this scepter was an arduous task. After just a single use, fatigue washed over him. Gradually, he closed his eyes, resting while murmuring, "Indeed. Employing such an artifact is far more exhausting than utilizing one's innate abilities. I wonder where that fellow acquired this scepter." In truth, Lang preferred to engage in battle utilizing his natural gifts, but his abilities had become tainted, and he would refrain from using them unless absolutely necessary. In the following moment, the skeletal army surrounding Lin Bei launched a coordinated attack. A colossal skeletal monster, towering at 8 meters, with hands the size of a sedan, swung its arm downwards with tremendous force towards Lin Bei. Boom! Like a vehicle plummeting from the sky, the air pressure above was instantly disrupted. Lin Bei could distinctly feel the impact barreling towards him, his clothing and hair plastered tightly against his form. A skeletal creature, its arm transformed into a massive blade, rapidly closed in on Lin Bei, swinging the blade with reckless abandon aimed directly at his waist. Should he be struck, his body would undoubtedly be cleaved in two. Alongside these two skeletal monsters, others unleashed their assaults, turning Lin Bei into a target for a multitude of attacks. It was as though he stood at the eye of a storm, facing an onslaught of peril. Despite the imminent danger, his expression remained one of calm detachment, as if he were oblivious to the threats surrounding him. As time passed, the danger grew closer. In just a second, the massive skeletal blade was a mere 10 centimeters from Lin Bei, the enormous skeletal hand hovering ominously above, nearly brushing against his hair. The situation had become exceedingly dire. Kong and Wu exchanged glances, their hearts filled with trepidation. Kong swallowed hard, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Fortunately, we did not provoke laying. Otherwise, we would share the same fate. Wu nodded in agreement, exhaling deeply. Faced with these skeletal monsters, I lack even the confidence to survive. Although bones were remnants of corpses, they could be combined at will, enabling them to unleash greater power. In that very moment, Lin Bei initiated a new maneuver. He directed his gaze towards the Time's sovereign dragon hovering in the void, commanding, "Time stop." In an instant, the Time's sovereign dragon, having awaited this command, activated its power, the ability to manipulate time. Time, without sound, form, or color, yet its presence was overwhelmingly profound. Whether living or inanimate, all entities are destined to coexist with time. As the Time's sovereign dragon's power manifested, everything around them came to a standstill. The descending blades froze midair. The colossal hand suspended above, and various other attacks halted in their tracks. This ability was formidable, yet its duration was fleeting, for the Time's sovereign dragon was still relatively weak. Lacking a dedicated space for evolution, it could not automatically grow stronger. Meanwhile, Lin Bei sprang into action, manipulating the reincarnation in his grasp to transform into the form of the sky-slaying demon spear. With a rush, the wind thunder wings unfurled behind him, propelling him skyward. Gripping the demon spear tightly, he aimed it directly at the ground, summoning another form of power, dragon flames. Chapter 160, The Power of Reincarnation. A single strike to obliterate. Boom. An unrestrained torrent of flames surged from Lin Bei's arms, enveloping the transformed Qianhuan at breakneck speed. Qianhuan had now taken the form of a blazing spear. Simultaneously, the power of wind thunder converged behind him. Zing, zing, whoosh. Three distinct forces coalesced upon Qianhuan. The three forces, inherently formidable in their own right, amalgamated together at this moment, naturally became even more potent. Even though time had come to a standstill in the surrounding environment, it was still profoundly affected. Atop the abyss of evil, illuminated by flames, fine fissures began to emerge. The forces of lightning, tempest, and fire infiltrated these cracks, spreading like wildfire. Although the combination of these three powers was already immensely powerful, it was merely the initial preparatory phase. After a brief second, the three forces reached saturation, unable to accommodate even a minuscule addition. It was at this juncture that Lin Bei's voice resonated once more. Asu harnessed the power of reincarnation. As the commander at the heart of the skeletal army's assault, he understood the perilous nature of their situation far better than anyone else present. Not only was his individual combat strength superior to that of the corpses, but their numbers were also terrifyingly vast. If others were to face the onslaught of these skeletal monstrosities, their fate could only be described as tragic. Therefore, if one were to engage these skeletal beings, the optimal choice was to exert their utmost effort. Upon hearing this, the Void Reincarnation Dragon, concealed within the void, immediately unleashed its reincarnation power, comparable to the force of time itself. This wondrous surge of energy enveloped Qianhuan and the three powers, securing them tightly. In the next moment, the flames blazed hotter, the lightning's destructive force intensified, and the gales became razor-sharp. The power of reincarnation allowed for the forces to undergo a cycle, thereby enhancing their might. Thus, all preparations Lin Bei intended to make were complete. Only the execution of the assault remained. Taking a deep breath, he cast his gaze downward. A flicker of disdain flashing rapidly within his pupils. Shatter. The moment the words fell, Lin Bei tightened his grip on Qianhuan's arm and hurled it forcefully toward the ground. Boom. The space trembled violently, and the time-frozen abyss of evil quaked in response. As Qianhuan sped towards the earth, he directed his voice toward the Time's sovereign dragon in the void. Lift the time halt. Then take a well-deserved rest. The time suspension had only lasted a few seconds, yet the Time's sovereign dragon's power had already been significantly depleted. After all, It had momentarily paused the very flow of time within the entire abyss of evil. This was a far cry from the previous acceleration during Renan's instance. The levels of exertion were not comparable. The greater the number of elements encompassed within the power of time, the more terrifying the consumption. Almost as soon as Lin Bei's voice resonated, the Time Sovereign Dragon lifted the time stasis that enveloped the abyss of evil. Consequently, the flow of time within the abyss resumed its normal pace. The recent alterations in time went unnoticed by the others, who continued their previous activities. Kong and Wu exchanged whispers, oblivious to any discord. The 5 individuals nearby remained in their states of collapse or unconsciousness, and the skeletal creature's assaults remained unabated, directed toward the location Lin Bei had just vacated. Meanwhile, Lu Ying sat placidly, contemplating the proposal from Kong and Wu. Truth be told, he found himself intrigued. After all, these two merely sought an artifact that could exert control over the corpses. If it could prove useful, a trade would not be out of the question, since as long as the scepter remained, the town prison tablet could be safeguarded. Yet, he remained uncertain about its potential efficacy. In truth, the ability to command corpses and control bones was not derived from the same artifact. Among those present, only Lu Ying was aware of this fact. He had not directed his attention toward Lin Bei, as he was already convinced of Lin Bei's impending demise. Yet, at that moment, the formidable weapon Qian Huan plunged violently into the ground. Boom, boom. Instantly, the 3 terrifying forces, having undergone reincarnation, erupted forth, producing a cacophony akin to the very collapse of heaven and earth within the abyss of evil. Soon after, they unleashed a torrent of destructive power, as if capable of devouring everything in their path. Fire, lightning, and tempest converged, coalescing into an entirely new force. The entire abyss of evil illuminated as if adorned with thousands of lamps, dazzling yet fearsome. Boom. Within a mere second, these 3 forces radiated outward, impacting a radius of several dozen meters. Everything within their reach was affected. The ground splintered, craters forming as dust swirled about. The skeletal monstrosities surrounding the area were obliterated in an instant, unable to react. Thud, thud. In the safety zone, Kong and Wu could scarcely withstand the violent tremors of the abyss of evil, toppling to the ground almost simultaneously. Even as they lay there, they remained oblivious to the events that transpired. Why had they been thrown off balance so unexpectedly? How could this be? Lu Ying, who had been contemplating with closed eyes, abruptly opened them, astonished as he gazed ahead. His eyes widened, struggling to comprehend the situation unfolding before him. A full 10 seconds passed before the abyss of evil managed to regain a semblance of calm. Kong, Wu, and Lu Ying quickly directed their gazes forward. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, they involuntarily gasped in shock. The ground was pockmarked, resembling a battleground ravaged by meteorite strikes, with vast craters and fissures scattered about. The surface had descended by at least a meter. Filling the gaps and craters were the remnants of bones, reduced to powder, countless particles, more numerous than the stars in the sky. Aside from this, the only figure they could discern was Lin Bei, standing there with the celestial, slaying demon spear in hand. Instantly, Kong and Wu were rendered speechless. Total annihilation? How could his strength be so overwhelming? This was utterly absurd. Yet Lin Bei paid no heed to Kong and Wu, instead turning his gaze toward the motionless Lu Ying, smirking as he inquired, "Did you see? These bones are useless." Indeed, the skeletal army was entirely ineffectual. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ying raised his scepter once more, his tone significantly graver. Ultimate form. Bone Dragon. As his words resonated, all the pulverized bones that had filled the cracks and craters began to stir. Chapter 161. You call this a bone dragon? The bone powder that had accumulated in the fissures and craters, along with the drifting particles in the air, began to coalesce as if commanded by some mysterious force, converging toward a singular point. Swish, swish. The clouds of white bone powder swiftly moved, each particle gravitating toward Lin Bei's immediate front. The gathered fragments of bones began to merge, piece by piece, coalescing into a singular entity. In an instant, the space between Lin Bei, Lu Ying, and others was entirely filled with the white bone debris. Following the execution of this technique, Lu Ying collapsed into the chair behind him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and blood vessels visibly striating across his eyes. His breathing grew increasingly labored, and his complexion paled considerably. To his astonishment, he found himself employing this technique once again, a troublesome turn of events. He had long forgotten how much time had passed since he had last invoked it. Was it 5 years? 10 years? The memories had become a mere blur. It wasn't that Lu Ying was unwilling to use it. Rather, he had never encountered an opportunity to do so. Over the years, no prisoner had been deemed worthy enough to witness the bone dragon. No, not only had they not seen the bone dragon, But those prisoners had not even laid eyes on the skeletal army. Essentially, all who were confined within the evil prison met their demise at the hands of the corpses over time, except for those who entered for specific reasons and bore lighter sins. As he pondered, Luing cast his gaze downward at the white-boned scepter in his hand. At that moment, the scepter appeared somewhat more translucent than before, as if the substance within the bones had been drained away. With a resigned shake of his head, he looked ahead and murmured, "When the bone dragon emerges, who can stand against it?" The reason for coalescing these bones into a dragon was that, in Lu Ying's view, dragons epitomize strength. Lin Bei, having caught wind of the term bone dragon, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, taken aback by the revelation. He never anticipated hearing the word bone dragon within the confines of the evil prison. Although this bone dragon was unlike any other, the prospect of merging these bones into a bone dragon intrigued him. Driven by curiosity, Lin Bei chose to observe quietly, harboring no desire to interrupt the integration of the bone fragments. What was merely a counterfeit bone dragon? What harm could it do to let it manifest? In the blink of an eye, 10 seconds had elapsed. The amalgamation of bone powder reached completion, successfully transforming into a colossal bone dragon. Its overall appearance bore no distinction from a conventional bone dragon. It maintained the typical dragon form, constructed entirely of white bones. With razor-sharp claws, menacing fangs, and an ominous aura of death, the most pronounced difference lay in the absence of color in its eyes, which were mere hollow voids. Furthermore, many intricate details appeared particularly unnatural, with numerous fine cracks revealing the flaws upon closer inspection. The size of this bone dragon was immense. Its feet firmly planted on the ground of the evil prison, while its head nearly grazed the ceiling. Undoubtedly, this bone dragon possessed combat prowess far superior to that of the rabble. After all, it was a product amalgamated from all the bones. With a fearsome roar, the artificial bone dragon threw its head back, its mournful wail echoing throughout the evil prison. Though it bore the appearance of a bone dragon, it lacked the ability to produce a dragon's roar. A counterfeit remains a counterfeit. Throughout this process, Luing had been closely monitoring Lin Bei, prepared to disrupt him if necessary. However, the reality unfolded contrary to his expectations. For the entirety of those 10 seconds, Lin Bei did nothing but stand there in silence. This revelation relieved Luing, yet simultaneously diminished his regard for Lin Bei. Such arrogance, clearly aware of his grand display, yet choosing to remain idle. He possessed considerable strength, but his character left much to be desired. The manifestation of the artificial bone dragon instilled confidence in him. Observing the bone dragon that had appeared before them, both Kong and Wu felt beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. The earlier skeletal army had already left them astonished, but the sight of the artificial bone dragon heightened their shock. The former was somewhat acceptable, yet the latter was beyond their comprehension. Dragons, by their very nature, were exceedingly rare and existed within the realm of legend. Moreover, this was a special bone dragon, forged from human remains. Thud, thud. The heartbeats of Kong and Wu quickened dramatically, as if they were about to burst through their rib cages and leap from their throats. After a considerable pause, they managed to suppress their astonishment. Such wondrous power. Not only can it control those bones, but it can also assemble them into a dragon. A true treasure. This is a genuine treasure. We must report this to our superiors. We cannot make a decision on our own. In the next moment, Wu swiftly produced a peculiar device resembling a phone, but with noticeable differences. Wasting not a single second, he promptly began operating the device. Beep, beep. Soon, a voice emanated from the other end. What is it? Has the mission succeeded? Almost instantaneously upon hearing the voice, Wu began recounting the events that had just transpired. Upon concluding, the other party fell into silence. Buzz, buzz. The Time's sovereign dragon and the void reincarnation dragon, lingering in the void, simultaneously emitted disdainful roars. Filled with contempt. Clearly, they both looked down upon this feigned bone dragon. Not only these two dragons, but even Lin Bei felt a sense of disappointment. Sighing softly, he shook his head in resignation and directed his gaze toward Luing, speaking with an air of playful sarcasm. Is this it? A mere shell of a dragon, cobbled together from an array of bones. You dare to call it a bone dragon? Having witnessed a true bone dragon, how could one be astonished by this counterfeit? Luing easily discerned the sarcasm in Lin Bei's words but brushed it off, stating, a bone dragon capable of vanquishing vile beings like you is indeed a good bone dragon. In response, Lin Bei shook his head once more, opting not to engage further. Instead, he opened the exclusive space of the devouring heaven-slaughtering demon dragon, speaking in a nonchalant tone, Bones. Dispose of the impostor. Buzz. At the moment his words fell, a terrifying dragon's roar resonated. Accompanying this roar was none other than the devouring heaven-slaughtering demon dragon. Chapter 162, Bone Dragon vs. Bone Dragon. The The size of the devouring heaven-slaughtering demon dragon was comparable to that of the bone dragon, yet the differences in appearance were significant. In every aspect, the devouring heaven-slaughtering demon dragon exuded an aura of superiority and refinement. Frankly speaking, the devouring heaven-slaughtering demon dragon and the bone dragon composed of human remains were worlds apart. One was a high-end custom creation, while the other was a crude imitation, with no grounds for comparison whatsoever. The moment the devourer dragon appeared in the abyss of malice, it successfully captivated the attention of the three individuals ahead. Instantly, their minds turned into a blank slate. It was as if a colossal hand had plunged into their brains, hollowing out every thought. Panting heavily, the only sound that remained was their labored breathing, echoing resoundingly in the eerie silence of the abyss of malice. Not a single word escaped their lips. It was not that they wished to remain silent, but rather that they were at a loss for words. After all, their minds had been stunned into a void. Boom. Meanwhile, the devourer dragon materialized directly behind Lin Bei, its icy gaze fixated on the world before it. Everything in its line of sight lay bare, vulnerable to its scrutiny. Any creature ensnared by the gaze of the devourer dragon would instinctively feel a chilling dread coursing through their veins. Whether it was Lu Ying seated nearby, Kong and Wu standing still, or the artificial bone dragon directly ahead, none could suppress the astonishment that welled within them. Being watched by the devourer dragon was akin to being scrutinized by a reaper dwelling in the depths of the abyss. Even the act of moving became an arduous task. The combination of blank minds and overwhelming fear rendered them utterly paralyzed. Merely managing to remain upright without collapsing to the ground was no small feat. Time ticked by second. Soon, 3 seconds had elapsed. After being fixated upon by the devourer dragon for those 3 seconds, it was Lu Ying who first regained his senses. However, despite his awakening, cold sweat drenched his back, and his tone shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can he wield his talent? The prison suppression monument is right behind me." No sooner had his words escaped than Lu Ying spun around to glance behind him. The prison suppression monument remained intact, its power undiminished. Yet, this only deepened his confusion. Why could a prisoner, devoid of special attire, summon forth his talents? What could possibly explain this? In stark contrast to Lu Ying, who had returned to reality, Kong and Wu stood in a stupor, still reeling from the shock of the devourer dragon's emergence, which was far more overwhelming than Lu Ying's earlier manipulation of bones. Even from a distance, they could discern the vast disparity between the two dragons. Although they both bore bone-like forms, the chasm between them was terrifyingly profound. Lin Bei, however, paid no heed to the three individuals. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the colossal artificial bone dragon and unhesitatingly issued his command, "Bone, move." In the next instant, the devourer dragon charged forward, its target unmistakably the artificial bone dragon. Boom, boom. The immense body in motion reverberated through the abyss of malice, causing the ground, walls, and ceiling to shake in response. Despite being engulfed in confusion, Lu Ying quickly regained his composure and hastily commanded the artificial bone dragon, "Run." At this moment, he held no hope that his dragon could triumph. What a joke. Opposing him was a genuine bone dragon. How could his counterfeit possibly stand a chance? Lu Ying never anticipated such a predicament. After finally managing to wield this power, he had unwittingly encountered a formidable opponent. The inexplicable activation of his talent was one thing, but to summon a bone dragon of all creatures, how utterly awkward. Had it been any other companion, Lu Ying might have believed he stood a fighting chance, but against a bone dragon? Forget it. To force a confrontation would be a futile endeavor. As he commanded the artificial bone dragon, he found himself ensnared in a tumult of conflicting emotions. How should he respond to this situation? Was he destined to rely solely on his talent? The very notion of engaging in battle, using his own abilities, filled Lu Ying with instinctive resistance. Once he invoked his talent, things would only deteriorate further. Boom. The moment Lu Ying's command reached the artificial bone dragon, it began to flee, scuttling in another direction. Though it possessed only a flicker of rudimentary intelligence, it could unmistakably sense an overwhelming pressure. This pressure was utterly insurmountable. Its survival instincts urged the artificial bone dragon to escape swiftly. As it darted away, the devourer dragon felt a surge of indignation. What was this? It was retreating. How utterly dull. A dissatisfied roar reverberated within the abyss of malice. Initially, the devourer dragon had hoped to engage the artificial bone dragon in a proper battle, for it was a rare encounter with a dragon of similar appearance. But now, that desire had evaporated. All it wished to do was eliminate its opponent post-haste. Without delay, the devourer dragon accelerated, pursuing the artificial bone dragon. Simultaneously, it opened its mouth, unleashing a potent gravitational force that voraciously consumed everything in its path. Whoosh, whoosh. At the moment this devouring force erupted, the artificial bone dragon, which had not fled far, felt the immense impact. Its speed was halved. Several loosely connected bones, even detached from its frame, swallowed whole by the devourer dragon in the blink of an eye. As the devourer dragon unleashed a voracity akin to that of a glutton, it rapidly closed the distance to the artificial bone dragon. Meanwhile, the artificial bone dragon stood helpless, unable to devise a countermeasure as the enemy dragon approached. In the blink of an eye, 3 seconds passed. The devourer dragon arrived at the side of the artificial bone dragon. It raised one claw, striking down mercilessly upon the artificial bone dragon. Clang! In an instant, the bone dragon's body shattered into countless pieces. Several bones were severed, as though sliced by a razor-sharp blade. It is worth noting that the devourer dragon had assimilated the slaying demon spear. Its offensive and destructive potential was unparalleled. Until now, it had merely been utilizing the power of gluttony, refraining from revealing this might. Chapter 163, more important than this matter. At the moment of attack, the devourer dragon closed its jaws, ceasing the release of its devouring force. Its singular aim was to dismantle the bone dragon, not to consume it. Boom, boom. The artificial bone dragon, shattered by the blow of the devourer dragon, collapsed piece by piece onto the ground, creating a tremendous commotion. The ground trembled ever so slightly in response. In the next moment, the devourer dragon raised its other claw, once again delivering a powerful strike upon the artificial bone dragon's body. Boom. As the sharp, white, bony claw descended, the artificial bone dragon became increasingly shattered, its body reduced to less than half its original form. The fragmented bones that fell to the ground coalesced into a small mound. From the moment it was ravaged by the devouring heaven-slashing demon dragon, the artificial bone dragon lost its capacity to resist. After all, its body was no longer whole. No, it would be an understatement to describe it as incomplete. It could only be characterized as utterly dilapidated. The bony wings remained at a mere tenth of their original size. The ribcage was reduced to half, the bony claws lay shattered, and the legs were riddled with cracks. To the untrained eye, it was barely recognizable as a bone dragon. What difference was there between it and a heap of broken bones? At that moment, the dazed Kong and Wu finally regained their senses. The cacophony of bones crashing to the ground was simply too overwhelming to ignore. Hiss! As they beheld the two battling bone dragons ahead, instinctively, they both drew in a sharp breath, a chill creeping down their spines. Kong's body stiffened, and he laboriously raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, swallowing the copious saliva that was uncontrollably generated. A bone dragon. There was, astonishingly, another bone dragon. Unbelievable. When he first witnessed the emergence of the artificial bone dragon, he was already taken aback. Now, upon seeing the devouring heaven-slashing demon dragon, he found himself at a loss for words. Wu, who was equally observant, voiced his thoughts in a noticeably perturbed tone. No. The bone dragon that Luing possesses is not a true dragon. The one that has just appeared is the genuine bone dragon. The reality that lay before them compelled him to accept this fact. The two bone dragons were utterly incomparable. The true bone dragon possessed strength that could completely obliterate the fabricated one. The counterfeit bone dragon had no means of retaliation whatsoever. In the next moment, Kong nodded vigorously, albeit with a hint of confusion. Indeed, but I am somewhat perplexed. Is it that the artificial bone dragon is too weak? Or is the one that has just emerged too powerful? For some reason, that bone dragon gives me an extraordinary feeling. It is unlike any bone dragon described in legend, seeming to possess some remarkable divergence. At this, Wu fell silent once more. Not only Kong, but he too felt the same sensation. The performance of that bone dragon was terrifyingly formidable. Not only was its destructive power alarmingly potent, but it also exhibited a devouring force reminiscent of a black hole. It was truly strange, far more powerful and wondrous than any bone dragon we had ever known. As these thoughts lingered, the two fell into silence once again. Meanwhile, clang, clang, the devouring heaven-slashing demon dragon continued to lash out with its claws, relentlessly striking the body of the artificial bone dragon. Each strike targeted a different part, sometimes the back, sometimes the ribcage, and at times even the head. Thud! Piles upon piles of bones fell to the ground, littering the surface with heaps of fragmented remains. Each bone was incomplete. At this moment, the artificial bone dragon had utterly lost its draconic form. At best, it could be described as a mere collection of gathered white bones. In the entirety of the infernal abyss, the only sounds resonating were those of strikes and falls. Kong and Wu stood there, watching and listening to it all. After a considerable while, new words finally broke the silence. Wu declared, "I have completed the application with the higher-ups. An order has been issued, at all costs. We must seize that treasure. A relic capable of controlling bones is of paramount importance to us, especially the ability to transform into a bone dragon, which is precisely what we urgently need. Although utilizing the artificial bone dragon carries certain risks, the potential to unlock that gate of sinful bones makes the risk worthwhile. This voice unmistakably belonged to the individual with whom Wu was in contact. As the voice rang in his ears, he quickly regained his composure. However, the next moment, his expression turned peculiar. Use the artificial bone dragon. Isn't there a real bone dragon right here? Why take such a risk? Huh. Wu took a deep breath, swiftly organizing his words, his tone filled with excitement as he spoke. I have something even more critical to report. The person on the other end clearly paused, taken aback by his words. Something more important? In a relatively small infernal abyss, could there be anything of greater significance? This must be a joke. Surprised as he was, he quickly responded, "Speak." The instant the words fell, Wu hurriedly continued. A mysterious individual has entered the infernal abyss. Their talent remains unaffected, and they summoned their pet to engage in battle with Luing. Upon hearing this, the person opposite him was once again taken aback. Their eyes gleaming with astonishment. They can actually evade the influence of the prison-suppressing stone. This is indeed a significant matter. However, in terms of importance, it still pales in comparison to that treasure. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. While this issue could be deemed important, it was not urgent enough to warrant discussion at this moment. At this juncture, Wu continued, "This matter isn't particularly urgent, nor is that what I wish to emphasize. The crucial point is the pet they summoned is an authentic bone dragon." In an instant, the person on the other end was rendered speechless. The special device in their hand almost slipped from their grasp. What? Is that true? It's actually a bone dragon? Lin Bei, unaware of what Wu was discussing or with whom, was solely focused on the battling bone dragon. Seeing that the bone dragon was on the brink of destruction, he no longer wished to prolong the fight. Casting a glance towards Luing, he commanded, "Bone, in the battle." Chapter 164, The Final Resort, Dark Angel. In the next moment, the devouring heaven-slashing demon dragon retracted its claws, lowering its head to look at its master. Buzz. Subsequently, it let out a soft growl, indicating its understanding. This contest, devoid of any suspense between the genuine and the counterfeit, was indeed poised to draw its final curtain. As the devouring heaven-slashing demon dragon ceased its assault, the artificial bone dragon was left in complete ruin, falling to the ground. A glance around revealed not a single intact bone upon the surface. Witnessing the cessation of the devouring heaven-slashing demon dragon's onslaught, Lu Ying's taut body relaxed slightly. Though taken aback by the turn of events, he did not succumb to despair. "Although your bone dragon is formidable, my bone dragon is indomitable." Almost immediately, he raised the white bone scepter once more, channeling its power. Two bone dragons. The reason for continuing this endeavor lies in Lu Ying's profound reluctance to wield his innate talents. He would rather expend additional effort and time than deploy his most formidable yet least desired trump card. Once again, an extraordinary force emanated from the bone staff, swiftly spreading towards the bones scattered upon the ground. Should this power be channeled into the bone staff, those bones would coalesce once more into a bone dragon. Yet, Lin Bei's expression remained remarkably calm, devoid of even the slightest hint of panic. Futile effort. Such a treasure in your hands is truly squandered. His statement held a modicum of truth, yet also a semblance of falsehood. The bone staff, in Lu Ying's hands, indeed achieved an unparalleled manifestation of its potential. However, if the bone staff were to merge with the devouring dragon, the resultant power would be exponentially greater. Thus, Lin Bei's assertion could be deemed partially correct, yet not entirely so. Simultaneously, as this power re-emerged, the attention of the devouring dragon was similarly captivated. It regarded Lu Ying, who wielded the bone staff, with a gaze that was chilling and fierce, revealing a trace of disdain. It appeared to regard the impending reformation of the bone dragon with utter contempt. Unbeknownst to Lu Ying, who was wholly engrossed in channeling the bone staff, the force had already extended significantly, reaching the vicinity of the bones. However, at that precise moment, the devouring dragon opened its maw wide, unleashing an irresistible and formidable force of consumption that erupted forth like a black hole. The sound was thunderous, as if the entire abyss of evil was engulfed in a tempest. In the next instant, the shattered bones that had fallen to the ground all floated into the air simultaneously. They soared towards the devouring dragon's mouth with astonishing speed, as if propelled by boosters. Every single bone was drawn in. Any bone ensnared by this consuming force would ultimately find its way into the belly of the devouring dragon. In a mere 2 seconds, the once scattered human bones that occupied a vast expanse had entirely vanished into the devouring dragon's belly. Not only those bones, even the power that had emanated from the bone staff was consumed along with them. Burp. The devouring dragon belched, then turned its gaze upon Lu Ying, awaiting its master's command. Despite having devoured a considerable mass of bones comparable to its own size, the devouring dragon's belly showed no signs of expansion. It appeared as though the vast quantity of bones had been nothing more than a mere snack. Stunned, Lu Ying was utterly bewildered. He could not have anticipated that events would culminate in such a manner. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating the reformation of the bone dragon for battle. Indeed, he had intended to create two. Yet now, the opponent had consumed all the bones. Furthermore, he was unable to continue exerting control over them, as if they had been transported to an entirely different realm. Not a single fragment remained. What in the world was happening? Hey! In that instant, Lu Ying stood there, gripping the bone staff, his expression one of shock and immobility. His breath slowed considerably, almost coming to a halt. After several seconds, he finally regained his composure. During those moments, he not only suppressed his astonishment, but also contemplated numerous other matters. Placing the bone staff aside, he lifted his gaze towards the devouring dragon. Though his eyes were fixed upon the dragon, most of his attention was directed at its belly. After staring for a considerable time, Lu Ying finally shifted his gaze towards Lin Bei, saying, "I underestimated you. This bone dragon is no ordinary creature, is it? Its offensive capabilities are formidable, and it possesses such a devouring power. It rivals the suction of the abyss of the fallen gods. Is this bone dragon from the abyss of the fallen gods?" As his words fell, he looked to Lin Bei, his eyes glimmering with anticipation, seemingly awaiting a response. Upon hearing this inquiry, Lin Bei's brow furrowed slightly. Abyss of the fallen gods. These four words were unfamiliar to him. Having spent so long ensconced within the confines of Nanshan City, he had faced numerous limitations and had encountered many things he had never heard of before. Although he was unaware of what the abyss of the fallen gods entailed, the very name suggested that it was anything but ordinary. No. Upon hearing Lin Bei's decisive reply, Lu Ying's anticipation transformed into disappointment, and he shook his head with a hint of resignation. It seems I was overthinking things. After a brief pause, he continued, "Having been atoning in the abyss of evil for so long, this is the first time I have encountered someone like you. To think you could remain unaffected by the prison stone? Truly remarkable." Lin Bei maintained a calm demeanor, responding as if engaged in casual conversation. "If I were powerless against the prison stone, I would not have set my sights upon it." With those words, the abyss of evil fell into silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds passed before Lu Ying's voice broke through the stillness. Very well. Since it has come to this, I shall have no choice but to utilize my innate abilities, although I do not wish to summon it." As he spoke, he shook his head slightly and sighed. Observing this, Lin Bei understood that the situation was far from simple. How could one not wish to see their own pet? And in the next moment, Lu Ying summoned his innate power with all his might, his voice taking on a piercing quality. "Arise, Dark Angel." The instant his words fell, a dark radiance erupted, accompanied by a scent of blood. A humanoid pet with 6 wings emerged from the depths of that dark brilliance. At first glance, it was unmistakably an angel. Chapter 165, Injured Bones. Incredibly formidable. Although its appearance was that of an angel, every feather on its 6 wings, along with the expanse of skin exposed to the world, was pitch black. Even the halo atop its head was shrouded in darkness. Rather than an angel, it would be more fitting to describe it as a demon. The dark angel flapped its wings, soaring through the air with a gaze filled with malice directed forward. The malevolent and chilling aura emanating from its form was anything but typical of a normal angel. Lin Bei could not help but furrow his brow. At that moment, facing the angel summoned by Lu Ying, he felt a sense reminiscent of his previous encounter with the hybrid Taotai in Nanshan City. Evil, violent, and cold. Yet, there lingered an exceedingly faint aura of sanctity. As if this sanctified aura were sealed, it could only seep through a pinhole-sized breach. Possessing both an evil-resistant physique and a wholly resistant constitution, Lin Bei could distinctly perceive these nuances. How intriguing. Although this angel appeared to be anything but virtuous, there lingered a faint trace of holiness. Surely, there lies an enigmatic tale concealed behind it. As he spoke, the devouring dragon, standing nearby, also felt a wave of perplexity. For reasons unknown, it sensed that this black angel was akin to itself. The essence radiating from both was strikingly similar. Buzz. The devouring dragon lowered its gaze towards Lin Bei, softly uttering a sound that conveyed its confusion, as if seeking guidance on what actions to take next. Unable to fathom the situation, it turned to its master for clarity. Upon hearing the dragon's murmur, Lin Bei lifted his gaze to meet that of the devouring dragon. Speaking in a calm tone, "Bone, there's no need to rush. The protagonist is about to switch dragons." He had already devised a plan to confront this angel, clearly exhibiting anomalies. The task at hand was far from merely defeating it. Simultaneously, Luing also gazed up at his pet. Yet, within his eyes resided a tumultuous blend of emotions: helplessness, guilt, anger, and even despair. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Lu Ying sighed heavily, swiftly adjusting his demeanor. Old friend, if it weren't for dire necessity, I truly wouldn't want to summon you. If you continue to slay other beings, your descent into darkness will only deepen. The dark angel naturally heard Lu Ying's words, gradually bowing its head to gaze downward. After 3 seconds of silence, its voice emerged: kill, kill. The tone was cold and merciless, reminiscent of a machine solely devoted to slaughter. In the next instant, Lu Ying's expression hardened significantly as he abruptly raised a finger towards the front, articulating in a steely voice, exorcise that bone dragon and that person. After a brief pause, he continued, remember, it's exorcism, not slaughter. This was not Lu Ying's intention to spare Lin Bei. Rather, he simply wished to prevent his pet from committing further acts of carnage. Otherwise, the descent into darkness would only worsen. However, it proved futile. The moment the dark angel received the command, it surged forward, enveloped in a shroud of pitch-black luminescence, a multitude of black feathers cascading through the air, piercing forward like sharpened blades. Meanwhile, it incessantly muttered, kill, kill. At that moment, Lin Bei commanded the devouring dragon, Bone, go. Try to control him as much as possible. He harbored no illusions that the devouring dragon could triumph. The dark angel's power far surpassed that of the devouring dragon. There was a significant disparity in their levels. This dark angel's strength was above that of a king. The very fact that it could articulate words attested to this reality. Indeed, once a pet reaches a certain exalted stage, it can possess the ability to speak. Even if the devouring dragon's combat prowess were formidable and its strength extraordinary, overcoming this dark angel was an arduous task. The chasm of power was akin to an insurmountable gulf. The devouring dragon nodded resolutely, unfalteringly flapping its skeletal wings as it charged towards the oncoming dark angel. The battle was imminent. Swish, swish. A vast array of black feathers struck the devouring dragon's body, akin to the clash of two unyielding metals. Had it not been for the integration of the sky-slaying demon spear, endowing it with its formidable hardness, many of its bones would have undoubtedly fractured after this barrage. Yet, even with the attributes of the sky-slaying demon spear, the devouring dragon still sustained injuries. 5 black feathers pierced into its bones, only a few centimeters deep, causing minimal impact, if any at all. It was akin to a needle pricking human skin at a nanoscopic level. However, this incident revealed just how powerful the Dark Angel was. A mere casual attack was sufficient to injure the devouring dragon. One must remember, the Dark Angel had not ventured into the outside world for many years. Buzz. For the first time in its life, the devouring dragon, now wounded, plunged into a state of frenzy, attacking the Dark Angel as if driven mad by rage. Infuriated, it was seething with indignation. Though it had not been grievously harmed, the sting of the attack was undeniable. How dare it bring disgrace upon itself before its master? Damn it! This dragon could not tolerate such humiliation. Standing aside, Kong and Wu gaped wide-eyed at the clash between the devouring dragon and the Dark Angel. They suppressed the rising terror within, deliberately lowering their voices to discuss. Just as the rumors suggested, Lu Ying's pet has turned dark. It's best to steer clear of the abyss of fallen gods. If even angels can be influenced by it, how terrifying. Their whispers were barely audible, lost to Lin Bei and Lu Ying's ears. Lin Bei did not fixate on the devouring dragon. He understood better than anyone present that the devouring dragon could not defeat the Dark Angel. Yet, despite this, Lin Bei remained unfazed, his gaze locked onto Lu Ying. Through the recent events, he had begun to deduce a truth. Your pet, it was once a normal angel, wasn't he it? Both the aura exuding from the Dark Angel and Lu Ying's peculiar demeanor seemed to affirm this reality. Chapter 166, Little White, Purify Him. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying momentarily froze, taken aback that Lin Bei would pose such a question at this critical juncture. Nevertheless, he answered truthfully, indeed, he was once a normal angel. His tone was laden with resignation and sorrow. Lu Ying's willingness to confirm Lin Bei's inquiry stemmed from the belief that such revelations would have little bearing on the eventual outcome. After all, his angel and the opposing bone dragon had a significant disparity in strength. Even without exerting full force, he already held a considerable advantage. Victory was an inevitable outcome. With Lu Ying's confirmation, a glimmer of light flashed in Lin Bei's eyes, and a faint smile crept upon his lips, satisfaction blooming at this revelation. Now that he had established this fact, he could proceed with his plans. A moment later, Lin Bei's voice resonated once more. Do you wish to restore him to his original state? If that is your desire, I can attempt to facilitate his restoration. He was not jesting. he genuinely harbored such intentions. Given the current circumstances, it was exceedingly challenging for him to defeat Lu Ying with his own strength. At best, he could exert all his power to achieve a stalemate, ultimately leaving empty-handed. This was not due to Lin Bei's weakness, but rather the inadequate preparation time he had. Moreover, Lu Ying was a venerable seed of the Bright Altar from many years ago, possessing formidable strength. He had once been a figure of great renown. Among all the youth in the world, perhaps only Lin Bei could match such an established powerhouse to a draw. Thus, he was indeed strong. However, his adversary was even stronger. The inability to vanquish Lu Ying naturally precluded the acquisition of the town prison steel and that scepter. Therefore, the most prudent course of action would be to explore alternative methods. Since the angel had succumbed to corruption due to certain extraordinary powers, it was undoubtedly possible for him to revert to his former, normal self for some reason. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Lu Ying was momentarily taken aback, as the situation once again defied his expectations. He initially believed Lin Bei's inquiry was merely an attempt to uncover the truth. However, he could hardly fathom that Lin Bei would subsequently utter such statements. The notion that he could attempt to restore his pet to its original state? At the very instant those words left Lin Bei's mouth, Lu Ying instinctively deemed it impossible. Yet, he soon recalled Lin Bei's remarkable feats. Whether it was the instantaneous annihilation of numerous skeletal warriors or the summoning of that bone dragon, it all seemed to transcend the scope of normality. No ordinary person could accomplish such feats. As these thoughts coalesced in his mind, Lu Ying found himself plunged into contemplation. For a moment, he struggled to reach a decision. Meanwhile, Lin Bei did not rush him, allowing Lu Ying to ponder. Regardless of the outcome, he was psychologically prepared. Boom, boom. The clash between the devouring dragon and the dark angel raged on. The battle between one angel and one dragon generated a cacophony, far surpassing the earlier confrontation of the two bone dragons. Dark feathers swirled through the air, relentlessly bombarding the bone dragon, embedding themselves into the surrounding walls and ground. Simultaneously, numerous dark beams of light shot forth. Each beam struck the surroundings, causing anything they touched to shatter instantaneously. Faced with such a relentless onslaught, the devouring dragon found itself in a precarious position, forced to defend with all its might. Despite its formidable bone claws being able to fend off a significant number of dark feathers, a few would inevitably slip through. At this moment, the black feathers piercing its bony surface had nearly reached triple digits. As for the dark beams, they were all consumed by the devouring dragon. Its keen instincts warned it that it could not withstand a direct assault. Otherwise, it would incur irreparable damage. The situation was decidedly grim. Buzz, buzz. The void rebirth dragon and the temporal emperor dragon, lingering in the void, continued to emit cries. Clearly, they wished to assist the devouring dragon. The two dragons, witnessing their companion embroiled in such a fierce battle, could hardly bear to watch. However, without their master's permission, they were powerless to act. Although conversing with Lu Ying, Lin Bei was acutely aware of the conflict between the devouring dragon and the dark angel. His brow furrowed more tightly than before as he addressed Lu Ying once again. Answer me. I shall grant you but one opportunity. Should you miss it, there will be no second chance. It was precisely this declaration that prompted Lu Ying to arrive at his final decision. Very well, I shall allow you to attempt it. If you truly succeed, then we can discuss terms. From Lin Bei's words, he perceived nothing but unwavering confidence, as if the matter he spoke of was a trivial endeavor. Thus, Lu Ying acquiesced. After all, what harm was there in trying? What if, against all odds, he truly succeeded? Unbeknownst to him, a surge of anticipation welled up within his heart. Nearby, Kong and Wu overheard the conversation between the two, and both were taken aback. Yet, they tacitly expressed their skepticism towards Lin Bei, whispering to each other. What? He wishes to restore Lu Ying's pet to its former state. Is he jesting? Lu Ying's angel has been tainted by the abyss of corruption. The difficulty of reverting to its original form is simply astronomical. Even with the angelic halo we provided, it can only dispel a fraction of the darkness. Absolutely impossible. Their understanding of the abyss of corruption gave them insight into its terrifying nature. Even a mere hint of its essence could lead one down an irrevocable path of ruin. Oblivious to Kong and Wu's murmurs, Lin Bei's gaze slowly shifted towards the dark angel, his tone remarkably calm as he proclaimed, "Then I shall first grant you a glimmer of hope." At that moment, Lin Bei activated the exclusive space of the holy white dragon, releasing it from within. Instantly, the dim and malevolent abyss of evil was flooded with radiant light, transforming the night into day. Everyone present instinctively shut their eyes, unable to endure the intensity of the illumination. Simultaneously, he commanded the holy white dragon, "Shao Bai, go purify that being." Buzz. In response, the holy white dragon merely let out a melodic cry, signaling to its master that all was well. The dragon's song lasted but a few fleeting seconds. As the sound faded, Lin, filled with anticipation, hurriedly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the holy white dragon. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, the holy white dragon flapped its wings, soaring through the abyss of evil. Wherever it passed, the surroundings brightened as if it were daylight. Moreover, it emanated a tremendous amount of holy power. As the sacred energy surged through the abyss of evil, the entire realm underwent a remarkable transformation. Once shrouded in darkness and chill, it now radiated warmth and light. Were it not for the multitude of bone remnants scattered across the ground, one would scarcely recognize this as a prison. Upon beholding the holy white dragon, Lin was momentarily frozen in place, his eyes reflecting only the image of the holy white dragon. He had not anticipated that Lin Bei possessed yet another dragon. Moreover, it appeared to be a rather exceptional one. Shortly thereafter, Lin began to sense the power of the holy white dragon. Whoosh! In an instant, his breath seemed to spiral out of control, becoming heavy and labored. His entire visage was engulfed by astonishment, and his throat felt inexplicably parched. What is this? The sacred power? How pure it is, and so potent. Is it truly the sacred power I am familiar with? Why does it far surpass my own strength? As a former luminary seed of the light altar, Lin possessed an absolute understanding of the sacred power. After all, before his pet succumbed to the darkness, the power it wielded was also one of light and sanctity. Yet it was precisely for this reason that Lin found himself bewildered by the current situation. The sacred power possessed by the holy dragon of light was extraordinarily unique. So extraordinary that he had never encountered its like before. Not even the current or previous masters of the light altar could wield such formidable power. The dark angel was locked in battle with the devouring dragon, and for the moment, neither side could claim victory. Although the dark angel was stronger, the abilities of the devouring dragon were distinctly peculiar. This was destined to be a protracted struggle. Lin was acutely aware of the urgency of the situation. And without wasting even a second, the holy dragon of light flapped its wings and soared towards the epicenter of the conflict. Observing the stalemate below, the holy dragon chose not to land but instead hovered in midair, its wings in constant motion. Its gaze was fixed upon the dark angel, and a grave seriousness flickered in its eyes. Clearly, the aura emanating from the dark angel was anything but trivial. It instilled a sense of gravity even within the holy dragon of light, which was imbued with the utmost sacred power. It is worth noting that even when faced with the hybrid glutton, the holy dragon had never displayed such a demeanor. However, the holy dragon remained merely gravely concerned, showing no other signs of distress, for it held confidence in its ability to purify this dark force. With a resonant roar, a vast array of white light radiated from the holy dragon of light. The intensity of the light was so profound that it nearly coalesced into a tangible form. In the next moment, this incredibly dense sacred power began to extend towards the dark angel below. Simultaneously, the dark angel lifted its gaze skyward, an intense wariness flashing across its eyes, causing its ongoing assault to abruptly cease. The once rapidly flapping wings fell silent, and the black feathers ceased their descent. The black beams of energy halted, as if confronted by something utterly unexpected. No, this is not good. The dark angel's attack had ceased, but the devouring dragon did not relent. In a split second, a massive skeletal claw struck the dark angel with tremendous force. Boom! The violent impact sent the unprepared dark angel hurtling away. A moment later, the dark angel collided with a nearby wall, embedding half of its body into the surface. It was only at this moment that Lin regained his senses. However, instead of turning his attention to his pet, he remained fixated on the holy dragon of light. In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, Lin comprehended something profound, something that filled him with exhilaration. If this extraordinary and unfathomable sacred power truly exists, it might just have the potential to restore my angel to its former self. Although it had been tainted by the abyss of corruption, it had only suffered the most superficial level of contamination. Perhaps, as he pondered this notion, Lin found himself at a loss for words. Though his heart was clear, he struggled to vocalize it. This was due to his overwhelming excitement. At the same time, having been slammed into the wall by the devouring dragon, the dark angel finally regained its senses. In the next moment, it hastily extricated itself from the wall, foregoing any further attacks, and immediately flapped its wings, soaring with all its might towards the entrance of the abyss of malice. It disregarded the wounds inflicted by the devouring dragon, seemingly fleeing from something. In the blink of an eye, the dark angel had covered a considerable distance. As soon as it moved, both the devouring dragon and the holy dragon of light sprang into action, pursuing the dark angel with all their might. Yet the disparity in their power rendered them unable to catch up with the dark angel. Seeing this, Lin Bei whispered to the void behind him. Make your move. The moment his words fell, the hidden void reincarnation dragon and the time emperor dragon sprang into action. The powers of the void and time erupted with full force. As these two forces manifested, they exerted tremendous influence. The flow of time around the Dark Angel was altered, while 3 seconds passed in the outside world. Only 1 second elapsed for it. The two dragons entered the void, racing through it with great speed. Moments later, the previously vast distance was significantly shortened. After a few more seconds, the devouring dragon appeared directly in front of the Dark Angel, slamming its feet down to pin the Dark Angel to the ground. Meanwhile, the Holy Dragon of Light hovered directly above it, unleashing its sacred power without reservation. The sacred power converged at the fastest speed, surging towards the Dark Angel. The Dark Angel, caught in the slowed flow of time, had no opportunity to resist, becoming entirely engulfed by the sacred power. As the sacred power made contact with the Dark Angel, 2 streams of pitch-black tears flowed from its eyes. Chapter 168. That place is more dangerous than hell. At this moment, the Holy Dragon of Light, fully unleashing its sacred power, was taken aback. It never expected that this formidable adversary would actually weep. For a moment, the Holy Dragon of Light was at a loss for how to proceed, continuing to release its sacred power while turning to glance at its master. With a low, resonant dragon's roar, it successfully captured Lin Bei's attention. Though it was a dragon's cry, he understood clearly what the Holy Dragon of Light was trying to convey. What? That creature is crying? And it's shedding black tears? Lin Bei was equally intrigued. He merely wished for the Dark Angel to return to its original state. Why then was it weeping? It wasn't as if he intended to slay it. Something is amiss. This is undoubtedly problematic. Recognizing that the situation was far from simple, Lin Bei resolved to investigate. I must take a look. As he spoke, the wind and thunder wings manifested behind him. As he flapped the wings with all his might, Lin Bei swiftly approached the Dark Angel. He refrained from using the power of the void, not wanting to reveal his trump card excessively. Although the void reincarnation dragon had employed its abilities earlier, the distance had prevented it from drawing attention. Before long, Lin Bei reached the side of the Holy Dragon of Light. As the tempestuous wings of the wind dissipated, he found himself perched upon the claw of the celestial white dragon, gazing down at the Dark Angel below. At that moment, a third of the Dark Angel's form was ensconced in a firm embrace of sanctified power, not merely enveloping the surface. Even the very essence of its being was saturated with an overwhelming sanctity. Without diverting his gaze, Lin Bei's attention was fixated upon the eyes of the Dark Angel. Indeed, as the celestial white dragon had proclaimed, 2 streams of black tears cascaded from its eyes. Yet, upon witnessing those sorrowful tears, Lin Bei's consciousness felt as though it were seized by an unseen hand, rendering his thoughts utterly beyond his control. In an instant, his mind traversed millions of miles to an entirely alien realm. Beneath his feet lay a ground littered with bones of every conceivable hue and shape. Above him, an expanse of ominous clouds stretched infinitely, with crimson lightning flickering menacingly within. Faintly, he could perceive a dragon, enshrouded in red lightning, weaving through the tempest. Ahead loomed an unfathomable abyss, exuding a terrifying aura that rendered resistance futile. As for what lay behind him, Lin Bei could not even glimpse it. He yearned to turn and see what was there, but his body betrayed him, immobilized and unable to comply. Nevertheless, he sensed a dreadful presence lurking behind him. Even with the might of multiple dragons at his command, he felt utterly powerless against this overwhelming aura. All he could do was stand motionless, staring ahead, enduring the tremendous pressure that emanated from all directions. Beyond that, he was rendered incapable of any action. Buzz. After an indeterminate passage of time, a resounding dragon's roar pierced the air, and a surge of sanctified energy flooded in, transforming the sky into a brilliant white, finally granting Lin Bei dominion over his own body. Exhaling deeply, he gasped for air, struggling to regain his composure. Soon after, he attempted to turn and glance behind him. Yet, the moment his head shifted even a fraction of a millimeter, everything before his eyes shattered in an instant. In the next heartbeat, Lin Bei's consciousness returned to normalcy, and the scene reverted to its prior state. However, he found himself enveloped by a cocoon of sanctified energy, courtesy of the celestial white dragon. Buzz, buzz. The anxious voices of several dragons filled his ears, inquiring with concern. It was then that Lin Bei realized that everything he had just experienced was but an illusion. I am unharmed. You need not fret, he reassured them, falling into silence. Though it was an illusion, it felt strikingly real, as if he had truly traversed that realm. He dared not contemplate what fate would have befallen him had the little white dragon not awakened him. That place, could it truly be the abyss of fallen gods spoken of by that wretched being? He refrained from confirming this, holding merely a vague suspicion. After a brief respite, Lin Bei turned his gaze back to the Dark Angel. The tears continued to flow, yet the anticipated event did not transpire. Time ticked away. An ever more sanctified energy enveloped the Dark Angel's form. Except for its head, 2/3 of its body was now encased within, resigned to its fate. The Dark Angel refrained from struggling, merely weeping as it looked upon Lin Bei. Moments later, the sanctified energy encircled its neck. At that juncture, a voice filled with unwillingness broke forth. Why? Why must you do this? I merely wish to live. No, I refuse to return there. It is too terrifying. As the final words left its lips, the Dark Angel was entirely enveloped by the sanctified energy. The task was, for all intents and purposes, accomplished. Yet, despite the resolution of the matter, Lin Bei's emotions remained exceedingly grave. He pondered the events that had just unfolded, to wish to live, to dread returning there, too terrifying. From these myriad signs, Lin Bei drew a conclusion. The being that had uttered those words was unequivocally not Liu Ying's pet. The rationale was simple. He had not slain the angel. After considerable contemplation, he found himself unable to grasp the underlying truth. Ultimately, he chose to abandon the inquiry. There were more pressing matters at hand. Initially, Lin Bei had intended to negotiate terms with Liu Ying. However, the Dark Angel's escape had disrupted his plans, compelling him to subdue the Dark Angel first before broaching any negotiations. Turning his gaze toward Liu Ying, who stood nearby, Lin Bei spoke slowly. You have witnessed the unfolding events. Your angelic pet now lies beneath my feet, undergoing purification. Shall we negotiate terms? He was no benevolent figure, inclined to assist others without reason. Observing the angel ensconced in sanctified energy, Liu Ying's exhilaration surged to an indescribable peak. Thud, thud. His heart raced at an alarming rate, surpassing 3 beats per second. Through the connection with his pet, Liu Ying was acutely aware of its condition. At that moment, his pet angel was gradually returning to normalcy, regaining its state prior to corruption. We must talk. I will agree to anything you propose. Chapter 169, The Bone Scepter. A fortuitous surprise. Though the ultimate outcome remained unseen, Liu Ying could infer the result with clarity. Hence, he was so readily agreeable. Was it not merely a matter of discussing terms? The other party had already undertaken an action he had only dared to dream of witnessing. Such conditions could easily be negotiated. To this, Lin Bei was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating Liu Ying's swift compliance. Yet, his surprise was fleeting, as he promptly stated his first condition. First condition, hand over the scepter you possess. Having witnessed the scepter's extraordinary capabilities, Lin Bei became intrigued by its potential. It could not only control corpses, but also manipulate the bones within them. Undoubtedly, it was a formidable treasure. If it were solely a matter of immense power, he might not have been particularly interested. However, this scepter also possessed the unique ability to be synthesized. This rendered Lin Bei unable to resist its allure. Imagine this. Should the celestial dragon of devouring heaven undergo a second synthesis with this bone scepter, there would be a significant probability of acquiring the ability to control bones. To what extent would the celestial dragon of devouring heaven then ascend in power? Would it be capable of commanding the bones of other beings? Or even its own? Regardless of the form it takes, its power is undeniably formidable. Upon hearing these words, Liu Ying instinctively grasped the nearby skeletal staff, directing his gaze towards it. Though a tinge of reluctance lingered, he swiftly reached a decision, nodding emphatically before striding purposefully towards Lin Bei. As he approached, Liu Ying spoke. Before I hand this staff over to you, there is a matter I must disclose. After a brief pause, he continued, this staff comprises 2 distinct parts, each possessing its own unique function. One function governs the control of bones, while the other commands the corpses. These functionalities can be utilized independently or simultaneously. In a strict sense, this skeletal staff can be regarded as 2 treasures. In an instant, Lin Bei's expression transformed into one of astonishment, his eyes widening with disbelief. What? It consists of 2 parts. This revelation had indeed caught him off guard. He then fell into contemplation, realizing that his original plans had been thoroughly disrupted. The ability to command corpses and the capacity to manipulate bones. Could these not be combined to forge a synthesis with the devouring sky-slaying dragon? If so, it might take an eternity to achieve. Opportunities for secondary and tertiary synthesis are exceedingly rare, and the execution is fraught with difficulty. It appears I must reconsider the synthesis plans for the Golden Dragon and the Time Emperor Dragon. Remarkably, Lin Bei felt no discontent regarding this unforeseen circumstance. On the contrary, it was a stroke of good fortune. There was simply no alternative. The abundance of dragons necessitated a plethora of synthesis materials. Soon, he dispelled his chaotic thoughts and addressed the approaching Liu Ying, saying, understood. I have my own arrangements. Moments later, Liu Ying reached Lin Bei's side at full speed. With a swift motion, he hurled the skeletal staff towards Lin Bei. Catching it deftly, Lin Bei instinctively scrutinized the staff, activating the power of the Eye of Origin. He conducted an analysis of the skeletal staff. In the next moment, relevant information materialized before his eyes. Bone manipulation. This staff is forged from the core skulls of numerous bone-eating insects. These magical beasts feed on the bones of other creatures, absorbing all their nutrients, and possess an innate ability to control bones, making them exceedingly peculiar. Spirit of the River of the Dead. The soul of the spirit bone staff. One of the manifestations of the will of the River of the Dead. Having been in constant contact with corpses, it has acquired the ability to control them. The extent of this control correlates with the density of its essence. It was evident that the skeletal staff aligned precisely with Lu Ying's description, consisting of two entirely distinct components. The first part was known as bone manipulation, while the second was called the Spirit of the River of the Dead. Merely by observing these formidable names, Lin Bei gained a clearer understanding of the skeletal staff. Simultaneously, a surge of curiosity welled up within him. Who could have conceived such a creation? And how did it come to be here? Considering this, Lin Bei turned to Lu Ying and inquired, from where did this staff originate? Almost as soon as the words left his lips, Lu Ying's voice responded. The original master was the warden of the Tianshan prison. He bestowed upon me this staff along with the uniforms of the guards, instructing me to atone for my past transgressions by guarding the prison of evil. As for how he acquired this staff, I am uncertain. Lu Ying was not taken aback by Lin Bei's inquiry. After all, this skeletal staff was indeed extraordinary. From Lu Ying's words, Lin Bei gleaned a crucial piece of information and asked once more, he actually gave it to you? Quite generous indeed. To gift such a treasure to another is certainly a testament to his magnanimity. Although Lin Bei had yet to meet the warden of Tianshan prison, he had already formed a strong impression of him. Soon, Lu Ying affirmed, indeed, he did gift it to me. Not everyone can wield this staff. Only those with the appropriate power can master it. After a brief pause, he continued. It was precisely because he personally stated that it was for me that I dared to entrust it to you. After this exchange, Lin Bei refrained from discussing matters related to the skeletal staff further, opting instead to store it within the system space without attempting to harness its power. His gaze then shifted towards the imposing prison monument ahead, and in a calm tone, he declared, the second condition, I desire that prison monument. When he initially decided to venture into the prison of evil, it was indeed the prison monument that had drawn him in. Given the opportunity to obtain it, he would not relent. Instantaneously, a hint of helplessness flashed across Lu Ying's eyes, and his countenance grew significantly more solemn. After a few seconds of silence, he inhaled deeply and spoke, if you wish to take the prison monument, I will not obstruct you. However, there is something I must inform you. His tone was serious, clearly devoid of jest. Lin Bei nodded slightly, signaling for Lu Ying to continue. Quickly, Lu Ying's voice resonated again. The reason the Tianshan prison possesses the ability to suppress the talents of its inmates is due to the existence of this prison monument. If you remove the monument, the prisoners within will be free to utilize their talents at will. The ensuing chaos will undoubtedly be catastrophic. Those confined within Tianshan prison are, without exception, individuals of considerable prowess, each stained with blood. As Lu Ying's words echoed, Lin Bei's brow furrowed in contemplation. The reality was as he stated. The Tianshan prison, bereft of the prison monument, would undoubtedly lose its current tranquility. The complexity of management would escalate exponentially. Meanwhile, Lu Ying continued, moreover, there is another complication. Removing the prison monument not only invites chaos, but also incurs the wrath of the warden of Tianshan prison. This prison is the culmination of his life's work. The prison monument is also his possession. At this juncture, he paused once more. After a second, he resumed, in my personal estimation, incurring the ire of the warden of Tianshan prison is far more perilous than plunging the prison into chaos. The warden is a true powerhouse. When confronted with him, I possess no means of resistance whatsoever. His strength is beyond my comprehension. Thus, you would do well to seriously contemplate your course of action. If you can bear the consequences, then you may find a way to take the town suppression steel. After uttering these words, Lu Ying fell silent, standing quietly as he awaited Lin Bei's final decision. At this moment, Lin Bei was enveloped in contemplation. His silence was not due to indecision about whether to take the town suppression steel, but rather focused on how to minimize the ensuing troubles. Having come this far, it was certain that the steel must be taken. The only task remaining was to mitigate any complications as much as possible. Otherwise, as Lu Ying had warned, not only would the Tianshan prison undergo a profound transformation, but it would also irrevocably offend its warden. As Lin Bei remained contemplative, several dragons were also lost in silence. They sensed their master's unease and understood the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, from a distance, Kong and Wu finally grasped the current circumstances. Gazing at the harmonious scene before them, they found themselves questioning their very existence. Kong looked at Lin Bei in utter astonishment, murmuring in disbelief. What? That fellow actually accomplished it. Who exactly is he? Lu Ying's pet angel had clearly been tainted by the abyss of fallen gods. This was unfathomable. He was acutely aware of the horrors associated with the abyss, having witnessed many powerful individuals descend into irreversible doom because of it. In contrast to the agitated Kong, Wu exhibited a greater composure. He had observed everything that transpired, suppressing the dread within him as he furrowed his brow. What should we do now? Lu Ying actually entrusted that staff to this individual. How can we approach him? In Wu's perspective, Lin Bei was not an adversary, but rather a potential ally worth cultivating. Yet, at this moment, he was at a loss for how to proceed, his typically rational thoughts disrupted by Lin Bei's astonishing display. Unbeknownst to them, a minute had slipped by. Even after this interval, Lin Bei had yet to devise a more advantageous solution. Just then, the Time Emperor Dragon's resonant call pierced the air. The meaning behind its roar was simple. It wished to merge with the town suppression steel. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, instinctively inquiring, "What? You wish to merge with the town suppression steel?" As the question escaped his lips, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. Indeed, if the Time Emperor Dragon were to merge with the town suppression steel, there was a considerable chance that this dilemma could be resolved. The fusion of time-infused suppression power could undoubtedly endure for an extended period. Moreover, it could transform many other locations into similar realms. With Lin Bei's intent, any place could become a replica of Tianshan Prison. The Time Emperor Dragon emitted another resonant call, affirming its seriousness. With this newfound clarity, Lin Bei hesitated no longer. "Very well. I shall allow you to merge with the town suppression steel." However, despite making this decision, each fusion required 3 materials. And he still lacked one. Selecting the additional material for the Time Emperor Dragon's fusion became Lin Bei's immediate concern. The material chosen could not be of inferior quality. Thus, he found himself deep in thought once more. Yet, just as he began to ponder, the Time Emperor Dragon's voice resonated again, expressing its own thoughts. Lin Bei's contemplation was momentarily interrupted, but he felt no irritation, for the dragon's suggestion aligned perfectly with his desires. The second material it sought for fusion was none other than the essence of the River of the Dead. How intriguing! Truly, a dragon with vision. The essence possessed the ability to control corpses. In that instant, Lin Bei's mind raced with possibilities. If the Time Emperor Dragon were to merge with the essence, could it not control the remains of the formidable beings who had perished in the past? After all, the Time Emperor Dragon might wield the power to manipulate time, forcing time to reverse, traversing back a decade or even a century. To command the corpses of those once great warriors would be entirely feasible. Furthermore, once it had control over the corpses, the devouring sky-slaying dragon could manipulate the bones. Even the mere thought of this filled Lin Bei with exhilaration. Powerful, indeed. The only word that could encapsulate this was powerful. Very well, it is settled. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei regained his composure and calmly addressed Lu Ying. "If I take the town suppression steel away, yet allow Tianshan Prison to remain unchanged, with the prisoners still unable to utilize their innate abilities, what then would ensue?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ying shook his head vehemently, without a moment's hesitation. Impossible. Such a feat is beyond anyone's capability. To Lu Ying, the notion of taking the town suppression steel while maintaining the status quo of Tianshan Prison was indeed an impossibility. Having spent years in close proximity to the steel within the abyss of evil spirits, no one understood its terrifying power better than he. Lu Ying had attempted to shed his prison guard uniform to utilize his abilities on numerous occasions, but each endeavor had ended in failure. While those in other cells merely could not access their abilities, Lu Ying, being so close to the town suppression steel, could not even sense the existence of his own powers. This illustrated the astonishing efficacy of the town suppression steel. Thus, his assertion stemmed entirely from his understanding. In truth, not only Lu Ying, but anyone else would find it hard to believe Lin Bei's words. The ability of Tianshan Prison to suppress innate abilities was fundamentally reliant on the presence of the town suppression steel. How could one possibly maintain the suppression of Tianshan Prison after relocating its most crucial component? Lin Bei was not surprised by Lu Ying's instinctive disbelief, for he himself harbored some skepticism. Were it not for the existence of the Time Emperor Dragon and the fusion system, such an event would indeed be implausible. Nonetheless, Lin Bei had no intention of explaining. Such discourse would only squander time. The optimal course of action was to accomplish the task at hand and let the results speak for themselves. Do not be so quick to dismiss. I am merely inquiring. If circumstances were to unfold as I have described, what would happen? Upon hearing this question for the second time, Lu Ying did not respond with immediate rejection as he had before. Instead, he instinctively began to ponder. In scarcely 3 seconds, he opened his mouth to respond. Such words would wield a significantly lesser impact. The Tianshan prison remains unchanged, unperturbed by chaos. The warden shall not be utterly enraged. Rather, he is likely to hold you in high regard, perhaps even forge a collaborative relationship with you. After all, he is an upright individual, solely focused on eradicating evil. Upon receiving this answer, Lin Bei gently nodded, feeling a slight relaxation within. By taking this course of action, he would at least avoid becoming a mortal enemy of the warden of Tianshan prison. Although he had never encountered the warden, his strength was undoubtedly fearsome. Maintaining a special relationship was evidently the most prudent choice. This approach was not an act of cowardice, but rather a consideration for the future. In the next moment, Lin Bei's gaze shifted back to the prison-suppressing monument. The monument was colossal, soaring hundreds of meters high and nearly 100 meters wide, resembling a small mountain. System. Can it be stored within the system space? Shortly, the system's prompt resounded. It is indeed possible, but it is not advisable for the host to do so. For once it is placed into the system space or a dedicated space, it will no longer be able to suppress this Tianshan prison. Only by remaining within Tianshan prison can it continuously suppress the talents of the inmates. The host is advised to reconsider. Lin Bei promptly dismissed the notion of stowing away the prison-suppressing monument. Given the circumstances, he could only have the time-sovereign dragon directly synthesize within the evil fiend prison. He found himself deep in contemplation once more. While the existence of dragons could be known to others, the fact that he could facilitate their synthesis must remain a closely guarded secret. At that moment, within the evil fiend prison, 3 individuals still maintained their lucidity, and the prerequisite for the synthesis of the time-sovereign dragon was to ensure their departure from this place. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei pointed towards Kong and Wu, inquiring of Luing. Who are these two? Are they significant? As soon as his words fell, Lu Ying's voice followed. Not important. Merely 2 individuals wishing to strike a deal with me. To him, Kong and Wu were indeed inconsequential. Regardless, the deal was no longer feasible. Nodding lightly, Lin Bei quietly instructed the void beside him. Bone, confine those 2 and prevent them from witnessing the events outside. A resonant dragon-s roar echoed through the void as the concealed void reincarnation dragon swiftly traversed the space. Soon, a massive dragon claw emerged from the rift before Kong and Wu, seizing them and drawing them into the void. They had no time to react. As Kong and Wu entered the void, they were enveloped in an infinite darkness, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of isolation and disconnection from the world. Panic surged within Kong as he anxiously glanced around the dark expanse, shouting, "Where is this? Let me out. We are not enemies." Yet, his cries echoed in vain. Unheard by anyone, including Wu, who had accompanied him, Lu Ying witnessed the moment when Kong and Wu vanished. The image of the dragon claw extending from the void deeply etched into his memory. At that instant, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had indeed underestimated Lin Bei. The bone dragon, the radiant dragon, and that unknown dragon. He had tamed 3 dragons. It was almost unfathomable. His perception of Lin Bei was once again transformed, and unbeknownst to him, a glimmer of curiosity emerged. At that moment, a rift in the void appeared before Lu Ying, and Lin Bei's voice resonated simultaneously. "You know what to do." As soon as the words fell, Lu Ying, now fully aware, stepped into the void. In truth, he had already surmised Lin Bei's intentions and recognized that the forthcoming events were not meant for public viewing, hence his compliance in entering. Upon entering, Lu Ying was met with the same darkness, yet he maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of panic. In the next instant, the time-sovereign dragon, having remained in the void, finally arrived at the evil fiend prison. With a determined flap of its wings, it swiftly soared to the prison-suppressing monument, earnestly scrutinizing it. The more it observed, the more satisfied it became, increasingly convinced that the prison-suppressing monument was perfectly suited to itself. Having instructed the devouring sky-slaying dragon and the radiant saint white dragon to keep a watchful eye on the angels below, Lin Bei too flapped his wings and approached the prison-suppressing monument, feeling its immense power up close. Standing before the monument, he could not sense his own innate gifts. Feeling no different from an ordinary person, so formidable, truly worthy of being the prison-suppressing monument. Without hesitation, Lin Bei retrieved another material intended for synthesis from the system space. System. Activate the synthesis function. Beep. Please select the synthesis materials. Simply name them. A minimum of 3 materials is required. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei declared, Time Sovereign Dragon Hatchling. Prison-suppressing monument. River of Soul's essence. Synthesize using these 3 materials. He had already made his decision regarding the materials for synthesis. As soon as his words fell, the Time Sovereign Dragon Hatchling, the prison-suppressing monument, and the river of soul's essence were enveloped in golden light. 1 second later, the 3 golden orbs fused together, gently floating before Lin Bei. Due to the immense size of the prison-suppressing monument, the golden orb was also quite large. Beep. Synthesis in progress. Please be patient, host. Now, the only task left was to wait. Subsequently, Lin Bei casually found a spot to sit and awaited the completion of the synthesis, all the while imagining just how formidable the synthesized time-sovereign dragon would be. Meanwhile, in the Tianshan Lake Hotel, Wang Yuling was in Lin Bei's room with Rin Ting. Although they had spent some time together, their exchanges were painfully sparse, consisting of only a few sentences, with Wang Yuling merely inquiring about Rin Ting's name. As for Bai Zhou, he had returned to his own room to strategize for the upcoming tasks ahead. The burden on him was substantial, as he needed to secure the scales from the Kuanpeng for Lin Bei. Inside Lin Bei's room, a modest dining table was laden with food. Rin Ting, accustomed to the prison fare, was ravenously devouring the food, showing no semblance of ladylike decorum, though the food was merely ordinary fare, readily available at street-side eateries. She consumed it as if it were an exquisite delicacy. Beside them lay several empty plates, devoid of any remnants of food, appearing as pristine as if freshly washed. Observing Rin Ting's demeanor, Wang Yuling remained silent, showing no intention of interrupting. The longer she spent in Rin Ting's company, the deeper her sympathy grew. As time ticked by, the food before Rin Ting gradually diminished. Noticing this, Wang Yuling promptly inquired, "Rin Ting, is there anything else you would like to eat? I can go fetch it for you." She genuinely intended to care for Rin Ting, driven by her innate compassion and her desire to assist Lin Bei. Having consumed a considerable amount, Rin Ting finally exhaled contentedly, declaring, "I'm fine, sister. I'm full." The two once again fell into silence. After a considerable pause, it was Rin Ting who broke the quiet, asking, "Sister, when will brother Lin Bei come to find me? I miss him so much. I long to go home and see him." The moment her words left her lips, Wang Yuling's expression dimmed significantly. She shook her head gently and replied with a tone of resignation, "I'm not quite sure. He is imprisoned in the Heavenly Mountain prison, and it seems he won't be out anytime soon. We can only wait." Yet before she could finish, Rin Ting interjected, "But brother Lin Bei can come and go freely. With that great dragon around, the prison cannot possibly hold him." In an instant, Wang Yuling's expression turned to one of astonishment. Her eyes widened and her mouth fell slightly agape, clearly taken aback by this revelation. After a moment, she instinctively exclaimed, "Ah, what you say seems to be correct." It was only then that she grasped this crucial point. Lin Bei truly could enter and exit the Heavenly Mountain prison at will. A prison that could bind many was utterly incapable of restraining him. Otherwise, Rin Ting would not have been able to arrive here. Truly, Brother Bei is remarkable. The Heavenly Mountain prison is an inescapable place for others, yet for Brother Bei, it is as accessible as a garden. However, what could Brother Bei possibly be plotting? Why would he choose to remain in the Heavenly Mountain prison? This aspect puzzled Wang Yuling immensely. Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought and quickly rose to her feet, preparing to seek out Bai Zhou. It was imperative to convey this information to Bai Zhou, for with this knowledge, the plan could be suitably altered. "Rin Ting, wait here for me. I'll be back shortly." With that, Wang Yuling exited the room. As time continued to pass, numerous events were unfolding. The angel, enveloped in sacred power and crushed underfoot by the devouring dragon, began to stir anew. Whoosh, whoosh. The holy energy that enveloped it began to dissipate rapidly. Rather than disappearing, it was being absorbed. Indeed, Lu Ying's angelic pet was absorbing the power of the holy white dragon. In mere seconds, it had consumed all the sacred energy surrounding it. Subsequently, it forcefully pushed aside the devouring dragon and rose to its feet. At this moment, the once dark angel had undergone a profound transformation. From head to toe, not a trace of malevolence remained. It radiated an aura of sanctity. Although it could not rival the holy white dragon, which combined the powers of an angel and Bai Zhou, it was nonetheless formidable. Moreover, its appearance had changed. With white hair, pale skin, and snowy wings, Lu Ying's pet had astonishingly reverted to an angel. This angel stood on the ground, fixated on the holy white dragon. Disregarding the devouring dragon beside it, and the presence of Lin Bei ahead, it was solely focused on the holy white dragon. Moments later, it moved closer. Taking several steps towards the holy white dragon, it bent its legs and knelt before it, hands crossed over its chest, and earnestly proclaimed, "Thank you, O Holy One, for your supreme purification. It is by your grace that I am liberated from the interference of evil thoughts. I pledge to serve you as your eternal servant, devoted to your side for all time." After uttering these words, it remained kneeling, showing no intention of rising. The holy white dragon was left speechless. It found itself at a loss for how to respond to this unexpected turn of events. Was there a misunderstanding? It had merely been following its master's orders. Why was this being kneeling before it, seeking to become its servant? Confusion reigned. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was oblivious to all that transpired behind him, for before him, the golden light orb had undergone new developments. Chapter 173, Time's Sovereign Dragon, Synthesis Successful. Crack, crack, crack. Tiny fissures began to emerge on the surface of the golden light orb, intertwining like a work of art. It seemed poised to shatter at any moment. Lin Bei, seated not far away, felt his breath grow heavier upon witnessing this scene. In a mere 10 seconds, the cracks multiplied, obscuring the intricate patterns beneath, creating a rather alarming sight. At this moment, not only was Lin Bei intently observing the golden orb, but even the devouring dragon and the holy white dragon found their attention drawn to it. Also captivated was the void reincarnation dragon, hovering in the void. Alas, poor Luing's angel could only kneel before the holy white dragon, its face filled with reverence, awaiting the dragon's nod of approval. In an instant, the synthesizing time sovereign dragon became the focal point of attention. Simultaneously, Luing, along with Kong and Wu, who were trapped in the void, sensed a burgeoning powerful aura. They immediately fell silent, concentrating on the unfolding events outside, their expressions growing increasingly serious. Though unaware of precisely what was transpiring, they understood clearly within their hearts, something immensely powerful was being birthed in the outside world. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Ying's brow was slick with cold sweat. His eyes filled with deep confusion. He raised a hand to wipe away the sweat, speaking with an unusual tone. What on earth is happening? What is this ever-strengthening aura? Why? Why does it evoke such an overwhelming feeling of helplessness? This power feels utterly unprecedented. At that moment, Luing found himself yearning to rush outside to witness the unfolding spectacle, eager to uncover the truth behind it all. Time continued to trickle by. Before long, half a minute had elapsed. After half a minute of brewing anticipation, the number of fissures on the golden orb reached a critical threshold. At this point, the cracks ceased to multiply. In that fleeting moment, Lin Bei realized what was about to transpire. It seemed that it was destined to emerge. Just as his thoughts trailed off, the golden orb, now fully consumed by the fissures, erupted violently, scattering countless tiny golden fragments from the heights down towards the ground. The scene was reminiscent of millions of golden fireflies fluttering through the abyss of despair, illuminating the entire domain with a resplendent golden hue, transforming it from a prison into a realm of grandeur. At the very center of the cascade of golden luminescence, a diminutive figure emerged, roughly the size of a washing machine, starkly contrasting with the other colossal dragons. The brilliance of the golden light made it difficult to discern its finer details, revealing only its outline and size. Moments later, as the golden fragments gradually dissipated, a system notification chimed simultaneously. Ding! Congratulations, host. Synthesis successful. At last, the Time Sovereign Dragon had been successfully synthesized. In the next instant, the golden shards that had filled the entire abyss vanished in an instant, revealing the Time Sovereign Dragon concealed within the golden radiance, finally coming into Lin Bei's view. The synthesized Time Sovereign Dragon, while markedly larger in size, had also undergone various transformations. Its body, originally characterized by an ever-shifting color, now fluctuated between white, gold, and red. At this moment, the dragon's hues continued to change, accompanied by an array of intricate runes, each one unique and obscure, exuding an immensely powerful and mysterious aura. These runes were unmistakably linked to the prison suppression tablet. Most notably, however, were the dragon's two eyes. While its pupils were not fixed in color, they had transformed entirely to a deep black, as if stained by dark ink. This blackness seemed to flow, reminiscent of the river of Hades coursing within. The elements of year, month, day, hour, minute, and second that once filled its essence now shifted in tandem with the dragon's color transformations. Overall, the synthesized Time Sovereign Dragon had not drastically changed from its previous form. It merely possessed several new, formidable powers. Without a moment's pause, the Time Sovereign Dragon unfurled its wings and approached its master. Soon, it nestled into Lin Bei's embrace. Its head, the size of a basketball, affectionately nuzzling against his face, clearly seeking affection. Lin Bei reciprocated by gently stroking the dragon's body. In the next moment, information regarding the synthesized Time Sovereign Dragon materialized before his eyes. Name, unnamed. Species, dragon. Time Sovereign Dragon, new species, designation pending. Status, juvenile, weakest stage. Loyalty, utterly devoted. Even as time reaches its end and all things turn to dust, betrayal shall never cross its mind. Ability, possesses the power to control time, the ability to command the dead from the river of Hades, and the capacity to suppress and seal human talents. Description, the most enigmatic of dragons. born from the river of time and dwelling within it, capable of traversing the fabric of time at will, mastering the flow of time. After merging with two other formidable powers, it has become even more mysterious and powerful. Under optimal conditions, the combination of these three powers can even suppress the talents of those long-lost prodigies throughout history. Upon reading the system's description, Lin Bei gained a clearer understanding of the time-sovereign dragon, and the most astonishing aspect was the final statement. The ability to suppress the talents of historical figures? Wouldn't that alter the course of history itself? At this thought, Lin Bei hesitated, daunted by the implications. Imagine facing a formidable adversary, finding oneself outmatched, yet possessing the power to suppress the talents of their ancestors, resulting in their demise in battle. What would become of the situation then? At that moment, the system's notification sounded once more. Host, please be advised. While the time-sovereign dragon possesses such capabilities, it requires substantial growth to reach a level of immense strength. Currently, its power is insufficient. Despite this, the might of the time-sovereign dragon remained undeniable. Chapter 174. Suppressing the abyss for countless years regarding the synthesized time-sovereign dragon. Lin Bei felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Both its capabilities and growth potential filled him with anticipation and approval. Although its combat prowess may not be overwhelming, its abilities, if utilized effectively, could rival that of the Void Rebirth Dragon. Having successfully completed the synthesis, it was time to designate its species and bestow upon it a new name. This was a necessary step, for assigning a new dragon species would yield fresh rewards, which were equally vital for the time-sovereign dragon. With the attributes of a juvenile dragon, the prison suppression tablet, and the essence of the river of Hades, possessing powers of time, suppression, and control over the dead, it shall be named Time-Sovereign Suppression Dragon. The name resonates with strength. Time-Sovereign corresponds to the Time-Sovereign Dragon, suppression to the prison suppression tablet, and Hades to the essence of the river of Hades. Buzz. The Time-Sovereign Suppression Dragon expressed its satisfaction with its new designation, emitting a triumphant roar, perceiving the name as both powerful and befitting of its stature. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Species designation successful. The true name gift package for Time-Sovereign Suppression Dragon has been successfully distributed. Simultaneously, a calamity befell the Tianshan Abyss. The prisoners, long resigned to their fate within the confines of the prison, suddenly discovered that their talents had returned to normal. Many inmates could scarcely believe their senses, bewildered by the resurgence of their long-dormant abilities. My heavens, I can use my talents again? I don't know what transpired, but this is my chance to escape. Humph, I shall slay every last guard here. An unrestrained Tianshan Abyss is no different from any other prison. It cannot hold us captive. After waiting for so many years, this day has finally arrived. Fate has not forsaken me. Upon realizing this turn of events, the prisoners within the Tianshan Abyss eagerly summoned their pets. Chaos erupted throughout the entire abyss. Faced with a multitude of inmates endowed with extraordinary talents, the relatively few guards lacked the capacity for resistance and could only retreat continuously. This marked the first time in the extensive history of the Heavenly Mountain prison that such a large-scale catastrophe had unfolded. The prisoners, appearing as if driven to madness, rampaged through the confines of the prison, wreaking havoc as a means of venting their long-held grievances. Meanwhile, the two entities ensconced in the void, Kong and Wu, were acutely aware of the unfolding chaos. In an instant, they stood dumbfounded, muttering to themselves. Has the talent returned to normal? The prison suppression steel. Has it truly been taken away? This fellow is far too reckless. How could he actually undertake such an audacious act? But the prison suppression steel is the very foundation of the Heavenly Mountain prison. Both were incredulous at the situation. It became apparent that there existed individuals bold enough to engage in such self-destructive endeavors, whether out of ignorance or courage. Only Lu Ying remained unfazed by the tumult. After a brief interaction with Lin Bei, he was certain that Lin Bei would indeed seize the prison suppression steel, as his initial intent had been directed towards it from the beginning. Thus, Lu Ying stood motionless in the void, gazing into the encroaching darkness, his expression growing somewhat complex. A second later, he gently shook his head, speaking with a tone of resignation. I hope you don't meet your end at the hands of the warden. He expressed this sentiment because he hadn't taken Lin Bei's earlier words seriously. In a realm devoid of the prison suppression steel, how could such miraculous powers persist? Likewise, Lin Bei, whose talents had fully awakened, was acutely aware of the ramifications of the situation. Without delay, he disregarded the newly acquired package and, lowering his gaze to the Shihuang Zenminglong in his arms, commanded, Huang, let us commence. Unleash your power and restore order to the Heavenly Mountain prison. Huang was his customary appellation for the Shihuang Jinyulong. As his words fell, The Shihuang long unfurled its wings and soared into the air, surveying its surroundings with keen observation. Soon, it grasped the environment completely and understood its course of action. In the next moment, the powers of time control, talent suppression, and corpse manipulation erupted simultaneously, each at full force. A colossal sphere of light, constantly shifting in color and adorned with intricate runes, with a core of black liquid, materialized before the Shihuang Ziminglong. This was a manifestation of its total energy, a wondrous orb formed from the essence of time control, talent suppression, and corpse manipulation. The instant the miraculous sphere appeared, the color fluctuations of the Shihuang Ziminglong ceased, and the temporal scales within its pupils ground to a halt. With a final exertion of its remaining strength, it barely returned to Lin Bei's embrace, closing its eyes and slipping into slumber without uttering a sound. A pang of sorrow welled up within Lin Bei's gaze as he regarded the slumbering Shihuang Ziminglong. Forcing you to undertake such an endeavor proves to be too much. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, he would have preferred to wait until the Shihuang Long had matured before taking action. That would yield far superior results in terms of suppression. Yet, circumstances left no room for delay. Thus, he was compelled to enlist the abilities of the juvenile Shihuang Ziminglong. Subsequently, Lin Bei cradled the sleeping dragon and gazed upward at the colossal sphere of light hovering above. The luminescence of the miraculous sphere continuously fluctuated, emanating the three powers within. Once immobile and devoid of bones, the corpses scattered across the ground began to rise anew, aimlessly wandering within the depths of the sinister prison. Akin to patrolling sentinels, lacking skeletal structure, their movements appeared somewhat disjointed, and coupled with the prison's ever-shifting hues, they resembled revelers in a bar. This was the manifestation of the Shihuang Ziminglong's time control. Naturally, the other two powers also exerted their effects. At that moment, the talents of everyone within the confines of the Heavenly Mountain prison were once again suppressed. Chapter 175. The task is not yet complete. Stunned, the inmates in both the male and female sections of the prison were utterly bewildered. Just a second prior, they had possessed talents within themselves, capable of free utilization. Yet now, they found themselves subjected to a terrifying suppression, plunging them once more into a state of impotence. The degree of suppression appeared to surpass even the previous levels. It was as though the talents they had recently unlocked were but fleeting blooms in the dead of night. No, far briefer than the ephemeral beauty of the night blooming Sirius. Whoosh, whoosh. The summoned pets vanished instantaneously from the confines of the Heavenly Mountain prison. In the face of talent suppression, they could not remain in the external realm. Naturally, the inmates' prior insurrection was forced to come to an abrupt halt, filled with nothing but complaints. What is happening? Are they deliberately toying with us? Why the daily madness? One moment it's here, the next it's gone. Compared to the myriad grievances of the prisoners, only a handful noticed the subtle differences. Strange. This power-suppressing talent seems stronger than before. I could previously sense my talent, but was unable to wield it, yet now my perception of it feels diminished. Could this miraculous power truly become stronger? The guards, once suppressed, were now afforded a moment of respite. Clad in special uniforms, their talents remained unaffected. Promptly, the guards commanded their pets to disperse the rioting inmates. The situation began to tilt decidedly in their favor. Inmates unable to wield their talents were no match for the guards. While the guards sensed some anomalies, the urgency of the situation left them no time to ponder. The paramount concern was to confine the prisoners, a task seemingly straightforward. Meanwhile, Lu Ying, trapped in the void by the reincarnation dragon, also sensed the re-emergence of the suppressive force. In an instant, his eyes widened to their fullest extent, filled with astonishment. Cold sweat streamed uncontrollably from his brow. His breathing quickened, far more rapid than before. Having spent years in close proximity to the prison suppression steel, he was acutely aware of the anomalies at play. What on earth is happening? Why does the power I am most familiar with feel particularly alien to me at this moment? Moreover, the degree of suppression of this talent seems to have intensified. Even while clad in the uniform of a warden, I find myself affected. What on earth has he done? This notion leaves Laying in a state of disbelief. It is akin to a little girl, whom one has been accustomed to seeing daily, suddenly transforming into a formidable woman within a mere minute. Although the individual remains the same, the essence is utterly transformed. The only thought occupying his mind now is the need to return to the abyss of evil and witness the truth with his own eyes. At this juncture, Lin Bei finally found himself at leisure, capable of attending to other matters. As long as the Tianshan prison remains undisturbed, there is nothing for him to worry about. Observing the slumbering Time Emperor, the Jinming dragon, cradled in his arms, Lin Bei murmured softly to himself. This choice was indeed the right one. The Time Emperor dragon and the Jinyu monument truly make for the perfect partnership. By unleashing the power of suppression and augmenting it with the force of time, we can ensure that the Tianshan prison remains subdued for an extended period. Indeed, as long as we remain within the bounds of time. Both the Time Emperor Jinming Dragon and the Jinyu Monument need not dwell within the Tianshan prison. The subsequent task is merely to return just before the expiration to extend the duration, disregarding the aimlessly wandering corpses around him. Lin Bei casually found a spot to sit down, placing the Time Emperor Jinming Dragon beside him on the ground. Although the dragon's size is modest, its weight is considerable, making it quite strenuous to carry. System, activate the gift pack. The system's notifications soon chimed. Ding. The true name gift pack for the Time Emperor Jinming Dragon has been successfully activated. Congratulations to the host for receiving special rewards. One chance to randomly extract a capability of the Time Emperor Jinming Dragon. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward. One opportunity to randomly upgrade a capability of the Time Emperor Jinming Dragon. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward. Exclusive space for the Time Emperor Jinming Dragon. As the contents of the true name gift pack were all the same, Lin Bei was not taken aback by this outcome. With time on his hands, he proceeded to utilize these rewards. The chance for a random capability upgrade successfully enhanced the suppression talent of the Time Emperor Jinming Dragon. The efficacy of its suppression improved, allowing it to subdue even more individuals. The reason it managed to suppress everyone in the Tianshan prison in one fell swoop was due to the Time Emperor Jinming Dragon having just been synthesized. With all its powers in a state of fullness, coupled with its full exertion, it was capable of subduing the entire Tianshan prison. This was primarily attributed to the inherent strength of the Jinyu Monument itself. With the Time Emperor Jinming Dragon, a means to suppress foes was secured. In other words, when facing ordinary adversaries, victory was all but assured. As for the random extraction opportunity, it granted Lin Bei the ability to manipulate time, albeit briefly. Overall, it was quite satisfactory. After retracting the Time Emperor Jinming Dragon into its exclusive space, Lin Bei's voice resonated once more. System, commence automatic training. As for the deduction of points, you may handle that as you see fit. By completely entrusting the evolution of his pet dragon to the system, Lin Bei felt a sense of liberation. Rest assured, host, this system is quite reliable. At this moment, the Holy White Dragon and the Devouring Demon Dragon approached Lin Bei, gazing curiously at the luminous orb in the sky. The two dragons were equally intrigued by this wondrous power. Meanwhile, Lang's angelic pet remained prostrate on the ground, showing no inclination to rise. This posture was indeed one of utmost reverence. Having acquired 3 treasures yet failing to complete the task, Lin Bei came to a realization. It seemed the abyss of evil was also a necessary destination. Contemplating this, he furrowed his brow lightly. Asu, release the master of that angel. At this point, Lin Bei was unaware of Lang's name, and thus did not realize he was the individual referred to by the spirit immortal. In the next moment, a fissure appeared in space, and Lang, who had been confined for an extended period, stepped forth. Upon entering the external world, Lang immediately looked skyward, where he beheld the massive orb infused with 3 distinct powers. In an instant, Lang was rendered speechless. He could not fathom that the source of the potent suppression emanating from the orb was, in fact, a mere sphere of light. Unlike the tangible Jinyu Monument, which possessed a physical form, this orb was an entirely different concept. One is a concrete existence capable of interaction, remaining within a fixed range and less disturbed by external factors, while the other is intangible, visible, and perceptible yet untouchable, with the potential to vanish at any moment. Strong as it may be, its duration remains an enigma. Had it possessed a physical form, Lang's reaction would not have been so intense. But instead, it was a luminous orb, seemingly on the brink of dissipating. Furthermore, this non-physical orb surpassed the tangible Jinyu Monument in strength. At this moment, Lang found himself at a loss for words, merely staring upwards, his eyes unblinking for an extended period. The more he focused on the orb, the more he sensed its formidable nature. Within the orb, Lang discerned 3 forces. 2 of them were familiar to him, the power of suppression and the ability to control corpses. Yet the third, which should have been alien, evoked an even deeper sense of familiarity within him. This force seemed to have always existed around him, never fading since birth. Despite this, he could not ascertain what this power truly was, only vaguely sensing its presence. After gazing at the orb for a considerable time, Lang reluctantly redirected his gaze towards Lin Bei and inquired, I can confirm that there are 3 powers within this orb. However, I can only identify 2. The third is palpable, yet remains a mystery. I am curious, what is this third power? From the moment Lin Bei decided to have the Time Emperor Jinming Dragon undertake this task, he had no intention of concealing the truth. For as time progressed, this matter was bound to come to light. The name of that power is time. Hiss. As the words left his lips, Lang instinctively gasped, his face a mask of astonishment. What? The power of time? You must be jesting. Initially, he harbored some doubts. But those doubts dissipated in less than a second as realization struck him. He suddenly understood why he had felt this power surrounding him all along and why it was so familiar. Why, if this force is indeed time? Then everything begins to make sense. After all, from the moment a living being is born, time accompanies it. Relatives and friends may not always be present, but time is ever with us. An enemy may not snatch away a person's life, yet time can. External forces cannot foster a person's growth, but time surely can. In essence, time is an extraordinarily mysterious, complex, and wondrous force. Time. It truly is the power of time. In this world, there exists a being capable of wielding the power of time. Upon realizing this fact, Lu Ying's astonishment deepened. He had encountered many renowned powerful beings, yet none among them could command the force of time. Even those celebrated for their prolonged fame and remarkable strength were incapable of mastering such a phenomenon. They could not even approach the threshold of time. At this moment, Lu Ying's gaze towards Lin Bei transformed once more. He regarded him as though he were a legendary creature from myths. How is this possible? Time. How could it be controlled by a mere mortal? The question escaped Lu Ying instinctively, without a thought for anything else. To this, Lin Bei chose not to respond. Do not inquire into matters that should remain unasked. He was acutely aware of which queries were permissible and which were not. Realizing his abruptness, Lu Ying quickly offered an apology. I beg your pardon. I spoke without thinking. At present, his perception of Lin Bei had been reduced to mere reverence. Although he had previously acknowledged Lin Bei's formidable power and held a certain trepidation, it had still fallen within a tolerable range. Whether it was his combat prowess, the number of dragons he commanded, or his ability to purify the angelic pets, Lu Ying had managed to accept it all with some measure of composure. However, the notion of controlling time was utterly beyond his capacity to comprehend. It was simply outrageous. To manipulate the intangible, unseen, and incorporeal essence of time with a human form. Simultaneously, he grasped another truth. That luminous sphere above him could likely persist for an extended duration. There was no need to fear chaos descending upon the Tianshan Inferno. Lin Bei refrained from elaborating on this matter, instead adopting a nonchalant tone to inquire about other topics. What do you know about the prison of the fierce gods? Currently, his attention was entirely fixated on the prison of the fierce gods. Whether driven by the desire to complete the system's assigned task or to pursue the treasures contained within, Lin Bei intended to explore the inferno of evil spirits. Observing Lin Bei's lack of further inquiry, Lu Ying could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He did not wish to find himself at odds with such a mysterious entity. You have posed your question to the right person. Within the entire Tianshan Inferno, aside from the warden, I possess the most extensive knowledge regarding the prison of the fierce gods. At this juncture, Lu Ying paused momentarily before continuing. You must have heard of the Shanghai organization, correct? Lin Bei casually nodded, acknowledging the inquiry. The Shanghai organization? Not only had he heard of it, but he had also taken lives within it. Soon, Lu Ying's voice resumed. Within the Shanghai organization, there exists a venerable figure known as the Fierce God Elder, and the prison of the Fierce Gods shares the same name. Is that not a remarkable coincidence? Yet, this is no mere happenstance. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei felt a surge of surprise. The prison of the Fierce Gods was, in fact, linked to the Fierce God Elder. He was well aware of what the Fierce God Elder represented. The four fierce beasts. Continue. About a second later, Lu Ying spoke again. Although I have never personally visited the prison of the Fierce Gods, the warden once confided in me. There resides a pet belonging to the Fierce God Elder. As for which specific creature it was, he did not disclose that information. Chapter 177. The Incubation of the Chaotic Dragon Egg. How intriguing. One of his pets is imprisoned within the prison of the Fierce Gods. This turn of events was somewhat unexpected for Lin Bei. Although he had long surmised that whatever was held captive within the prison of the Fierce Gods was no ordinary entity, it was certainly something as unique as Lu Ying, a being of great power or one of significant import. Yet, Lin Bei had never anticipated that the creature confined within the prison of the Fierce Gods would be one of the Fierce God Elder's pets. He was acutely aware that the members of the Shanghai organization who had appeared in Nanshan City, along with that hybrid glutton, were inextricably linked to the Fierce God Elder. Moreover, they were privy to the secrets concealed beneath Nanshan City, wherein the four celestial spirits were sealed. With a modicum of understanding regarding the Fierce God Elder, Lin Bei began to speculate. He pondered over what might be imprisoned within the prison of the Fierce Gods. If it were indeed the Fierce God Elder, then his pet was likely connected to the four great fierce beasts. Tao Tai, Xiongqi, Tao Wu, Chaos. Could it be another hybrid beast? Lin Bei instinctively believed that whatever was contained within was likely a hybrid fierce beast. After all, the true number of the 4 great fierce beasts was exceedingly scarce. Each was ferocious and powerful, making the possibility of taming them exceedingly low. As he contemplated the 4 great fierce beasts, a sudden recollection struck him. He seemed to possess an egg, a hybrid egg of the Yinglong and the 4 fierce bloodlines. Yet, he had never found the time to employ it. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei retrieved the egg, containing the bloodlines of the Yinglong and Chaos, from the system's space. The egg remained unchanged, and the cracks upon it had not increased. Furthermore, the soul imprint still lingered, indicating that it was not yet suitable for incubation. To attempt hatching it recklessly would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Let us take a look. Perhaps this is the very opportunity for incubation. Although he had previously slain numerous magical beasts at the Tianshan Visitor Hotel, he had refrained from allowing this egg to absorb the life essence of those beasts. The reasons were twofold. First, he did not wish for it to assimilate excessive impurities from other magical beasts. This had been his approach from the outset. The nutrients this hybrid egg had absorbed were solely derived from other hybrid eggs, while those hybrid eggs contained some essence of other magical beasts. At least half of their bloodline was from the 4 fierce beasts, and with the system's powerful assistance, this absorption fell within permissible limits. In truth, what Lin Bei desired was a pure product born of the fusion between the Yinglong and Chaos. The unknown entity confined within the prison of the fierce gods could very well serve as the greatest opportunity for incubation. The second reason was to avoid drawing attention. In the bustling Tianshan city, it was inevitable that there were many well-informed individuals who might know of the existence of the hybrid beast egg. Attracting unnecessary trouble would be an unwise endeavor. At that moment, Lo Ying, who stood beside, caught sight of the cracked hybrid beast egg in Lin Bei's hand, from which emanated a mysterious and intricate aura. He was quite familiar with such hybrid beast eggs. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "I have a question for you." His brow furrowed tightly, his eyes glinting with gravity. Lin Bei glanced at Lu Ying with indifference and replied, "Go ahead." In truth, he had already surmised the nature of Lu Ying's inquiry, undoubtedly related to the hybrid beast egg he held. As expected, Lu Ying's question revolved around this very egg. "If I'm not mistaken, the egg you possess should be a hybrid egg crafted by the Shanghai organization, right? Do you have some connection with them?" Ordinarily, only members of the Shanghai organization or those affiliated with it could possess such hybrid beast eggs. Promptly, Lin Bei confirmed, "Indeed, there is a connection." In an instant, Lu Ying's expression grew even more solemn, deepening the creases on his tightly furrowed brow. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Lin Bei's voice resonated once more. "My relationship with the Shanghai organization can be classified as that of mortal enemies." Indeed, he had not only slain members of the Shanghai organization and their hybrid beasts, but had also seized many hybrid beast eggs. The two parties had long since become arch-nemesis. The sole reason the Shanghai organization had yet to take action against Lin Bei was that the situation was still in a state of brewing. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying felt a sense of relief. As long as Lin Bei was not affiliated with the Shanghai organization, he was not his enemy. Moreover, Lin Bei was an adversary of the Shanghai organization. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Suddenly recalling something, he eagerly asked, "Are you considering visiting the abyss of the fierce gods?" Lu Ying was acutely aware of whether Lin Bei could enter that dark void. Given that he could navigate such treacherous realms and accomplish miraculous feats, venturing into the abyss of the fierce gods did not seem an insurmountable task. A second later, Lin Bei's voice rang out, "I will go, but not at this moment." He paused briefly before continuing. "Is there a treasure within the abyss of the fierce gods similar to the Jinyu steel?" The next moment, Lu Ying responded, "Yes. It is said to be a rope. This very rope binds the pet of the fierce god sovereign, preventing it from escaping the abyss." Nodding slightly, Lin Bei refrained from further comment, instead focusing on his subsequent plans. He had no intention of heading to the abyss of the fierce gods right now, as it was evidently perilous. In a weakened state, venturing into such danger would be tantamount to courting death. Tomorrow marked the day of the auction. It would be more prudent to visit the abyss after the auction concluded. Going to the abyss of the fierce gods was an important matter, as was acquiring the Kunping scales. Noticing Lin Bei's silence, Lu Ying gradually withdrew his gaze. He then prepared to seek out his pet angel to ascertain its current condition. To his astonishment, after all these years, his pet angel had managed to return to normal. In this world, there existed a power capable of resisting the malevolent aura of the abyss of the fallen gods. As he turned to look at his pet angel, what he beheld was an angel kneeling on the ground. Chapter 178, The Auction Begins. Instantly, Lu Ying was taken aback. Was his angel in a stupor? Why was it kneeling motionless on the ground? Its expression and posture appeared profoundly reverent, as if in worship of the deity it held most dear. What was going on? Why was that creature kneeling? Having never encountered such a scenario, Lu Ying was utterly bewildered by the sight before him. It is worth noting that his angel, even in the presence of a 10-winged angel, would not display such behavior. No, not only would it not kneel before a 10-winged angel, but it would also remain unyielding in front of a 12-winged angel. An angel is, after all, an angel. No matter how many wings it possesses, it remains an angel. One angel cannot compel another to submit. Throughout the annals of history, only beings of a higher echelon, such as deities or saints, could inspire such voluntary reverence among angels. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Lu Ying instinctively approached his angel. He had neither the energy nor the inclination to spare a glance at the nearby light holy dragon or the sky-eater demon dragon. Soon, he stood beside his pet angel. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "Passia, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling on the ground? There is nothing here worthy of your veneration." This angel was named Passia, which meant to dispel evil. However, as soon as Lu Ying's words fell, a somewhat cold and stern voice emerged from Passia. "Do not speak frivolously. The Holy One is before us, testing my resolve. Even though you are my tamer, you must not insult my Holy One. The Holy One is an inviolable existence." Passia was genuinely perturbed. To her, the light holy dragon was of paramount significance. It was the light holy dragon that had rescued her from the mire of darkness. Without the earlier surge of sanctified power, she would still be trapped in a state of uncontrollable bloodlust, intent on annihilating other lives and shattering the rules of this world. As Passia uttered these words, Lu Ying's confusion reached its zenith. The next moment, he abruptly turned to face the front. All he could see, aside from Lin Bei, were Lin Bei's two dragons. There was no trace of any deity or saint. "Where is your Holy One? Could it be that white dragon?" The instant he spoke, Lu Ying found himself momentarily stunned. It seemed he had grasped the essence of the situation. After standing in a daze for a second, Lu Ying's voice broke the silence once more. "No, it can't be. Is that white dragon truly the Holy One you speak of?" In asking this question, he had already deduced the answer. For within the entire abyss of the evil spirits, only the light holy dragon possessed the sanctified power, and his angel would only bow before the presence of such purity. Thus, it was indeed so. The power possessed by His Majesty is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Only we angels, along with other beings graced by the light, can truly fathom the magnificence of His Majesty. Unavoidably, Lu Ying fell into a profound silence. He found himself at a loss in the face of the current situation. His angelic pet was wholeheartedly intent on recognizing a dragon as His Majesty. Yet, that dragon was merely a pet summoned by someone else. Given the circumstances, there was no way to intervene. His own pet was about to acknowledge another's pet as the sovereign. What about him? How was he to confront that dragon? And how was he to face the dragon's master? No matter how he contemplated it, the situation was undeniably awkward. Ultimately, Lu Ying could only helplessly rub his head, letting out a long sigh as he spoke. What a predicament. I truly cannot discern whether the restoration of normalcy is a blessing or a curse. Moments passed, and after contemplating all his questions, Lin Bei returned to a state of normalcy. As he gazed ahead, he beheld the motionless Lu Ying and the angel kneeling fervently on the ground. Lin Bei couldn't help but feel speechless. How long had it been? Why was this angel still kneeling? Such fervor. "Xiao Bai, you handle this. That fellow is your responsibility." With a resonant hum, the holy white dragon of light emitted a long, melodic note. Upon hearing this dragon's call, Lin Bei wearily rubbed his temples. The meaning conveyed by the holy white dragon was far from simple. It had decided to accept this angel. The reasoning being, it might soon have a child, and having a servant to assist in caregiving would surely be preferable to having no one at all. Moreover, this servant could also serve as a bodyguard. Beyond that, there were many additional roles to fulfill. Lin Bei showed no inclination to oppose this. After all, the angel's subservience to the holy white dragon was no different from its allegiance to him. With a casual flutter of its wings, the holy white dragon soared to the side of the angel, Poxy. After gazing at Poxy for a few moments, it raised one of its claws and gently stroked Poxy's head. This seemingly simple gesture sent waves of joy coursing through Poxy, causing radiant white light to shimmer across its form. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your permission. I shall remain eternally loyal to you. In times of danger, I shall stand in the front lines. When you issue commands, no matter the difficulty, I shall see them through." Lu Ying, listening on the sidelines, wore an expression of utter complexity. He was utterly unsure of what actions to take. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, resigning himself to this convoluted fate. Lin Bei then chose not to engage in any further activities, casually finding a place to rest while awaiting the arrival of the next day. Lu Ying did the same, with little conversation exchanged between them. As for Kong and Wu, trapped in the void, they had already faded from memory. Time sped by swiftly, and before long, The second day arrived. This day marked the commencement of the Tianshan City auction. Many who had come to Tianshan City awakened early, eager for the auction to begin. After all, the primary reason for their arrival was to partake in the auction. Conversations filled the streets. I heard there will be several vials of life essence up for auction today. I must acquire one. It is truly miraculous. With life essence, my daughter's insufficient vitality can surely be greatly improved. Alas, it will be difficult. Too many people are vying for it. Undoubtedly, the sacred power of the holy white dragon, referred to by the people as life essence, had become one of the most sought-after commodities. Many who had initially planned to purchase other items swiftly altered their intentions, leading to a significant decline in competition for numerous auction items, including the scales of the Kunping. Tianshan City was bustling with people. Aside from the members of the Shanghai organization, others were also eyeing the Kunping scales. The world is vast, and there will always be those who know the value of the Kunping scales. Moreover, Tianshan City could be considered a sizable metropolis, connected to other cities via teleportation arrays, making access to this location quite convenient. Bai Zhou and Wang Yuling had not forgotten Lin Bei's instructions and woke up early, preparing to attend the auction. Presently, they found themselves in Bai Zhou's room, engaging in a hushed discussion. Director Bai, do you think Brother Bei will come today? He seems particularly invested in that enormous fish scale. Wang Yuling expressed her confusion, pondering how a mere large fish scale could possibly warrant such determination to obtain it. It cannot be consumed, nor can it be used for taming. At best, it might serve as an equipment piece. Its utility is truly limited. Her perspective was quite reasonable. Even Bai Zhou shared a similar sentiment. He too failed to see the significance of the Kunping scales. Indeed, a single Kunping scale holds little practical use. However, the implications it represents are extraordinarily vast. Hence, it must be acquired. Initially, I believed Mr. Lin would not attend, as he was imprisoned. But now, I cannot ascertain whether he will make an appearance. It is unprecedented to hear of someone being able to freely enter and exit Tianshan prison after all these years. Bai Zhou was uncertain about how things would unfold, as there were too many variables at play. It was indeed true that Lin Bei could move freely in and out of the prison. However, Lin Bei's status as a prisoner would inevitably impose numerous restrictions, especially since many were familiar with him. If Lin Bei were to attend the auction, it would be akin to announcing to others that he had escaped. Yet if he chose not to come, Bai Zhou was left uncertain about what to purchase. He struggled to determine what constituted rare materials. Values differ among individuals. Alas, how perplexing. After that, the two refrained from further conversation, simply walking silently towards the elevator. As for Renting, she remained in Lin Bei's room. Her identity was sensitive, making it unwise to expose her to the public eye. Should she be revealed, it would undoubtedly lead to numerous complications. Meanwhile, as they awaited the elevator, individuals continued to emerge from the floor, including members of the Radiant Altar and the Shanghai organization. Their common destination was the auction. Simultaneously, Lin Bei, having rested through the night, gradually opened his eyes. He had returned to peak condition, whether in terms of energy, strength, or the recovery of the various powers he had expended. He was ready. The power of wind and thunder surged once more within the six-winged wind thunder dragon, while the flame power of the fiery rock armored dragon mirrored this resurgence. Even the three exhausted forces within the Time Sovereign's nether dragon regained their fullness. Each dragon was now capable of unleashing its full strength. Behind Lin Bei, he was supported by the holy white dragon of light. In comparison to the bone-laden devouring sky demon dragon, the holy white dragon of light was evidently the more suitable cushion. The holy white dragon had long awakened but lay motionless on the ground, allowing its master to rest upon it. Meanwhile, the angel named Breaking Evil was diligently massaging the dragon's leg, her face devoid of any discontent, instead radiating respect and excitement. It seemed that massaging the holy white dragon was a matter of great fortune. Although Lu Ying felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness within, he could not intervene in the unfolding scene. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a sight. A most noble and sacred angel willingly massaging a dragon was simply too incongruous. Alas, if only it were a dream. Yet, reality was immutable and unchangeable. After stretching with a sigh, Lin Bei rose to his feet, his gaze calm as he spoke. The auction is about to commence. Let us go take a look. Prior to entering the inferno of the evil spirits, he had cautioned Bai Zhou out of concern that he might be subjected to stringent surveillance, rendering escape from the prison impossible. However, the subsequent developments had taken an unexpected turn. Not only was he not under strict supervision, but he had also been cast into the evil spirits prison. For others, the evil spirits prison was perilous, with virtually no hope of survival. Yet for Lin Bei, it had transformed into his domain, where he could act as he pleased. Inside the male inmate section, guards would occasionally patrol, should they find him absent from his cell. Complications would arise. But such was not the case in the evil spirit's prison. After all, Lu Ying was the sole occupant. Thus, there was no need to worry about being discovered. He could freely participate in the auction and vie for the coveted Kunping scales. Turning to the exasperated Lu Ying nearby, Lin Bei nearly succumbed to laughter. Fortunately, his professional training allowed him to restrain himself, and he inquired in a deliberately nonchalant tone, "I am going to attend the auction. Would you like to accompany me for a stroll outside?" Almost instantaneously, Lu Ying responded, "Of course." During his years of confinement in the evil spirit's prison, he had never ventured even a step outside, dutifully fulfilling his responsibilities in the hope of cleansing his sins through punishing the wicked. Lu Ying had contemplated escaping to the outside world on numerous occasions. Yet, the thought of his tainted pet angel extinguished any such notion. Wandering about with a pet angel corrupted by the abyss of the fallen would only exacerbate the situation. However, the circumstances had changed. With the corrupted pet angel restored to normalcy, Lu Ying no longer needed to remain confined, having earned the right to step into the outside world. Aside from this reason, he had another. Even if I wish to abstain, I cannot. Because once you step outside, your dragon will follow. And once your dragon is outside, my pet will inevitably follow as well. It appeared he was resolute in his determination to pursue your dragon. With that, Lu Ying shook his head in resignation. He was uncertain of what his future held. Was he destined to remain by Lin Bei's side forever? Chapter 180, The Scheme. The entire venue goes wild. Lin Bei retracted the Holy White Dragon and the Devouring Sky Demon Dragon into their respective exclusive spaces. Simultaneously, he commanded the Void Reincarnation Dragon, which lingered in the void, Asu, open the rift in the void. The moment his command echoed, a fissure appeared in the space ahead. Though not large, it was ample enough for a truck to pass through. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei stepped into the rift. In the evil spirit's prison, only Lu Ying and the angel-breaking evil remained, gazing at the void rift ahead. Lu Ying had yet to lift his foot when the voice of the angel-breaking evil rang out first. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and enter to follow the master of the Holy One." After uttering this, she paused briefly before continuing. "You should feel fortunate. Following the master of the Holy One is far more promising than recklessly wandering about on your own. The power possessed by the Holy One is enough to drive countless individuals and beasts into madness. The ability to turn flesh into bones is merely the most basic function. Trust me, a profound bond exists between us. I would never harm you." Upon hearing the words of his angel pet, Lu Ying fell into deep contemplation. He understood better than anyone that under the constraints of a talent contract, his pet angel would never cause him harm. In fact, should he insist on pursuing a certain course of action, she would be unable to resist his command unless corrupted or otherwise affected, causing a deviation in the talent contract. However, he was reluctant to employ such coercive methods, as it would only serve to sour his relationship with breaking evil. Not only Lu Ying, but many who regarded their pets as companions would refrain from resorting to such tactics unless absolutely necessary. Yet, there were also those who viewed their pets as mere tools. They would disregard the feelings of their pets, relentlessly forcing them to comply with various demands. The two contrasting approaches would yield entirely different outcomes. After a full half-minute, Lu Ying's voice finally broke the silence. "Are you suggesting that I choose to follow him?" Though Lin Bei exhibited formidable, mysterious, and astonishing abilities, the thought of following someone weaker than himself was still somewhat unacceptable to him. After all, he had once been a saint seed of the Radiant Altar. Quickly, the angel-breaking evil affirmed, "Indeed, that is precisely what I mean. Do not underestimate him due to his current weakness. My intuition tells me that even if I were to unleash my full power against him, he possesses numerous means of survival. The reason our strength surpasses his at present is merely because we emerged in this world before him. What I speak are my genuine thoughts. Given him the same amount of time, his strength would undoubtedly surpass ours by a considerable margin." With that, Lu Ying fell silent, stepping into the void rift without uttering another word. The angel-breaking evil quietly followed behind him. Some matters require time for contemplation. As they entered the void rift, it closed in an instant. As for those trapped within, the void and the null were conveniently released. As they gazed upon the drastically transformed abyss of malevolence, both individuals found themselves momentarily stunned. The levitating, color-shifting orbs illuminated the surroundings, revealing a multitude of corpses traversing below. Rather than a prison, this place resembled a bustling tavern. For a considerable time, they remained in a daze, instinctively questioning whether they had somehow crossed into another realm. As they traversed the void, unimpeded by any external factors, Lin Bei and Lu Ying swiftly distanced themselves from the Tianshan Great Prison. At that moment, the void no longer mirrored its previous darkness. One could clearly perceive the world beyond. Observing the long-forgotten sights of the outside world, Luing felt his mindset gradually shifting. He could hardly fathom how long it would take to witness this strangely familiar yet foreign world had he not encountered Lin Bei. Perhaps it was indeed as Pissia had asserted. Following him was the wisest choice. Unbeknownst to him, such thoughts began to take root in Lu Ying's heart, albeit faintly, yet steadily gaining strength. As for Lin Bei, he had no desire to delve into Lu Ying's thoughts. He was solely focused on advancing at full speed. Unwilling to miss any auction item, the prospect of arriving late and missing out on exceptional treasures was simply unacceptable. As time wore on, an increasing number of people gathered within the auction venue. Aware of the anticipated turnout, the auction space was vast, capable of accommodating no less than 100,000 attendees. To enter and partake in the auction, one needed a minimum of 50 million in funds. Those with less than 50 million, even if they managed to enter, would merely be spectators, likely leaving empty-handed. The venue, which could hold over 100,000 individuals, was already filled to three-quarters capacity. It was evident that many had come well prepared for this event. Bai Zhou and Wang Yuling found a spot in the auction hall and casually seated themselves. However, scarcely had they settled when a familiar voice reached their ears. "Listen to my instructions. Whatever items I desire, I shall acquire at any cost." The voice unmistakably belonged to Lin Bei. He had arrived ahead of the first batch of attendees, utilizing the abilities of the Time Sovereign Dragon. Yet, Luing was absent. That fellow claimed to have little interest in the auction and opted for a stroll to ponder a question instead. At the sound of Lin Bei's voice, Wang Yuling's face instantly lit up with joy, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Bei, you," but before she could finish, she seemed to recall something and hastily closed her mouth. Bai Zhou merely nodded gently. With Lin Bei's presence, he felt a sense of reassurance. Moments later, the auction hall was finally filled to capacity. Observing the bustling crowd, Li Fuguei ascended the auction stage, his heart swelling with exhilaration at the sight of the packed venue. With so many participants, this event promised to be immensely profitable. Without further hesitation, Li Fuguei promptly declared, "I trust you have all heard that each auction features 100 bottles of life essence. Many have come specifically for this. Therefore, I have decided to present 50 bottles for auction today." In an instant, the entire auction hall erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Those who heard Li Fuguei's announcement could not contain their astonishment and began to discuss amongst themselves. "What? 50 bottles of life essence today? This is too exhilarating. Is this for real? Did I hear correctly that they've brought out 50 bottles at once? This is going to drain my wallet dry on the very first day." Although they were aware this was likely a ploy of the auction, they couldn't suppress their excitement. To hell with the tricks, Buy. Presenting half of the life essence on the first day of the auction was indeed beyond anyone's expectations. The auction was set to last a full 7 days. Typically, such highly sought-after items would be reserved for the final day, maximizing anticipation, or released in smaller quantities throughout the week, with everything unveiled on the last day. However, to reveal half of the stock on the very first day was utterly irrational. Amidst the shock, attendees speculated about the auction's intentions. In a realm where profit reigns supreme, why would they generously distribute such benefits? Watching Li Fuguei from the void, Lin Bei furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Things were certainly not as straightforward as they appeared. Logically, this should not be the case. He had evidently found a way to draw him into the abyss of malevolence. Thus, he should have been well aware that he could not extract more life essence from Lin Bei. Yet, he deliberately chose this course of action. There was undoubtedly a hidden agenda at play. While he could only surmise this much, he remained oblivious to the underlying details. The best course of action for now was to observe the unfolding events. After all, Lin Bei and his companions had no intention of purchasing life essence. Seeing the crowd's reaction aligned with his expectations, Li Fuguei wore a satisfied smile. Yet, in his eyes flashed a cunning glint. He then lowered his voice, muttering to himself, "In that case, our plan can commence." As his words fell, he turned to the backstage, signaling to one of his associates. In the next moment, that person departed from backstage, the destination unknown. Approximately a minute later, the raucous auction hall gradually regained its tranquility. Li Fuguei's voice once again resonated. "Since you all desire life essence so fervently, the first item of this auction will be 10 bottles of life essence." As he spoke, 5 exceptionally attractive women, poised and elegant, emerged from the backstage carrying a tray. As they walked, they surveyed the crowd below, their beautiful faces adorned with professional smiles. However, the attendees were not captivated by their beauty. Instead, all eyes were fixated on the 10 vials of gaseous substance upon the tray. These 10 vials contained the sacred power of the holy white dragon. Yet, at that moment, the bottles holding the life essence were not the ones Lin Bei had exchanged in the system's marketplace. They had been replaced with seemingly ordinary vials. Though the external appearance bore no significant difference, The material was of an entirely different caliber. It has arrived. It has finally arrived. Even if it costs 100 million. I must acquire a share. I hope everyone can remain rational and not jeopardize their original plans in pursuit of life essence. Such valuable resources should be reserved for those in genuine need. Unlike the fervent individuals around her, upon witnessing the life essence, Lingxian could not help but furrow her brow. A peculiar sensation arose within her heart, while others could only perceive the wondrous power. They were oblivious to the hidden intricacies entwined within it. For those unacquainted with such force, discerning irregularities is indeed a formidable challenge. Especially when their minds are engulfed in an exhilarating state, they are even less likely to contemplate the matter with due diligence. Why does this life essence seem so peculiar? Only a fraction resembles the previous life essence, while the majority appears decidedly amiss. Although it is indeed a form of sacred power, it pales in comparison to the original. A chasm that cannot be bridged. The longer Lingxian scrutinized the life essence, the more convinced she became of her assessment. With her profound familiarity with the powers of light and sanctity, she was confident that she would not err on such a critical matter. Furthermore, Lingxian was no stranger to the power of the holy white dragon of radiance, particularly after that rather awkward incident. If even Lingxian could detect the discrepancy, Lin Bei, the master of the holy white dragon of radiance, would undoubtedly perceive it with even greater clarity. He quickly discerned the situation. A single portion of life essence had been divided into 4, amalgamated with other similar forces. No wonder they dared to present 50 vials of life essence at once. This commodity, while indeed life essence, possesses significantly diminished efficacy. What a nefarious auction house. Lin Bei's impression of this auction deteriorated further, extinguishing any thoughts of amicability. 100 portions? Transformed directly into 400. Yet, he would reclaim every bit of that which rightfully belonged to him. The bidding commenced. 2 vials constituted a set, with a base price of 60 million. And each increment could not be less than 1 million. As Li Fugui's voice resonated again, the auction officially began. 61 million. Ridiculous. Only a million increase? 66 million. Huh. 70 million. Do not compete with me. 75 million. 80 million. No further bids. The maximum is this price. The fervor of the bids below intensified Li Fugui's excitement. The higher the sale price, the greater his profit would be. After a full 10 minutes, the first round of bidding concluded, with all 5 sets of life essence sold. The most expensive set surpassed 130 million, while the cheapest exceeded 100 million. Bear in mind, this is life essence that has been divided. Considering the exorbitant prices, Li Fugui could not suppress a smile. It exceeded all expectations. Selling at such a high price, sending that fellow to the abyss of evil was indeed the right decision. Otherwise, a substantial share of the profits would have gone to him. Tens, or even hundreds of billions. In that case, we would have suffered significant losses. He felt grateful for making the right choice. Soon, Li Fugui shook off his musings and cheerfully announced, "Next item. The Shadow Mirror." As Li Fugui's words fell, an exceptionally attractive woman emerged from backstage, carrying a tray. Upon the tray rested a mirror, no larger than a basin. At first glance, it appeared entirely ordinary. However, the name of the mirror indicated it was anything but commonplace. Lin Bei found himself intrigued. The Shadow Mirror? It sounds rather interesting. Shortly thereafter, Li Fugui's voice rang out again. As everyone has just heard, this mirror is called the Shadow Mirror. True to its name, this is indeed a magical mirror, as its capabilities are quite extraordinary. At this point, he paused, surveying the crowd below. The interest among those present was evidently rekindled. The phrase "quite extraordinary" easily piqued curiosity. Although fewer people were captivated by the mirror than by the life essence, the number still exceeded 1,000, certainly enough to fetch a high price. Quickly, Li Fugui's voice resumed. The ability of this mirror is to create shadows. Whether it be a person, a magical beast, or even structures and weapons, the mirror can generate shadows. The shadows produced by the mirror possess a 100% authenticity. Apart from lacking physical form, they are indistinguishable from the real thing. Moreover, the user can control the movements of the shadows, easily misleading others. This mirror is particularly suited for those with numerous enemies. The Shadow Mirror is indeed commendable, though it leans more towards a defensive aid than offensive equipment. In fact, at times, such equipment is even more valuable than those intended for combat. With a deep breath, Li Fugui's voice rang out once more. Let the bidding begin. The starting price for the Shadow Mirror is 50 million, with each increment no less than 1 million. In the next moment, many began to place bids, and the price escalated rapidly. Upon learning of the Shadow Mirror's capabilities, Lin Bei quickly entered a contemplative state, pondering whether he should bid on this magical mirror. This mirror is quite appealing. If a dragon were to merge with it, the result should be remarkable. At this thought, he suddenly recalled a matter. In a few days, he would acquire a shadow dragon. Merging the shadow mirror with the shadow dragon? That seems like an excellent idea, considering both are related to shadows. However, this is merely a preliminary notion. The specific implementation remains undecided. Without further hesitation, Lin Bei declared, "Director Bai bid. Since it might be useful, let us procure it." Bai Zhou imperceptibly nodded, immediately joining the bidding fray. He functioned like a relentless bidding machine, perpetually outbidding others by 1 million. Ultimately, the shadow mirror was secured by Bai Zhou. Subsequently, the third auction item was presented. The third auction item was completed. The eighth auction item was presented. The eighth auction item was completed. The 20th auction item was presented. The 20th auction item was completed. Among the 20 items auctioned, Lin Bei was only interested in 2. Naturally, he also had Bai Zhou photograph these 2 items. The combined price of the 2 items was on the verge of reaching 200 million. This realization prompted Lin Bei to acknowledge a significant truth. His financial resources seemed insufficient. Having merely encountered 20 items, he had already set his sights on 2. Given the current circumstances, it was likely that he would need to participate in the auction from start to finish. There would undoubtedly be many more items up for bid, increasing the probability of his interest in others. Thus, it was imperative for him to accumulate more wealth. Earning money was a necessity, not solely to partake in the auctions, but also to unlock the next dragon after the golden dragon. As the day drew to a close, the auction, which had persisted throughout the day, finally concluded. The participants departed, heading toward their respective residences. Some wore expressions of exhilaration, having secured their desired items, while others bore looks of disappointment, having seen their coveted possessions fall into the hands of others. The fervent discussions resonated throughout Tianshan. What luck! I acquired the life essence. Alas, another fruitless day. I must secure the life essence tomorrow. It's a pity the young man providing the life essence was apprehended. Otherwise, I would have sought him out directly. Truly, the Tianshan auction is bustling with prominent figures. I hope the competition is less fierce. Wang Yuling and Bai Zhou hurried back to the Tianshan guest hotel. As they entered their room, a rift in the void materialized, and Lin Bei stepped forth from within. Before departing, he instructed the void reincarnation dragon to notify Lu Ying to await his arrival. It was time to return to the Tianshan prison. In the next moment, the voices of 2 young women rang out in unison. "Brother Bei, long time no see." "Hello, Lin Bei ji." Lin Bei responded with a smile to both. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, he turned to Bai Zhou and directly handed her a spatial ring, saying, "Secretly sell these items to buyers without attracting undue attention. Aim for those who participated in the auction but were unsuccessful. Additionally, while continuing to attend the auctions in the coming days, pay close attention to those seeking life essence. They will prove quite useful." Bai Zhou accepted the ring, nodding vigorously, "Understood." Without examining the contents of the ring or lingering in the room, Lin Bei once again entered the void. With the auction now concluded, he could explore the Fiend God prison. This time, he did not intend to directly acquire the secret treasure. His purpose was simple, merely to probe and uncover what lay imprisoned within. Meanwhile, the delighted Si Lingxian, having successfully acquired an item, strolled down the street, with other members of the Radiant Forum trailing behind her. Soon, Si Lingxian reached the Tianshan guest hotel. But just as she was about to proceed, a sudden exclamation erupted from behind her. "Look, that's the holy seed Lu Ying." Chapter 183, finally entering. One of the 4 fiends. Following this exclamation, the astonished voices of other members of the Radiant Forum echoed. It's really him. The legendary holy seed tainted by the abyss of fallen gods. Wasn't he imprisoned in the Tianshan prison? How could he be here? Could it be he escaped? That seems unlikely. The Tianshan prison is capable of suppressing talents. Knowing who Lu Ying was, the members of the Radiant Forum were utterly astonished to encounter him here. They recognized Lu Ying as a once great prodigy of the Radiant Forum, who had later succumbed to corruption, becoming an exceedingly dangerous individual. He was even referred to as the greatest disgrace of the Radiant Forum. Consequently, Lu Ying had voluntarily confined himself in the Tianshan prison, where he had remained for a considerable duration. The seasoned members of the Radiant Forum were well aware of this history. Some had even lived through that era and could recognize Lu Ying upon seeing him. The younger Si Lingxian had only heard of Lu Ying's name and deeds, but had no knowledge of his appearance. Thus, when she first saw him, she did not react unusually, merely perceiving him as an ordinary passerby. However, upon hearing her companions utter the words "Holy Seed Lu Ying" and engage in discussion, Si Lingxian's steps halted abruptly, and her expression turned peculiar and grave. She gazed at Lu Ying, who had once also been a holy seed, her thoughts swirling with complexity. After all, they were both holy seeds, yet their circumstances were now starkly different. He is Lu Ying? Aware that he was being scrutinized by so many, Lu Ying could not remain oblivious. Almost instantly, he turned his gaze towards Si Lingxian and the other members of the Radiant Forum. With a single glance, Lu Ying discerned who those observing him were, and his brows furrowed slightly, expressing mild surprise as he remarked, "Members of the Radiant Forum? I never imagined that my first outing in so many years would lead me to encounter the members of the Radiant Forum." From Si Lingxian and her companions, he could easily sense an aura of purity and sanctity, allowing him to make this determination effortlessly. A second later, he began to stride towards Si Lingxian and the others, as this was a rare opportunity to understand the situation within the Radiant Forum. However, just as Lu Ying took a step forward, several members of the Radiant Forum furrowed their brows, channeling their inner strength and adopting defensive stances, evidently wary of any potential danger from Lu Ying. Although they understood that he had voluntarily entered the prison, they were not privy to the intricate details, prompting their cautious demeanor. Seeing this, Lu Ying was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped their concerns. "You need not be alarmed. I am no longer the person I once was. The corruption of the abyss of fallen gods has been purified by a great being." He realized that mere words would not suffice to convince them, so as he spoke, he activated his innate talent. With a whoosh, accompanied by a burst of white light, the angel who had willingly become the servant of the holy white dragon materialized before Si Lingxian and the others. Its wings as pure as snow, a golden halo floating above its head, and the powerful yet pure aura emanating from it all testified to the fact that this was an untainted angel. As members of the Radiant Forum, who were already attuned to the light, experienced this revelation more directly and intensely, they were instantly astonished. It was as if they had witnessed something impossible. Their instincts led them to reject this reality. If Lu Ying had merely spoken these words, the members of the Radiant Forum would undoubtedly have been skeptical. Yet, they had indeed witnessed it. Astonishingly, it was a normal angel. No doubt about it. This was the very angel of Lu Ying. How could I possibly forget that his angel had fallen into a dark one? The truth of this matter was irrefutable. It was astonishing. Could it be that someone in this world could withstand the corruption of the abyss of fallen gods? Although aware of this reality, it still felt surreal, akin to a dream. The once feared and untouchable power of the abyss of fallen gods had, against all odds, been successfully exorcised. Were it not for their own eyes witnessing this miracle, no one would have dared to believe it. Otherwise, Lu Ying would not have needed to remain in the hell of evil spirits. After experiencing the initial and most intense shock, the members of the Radiant Altar gradually returned to their senses, easing their wariness towards Lu Ying. Now that normalcy had been restored, there was nothing to fear. After all, they were all from the Radiant Altar and amidst the sacred peaks of Tian Shan. Congratulations to Lu Ying, the Holy Seed, for successfully escaping the abyss. The Holy Master would surely be overjoyed upon hearing this news. Does the Holy Seed have any intentions of returning to the Radiant Altar? The Holy Master often speaks of you. As for whether to return to the Radiant Altar, Lu Ying already had his answer in his heart. I shall not return for the time being. I will return to the hell of evil spirits shortly. However, do remember to extend my regards to my old friend. During our earlier stroll, he clarified his plans and decided to follow Lin Bei. If even an angel dedicated to vanquishing evil believes so, it is certainly worth a try. Though the members of the Radiant Altar felt a tinge of disappointment, they nodded in agreement. After a few casual exchanges, Lu Ying prepared to take his leave, aware that Lin Bei would soon arrive. Just then, the usually silent Si Lingxian suddenly spoke up. "Wait, may I ask for your assistance?" Lu Ying was slightly taken aback, surprised that the current Holy Seed would seek his help. "What is it?" he inquired. Quickly, Si Lingxian's voice rang out. "I have a friend who has been imprisoned in the Tian Shan hell. If circumstances allow, I hope you can assist him and prevent him from being bullied. He is also one of us from the Radiant Altar." To her, since Lin Bei had agreed to join the Radiant Altar, he was now her comrade and friend. Upon hearing Si Lingxian's request, Lu Ying pondered for a few moments before nodding in agreement. Very well. After all, it is merely helping someone. It is not a monumental task, and I can certainly visit during my free time. Although he had been unable to do such things in the past, he was now capable. With a sigh of relief, Si Lingxian responded, "Thank you. His name is Lin Bei." Lu Ying subtly nodded, committing the name Lin Bei to memory. "Lin Bei, is it? I will seek him out when I have the opportunity." This was indeed not a formidable challenge for him, as he was, after all, the warden of the hell of evil spirits and had a good rapport with the prison guards. What difficulty could there be in safeguarding an inconsequential prisoner? Little did Lu Ying know that Lin Bei was the very person he had resolved to follow, as the two had never introduced themselves to one another. After agreeing to assist, Lu Ying stepped into the Tian Shan guest hotel, specifically entering the elevator. He understood that a rift in the void would soon manifest, making it unwise to be in a crowded area. Meanwhile, Si Lingxian and the others remained at the hotel entrance, discussing the recent events they had witnessed. They were astonished to realize that many occurrences in Tianshan had strayed far from the original plan. At that very moment, Lin Bei was traversing the void. Due to the unique nature of the void, he effortlessly located Lu Ying. A few seconds later, a rift in the void appeared within the ascending elevator. Wasting not even a second, Lu Ying stepped directly into it. The moment he entered the void, he spotted Lin Bei. "Is there something you need to attend to upon your return?" he inquired. Generally, prison guards would not venture into the hell of evil spirits. Even if something dreadful were to transpire within, the guards outside would remain oblivious. Thus, returning or not was inconsequential. However, since returning now seemed imperative, there must be a reason behind it. Lin Bei exhibited no intention of concealing the matter, as it was unnecessary. "Yes. I plan to first visit the hell of malevolent spirits." As Lin Bei's words fell, Lu Ying interjected, "I shall accompany you." He had already resolved to follow Lin Bei, and naturally, he wished to involve himself in this endeavor. Moreover, the hell of malevolent spirits was a place he deemed essential to explore, as it housed the pets of the venerable god of malevolence. Lin Bei merely nodded, showing no reluctance towards Lu Ying's company. Lu Ying's considerable strength could indeed prove useful. Subsequently, the two swiftly navigated through the void. Before long, Lin Bei and Lu Ying returned to the Tianshan hell, making their way directly to the hell of evil spirits. The situation within the hell of evil spirits appeared quite normal. The luminous spheres continued to shift in color. The corpses swayed under the light. Time flowed effortlessly, and Kong and Wu sat in a daze. Everything was in perfect harmony. Suddenly, a rift in the void materialized, jolting Kong and Wu from their stupor. Instinctively, they turned to face the source of the rift. At that moment, two familiar figures emerged from the void, entering their line of sight. Upon seeing Lin Bei, both of them involuntarily shivered, instinctively recalling the remarkable feats Lin Bei had accomplished, defeating the corpses and skeletal monsters, summoning multiple dragons, imprisoning them in the void, seizing the prison monument, and creating that wondrous luminous sphere. Each feat was nothing short of extraordinary. Kong took a deep breath and turned to Wu, asking, "He has returned. Should we approach him?" The higher-ups had assigned them the task of befriending him in hopes of securing his assistance. What should we do? Although he felt a twinge of fear, he also wished to fulfill the mission. In contrast, Wu remained calmer, opting not to act immediately. Instead, he replied to Kong, "We must seek him out. But not just yet. They have returned for a reason, and approaching them recklessly may lead to complications. The wisest course of action is to wait for an opportune moment." Wu was astute, capable of analyzing the situation with clarity. As a result, Kong and Wu chose to refrain from any actions, patiently awaiting their opportunity. Whenever Lin Bei and Lu Ying found themselves with some leisure time, they would seek out the two others, inviting them to partake in an endeavor replete with both peril and opportunity. Lin Bei's return to the abyss of evil was motivated by a desire to ascertain certain conditions, to discern whether any changes had occurred or if any latent dangers were present. What if the warden were to suddenly lose his sanity and arrive here? After all, just yesterday, the Tianshan prison had inexplicably lost the power to suppress its talents in a remarkably short span of time. Although the warden of Tianshan prison had been absent recently, Lin Bei, upon ensuring the surrounding area was secure, did not depart immediately. Instead, he retrieved the shadow mirror he had acquired earlier that day. To preclude any unforeseen circumstances, it was prudent to leave behind a shadow. In the next moment, he activated the powers of the shadow mirror, conjuring duplicates of himself and Lu Ying, their likenesses indistinguishable to the naked eye and capable of free movement. Without any interaction or conversation, it would be impossible to detect any anomaly. Thus, the potential for unexpected events was mitigated. At this juncture, Lin Bei's voice resounded once more, "Let us set forth." As his words echoed, he stepped into the rift of void. Lu Ying followed closely behind, entering the void alongside him. The Tianshan prison was relatively small, with the four prisons situated in close proximity, making the quest for the prison of fiends a straightforward endeavor. Within less than a minute, Lin Bei and Lu Ying stood beside the prison of fiends. Lu Ying pointed toward the dark expanse ahead and, lowering his voice, said to Lin Bei, "Ahead lies the prison of fiends." A flicker of tension surged within Lin Bei's heart. This was hardly surprising. The task they were about to undertake was no trivial matter. "Let us proceed." With those words, he resumed his advance toward the prison of fiends. Step by step, they traversed the hollow void and soon entered the domain of the prison of fiends. Crack! However, as they crossed the threshold, the once intact void suddenly fissured, inexplicably revealing a network of cracks. A violent gravitational pulse surged from the rifts, causing Lin Bei and Lu Ying to lose their footing in the void, forcibly drawn into the outside world. Observing this, the duo made no attempt to resist, instead cooperating as they were ushered forth into the external realm. In that instant, upon their entry into the prison of fiends, a notification from the system suddenly chimed. Special mission successfully triggered. This mission must be completed. Please eliminate the beast ahead. Chapter 184, The Ultimate Trump Card. A fiendish beast. Indeed, within the prison of fiends lurked a fearsome creature. Lin Bei was not particularly surprised by this revelation. Upon understanding the nature of the prison of fiends, he had already mentally prepared himself to confront such a beast. Yet, he was left wondering which specific fiend it might be. Based on prior occurrences, he speculated that the beast present here could only belong to one of four possibilities: Tao Tai, Xiongqi, Tao Tai, or Hun Dun. Each of these creatures posed a significant danger. Meanwhile, the system's voice continued to resonate. Ding. Host, please exercise caution. Due to the perilous nature of the entity you must face, you are not compelled to complete this mission at this time. You may return to defeat the unknown beast once your strength has grown. The system's explicit warning underscored the inherent danger of this encounter. This made it clear to Lin Bei that the beast he was about to confront possessed an unfathomable level of power. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the system insisted he eliminate this creature, suggesting there might be deeper reasons at play. Instead of stepping forward immediately, he stood still, surveying the dim expanse before him, his expression unyieldingly grave, yet his eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. He appeared unfazed by any potential danger. Should he fail this time, the progress of both missions would suffer considerable delays, necessitating a return to Tianshan prison in the future, which would be quite troublesome and time-consuming. Given these circumstances, there was no choice but to resort to that method. In truth, Lin Bei harbored considerable confidence in his ability to accomplish this task. For within the confines of the system space lay an unused, Ultimate Dragon Clan Experience card. Upon utilizing the strongest Dragon Clan Experience card, he could randomly summon a dragon in its prime, in peak condition. Sending such a dragon to confront a beast that was not excessively powerful would yield a significantly high probability of victory. The reasoning behind his assertion that the beast was not overwhelmingly strong stemmed from its confinement within the prison of fiends. If it were truly of an extraordinary caliber, how could it possibly be imprisoned here? The one capable of containing such a creature was undoubtedly formidable. Surveying the dim and foreboding environment, feeling the tumultuous gravitational pull that pervaded the area, Luing furrowed his brow slightly, overwhelmed by a sense of trepidation. He instinctively sensed danger, as various discomforts assailed him. The prison of fiends was far more perilous than the abyss of evil. This was Lu Ying's genuine sentiment. The prison of fiends and the abyss of evil seemed to exist on entirely different planes. Until now, he had only heard tales of the prison of fiends, never having had the opportunity to step within its confines. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Lin Bei, adopting a serious tone as he inquired, "Shall we proceed inside? You must consider this carefully. Just from the recent disruption of the void, it's self-evident that this place is exceedingly dangerous." Indeed, the very fact that the unique void had been compromised was no trivial matter. Anyone could discern the implications of such an event. Yet, he did not attempt to dissuade Lin Bei from entering. He merely urged him to contemplate the decision seriously. Ultimately, the choice to proceed lay with Lin Bei. Should Lin Bei decide to venture forth, Lu Ying would accompany him. Despite his lingering concerns, he too was eager to discover what lay within. As for Lin Bei's decision regarding entry, he had long since made up his mind. He would indeed proceed, the moment his words left his lips. He activated his talents, summoning the six-winged thunder dragon. Crackle, crackle. As the blue lightning danced, the darkness of the prison of fiends receded somewhat. At the very least, with the presence of the lightning, they need not blindly navigate forward. Lu Ying, too, took similar action, swiftly summoning the Angel of Purification. With a flourish of pure white wings, radiant light burst forth, illuminating the dim expanse once more. Subsequently, Lin Bei and Lu Ying set forth, embarking on a perilous journey in search of the great malevolence that lurks within. This expedition was destined to be fraught with danger. Roar! At the very moment they took their first step, a ferocious howl echoed from the depths of the abyss of the malevolent deity, as if the monstrous beasts within were welcoming Lin Bei and Lu Ying. Nonetheless, the two continued to advance. With no turning back, they pressed forward. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou, equipped with the spatial ring bestowed upon him by Lin Bei, discreetly departed from the Tianshan guest hotel, wandering the streets in search of opportunities. He had already examined the spatial ring and was aware of its contents. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the sight of the numerous vials of life essence arranged within still left him astounded. There were at least 300 vials. It is worth noting that those attending the auction had nearly come to blows over a single set of life essence. If these 300 vials were to be auctioned in another city, the number of participants in the Tianshan auction would be significantly reduced. First, He must seek out old Zhang. Due to his previous attendance at numerous auctions, Baijiu was acquainted with several individuals. They now became his targets. With this thought in mind, Baijiu set his plan into motion, muttering to himself, "Let's set a modest goal for today. Earn 10 billion. 10 billion is merely a foundational target. If all goes smoothly, even greater fortunes await." This would bring Lin Bei one step closer to acquiring another dragon akin to the Golden Dragon. Meanwhile, the Tianshan auction and Li Fugui had no inkling that their potential clients were vanishing without a trace. They believed that by detaining Lin Bei, they could sever the flow of life essence and seize control of the market. Yet, reality was proving otherwise. Within the abyss of the malevolent deity, the trio, a man, a dragon, and an angel, traversed the depths, having covered several hundred meters without encountering any unusual occurrences. Lin Bei sensed no malice in the surroundings, prompting him to ponder, is there truly nothing else within the abyss of the malevolent deity apart from that beast? Chapter 185, Confronting the Great Malevolence. In the next moment, Lu Ying's voice resonated. Indeed, unlike the infernal prison, which intermittently admits inmates, the abyss of the malevolent deity forbids any prisoners or guards from entering. Only the warden is permitted within its confines. His tone was grave, and despite knowing that danger lay in wait, his mental state remained taut. Lin Bei merely nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of the abyss of the malevolent deity. He relaxed his vigilance, recognizing that if the true peril lay deep within, there was little need for caution in the immediate vicinity. Thus, he turned to Lu Ying and urged, "Let us quicken our pace." No sooner had the words left his lips than the wings of thunder and lightning unfurled behind Lin Bei, propelling him forward at full speed. Before long, he would confront the true beast. Meanwhile, not only Baijiu was taking action, Wang Yuling and Ren Ting, who remained in Lin Bei's room, were also restless. Ren Ting stood by the window, gazing at the bustling crowd outside, her eyes filled with longing. Since her release from the prison, she had remained confined to the hotel room, never stepping outside. It was clear that she yearned for the world beyond. Wang Yuling, observing Ren Ting's wistful demeanor, suddenly conceived an opportunity, one that could aid Lin Bei. "Ren Ting, let us venture outside for a stroll, gathering intelligence while we peruse the shops." He has a keen interest in materials and equipment with special properties. Instantly, Ren Ting snapped back to reality, turning to Wang Yuling with surprise. She could hardly believe her ears. Was it truly possible to go outside? "But I am a convict. If I step outside, it would attract attention and cause trouble for you all." As she spoke, her voice grew softer, tinged with disappointment. Her concerns were indeed valid. Should they encounter a guard with nothing better to do, it could lead to unnecessary complications. Wang Yuling understood this well, but had already devised a strategy. "Fear not. I shall assist you in disguising your identity. With so many people outside, as long as you do not reveal yourself, there will be no trouble." Her motivations were twofold: a genuine desire to assist Lin Bei by acquiring valuable intelligence, and a wish to fulfill Ren Ting's yearning. In a heartbeat, Ren Ting nodded vigorously, excitement bubbling within her. "All right. It won't be difficult to gather information about auction items, especially since many will not suspect two seemingly harmless young girls. This would allow them to extract even more information with ease." Meanwhile, Lin Bei and Lu Ying, racing forward with fervor, finally reached the depths of the abyss of the malevolent deity. Although the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, a massive and peculiar silhouette became discernible within the gloom. At that moment, Lin Bei sensed an overwhelming aura of malice, infinitely more potent than what he had faced with the hybrid Tao Dai. Indeed, there was no comparison before such malevolence. The hybrid Tao Dai felt diminutive. Even with his innate resistance to evil, he could not shake the discomfort that washed over him. "It lies just ahead." In the next instant, Lin Bei and Lu Ying exchanged a silent understanding, halting their advance in unison, brows furrowed as they regarded the immense figure shrouded in shadow. This apparition was truly bizarre. It surpassed all the magical beasts Lin Bei had previously encountered in strangeness. Yet, due to the oppressive darkness and the distance between them, they could not discern its true nature. Drawing a deep breath instinctively, Lin Bei's voice rang out once more. "Engage. We must illuminate this place." In an instant, the six-winged thunderstorm dragon unfurled its wings, unleashing a tempest of furious lightning towards the shadowy expanse ahead. Crackle! The rapid dance of electricity surged forth, illuminating the depths of the abyss of the malevolent deity, revealing the hidden beast that lurked within the shadows. Its appearance resembles that of a colossal sphere, enveloped in a fiery crimson hue. Moreover, astonishingly, it boasts 4 immense wings sprouting from its back, with 1/3 of each wing shrouded in ebony and the remaining 2/3 adorned in alabaster. Beneath its spherical body lie 6 legs, devoid of any claws. Additionally, this fearsome creature is bereft of eyes, ears, and a nose, possessing only a tightly shut mouth, which lends it an eerie presence. At first glance, this beast seems devoid of lethality. Yet, this is merely a facade. As one of the fearsome beasts, how could it possibly lack destructive power? Furthermore, entwined around the creature's 6 legs is a rope, no thicker than a finger, with intense focus. Lin Bei instinctively uttered its name upon catching sight of this beast. Chaos. Indeed, the creature imprisoned within the abyss of the demonic gods is none other than one of the 4 fiends, Chaos. In comparison to the other 3 fiends, Tao Tai, Tao Wu, and Xiong Qi, Chaos appears even more peculiar and enigmatic. This is evident from its extraordinarily unique appearance. Despite its form, Chaos is, in fact, a bird, one that is both melodious and graceful. Yet, it is devoid of discernment between good and evil, leaving desolation in its wake. Standing beside him, Lu Ying also heard the name Chaos and could not suppress his curiosity. Do you recognize this creature? Lin Bei offered no verbal reply, merely nodding in acknowledgement. At that moment, it suddenly dawned on him why the once intact void shattered upon entering the abyss of the demonic gods. If Chaos were indeed responsible, it would explain why the song emanating from its mouth could shatter space. After appraising Chaos for a few seconds, Lin Bei's gaze shifted to the rope entwined around its form. This is the rope? A mere finger-thick cord has ensnared Chaos. Incredible. As Lin Bei and Lu Ying observed Chaos, the creature began to thrash in a desperate struggle to free itself from the rope's grasp. Chapter 186. The Dragon Tendon of the Yinglong. Complete submission. The battle commences. Thud, thud. The ferocious beast Chaos exerted all its might in its frantic struggle, desperately attempting to liberate itself from the binding of the rope. However, no matter how great its effort, the rope remained steadfast, showing not even the slightest sign of yielding. The rope continued to cling tightly to Chaos's 6 legs, as if it had grown there naturally. One end of the rope was wound around Chaos's legs, while the other end was embedded in the ground, evidently anchoring Chaos to the earth. This rendered it incapable of flapping its wings to ascend into the skies, and it could only move within a confined space. This is a beast that is confined to a fixed range. It cannot break free. This rope, indeed, possesses remarkable qualities. Undoubtedly, the rope capable of binding Chaos is undoubtedly a most extraordinary one, illuminated by flashes of lightning. Lin Bei scrutinized the rope while employing the Eye of Origin to analyze it. After a protracted 5 seconds, the Eye of Origin finally deciphered the nature of the rope. Even when analyzing the scales of the Kunpun, it had never taken so long. The dragon tendon of the Yinglong, although it appears to be a mere rope, it is, in truth, a dragon tendon from within the body of a Yinglong. This tendon has been refined through special techniques, amalgamating many other materials. It possesses both resilience and flexibility, allowing it to bend at will while remaining indestructible. Any entity ensnared by it cannot escape through mere struggle. The only means of liberation is through external force. Thus, the dragon tendon of the Yinglong can bind Chaos, one of the 4 fiends, in this manner. Upon gleaning this information, Lin Bei was taken aback. He had never anticipated that this rope was, in fact, a dragon tendon, and furthermore, a tendon of the Yinglong. The situation had far exceeded his initial expectations. He had thought it merely a peculiar rope. How could it be that of the Yinglong, who extracted this tendon? At the moment the thought crossed his mind, an odd sensation surged within him. Previously, he had obtained a hybrid egg of the Yinglong and Chaos from the Shanhazi organization. Yet now, he stood before a Chaos entangled and bound by the dragon tendon of the Yinglong. He could not shake the feeling that there was an inexplicable connection between these events. To call it mere coincidence seemed rather far-fetched. What scheme is the demonic god sovereign concocting? Chaos, bound by the dragon tendon of the Yinglong, possesses a hybrid egg of both Chaos and Yinglong bloodlines. No matter how he analyzed it, Lin Bei could not fathom the implications. Ultimately, he decided to abandon his thoughts. After all, there was no clarity to be found at present. The most pressing concern was to acquire that dragon tendon and, incidentally, eliminate Chaos. Meanwhile, Lu Ying was also scrutinizing the foreboding figure of Chaos, his gaze revealing undeniable astonishment. Although he had once been a saint of the Radiant Altar, this was his first encounter with a true 4 fiends. All those he had previously seen were mere hybrids. Is this creature a pet of the demonic god sovereign? It certainly exudes an unsettling aura. Lu Ying's sentiments were valid. Chaos's appearance is indeed terrifying, and it is only natural to feel uneasy. Among all the various magical beasts he had encountered over the years, Chaos's terrifying visage could easily rank within the top 5. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ying gradually withdrew his gaze and then turned to Lin Bei, inquiring, "The rope you desire is entwined around this creature's leg. What is your plan now? If we were to remove that rope, This creature would surely regain its freedom. If that were to happen, the situation would not be favorable. His tone was heavy with gravity, and his words rang true. Although chaos was bound, and a distance separated them, the overwhelming aura emanating from the creature was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Lin Bei remained contemplative. However, his thoughts were not about whether or not to retrieve the dragon tendon, but rather how to do so. The question of whether to take the dragon tendon was not one that required deliberation. The ability to traverse the void had been suppressed, and chaos had already set its sights on them. Regardless of whether they took it or not, danger loomed. So why not seize it? At this juncture, he paused momentarily, and after a second, he continued, "Fear not. Even if I were to take that rope, chaos would not remain free for long." Lin Bei had initially come to the abyss of the demonic gods merely to ascertain the nature of the place. However, the current circumstances dictate that he cannot merely observe. After all, this entity of chaos possesses the capability to obliterate the void. If this chaos can destroy the void once, it can certainly do so a second and third time. Attempting to escape through the void has evidently become an exceedingly formidable task. The only option is to confront the chaos. In an instant, Lane came to a profound realization and comprehended his present predicament. All right, whatever needs to be done. Just say the word. I shall cooperate with all my might. Despite being aware of the perilous nature of the enemy he was about to face, he resolutely decided to assist Lin Bei. Strangely enough, Lane felt no apprehension within him. His instincts assured him that even if the Yinglong dragon tendon were removed, granting chaos the ability to move freely, it would be a trivial matter. The individual beside him would undoubtedly devise a solution. Having personally witnessed Lin Bei purifying the taint of the abyss of fallen gods and retrieving the Jinyu steel, allowing the great prison of Tianshan to remain intact, Lang felt an unwavering certainty. This person beside him, though youthful and often undertaking seemingly absurd actions, consistently achieved miraculous outcomes. The most implausible feats were accomplished under his guidance. If it were Lin Bei, perhaps he truly could devise a means to both retrieve that rope and continue to restrain this ferocious beast. Lang instinctively believed that Lin Bei intended to do just that. The phrase "won't last long" referred to the rebinding of chaos. After all, this was the nature of the abyss of evil. He never considered that Lin Bei might aim to slay the chaos. Lin Bei had not mentioned to Lang his intention to kill chaos. Nodding lightly, Lin Bei continued to gaze at the Yinglong dragon tendon, his brow furrowing slightly. Acquiring the Yinglong dragon tendon was no simple feat. There remained a certain distance between them and the chaos, which could still be deemed relatively safe. However, obtaining the Yinglong dragon tendon would necessitate approaching the chaos, exponentially increasing the danger. Should they first secure the Yinglong dragon tendon and then devise a means to defeat the chaos? Or should they first eliminate the chaos and then retrieve the Yinglong dragon tendon? Just then, the system's prompt echoed. It is advised that the host first acquire the Yinglong dragon tendon and then proceed to defeat the chaos. Although defeating the chaos, which lacks the ability for free movement, is of lower difficulty, the strongest dragon clan's attack could easily destroy the Yinglong dragon tendon. This particular dragon tendon binding the chaos has not reached its utmost pinnacle. This dragon tendon holds significant value for you, not only for fulfilling the task assigned by the system, but also as nourishment for the hybrid egg. Moreover, you remain unaware of which dragon will be summoned. With the system's words resonating in his mind, Lin Bei resolutely made his decision. First, he would secure the Yinglong dragon tendon, and then utilize the strongest Dragon Clan experience card. The question arose, how could he approach the chaos and obtain the Yinglong dragon tendon? At that moment, chaos ceased its struggles, standing quietly in place, its mouth oriented toward Lin Bei and Lang. In the next instant, the corners of its mouth curved upward, revealing a peculiar smile. Thanks to the presence of lightning, Lin Bei and Lang could clearly see this eerie grin. Instantly, goosebumps erupted uncontrollably on their skin. It was a primal human reaction. Lin Bei and Lang understood that their circumstances were about to shift dramatically, and danger loomed imminent. Be cautious. Prepare for battle. As the words left his lips, Lin Bei recalled the sole method available. The approach was to engage in combat with all their might. At that moment, they were not facing mere trifles, but rather an immensely powerful entity of chaos. He could no longer hold back his strength. There was no alternative but to proceed in this manner. Upon hearing Lin Bei's declaration, Lang and the Angel of Purification adopted a stance of readiness for battle. The angel radiated a brilliant white light, with thousands of feathers detaching from its wings, hovering around it, each feather's sharp tip aimed at the chaos ahead. These thousands of feathers were poised to launch at any moment. Lang also retrieved a pure white longsword from his spatial ring, its blade adorned with a series of golden circles. With a swift motion, he waved the blade, causing the golden sheen to flicker, clearly indicating its exceptional quality. Simultaneously, Lin Bei summoned forth his innate talents, activating all his exclusive spaces. In the next moment, dragons began to materialize beside him. The Flame Rock Armored Dragon, the Six-Winged Wind Thunder Dragon, the Radiant Celestial White Dragon, the Void Reincarnation Dragon, the World-Devouring Demon Slayer Dragon, and the Time Emperor's Nether Dragon. These 6 dragons, having undergone their initial fusion and reached the threshold of semi-king level, made their simultaneous appearance in the same area for the first time. Had it not been for Lin Bei intentionally controlling their size, the abyss of evil might not have been able to accommodate them. Indeed, during this interval, the system had cultivated the Time Emperor's Nether Dragon to the semi-king level. The resonant roars of dragons filled the abyss of evil, echoing powerfully. Listening to the distinct roars of these 6 dragons, Lang and the Angel of Purification instinctively turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. Upon doing so, they beheld the 6 dragons encircling Lin Bei. Each dragon was unique in its breed and form, yet all radiated an undeniable aura of strength. Merely gazing upon them, one could ascertain that they were anything but ordinary dragons. Lang found himself momentarily speechless, as did the Angel of Purification. The sheer number of 6 dragons surpassed their wildest imagination. When they had previously learned of Lin Bei possessing 3 dragons, they had already been struck with a profound sense of disbelief. Now, witnessing the number doubled, their astonishment intensified. A full doubling. This represented an entirely new magnitude. Gulping, Lang swallowed hard, his eyes wide with incredulity. Then, he turned to the Angel of Purification and said, "I now understand why you wished to follow that dragon and encouraged me to follow that person. In hindsight, your judgment was remarkably astute. Previously, while Lang had followed Lin Bei out of genuine intent, there had lingered a hint of reluctance. But now, that hint of reluctance vanished in an instant. He was entirely resolute, wholeheartedly deciding to follow Lin Bei. For no other reason than the ability to tame 6 dragons, it was worth undertaking such a commitment. Meanwhile, the system's prompt resonated within Lin Bei's mind. Ding. The host has successfully recruited a second subordinate, and after spending some time together, the system has detected a high degree of loyalty from them. Moreover, their power greatly surpasses yours, successfully triggering a hidden reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a subordinate whose strength far exceeds their own, and whose loyalty has met the standard. Issuing hidden rewards now. The sudden sound of the system notification caused him to pause in surprise. How could it be that someone would willingly submit to him, and with such unwavering loyalty? It was indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, this turned out to be an unexpected gain. Despite the myriad events that transpired, the actual passage of time was remarkably brief. Merely a few seconds. Just at that moment, the ferocious beast, Chaos, exhibited a new movement, its previously curled lip gradually settling into calm. Yet, this tranquility lasted less than a second before its colossal mouth gaped wide open. A chilling roar erupted, sending forth a wave of black sound waves from Chaos's maw. The black sound waves surged forward, rapidly expanding in size. Crack, crack. Wherever the black sound waves traveled, a state of collapse ensued. Fissures appearing in the ground and walls alike. Even the previously intact space bore visible cracks. This demonstrated the formidable destructive power of the black sound waves, capable of inflicting damage upon the very fabric of space. In an instant, Lin Bei's expression grew serious, and without hesitation, he issued a command to the 6 dragons beside him. All dragons except for engage Chaos with all your might. Do not entertain the notion of killing it. Merely hold it at bay. Chapter 187. The Great Battle Against Chaos. Strange phenomena. Buzz. Buzz. The remaining 5 dragons, save for the Flame Rock Armored Dragon, responded with low growls, firmly committing their master's words to memory. They were not foolish. They understood the gravity of the situation and could sense the enemy's overwhelming strength. Even the combined efforts of the 5 dragon siblings would not suffice to vanquish the peculiar creature before them. Indeed, as Lin Bei had stated, attempting to slay Chaos with these 6 half-step king-level dragons was an insurmountable task. For Chaos was a being as unique as the dragons themselves, and its growth stage and power level surpassed that of the 6 dragons. Its only weakness lay in being bound by a mysterious dragon vein of the Yinglong, which hindered its freedom of movement, significantly diminishing its combat prowess. Yet, despite this limitation, Chaos remained formidable. The sole viable method to confront it was to utilize the strongest dragon race experience card. However, it could only be employed upon acquiring the Yinglong dragon vein. Boom, boom. At this moment, the black sound waves continued their relentless advance, now magnified several times in size. The fissures on the ground and walls multiplied, and the cracks in the air were no different, all proliferating in response to the changes wrought by the black sound waves. In mere seconds, these black sound waves would strike. However, the rate of fissure expansion had diminished compared to the initial surge, as if their potency had waned somewhat. With his focus intensely concentrated, Lin Bei swiftly discerned the reason. It appears that the sound wave impact possesses the characteristics of sound. The further the distance, the weaker the power. Sound travels swiftly, and so does the black sound wave impact. Yet, as the distance increases, the volume diminishes. Clearly, the black sound wave impact exhibited a similar pattern, with the reduction in destructive capacity proportional to the distance traversed. Though it may have weakened somewhat, its destructive potential remained formidable. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei decisively commanded, "Action." The moment his words fell, the black sound waves drew perilously close. Now less than 5 meters away. Simultaneously, the 5 dragons, prepared for battle, along with the Angel of Purgation beside them, launched their assault against the black sound waves. Whoosh, whoosh. The Angel of Purgation flapped its wings violently, sending forth thousands of feathers that had been hovering nearby, piercing forward like arrows, capable of effortlessly piercing through steel and stone. Sizzle, sizzle, whoosh, whoosh. The 6-winged wind thunder dragon also beat its wings, unleashing torrents of lightning and gales that surged forth, all directed at the black sound waves. The void reincarnation dragon exerted itself to distort the void, attempting to sever and disperse the black sound waves. The holy white dragon unleashed a golden beam of light from its halo, striking towards the target. The devouring demon slayer dragon advanced, wielding its claws imbued with the characteristics of the sky-slaying demon spear, launching a slashing attack against the black sound waves. Furthermore, it opened its mouth wide, activating the devouring pull of the Taotai with all its might. The Time Sovereign Dragon also refused to be outdone, unreservedly unleashing the power of time. In the next moment, arrow-like feathers, raging lightning and gales, golden beams, the distorted void, razor-sharp claws, terrifying gravitational pull, and the enigmatic power of time all converged upon the black sound waves. Boom! Instantly, a sound akin to thunderclaps reverberated as if the world itself were on the brink of shattering, filling the entire inferno of the fiendish god with this deafening cacophony. Not merely confined to the inferno of the fiendish god. Even other monitoring districts could hear this sound at that moment. Following the earlier riot caused by the inmates, the guards had already been on edge. Upon hearing this terrifying commotion, they could not help but exclaim in bewilderment. What is happening? What calamity is about to unfold today? Bad luck. Strange occurrences abound this year, and it seems particularly abundant. This year is truly not peaceful. Stop dawdling. Investigate what is going on. Judging by the sound, it appears something has transpired in the inferno of the fiendish god. Meanwhile, the explosive sounds continued to resonate. The myriad attacks, now intertwined, wreaked havoc within the inferno of the fiendish god. Sound waves, lightning, gales, and feathers engaged in a standoff. The darkness within the inferno dissipated entirely, revealing a chaotic scene of exploding lightning and golden light, shattered, twisted white feathers, and contorted void fissures, with certain areas experiencing an exceedingly slow flow of time. Crack, crack. The black sound waves bore numerous fissures, threatening to shatter completely. Yet, the standoff did not last long, exceeding merely 3 seconds. As the sound of the waves shattering faded, the black sound wave impact vanished simultaneously. At that moment, at least 2/3 of the feathers were destroyed, and the lightning and gales had lost their prior strength, on the verge of dissipating, leaving the space riddled with shattered fissures connected to the void. The claws of the devouring demon slayer dragon had already drooped, a large mass of black soundwave fragments residing within its belly. Merely dispersing a black soundwave shockwave demanded an extraordinary exertion of energy, requiring the combined might of 5 dragons and an angel to withstand a weakened version of the onslaught. One can only fathom the repercussions of engaging in close combat with chaos, facing the full brunt of its most potent soundwave assault. Hiss! Luing instinctively gasped, a chill coursing down his spine, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, dampening the hair near his hairline. Truly, the pet of the fearsome deity is formidable. Despite being confined and starved for many years, it still wreaks such terrifying destruction. Although he was aware of the fearsome deity's strength, he had not anticipated it to be this overwhelming. As a holy seed of the light sanctuary, he found himself unable to contend with even a single creature tamed by the fearsome deity. Deep down, Lu Ying understood that had it not been for the presence of the other 5 dragons, he would have been utterly incapable of withstanding the prior sound wave attack. Thus, he comprehended the gravity of his predicament even more acutely. He hoped to create another miracle, to seize that rope while simultaneously keeping this chaos bound. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice resounded once more. Continue the assault. Do not merely defend. Upon uttering these words, he turned to the flame rock armored dragon and continued, Take me underground. Approach chaos through the earth. Upon hearing this command, realized her mission and swiftly moved to her master's side, activating her rarely used ability to control the earth. In the next instant, the duo melded seamlessly with the ground, disappearing without a trace, while the surface remained unchanged. Meanwhile, the 5 dragons, aware of their master's intentions, unleashed their powers without reservation, launching a myriad of attacks toward the depths of the fearsome deity's prison where chaos resided. Thunder and lightning accompanied by fierce winds, the twisted void concealed the power of reincarnation, while thick, erratic golden beams surged forward, and the time-slowing force reached its zenith. Combined with the insatiable devouring force unleashed by the sky-eating dragon, Luing swiftly made the correct judgment: break the evil. The moment his words fell, the 6 feathers of the break evil trembled violently, shedding all their plumage, transforming into white meteors that raced forward. Immediately afterward, the halo atop break evil flickered with golden light, and a cylindrical beam of golden light erupted from it, also aimed at the front. Boom, boom. The various assaults surged forth at an astonishing speed, reaching near chaos in mere seconds. At that moment, chaos's focus was razor-sharp, having been imprisoned for decades. It was the first time it had encountered anyone or anything besides the warden of Tianshan prison. It was also the first time in years that it had fought against another being. Sensing the incoming attacks, a smirk of derision curled at the corner of its mouth. How disappointing. I had hoped for a more entertaining diversion to pass the time. Yet, they are so weak, hardly a challenge. Although those few dragons possessed somewhat unique powers, not only do they wield the strength of that gluttonous creature, but they also exhibit the repulsive power of Bai Zhe. And astonishingly, the ability to manipulate time. Even the angel break evil can speak, so naturally. The 4 formidable chaos entities possess the capacity to communicate as well. Chaos held the combat prowess displayed by the 5 dragons and the angel in utter disdain, for their attacks posed no threat to it. The only aspect that piqued its interest was the nature of their powers. Those few dragons with unique abilities shall remain unharmed. As for the others, they will serve as delightful sustenance. Although chaos lacked eyes and ears, its formidable perception allowed it to ascertain the situation at hand, understanding precisely what was engaging it in battle. A second later, the smirk on chaos's lips faded into tranquility, and it opened its mouth wide once more, gathering a force akin to the previous one. A moment later, its voice echoed again, shield. The instant the word death escaped its lips, the power it had been cultivating erupted violently. Once again, a black sound wave shockwave emerged. However, this time, the sound wave shockwave did not advance. Instead, it took form as a square shield, effectively barricading chaos behind it. In the next instant, all attacks collided against the sound wave shield. Boom, boom. The various assaults detonated incessantly, wreaking havoc upon the walls, the ground, and the surrounding space, leading to catastrophic destruction. The ruins were hardly better off. In fact, a small area of over 10 square meters had developed a massive breach, allowing moonlight to seep through. Yet, even with a gap overhead, chaos exhibited no reaction, as if it were accustomed to such occurrences. At this moment, Lin Bei, who was traversing underground with the flame rock armored dragon, had arrived at a position alarmingly close to chaos, advancing at an accelerated pace. The more chaotic the scene became, the faster he moved, soon reaching his destination. The destination was the point where the dragon vein of the Yinglong penetrated the earth. In the blink of an eye, 5 seconds had passed, and this wave of attacks gradually subsided. The 5 dragons and 1 angel gazed wide-eyed at the scene before them. Yet what they beheld was a sound wave shield riddled with minor cracks. Though it was marred by fissures, it remained intact, showing no signs of breaking. Clearly, this round of assaults had concluded in failure. The cumulative attacks had not even managed to breach Chaos's shield. In truth, this assault was immensely powerful. Annihilating several king-level beasts in one strike would not have been a challenge. However, the target was the fearsome entity, Chaos. Moreover, it was the chaos of the fearsome deity, whose might far surpassed that of mere king-level beasts. It was entirely reasonable that they could not vanquish it. Gulp. Luing could not suppress a gasp, his eyes widening in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. So formidable, truly formidable. It seemed only someone of the Light Sanctuary's holy master caliber could hope to defeat such a beast. We are utterly no match for it. Even its defenses remain impenetrable. He had now fully grasped that defeating Chaos was an impossible endeavor. Simultaneously, he became increasingly convinced that Lin Bei intended to bind Chaos through an alternative method. Yet before Lu Ying could utter a word, the 5 dragons and the angel launched another assault, undeterred by the futility of their previous efforts. In response, Chaos expressed surprise, Foolish. Yet, trapped in place. It could only resort to defense. After another 5 seconds, Lin Bei finally arrived at his destination, standing beside the dragon muscle of the Yinglong. He extended a hand to grasp the dragon muscle firmly. Just in time. The dragon's assaults were once more successfully thwarted, leaving only the surrounding environment in disarray. The ground, walls, ceiling, and space were all severely damaged. However, Lin Bei did not immediately attempt to extract the dragon muscle. Instead, he first lifted his gaze upwards. Above him, an enormous breach had appeared, spanning at least 100 square meters, allowing glimpses of the moon and stars in the sky. Alongside this significant gap were various smaller fissures. The devastation was truly heartbreaking. This, the prison of the fierce deity, was on the brink of destruction. Yet, just as he uttered this thought, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. The damaged walls, floor, and ceiling, even the collapsing space around him, began to mend themselves automatically. The breaches in the ceiling swiftly vanished, whether large or small, disappearing at a terrifying speed. The ground, walls, and space mirrored this miraculous recovery. There were no traces of the destruction left. Chapter 188. The Dragon Muscle Acquired. The third chain task. A 4000-word chapter, no less. Witnessing such a bizarre scene, Lin Bei's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. This situation was beyond his expectations. How could this be? The prison of the fierce deity could actually self-repair? What was this prison made of? Previously, Lin Bei had assumed that the structure of the prison of the fierce deity was akin to that of an ordinary prison, at most containing a single chaotic entity within. But now, he was suddenly struck by the realization of just how extraordinary the prison of the fierce deity truly was. The mere fact that the walls, ground, ceiling, and surrounding space could autonomously undergo repairs spoke volumes of its remarkable nature, as if it had transformed into some monstrous entity with unparalleled regenerative abilities. It is essential to note, even living beings, such as humans and magical beasts, take considerable time to heal from severe injuries, let alone inanimate objects like walls and floors. Nonetheless, this was to be expected. After all, this was the prison of the fierce deity. How could it not be exceptional? Indeed, if the prison of the fierce deity were not extraordinary, the fierce deity would have long since dispatched someone to rescue the chaotic entity. The fact that the chaotic being had remained imprisoned here for so many years was undoubtedly related to this very point. Despite his curiosity, Lin Bei did not dwell on this matter any further. The urgency of the current situation was clearly not conducive to such reflections. Mystique aside, the most pressing task at hand was to secure the dragon muscle of the Yinglong that he was holding. In the next moment, Lin Bei exerted force with his arm, striving to extract the dragon muscle. However, the dragon muscle showed no signs of movement. Not even a millimeter had shifted, as if it were firmly rooted in the earth. System? What is going on? Why can't I pull it out? The information he had previously gleaned from the Eye of Origin clearly indicated that the dragon muscle could be forcibly extracted through external force. Yet the current situation contradicted that entirely. Soon, the system's prompt echoed. The information displayed by the Eye of Origin is correct. The dragon muscle of the Yinglong can indeed be forcibly removed by external force. However, this external force refers specifically to the strength of dragons and the affinity talents of the dragon race. Not everyone possesses the qualification to extract the dragon muscle. Dragons can extract the dragon muscle of the Yinglong, and those who harness the dragon affinity talent may also do so. Just now, the host attempted to extract the dragon muscle using sheer strength alone, which is why it could not be removed. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei nodded gently. Understanding the reason for his failure, he gained a deeper insight into the dragon muscle of the Yinglong. So that is how it is. The walls, ground, and space capable of self-repair, along with the dragon muscle that could only be extracted under specific conditions. It was indeed a formidable challenge for the Shanghai organization to transport the chaotic entity. Meanwhile, the Tiao Tiao, already accustomed to the wall's ability to heal, noticed Lin Bei's attempts to extract the dragon muscle. It paused in surprise, bewildered by Lin Bei's actions, knowing full well that he was not its match. How could he dare to undertake such a task? Was he courting death? What a foolish human. At such a moment, he was still fixated on that dragon muscle. Then I shall eliminate you first. However, after uttering these words, the chaotic entity suddenly recalled something. This human before me seemed to present an opportunity one had been awaiting. The dragon affinity talent, combined with the dragon itself, perfectly aligned with the conditions to release the dragon muscle of the Yinglong. In an instant, the murderous intent that resided in its heart dissipated, replaced by overwhelming joy. This human's talent must be the dragon affinity talent. He truly can extract this dragon muscle. Once this muscle is freed, I shall regain my freedom and no longer be confined to this wretched place. At that moment, The chaotic entity no longer harbored thoughts of thwarting Lin Bei. Instead, it felt an eager anticipation, hoping that Lin Bei would liberate the dragon muscle of the Yinglong. Lin Bei, fully engaged in activating his talent, remained oblivious to the chaotic entity's thoughts. Even if he were aware, he would not harbor any particular concern. What of the chaotic entity's freedom? He had already prepared the appropriate countermeasures. The chaotic entity's time for unrestrained movement was destined to be fleeting. Approximately 2 seconds later, Lin Bei, channeling his talent with all his might, resolutely exerted force once more, pulling at the embedded dragon muscle of the Yinglong. This time, it was remarkably smooth. He succeeded in extracting the dragon muscle by several dozen centimeters. Simultaneously, the chaotic entity, bound by the dragon muscle, distinctly felt the constraints loosening, regaining a measure of freedom in its movements. Its wings, sprouting from its core, fluttered with excitement. "Come on, human. As long as you set me free, I shall graciously accept you as my servant." Lin Bei continued to pull with vigor, soon extracting a full meter of the dragon muscle. Yet, the system's prompt remained silent, indicating that he had not yet secured the complete dragon muscle. Thus, he had no choice but to persist. The effort he exerted intensified, the length of the extracted dragon muscle increasing rapidly, soon reaching 5 meters. Despite this, the system's prompt still did not resonate, suggesting that the dragon muscle was longer than 5 meters. Huff, huff. In the end, Lin Bei even spread his wind thunder wings and ascended into the air, and the length of the dragon muscle he held had reached an astonishing 20 meters. Furthermore, the length continued to fluctuate, 25 meters, 30 meters, 35 meters, until it finally reached 50 meters, at which point the system's prompt chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the special task. You have successfully acquired 4 secret treasures within the Tianshan Great Prison: the Prison Suppression Monument, the Dragon Tendon of Yinglong, the Movement of 10,000 Bones, and the Spirit Breath of the Underworld River. You have flawlessly completed this task. The corresponding rewards have been allocated to the system space, which the host may access at any time. At last, Lin Bei had finally accomplished this mission. His initial decision to venture into the Tianshan Great Prison was solely to fulfill this objective set by the system. However, he had not anticipated that such a seemingly insignificant prison would conceal an abundance of secrets. Not only were there connections to the 9-headed dragon, but also the presence of tainted angels and chaos. This journey to the Tianshan Great Prison was far from in vain. Yet, he had no time to examine the rewards or even to open the system space. Just as the system notification chimed, it sounded once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a consecutive task once again. Now that you have witnessed the self-healing of the prison of evil deities, it is evident that this is a most extraordinary place. Therefore, please investigate the circumstances surrounding this phenomenon. As the consecutive tasks reach certain milestones, you will receive corresponding rewards. Listening to this series of notifications, Lin Bei, holding the dragon tendon of Yinglong, found himself momentarily dazed, taken aback by the revelation. He instinctively murmured to himself, "A third consecutive task. Could it be that the walls of the Tianshan Great Prison are linked to some divine beast or monstrous creature?" Previously, Lin Bei had already undertaken 2 consecutive tasks. The first was related to the 4 sacred beasts beneath Nanshan City, while the second concerned the Kunping. If one were to deduce from this pattern, the third consecutive task would likely be intertwined with these as well. Contemplating this, he surveyed his surroundings, his face, eyes, and mind brimming with confusion. What on earth is happening? Why are each of the consecutive tasks connected to such extraordinary entities? Clearly, many secrets lie beneath the surface. However, no matter how Lin Bei pondered, this was not a conundrum that could be unraveled in an instant. The system seemed to sense his thoughts, and the notification rang out once more. "Actually, host, there is no need for you to overthink this. In due time, all will be revealed. You shall understand the significance of these tasks and why you must proceed as instructed. Moreover, you will learn of my origins. Rest assured, this system would never cause you harm. For you are, after all, my master." In the next moment, Lin Bei fell silent. A strong intuition assured him that the system bore no ill intentions. Thus, he refrained from further inquiries and turned his gaze downward. What met his eyes was none other than the chaos, now free to move. At that moment, chaos stood motionless on the ground, clearly in a state of bewilderment and adjustment. This was entirely normal, for it had been bound by the dragon tendon of Yinglong for far too long, confined within a limited range for decades, leading to a degree of bodily degradation. Suddenly regaining freedom, it was natural to feel out of sorts. However, this state would only be temporary. In just a short while, chaos would return to normalcy. Simultaneously, the highly vigilant Lu Ying observed this scene with mounting tension. Instantly, his mental state tightened further, his heart racing with anxiety, even leading him to instinctively murmur, "Hurry, act quickly, control this monster by any means necessary. Time cannot be wasted." Yet, Lin Bei made no attempt to subdue chaos. Instead, he returned to Yi's side, urging her to swiftly take him away from chaos. Lu Ying was left dumbfounded. The reality diverged significantly from his expectations. Previously, Lu Ying had believed that Lin Bei possessed an alternative strategy, which is why he had taken action against that rope. After all, he had done so with the prison suppression monument. Thus, he had supported Lin Bei. Otherwise, why provoke such a formidable adversary? Had he lost his mind? What was he doing? Why had he returned? Was he not planning to subdue that monster? At this moment, Lu Ying's thoughts were quite convoluted, and even he was unsure of his own reasoning. Meanwhile, Lin Bei's departure proceeded smoothly, as Chaos made no attempt to impede him. For Chaos perceived Lin Bei, who appeared weak, as incapable of escape. It had regained its freedom. In the face of those attacks, there was no need to remain stationary. Before long, Lin Bei returned to Lu Ying's side, commanding the 6 dragons, "Stop all attacks. Stand behind me." Faced with the unbound Chaos, the efficacy of the 6 dragons' attacks would diminish. In the next moment, the 6 dragons moved without hesitation, forming a neat line behind him. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ying grew even more perplexed, increasingly unable to comprehend Lin Bei's intentions, struggling to suppress his unease. He took a deep breath and inquired, "How do we control that monster?" "You must act quickly. Once it adapts to its current state, subduing it will become exponentially more challenging." As soon as Lu Ying's words fell, Lin Bei's bewildered voice followed. "Control it? Why would I want to control it? I have no intention of subduing chaos." Indeed, he had no desire to control chaos, nor did he know how to do so. His true objective was to eliminate chaos. This chaos belonged to the sovereign of evil deities, having followed him for countless years and amassed an inordinate number of sins. Hence, there was no necessity to spare it. You have no intention of controlling it. What shall we do then? Leave? But it can shatter the void. We cannot escape. Panic ensued. Upon hearing Lin Bei's refusal to control chaos, Lu Ying was genuinely alarmed. Fighting was futile, and escape was impossible. No matter how one looked at it, it was a dead end. Just then, Lin Bei continued, "Since we cannot escape and cannot control it, then let us kill it." Upon hearing this seemingly absurd declaration, Lu Ying was momentarily at a loss for words, standing in place questioning the very essence of life. At that moment, chaos had perfectly mastered its body, striding forward with its 6 legs. As it walked, it spoke, "I have regained my freedom in such a manner. I had thought my master would come to rescue me, yet it turned out this way. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you." As chaos spoke these words, it paused, continuing to stride forward. Its vast and peculiar form rapidly approached, closing the distance between itself and Lin Bei at an alarming rate. As the distance diminished to a mere half, its voice resonated once more, "To express my gratitude for your assistance. I have decided to spare your life and permit you to serve as my attendant, tasked with the duty of fetching tea and water for me. As for the others and the dragon, they shall become my sustenance." Hiss. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ying sharply inhaled, a chill coursing through his scalp, as he sensed the murderous intent woven within the chaotic utterance. Panic consumed his thoughts. Lin Bei, too, furrowed his brow tightly, greatly displeased by the words spoken by chaos. Without a moment's hesitation, he retorted, "Merely a dying beast of terror dares to utter such hubris? Preposterous." As his words echoed, Lin Bei opened the system space. Chapter 189, A Cosmic Microcosm. The Mightiest Dragon. At this moment, Lin Bei's purpose for accessing the system space was to retrieve the card for the Mightiest Dragon Race experience, while also checking the rewards he had just acquired. Although there were numerous items within the system space, locating a specific one was a trivial matter. A mere thought was all it required. In less than a second, the card for the Mightiest Dragon Race appeared in his grasp. However, Lin Bei did not close the system space just yet. Instead, he turned his gaze towards a newly emerged gift package stored within. Another package? Is this the reward I just received? If the opportunity arises, I shall open it. He could hardly contain his imagination, pondering what treasures might lie within. Given the considerable difficulty of acquiring this package, the contents should undoubtedly be extraordinary. Meanwhile, Lu Ying, who had absorbed both Chaos's and Lin Bei's declarations, stood frozen as if entranced, his expression a tumultuous blend of fear, shock, and astonishment. He was genuinely terrified. The individuals beside him seemed intent on slaying Chaos. How could they dare to declare that Chaos was merely a dying beast of terror? Is this for real? How could one possibly achieve such a feat? The disparity in power between the two sides was glaringly apparent and overwhelmingly vast. Who? Lu Ying gasped for breath. His lips and throat parched as if scorched by fire for an eternity, rendering it difficult to articulate his thoughts. He could only remain motionless, praying to survive this encounter. He harbored little faith in Lin Bei, instinctively believing that Lin Bei could not possibly vanquish chaos. After all, the events that had just transpired spoke volumes of this truth. The combined assault of 5 dragons and an angel had failed to breach even chaos's defenses. Attempting to slay chaos in light of such circumstances was akin to hurling oneself against a wall of stone. Ha ha ha, this chaos finds it utterly amusing. You dare to contemplate my demise. Chaos chuckled, its mouth agape in a twisted grin, for its recent decision had begun to shift. Since you seek death, I shall oblige you. You shall also become my meal. Chaos had no desire for a proud, arrogant servant who spouted nonsense. Such a being would only bring it vexation. The moment those words left its mouth, Chaos accelerated its advance, the 4 wings behind it flapping vigorously, and powerful sound waves erupted from its cavernous maw once more. With but a thought, it could obliterate everything ahead. Thud, thud, as its massive form surged forward. The entire demon god prison trembled in response, accompanied by a roar that resonated deeply within the soul. The demon god prison now resembled a hellish realm. In an instant, Luing regained his senses and instinctively took a step back. Not just him. Even the angel of purification retreated, driven by primal instinct. Their instincts clearly informed them that they were no match for chaos. After stepping back, the angel of purification glanced at Lin Bei, equally perplexed by the current situation. Faced with such a formidable and malevolent adversary, how could one possibly slay it? Is it truly possible to kill it? Our previous attack couldn't even graze this monster, despite having become the most devoted follower of the Holy White Dragon. The angel of purification could not suppress his doubts regarding this matter. After all, achieving such a feat seemed rather implausible. Only the 6 dragons behind Lin Bei remained unfazed, watching chaos approach with indifference, not even bothering to take a single step back. It was as if they were not facing chaos, but rather a larger prey. There was no need to evade, nor any cause for concern. At that moment, Lin Bei closed the system space, casting a cold gaze towards the advancing chaos. Without an ounce of hesitation, he grasped the mightiest dragon race experience card in his hand and immediately activated it. Arise. The next instant, the card transformed into a radiant swirl of colors, floating effortlessly in midair. Soon, the vibrant hues surged and penetrated into the surrounding space. In the blink of an eye, vast expanses of the area were rendered in shimmering colors, exuding an overwhelming aura. An aura so powerful it defied imagination, impossible to articulate. The once mighty chaos, now faced with this vast, star-like presence, felt as insignificant as a speck of dust, devoid of any sense of existence. Immediately, chaos instinctively halted its advance, remaining motionless as it braced for danger. Within its heart and soul, a wave of fear surged forth, for what lay before it was not merely a group of prey, but an indomitable war god, beyond reproach. What is happening? Why do I feel fear? No, this should not be happening. Those wretches are so weak. Chaos attempted to convince itself, but to no avail. Even as it wished to move forward, its body remained rooted in place. Concurrently, the once colorful space rapidly morphed into a pitch-black void, akin to pure ink. Whoosh, whoosh. Spheres materialized, dotting the obsidian expanse. These spheres varied in color and size. Some spun alone in solitude, while others orbited smaller spheres, and some were encircled by rings. Moreover, the composition of these spheres differed. Some comprised gas, others land and sea, and some were formed of flames. It was nothing short of miraculous. Lin Bei gazed upward at the unfolding spectacle within the space and instantly comprehended. This is the universe? Those spheres are planets and stars. Indeed, at this moment, the realm of the malevolent deity resembled the vast expanse of the universe. More precisely, it was a microcosm of the cosmos itself. To his astonishment, he had merely summoned a dragon, yet a whole universe had suddenly manifested before him. As this wondrous event unfolded, a black hole emerged within the miniature universe. A colossal figure unfurled its wings and gradually emerged from the abyss. Whoosh, whoosh. For a fleeting moment, the only sound reverberating in the realm of the malevolent deity was that of the wings flapping. Chapter 190. Strength Beyond Imagination. Unbelievable power. Whether it was Lin Bei and the 6 dragons, or Lu Ying and the angel of exorcism, or even the chaos itself, they instinctively gazed upward at the starry sky above. They were not merely observing the celestial tapestry. They were transfixed by the dragon that soared forth from the black hole, flapping its wings majestically. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After an agonizing 3 seconds, the dragon fully emerged from the black hole, revealing itself within the diminutive universe. Its body was somewhat translucent, cloaked in a soft azure hue, shimmering with myriad starlights. Within its transparent form swirled clusters of nebulae and various interconnected constellations, even housing both black and white holes. The most extraordinary feature was its wings, two circular appendages ablaze with flames, resembling two colossal suns. This dragon was undeniably the embodiment of the universe itself. Buzz. In an instant, a dragon's roar resonated. Though not thunderous, it was profoundly terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The planets floating in the miniature universe erupted one after another, disintegrating into countless fragments that continued to drift amidst the cosmic expanse. Yet soon, new planets and stars began to materialize, resuming their float within the microcosm. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, the chaos, upon hearing the dragon's roar, instinctively retreated 3 steps. Its movements noticeably more frantic than before, its 4 wings now drooping tightly against its body. Its formerly gaping maw snapped shut, the power within dissipating as well. It was evident that it was engulfed in fear, despite having lived for an extensive period and endured numerous tribulations. The chaos had never felt such trepidation as it did in this moment. Even when it had been ensnared by the Dragon King's sinews, it had not experienced such dread. At that time, the chaos had known it would not perish, it would merely be confined for a duration, losing the freedom to roam. Although it had been displeased, it had still been alive. But now, the chaos felt as though death loomed. The concepts of being killed and being imprisoned were entirely disparate matters, with no grounds for comparison. At this very moment, a singular thought occupied its mind: flee. It was the only option. To remain meant certain death. To escape offered a chance at survival. With determination, even if it meant enduring grave injuries or incurring severe consequences, it had to vacate this perilous locale. Previously, the chaos had been bound by the Dragon King's sinews, unable to leave the realm of the malevolent deity. Now, if it were willing to pay an irretrievable price to fight for its life, there remained a slim possibility of forcibly departing from this ominous place. In the instant the decision was made, the chaos pivoted and sprinted across the ground at the utmost speed, its 6 legs moving in unison, creating afterimages. Witnessing the disheveled retreat of the chaos, Lu Ying and the Angel of Exorcism were rendered speechless. Just moments ago, they had been contemplating how to survive against such a formidable foe. Yet in the next instant, before they could devise a plan for self-preservation, the horrifyingly powerful chaos had begun to flee. How could they not be astonished? The abruptness and magnitude of this transformation were too rapid and too vast. The pair remained rooted in place, staring blankly ahead, unable to react. Only after the chaos had fled over 100 meters did Lu Ying finally gather his wits. Huh? That creature has actually run away? He never imagined he would witness such a spectacle. One of the esteemed pet companions of the malevolent deity was fleeing like a lost dog. This world is truly remarkable. The expression of the Angel of Exorcism was equally complex, his eyes shimmering with an inexplicable surprise as he instinctively remarked, "This scene is akin to a feeble demon encountering a deity, fleeing at all costs to avoid purification." After uttering these words, he turned his gaze toward the dragon and inquired once more, how powerful must it be to induce such panic in that monster? Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Lin Bei's mind. Ding! The strongest dragon race experience card has been successfully utilized. The dragon you summoned is the Starfire Dragon. This dragon was born from the convergence of cosmic stellar power within the universe. It is one among various stellar dragons. Its powers encompass both stellar force and solar flame. The very name Starfire Dragon implied its formidable strength. Inhaling deeply to regain his composure, Lin Bei directed his gaze forward, naturally spotting the fleeing chaos. Starfire Dragon, eliminated. His purpose in using this card was to confront the chaos, and he would not hesitate. In the next moment, the Starfire Dragon, which had remained stationary, finally initiated action. It fixed its gaze upon the chaos, its dragon eyes sparkling with starlight, as though filled with a sea of stars. At your command. With a resounding affirmation, the Starfire Dragon slowly raised a claw, casually gesturing forward. Immediately, countless starlights flickered, coalescing into a sharp dragon scale. Boom! The dragon scale shot forth towards the chaos. 1 second later, the distance between the dragon scale and the chaos was halved. Another second passed, and the dragon scale was upon the chaos. By the 3rd second, the dragon scale had penetrated through the chaos's form. Bang! The chaos collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony as it could not endure the excruciating pain, emitting piercing howls. At this moment, the Starfire Dragon moved again, casually flapping its wings. In an instant, a colossal black hole appeared before it. Not only that, another black hole manifested directly above the chaos. Whoosh! The Starfire Dragon continued to flap its wings, and flew into the black hole. The next second, it emerged from the black hole above the chaos, landing squarely upon it. The previously writhing chaos was suddenly immobilized, unable to move no matter how hard it struggled. Subsequently, the Starfire Dragon raised its claw and nonchalantly struck down upon the chaos, treating it merely as a feeble beast, not even exerting full strength. Boom, boom. The starlight erupted repeatedly, crashing down upon the chaos. Amidst the chaos arose a cacophony of anguished screams. Witnessing this scene, Lin Bei was profoundly astonished. The Starfire Dragon, in its most formidable state, proved to be far more powerful than he had ever envisioned. The embodiment of chaos appeared utterly feeble before the Starfire Dragon. It seemed evident that this world was far more terrifying than he could have imagined. Currently, the most formidable peril Lin Bei faced was this very manifestation of chaos. Yet, this embodiment was being mercilessly crushed by the Starfire Dragon. The disparity in strength was not merely slight, but rather as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Thus, he could surmise that he had only grazed the surface of this world's complexities. Chapter 191. Two Methods, the Day of Reunion. Observing the chaos pinned beneath the Starfire Dragon, utterly immobilized, Luing's jaw dropped in disbelief, nearly hitting the ground. His mind buzzing as if struck by a resounding gong. His eyes widened in shock, as though they might burst from their sockets. Could this truly be the embodiment of chaos, devoid of even the slightest capacity to retaliate? Was this the same chaos we faced before? He couldn't help but wonder if this was a completely different, newly emerged chaos. Just moments ago, it had seemed invincible, a force so formidable that they couldn't even breach its defenses. Yet now, it lay beneath a dragon, easily bullied, akin to a mere child being subdued by a world champion in boxing. Such an occurrence defied all logic. Though Lu Ying recognized the truth of the situation, he struggled to come to terms with it. The previous events, while absurd, were still somewhat within the realm of acceptability. However, the spectacle before him transcended the definition of absurdity. An overwhelmingly powerful chaos could barely muster a defense. A chaos that 5 dragons, each exerting their utmost, could not touch, was now being effortlessly ravaged by a single swipe of a claw. The only word that could encapsulate his astonishment was stunning. Lu Ying could scarcely fathom the true strength of the Starfire Dragon. He could only conclude that with this dragon's assistance, Lin Bei could effortlessly sweep through Tianshan City. Yet, a troubling thought dawned upon Lu Ying. Something felt amiss. If this dragon were indeed his pet, its prowess should not be so low. Could it be that this dragon was summoned through some extraordinary means? Unbeknownst to him, he was inching closer to the truth. Such a notion was not far-fetched. Given Lin Bei's exhibited strength and age, it was inconceivable for him to have tamed such a formidable dragon. The Angel of Exorcism shared this sentiment, lowering its voice to address Lu Ying. This is likely the case. The power of this dragon is truly terrifying. I scarcely dare approach it. Confronting it feels akin to facing the cosmos, while I am but a speck of dust. Meanwhile, the Starfire Dragon continued to pummel the chaos. Its claws raised time and again, descending with relentless force. Each attack was a simple, unadorned strike, devoid of any special powers. It seemed as if it feared unintentionally slaying the chaos and losing the rare amusement it provided. While thrashing the chaos, the Starfire Dragon mused aloud. Why do you look so peculiar? Even more bizarre than the creatures of the cosmos. And to boast about killing the one who summoned me? What audacity! Despite its existence being limited to a mere minute, it still regarded Lin Bei as its dearest master. Clearly, it possessed a keen awareness of its fate and retained complete memories. Lin Bei, hearing the dragon's words, immediately inquired of the system. System, where will it go after 1 minute? Promptly, the system's notification chimed in. 2 scenarios may unfold, contingent on the host's choices. The first scenario involves complete disappearance, with no chance of reappearance. Even if the host were to summon the Starfire Dragon again, it would be a different entity altogether. The second scenario entails awaiting a genuine rebirth. The host can forcibly extract the soul essence of the Starfire Dragon by expending a certain number of points and store it within the system space. When the host later acquires a blank dragon egg or a designated dragon egg, the soul essence of the Starfire Dragon can be injected into the egg. The dragon egg infused with the Starfire Dragon's soul essence will inherit its memories and characteristics, effectively marking its rebirth. Furthermore, the words of the Starfire Dragon are not mere fabrications. It possesses memories that align with its identity and strength. All memories are authentic. The system's revelation left Lin Bei momentarily speechless, laden with information beyond his imagination. It encompassed not only methods related to the Starfire Dragon, but also hinted at a far grander world. This world was not solitary. However, he refrained from dwelling on these matters. As Lin Bei understood that they were too distant for him to grasp, he had a long and arduous journey ahead to reach such heights. This path would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Upon hearing the system's two options, Lin Bei had already resolved to determine how to handle the Starfire Dragon. In the next moment, he strode towards the Starfire Dragon, boldly proclaiming, "Let me through." As his words fell, a black hole materialized before him. Without hesitation, Lin Bei stepped into the abyss. 1 second later, he emerged from another black hole, standing squarely upon the back of the Starfire Dragon. Standing upon the dragon's back felt akin to treading upon a celestial expanse, an ethereal experience. At that moment, the Starfire Dragon continued its relentless assault on the immobilized chaos, seemingly venting its inner frustration. It was acutely aware that its existence was limited to a mere minute. How could it possibly accept such a fate? Just then, Lin Bei ascended to the dragon's head, perching atop it, gazing down at the shimmering, translucent visage of the Starfire Dragon, and with a gentle smile, he spoke, "Do not worry. You shall once again grace this world, I assure you." Although their time together had been fleeting, he was resolute in his determination to make it so. The Starfire Dragon clearly wished to remain in this realm, and as its master, Lin Bei would naturally fulfill that desire. Moreover, there was another reason. The second reason being that even if the Starfire Dragon were to be reborn, it would retain its current awareness and memories. These memories were undoubtedly significant. Not only were they extensive, but they were also imbued with an air of mystery. Buzz. The Starfire Dragon abruptly ceased its assault, lifting its head slightly to emit a resonant roar. The sound reverberated with profound excitement. "Thank you, Master," it exclaimed, brimming with exhilaration. It was indeed exhilarating. Initially, it seemed as though its existence was but a fleeting moment, yet now the circumstances appear to be quite different. There exists a genuine opportunity for it to truly endure. Overcome with excitement, the Starflame Dragon could not restrain itself and forcefully struck its claw against the leg of Chaos. Crack! In an instant, Chaos's leg shattered. Chapter 192, Unveiling the Gift Package. Abundant Rewards. Although several of Chaos's limbs were broken by the Starflame Dragon's strike, it did not emit a single cry of anguish, for the pain was overwhelming and intense, reaching a level of numbness that left it devoid of strength to wail or lament. In this moment, Chaos could only persistently pray within its heart to the deity it abhorred most, beseeching for the chance to survive this calamity, hoping to endure just a little longer. The fact that Chaos resorted to such desperate measures speaks volumes about its fear. As for the Starflame Dragon's exuberance, Lin Bei found it entirely unsurprising. It is only natural. No being, human or beast, would wish to be devoid of life. He gently caressed the magnificent, starry head of the Starflame Dragon and nonchalantly commanded, "You may proceed. First, eliminate the creature beneath you, but do not reduce it to ashes. I have grander plans for it." Lin Bei felt compelled to specify this. Given the fearsome nature of the dragon's fiery wings, those circular appendages forged from flames were enough to instill dread in anyone. Indeed, if the Starflame Dragon so desired, it could effortlessly incinerate an entire planet. The Starflame Dragon bobbed its head vigorously and then took to the air, flapping its wings and landing on the ground a short distance away. "Rest assured, I shall leave it intact." It possessed ample means to terminate Chaos, whether to preserve its form or to leave nothing but remnants. Subsequently, Lin Bei shifted his focus, not sparing another glance at Chaos, and initiated communication with the system internally. "System, let us open the recently acquired gift package. Since the events have already unfolded, I might as well attend to other matters." Opening the newly obtained gift package was indeed a splendid choice. Who knows, perhaps fortune would smile upon him, and he might obtain the 2 types of eggs mentioned by the system. Should he acquire those eggs, the Starflame Dragon would be bestowed with true life. In the next moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Gift package successfully opened. Congratulations, host, for receiving a standard reward, 50 level 3 Beast Spirit Pills. Congratulations, host, for receiving a standard reward, 8 million in starting funds. Congratulations, host, for receiving a special reward, 1 random dragon species draw opportunity. Congratulations, host, for receiving a special reward, 1 random dragon species draw opportunity. Congratulations, host, for receiving a special reward, 1 random talent draw opportunity. Congratulations, host, for receiving a special reward, 1 random talent draw opportunity. All rewards have been distributed. The host may utilize them at any time. Within the gift package, there were 6 rewards, 2 standard rewards, and 4 special rewards. Upon discovering the nature of these 6 rewards, Lin Bei was left utterly astounded. Despite having opened numerous gift packages in the past, none had ever yielded rewards akin to this. His eyes widened slightly, and a look of disbelief crossed his previously calm visage. This special reward is rather intriguing. The standard rewards were of little significance, merely unremarkable resources and currency. However, the special rewards held remarkable value. 2 opportunities for random talent draws and 2 opportunities for random dragon draws. This could certainly be regarded as a delightful surprise. Among the myriad rewards obtainable through opening gift packages, the ones Lin Bei coveted most were indeed the random dragon species draw and the random talent draw. For him, talents and dragons were the true essentials. Although he did not acquire the 2 eggs as promised by the system, this was still far from disappointing. At that moment, Lin Bei could no longer contain his eagerness to draw. System. Initiate a 4-in-1 draw. Compared to drawing 1 by 1, a simultaneous draw was far more favorable. After all, whether drawn all at once or individually, luck remained an unpredictable variable. Almost instantaneously, the system's notification echoed. Ding. Random dragon species drawing. Random dragon species drawing. Random talent drawing. Random talent drawing. Draw successful. Through these 4 drawing opportunities, the rewards he obtained were Starry Dragon Hatchling, Iron Dragon Hatchling, Mermaid Affinity Talent, Divine Bird Affinity Talent. Unquestionably, the quality of this 4-in-1 draw was exceptionally high. Each reward was particularly rare. Even Lin Bei was left speechless. A Starry Dragon, an Iron Dragon, a Mermaid Affinity Talent, and a Divine Bird Affinity Talent. How could my luck be this extraordinary today? He nearly believed he was dreaming. Just then, 2 peculiar forces manifested within Lin Bei, coursing through his body at an identical pace. In a matter of seconds, these 2 forces integrated seamlessly within him, endowing him with 2 new talents, and he instinctively understood their nature. The Mermaid Affinity Talent allowed for the taming of mermaids, which came in 2 forms, the enchanting mermaid with a human upper body and the more grotesque variety, which often bore a frightful appearance. The Divine Bird Affinity Talent enabled the taming of divine birds. Divine birds were not your ordinary avians. The birds previously possessed by Baizhou were not categorized as divine. The number of birds that fell under this classification was rather scarce. Lin Bei was aware of only a few: the phoenix, the huang, the qinghuan, and the golden crow. With a long exhale, Lin Bei acclimated to the 2 newly acquired talents, a satisfied smile gracing his face. If the opportunity arises, I must put these 2 talents to use. Subsequently, he refrained from summoning the 2 newly obtained dragons, as they were currently resting within the system space, rendering their summoning unnecessary. Meanwhile, the Starflame Dragon slowly opened its mouth, directing its gaze toward the motionless form of chaos on the ground. Within its maw, a torrent of starlight surged, coalescing into a swirling river of stars in the blink of an eye. Amidst this spiraling stellar river, a silver thread, the thickness of a hair, emerged. In a heartbeat, this silver thread shot forth, traversing the vast distance and piercing directly into Chaos's body. The next moment, the consciousness of Chaos disintegrated, all its worries and fears dissipating alongside it. It was dead. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing Chaos and successfully completing the special mission. Corresponding rewards have been issued. Chapter 193, Extracting the Essence. Nutrient Transformation. Although Lin Bei had not yet ascertained the nature of the rewards he had received, he was certain that they were remarkable. After all, the challenge of slaying Chaos was anything but trivial. At the outset, even the system had indicated that the task's difficulty was considerable, allowing for the option to defer its execution. Were it not for possessing the Supreme Dragon Clan experience card, Lin Bei would have found it impossible to accomplish this feat. Not only would he have been unable to complete the mission, but he might also have perished under Chaos's onslaught. At this juncture, Lin Bei was utterly incapable of defeating Chaos. The disparity in their strengths was immense. Given that the system had explicitly remarked on the task's arduousness, the rewards for its completion would undoubtedly be substantial. They should surpass the rewards he had just obtained. Though he speculated internally, he could not afford to divert his attention to the rewards. Time was of the essence, as the remaining lifespan of the Starflame Dragon was dwindling rapidly. Lin Bei intended to utilize the last few seconds he had to accompany the Starflame Dragon. After all, it was uncertain when the Starflame Dragon would manifest again. With this thought in mind, he stepped forward. Meanwhile, the Starflame Dragon gazed at the lifeless form of Chaos ahead, shaking its head in disappointment. Unable to suppress a long sigh, the breath it exhaled was adorned with countless stars, akin to a fleeting galaxy. Too weak. This creature is simply too feeble. I barely exerted myself, and it has already perished. How dull. To one at the pinnacle of power, formidable beyond belief. This Chaos from the evil goddess domain was indeed weak, not even worth a proper fight. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the Starflame Dragon had yet to warm up. Its voice rang out loudly, and both Lu Ying and Angel Breaker along with the 6 dragons, could clearly hear its words. Instantly, each individual, including the angel and the 6 dragons, twitched at the corners of their mouths. What? You call this weak? Are you serious? That chaos was undeniably powerful. However, they dared only to grumble internally, refraining from displaying any outward signs of dissent. The reason was simple. The Starflame Dragon was far too formidable. At that moment, Lin Bei reached the side of the Starflame Dragon. The human and dragon stood side by side, yet they exchanged no words, merely standing together like old friends who had known each other for years. Even in silence, there was no sense of awkwardness. Time ticked by, and soon 10 seconds had elapsed. It was only then that the Starflame Dragon's voice resonated once more. Master, I must take my leave. Though I possessed but a fleeting minute of existence, I am profoundly satisfied. Thank you. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again. As the words left its lips, the Starflame Dragon's form began to wane. In less than a second, Lin Bei's resolute voice rang out. Rest assured, we shall certainly meet again. In the next moment, a satisfied smile graced the massive visage of the Starflame Dragon, which then became entirely transparent, vanishing silently from the evil god's domain. Before its disappearance, it left behind a single phrase, I believe in you. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed. Ding. The use of the Supreme Dragon Clan Experience card has concluded. Please make your choice, host. Will you allow the Starflame Dragon to vanish completely, never to return to this world, or will you extract the essence of the Starflame Dragon's soul, awaiting the opportunity for it to achieve true rebirth? To this, Lin Bei did not hesitate for a moment and swiftly made his choice. Extract the soul essence. By extracting the essence of the Starflame Dragon's soul, there existed the possibility for it to reappear in the world, and in a manner that would grant it true life, though a certain number of points would be required. It was an investment well worth making, as the vast memories possessed by the Starflame Dragon alone justified this decision. Ding. Preparing to extract the essence of the Starflame Dragon's soul. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. The essence of the Starflame Dragon's soul has been stored in the system space, ready for the host's use at any time. Upon hearing this notification, Lin Bei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Sooner or later, the Starflame Dragon would return. At this moment, Lu Ying and Angel Breaker exchanged knowing glances. Through the events that had just transpired, they had begun to grasp the situation. Phew. Lu Ying took a deep breath, his voice trembling with astonishment as he spoke. Indeed, that dragon was summoned through some special means. I never expected that someone could summon a temporary pet. Unprecedented and unheard of. He had lived for quite some time and experienced much. Yet he had never witnessed or heard of anyone capable of summoning a temporary pet. Moreover, a pet of such incredible power. Angel Breaker nodded in agreement, equally astonished, yet more excited than shocked, because the choice made earlier had clearly been the right one. Look, I told you that my suggestion was not wrong, did I? If you hadn't chosen to follow him temporarily, how could you have ever witnessed such an extraordinary event? To this, Lu Ying could not refute. It was indeed the case. No matter how unbelievable, it remained a fact. At this moment, Lin Bei turned his gaze toward the corpse of chaos ahead, a glimmer of anticipation illuminating his face. It was time. He would allow the hybrid egg of the Yinglong and chaos to absorb the Yinglong's dragon sinew and the remains of chaos. The hybrid dragon within should successfully break free from its shell. The reason he instructed the Starflame Dragon not to reduce chaos to ashes was to permit the hybrid egg to absorb the necessary nutrients. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Bei retrieved the Yinglong's sinew and casually tossed it onto the body of chaos. Following that, he took out the hybrid egg from the system space and placed it directly in front of the corpse of chaos. System, convert into nutrients. When the Mountain and Sea Organization incubated hybrid eggs, they employed a specific method. However, Lin Bei did not require such intricate steps. He could directly convert the remains of chaos and the Yinglong's sinew into the nutrients needed for the hybrid egg through the system. Ding. Points have been automatically deducted. Converting the remains of chaos and the Yinglong's sinew into the nutrients required for incubating the hybrid egg. Conversion complete. The moment the system's notification concluded, the remains of chaos and the Yinglong's sinew transformed into 2 masses of nutrients, which surged directly into the hybrid egg. Chapter 194. The Emergence of the Hybrid Dragon. The store begins to upgrade. Phew. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Bei's breaths grew heavier, his heart swelling with anticipation at the prospect of beholding the hybrid dragon within the egg. Previously, he had encountered Huang Baxiang's hybrid Tao Dai and had thus been enlightened to the extraordinary nature of such hybrid beasts. It was precisely this experience that fueled Lin Bei's fervent expectation. The offspring of the Yinglong and the chaos could scarcely be ordinary. After all, one is among the 4 fiends, while the other is the revered Yinglong. A widely circulated adage concerning the Yinglong states, the Jiaojiao transforms into a dragon after a millennium. A dragon becomes a horned dragon after 5 centuries, and after a millennium, it becomes the Yinglong. Though the veracity of this saying is uncertain, it suffices to highlight the formidable strength of the Yinglong. One can only hope that this time it will successfully hatch, as 2 immense streams of nourishment surged forth. The previously tranquil hybrid egg stirred, eliciting a series of distinct cracking sounds. Crack, crack, crack. Numerous fissures of varying widths appeared on the surface of the Yinglong Chaos hybrid egg, densely interconnected, making it impossible to ascertain their total count in a fleeting moment. Should an individual with a fear of clusters have been present, they would likely have fainted at once. Simultaneously, an unusual aura seeped through the cracks of the eggshell, a fragrance interwoven with the essence of dragons and ferocious beasts, defying description. It bore an ominous quality, yet also invoked a feeling of reverence, even a sense of dread that compelled one to avert their gaze. Upon its emergence, this aura swiftly began to permeate the surroundings, reaching the vicinity of the 6 dragons in the blink of an eye. At once, the 6 dragons exchanged glances, their senses heightened by the Yinglong's essence. In the next heartbeat, they converged toward the source, eager to observe up close. Whoosh, whoosh. They hastened to Lin Bei's side, each peering curiously at the hybrid Taotai egg, their dragon roars resonating intermittently. Crack, crack. As time passed, the fissures on the hybrid egg multiplied, yet not a single fragment of the shell fell away. Even as some pieces became entirely independent, they remained suspended within the egg's vicinity, as though held by an invisible force. Finally, after another 5 seconds, the count of cracks reached a zenith and ceased to grow further. Humming, a faint dragon roar emanated from within the fissured hybrid egg, imbued with a youthful timbre. In an instant, Lin Bei's eyes widened, his breath quickening, his heart brimming with exhilaration. It has succeeded. The sound of a dragon's roar from within the egg signified that life had indeed taken form inside. It also implicitly confirmed that, after absorbing the remnants of chaos and the Yinglong's dragon tendons, this hybrid egg had successfully birthed life. The reactions of the 6 dragons were equally intense, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Crack, crack, crack. In the very next moment, as the faint dragon roar faded, fragments of the shattered eggshell began to tumble to the ground. The multitude of pieces fell like a flurry of snowflakes, and within a mere second, the entirety of the shell lay scattered on the floor, revealing the nascent life it had nurtured to Lin Bei and the 6 dragons. The dragon that emerged was not particularly large, given the egg's limited size, but its appearance was a striking amalgamation of the chaos and the Yinglong. Its overall form bore resemblance to an eastern dragon, its hue akin to a flesh tone tinged with yellow, a harmonious blend of the Yinglong and chaos. Its body was elongated and slender, unlike the robust western dragons. The back was adorned with resilient scales, crowned with dragon horns, and sporting whiskers that extended halfway down its body. Remarkably, it possessed 4 wings, similar in appearance to those of the holy white dragon, and 6 dragon legs, each ending in claws, an evident inheritance from chaos. In terms of quantity, it reflected the legacy of chaos, while its aesthetics echoed the Yinglong. Yet, this was merely the exterior. The true strength of the hybrid dragon lay in the power it possessed. It inherited the dragon's might from the Yinglong and the melodious prowess from chaos. This meant that this hybrid dragon could wield sound waves as well. As it emerged from its shell, the hybrid dragon continued to emit soft whimpers, reminiscent of a child seeking affection. However, upon catching sight of the 6 dragons gazing intently at it, the hybrid dragon froze, its sounds abruptly ceasing, evidently startled by the imposing presence before it. This reaction was entirely understandable. It was akin to a toddler, newly able to speak, stepping outside only to find 6 burly men staring at him wide-eyed. How could one not be frightened? Even if not paralyzed by fear, tears would surely follow. In the next moment, the hybrid dragon flapped its wings in a panic, diving into Lin Bei's embrace, its trepidation somewhat alleviated, peeking through the gaps in his arms. It cast a discontented glance at the 6 dragons, its eyes glimmering with displeasure. Buzz, buzz. A faint dragon roar resonated, as if expressing its dissatisfaction. Lin Bei, somewhat exasperated, admonished the 6 dragons, "Away with you. Don't frighten the little one." He had not anticipated that his 6 dragons would behave in such a manner, scaring a young dragon. They displayed no sense of their own draconic nature. Upon hearing his words, the 6 dragons instinctively retreated, their curiosity sated, deeming it unnecessary to continue scrutinizing the hybrid dragon. Concurrently, a notification from the system echoed in Lin Bei's mind. Ding! The total number of dragons owned by the host has now reached 10, fulfilling the requirements for the next phase of the system shop. due to the time and energy required to initiate the next phase. The host will be unable to use system functions during this period, including accessing system space and the shop. Upon entering the next phase, your dragons will ascend to the king level. Shall the next phase be initiated? Upon hearing this notification, Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat surprised. However, he quickly regained his composure and made his decision without hesitation. Initiate. In the next instant, the system's notifications sounded once more. Ding. Initiating the next phase of the system shop. Chapter 195. No, Lin Bei is not as good as him. With the next phase of the system shop unlocked, Lin Bei would enable his dragons, currently on the cusp of the king level, to transcend into an entirely new realm. Such an enticing prospect was one he could not refuse, despite the temporary inability to utilize all system functions during this process. However, this is not a significant issue, for the dragons have yet to return to their designated space and can be summoned at any moment to fulfill commands without hindering other necessary tasks. Moreover, the current endeavors have reached a temporary conclusion, and there is no immediate need for combat. All that is required is to participate peacefully in the auction and acquire the coveted Kunping scale. As Lin Bei casually caressed the back of the hybrid dragon, a sudden thought struck him. It seems that to ascertain the nature of the rewards just received, he must await the restoration of the system's functionality. The system space being inaccessible naturally precludes any examination of the rewards. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. After all, rewards will not flee. They can be checked at any time. Lin Bei is acutely aware that a brief period of tranquility lies ahead. However, this tranquility will dissipate following the conclusion of the auction. Regardless of whether others seek to trouble him, he will proactively confront the auction house regarding their grievances. Lin Bei has kept a close account of Li Fuguwei and the auction house's actions. He is not a paragon of virtue and will not overlook such matters. Unconsciously, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Bei's eyes, and his tone turned markedly frigid. Humph. What is rightfully mine cannot be diminished by even a fraction. The compensation owed to me must be met in full. In truth, the auction house's conduct has been quite egregious. Whether in their attempt to monopolize all the life essence or in their willingness to spend money to confine him within the abyss of evil. Were Lin Bei truly unable to utilize his talents, he would undoubtedly perish within that sinister prison. To put it plainly, the auction house and Li Fuguwei aimed to extinguish him. At this moment, Lu Ying stared blankly at Lin Bei, having made a resolute decision to follow him. Even though Lin Bei is still youthful and his true strength is relatively weak, Lu Ying understands better than anyone that it is only a matter of time before Lin Bei grows powerful enough to surpass all others. The mere fact that he possesses 7 dragons at such a tender age is testament to this certainty. I cannot even fathom the extent of his future power. All I know is that he will be extraordinarily strong, yet I am oblivious to the specifics of that strength. As he considered this, Lu Ying paused, gazing intently at Lin Bei for several moments before his voice resounded once more. I fear that throughout the annals of history, there has never been such an extraordinary individual. He has tamed not one, but a total of 7 dragons with his own strength. Lu Ying's exclamation was a heartfelt reflection. Lin Bei's performance genuinely astonished him. However, in the next moment, the voice of the angel, Poji, suddenly interjected. You are partially correct, yet not entirely so. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Poji's words. What does it mean to be partially correct? He instinctively inquired, What does that mean? Yet Poji did not respond immediately. Instead, he lowered his head slightly, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in his eyes as if recalling something. After a full half-minute, his voice gradually emerged. For you humans, such a genius has indeed never appeared. Everything he has accomplished can be described as unprecedented. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying's confusion deepened. If such a statement has been made, then why claim it is not entirely correct? Is that not contradictory? Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing his questions, choosing instead to listen intently. However, the absence of such a genius among humans does not imply that other races have not produced similar prodigies. When I was but a child, my grandfather once told me of a time long ago when a being with the bloodline of both god and dragon accomplished countless feats that captivated the entire world. At the very moment of that being's birth, they effortlessly tamed the entire dragon race, compelling all dragons to willingly submit. Furthermore, it is said that this being possessed innumerable talents and had tamed countless formidable beasts, including even chaos itself. Although the man before us is indeed powerful and his deeds are astonishing, he still pales in comparison to the being from my grandfather's tales. Yet, it is only in relation to that being. No one else can truly compare. Despite having merely heard a general recounting of the story, Lu Ying grasped the immense strength of that half-dragon, half-god entity. Involuntarily taking a deep breath, he curiously inquired, What happened next? Where did that being go? In an instant, Poji fell silent, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. My grandfather said. He died. The reasons for his death are unknown, the timing is uncertain, and the location remains a mystery. Everything shrouded in enigma. As those words fell, Luing too was plunged into silence, grappling with the acceptance of this fact. Such a powerful being could also meet their demise. Moreover, it seems there is something peculiar intertwined within it. Lin Bei, however, was oblivious to the exchange between Lu Ying and Poji. His full attention was devoted to the hybrid dragon. Little one, do not fear. Those 6 will not harm you. They, like you, are my companions. In truth, compared to the other dragons, the hybrid dragon is the one that Lin Bei has truly earned through his own efforts. The others, whether the Emperor of the Underworld Dragon, the 6-winged Thunderstorm Dragon, or the Radiant Holy White Dragon, were all acquired by fulfilling the system's requirements. Though all are dragons, the significance differs. Dragons obtained through the system, while genuine, do not feel like products of this world. In contrast, the hybrid dragon feels like a true product of this realm. The hybrid dragon chirped lightly, indicating its understanding of the matter. Buzz, buzz. The 6 dragons behind also emitted friendly roars, expressing their camaraderie. For them, the hybrid dragon is also considered family. Chapter 196, The Power of the Candle Dragon. The Kunping scale is about to be auctioned. Gazing at the rather peculiar hybrid dragon nestled in his arms, Lin Bei began to ponder whether he should bestow it a name. After all, the other dragons each possess names and designated races. Yet the hybrid dragon, born of the conjunction of the Yinglong and Chaos, remains nameless. The other young dragons, such as the Star Dragon and the Light Dragon, each have distinct races. But the hybrid dragon lacks such identity. Without an associated race, a newly designated species, or an exclusive name, it is merely a nameless young dragon. Thus, Lin Bei felt compelled to think, let me give you a name. Otherwise, I won't know how to call you. The hybrid dragon excitedly chirped, clearly eager for a name. Soon after, Lin Bei began to ponder how to address the hybrid dragon. Merely a few seconds had passed when he conceived an amusing title. I shall call you Little Rascal. With such a diminutive stature, being a blend of the Yinglong and Chaos, and having emerged from an egg, Little Rascal indeed seemed quite fitting. Although the term may sound somewhat peculiar, it carries no negative connotations. At times, Little Rascal feels more like an endearing moniker. Buzz, buzz. The hybrid dragon was quite pleased with this name and even began to vocalize it. Meanwhile, Lin Bei continued, as for the species, let us provisionally designate it as Chaos Dragon. The title of Chaos Dragon was merely a temporary classification. Should circumstances arise, it could be modified based on actual conditions. With a name now established, the Chaos Dragon grew bolder, even taking the initiative to flap its wings and approach the likes of the Holy White Dragon and other dragons. Reminiscent of a small child seeking playmates among older kids, the 6 dragons, including the Holy White Dragon, reciprocated enthusiastically, attempting to engage in interaction with the Chaos Dragon. At this moment, Lin Bei surveyed his surroundings. He remained acutely aware of the earlier phenomenon where the walls, floors, and even the space itself had healed autonomously. However, after scrutinizing the walls and ground for quite some time, Lin Bei discerned nothing amiss. Everything appeared normal, devoid of any discord. If he had not witnessed that scene moments ago, he would never have anticipated such occurrences within the abyss of the fierce god. Tranquility. The entire abyss of the fierce god was enveloped in an eerie calm. Even Lin Bei's source eye revealed no anomalies. Curious, how could there be nothing? Observing this, he pointed decisively in a direction and commanded the 6 dragons behind him, attack there, and obliterate it. In the next instant, a surge of formidable power erupted, all directed towards the same location. Bang! The wall itself was not particularly sturdy, unable to withstand the onslaught, and was easily demolished, creating a gaping hole at its center. Halt! The moment Lin Bei's voice rang out, several dragons came to a stop, cautiously regarding the large hole in the wall. They understood their master's reasoning behind this action all too well. A mere 10 seconds passed. At that moment, the large hole in the wall began to gradually heal, restoring itself at a visibly rapid pace, remarkably akin to the earlier incident. Instantly, Lin Bei activated his source eye, focusing on the healing hole. His intention in having the 6 dragons destroy the wall was to compel this very scene to unfold. His efforts bore fruit. Through the power of the source eye, Lin Bei gleaned some information. The time power of the candle dragon. The message was succinct, yet it harbored terrifying implications. Lin Bei's eyes widened involuntarily, his throat feeling parched. Candle dragon. How could it be? It is indeed the candle dragon. The candle dragon, known as Zhu Jiuyin. Incredibly powerful. When its eyes are opened, the long night transforms into day. When its eyes are closed, day gives way to night. Such a simple description suffices to illustrate its immense strength. He suddenly comprehended why the walls and floors of the abyss of the fierce god had automatically fused. So that's it. This was not merely healing. It was a restoration to its previous state. The moment it sustained damage, time would begin to reverse. After standing still for a while, Lin Bei gradually regained his composure and slowly diverted his gaze from the gaping hole. He exhaled deeply, then began striding towards Lu Ying and the Angel of Exorcism. The information he could ascertain within the abyss of the fierce god was limited. To delve deeper into matters related to the abyss, it seemed he would have to consult the warden. For the warden of the Tianshan prison undoubtedly possessed greater knowledge regarding the abyss of the fierce god. Before long, Lin Bei reached Lu Ying's side, his tone returning to a calm demeanor as he spoke. Let us depart. There is no longer any purpose in remaining within the abyss of the fierce god. Still engrossed in the tale just recounted, Lu Ying instinctively nodded, replying, all right. Crack. With a sound of space fracturing, Lin Bei, along with all his dragons, Lu Ying, and the Angel of Exorcism, ventured into the void and swiftly traversed through it. With the absence of deliberate chaos, the void remained remarkably stable, allowing them to smoothly exit the abyss of the fierce god. As they emerged from the abyss, Lin Bei was taken aback. The sky had brightened. Although they had only been within the abyss for a brief time, several hours had seemingly elapsed outside, as if time had silently slipped away. In response, Lin Bei instinctively exclaimed, truly, the candle dragon is remarkable. After uttering this, he turned to Lu Ying and, with a serene expression, inquired, I intend to attend the auction. What are your plans? With the dawn having arrived, the auction would commence, rendering a return to the abyss of the fierce god unnecessary. I shall accompany you. Having spent so long in the abyss of the fierce god, Lu Ying had no desire to linger there. At the auction venue, Bai Zhou and Wang Yuling occupied their positions from the previous day, awaiting the official commencement of the auction. Just then, a familiar voice reached their ears. Just like yesterday, whatever catches my eye, I shall acquire with all my might. It was unmistakably Lin Bei's voice. Bai Zhou nodded heavily, signaling his understanding. In contrast, Wang Yuling remarked with a look of pride, Brother Bei, that fish scale will be up for auction today. She had learned of this news from her investigation with Rin Ting yesterday. Chapter 197, Deep Hostility. The fish scale is up. Suddenly hearing this, Lin Bei, who had just arrived, was somewhat taken aback. Raising an eyebrow, he smiled and inquired, how did you come by this information? The auction house has not made any announcements regarding it. Indeed, the auction house had not proactively disclosed which items would be up for bidding at any particular time. At most, they would circulate information about certain treasures that would be included in the auction to pique interest. In the next instant, Wang Yuling's voice chimed in, It is true that the auction house has not revealed this information, but many of the staff members are eager to earn a little extra on the side. For them, selling information is the best way to make some quick money, with minimal cost and effort involved. The auction house turns a blind eye to this practice, as it has its pros and cons, provided it does not cross the line. Moreover, with your life essence, Brother Bei, present this year. The auction house has no fear of this news leaking. In former times, an auction would have been curtailed, as such actions could potentially yield unfavorable repercussions. However, this year is different. This year boasts an abundance of life essence, a highly coveted commodity sought after by all. Furthermore, after undergoing meticulous processing, the quantity of life essence has become astonishingly vast. As long as it is auctioned daily, there will be no dearth of participants. All this can be attributed to the life essence. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei comprehended the situation and nodded in agreement, smiling as he remarked, well done. Although he too would participate in the auction in the following days, possessing information about the auction items was immensely beneficial, allowing him to adjust his strategies accordingly. At that moment, Li Fugui ascended the stage once more. Observing the packed venue, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Taking a deep breath, he promptly announced, today, just like yesterday, to satisfy everyone's demands, I have prepared an additional 50 vials of life essence for auction. This will not only be the case today, but for the coming days as well, with at least 50 vials available daily. And the first item to be auctioned today is indeed these 50 vials of life essence. As he spoke, he paused to gaze at the audience below, keenly observing their reactions. The crowd expressed astonishment, a cacophony of incredulous voices erupting. What? 50 vials today as well. They just auctioned 50 vials yesterday, and now there are 50 more? Isn't the total only 100 vials? What is going on? Will there be nothing left to buy in the coming days? What is the point of participating then? This approach by the auction seems rather rash. Many are solely intent on acquiring life essence. Indeed, it lacks rationality. Li Fugui absorbed these murmurs, yet a smile adorned his face, showing no signs of surprise. The greater the audience's reaction, the more fervent their desire, which only heightened Li Fugui's excitement. After letting the discussion simmer for a while, he raised his hand to signal for silence. Soon, the auction venue returned to tranquility. It was then that Li Fugui's voice, tinged with palpable excitement, resonated, "Rest assured. Everyone, the quantity of life essence we possess far exceeds 100 vials. The young man entrusted us with all his life essence for auction. The vials auctioned yesterday and today were personally handed to us by him. Anyone who doubts this can inquire with him. Thus, we are able to proceed in this manner. So feel free to bid with abandon." This proclamation had an excellent effect. The previously raucous crowd quieted down, accepting this reality without delving into further speculation. After all, many had witnessed Lin Bei being escorted away by the auction house personnel. It seems we misjudged the situation, given the auction house's capabilities. It is indeed plausible they could access the Tianshan Great Prison and engage with that young man to procure goods. The prevailing sentiment was that money could indeed accomplish anything. All right, everyone, please feel free to participate in the auction. Concurrently, Lin Bei, seated in the void upon the back of the reincarnation dragon, furrowed his brow tightly, his gaze turning increasingly frigid as hostility within him reached its zenith. His icy stare pierced through the void, fixating on Li Fugui for an extended period before he slowly articulated, "What a cunning scheme. You reap all the benefits while I bear the brunt of the blame. Is it your intent to see me perish while being branded with countless ignominies?" Lin Bei's words encapsulated the auction house's intentions. Not only did they bear no risk, but they also aimed to maximize their profits. Even if, in the end, someone recognized the anomaly and sought an explanation, the auction house could easily shift the blame onto Lin Bei. In their eyes, he was already a dead man, and dead men are the most suitable scapegoats. The phrase "dead men tell no tales" did not emerge from thin air. This auction house evidently sought to extract every ounce of value from Lin Bei. Not only did they wish for his demise, but they aimed for his legacy to be eternally tarnished. Lin Bei had unequivocally deemed the auction house his adversary. At that moment, Li Fugui turned to the backstage, signaling the other staff to prepare. Upon receiving their acknowledgement, he raised his voice, addressing the tens of thousands of participants below. "Now, the auction officially commences. Please welcome the first item up for bid." As his words fell, several exquisitely beautiful women emerged, carrying vials of life essence to the stage. The sight of these vials plunged the audience back into a frenzy, each eager to secure a vial of life essence. Reminiscent of the previous day, despite many having already acquired life essence, their desire for more was insatiable. No one could ever have too much of such a precious commodity. High bids erupted throughout the venue, with the final transaction prices closely mirroring those of the previous day. Clearly, a general value for life essence had been established. As time progressed, more and more items were presented for auction. During this period, Lin Bei also made a successful bid for a rather satisfactory item. Before long, it was time for the 10th item to be auctioned. Li Fugui's voice resounded once more. "The next item for auction is a massive fish scale." As he finished speaking, a dozen staff members exerted their utmost effort to carry the scale of the Kunping to the auction platform. In an instant, Lin Bei's spirits soared. Lin Bei's breathing quickened. The Kunping fish scale was something he had longed to obtain. In fact, the primary motivation for his participation in this auction was to acquire the Kunping scale. Its significance was profound. Not only could it fulfill a task, but it would also lead to matters related to the Kunping. He had heard many references to the Kunping before and had garnered substantial knowledge about it. He understood precisely what the Kunping was and recognized its extraordinary nature. For whatever reason, he must secure the Kunping scale. Without waiting for Li Fugui to announce the starting bid, Lin Bei promptly instructed Bai Zhou, "I must acquire this fish scale, no matter how high the final price. It must be secured." He had no idea how many would compete for the Kunping scale, but if someone placed a high bid, it would indicate that they likely possessed knowledge about matters related to the Kunping. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, Lin Bei was determined to obtain the Kunping scale at any cost. Bai Zhou could distinctly sense the resolute tone in Lin Bei's words, prompting him to subtly nod in acknowledgement as he lowered his voice to respond. "Understood." At this moment, his curiosity intensified, particularly regarding the nature of the fish scale that compelled Lin Bei to make such a decisive choice. Were it anyone else, Bai Zhou might not have harbored any particular thoughts. However, the individual in question was Lin Bei, and he could not fathom why someone with numerous dragons would go to such lengths to procure a mere fish scale. Moreover, he was prepared to expend any resources necessary to acquire it. Never mind, let it go for now. It was futile to ponder further. A number of others were also piqued, their previously tranquil demeanor significantly altered by the emergence of the Kunping scale. All eyes were fixated on it, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. Ultimately, it was clear that everyone desired the Kunping scale. After a few more seconds had elapsed, Li Fugui pointed to the enormous fish scale behind him and addressed the crowd below. The next item for auction is this massive fish scale behind me. Honestly, I have little to say about it, for aside from its size, it possesses no other remarkable qualities. I am unaware of its purpose, nor do I know which fish it belongs to. There are no records regarding such a gigantic scale in either online resources or literature. At this juncture, he abruptly paused, eager to gauge the audience's reaction. Li Fugui was acutely aware that for many attendees at the auction, this seemingly useless fish scale held no allure. As he had anticipated, most who heard his words were baffled by the auction's proceedings. What on earth? Quickly move on to the next item. Surely no one would desire such an object. It's merely a worthless fish scale, devoid of any utility. How dull. This item is destined to be unsold. Except for those who understood the significance of the scale. The rest showed no intention of bidding on it. Purchasing it would only amount to a waste of money. Despite hearing all of this, Li Fugui's smile remained unwavering. And, in fact, it grew even more pronounced, as if some grand scheme were nearing fruition. Ordinarily, when an auction item meets with disinterest from the audience, the auctioneer would be in a state of panic, for an unappealing product could significantly impact future participation. Yet, Li Fugui's demeanor was decidedly peculiar, resembling that of someone whose machinations had successfully unfolded. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had been observing the reactions of others. Several groups appeared rather unusual. After hearing Li Fugui's introduction, they remained utterly unresponsive. Lin Bei surmised that these individuals were likely competitors. As the crowd gradually regained its composure, Li Fugui spoke again. I understand your sentiments. You do not wish to squander time on something deemed useless. However, it is imperative that this item be auctioned. It has been specially delivered by Lord Ao Ding, the Sea Emperor of the North Sea. In other words, this fish scale belongs to Lord Ao Ding. At his words, a profound silence enveloped the auction hall. As attendees were evidently taken aback, the stillness lingered for at least 10 seconds before being shattered by a chorus of astonished murmurs. Goodness! This is an auction item sent by Lord Ao Ding, the Sea Emperor of the North Sea. Even if it has no use, I must raise my hand. This must be a scale from a colossal magical beast that Lord Ao Ding has hunted. I must secure it. It is an honor to possess something belonging to Lord Ao Ding. To those present, the name Ao Ding was exceedingly familiar, even legendary. Anything associated with him was bound to be momentous. Within the auction, some maintained their composure, not losing their rationality despite the scale's connection to Ao Ding. They furrowed their brows, regarding the scale, which appeared utterly unremarkable. Why would Lord Ao Ding do this? He cannot possibly be in need of money. There must be some underlying intent. It would be wise not to speculate. We cannot afford to offend Lord Ao Ding. After a considerable amount of commotion, tranquility finally returned to the hall. Li Fugui felt a profound sense of satisfaction regarding the recent events. Initially downplaying the significance of the Kunping scale was a deliberate tactic on his part, intended to create the most potent impact when its true provenance was revealed. Enough with the preamble. Let us commence the auction. The initial estimated value of the scale might have been modest, perhaps only several tens of millions. However, due to its extraordinary origin, its price surged dramatically. Ultimately, the opening bid for the scale was set at 300 million, with increments no less than 50 million. Despite the exorbitant price, the attendees voiced no objections. Rather, they eagerly began bidding. 350 million. We must elevate the price. We cannot disappoint Lord Ao Ding. 400 million. Securing an item from Lord Ao Ding is a tremendous fortune. 450 million. 500 million. As the price escalated, Lin Bei's expression darkened. His original plan had been thoroughly disrupted. The North Sea. Once again, the North Sea. He distinctly recalled that Renting was also connected to the North Sea. Furthermore, Lin Bei noticed that those whom he suspected to be competitors also bore similarly grim expressions. In a mere few seconds, the price had surged by 200 million. A staggering increase that would be hard for anyone to accept. Although this world had a higher average income, 200 million was still a considerable sum. For many ordinary individuals, such an amount could last a lifetime. And this was merely the beginning. No wonder Lin Bei's expression was troubled. The Sea Emperor of the North Sea, Ao Ding? Who was he? Just because the Kunping scale was his property, the crowd was now engaged in a frenzy of bidding? As he pondered, Lin Bei earnestly sought to recall information related to Ao Ding. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not retrieve any relevant details. It was evident that he had never heard this name before. Forget it. I shall not contemplate this further. I will inevitably journey to the North Sea, and then I can uncover the necessary information. Beyond this, Lin Bei's mind was rife with other uncertainties. How did the Sea Emperor of the North Sea, Ao Ding, acquire the Kunping scale? Was he even aware of what a Kunping was? If he was unaware, then the entire situation might merely be a matter of coincidence. However, if he did know, Why would he choose to auction off the Kunping scale? Matters were becoming increasingly intricate. Meanwhile, the price for the Kunping scale continued to rise, with many seemingly abandoning rational thought in their singular desire to obtain this scale, which held little value for them. Even if it ultimately serves merely as a collectible, they feel immensely honored. 550 million. 600 million, everyone. Do refrain from competing. Allow me to have it. Ha ha ha. Do you believe you can acquire Lord Aoding's possession for a mere 600 million? That is nothing but a fanciful dream. I shall bid 700 million. Step aside with your 700 million. I will wager my entire fortune, 750 million. How about a firm price of 800 million? That is indeed a substantial sum. I bid 10 billion. In less than a minute, the price soared to a staggering 10 billion. 10 billion is an entirely new figure. Upon the utterance of this price, the entire auction hall fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to raise their voice in further bids. To spend 10 billion on a seemingly worthless fish scale has surpassed the tolerance of many affluent individuals. Although they desire to bridge the gap between themselves and the Sea Emperor Aoding through the acquisition of the scale, they could at most part with a few hundred million. Beyond 10 billion, one must tread carefully, for 10 billion is indeed an astronomical sum. Throughout this period, Baijiu refrained from increasing his bid, calmly observing the proceedings. He understood that raising the bid amidst such fervor would yield no advantage, only to be drowned in the tide of competing offers. Thus, it would be more prudent to act when the atmosphere settled. Mr. Lin, the price has surpassed 10 billion. Does your strategy remain unchanged? Given the substantial amount involved. Baijiu posed this question. Almost instantaneously, Lin Bei's voice resounded again. Even if it means exhausting my family's wealth, I must acquire this scale. There was no need for deliberation on this matter. Just then, Wang Yuling unexpectedly interjected. Brother Bei, allow me to place a bid. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her request. He never anticipated that Wang Yuling would propose such a notion. However, before he could inquire further, Wang Yuling elaborated. Many individuals desire this fish scale. And even if we ultimately secure it, we will surely attract unwanted attention. They could easily trace who Lin Bei is. After all, he is a well-known figure. If they determine that Lin Bei poses no significant threat, it may invite considerable trouble. But I am different. They can only uncover my talent and family background. Given my family's circumstances, I could never muster such a sum. Yet, with this exceptionally high bid, it will undoubtedly pique their curiosity and caution. After the auction concludes, they will hesitate to act recklessly, unsure if targeting me would offend some mysterious figure. Therefore, it is wiser for me to place the bid rather than Lin Bei. After hearing Wang Yuling's explanation, Baijiu nodded in agreement. That is indeed a valid point. Classmate Yuling possesses formidable talent. Upon witnessing her uncharacteristic actions, others will instinctively speculate whether she has joined a certain faction or become someone's apprentice, causing them to act with caution. Furthermore, several factions have approached me, hoping to meet with classmate Yuling. With this understanding, Lin Bei chose not to oppose, recognizing that allowing Wang Yuling to bid would indeed instill greater apprehension in others. After all, the unknown is the most formidable. Additionally, while Wang Yuling does have backing, it is not from a prominent family, but rather from herself. Very well, let us proceed this way. Meanwhile, those who recognized the significance of the fish scale were engaged in hushed discussions. Oh no, this situation has taken an unexpected turn. The Kuan scale is indeed connected to Aoding. This is dire. Given Aoding's reputation, we might have to spend several hundred million more. Alas, the price has already reached 10 billion. Our capital stands at 12 billion. Acquiring it is proving to be quite challenging. We can only increase our bid by 5 billion at most, or else we cannot afford it. The great fish sovereign just informed me to abandon the auction and seek an alternative means to obtain the scale. The 10 billion price had already met Li Fugui's expectations. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the crowd below and announced, 10 billion. First call. 10 billion. Second call. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? In the next moment, those who understood the significance of the scale hastily began to bid. 11 billion. 12 billion. 13 billion. Following another round of bidding, the price escalated to 15 billion, reaching yet another new height. At this juncture, even the bidders hesitated. Although a few could still raise their bids, the price had far exceeded their anticipations. Indeed, it had multiplied several times. Li Fugui was quite satisfied. The higher the price, the greater his profit. Is there anyone else willing to bid higher? If not, 15 billion will be the final price. As soon as those words left his lips, Wang Yuling stood up, her tone imbued with audacity as she declared, 20 billion. I shall have it. With that, she deliberately cast a disdainful glance around the room, her demeanor radiating an air of superiority, as if to proclaim her dominance. This approach was a deliberate choice by Wang Yuling. The more ostentatious and arrogant she appeared, the more mysterious she seemed to others. For only two possibilities could justify such brazen behavior. Either she was a fool or possessed substantial confidence. And a person capable of producing 20 billion to purchase a mere fish scale is evidently not the former. After all, a fool cannot possibly possess 20 billion. At that moment, the auction attendees were left in stunned silence. Whether among the bidders or on the stage with Li Fugui, everyone was taken aback by the figure of 20 billion. 20 billion. This is indeed 20 billion. To purchase a single fish scale? Even if this scale were an auction item gifted by the Sea Emperor Aoding, it would hardly warrant a bid of 20 billion. Observing the youthful and seemingly untroubled Wang Yuling, Li Fugui's expression shifted to one of astonishment, a newcomer. Moreover, she appears quite young, resembling a mere student. Yet here she stands, ready to offer 20 billion for a fish scale. What is happening? I have not received any information about her. This revelation left him genuinely bewildered. The auction house boasted a vast intelligence network, meticulously cataloging numerous profiles. Anyone renowned or wealthy who entered Tianshan City would undoubtedly be recorded within this network. Prior to the auction, Li Fugui would review this information to grasp the circumstances. Yet among the myriad records, he had never encountered Wang Yuling. How could someone capable of producing 20 billion not be documented within the intelligence network? It was indeed perplexing. Could it be that she hails from some obscure and enigmatic family? Even if that were not the case, she must surely be connected to something significant. Upon contemplating this possibility, Li Fugui became resolute in his belief. Beyond this, he could fathom no other scenario that would allow such a young girl to possess no less than 2 billion. Although Li Fugui felt a surge of astonishment, he instinctively exclaimed, "The current bid stands at 2 billion. Is there anyone willing to raise the stakes?" While he posed the question, he was acutely aware that no one would bid against him. Meanwhile, the attention of the crowd was entirely fixated on Wang Yuling, each individual analyzing and speculating about her identity. In fact, some had already commenced investigations into her background. For such an unexpected figure to emerge and audaciously declare a bid of 20 billion was simply impossible to overlook. Soon, 10 seconds elapsed. Within this brief interlude, no one dared to contest the price. 2 billion was evidently too steep. Observing this, Li Fugui declared, 2 billion, going once. 2 billion, going twice. 2 billion, going thrice. Yet, before he could complete his third announcement, a voice resounded, 2 billion and 50 million. The speaker was a middle-aged man named Kuan Kuan. After securing additional funds from his family, he felt emboldened to make the bid. However, as he did so, his heart bled. Were it not for the paramount importance of the Kunping scales, he would never have taken such a risk. 2 billion could sustain his family for a considerable time. In the next moment, Wang Yuling turned to Kuan Kuan, her gaze indifferent as she feigned disdain and remarked, "Only an additional 50 million? How utterly uninspiring." After expressing her disappointment with a shake of her head and a sigh, she continued, 25 billion. Prior to stating this figure, she had already received Lin Bei's approval. Although 25 billion was indeed a staggering sum, Lin Bei deemed the Kunping scales far more crucial. Furthermore, he intended to devise a means to reclaim the excess expenditure from the auction house. After all, the auction house was an adversary, and their actions bore no consequence. The audience was once again astounded. To begin with, she escalated the bid to 25 billion, a staggering increase of 450 million, an increment that was somewhat alarming. Kuan Kuan was left dumbfounded. After steeling himself to bid an additional 50 million, he found it utterly unfair that she had raised the stakes by 450 million in one fell swoop. This was simply outrageous. A full minute passed with no further bids, prompting Li Fugui to call out once more, 25 billion, going once. 25 billion, going twice. 25 billion, going thrice. Sold. At last, the Kunping scales were successfully acquired by Wang Yuling for 25 billion. Subsequently, as he exchanged the payment, Li Fugui placed the scales into a spatial ring and personally handed it to Wang Yuling. Upon receiving the spatial ring, she promptly concealed it within a minuscule rift in the void beside her. With this task complete, she let out a sigh of relief, for she had accomplished her primary objective. The auction continued, with various items being presented for bidding. However, the aftermath of Wang Yuling's 25 billion purchase of the fish scales rendered the subsequent auctions rather lackluster. Although someone spent 1 billion on a decorative vase, it failed to garner any notable response. The crowd remained in a state of daze. For the majority, the Kunping scales held no practical value. Their only allure lay in their prestigious origin, making the purchase of 25 billion seem like a grievous loss, merely an indication of frivolous wealth. A minuscule number of individuals who understood the significance of the Kunping scales were left pondering Wang Yuling's true identity and her intentions behind acquiring them. The uncertainty surrounding these matters left them in a peculiar state. Even as the auction concluded, the atmosphere had yet to return to normalcy. Wang Yuling and Bai Zhou departed the auction without hesitation, trailed by a throng of curious onlookers. While most dared not confront Wang Yuling, their intrigue about her identity compelled them to follow, hoping to uncover some clues. Conversely, members of the Shanghai organization harbored intentions of confronting Wang Yuling. Their primary objective was to obtain the Kunping scales. Meanwhile, Lin Bei remained in the void, extracting the Kunping scales from the spatial ring to observe them closely. He slowly extended a hand, gently touching the scales. Yet, as his palm made contact, a terrifying roar echoed in his mind. "Let me go. Please, let me go. I do not wish to remain here any longer." In an instant, he froze, his eyes widening in shock. What in the world is happening? Chapter 201. 3 Possibilities. The fishing begins. The emergence of a voice upon touching the Kunping scales was something Lin Bei had never anticipated. Moreover, the content of the voice seemed rather peculiar. It was pleading for release? What on earth? He was utterly bewildered. Was the voice emanating from a person, the Kunping, or perhaps some other extraordinary entity? Alongside this unexpected event, Lin Bei found himself perplexed by another matter. He furrowed his brow tightly, deep lines forming on his forehead as he gazed in profound confusion, instinctively voicing his thoughts. If the Kunping scales evidently conceal some secret, why would the auction house choose to sell them? Delving into the mystery behind them seemed a far more advantageous route, potentially leading to significant opportunities. Could it be? At this point, he abruptly halted, and after a few seconds, he continued. Could it be that they were unaware of the secret hidden within the Kunping scales? Perhaps there are specific conditions required to hear this voice? Alternatively, they might be aware of the secret, but, due to the Northern CC Emperor Ao Ding, felt compelled to part with the scales, unable to personally finance their retention. Or perhaps both the auction house and the Northern CC Emperor Ao Ding are oblivious to the secret of the Kunping scales. The only 3 possibilities I can conceive of are these. Having concluded his soliloquy, Lin Bei fell into silence. Regardless of the auction house's motives for selling the Kunping scales, it was evident that a secret lay hidden within them. Although he had only heard a voice, it was clear that it would inevitably lead to a cascade of events. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei dispelled his chaotic thoughts and decided to store the Kunping scales away. Forget it, no more thinking. He would later have Director Bai and Xiao Linger examine the scales to see if they could hear the voice. If they could, it would imply deliberate intent. If they could not, it would suggest an entirely different scenario. Regardless of the situation, one must never underestimate it. Beyond the void, Wang Yuling and Bai Zhou advanced. Their outward demeanor light and jovial, yet their hearts were laden with gravity. This was due to the multitude of individuals trailing closely behind them. Wang Yuling was acutely aware that most of those surrounding her were speculating about whether anyone accompanied her. Thus she refrained from acting recklessly until the truth was ascertained. However, a few reckless souls were willing to gamble everything for a chance. Nonetheless, even such a risk paled in comparison to the prospect of having Bai Zhou's scales seized. If the roles were reversed, and it were Bai Zhou, the number of those willing to act would multiply exponentially. It was unavoidable. Bai Zhou was far too easy to investigate, being a well-known figure. In Tianshan City, where strict discipline prevailed, engaging in indiscriminate conflict was prohibited. Otherwise, both Wang Yuling and Bai Zhou would find themselves in grave trouble. As they walked, Wang Yuling lowered her voice and quietly addressed the void beside her. Brother Bei, what shall we do now? If they continue to follow us, something disastrous is bound to occur. She understood this all too well. Though her experiences were limited, she grasped the necessary wisdom. Naturally, Lin Bei, too, was acutely aware of the situation. Sitting atop the void reincarnation dragon, he scanned the crowd behind them. Soon, he devised a plan. You two shall act separately. Director Bai, continue with your business without concern for anything else. Little Ling, intentionally seek out an alleyway to slip into. Preferably one that is less monitored and conducive for others to act. In the next moment, Wang Yuling and Bai Zhou diverged in opposite directions without voicing any dissent to Lin Bei's orders, nor did they harbor any apprehension about the risks involved. They placed unwavering trust in Lin Bei, fully aware that he was setting a trap. Upon witnessing Wang Yuling and Bai Zhou's decision to split, the onlookers felt a wave of confusion, unable to comprehend such an unusual maneuver. Understanding their precarious situation, why would they act so irrationally? Typically, one would expect to huddle together for warmth in such circumstances. Although some were baffled, they had no choice but to select one of the two to follow. An overwhelming 99% chose to continue trailing Wang Yuling, who was far more captivating than Bai Zhou. Let us follow that woman. Once we ascertain that her companions are not a threat, we can seize that scale. Having spent several days in Tianshan City, Wang Yuling was relatively familiar with the routes and swiftly located an unoccupied alleyway. Without a moment's hesitation, She strode into the alley's depths, then paused, turning to face the crowd with not a hint of fear in her eyes. Brother Bei, I have done as you instructed. What comes next? The individuals who had followed Wang Yuling stood at the alley's entrance, their expressions a mix of complexity as they gazed upon her within. They all recognized this as a prime opportunity for action. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice resonated. Continue to fish. Indeed, his intention in guiding Wang Yuling here was to entice some individuals into acting. Once someone did, the situation would become significantly simpler. After uttering these words, Lin Bei directed his attention to the dragon behind him. Xiao Lu and Isu ascend to a high altitude, ideally several hundred meters above. Once there, Xiao Lu will unleash all the power of lightning, condensing it into a singular lightning pillar. Isu shall then employ the power of reincarnation to augment Xiao Lu's lightning strength. Should there be any movements below, strike with lethal force. With a resonating roar, the six-winged wind thunder dragon and the void reincarnation dragon soared to a height of 100 meters. Subsequently, a torrent of violent lightning surged forth, rapidly coalescing into a thunderous pillar several meters wide. Accompanying this phenomenon was the mysterious power of reincarnation, enveloping the lightning pillar within, facilitating its elevation. Simultaneously, Wang Yuling regarded the people before her, disdainfully huffing. Humph. That scale is firmly in my grasp. I challenge any fool daring enough to act against me. With that, she lifted her head, exuding an air of superiority over the onlookers. Chapter 202. Shock across the crowd. Indeed, she has support behind her. Instantly, the crowd at the alley's entrance furrowed their brows tightly, uncertain of how to respond to the unfolding situation. How could she stand before so many without a trace of fear or trepidation? Moreover, she even dared to provoke them, displaying an audacity as if she had already secured victory. At this moment, murmurs erupted among the crowd. Such arrogance. If she dares to speak so boldly in public, she must truly have a formidable backing, and that support must be immensely powerful. Let's hope they refrain from intervening. The latest intelligence from the family indicates that this girl possesses the affinity talent for herbivorous animals, an exceptionally potent gift. It is rumored that the individual from Qingqing grassland intends to take her as a disciple. Could the rumors be true? Is that why she is so brazen? It seems our plans are destined to fail. Something feels amiss. Her actions seem reminiscent of a fishing expedition. Could she be preparing a show of force to deter others? Not only does she possess the affinity talent for herbivorous animals, but she is also capable of commanding a staggering price of 2 billion, especially for that scale. Considering these factors, she must have formidable support. Truly fortunate, she has soared to great heights, transforming into a phoenix. What a charade! To dare intimidate us while standing alone. Utterly futile. In the present day, most individuals hesitated to provoke Wang Yuling, fearing they might ignite a firestorm that would lead to their undoing. Yet, a minority believed Wang Yuling was merely putting on a facade. Pretending to be strong, she sought to instill fear and deter action. Nonetheless, the members of the Shanghai organization remained resolute in their intent to act. They lingered within the crowd, their gazes fixed intently on Wang Yuling while surveying their surroundings. After thorough observation, the Shanghai organization's members could ascertain that no allies of Wang Yuling were present. Taking a deep breath, a member named Sea Monster, under the command of the Great Fish Sovereign, finally made a decision. Prepare yourselves. Bring forth the twin fish scales bestowed upon us by the Sovereign. The moment I confront that woman, we shall employ the twin fish scales to transport ourselves to another location where the scales reside. Only in this manner can we fulfill the task assigned by the Sovereign. The Great Fish Sovereign holds this scale in high regard. It seems that a significant secret lies hidden within. The moment his voice fell, several members of the Shanghai organization simultaneously nodded vigorously in understanding. Their plan was meticulously crafted. They did not intend to seize the fish scales on the spot, nor did they wish to engage in a confrontation with Wang Yuling. Instead, they aimed to swiftly extract Wang Yuling from this location. This strategy would not only fulfill their mission but also minimize risk. Regardless of whether Wang Yuling's allies were nearby, the members of the Shanghai organization, including the sea monster, had no intention of initiating combat. The twin fish scales served as their safeguard. As long as this artifact was in their possession, they could preserve their lives to the greatest extent. In essence, the twin fish scales functioned as a portable teleportation array. Irrespective of the distance separating the two scales, they could facilitate mutual transportation. It was akin to the teleportation arrays established by the system. 3 seconds later, the sea monster's voice resonated. Act now. As the words left his lips, he and several other members of the Shanghai organization surged through the crowd, swiftly approaching Wang Yuling. The onlookers instinctively turned their gazes towards the sea monster and his companions, a myriad of thoughts swirling within their minds. Yet, just as these thoughts began to coalesce, a bolt of lightning, over 30 meters wide, descended mercilessly from the heavens, engulfing the sea monster and his fellow members of the Shanghai organization. Boom, boom, boom. Upon the lightning striking the ground, a deafening roar akin to the heavens collapsing erupted. Simultaneously, the sky and ground within a radius of 1,000 meters were illuminated in a brilliant blue. The very fabric of reality shifted in response. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. To gaze upon this lightning would result in blindness. Furthermore, many could not withstand the overwhelming thunderclap, hastily covering their ears, yet it proved futile as the terrifying sound persisted, threatening to rupture their eardrums. Various murmurs of shock, fear, and bewilderment filled the air, but due to the sheer volume of the thunder, these words were drowned out. Collectively, at least 10,000 utterances fell silent beneath the weight of the thunderous roar. After a full 10 seconds, the lightning gradually dissipated from the peaks of Tianshan. As the blinding light faded, those who had shielded their ears with closed eyes began to regain a semblance of normalcy. However, what greeted their eyes was a scene utterly transformed from before. What had once been a narrow alleyway had morphed into a vast, charred pit several meters deep and over 100 meters wide, with remnants of lightning flickering within its depths. The entirety of the landscape had been irrevocably altered. Aside from this obsidian crater, there was no trace of the sea monster and his fellow members of the Shanghai organization. It was as if they had never existed in this world at all. Yet, everyone was acutely aware that the sea monster and his companions had indeed been real, but were seemingly obliterated by the lightning strike. No, to say they were obliterated was an understatement. Not even a trace remained. Hiss, 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 gulp, gulp, gulp. The sounds of gasps and swallowed breaths echoed in the now silent space. At that moment, many individuals came to a singular conclusion. A formidable presence undoubtedly stood behind Wang Yuling. Thankfully, they had not acted impulsively. Otherwise, they would have been the ones to perish. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Indeed, she had a powerful ally backing her. The ability to summon such formidable lightning. Could it be? Alas, the fish scales were unattainable. It was best to return home in peace. Not worth the trouble. Not worth the trouble. Those unfortunate individuals were indeed doomed. At this juncture, Wang Yuling, having witnessed the unfolding events firsthand, found herself enveloped in a state of profound shock. Her astonishment surpassed that of those around her. A torrent of words clamored within her mind, countless questions vying for her attention to pose to Lin Bei. However, Wang Yuling forcibly restrained herself, recognizing that the moment was not opportune. After expending every effort to stabilize her emotions, she spoke again with an air of haughty defiance. Who else dares? Chapter 203. The conditions for unveiling the secrets of the Kunping scales. Initially, the onlookers had speculated whether a powerful entity stood behind Wang Yuling, which deterred them from taking rash actions. Now, having witnessed the terrifying thunderstrike, they were utterly convinced of the existence of a formidable force backing her. Naturally, the question Wang Yuling posed had long been answered. After all, who would willingly seek death? With their secrets laid bare, did they still wish to fish for more? As long as one possessed a modicum of sense, no one would dare to court death, to withstand that bolt of lightning. Even if one managed to survive, they would undoubtedly emerge gravely wounded. Conversations erupted, yet no one dared approach Wang Yuling. They had all succumbed to fear. This continued for a full minute before Wang Yuling's voice resonated once more. Since no one dares to take action, do not obstruct my path. As soon as her words fell, she took a step forward, advancing deliberately, as if on a casual stroll. In this manner, Wang Yuling swiftly approached the gathering of people, poised to make contact with them. Yet, in the next moment, those blocking her path chose to willingly part ways, creating a passage wide enough for 5 individuals to traverse simultaneously. Thud, thud. Gazing at the unobstructed path before her, Wang Yuling's heartbeat quickened, her astonishment intensifying. To have so many people yield the way was a sight she had only witnessed in certain cinematic portrayals. One person, commanding the respect of thousands, was no trivial feat. Yet, Wang Yuling dared not betray any unusual reactions, maintaining a facade of calm as she navigated through the throng. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, she emerged from the crowd, stepping onto the spacious thoroughfare once more. Unlike before, no one dared to follow Wang Yuling now. After all, no one wished to be struck by lightning. Shortly after Wang Yuling's departure, the security personnel of Tianshan arrived at the site of the lightning strike, managing the scene while assessing the situation. Upon learning of the preceding events, their hearts filled with gravity, uncertain of how to proceed. The situation had become rather troublesome. Although the attack had been initiated by that group, the complete annihilation of their members and the destruction of the environment was undeniably excessive. They resolved to first report the situation before making further decisions. Wang Yuling hastened toward the Tianshan guest hotel, her mind a tempest of confusion. A series of recent events has far surpassed Wang Yuling's capacity for comprehension. Not long ago, she and Lin Bei stood on equal footing. Yet now one has ascended the heights while the other remains at the foot of the mountain. The chasm between them is insurmountable. Sighing deeply before the entrance of the Tianshan Inn, Wang Yuling could not suppress her feelings of profound disappointment. The gap between me and Brother Bei is growing wider. I once thought I could help him tame the dragon, but now it seems those words were mere jest. I am utterly incapable of assisting him. A heavy sense of loss enveloped her heart, accompanied by an undercurrent of anxiety. After standing at the threshold of the Tianshan Inn for a full minute, she finally managed to compose herself. No, I must find a way to grow stronger. I absolutely must fulfill the promise I made with Brother Bei. Clearly, a seed had been sown in her heart, merely awaiting the right moment to sprout. Upon returning to her room, Wang Yuling found Bai Zhou already waiting for her. Just as they were about to greet one another, a rift in the void appeared within the room, and Lin Bei's voice emerged from within. You too, come inside. Moments later, Wang Yuling and Bai Zhou stepped through the rift. The instant they entered, they beheld the magnificent scales of the Kunping, marking their first encounter with such grandeur. Wang Yuling slowly raised her hand and gently brushed the surface of a Kunping scale. These scales are truly immense and incredibly hard, harder than iron. In all her years, she had never witnessed such a colossal fish scale. The scales she had previously seen were merely the size of a fingernail. Bai Zhou, too, was captivated by the scales, his eyes wide with astonishment. Yet, beyond their wonder, neither displayed any further reaction. Observing this, Lin Bei adopted a somewhat serious tone and inquired, "When you touched the scale, did you hear any sound?" Taken aback, both responded with a hint of confusion. "No, not at all. Aside from our conversation, I heard nothing else." At that moment, Lin Bei began to surmise a crucial detail. The sounds within the Kunping scales were not audible to everyone. Clearly, certain conditions were requisite to perceive the calls emanating from the scales. As Lin Bei pondered, he contemplated why he could hear the sounds while others could not. Apart from his unique abilities, he did not consider himself markedly different from anyone else. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Could it be due to my innate talents? Initially, Lin Bei possessed only the affinity for the dragon clan, but as he traversed various experiences, his gifts had multiplied. Mermaid affinity, divine bird affinity, chaos affinity, Kunping affinity, and Baizhe affinity. Was it indeed the Kunping affinity that enabled him to hear the sounds? While he felt confident that his talents played a role, he could not ascertain which specific ability was responsible. Each talent held potential, but the Kunping affinity seemed the most likely, albeit not definitively. Oh, I must consult with Si Lingxian. If she cannot hear the sounds, it will rule out the dragon clan affinity. Better to be cautious. After approximately a minute, Lin Bei appeared in Si Lingxian's chamber. Before she could react, he swiftly pulled her into the rift. Place your hand on the scale. Though unaware of Lin Bei's intentions and confused by the situation, Si Lingxian complied, extending her hand to press firmly against the Kunping scale. In the next instant, she staggered back a few steps, her mouth agape and eyes wide with astonishment. There is a sound. Chapter 204. Si Lingxian's request, upgrade complete. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his gaze. It seemed she could indeed hear it. With that revelation, he fell silent. Since Si Lingxian could hear the sounds, it confirmed that the calls from the Kunping scales were triggered by the Dragon Clan affinity, with no relation to the Kunping affinity whatsoever. Although this clarification brought some relief, Lin Bei's mind grew increasingly somber. Why would the Kunping scales activate due to the Dragon Clan affinity? And why did they convey a plea for help? The intricacies eluded him, but one thing was certain. A deeper secret lay beneath the surface. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei murmured to himself, "What on earth is happening? The Kunping, the North Sea Emperor, the Dragon Clan's talents. When these factors intertwine, I find myself utterly baffled. I must venture to the North Sea." Clearly, the North Sea had become an essential destination. "Let me go? Please, I beg you, release me. I do not wish to remain here any longer." The word Si Lingxian heard echoed Lin Bei's own initial experience. Staring incredulously at the fish scale before her, she struggled to comprehend the situation. How can this be? It is merely a fish scale. After several seconds, she regained her composure and quickly turned to Lin Bei, stammering, What is happening? You can hear that voice too, right?" The only question she felt compelled to ask was directed at Lin Bei, as he had brought her to this place and prompted her to touch the scale. In the next moment, Lin Bei's voice resonated. "What did you hear? You can answer those questions, but we must clarify this matter first. What if we hear different things? It could complicate the situation." Si Lingxian then recounted the words she had heard. After listening attentively, Lin Bei nodded slightly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "What we heard is the same. It is indeed a plea for mercy. In the following instant, Si Lingxian's voice rang out once more. What is this scale? You must know. Otherwise, you wouldn't have spent over 2 billion to acquire a mere fish scale. Despite her myriad questions regarding Lin Bei's departure from the Tianshan prison and the circumstances surrounding the purchase of the scale, her immediate priority was to understand the nature of the scale itself. With the situation laid bare, Lin Bei felt no inclination to conceal the truth any longer. And he promptly responded, this scale belongs to the Kunping. Do you understand what it is? In response, the Fairy of Spirit shook her head earnestly, indicating her lack of knowledge. She had never heard of the name Kunping. However, this did not hinder certain matters. Merely upon seeing the vast expanse of fish scales, the Fairy of Spirit formed a rough conjecture in her heart. Kunping, is it a very large fish? At this point, she paused slightly, and after 2 seconds, continued. If it is indeed a fish, it would be more appropriate to call it Kun, wouldn't it? The pung seems somewhat superfluous. Kunping, what exactly is it? In truth, the Fairy of Spirit's speculation was correct, albeit not entirely so. Kun is indeed a colossal fish. Anping is not superfluous. Kunping, it is both a great fish and a magnificent bird. When it descends into the sea, it is the Kun. When it soars into the heavens, it becomes the pung. The Kun measures at least several thousand miles in size, and with a mere flick of its fins in the ocean, it can easily stir up monstrous waves. The pung, with a back as vast as a sprawling expanse of land, has wings that resemble dark clouds covering thousands of miles of sky. When its wings obscure the sun, the entire Mount Tian will be shrouded in darkness. And the Kun is the pung, and the pung is the Kun. These two forms can transform freely. Now, do you understand? After listening to Lin Bei's elaborate introduction, the Fairy of Spirit stood there, momentarily stunned. Her mind filled with fantasies of Kunping. Yet, due to the sheer incredibility of it all, she could hardly fathom just how immense Kunping truly is. A full minute passed before her thoughts gradually returned to normal, but the words Kunping were indelibly etched in her heart. Suddenly, the Fairy of Spirit remembered something and hurriedly asked Lin Bei, is that pleading voice for mercy within the scales from Kunping? Although she posed the question, even she found it implausible. How could Kunping possibly plead for mercy? In the next moment, Lin Bei replied, I do not know. However, currently, only those of the Dragon Clan with a natural affinity can hear that plea for mercy from the scales of Kunping. As for the specifics, it seems one must journey to the North Sea to uncover the truth. Just as his words faded, the Fairy of Spirit exclaimed, I know you are certainly going to the North Sea. How about taking me along? I wish to see Kunping. Following Lin Bei's introduction, her curiosity about Kunping had intensified. She was eager to travel to the North Sea to witness what Kunping truly resembled, wondering if it was indeed as Lin Bei had described. To this request, Lin Bei accepted without a moment's hesitation. All right. He understood better than anyone that the North Sea was fraught with danger. Hence, having an additional companion would provide both strength and safety. Lin Bei also intended to inquire with Lu Ying upon their return to see if he would join them. If Lu Ying were to accompany them, their combined strength would be even greater. With a sigh of relief, the Fairy of Spirit spoke again. Remember to contact me before you go. I await your news. After exchanging contact information, Lin Bei departed from that place. Soon, night fell, and Lin Bei did not return to the Tian Mountain prison that day. Instead, he found a place near the auction house to stay. As for Lu Ying, he resided next door to Lin Bei, having undergone a transformation in appearance. For the time being, the two would not return to the Tian Mountain prison. When they first met, Lin Bei inquired if Lu Ying wished to accompany him to the North Sea, to which Lu Ying readily agreed. He had already decided to follow Lin Bei, so he would naturally not refuse. Subsequently, the auction continued as usual, with Lin Bei participating each day and Lu Ying accompanying him, yielding some rewards. Until the early hours of the third day, the system's notification suddenly rang out. Ding! Mall upgrade complete. Chapter 205, Shadow Dragon Hatchling. Next week's dragon. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Bei, who was preparing to sleep, instantly became alert, all traces of fatigue evaporating from his mind. Finally, the upgrade was complete. What a lengthy process it had been. Indeed, this upgrade of the system Mall had lasted several days. It was only as the auction was nearing its end that this upgrade was finalized. During this time, many matters had been missed. Upon completing the task of acquiring Kunping scales, the system neither indicated the completion of the task nor provided the next stage of the task. When the time came for the dragon to be distributed, the system also failed to deliver the dragon. The system space was inaccessible, and the dragons could not return to their designated spaces. In summary, it was a series of inconveniences. Fortunately, everything remained relatively smooth. Just then, the system's notification chimed once more. Host, do not be anxious. This system has now completed its upgrade, and all previously missed matters will be compensated. Additionally, an apology reward will also be given. Regarding these matters, Lin Bei was not in a hurry. After all, the system was now functioning normally. System. What changes have occurred after this upgrade? This was the question he was most concerned about, for it was of utmost importance. A second later, the system's notification sounded. The greatest benefit of this upgrade is that it allows the host dragon to ascend to the king level. There is no need to seek out breakthroughs to the king level like other magical beasts. Moreover, 2 new products have been unlocked in the mall, available for purchase at will. One is random ability extraction. The other is random ability upgrade. The functions of these 2 products are familiar to the host. There is no need for me to elaborate. By spending a certain amount of points, the host can purchase these 2 items. Although only 3 new functionalities had been added, Lin Bei felt immensely satisfied. Not without reason. These 3 functions were all incredibly powerful. Ability extraction and ability upgrading greatly aid in enhancing strength. The other function is even more formidable. Ordinarily, a magical beast wishing to transition from half-step king level to king level must endure a prolonged period, seeking a suitable opportunity. Yet, with the system's assistance, one can directly leap from half-step king level to king level, without needing to linger on this matter for too long. Upgrading has become remarkably effortless. Suddenly, Lin Bei thought of a question and spoke to the system. Will it also be this easy to reach other realms in the future? Almost as soon as his words fell, the system's notification rang out in response. Not at all. The capabilities of this system do indeed have their limits. However, it is not appropriate to divulge too much at present, so I cannot elaborate further to the host. What exactly is going on? The host will naturally come to know in due time. When that moment arrives, the host will comprehend the essence of this system, discover the reasons for its existence, and unearth a multitude of other mysteries. Persevere. I shall accompany the host on this journey of growth. Thereafter, the system fell into a contemplative silence. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei was convinced that the system was anything but ordinary. It was not merely the capabilities of the system that intrigued him, but rather the origins and the tale that lay behind it. Moreover, the formation of the system seemed to be driven by some profound cause. Excellent. His response was succinct, a mere word sufficing. Certain matters require no elaboration. In the next moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! This week's dragon species has been distributed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a shadow dragon hatchling. The shadow dragon hatchling has been stored in the system's space, and the host may summon it at any time. The name Shadow Dragon clearly indicates the nature of this dragon. However, Lin Bei refrained from opening the system space immediately, for there was another matter to attend to first. Just then, the system's notification continued. At this time next week, the host may claim the next dragon. Any time lost will be compensated. Rest assured, host. In truth, Lin Bei was eagerly anticipating this. Knowing which dragon he would receive next week was of paramount importance. A second later, he accessed the system shop, promptly directing his gaze towards the newly appeared 3 items. Item name, Advancement Elixir, exclusive to dragons. Item description, enables the advancement of dragons. The quantity of elixirs required varies for each dragon. Item price, no fixed price. Specific pricing is determined by the dragon and its corresponding realm. Item name, Random Ability Extraction. Item description, allows for the random extraction of one ability from a dragon, ensuring no duplicate abilities are drawn. Item price, no fixed price. Specific pricing is contingent upon the dragon, with the cost increasing as the number of extractable abilities decreases. Item name, Random Ability Upgrade. Item description, facilitates the random selection of one ability for upgrade, with no limits on the number of upgrades per ability. Item price, no fixed price. Specific pricing is determined by the dragon, with costs rising as the number of upgrades for an ability increases. These 3 items were clearly the fruits of the system's upgrade, remarkably beneficial. However, Lin Bei had no intention of purchasing any of these 3 products. Instead, he shifted his focus to other offerings. He opted to purchase Insight. Insight, too, was one of the items within the system shop, allowing one to ascertain which dragon would be obtained the following week. Ding! Insight successfully acquired. The dragon you will receive next week is an Eastern dragon. Upon learning this, Lin Bei felt somewhat exasperated. Why was it always either an Eastern dragon or a Western dragon? Those rudimentary types. He then proceeded to purchase Alteration. Alteration was another product in the system shop that could modify the dragon to be received the following week. Ding! Modification successful. You will receive a Bone Dragon next week. Although a Bone Dragon was slightly superior to an Eastern dragon, Lin Bei remained disinterested in further purchases. Ding! Purchase. Ding! Thus, after a substantial 20 alterations, he finally encountered the first non-repetitive dragon. Ding! Modification successful. You will receive an Ice Crystal Dragon next week. The ice crystal dragon was evidently a dragon associated with frost. An ice crystal dragon. A dragon endowed with the powers of ice and snow? Excellent. Not only was its elemental affiliation rather unique, but it was also distinct. Lin Bei felt a sense of satisfaction regarding this. Although he already possessed a multitude of dragons, none of them bore any connection to ice and snow. All that remained was to await the arrival of next week. Chapter 206, The Second Ring Task. Following the conclusion of the auction, after adjusting the dragon he would receive next week to his satisfaction, Lin Bei closed the system shop. He had no intention of purchasing any of the 3 newly introduced items. After all, Lin Bei had entrusted the nurturing of the dragons entirely to the system, significantly simplifying the process. Moreover, for reasons unknown, he had an inkling that the system was far more adept at handling such matters than he was. System. Regarding the advancement of the dragons to the king level and the upgrading of their abilities, you may manage it as you see fit. As for points, deduct them as necessary. In a certain sense, the current system resembled a caretaker, responsible for nurturing and tending to those dragons. Understood. Rest assured, host. I shall assist you. It is my duty. The system had no objections to the need for personal involvement in the dragon's upbringing. Rather, it appeared quite eager. Subsequently, Lin Bei prepared to open the system space to examine the 3 dragons stored within. The Celestial Dragon Hatchling, Steel Dragon Hatchling, and Shadow Dragon Hatchling. He had yet to see any of these 3 dragons. He had only just acquired the Celestial Dragon and Steel Dragon Hatchlings when the system underwent an upgrade, preventing him from accessing the system space. Naturally, he had been unable to see the Celestial Dragon and Steel Dragon Hatchlings. Come forth. As Lin Bei's voice resonated, the 3 hatchlings emerged from the system space, materializing in the room. The first he beheld was the Shadow Dragon. The Shadow Dragon bore a resemblance to the Eastern Dragon. Yet it was a solid black Eastern Dragon, a veritable embodiment of darkness, devoid of even a hint of any other hue. Its eyes, nose, mouth, ears, horns, scales, and whiskers were all black. Not only its exterior, but even its internal structure, including bones, flesh, and blood, was of an entirely black hue. In the depths of the night sky, the Shadow Dragon would be virtually invisible. This creature was indeed unique. Lin Bei found himself at a loss for words to describe the Shadow Dragon, ultimately settling on the term unique. Buzz, buzz. The Shadow Dragon emitted excited chirps, perceiving itself to be complimented, even twisting its dragon body to flit about the room, resembling a moving shadow. The second dragon Lin Bei encountered was the Celestial Dragon. In general, the Celestial Dragon bore some resemblance to the Starfire Dragon, its body a pale blue, shimmering with starlight, and swirling with cosmic nebulae within. It was evidently a manifestation of the cosmos. However, the wings of the 2 dragons differed. The Starfire Dragon possessed fiery wings, while the Celestial Dragon's wings were akin to its body. The wings are filled with nebulae, shimmering with starlight, and even harbor black holes and white holes. Oh, the Celestial Dragon. Quite magnificent. Just as Lin Bei stated, the Celestial Dragon is indeed striking, extraordinarily dazzling. Buzz, buzz. The Celestial Dragon is also letting out a melodic call, its body sparkling with starlight. Yet, despite the resplendent glow, the Shadow Dragon beside it remains shrouded in darkness. As if it is a mass of gloom impervious to illumination, it is destined to dwell in shadow. Subsequently, Lin Bei turned his gaze to the 3rd dragon, the Iron Dragon, which piqued his curiosity. Could it be a dragon born of iron? A second later, Lin Bei beheld the Iron Dragon. Upon seeing it, he was utterly astounded, for the Iron Dragon is indeed a dragon forged from iron. Its appearance closely resembles that of a Western dragon, its entire form shimmering with the cold gleam of gray steel, presenting an image as though it were artificially constructed. The dragon's head, claws, scales, and even its feet and fangs are all composed of iron. The wings upon its back are made of steel. Truly, they can be called iron wings. My word, it is indeed as such. Lin Bei was genuinely amazed. The Iron Dragon is indeed a dragon of iron. The 3 dragons joyfully flitted about the room, their first encounter with the outside world igniting a state of exhilaration among them. At that moment, the system's notification chime sounded once more. Ding. The host has successfully completed the first phase of the task. The second phase of the task has been activated. Ding. Please take the fish scales of the Kunpeng to the North Sea. The task is quite simple, merely requiring the transport of the Kunpeng scales to the North Sea. The North Sea, indeed? How fortuitous. It aligns closely with my intentions. Regardless of the task, Lin Bei had already resolved to journey to the North Sea. There are numerous reasons for this. The matters concerning Rinting and the 9-headed dragon, the plea for mercy embedded within the Kunpeng scales. Furthermore, the question of why the Sea Emperor Ao Ding is auctioning the Kunpeng scales. In summary, due to the myriad influences at play, The North Sea is an essential destination. Exhaling deeply, Lin Bei approached the window, raising his gaze to the north, his vision seemingly traversing mountains and rivers. Though he beheld the resplendent hustle and bustle of the city, his thoughts were solely consumed by the North Sea. The auction is nearing its conclusion. Once those scoundrels finalize the accounts from the auction, we can set off for the North Sea. After muttering these two sentences, Lin Bei suddenly recalled something. Right. I must return to the abyss of evil. Those two suspicious individuals are still imprisoned within the abyss. I must check on them. If I do not go, I have an unsettling premonition that I will miss something significant. As soon as he uttered this thought, the system's notification chimed again. Ding. Due to the system undergoing an upgrade, it has caused the host significant unnecessary trouble. Thus, a reward is being granted now as compensation. Ding. The reward for the host is an overall evolution of abilities. Any dragon that you possess, which has undergone synthesis and falls under the management of the system, will have all its abilities upgraded. The limit is set at 10 dragons. Would you like to use this automatically? This compensation reward is indeed generous. It offers a comprehensive upgrade of the abilities possessed by the dragons. For instance, the Void Reincarnation Dragon, which harbors the powers of Void and Reincarnation, can have both powers upgraded, achieving a stronger form. Soon, Lin Bei spoke. I will not use it, since the limit is 10 dragons. Utilizing it now would be somewhat wasteful. After all, the synthesized dragons have yet to reach 10. I will wait until the number is sufficient before using it. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The auction, which had been ongoing for a considerable time, was finally approaching its conclusion. The final day of the auction remained vibrant, successfully auctioning numerous items. As night fell, Li Fugui's voice resonated. The auction has concluded successfully. I hope to see you all again. Chapter 207. After such a long absence, do you still remember me? At the moment Li Fugui announced this news, it signified the definitive end of the Tianshan auction. The crowd that had gathered in the auction venue began to gradually disperse. With the auction concluded, there was no longer any reason to linger. In an instant, the throng surged like a river, continuously flowing from the auction's entrance. As they departed, conversations buzzed among them. This auction was truly remarkable. Each day saw the participation of life essence, making this journey worthwhile. Haha, I secured a vial of life essence. Surely it can cure the lady. Once she is healed, my status will soar. One cannot help but marvel at the wonders of life essence. Its efficacy surpasses that of so-called elixirs. I acquired a vial for less than 100 million. This time truly feels like a substantial gain. Overall, attendees expressed satisfaction with the auction, primarily attributed to the introduction of life essence. Were it not for its limited quantity, they would have continued to bid fervently. Life essence is destined to become an unforgettable product. Moreover, as these individuals departed, the word of life essence would inevitably spread wider. Simultaneously, Lin Bei, residing in the void, overheard the discussions around him. The more he listened, the more amusement danced upon his face. His mind racing with a singular thought, a notion that could plunge the auction house into irreversible turmoil. Since these individuals will inevitably discover that the life essence in their possession is counterfeit, why not stir the waters a bit and hasten their realization? When that time comes, chaos shall undoubtedly ensue. The auction house will surely cast blame upon me. In their eyes, I am akin to a dead man. Thus they can lay all the blame at my feet. Yet, once I make my appearance, the circumstances will transform entirely. The auction house is an adversary. There is no need for mercy when dealing with foes. It is essential to remember that the auction house desires to see Lin Bei perish in the abyss of evil. Fully aware of this, how could he possibly consider the auction house's sentiments? However, before that, he must reclaim what belongs to him. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei swiftly initiated action. He stepped directly into the void beside Bai Zhou and addressed him. Lin Bei, please help me spread a message. Following this, Lin Bei articulated his plan. In the blink of an eye, Bai Zhou sprang into action, intending to seek out those acquaintances he was familiar with, aiming to disseminate this news among his circle. News travels fast. Such matters, once set in motion, tend to spiral into absurdity. A mere whisper can swiftly escalate into a tempest. Observing the dwindling crowd below, Li Fugui nodded in satisfaction, murmuring softly to himself, the profits from this auction far exceed those of previous events. All thanks to the life essence provided by that fellow Lin Bei. Without those 100 vials of life essence he contributed, we could never have reaped such monumental gains. As he spoke, a glint of sardonic malice flickered in his eyes. After a few moments of silence, he resumed, Lin Bei, you really are a fool. To possess something so significant, and yet willingly expose yourself. However, had you not revealed yourself, we would not have been able to thrust you into the abyss of evil, thereby denying you a share of the spoils. Ultimately, I must extend my gratitude to you. Little did he know the ordeal that awaited him. Hours passed swiftly, and darkness enveloped the sky. As night descended, coupled with the excitement of the final day, scarcely anyone departed from Tianshan City. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was traversing the void with Lu Ying, and soon they arrived at the auction venue. Although it was past closing time, the auction hall was still bustling with activity. Present were Li Fugui, the workers responsible for transporting goods, those tasked with presenting items on stage, and the personnel verifying credentials at the entrance. Every individual present was part of the auction staff. In summary, apart from Li Fugui, the others appeared rather feeble. At that moment, Lin Bei turned to Lu Ying, instructing, "Stay in the void until I call for you. Do not depart unless summoned." To this day, he had yet to learn Lu Ying's name, as neither had inquired about the other, as if they had forgotten this detail entirely. Lu Ying seemed to grasp Lin Bei's intentions and promptly replied, "Understood." Naturally, he was more than willing to cooperate in such matters. Suddenly, a rift in the void appeared before Li Fugui and the others, leaving them momentarily stunned, visibly startled by the unfolding scenario. What is this? A crack in space has emerged. How could such a phenomenon occur so suddenly? A sense of foreboding surged within Li Fugui, causing him to furrow his brow in concern as he coldly regarded the void rift. While others were perplexed by the event, Li Fugui was acutely aware. "Who are you? If you've come, then cease your hiding." He understood that the rift in the void did not manifest without reason. Someone was undoubtedly concealed on the other side. In the next instant, a voice resonated from the void. "Li Fugui, long time no see." Upon hearing this voice, Li Fugui instinctively gasped, his eyes widening in shock. Swiftly consumed by disbelief, he recognized that voice all too well. Lin Bei? After uttering the name reflexively, Li Fugui quickly shook his head, muttering to himself, "Impossible. It cannot be him. I specifically arranged for someone to confine him in the abyss of evil. What on earth is happening?" At that moment, he was utterly bewildered. Having spent years in Tianshan City, he possessed a clear understanding of the abyss of evil, fully aware of its implications. Anyone confined within its depths was virtually guaranteed never to emerge again, save for the guardian of the abyss. At this juncture, Lin Bei strolled leisurely from the modest void rift, accompanied by a voice laced with mockery. "It's been quite a while. Do you still remember me?" Chapter 208. Only wishing to clear our debts. Initially, upon merely hearing Lin Bei's voice, Li Fugui harbored a sliver of hope, convinced that the entity in the void was not Lin Bei. However, at this moment, he was faced with the undeniable truth. Lin Bei stood before him. Every aspect, from his height and appearance to his attire, was unmistakably that of Lin Bei, leaving no room for denial. Even attempts to deceive himself proved futile. Ultimately, Li Fugui had no choice but to accept this astonishing reality. Lin Bei, who was meant to be imprisoned in the abyss of evil, had not only survived but appeared in this auction, a place he should not have been. It was absurd beyond comprehension. This was a scenario he could never have envisioned. Swallowing hard, Li Fugui struggled to regain his composure. How did you accomplish this? In the great prison of Tianshan, one cannot utilize their abilities. Even if your pet possesses the power to traverse the void, without the ability to summon it, how could you navigate through the void? He found it utterly impossible to accept this reality, as it defied all his long-held beliefs. It was as surreal as the sun rising from the west. Lin Bei, however, was indifferent to Li Fugui's thoughts. His sole purpose for attending the auction was to settle their grievances. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Bei produced a resonant sound that echoed throughout the auction hall. In that instant, several rifts emerged, connecting the ceiling and floor. The next moment, enormous dragon claws reached out from these rifts, the claws of the Holy White Dragon and the six-winged Thunderstorm Dragon. Each dragon claw seized several members of the auction staff, mercilessly dragging them into the void. Within mere seconds, everyone except Li Fugui was captured and pulled into the void. As they entered, they were swiftly subdued by the Angel of Purification and Lu Ying. The fate that awaited these auction members was to be cast into the abyss of evil. Though they had not directly wronged Lin Bei, their complicity in the auctions and scrupulous dealings against innocent individuals warranted appropriate retribution. After all, in a certain sense, Lin Bei had already come to dominate both the abyss of demons and the abyss of evil. Moreover, sending these individuals into the void would alleviate numerous complications, as it was inevitable that events would soon unfold. Once they were taken, the rifts in the void vanished. Li Fugui surveyed the desolate surroundings, his already furrowed brow tightening further, and his fists instinctively clenched tightly, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. He understood better than anyone that Lin Bei's visit was far from a mere social call. With a heavy sigh, Li Fugui felt the weight of his breath grow increasingly burdensome. "Speak. What is it you desire? As long as it is not too outrageous, I can acquiesce." Though he uttered these words, his inner thoughts were starkly different. Li Fuguei harbored an intense desire to eliminate Lin Bei on the spot. The living Lin Bei posed a tremendous threat to both him and the auction house. The once flawless plan now faced an irreparable flaw due to Lin Bei's emergence. Should Lin Bei disclose anything, the situation would spiral into a convoluted mess, inevitably exacting a steep price. At that moment, Lin Bei broke the silence, stating, "What do I want? Quite simple. I merely wish to settle accounts with you." Settling accounts sounded straightforward, yet the intricacies involved were anything but simple. The debts owed by the auction house to Lin Bei were far too numerous. Settle accounts? How so? Lin Bei continued, "First, return to me the funds that rightfully belong to me. Then, we shall address the matter of my wrongful imprisonment in the evil prison." Instantly, Li Fuguei's countenance darkened further upon hearing these words. Return the funds owed to Lin Bei. Absurd. This was no trifling sum. It began at a staggering 100 billion. Naturally, anyone would be reluctant to relinquish such a colossal amount. If it were a smaller sum, perhaps it could be tolerated. "No, I can offer you but 1/50th of that amount. Furthermore, you must agree to one condition." Just as Li Fuguei was about to elaborate, Lin Bei interrupted, "No negotiations. It shall be as I say." His intent was to reclaim what was his, not to engage in bargaining with Li Fuguei. Moreover, Lin Bei could surmise the condition Li Fuguei would propose, likely a plea to keep the auction house's forgery of life essence a secret. This directly contradicted his primary objective, rendering any agreement impossible. In an instant, Li Fuguei fell silent, fixating an intense gaze upon Lin Bei. If looks could kill, Lin Bei would surely have perished under that glare. "It seems we have nothing to discuss." Lin Bei's voice rang out once more. "Be confident. Dismiss that attitude." Subsequently, Li Fuguei remained silent. After a full 5 seconds, he finally spoke again. "I shall grant you one final opportunity for choice. Should you refuse to cooperate, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Do not forget, you are but a prisoner of the evil prison. If we so desire, we can summon the warden of the evil prison to capture you personally." Li Fuguei was not attempting to intimidate Lin Bei, but rather stating a fact. Given the auction house's financial resources and network, they could indeed afford to pay a hefty sum to have the staff of Tianshan prison bring Lu Ying here. After all, Lu Ying's prior stay in the evil prison was solely to clear his name. However, such an action would come at a significant cost to the auction house, one not trivial compared to the sum owed to Lin Bei. This was a last resort. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Bei raised his eyebrows in amusement, his tone laced with intrigue. "Oh, the person you mentioned, is it him?" As he spoke, Lu Ying emerged from a rift in the void. Chapter 209. The Stupefied Li Fuguei. Lin Bei had initially intended to resolve his grievances with Li Fuguei alone, hence instructing Lu Ying not to wander from the void. However, he did not anticipate Li Fuguei would bring up Lu Ying. Moreover, he sought to have Lu Ying capture him. Given the circumstances, it would be remiss not to allow Lu Ying a chance to stretch his legs, especially considering Li Fuguei's misplaced confidence. Lu Ying complied readily, swiftly stepping out from the rift upon hearing Lin Bei's words. As he transitioned from the void into reality, Lu Ying fixed an icy gaze upon Li Fuguei, his voice dripping with disdain as he declared, "I may not dare to capture him, but you? I do." With that, the angel of destruction appeared behind Lu Ying, vigorously flapping its wings, its eyes locked onto Li Fuguei as if he were nothing more than an insignificant insect. Its voice resonated with authority. "How dare a mere mortal command me to seize this esteemed individual? You seek death." Had Lin Bei not wished to handle this matter himself, the angel of destruction would have swiftly delivered Li Fuguei his due punishment. A mortal, infringing upon the domain of the untouchable, had no right to exist in this world. Staring at Lu Ying and the angel of destruction, Li Fuguei was rendered utterly speechless, his eyes widening uncontrollably, blood vessels bursting forth. During his tenure in Tianshan, he had sent numerous individuals to the evil prison, certainly more than just Lin Bei. The number was not fewer than 100, perhaps even dozens. Consequently, Li Fuguei possessed a considerable understanding of the evil prison and its guardian. He had once been fortunate enough to glimpse photographs of Lu Ying and the angel of destruction. Though he had seen them only once, the images were etched in his memory, even if time had dulled the details. The moment he laid eyes on Lu Ying and the angel of destruction, that memory surged back with vivid clarity. At once, Li Fuguei found himself exclaiming in disbelief, I can't believe it. It's them, the guardians of the evil prison." Despite the plethora of words he wished to express, they seemed to choke in his throat, unable to escape. This was a peculiar reaction born from an overwhelming shock. Li Fuguei could hardly fathom whether he was hallucinating. How could the very beings overseeing the evil prison be present here in this void? Indeed, it must be so. Lin Bei, you are truly amusing. Attempting to deceive me with such a ruse. It is all but an illusion. I refuse to be frightened by mere phantoms. The guardians of the evil prison would never demean themselves to linger in your void. At this juncture, he momentarily halted, only to resume speaking after a few seconds. Moreover, that angel should indeed be black. In an instant, both Lin Bei and Lu Ying, as well as the angel of banishment, wore expressions tinged with incredulity. Their gazes directed at Li Fugui as if he were a fool. To deny reality, he resorted to such absurd reasoning? Although the angel of banishment had changed color, its existence here was irrefutable. Denial was utterly futile. How utterly laughable. Before long, Lu Ying addressed the angel of banishment. Banishment, wake him up. The moment the words left his lips, the angel of banishment flapped its wings. As the wings unfurled, several feathers detached and shot forth like bullets. Whoosh! The feathers swiftly pierced through the air, reaching Li Fugui in the blink of an eye, effortlessly embedding themselves into one of his arms, blood gushing from the wound. It was only when the pain began to spread that he finally reacted, hastily looking down at his arm and raising his other hand to pull out the feather embedded within. No, it was not an illusion. This was all too real. Words and sight may deceive, but pain cannot lie. In that instant, Li Fugui was utterly dumbfounded. His body became as rigid as stone, immovable, without external aid. Even the persistent pain from his arm felt as if it had been numbed, rendering him devoid of sensation. Despite knowing full well that everything before him was factual, he was unwilling to accept it, nor did he dare to confront the truth. This reaction was entirely normal. Even if it were someone else, they would surely struggle to accept such an astounding reality. After standing in a daze for over a minute, Li Fugui managed to regain a semblance of normalcy and hastily inquired, how did you do that? Yet, his question would inevitably go unanswered. Lin Bei disregarded Li Fugui's inquiry. Turning instead to Lu Ying, you all stay back and do not interfere in my matters with him. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying nodded slightly, unfalteringly stepping away to a quiet corner. As he departed, a question lingered in his mind. Lin Bei? Is that his name? The junior from the Radiant Altar mentioned needing me to look after someone named Lin Bei. The Lin Bei she referred to cannot possibly be the same as this one. It must be mere coincidence. For, by all accounts, the Lin Bei I know requires no such guardianship. Barely seconds after Lu Ying's departure, Lin Bei's voice echoed softly. Now? Can we have a proper discussion? He refrained from directly confronting Li Fugui, for engaging in conflict would complicate his quest to reclaim the substantial wealth that rightfully belonged to him. This was an auction house, and the management of various funds was convoluted. If Lin Bei were to pursue it himself, he would likely expend great effort to recover what was rightfully his. At this moment, Li Fugui had accepted the reality of his predicament, realizing he was at a disadvantage, and could only acquiesce to Lin Bei. Let us talk. A second later, Lin Bei's voice resounded once more. After deducting the service fees you intend to extract, the remaining funds acquired through the auction of life essence will be handed over to me. As for the costs incurred in producing counterfeit goods, consider them compensation for the damage to my reputation. Chapter 210. Now, it is your turn to descend into the abyss of evil. Lin Bei's demands were entirely reasonable. The counterfeit goods produced by the auction house would indeed tarnish his reputation. After all, many were aware that Lin Bei was the provider of life essence. Should the auction house's actions come to light, Lin Bei would undoubtedly face considerable animosity. Even if the truth emerged later, his reputation would still bear the scars of this ordeal. Thus, seeking compensation was not excessive. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of the dealings you have engaged in over these past few days. Throughout the auction, I have been present, witnessing firsthand your transactions. I am fully aware of the dozens of vials of mixed life essence and the exorbitant sums involved. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Li Fugui's expression darkened to the utmost degree. After expending considerable effort to amass a vast fortune, he found himself left with only a fraction of the service fees. A mere 5% fee, 100 billion, would yield only 5 billion. 200 billion would result in a meager 10 billion. While such amounts may seem substantial, they paled in comparison to the total sum. Despite his reluctance to part with such a significant amount, Li Fugui had no alternative. His greatest leverage against Lin Bei had become utterly ineffective. No, it was not merely ineffective, it had turned counterproductive. It seemed he had no choice but to comply. Though Li Fugui possessed commendable strength, having attained a king-level prowess, he did not believe himself worthy of standing against Lu Ying. The guardians of the abyss of evil were undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, the most powerful figure within the auction house, the president, was currently absent due to pressing matters. Sighing heavily, he resigned himself to this reality. Very well, let it be as you say. Circumstances dictated his choice. He could only choose compliance. To doubt or resist would yield no benefit. Furthermore, retaining the service fees was, in truth, a favorable outcome, as it was not an insignificant sum. For the time being, preserving his life took precedence. Many matters could be settled at a later date. Soon, Lin Bei produced his account card and casually tossed it into Li Fugui's hands. All right, off you go. A second later, Li Fugui began his task, clutching Lin Bei's account card as he approached a colossal safe. Inputting the password, he unlocked it. Inside the safe lay another safe, nested within yet another, akin to a Russian doll, at least 7 or 8 layers. Each safe was constructed from special materials, rendering them nearly impervious to external force. Moreover, every safe had a unique password, some stretching to 9 digits, while others required fingerprint verification. For anyone else, opening such a safe would require considerable time. Minutes later, Li Fugui returned, account card in hand, and presented it back to Lin Bei. The money due to you is all inside. Lin Bei took the account card, confirming the amount matched his own tally before promptly tossing it into the system space. Over the course of the auction, he had calculated the total price for the life essence sold, thus he was well aware of the sum owed to him. With that, the first matter was resolved, and it was time to turn to the second. Now, it is high time to settle the matter of your sending me into the abyss of malevolence. Hardly had the words left my lips when Li Fugui, resigned to his fate, hastily interjected, "How do you intend to settle this affair? The first matter could be resolved with monetary compensation, yet the second is evidently not tethered to financial means." In the next moment, Lin Bei spoke in a voice that was chillingly cold. "It is rather simple. Since you have employed your own method to consign me to the abyss of malevolence, I shall likewise ensure that you are sent there as well. How does that sound? Is it not rather equitable? This mode of reckoning indeed sounded fair. What you have done to me, I shall do unto you." Li Fugui was momentarily taken aback, his voice laced with disbelief as he exclaimed, "Are you jesting? You intend to imprison me in the abyss of malevolence?" "Absolutely not. I cannot accept this." After uttering those 3 phrases, he wiped the sweat from his brow and continued, "Very well. I shall offer you 1% as a fee, as an apology for this matter." While 1% was not an insignificant sum, Lin Bei remained resolute. "There is no room for negotiation. The sole resolution is to confine you to the abyss of malevolence." His stance was unwavering, clearly non-negotiable. At that moment, the auction house was enveloped in silence. Lin Bei and Li Fugui exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew increasingly frigid. A minute later, Li Fugui broke the icy stillness with his voice. "As I have said, I cannot possibly accept this condition." Though he was unaware of how Lin Bei had escaped the abyss of malevolence, he knew that should he himself be cast into that abyss, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Even if luck were to favor him and he did not perish within, he would remain imprisoned for an interminable duration. No one would willingly accept such a fate. "If you refuse, then I shall compel you to acquiesce. In any case, I am determined to confine you to the abyss of malevolence. Let you also experience the flavor of life therein." Lin Bei's resolve was unwavering. After all, the dues owed had already been collected, and he had no further concerns. In that moment, Li Fugui began to comprehend the depth of Lin Bei's determination. He was adamant about sending him to the abyss of malevolence, with no room for negotiation. "Dream on. If you insist on this course of action, do not blame me for resisting." Although he was aware that Lu Ying was present, he had no intention of complying obediently. Compliance would only lead to imprisonment. Resistance was the only path to altering one's destiny. To this, Lin Bei calmly remarked, "By all means, do try." Seeing that matters had reached this juncture, Li Fugui unhesitatingly summoned his innate talent. "Come forth, my precious ones." Immediately, over 20 centipedes, each exceeding 10 meters in length, appeared beside him. It was evident that Li Fugui possessed a talent for centipede affinity. The centipedes under his command were far from ordinary. Some bore dozens of wings upon their bodies. Others sported massive pincers, and still others exuded a noxious purple mist.